Chen Pingan traversed into the realm of cultivation, diligently honing his skills for several years. However, upon realizing his utter lack of progress, he began to doubt his aptitude for the path of immortality. Consequently, he obediently followed the system's directives, spending his days tending to chickens and fish, washing clothes, and cultivating vegetables. Yet, one fateful day, the sudden appearance of an ethereal fairy disrupted his mundane existence. Chapter 1. The chickens he raised turned out to be phoenixes. In the secluded depths of Ping Alley, within a meticulously maintained courtyard, a handsome young man reclined on a grand chair, lost in slumber. Ding! At that moment, a mechanical voice pierced through his dreams. Chen Pingan stretched luxuriously, his drowsy eyes fluttering open. Before him stood a peach tree, bathed in the gentle glow of dawn. 5 years have swiftly passed, and you have been my steadfast companion throughout, he mused, gazing at the tree he had personally planted upon his arrival in this world. Now, it blossomed with resplendent flowers, each one a marvel to behold. As if comprehending his words, the branches of the peach tree swayed lightly. Chen Pingan dismissed it as merely the playful spring breeze. What is this task from the system? Join the Kaoshan sect. The humble town where Chen Pingan resided fell under the jurisdiction of the Kaoshan sect, a revered cultivation school. In this world, the civilization of cultivation thrived abundantly. Numerous sects flourished, with strength commanding respect. Naturally, for every cultivator, there existed an ordinary mortal. This town was a bastion of humanity, characterized by its simplicity and safety, where doors remained unlocked at night. Upon entering this fantastical world, Chen Pingan had felt a sense of wonder at its myriad peculiarities. Particularly delighted to discover that he was bound to a system, his joy was short-lived. Upon realizing that he lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate despite having a system, he found himself engulfed in existential doubt for quite some time. His system was quite peculiar. It issued tasks in succession, and upon the completion of 1,000 tasks, he would attain unrivaled power overnight, standing alone in the world. The oddity of this system lay in the fact that until he completed those 1,000 tasks, he could not grow stronger. Instead, it merely rewarded him with mundane household items after each task was fulfilled. For instance, a kettle for drinking water, a broom for sweeping, and even young peach tree saplings. The entire courtyard was a gift from a system. Over the years, the system had never assigned him any tasks related to interacting with cultivators. Typically, it would present him with trivial, altruistic tasks, such as helping a beggar find shelter or crafting wooden toys for children. Occasionally, it would even involve resolving certain domestic discord between neighbors. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the system now instructed him to join the Mount Koshan sect. With no cultivation skills and merely an ordinary mortal, how could he possibly join? Chen Pingan felt a surge of frustration. The system had strict regulations should he fail to complete a task within 3 months of its issuance. It would activate the host obliteration mode. He was left with 2 choices: wait for death or press forward with determination. With no other options, Chen Pingan reluctantly gathered his belongings, deciding to venture to the Mount Koshan sect in hopes of a favorable outcome. Naturally, he attempted once more to shamelessly request some cultivation power from the system. Yet, the system remained as unyielding as ever. The following day dawned bright and clear, with nary a cloud in the sky. Chen Pingan rose early, as was his custom, to water the peach tree. Feeding the chicks and casting fish feed into the small pond in the corner of the courtyard, he completed his tasks before finally departing the premises. He had stored all his provisions within the system's storage space, adorned only in a white robe bestowed by the system. This robe was remarkable. It provided coolness in the heat and warmth in the cold. Resistant to water and dust, it retained its freshness regardless of the duration of wear, much to Chen Pingan's delight. The distance from a mountain sect to the town was over 50 miles. Lacking the ability to ride a horse, Chen Pingan had no choice but to walk. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he left the town, a sudden burst of brilliant light flickered within the courtyard. As the radiance subsided, a cacophony of restlessness arose. Bottles and jars, even the broom leaning against the wall, began to tremble. Yet, tranquility soon returned. In the center of the courtyard, a rooster oddly lounged beneath the peach tree, exuding an air of ennui. It then spoke, with the master gone. I wonder when he shall return. I noticed he packed many items. Even the kitchen knife went along. Ah, how I envy them for being taken by the master we lack such fortune. Moreover, I am a phoenix at heart, yet I appear as a mere yard fowl. How frustrating. The goldfish in the small pond chimed in. I feel the same. I have already transformed into a dragon, yet I am still confined to this pit, alas. At that moment, a feminine voice emerged from a small opening in the peach tree, inquiring, the kitchen knife has been clamoring about its insatiable thirst for blood. Could it be that it is no longer bound? The rooster shook its head, saying, if the master does not allow it to harm others, how could it possibly possess such audacity? Time swiftly passed. In the heart of the wilderness, beneath a grand tree, Chen Pingan found himself utterly fatigued. He settled upon the smooth roots of the tree and took out his water flask, sipping from it. This is quite challenging. I've only walked for half a day and already feel this exhausted, and there remains a full day's journey ahead. He exhaled deeply, aware of the weariness in his legs. He feared he would need to rest for at least half an hour before continuing on his path. However, just as he contemplated taking a break, several piercing sounds suddenly echoed through the air behind him. Turning to glance over his shoulder, he beheld figures darting swiftly across the sky. Several practitioners of cultivation. Though Chen Pingan lived in a humble mortal town, he often heard children exclaiming immortal every few days. When he looked up at the sky, he could indeed see cultivators soaring above. Thus, he had witnessed the grandeur of the world to some extent. Logically, he should have remained composed, but at that moment his eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, for he noticed that the flying cultivators were hurtling directly toward him. With a thunderous crash, a crater erupted beside Chen Pingan. Within it lay a young woman, disheveled and tattered, her hair in disarray. Perhaps from a severe fall, she bore a wound on her head, for which blood trickled. Despite her disheveled state, Chen Pingan found himself unable to divert his gaze. For there before him was a face of exquisite beauty, eyes like blossoming peach flowers, brows like slender willows, lips resembling cherries, and skin as smooth as ice. In a single phrase, she could be described as a beauty capable of causing kingdoms to fall. The woman appeared to have fallen lightly shortly after her descent. She managed to rise. In doing so, she noticed Chen Pingan seated beside her. As her gaze fell upon him, she was immediately ensnared in a state of stupor. Although Chen Pingan appeared youthful, he emanated an ethereal aura. Her discomposure was entirely attributed to the profound Taoist principles that seemed to manifest and swirl around him, as if proclaiming to all who beheld him that he was not of this world, but rather a celestial being from the heavens above. As she regarded Chen Pingan, Murong Shue's primal instincts surged within her, vehemently asserting that the man before her could extinguish her very existence with but a single finger. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Murong Shue was abruptly roused by the sound of something landing behind her. Her complexion turned ashen, and with a determined bite of her lip, she hastened to kneel before Chen Pingan. Senior, please save me. Chapter 2. Have you bumped your head? She was well-versed, and her soul had transcended to an extraordinary realm. Yet, throughout her life, she had never encountered someone like Chen Pingan, who was enveloped in an aura of profound principles and mystical rhythms. In fact, she had never even heard of such a being. At that moment, Chen Pingan felt rather bewildered. Senior? Save you? Beautiful lady, have you injured your head? I am but a mere mortal. How could I possibly save you? Chen Pingan gradually realized that those individuals were here to hunt down this enchanting woman. The cultivation world was indeed, as the rumors suggested, rife with bloodshed. At this juncture, Chen Pingan was at a loss. It is often said that when immortals clash, mortals suffer. He found himself perilously caught between the two realms. Leaving was not an option, nor could he remain. It was exceedingly vexing. As the footsteps of the approaching middle-aged men drew nearer, Chen Pingan grew increasingly anxious, trembling uncontrollably. Just then, the footsteps halted, followed by several anguished cries. Senior! Upon hearing this exclamation, Chen Pingan was momentarily stunned, turning to glance behind him. At that moment, for middle-aged men were bowing to him with utmost reverence. Although they did not kneel like Murong Shue, they inclined their heads lower than their hands, exuding a palpable respect. Chen Pingan blinked rapidly, then quickly scanned his surroundings. There was no one else. Were you calling me? He was utterly perplexed. It was one thing for one person to bump their head. But what about you all? Did you strike your heads on the door when you left? I am merely a mortal. The surroundings fell silent. And Chen Pingan was uncertain of what to do next, left to sit there in confusion. The backs of the four middle-aged men were already drenched in sweat. Initially, they had believed they could easily eliminate Murong Shue. However, after descending from the heavens, one suddenly discovers a strikingly handsome youth seated beside Murong Shue. If he were merely an ordinary young man, it would be inconsequential. Yet, This youth is enveloped by an aura that exudes an overwhelming presence. A mere glance at him instills a profound sense of dread. They dared not meet Chen Pingan's gaze, for being scrutinized by him felt akin to being observed by the specter of death itself. An ominous thought lingered in their minds. Should they dare to lock eyes with Chen Pingan, their very souls would surely be extinguished. At that moment, they had abandoned any intent to kill Murong Shui, consumed instead by a singular desire to flee this perilous place. However, Chen Pingan did not utter a word to permit their departure, leaving them paralyzed with fear, observing one kneeling while the other four remained bowed and motionless. Chen Pingan couldn't help but wear a bemused expression, then tentatively suggested, "You may leave." Upon hearing this, the four middle-aged men felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Exclaiming their gratitude to the senior, they swiftly ascended into the sky, their speed surpassing even that with which they had pursued Murong Shui, doubling as they fled. In mere moments, the four figures vanished into the distance. Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingan was left speechless. Murong Shui, relieved by the departure of the assassins, exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly turned to Chen Pingan, bowing deeply in gratitude. "I, Murong Shui, am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention, esteemed senior." Chen Pingan remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "Fairy, please rise. I have done nothing deserving of such reverence. Moreover, you must be mistaken. I am merely an ordinary mortal." Murong Shui obediently stood, her gaze still brimming with respect as she regarded Chen Pingan. She could hardly believe that Chen Pingan was merely a mortal. How could an ordinary person be enveloped in the essence of Tao? How could a mere mortal intimidate four formidable Golden Core experts? Yet, Chen Pingan insisted he was but a mortal, and there must be a reason behind his claim. To forcefully unveil the truth would likely provoke his ire. Therefore, she feigned a look of sudden realization and played along, saying, "Indeed, esteemed elder, you are but a mortal." Upon hearing Murong Shui's words, a twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Pingan's mouth. He sensed that she still harbored doubts about his identity. After all, why call him esteemed elder? He had indeed saved her life, and out of respect, she addressed him as such. That must be it, he mused inwardly. Having concluded this train of thought, he felt compelled to refrain from lingering any longer and prepared to discreetly depart. Being amidst these cultivators made him feel rather uneasy. However, at that moment, he abruptly halted. "Wait, Murong Shui?" Chen Pingan stared at her in astonishment and said, "You are the holy maiden of the Kaoshan sect, Murong Shui?" Murong Shui's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Esteemed elder recognizes me?" She was taken aback that someone of his stature was familiar with her. Chen Pingan blinked, feeling quite peculiar. He had been troubled about how a mere mortal like himself could join the Kaoshan sect, and now, the person before him turned out to be the holy maiden? Murong, it seems fate has brought us together. I happen to have matters to attend to at your sect. Perhaps we could go together? At this point, Chen Pingan's demeanor shifted, taking on a somewhat dubious appearance. There was no denying that, based on his own abilities, joining the Kaoshan sect was beyond his reach. However, if he could cling to this advantageous connection, he might just find a way in through the back door. Upon hearing that Chen Pingan intended to visit their sect and uttered the words fate, Murong Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. In that moment, Chen Pingan's presence appeared even more formidable in her gaze. She had initially believed that her encounter with him was merely a stroke of luck, a sign that her life was spared against all odds. However, it now seemed entirely otherwise. It must be that the senior had foreseen everything, aware of her impending peril at the hands of assassins, and had chosen this desolate wilderness to await her arrival. She pondered why it was that someone happened to be seated precisely where she fell. It turned out that everything was indeed within the senior's calculations. The notion of fate spoken by the senior led her to wonder if, beyond saving her, he might also bestow upon her an extraordinary opportunity. With this thought in mind, Murong Shui eagerly nodded and exclaimed, "I shall heed your guidance, esteemed senior." Chen Pingan, noticing her enthusiasm, felt a surge of brightness in his eyes. However, he refrained from directly expressing his desire to take a shortcut, opting instead to cultivate a closer rapport during their journey before broaching the subject. This way, the likelihood of success would be greater. Having made their plans, they prepared to set forth. Murong Shui, unbothered by her injuries, felt a sense of security with such a formidable ally at her side. Even in her weakened state, no one would dare lay a finger on her. Given the senior's impressive abilities, she was certain he could traverse the skies with ease, arriving at their sect in a single bound. With this in mind, she smiled in anticipation, eager for Chen Pingan to carry her through the air. As for Chen Pingan, he was quite reluctant to continue on foot and smiled back at Murong Shui, awaiting her to initiate their flight. Both harbored their own thoughts while exchanging smiles. Yet as time passed, An air of awkwardness began to envelop them. Chen Pingan blinked and said, "Well, Miss Murong, as a mere mortal, I am only able to walk. So you understand." With no other option, Chen Pingan could only subtly suggest to Murong Shui that she should carry him through the skies, thereby hastening their journey. However, this statement was interpreted differently by Murong Shui. A look of realization crossed her face as she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Then I shall accompany you on foot." Just moments ago, she had been perplexed by Chen Pingan's insistence on identifying himself as a mortal. Now, the meaning behind his words became clear. It is said that some formidable cultivators, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, find it impossible to deliberately enhance their cultivation further. At such a stage, one's disposition becomes far more significant than mere cultivation. When one's character attains a certain realm, the cultivation will naturally follow suit. Thus, at that juncture, they must focus on refining their hearts, declaring oneself as a mortal, engaging in the affairs of mortals, and enduring their struggles. Does this not embody the essence of heart cultivation? As she gazed at Chen Pingan, Murong Shui's admiration for him intensified manifold. Initially, Chen Pingan had hoped to experience the thrill of flight. However, upon hearing Murong Shui's response, he was left utterly bewildered. He stared at her, incredulous. "Miss, are you serious?" Chapter 3. My stomach is weak. I wish to eat soft rice. Murong Shui's reverence was palpable, and she proceeded ahead, embodying the spirit of someone eager to cultivate alongside him. Watching her graceful figure retreat, Chen Pingan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With no choice in the matter, he followed suit. Half a day later, as night fell, they arrived at a small stream. Due to the darkness making travel perilous, the two could only light a fire to spend the night. Murong Shui seized the opportunity to tend to her injuries. An hour later, under the influence of the elixir, Murong Shui's injuries had improved significantly. She then commenced her cultivation once more. Having remained at the pinnacle of the fasting stage for quite some time, she found herself ensnared by a formidable bottleneck. Neither the consumption of medicinal pills nor other methods had yielded any results. As she practiced a water-based technique, her grandfather had informed her that there were two approaches to surmount such a predicament. The first was through gradual accumulation, believing that one day, the effort would bear fruit. The second was to achieve a breakthrough through insight. Practitioners of water techniques often gain enlightenment by observing water. With a moment of clarity, one could effortlessly transcend their limitations. However, she had been observing water for several months without any sign of enlightenment. Consequently, she entertained the notion of embarking on a journey, thinking that a change of scenery might elevate her spirits and perhaps facilitate her breakthrough. Little did she anticipate that her outing would result in a perilous chase. Had she not encountered Chen Pingan, she might have met her untimely demise. The moonlight was exquisite that night, casting a silvery glow upon the nearby brook. With a waning moon floating serenely on the water's surface, Murong Shui gazed at the reflection for an extended period, yet no semblance of enlightenment graced her mind. Instead, she began to feel drowsy. Chen Pingan sat by the fire, feeling rather lethargic. He contemplated initiating a conversation with Murong Shui, hoping to foster a deeper connection between them. Such a bond would enable him to gain entry into the Kaishan sect. After a moment of reflection, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he retrieved a water flask and turned to Murong Shui, inquiring, "Miss Murong, would you care for some water?" Hearing this, Murong Shui was suddenly reminded of the powerful presence beside her and realized that her current predicament warranted seeking advice from him. Upon reflecting on this, she promptly said, "Senior, I have encountered a predicament in my cultivation. My progress has stagnated at the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage, with no signs of breakthrough in sight. I am utterly at a loss and hope for your guidance." Chen Pingan's lips twitched. He had intended to engage in conversation with Murong Shui, but suddenly found himself disinclined to continue. "My dear, has your mind not yet recovered? I am but a mere mortal. Asking me about the intricacies of cultivation is akin to inquiring about the solution to a riddle involving chickens and rabbits in the same pen. Alas, how could I possibly know the answer to such matters? Perhaps, Murong, you might take a sip of water and reflect upon it yourself?" He replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, disappointment washed over Murong Shui. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widened in realization. Wait, this is not a matter of ignorance. His guidance is embedded within his words. Water. Of course, it is indeed about drinking water. All this time, I have misunderstood. It is not about contemplating water to gain insight, but rather about drinking water to attain understanding. In a flurry of urgency, she retrieved her water flask, took a sip, and then closed her eyes. Moments later, she took another sip and shut her eyes once more. Nearly 10 breaths later, she exhaled sharply, releasing a swirling vortex of energy from her mouth. Her aura surged dramatically, ascending several-fold. At that moment, She opened her eyes, which sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars. Resting her gaze upon Chen Pingan, suddenly, she rose, knelt on one knee, and bowed with both hands, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingan was left in a state of bewilderment, with only one expression encapsulating his emotions, a child adorned with a multitude of question marks upon his head. What just transpired? I did not offer you any guidance. It is no longer tenable. This beautiful woman seems increasingly perplexed. Chen Pingan suspects that Murong Shue's mind has yet to fully recover. The following day, the two continued their journey. Along the way, Chen Pingan noticed that Murong Shue, who trailed behind him, was gazing at him intently. Her face was adorned with an expression of reverence, and her eyes sparkled like stars, making him feel quite uncomfortable. After breaking through to the core formation stage, Murong Shue was in high spirits, and in her desire to express gratitude to Chen Pingan, she found herself at a loss for how to reciprocate. If it were possible to offer herself in devotion, she would undoubtedly choose that. After several hours, they finally arrived at the foot of the Kaoshan sect. At that moment, standing at the base of the mountain, Chen Pingan gazed up at the towering peak with a sense of wistfulness. His expression resembled that of a rustic entering a city. Awestruck by the skyscrapers, this mountain was the highest he had ever encountered. White clouds swirled around the mountainside, obscuring the summit from view. On the mountain, there were ethereal palaces and celestial cranes flitted about in the mists. The atmosphere was imbued with a transcendent aura that stirred the soul. Chen Pingan could not help but exclaim, "Is this truly your Kaoshan sect?" Seeing Chen Pingan's astonished expression, Murong Shue could not help but smile wryly as she nodded in acknowledgement. She had already imagined the thoughts racing through his mind. Surely he was incredulous that such a humble place could serve as a sect. "Senior, you have yet to mention the purpose of your visit to our sect," Murong Shue interjected, shifting the conversation. Throughout their journey, she had hesitated to inquire about this matter, as she was not very familiar with Chen Pingan at the time. However, after a day and night spent together, she found him to be exceedingly agreeable. Now that they had arrived at the sect, she summoned the courage to ask. As Chen Pingan sensed the opportune moment, he cautiously remarked, "In truth, I have come here to seek admission into your esteemed sect." Upon hearing this, Murong Shue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "What? Senior, what did you just say?" Observing Murong Shue's profound surprise, Chen Pingan felt that his desire to join the Kaoshan sect was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, for an ordinary mortal to express such a wish seemed rather audacious. Nonetheless, her reaction was rather excessive, wasn't it? Despite this, Chen Pingan reiterated his intention, ready to propose that he could serve in a menial capacity within the sect. However, at that moment, Murong Shue's demeanor shifted to one of exuberance as she exclaimed, "Senior, allow me to take you to meet my father." In her excitement, she reached out to grasp Chen Pingan's hand, only to realize her lapse in decorum and quickly withdrew her hand. Suddenly, she felt as if she were a startled bird, becoming somewhat restless. Yet, her ability to alleviate the awkwardness was commendable. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, in a soft and restrained voice, said, "Senior, please follow me." With a slight blush coloring her cheeks, she proceeded ahead, internally chastising herself for her lack of propriety. What if she inadvertently offended the senior? How would she rectify that? Chen Pingan stood in a daze for a moment before following Murong Shue with a peculiar expression. Noticing the flush on Murong Shue's cheeks, he swallowed hard and couldn't help but glance at the hand she had just held. A sudden realization struck him. It felt as though his stomach had been severely wounded. From now on, he could only wish to enjoy a life of ease. Chapter 4. Surrounded by the essence of Tao principles atop the peaks of the Kaoshan sect. A magnificent grand hall stood majestically. At this moment, two middle-aged men were engrossed in examining a wooden sphere. One of them, clad in white attire, possessed small eyes that appeared perpetually squinted. In his hand, he wielded a 3-foot-long sword, entirely enveloped in a verdant hue, emanating a fierce aura. This sword, a low-grade magical artifact, was a treasure that the white-clad man had painstakingly crafted over the span of a decade, gathering various materials for its creation. In this world, weapons were categorized into 4 distinct tiers: magical artifacts, precious artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and immortal artifacts. The white-clad man, known as Murong Yanhai, summoned all his strength to direct the sword towards the wooden sphere. A flash of green light erupted from the blade, hurtling towards the sphere. The force of the strike stirred the air in the grand hall, creating a gust of wind. With a resounding thud, the sword's energy collided with the wooden sphere. Strangely, the sphere did not shatter. Instead, it rebounded and fell to the ground some distance away, remaining entirely unscathed. Murong Yuhai turned to the middle-aged man in red, who stood nearby, and shook his head. "I cannot break it either." The materials of this object are unknown. It is evidently hollow in the center, concealing something within. Is this truly something that was found on the road? The man in red, named Zhang Qingxian, was the leader of the nearby sect, the Illusory Moon sect. This object was discovered by one of our disciples. Initially, I contemplated numerous methods to break it, but to no avail. My father is currently in seclusion, striving to reach the spirit separation stage. Hence, I had no choice but to seek your assistance. Has your father mentioned when he might return? With a single gesture, Zhang Qingxian levitated the wooden sphere into his grasp, convinced that it was undoubtedly a treasure crafted by a formidable being. Morong Yunhai shook his head and said, "As you well know, both of them are quite stubborn, unable to tolerate each other. They are competing to see who can break through to the spirit separation stage first, and have gone off in search of opportunities. It appears they will not return anytime soon." Zhang Qingxian offered a wry smile as he tucked away the wooden ball, then cleared his throat and added, "By the way, has Xiao Xuan not yet made her breakthrough? Perhaps she should retreat at our sect's illusory lake for some tranquility, considering she practices water-based techniques." Suddenly, Morong Yuhai flashed a sly grin. "You cunning old fox, I see through your intentions. Do you wish for my beloved daughter to become your daughter-in-law?" Zhang Qingxian awkwardly smiled, choosing not to respond. Just then, a figure hurriedly entered from outside. The person was slender, strikingly beautiful, and possessed an extraordinary aura, appearing to be in the prime of youth. Any young man would be unable to avert his gaze. "Dad!" Murong Shui exclaimed as she bounded in, her face radiant with joy, resembling a blooming flower. Upon noticing Zhang Qingxian, she tempered her smile and called out, "Uncle Qingxian." Zhang Qingxian, upon seeing Murong Shui, wore a benevolent smile, almost wishing to address her as his cherished daughter-in-law. Morong Yunhai asked, "Xiao Xue, I thought you were out on a training expedition?" Morong Shui blinked and swiftly approached her father, leaning close to whisper about Chen Pingan. Initially, Morong Yunhai wore a calm expression, but as he listened, his eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, his once rodent-like gaze transformed into that of a normal person. You cannot discern his cultivation? His aura is ethereal, almost celestial. There is a profound rhythm of Tao surrounding him, and he can predict heavenly secrets, arriving at the landing site in advance to save others. In the end, a single utterance awakened the dreamer, aiding his daughter in breaking through to the core formation stage. Yet, such a person is to be welcomed into their sect? Xiao Xue, you are not deceiving me, are you? Hearing this overwhelming amount of information, Morong Yunhai began to suspect that his daughter was playing a jest upon him. However, Morong Shui had never jested with him. "I have instructed the elder to wait outside. Father, let us go and greet them. Remember, the elder traverses the mundane world, cultivating the heart under the guise of a mortal. Therefore, it would be best if you refrained from discussing matters of cultivation, lest you incite the elder's displeasure," Morong Shui earnestly cautioned. With that, she took her father's hand and led him out. Zhang Qingxian observed the mysterious exchange between the father and daughter with great curiosity. At that moment, the realization dawned on Morong Yunhai, and he turned to Zhang. "Brother Qingxian, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Before long, Morong Shui and her father emerged from the grand hall. A handsome young man stood several dozen feet away, quietly observing the environment shrouded in a gentle mist, finding it quite magnificent. Chen Pingan, weary from climbing the high mountain, was breathing somewhat heavily. "Elder, this is my father," came Morong Shui's voice from behind him. Chen Pingan quickly adjusted his attire and turned around. However, upon seeing Morong Yunhai, he was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Morong, are you certain this is your father?" Morong Yunhai's eyes were small and mouse-like, his appearance quite ordinary, starkly contrasting with Morong Shui's enchanting beauty, her eyes like deep waters, radiating an extraordinary aura. However, it was but a brief moment when, within Chen Pingan's line of sight, the little-eyed Morong Yunhai's eyes suddenly widened. Morong Yunhai stared blankly at Chen Pingan, and in that instant, he finally comprehended the truth of his daughter's words. In his perception, the principles and rhythms of the Tao, centered around Chen Pingan, had enveloped the space around him. He gazed vacantly at his daughter, longing to utter, "This is not merely the principle of the Tao swirling around me. It encompasses everything around us." Chapter 5. This mind is beyond remedy. Morong Yunhai hastily cupped his hands towards Chen Pingan, bowing his head lower than his hands, and respectfully proclaimed, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. My apologies for not welcoming you properly." When Chen Pingan beheld Morong Yunhai, he intended to perform a respectful bow. Yet, before he could execute the gesture, Morong Yunhai preempted him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Particularly, upon hearing Morong Yunhai's respectful address of senior, his lips twitched in disbelief. What kind of absurdity was this? How could he be considered a senior? Did he truly exude such strength? Chen Pingan felt utterly speechless. He was merely an ordinary mortal, panting from a mountain climb, far from the status of a senior. Moreover, the system had explicitly informed him that until he completed his tasks, he possessed no cultivation and was but a weakling. Master, you jest. I am no senior, merely a humble mortal, and how could I dare to expect such a welcome? Chen Pingan finally managed to perform a bow, his expression marked by courtesy. Observing Chen Pingan's actions and listening to his words, Morong Yunhai couldn't help but glance at his daughter. Reflecting on the matter, it is evident that Xiao Xue was indeed correct. The senior has completely regarded himself as an ordinary mortal. You jest, senior. Please refrain from addressing me as sect master, if you do not mind. You may call me Xiaohai from now on, Morong Yunhai respectfully stated. Despite Chen Pingan's youthful appearance, Morong Yunhai was convinced that he must be a formidable being who had cultivated for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. The pressure he felt from this single encounter was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Moreover, based on his understanding, it was unlikely that even the highest cultivation realm in the mortal world would be surrounded by such profound principles and rhythms. He speculated that Chen Pingan was a powerful entity from the celestial realm, visiting the mortal realm to experience life. Chen Pingan was truly perplexed. Were these cultivators so consumed by their practice that they had lost their senses? Then I shall address you as Sect Master Morong, Chen Pingan remarked. Morong Yunhai quickly nodded. I shall follow the senior's wishes. Chen Pingan was left speechless. He even began to suspect that those in the cultivation world addressed everyone as senior. Senior, please follow me. Let us converse inside, he said. Morong Yunhai, not wishing to let Chen Pingan remain standing, promptly smiled and led the way. Morong Xue, too, wore a distinctive smile on her face. Thus, Chen Pingan followed the two into the grand hall. At that moment, he also spotted Zhang Qingxian seated within. To his bewilderment, after a moment of daze, Zhang Qingxian mimicked Morong Yunhai's earlier gesture and respectfully greeted, I pay my respects to you, senior. At this juncture, Chen Pingan was assured, these cultivators were indeed lacking in reason. I am truly an ordinary mortal. As a few individuals settled down, Morong Yunhai smiled and remarked, I heard from Xiao Xue that you intend to join our sect, esteemed senior. Chen Pingan nodded with a smile, preparing to express that he would gladly take on a menial role. However, just as he nodded, Morong Yunhai's face lit up with exuberance, and with utmost seriousness, he proclaimed, Esteemed senior, effective today, I shall step down from the position of sect leader. Henceforth, you shall be our sect's leader. Chen Pingan was taken aback by this loud declaration. Sect leader? This is unacceptable, he resolutely replied. After all, he was merely a mortal. He felt embarrassed at the thought of being a disciple and had intended to take on menial tasks instead. How could he possibly be asked to assume the role of leader? Had Morong Yunhai's mind been compromised? Seeing Chen Pingan's outright refusal, Morong Yunhai's demeanor shifted, convinced that Chen Pingan found the position insufficient. Then, from this day forth, esteemed senior, you shall be our sect's guardian elder? Morong Yunhai inquired, his voice now notably softer. Laced with skepticism, Chen Pingan's mouth twitched involuntarily at this proposition. Although he lacked cultivation abilities, he was somewhat familiar with the hierarchy of sections. The most junior role was that of a menial worker, followed by outer disciples, inner disciples, deacons, sanctified sons and daughters, elders, sect leaders, and guardian elders, culminating in the revered ancestor. Now, Morong Yunhai was elevating him further, leaving him speechless. Realizing Chen Pingan's silence conveyed his thoughts, Morong Yunhai, with determination, resolved to secure the presence of this extraordinary figure. Esteemed senior, I shall take it upon myself to decide on behalf of my father. He shall relinquish the position of ancestor, and from this moment forth, you shall be the sole ancestor of our Kaishan sect. Morong Yunhai spoke passionately. Upon hearing these words, Chen Pingan nearly toppled from his seat. This child is beyond saving. Chen Pingan gazed at Morong Yunhai, letting out a peculiar sigh, which he expressed through a nod. Consequently, Morong Yunhai seized upon this moment, his heart racing with excitement like a startled deer, and promptly declared, Haha, then it is settled. Chen Pingan observed Morong Yunhai, who was grinning like a fool, and felt a genuine sorrow for him. As for Morong Xue, she too wore a beaming smile. Initially, she believed there was a special connection between Chen Pingan and herself, but now she suspected that Chen Pingan must have some profound ties to their sect. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingxian, seated nearby, felt an urge to bite his sleeve in envy. How he loathed this jealousy. He shot a fierce glare at the smug Morong Yunhai, wishing to confront him. What extraordinary fortune had this fellow stumbled upon? For such a remarkable figure to appear within their sect, it was his first encounter with someone of such immense power. The aura surrounding him was imbued with profound principles, imparting an impression of an invincible being in this world. Having settled the matter, Morong Yuhai suddenly recalled Zhang Qingxian's wooden ball. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Qingxian before addressing Chen Pingan, Sr. My friend possesses an item that cannot be opened no matter what. We were hoping you might take a look, if you have the time. In an instant, Zhang Qingxian understood and respectfully approached Chen Pingan, holding the wooden ball. Upon inspecting it, Chen Pingan expressed his surprise. Oh, where did you acquire this wooden ball? At this remark, both Morong Yuhai and Zhang Qingxian's eyes brightened with intrigue. This esteemed senior is truly remarkable. Has he discerned the extraordinary nature of this object with just a single glance? This item is quite familiar to Chen Pingan, as it is none other than the wooden ball he crafted for the children in the city. What, do you intend to open it? Chen Pingan inquired. This wooden ball employs a Luban lock, which has a unique method of unlocking. Morong Yuhai nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, there is something inside. Possibly something valuable. Chen Pingan casually remarked, there's not much inside, just a piece of paper. Both Morong Yuhai and Zhang Qingxian were momentarily taken aback. Senior, can your keen sight truly perceive the contents within? Morong Yuhai gasped. What level of mastery has been attained to see beyond the surface? Chen Pingan responded with an odd expression, I possess no such ability. This object is merely my creation. Upon hearing this, Morong Yuhai and Zhang Qingxian were left dumbfounded. Subsequently, an overwhelming sense of reverence washed over their faces, their eyes shimmering with infinite starlight. Chen Pingan continued, in truth, it is quite simple to open. As he began to manipulate the mechanism, he soon discovered that some mischievous child had damaged the crucial mechanism. With no alternatives, he turned and retrieved a kitchen knife from his storage space, bringing it down upon the wooden ball. With a crisp crack, the wooden ball was split open in an instant. Chen Pingan looked towards Morong Yuhai, but when he caught sight of their expressions, he too was momentarily stunned. At that moment, tears were on the verge of overflowing from the eyes of Morong Yuhai and his companions. Three individuals were fixated on the kitchen knife in his hand, as if they had encountered something profoundly terrifying, their nerves frayed. Observing their reaction, Chen Pingan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was evident, these three children were beyond redemption. Chapter 6. Is the kitchen knife a divine artifact? Chen Pingan mused that these cultivators were rather dim-witted. It was one thing for them to address him as senior at every turn, but what was this about? It was merely a kitchen knife. Did it truly appear as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight? The knife was indeed sharp, glimmering with a bright sheen. Yet Chen Pingan was certain it was just a kitchen knife, incomparable to the swords wielded by those practitioners. Had these cultivators never encountered a kitchen knife before? Or were they merely astonished by his casual possession of one? It seemed so. Chen Pingan stowed the knife away in his system's storage space. Meanwhile, he noticed that Morong Yuhai and his companions continued to gaze at him in bewilderment. At that moment, Morong Yuhai and his companions felt a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks, their eyes wide open, their bodies stiff as if they were mere zombies. The earlier scene had indeed left them utterly shaken. What caliber of weapon was that? The moment the knife was drawn, a fierce and domineering aura surged toward them. Just that single presence rendered them completely powerless, their bodies immobilized. Even their consciousness trembled. It was the primal instinct of a human being feeling threatened. When that knife struck the wooden sphere, they witnessed the clash of laws, as if the universe itself was declaring that nothing could withstand that blow. They could ascertain that such a casual slash, even devoid of any ethereal energy, would cleave them asunder. Senior, what caliber of weapon is that? Morong Yuhai was the first to regain his composure, inexplicably inquiring. As a skilled blacksmith, he was well acquainted with the classifications and characteristics of weapons. Yet, when he gazed upon Chen Pingan's blade, he found himself unable to discern its grade. It was certainly not a treasured artifact. And the celestial weapons that existed solely in legends should not resemble this. The descriptions of celestial weapons did not align with what they had just witnessed. Celestial weapons were imbued with ethereal energy and possessed a certain sentience, exuding a brilliance that transcended the mundane. However, the knife Chen Pingan wielded, despite its awe-inspiring presence, appeared as ordinary as a common kitchen knife. It was rumored that above celestial weapons lay divine artifacts. Could it be that this knife was, gasp? Morong Yuhai's thoughts spiraled, and he could not help but draw a sharp breath. Chen Pingan regarded him with exasperation. What rank could this kitchen knife possibly have? It is but an unremarkable kitchen knife, he remarked with irritation. Upon hearing this, Morong Yuhai recalled his daughter's admonitions and nodded vacantly. Indeed, the senior truly perceived himself as an ordinary person. Yet, senior, how can you be so unlike an ordinary person? At least try to act the part. At this moment, Morong Shui and Zhang Qingxian also calmed the tumult within their hearts and turned their attention to the shattered wooden orb. Murong Yuhai extended his hand to retrieve it, discovering a small hollow space within the orb. Within, he unexpectedly discovered a paper candy. This delightful toy was crafted by Chen Pingan for children, designed to encourage them to attempt to unlock the intricate Luban lock he had taught them to master, thereby granting them access to the treasures concealed within. Murong Yunhai gazed at the paper candy with intrigue. Upon realizing it was created by Chen Pingan, he inquired, "Senior, what is this treasure?" "Treasure?" Chen Pingan rolled his eyes. He took the paper candy, unwrapped it, and then handed it to Murong Shui. "This is something to eat. Besides children, young girls also have a penchant for it." This confection was a reward from the system. He deemed it inappropriate for two grown men to indulge in it. It was far more suitable for a lady. Murong Shui's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly accepted it and promptly swallowed it whole. Chen Pingan intended to instruct her on how to savor it, even beginning to articulate the word savor, but Murong Shui had already consumed the entire piece. This left him at a loss for words, compelled to stifle the remainder of his advice. He was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a daring beauty. After swallowing the candy, Murong Shui blinked her large eyes and remarked, "Senior, I feel nothing." Chen Pingan replied, "My dear, with such a method of consuming candy, what sensation could you possibly expect?" However, before he could elaborate further, Murong Shui suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. In an instant, she gracefully seated herself on the ground, disregarding the dirt beneath her, closed her beautiful eyes, and commenced her cultivation. In mere moments, her aura of cultivation soared dramatically. Second layer of foundation establishment. Third layer of foundation establishment. Fourth layer. 10th layer of foundation establishment. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, Murong Yuhai and Zhang Qingxian nearly lost their footing in shock. They parted their lips, unable to contain themselves as they gestured two words. Chen Pingan, unable to perceive the aura surrounding Murong Shui, gazed at her in utter confusion, his mind filled with questions. What is happening? After a moment, Murong Shui opened her eyes, her enchanting gaze fixated on Chen Pingan, her body trembling with excitement. An overwhelming sense of gratitude and joy struggled to manifest on her delicate face. "Senior, I truly do not know how to repay you. You have saved my life and guided me to a breakthrough, granting me such an incredible opportunity. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. May I offer myself in return?" Murong Shui rose, her earnest gaze locked onto Chen Pingan. She cast aside all other thoughts, yearning only to cling to this formidable figure. It was astonishing. Merely a single item had propelled her to such heights of cultivation. It was nothing short of miraculous. Upon hearing the phrase "offer myself," Chen Pingan blinked in astonishment. He had heard tales of elementary school students finding girlfriends with a bag of spicy snacks. Yet he had never encountered a situation where a piece of candy could inspire a beautiful woman to offer herself in return. "Miss, have you lost your senses? I cannot take advantage of your vulnerability." He was truly baffled by the unfolding events. Yes, he had indeed rescued someone, albeit somewhat inadvertently. However, he had not provided any significant guidance or bestowed any grand opportunity. If a single piece of candy constituted a great opportunity, then cooking a meal for you would surely elicit tears of gratitude. Please, do not speak of offering yourself. I have done nothing to warrant such a gesture. The corners of Chen Pingan's mouth twitched as he increasingly found the practitioners to be inscrutable. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Murong Shui had yet to react when Murong Yuhai suddenly appeared solemn. He proclaimed loudly, "No, Senior, I have taught Xiao Xue since childhood that one must learn to be grateful. If one cannot express gratitude, how is that different from a beast? Therefore, Senior, I believe Xiao Xue's suggestion is commendable. Offering oneself in service is the finest way to repay you." Zhang Qingxian looked at his friend, who was speaking with such earnestness and shamelessness, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. "Yanhai, you have changed. You have become brazen." Chapter 7. The terrifying courtyard. Chen Pingan was at a loss for words. He couldn't shake the feeling that this father-daughter duo was about to engage in some sort of underhanded scheme. I shouldn't impose on Miss Murong, after all. I am but a mere mortal, so, you understand." In truth, Chen Pingan found Murong Shui quite appealing. She was beautiful and possessed an admirable figure. The only drawback seemed to be her intellect, which appeared to be inherited. He too desired to enjoy a life of ease. Yet he believed a match in social standing was more appropriate. Moreover, as the saintess of this sect, she would undoubtedly have numerous suitors. What if one day a suitor, in a fit of rage, sought to kill him? Murong Shui and Murong Yunhai, upon realizing Chen Pingan's polite refusal and his reminder of being immortal, understood his meaning. They both appeared despondent, and Murong Shui wore an expression of defeat. But soon, she suddenly exclaimed, "Senior, I could actually serve as your maid. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Murong Yunhai felt a glimmer of hope once more. Once again, with a serious demeanor, he reiterated the teachings he had imparted to his daughter about the importance of gratitude. Both Chen Pingan and Zhang Qingxian found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, Chen Pingan had no choice but to concede. Upon seeing Chen Pingan nod, Murong Shui was nearly overcome with joy, almost leaping with delight. Today, he had bestowed upon her a singular item, which had enabled her to break through to the 9th level of cultivation. If he were to offer her something else in the future, would that not allow her to ascend even further? She had firmly decided to cling to this benefactor. Murong Yunhai shared similar sentiments. With his daughter present, their bond with Chen Pingan was likely to deepen. Now, Chen Pingan had become the revered ancestor of their sect, and as they spent more time together, who could say what fortuitous opportunities he might bestow upon them? He mused quietly. He need not strive to ascend through 9 levels of cultivation. A direct leap from the nascent soul realm to the out-of-body realm would suffice. Zhang Qingxian, at that moment, was filled with envy. He could not comprehend the extraordinary fortune that the Kashan sect had encountered in aligning themselves with such a formidable ally, one who had sought them out voluntarily. Was there some ancient bond between this powerful figure and the Kashan sect? Chen Pingan had little to discuss with Murong Shui and the others, and during this interval, the system had already notified him of task completion. I had forgotten to inquire what the sect's venerable ancestor typically occupies himself with. In truth, I prefer the simplicity of life in a small town. I still have fish and chickens to tend to at home. Chen Pingan harbored an underlying sense of disconnection with these realms of cultivation, while he found it acceptable to bear witness to it all. Residing here would certainly not be as comforting as his own home. Upon hearing this, Murong Yunhai understood Chen Pingan's sentiments. The elder was here to experience the life of a mortal, and residing in such a place would undoubtedly be untenable for him. Senior, you need not do anything. It is only when our sect faces significant decisions or encounters insurmountable predicaments that we require your assistance, Murong Yunhai declared with utmost seriousness. In truth, he was secretly amused, for their sect had struck an extraordinary bargain. This was precisely why he had insisted on appointing Chen Pingan as their ancestor. The ancestor need not engage in any labor. He would only be called upon in times of crisis. With a master of Chen Pingan's caliber as their ancestor, what external threats could they possibly fear? They would vanquish any who dared oppose them. Zhang Qingxian was well aware of Murong Yunhai's true disposition. Observing his earnest demeanor, he was utterly convinced that this fellow was stifling laughter and of a rather unsavory kind. What sort of fortuitous fate had befallen him? Chen Pingan exhaled in relief. To be candid, he was incapable of fulfilling any requests placed upon him. As for moments of crisis within the sect, there was no need for him to concern himself with such matters. In the 5 years he had spent in this world, he had never heard of the Reliance sect facing any grave dangers. On the contrary, it had been thriving. Very well, I shall return to my own abode, Chen Pingan declared, genuinely wishing to distance himself from Murong Yunhai and the others. He felt an unsettling discomfort under their gaze. Moreover, he was reluctant to walk back. So he began to rub his hands together, displaying a rather unsavory demeanor. As a mere mortal, I am unable to fly. Would you kindly escort me back? This time, Chen Pingan had learned to be more forthright and shameless, directly requesting their assistance for his return journey. Murong Yunhai nodded decisively, still contemplating how thoroughly the senior had embraced the notion of being a mere mortal. Even when soliciting help to fly, he refrained from utilizing any cultivation. Truly remarkable. If he truly cannot bring himself to request his junior to accompany him in flight, it can only be achieved by genuinely perceiving himself as an ordinary mortal and regarding other cultivators as formidable beings. Murong Shui's thoughts aligned perfectly with those of Murong Yunhai, the starlight in her eyes intensifying once more. In fact, Murong Yunhai's prompt agreement was also driven by a desire to discern the dwelling of Chen Pingan, thus facilitating future visits. As for Murong Shui and Zhang Qingxian, they too intended to accompany him, eager to behold the residence of their esteemed senior. Chen Pingan wore an unusual expression. His abode was merely an ordinary courtyard, devoid of any grandeur. Despite Murong Yunhai having attained the nascent soul stage, capable of traversing great distances in the blink of an eye, the journey to Qingyuan town, while brief, merely a matter of breaths, left Chen Pingan with a sense of disappointment. He realized that the experience of flight was entirely lost on him, leaving him with a feeling of regret. This moment, however, was not overlooked by Murong Yunhai and his companions, prompting them to reflect on the swiftness of their flight, which must have seemed tortoise-like to their senior. Upon returning to the town, Chen Pingan led the way to his courtyard. As they passed through the streets, various passers-by greeted him with warm smiles, calling out to Mr. Chen. Some even extended invitations for him to join them for a meal, all of which he graciously declined. After a short walk, Chen Pingan finally arrived at the entrance of his courtyard. Come in, he said as he pushed the door open. The sensation of returning to his own domain was indeed delightful. Murong Shui and her companions gazed at the seemingly ordinary courtyard before them. Their brows furrowed as they stepped inside. However, as soon as they crossed the threshold, they abruptly halted in unison. In that moment, they transformed into lifeless statues. Staring blankly ahead, a chill enveloped them, causing their bodies to tremble. Observing their sudden stillness, Chen Pingan beckoned, "Please, come in and have a cup of tea before you continue." He felt it was only courteous to offer hospitality. Yet, Murong Yuhai and the others appeared oblivious to his words, remaining motionless, their eyes glazed as they surveyed their surroundings. Could it be? What dreadful place is this? It seems utterly terrifying. As they entered, an unsettling awareness washed over them. Every corner of the courtyard seemed to harbor a watchful gaze, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, pressing heavily upon their hearts and making it difficult to breathe. It felt as though they were not standing in an ordinary courtyard, but rather at the precipice of an unfathomable abyss, warning them that any further advance would result in certain death. Looking ahead, they finally understood the source of their trepidation. Before them lay formidable entities, peach trees imbued with the essence of the Tao, a fish pond resonating with profound principles, a rooster exuding a mysterious aura, and a broom that seemed to pulse with an inexplicable energy. Nearly every object within the courtyard bore this extraordinary quality, and they could sense the terrifying presence emanating from them, warping the very fabric of space itself. Indeed, this is the dwelling of a senior, and it is utterly terrifying. What treasures are these? Murong Shui gulped, pondering in astonishment. After Chen Pingan spoke, he noticed that they were merely fixated on the courtyard, as if they had never encountered a mortal residence before. Their initial surprise and curiosity led him to disregard them, allowing them to explore at their leisure. "Feel free to tour the courtyard. I shall prepare some tea for you," he stated before striding into the house. Initially, Murong Yuhai and the others felt a sense of security standing behind Chen Pingan. However, once he departed, they realized they could not follow him. Every step felt laborious, as if their bodies were laden with lead. The three were taken aback, for they discovered that the farther Chen Pingan moved away, the more oppressive the aura became. In mere moments, the suffocating presence compelled them to huddle closely together. The vast courtyard no longer felt like a sanctuary for them. At that moment, they found it impossible to leave the courtyard. Cold sweat cascaded down their backs, soaking their garments, while beads of perspiration flowed freely from their foreheads. Time seemed to stretch agonizingly as they endured this discomfort. Just as the three were on the verge of fainting from the overwhelming sensation, a sudden cough echoed from within the house. With that single sound, the oppressive atmosphere around them dissipated as if a mud cow had vanished into the sea. Relieved, Murong Shui and her companions, disregarding their dignity, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. How utterly harrowing. The three individuals bore expressions of lingering trepidation, as though they had just undergone a harrowing brush with death. At that moment, they turned their gazes once more towards those formidable entities. Yet, surprisingly, they now appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of the overwhelming power that had once made their hearts tremble merely at the sight of them. Such a fluctuation in presence was profoundly unsettling. What level of mastery must one attain to achieve such a feat? "Father, what are these beings? Why do I feel like I am but an insignificant insect before them?" Murong Shui inquired weakly, looking towards her father. However, Murong Yuhai was too preoccupied to respond. He swiftly pulled her and Zhang Qingxian along, urging them towards the house. "We mustn't linger here. Let us hasten to the elder's side." These terrifying beings become docile at the mere sound of a cough from the elder, which indicates they heed his commands. The trio dashed into the house as if fleeing. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan, having just sampled the tea, inadvertently choked, his face slightly flushed. Upon noticing Murong Shui and her companions enter, he promptly said, "Please, take a seat. The tea has just been brewed." However, it was when Chen Pingan turned to look at Murong Shui and the others that he was suddenly taken aback. "What on earth? You three were just exercising in the courtyard?" He observed that Murong Shui and her companions were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to them, and they were panting as if they had just run a marathon. How could this have occurred in such a brief span of time? Chen Pingan was perplexed, unable to fathom what they had done to become so exhausted in such a short duration. Or perhaps they were simply weak. If one were in a frail state, even a little exertion could lead to such profuse sweating. Wait a moment. Having contemplated for a moment, Chen Pingan approached a corner and picked up some goji berries, placing them into the teapot. It was essential to provide them with a fortifying infusion. The four soon gathered around the tea table. Murong Shui and her companions sat upright, their eyes fixated intently on Chen Pingan's hand. More specifically, they were captivated by the teapot he held. Indeed, they sensed a formidable aura emanating from within it. However, this presence was distinctly different from the oppressive energy that had weighed upon them moments before. This aura bore no malevolence. It merely served to highlight its extraordinary nature. This teapot was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. What level of artifact could it possibly be? Zhang Qinxian cast a discreet glance at Murong Yuhai and conveyed through their shared thoughts. As practitioners at the nascent soul stage could compress their voices to whisper directly into another's ear. Murong Yunhai replied, "The caliber of this teapot is not inferior to that of the esteemed blade wielded by our elder." While the two communicated, Chen Pingan poured a cup of tea for each of them. "Do indulge, my tea artistry is rather commendable. If you find it to your liking, do drink more." Murong Shui and her companions were well aware of the etiquette surrounding tea. They lifted their cups and took a delicate sip. However, upon merely tasting a small amount, their eyes widened in astonishment. The three of them turned to Chen Pingan, their faces alight with shock. They realized that with just a single sip, their innate spiritual roots had experienced a notable enhancement. Each individual possessed different levels of spiritual roots, some were of a lower grade, resulting in a less refined absorption of spiritual energy and a slower assimilation rate. Yet now, they discovered that even a modest sip of this tea had elevated their spiritual roots significantly. This is truly astonishing. Chen Pingan was momentarily bewildered by their expressions and inquired, "What is the matter? Is it not enjoyable?" Murong Shui and her companions shook their heads vigorously, resembling a rattle, before swiftly lifting their teacups and gulping down the entire contents. Subsequently, they exclaimed in unison, "Senior, we desire more." Observing their exuberant demeanor, Chen Pingan smiled faintly and proceeded to pour them another cup. It appeared they were parched from excessive perspiration. However, there was no cause for concern. His teapot was ample, sufficient to satisfy their thirst. Yet, no sooner had he filled their cups than they downed it in one go, akin to consuming spirits. "Senior, we still crave more." The trio's eyes sparkled with fervor, resembling ravenous specters, as they persistently raised their cups before Chen Pingan. Their fervor was undeniably fueled by his earlier suggestion to drink more. Chen Pingan's expression began to shift to one of peculiar amusement. Nevertheless, he continued to pour tea for them. Once again, the trio drained their cups in haste, eagerly gazing at him, insisting they wanted more. Chen Pingan was rendered speechless. As a stick of incense burned down swiftly, he could no longer endure the scene. Rising abruptly with a twitching expression and declaring, "Might I suggest, perhaps you three should return." Burp. At that moment, the three seated opposite him simultaneously let out a resounding belch. Yet they persisted, "Senior, in truth, we can still drink more." Witnessing Murong Shui and her companions clutching their bellies while feebly raising their cups, Chen Pingan could only facepalm in disbelief. "Are you three demons? You've consumed 3 barrels of water. Does your stomach not swell? Today ends here, and we shall continue tomorrow. I humbly request various forms of support for my new book. Thank you." Chapter 9. A decisive kneel. Chen Pingan could no longer contain himself and remarked, "It seems we have run out of water." However, no sooner had he uttered these words than the three individuals simultaneously produced 3 large water bags from their spatial rings. "Senior, we have this." Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingan's face twitched uncontrollably. It was now confirmed, these 3 were indeed devils. Outside the gate, Chen Pingan gazed at the 3 individuals with their prominently filled bellies and said impatiently, "You all should return." Murong Shui and her companions looked longingly at the courtyard, overwhelmed by the urge to linger. Although fraught with peril, it also brims with countless opportunities. After merely enjoying a single cup of tea, their innate spiritual roots had ascended an entire level. Their foundations were already commendable, and with this enhancement, their future accomplishments were bound to soar. Murong Yuhai even sensed that after a further period of cultivation, he would likely break through to the out-of-body stage. In the mortal realm, the cultivation levels are classified into 10 stages: chi refinement, foundation establishment, valley opening, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit separation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. Both Murong Yuhai and Zhang Qinxian were at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, still 2 levels away from the out-of-body stage. Yet, they believed that due to the enhancement of their spiritual roots, they would undoubtedly encounter no bottlenecks when breaking through to the out-of-body stage. "Then, Senior, we take our leave." Murong Yunhai expressed with a hint of reluctance. After speaking, he could not help but let out a hearty belch. Chen Pingan waved his hands vigorously. "In the future, should you need anything, feel free to come directly to me. I rarely venture outside." Murong Yunhai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously before vanishing in a flash of light. The implication from his elder was clear. He held them in high regard and welcomed their return in the future. At the pinnacle of Kaoshan's sect, before the Grand Hall, there lay a substantial stone. At this moment, an austere elder was seated upon it. This old man, with a vigorous spirit and small eyes, had a mane of white hair that danced gently in the mountain breeze, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. As he sat on the stone, he stroked his contrasting black beard, furrowing his brow in concern. Where have Xiao Xue and Yu Hai gone? His name was Murong Gong, the venerable ancestor of the Kaoshan sect. For 100 miles around, this territory was under his dominion, and his profound cultivation radiated an intense aura, having reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. A further ascent would lead him to the spirit-severing realm. Within the entire kingdom, only 3 individuals had attained the spirit-severing stage, one of whom was the king himself. Murong felt a wave of restlessness. He had ventured forth in search of opportunities to break through, yet after a prolonged journey, he remained ensnared by his bottleneck, a source of great frustration. Bored, he cast his gaze toward the brilliant sun hanging in the sky. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar about today's sun. It appeared more fervent and golden than usual. His eyes narrowed as he sensed an awakening within him, an omen of enlightenment. A flicker of joy illuminated his stern countenance as he fixated on the blazing orb in the heavens. Should he achieve this understanding, there was a 60% chance he could shatter his bottleneck. The spirit-severing realm was within reach. However, just as he was on the brink of enlightenment, a flash of light descended behind him, followed by an exuberant voice exclaiming, "Father, you're back. Come quickly. I have tremendous news to share." The proclamation resonated powerfully, abruptly shattering Murong's state of enlightenment. With a snap, he suddenly lost that sensation, his form becoming akin to a clay statue, only to disintegrate thereafter. Bewildered, he was soon engulfed by fury. He swiftly turned, his eyes ablaze with unbridled wrath, fixating on the exuberantly delighted Murong, who sought to share in his joy. As Murong approached his father, he envisioned the typically stern demeanor of his father transformed into one of profound shock upon learning that their sect had secured the allegiance of an invincible powerhouse. However, as he drew near to Murong, his steps faltered abruptly, and the joy on his face vanished. He discovered that his father was suddenly wielding a sword. After a brief incense stick's time, the anguished howls persisted for the entirety of that duration. "Father, please do not be angry. Our sect has gained the favor of a venerable elder. With his assistance, your breakthrough will be effortless." Murong, battered and bruised, still managed to exhibit a hint of pride upon his countenance. "Do you think I struck too lightly? An elder, you say? Unless a celestial being descends to enlighten me, even a Mahayana practitioner cannot assist in breaking through a bottleneck. That splendid opportunity of mine was utterly ruined by you. Have I wronged you in a past life?" Murong could not restrain his furious outburst. Had he not feared for the safety of his only heir, he would have gladly struck him again. With a smug expression, Murong declared, "Do not dismiss it. I genuinely believe that elder may very well be a celestial being incarnate." Simply standing there, he emanated countless laws and principles surrounding him. And look at Xiaoxua, who, from the pinnacle of the chi-refining stage, has effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of the core formation stage, all thanks to the elder's influence. Moreover, observe our trio's spiritual roots. They have ascended an entire level, all thanks to the efforts of our esteemed predecessors. With that, Murong extended his hand before Murong, inviting him to take a closer look. As Murong listened to these words, he cast a glance at his beloved granddaughter. Upon witnessing Murong Shue's remarkable advancement to the pinnacle of the core formation stage, he was momentarily stunned. He then attempted to examine the spiritual roots of the 3 individuals. Suddenly, words eluded him. Noticing his father's reaction, Murong wore a smug smile that hinted at a rather mischievous delight. Zhang Qingxian shared a similar expression. Murong scrutinized the two and narrowed his eyes slightly. With a stern countenance, he scoffed. "Ah, so you have conspired to deceive me? Speak. Have you discovered some high-grade spiritual herbs that explain this phenomenon?" Such a display of brilliance is not typical even for celestial beings. Seeing Murong's skepticism, Murong and his companions were momentarily taken aback. The undeniable evidence lay before him, yet he remained unconvinced. "Father, you doubt us, do you? How about we make a wager? Are you brave enough?" Murong squinted, appearing as though his eyes were shut. "What is there to fear? If you can summon a being at the integration stage, I will concede victory to you." Murong retorted dismissively. "In the entire kingdom, there are scarcely a few at the spirit separation stage. Only those at the integration stage can be encountered within the imperial realm." "Very well. I wager 10,000 spiritual stones," Murong declared solemnly. "I too shall wager." "I bet 10,000 spiritual stones," Zhang Qingxian swiftly added. "How could I miss such an opportunity?" Murong timidly chimed in. "I wager 1,000 spiritual stones." Observing the trio's fervor, Murong furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed that this might indeed be a genuine occurrence. The spirit stones are numerous, nearly comprising the entirety of their fortunes. Murong fearing that his father might not gamble, suddenly displayed a smug expression. He then secretly cast a deceitful glance at Zhang Qingxian, intending to trick the old man. Meanwhile, Murong happened to catch this moment, and with a disdainful huff, he resolutely solidified his thoughts. Very well, I shall accept this challenge. At this moment, summon the elder you mentioned. I am quite curious about his prowess. Morong Yunhai's eyes gleamed, and he replied, it is impossible to summon him. Upon hearing this, Morong Gong's expression hardened. Humph, as expected. Observing this young man's intent, he seemed to be stalling for time. If you wish to meet him, I wouldn't mind taking you there. Morong Yunhai retorted with a cold smile. Lead the way. Morong Gong was convinced that his son was struggling in vain. The descent of an immortal, huh? In Qingyuan town, Chen Pingan, who had yet to dine, exited his courtyard to purchase groceries from the market. Shortly after he left, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. 4 individuals appeared at the entrance of the open courtyard. Morong Yunhai announced, we have arrived. Morong Gong looked at the unremarkable little courtyard before him and scoffed in disdain. He recognized the location as Qingyuan town, a mundane settlement. At this moment, the utterly ordinary courtyard his son claimed an immortal resided within was truly ludicrous. The art of deception here is remarkably poor. Very well, an immortal, is it? I shall see what an immortal looks like. With a derisive expression, Morong Gong prepared to intrude into the courtyard. Just then, Morong Yunhai hurriedly intervened. Father, hold on. We should first call the elder out. Morong Yunhai had not forgotten the recent ordeal. Should he recklessly intrude, he would suffer once more. Moreover, he reminded himself, father must not mention anything regarding cultivation later, as the elder regarded himself as a mere mortal here for practice. After imparting this caution, Morong Yunhai paid no heed to Morong Gong's disdainful gaze and called out into the depths. Elder, we have returned. Silence enveloped the surroundings. After a moment, Morong Yunhai repeated his call, yet still, no response came. Morong Gong, convinced his son was merely engaging in theatrics, wore an expression of contempt. Ignoring him, he stepped into the courtyard. Observing this, Morong Yunhai furrowed his brow, but it was too late to intervene. He could already envision his father drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the formidable aura. However, in the next moment, the unfolding events diverged entirely from his expectations. With a resounding thud, his father suddenly knelt to the ground. Chapter 10, Divine Artifact? From Phoenix to Chicken? Both Morong Yunhai and his companions were rendered speechless, their minds in turmoil. How could their experience differ so drastically? At this moment, Morong Gong's thoughts were even more convoluted. His eyes widened in shock, his body trembling involuntarily, as if confronted by something profoundly terrifying. What was happening? Where on earth was this place? The instant he crossed the threshold, countless powerful auras descended upon him. The intensity of these presences was nothing short of terrifying. Though he had encountered tribulation practitioners before, he now felt that each aura bearing down on him was exponentially stronger. At that moment, he realized he had truly misjudged the situation. His son had not deceived him. This was indeed a place of the divine. Tears threatened to spill as he felt an overwhelming sense of confinement, his body rendered immobile. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something soaring through the air. In the blink of an eye, a kitchen knife flew out from within the house. Witnessing this scene, Morong Gong was nearly paralyzed with fear, as he recognized that this knife was, terrifyingly, a formidable weapon. He had an instinctual feeling that if this knife struck him, it would spell his doom. As the knife hurtled forth, aimed directly at his father, Morong Yunhai instinctively bolted out the door. He did not concern himself with anything else. But as soon as he crossed the threshold, he realized he felt no pressure at all. His eyes brightened, and he rushed in front of his father to shield him from the impending danger. Yet, the knife continued its relentless approach. Stop! A voice rang out at that moment. As the words echoed, the knife abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Seeing this powerful weapon cease its advance, Morong Yunhai and the others exhaled a collective sigh of relief. It had been perilously close. They turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover that it was a rooster. This Phoenix. This old man clearly harbored ill intentions, and since I have never seen him before, delivering a few strikes should pose no problem. The knife trembled, emitting a distinctly masculine voice. Morong Yunhai, a few strikes pose no threat? The shock coursing through Morong Yunhai and the others had reached an unparalleled intensity. A spirit of the weapon, the entity before them, capable of speech and imbued with such extraordinary intellect, was indeed a celestial artifact? Only artifacts of such divine caliber could give rise to such a formidable spirit. Morong Yunhai gasped in astonishment. The elder was indeed a celestial being. Moreover, one of the highest order within the celestial realm. The entire room was filled with celestial artifacts. Even an ordinary celestial being would not reach such heights. No, wait. Suddenly, Morong Yunhai and the others simultaneously grasped another point. A phoenix. Their gazes shifted in unison, staring blankly at the magnificent rooster. This powerful celestial artifact had just been referred to as a phoenix. Morong Gong remained kneeling, utterly bewildered amidst the swirling winds. The phoenix existed solely in myth. It was said that even in the celestial realm, it was exceedingly rare, serving as the guardian beast of the most prominent powers. Yet now, this phoenix had transformed into a mere rooster, residing in this ordinary courtyard. Gulp. The four of them swallowed hard, their ability to speak stolen away. The rooster continued, "This old fool clearly lacks sense. Do you not fear becoming foolish yourself by harming a fool?" Upon hearing this, the kitchen knife seemed to glance at Murong, then replied, "You make a valid point." With that, it soared into the house. Murong. He truly felt like crying. The anthropomorphized rooster cast a sidelong glance at Murong and the others, then said no more. Elegantly returning to the base of the peach tree, lying still and silent, the surroundings began to descend into tranquility. Yet, Murong remained on the ground, immobilized. Upon witnessing his father being rescued by the majestic rooster, Murong bowed deeply in respect, expressing his profound gratitude towards the divine beast, a favor he would never forget. However, the rooster paid him no heed. Feeling disregarded, Murong could only manage a wry smile. As he noticed the oppressive force that had previously weighed upon him dissipate, he approached his father, intending to assist him in rising. Yet, upon contact, he was met with an overwhelming surge of powerful energy that pressed upon him, causing him to instinctively retreat. In that moment, the pressure vanished entirely. He comprehended that these formidable beings were deliberately teaching his father a lesson. With no other recourse, he turned to his father and said, "Father, it appears that the elder is no longer present. Please bear with it for a while. When he returns, you should be able to rise." Murong wore a bitter expression. Rendered speechless, he could only kneel in silence. Fortunately, it wasn't long before a handsome young man approached, carrying a basket. Upon noticing the three of them standing at the door, Chen Pingan paused in surprise. Had they returned so soon? Murong and his companions' eyes brightened at the sight of Chen Pingan, and they quickly bowed, exclaiming, "Elder." Chen Pingan stepped closer and inquired, "What brings you back? Is there something else?" Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the kneeling Murong inside, and he turned back to Murong and the others with concern, asking, "What is that elder doing?" Murong responded with a bitter smile, "That is my father." Is that not the ancestor of the Mount of Support? Such a powerful being, what has happened now? Elder, please rise. Chen Pingan hastily approached and helped Murong to his feet. As Chen Pingan spoke, all the pressure exerted upon Murong instantaneously dissipated into nothingness. With Chen Pingan's assistance, he rose to his feet. Yet, upon gazing at Chen Pingan, he was once again rendered speechless, as if he had encountered a celestial being. In that moment, centered around Chen Pingan, the entire town seemed to resonate with profound principles and harmonies. He recalled the words of his son from not long ago. The essence of these principles enveloped him completely. However, it was not merely his immediate vicinity, it extended for miles around. He found himself in the presence of an esteemed elder. Murong, disregarding his own discomfort, hurriedly offered his respects. Upon hearing this and witnessing the reverence from the other party, Chen Pingan was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, he was entirely convinced that this family was indeed afflicted with a peculiar kind of madness, and it appeared to be hereditary. Chapter 11. A breakthrough from a whiff of aroma. Chen Pingan wore a wry smile, feeling too lethargic to correct them. He believed that the more he attempted to rectify their misconceptions, the more befuddled they would become. Very well, let them call him an elder. Nevertheless, despite their apparent confusion, Chen Pingan treated Murong with great courtesy. After all, he was an ancestor of a formidable sect. Such a figure could easily crush him in an instant. "Elder, are you unhurt?" After assisting Murong, Chen Pingan remarked with a wry smile. He could not fathom why Murong had knelt there, and even speculated whether he had stumbled over the threshold, coincidentally witnessing this scene upon his return. Hearing Chen Pingan address him as elder, Murong was instantly reminded of his son's earlier words. This elder regarded him as a mere mortal. The senior speaks modestly. "You may call me Xiaogong or Laogong, but please refrain from addressing me as senior. I cannot bear such a title." When Murong heard Chen Pingan refer to him as senior, he was struck with trepidation. To label such an individual as senior would surely shorten his lifespan. Moreover, one of such stature must surely be thousands of years old. Contemplating this, the reverence in his gaze towards Chen Pingan deepened, though he had never encountered an immortal. In this moment, he was convinced that Chen Pingan was indeed one. With such an aura, the principles of the Tao seemed to permeate the entire town. His demeanor was both gracious and elegant, his temperament extraordinary and otherworldly. To claim he was not an immortal descended to earth would be met with disbelief. Chen Pingan's lips twitched. "Xiaodong? Surely, this esteemed figure must be jesting. To address him thus would indeed be detrimental to my longevity." As for Laogong, others might misconstrue that as a peculiar inclination of mine. Chen Pingan proposed, "Then henceforth, I shall refer to you as Gong Lao. Morong Gong nodded eagerly. Akin to a chick pecking at grains, he found this appellation pleasing. Since you are here, please, make yourselves comfortable. Treat this place as your own home. I am quite easygoing. Aware that Morong Gong was a significant figure, Chen Pingan felt it prudent to extend his courtesy. Morong Gong glanced around. Still haunted by the earlier scene, but sensing the tranquility that enveloped the space like a placid lake, he surmised that Chen Pingan's return had quelled the disturbances of those formidable entities. With this thought, he felt considerably reassured and followed Chen Pingan further inside. Morong Yuhai and the others, upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, eagerly trailed behind. Let us enjoy some tea. It would be best if the senior could bring a few more pots of tea. Chen Pingan observed the expressions of Morong Yuhai and his companions, and his lips twitched slightly. He coughed lightly and said, Ahem, let us forego the tea this time. It happens to be mealtime. How about we all share a meal instead? Chen Pingan could no longer brew tea for these three devils. As they had nearly emptied the kettle, Morong Gong, eager to befriend Chen Pingan, nodded decisively. Very well, let it be so. With a smile, Chen Pingan proceeded to the kitchen with the ingredients he had purchased, instructing them to sit and wait. He had already prepared rice before stepping out. And now he just needed to prepare a few dishes. Upon witnessing Morong Gong's nod, Morong Yuhai and his companions felt the opportunity to enhance their spiritual roots slip away from them. Their gazes fixated on Morong Gong as if they intended to devour him whole. Morong Gong, bewildered, furrowed his brow and asked, What is the matter with you all? Morong Yuhai and his companions gritted their teeth in silence, merely huffing in response. They took their seats with practiced ease, sitting upright with impeccable posture. Observing the unusually proper demeanor of Morong Yuhai and his friends, Morong Gong finally understood their predicament. I comprehend your intentions. I shall return the spiritual stones to you. I misjudged this time. I truly did not expect that within the jurisdiction of our sect, such an esteemed elder could be residing incognito. As he spoke, a deep sense of aspiration filled his face. Even the phoenix must transform into a rooster to guard the courtyard. What a divine figure this is. I must hold tightly to this opportunity. With just a bit of guidance from the elder, achieving a breakthrough would be effortless. Morong Yuhai and his companions, listening to Morong Gong's words, were filled with an urge to scold him. Do we truly care about those spirit stones? All we desire is to sip tea. The three individuals simultaneously turned their gazes towards the teapot on the table, unable to suppress a gulp. At that moment, Morong Gong also followed their gaze. Landing upon the teapot, upon closer inspection, he found his breath hitched in his throat. What is this treasure? He realized that the more intently he focused on this object, the more he could sense a formidable aura emanating from the teapot. He swallowed hard, yearning to reach out and examine it. Yet, just then, a sudden and overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. He could no longer remain seated and tumbled from his chair, only to find himself kneeling on the ground. The trio, Morong Yuhai and his companions, stared in astonishment at this scene. They had lost the inclination to mock Morong Gong. Were you truly intending to touch this treasure? Morong Gong knelt foolishly, realizing that the pressure exerted upon him was intensifying. In no time, he was drenched in sweat, his back soaked through. Fortunately, just a moment later, a cough unexpectedly resonated from the kitchen. Instantly, the pressure that had gripped Morong Gong vanished. Once he discovered he could move again, he gasped for breath, his face a portrait of fear. Observing Morong Gong's state, Morong Yuhai and his companions recalled their own recent experience, their expressions growing peculiar. Morong Yuhai murmured, Father, I truly admire your courage to touch these treasures. I must confide in you that after entering this room, we dared not move at all. Just look around. This entire space is filled with such potent presences, even the slightest act of disrespect could reduce us to mere pulp. Upon hearing the words, Morong Gong cast a sweeping glance around the room. At first, he thought nothing of it, but upon closer inspection, he found himself at a loss for words, as if something had lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Why were these three individuals seated so upright? Had they somehow anticipated this situation? He cast a resentful glance at Morong Yuhai and the others, reproaching them for not informing him in advance. Had they done so, he would not have found himself in such an embarrassing predicament. Just moments ago, when the elder had cleared his throat, the pressure had dissipated, indicating that he had observed everything unfolding in the room. What a disgrace. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chen Pingan continued to saute vegetables while covering his nose. The first dish he prepared was stir-fried pork with green peppers, and the spicy aroma wafted up, causing him to sneeze. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that the pot and spatula were emanating a dim, oily sheen. As the dish simmered, the enticing fragrance began to permeate the air. The four individuals in the room suddenly perked up, their noses twitching as they caught a whiff of the delightful scent. What was being cooked? It smelled divine. Morong Yuhai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having just transitioned from the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage, Murong Shui felt her stomach rumble in response to the aroma. Zhang Qingxian, inhaling the enticing scent, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. I have broken through. As this exclamation echoed in the air, the three individuals, previously engrossed in savoring the fragrance, abruptly turned their heads, staring intently at him. What did you say? You've broken through, just from smelling this aroma. Chapter 12. Have you not eaten for decades? The four of them occupied different positions around the table. Zhang Qingxian happened to be positioned near the kitchen, where the enticing aroma wafted in rich abundance. At that moment, upon hearing Zhang Qingxian declare his breakthrough, Murong Yuhai and the others were left utterly bewildered. Gradually, they began to realize that as they inhaled more of the fragrant air, their cultivation was indeed advancing. This revelation sent shivers down their spines. If merely inhaling this aroma could yield such effects, what would consuming those exquisite dishes do? Gulp. The four of them simultaneously swallowed hard. Upon understanding that the fragrance could enhance their cultivation, they began to fervently inhale, almost frantically. After the earlier incident where Murong Gong had knelt, they dared not move recklessly within the room. Now, all they could do was sit and inhale vigorously, vying for the aroma. Among them, Murong Gong, possessing the highest cultivation level, employed his prowess to envelop the fragrant air with his spiritual energy, then forcefully inhaled, absorbing it all. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding aroma vanished. After consuming a significant amount of the fragrance, Murong Gong realized with delight that his cultivation had indeed progressed. If he were to continue this endeavor, he believed he could break through to the spirit division stage. Unable to contain his joy, a rather unsavory grin spread across his face. Witnessing this monopolization of the aroma and Murong Gong's lewd smile, Murong Yuhai and the others were left in astonishment. In their memories, Murong Gong had always been a serious and austere individual. When had he ever exhibited such behavior? Father, you cannot be so shameless. Leave some for us. Murong Yuhai could no longer hold his tongue, exclaiming in protest. Murong Gong casually remarked, once I break through to the spirit-severing stage, you will have a father at that level, which should provide ample material for your bragging rights for years to come. Do you understand how beneficial this is for you? As he spoke, he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, inhaling it greedily. Murong Yuhai thought to himself, this statement is undeniably true. Zhang Qingxian glanced at Murong Gong and finally comprehended why Murong Yuhai could be so shameless. It must be hereditary. After a while, Chen Pingan emerged with 3 dishes. At that moment, the enticing fragrance enveloped the entire room. Upon seeing Chen Pingan, Murong Gong composed himself, secretly inhaling the aroma while his gaze fixated on the 3 dishes. Although they appeared rather ordinary, he was certain that they contained celestial herbs. Otherwise, how could a mere inhalation elevate one's cultivation? As Murong Gong ceased monopolizing the scent, Murong Yunhai and the others, no longer restrained, began to fervently inhale the fragrance, determined to reclaim what they had lost. Chen Pingan observed this frenzied scene, bewildered. He felt a strange sense of relief that he had not pursued cultivation. Intuitively, he sensed that one's cultivation might be exchanged for intellect. The appearance of Murong Yunhai and his companions resembled that of asthmatics in a fit, truly an eye-watering sight. Shaking his head, Chen Pingan returned to the kitchen, filled a rice bowl, and carried it outside. If one were to look closely at that moment, they would notice a faint glow emanating from the pot on the stove, hinting at the boundless energy contained within. Chen Pingan typically cooked extra rice, intending to use the leftovers to feed the chickens. This substantial bowl of rice, he believed, was more than sufficient for 5 individuals, with plenty left over. He had prepared merely 3 dishes, reasoning that Murong Yuhai and his companions, being cultivators, would likely take only a few bites before losing interest. After all, those who practiced cultivation were accustomed to exquisite delicacies and would not relish such humble fare. Upon exiting the hall, he discovered the 4 members of the Murong Palace drooling as if gazing at an unclad beauty, their eyes fixated on the 3 dishes laid out before them. Instantly, he began to suspect that these 4 fellows, having become accustomed to lavish banquets, might suddenly yearn for the simplicity of home-cooked meals. As the host, Chen Pingan placed the bowl of rice next to himself and served each of the Murong Palace members a bowl, then said, "Please, enjoy. There is no need for formality. I've cooked plenty, and there is enough to go around." The 4 swallowed hard and inquired, "Senior, is it really appropriate to be so unceremonious?" Chen Pingan replied gently, "What is inappropriate about it? Consider this your home." Internally, Chen Pingan chuckled to himself. Though the dishes were few, the rice was abundant, and he doubted they could finish such a large bowl. "Very well, Senior, we will certainly not be formal." Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, as if to say that the senior was offering them an opportunity, with expressions that seemed to convey, "We would not want to displease the senior." With that in mind, They straightened up and began to wield their chopsticks with remarkable speed to seize the dishes. Chen Pingan was taken aback by their eagerness. Murong Palace was the quickest, swiftly lifting the food to their mouths. As the dishes entered, their eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Rich, tender, juicy, and full of flavor. What divine cuisine is this? Not merely delectable, upon consumption, he abruptly discerned an immense and pure stream of spiritual energy erupting within his abdomen. This energy was remarkably gentle and astonishingly. It was entirely absorbed by his dantian. It is noteworthy that during the ingestion of pills or spiritual elixirs, the dantian could typically absorb only a fraction of the spiritual energy, while the remainder would be rendered waste and expelled. Yet now, this vast reservoir of energy was wholly assimilated. Such refined spiritual energy. He could feel his cultivation rising at an astonishing pace. It was imminent. The signs of a breakthrough were manifesting. In a fervor, Murong Gong frantically reached for more dishes, disregarding all semblance of decorum. He observed that Murong Yuhai and his companions were even more ravenous, resembling voracious demons as they devoured their portions. Murong Gong also noted the frenzied increase in their cultivation auras. Murong Yuhai had ascended a level, now on par with Zhang Qingxian, both having attained the 10th layer of the nascent soul stage. After just a few morsels, Murong Shui too had swiftly broken through to the nascent soul realm. This was utterly astonishing. Just days prior, his granddaughter was still at the refined chi stage. At such a young age and this level of attainment, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 prodigies in the entire kingdom. Chen Pingan watched the four with incredulity, his chopsticks frozen in midair. He was utterly bewildered. In mere moments, he witnessed 3 plates emptied in an instant, devoid even of a single drop of sauce. Murong Shui, slower in her movements, missed the chance to claim a plate to savor, and could only glumly observe as Murong Gong and the others licked their plates clean. Chen Pingan's face twitched uncontrollably. He yearned to ask them how many days had elapsed since their last meal. Just then, he noticed that, having finished their dishes, the 4 suddenly shifted their gaze, fixated upon the rice in the bowl. The intentions of the 4 individuals from Murong Palace were quite straightforward. Given the extraordinary nature of the dishes, they pondered the quality of the rice. With this thought in mind, they began to sample it. However, after just a few bites, their eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. Subsequently, they collectively directed their gaze towards the bowl of rice beside Chen Pingan, exchanging glances filled with a reflection of warfare. In an instant, they were consumed by a frenzy, devouring the rice in their bowls with wild abandon. In no time at all, they had completely obliterated the contents. Holding their bowls up before Chen Pingan, they bashfully inquired, "Senior, could you assist us in serving some rice?" They were too far from the bowl and dared not approach such a formidable vessel, lest they could only appeal to Chen Pingan for help. Observing the 4 of them with rice clinging to their mouths, Chen Pingan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You must surely be demons. Chapter 13. A minor opportunity, not worth mentioning with no other option. Chen Pingan obliged, serving them one by one. It did not take long before, under the relentless onslaught of their voracious appetites, a large bowl of rice was entirely consumed. Chen Pingan could not help but admire their ability to eat so heartily even without any accompanying dishes. Once the rice was devoured, the 4 of them paused, belching contentedly as they tidied the grains that had scattered about their lips. To Chen Pingan's further bewilderment, he noticed that Murong Palace had taken the bowl and begun to pick at the remnants of rice clinging to its sides. This was undoubtedly the reincarnation of starving ghosts. What he failed to observe was that Murong Yuhai and the other 2 were glaring at Murong Palace as if they were gazing upon the murderers of their kin, lamenting their own sluggishness. After finishing their meal, a look of bliss began to blossom on their faces. Murong Palace felt tears welling up. He had originally reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, but after this meal, he had made a breakthrough. In the realm of cultivation, he has transcended the realm of separation into the 2nd tier. Indeed, after breaking through to the 1st tier of separation, he has further ascended to the 2nd tier. It is noteworthy that, within the cultivation community, a genius who reaches the 1st tier of separation typically requires over 2 years, or even 4 to 5 years, to advance to the 2nd tier. Yet now, astonishingly, he has achieved this after merely enjoying a single meal. Just one meal. Murong Gong gazes at Chen Pingan with profound reverence. A divine being. I shall cling to your greatness. Murong Yuhai and Zhang Qingxian, who were originally at the 8th level of the nascent soul, have now directly ascended to the 5th level of the out-of-body realm. If news of this breakthrough were to spread, it is likely that every practitioner in the mortal realm would come armed, seeking them out to inquire how such a feat was accomplished. This is truly unprecedented. Zhang Qingxian deeply regrets not bringing his son to the Qingshan sect. Had he done so, they could have shared this fortuitous opportunity together. Indeed, he believes that this opportunity has been bestowed upon them by Chen Pingan. Such chances are rare and cannot be sought after. Perhaps after this occasion, Chen Pingan may no longer offer them such blessings. Of course, if they perform well. there remains a glimmer of hope. Just earlier, Chen Pingan had encouraged them to be unreserved. Meanwhile, Murong Shui, who had already reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage under Chen Pingan's guidance, has now, after this sumptuous meal, ascended to the 5th level of the nascent soul. It is understandable, as a young woman, she does not consume much and lacks the years of solitude her grandfather has endured. Furthermore, she fears that advancing too rapidly may jeopardize her foundational stability. Reaching the 5th level of the nascent soul has already brought her immense satisfaction. It is worth noting that throughout the entire kingdom, there are scarcely any individuals in their 20s who have attained the 5th level of the nascent soul. Not to mention the kingdom, even in the realms above it, such as the imperial domain. Such a level of genius is indeed a rarity. She has swiftly ascended to become one of the favored children of destiny, all thanks to Chen Pingan. Reflecting on the recent past when she was merely at the fasting stage, she now finds herself having leaped over an entire realm, leaving her in awe. Before the courtyard. Senior, I am truly grateful for this fortuitous opportunity, Murong Gong said, bowing deeply to Chen Pingan with utmost respect. At that moment, Murong Yuhai and the other two also bowed in reverence, their eyes filled with admiration. Chen Pingan's lips twitched slightly as he pondered. Isn't a fortuitous opportunity merely a chance? Do practitioners truly regard meals as opportunities? Could it be that experiencing such a delightful meal for the first time is deemed a chance? After contemplating this, he found no alternative explanation and accepted it as such. With this in mind, Chen Pingan politely replied, Old Gong, you jest. This small opportunity is hardly worth mentioning. However, despite his words, he resolved in his heart to avoid dining with these few devils in the future. He hadn't even had a single bite for himself. All the food had been devoured by these individuals. Upon hearing his words, the four from Murong Gong widened their eyes in disbelief. Such a fortuitous opportunity. And the senior claims it is insignificant. TSK, behold, this is what a true master is like. Then, might we come to dine with you often in the future? Murong Gong could not help but inquire. If such opportunities could arise daily, how far could he be from becoming immortal? Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan was momentarily taken aback, his expression twitching as he earnestly replied, in truth, I believe that cultivating is the true path for practitioners. Meals should be less frequent. However, feel free to visit outside of mealtimes. He also wished to cultivate a favorable rapport with these practitioners, knowing that there would inevitably come a time when their assistance would be invaluable. Upon hearing this, the members of Murong Palace interpreted his words differently. Murong Palace quickly bowed to Chen Pingan and expressed, I have been foolish. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed senior. We shall diligently pursue our cultivation. Upon hearing this, a look of satisfaction graced Chen Pingan's face. The four members of Murong Palace felt enlightened by his words. Their minds elevated significantly. Indeed, practitioners should not obsess over the opportunities for direct breakthroughs. Instead, immersing oneself in diligent cultivation and steady progress is the true path. The esteemed senior has truly awakened us from our slumber with a single phrase. We are deeply indebted to your teachings. The four of them took their leave in quick succession, transforming into beams of light and vanishing. After bidding farewell to them, Chen Pingan shook his head and returned to his courtyard to continue preparing a meal. After all, he too felt the pangs of hunger. Shortly thereafter, the members of Murong Palace returned to Mount Kashan. Murong Palace regarded Murong Yuhai and the others with seriousness, stating, this time, the esteemed senior has already bestowed upon us an unparalleled opportunity. Future chances will depend on the senior's disposition. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of dining with the senior again. However, at other times, you may seek the senior's company to foster goodwill. Of course, if you intend to visit the senior, you must first respectfully inquire whether he consents. Murong Yuhai and the others nodded in understanding. Chen Pingan's earlier remarks served as a lesson to them. One must not be overly greedy. Diligent cultivation is the true way. At this moment, Murong Palace turned to Zhang Qingxian and advised, Qingxian, it would be best to confide this matter only to your father and your son, avoiding unnecessary disclosures to others. If too many disturb the senior's tranquil cultivation, it may provoke his ire. Zhang Qingxian nodded thoughtfully, aware of the situation. As for Uncle Gong, Yuhai, and Xiao Shiwei, I shall return to the sect first, he said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Upon hearing this, Murong Gong initially intended to nod in agreement, but suddenly his eyes darted around and he proclaimed, I have not seen your father for quite some time. Let us go together. Murong Yuhai rolled his eyes at this remark, instantly deducing that his father was undoubtedly eager to boast. By the way, the spirit stones. Father, did we not wager recently? Murong Yuhai raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes as he inquired. This reminder prompted both Zhang Qingxian and Murong Shui to recall the matter. Casting scrutinizing glances at Murong Gong, the expression on Murong Gong's face shifted dramatically. Then, striking his thigh in agitation, he exclaimed, Oh no. I have completely forgotten to attend to an important matter. I must hurry." With that, he vanished from sight. The three of them stared blankly at the empty space before them, speechless, before one of them spat in disdain, cursing his shamelessness. Chapter 14. Annihilation of the Divided Spirit Stage, Huan Yu Sect. Behind a great mountain, there lies a tranquil lake. The lake is breathtakingly beautiful, its surface adorned with swirling, vibrant spiritual energy. This lake is known as the illusory lake of Huan Yu Sect. At this moment, in the center of the illusory lake, within a wooden cabin, an elderly man sat cross-legged. His hair was as white as snow, and he exuded a dignified presence, even with his eyes closed. He conveyed an aura of authority and composure. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. The man was none other than Zhang Xiaofeng, the esteemed ancestor of Huan Yu Sect. After meditating for some time, Zhang Xiaofeng opened his eyes, reflecting a gaze filled with the weight of countless years. Alas, I still cannot break through. He let out a long sigh. He had been stuck at the out-of-body realm for an extended period, and despite years of arduous cultivation, he could not achieve a breakthrough. Unlike Morong Gong, he was far more anxious to advance, for he had an adversary who was also at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. This foe was a secret he had never disclosed to anyone, including his closest friend, Morong Gong. He had encountered this individual, a rogue cultivator, during his travels. This man was a debauchee. At that time, while passing through a mountain range, he happened upon the rogue attempting to commit an unspeakable act against a young female cultivator. Observing that the assailant was also at the peak of the out-of-body realm, he resolutely intervened. After a brief altercation, the two engaged in combat. The debauchee, possessing a notably weak foundation, was swiftly overpowered, with just a few moves. He left the rogue severely injured, even severing one of his arms, originally intent on eradicating the threat entirely. He was taken aback when the debauchee produced a treasure for teleportation and fled in disarray. To his astonishment, as the rogue departed, he claimed to know him. Recognizing him as the ancestral figure of the illusory moon sect, he brazenly declared that when he achieved the spirit-severing stage, he would return to exact vengeance and annihilate the illusory moon sect. During their confrontation, Zhang Xiaofeng had discerned the rogue's frail foundation and dismissed him as a threat, believing he would reach the spirit-severing stage first. Yet, he could never have anticipated that he would remain ensnared at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm for so long. Recently, he had learned that disciples from his sect who had ventured out began to vanish inexplicably. This instilled an ominous feeling within him, suggesting the rogue was seeking retribution. This was also the reason why he had been preoccupied with the thought of breaking through to the spirit-severing stage. Should that debauchee succeed in his advancement, regardless of his weak foundation, he would undoubtedly overpower Zhang Xiaofeng, who remained at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. Zhang Xiaofeng's countenance was wan, and worry clouded his heart. At that moment, a tremendous voice suddenly reverberated through the sky of the illusory moon sect. "Zhang Xiaofeng, old thief, come forth to meet your demise." In the center of the lake, Zhang Xiaofeng, upon hearing that familiar voice, turned pale as a sheet. It was the voice of that lecherous fiend, and the aura of power emanating from him was the first layer of the divine manifestation stage. Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback. Was this lecher truly here already? His face darkened instantly. If he ventured out now, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Yet, if he chose to remain hidden, the intruder had already breached the sect. What if, in a fit of rage, he decided to massacre the entire sect? Indeed, as these thoughts crossed his mind, another chilling voice circled the heavens. "I know you are within the sect. I shall grant you 10 breaths of time. If you do not emerge, I will slaughter your entire sect." Surely, you would not want to watch helplessly as your disciples are. However, before the statement could be completed, it abruptly halted. "Who are you?" The skies echoed with the lecher's panicked voice. Zhang Xiaofeng, at the center of the lake, was momentarily stunned. The next moment, a voice he was even more familiar with rang out. "Did you just declare your intent to annihilate the entire illusory moon sect?" It was the voice of his dear friend, Morong Gong. "No, I was merely jesting." Boom. The lecher's voice was abruptly cut off by a resounding thunderclap. Subsequently, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Xiaofeng was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why did he sense such terror emanating from that lecher when Morong Gong's voice resounded? At that moment, with a swift sound, a figure abruptly materialized within the confines of his dwelling. Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback. This was indeed the translocation technique of the spirit-severing stage. He lifted his gaze, and upon seeing that it was none other than his dear friend Morong Gong, he was momentarily stunned. Zhang Xiaofeng stared blankly at Morong Gong, who wore a triumphant smile. Spirit-severing, second layer. How could this be? At that moment, Morong Gong held in his hand a severed arm, dripping with blood, belonging to none other than the vile scoundrel. Zhang Xiaofeng was left speechless, utterly perplexed by his friend's actions. What on earth had transpired? Gong casually tossed the body onto the floor and reclined in a nearby chair. Upon arriving, he had encountered this individual proclaiming intentions to annihilate their sect, and had effortlessly dispatched him. But when did you offend someone of the spirit-severing stage? Zhang Xiaofeng had lost the ability to articulate a response to Gong's inquiry. Observing his friend's expression, Gong appeared outwardly composed, yet inwardly he was reveling in delight. This expression is etched in my memory. I shall tease you about today for the rest of your days. Haha. After a considerable pause, Zhang Xiaofeng finally spoke. Old fellow, what is the meaning of your cultivation? He questioned whether he was experiencing a hallucination, as it was simply too astonishing. Just a short while ago, when they last met, Gong had been at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. Even if he had broken through to the spirit-severing stage, it was inconceivable to leap to the second layer so swiftly. The corners of Gong's mouth curled into a proud smile as he suddenly recalled his initial disbelief in his son's words, which had led to his own embarrassment in Chen Pingan's courtyard. He cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofeng, deciding to allow his old friend to experience something extraordinary while simultaneously extracting a sum of spirit stones from him. This way, he could compensate his son and his companions. The plan seemed feasible. A cunning glint flickered in Gong's eyes as he spoke. In a mortal town under the jurisdiction of our sect, there resides a celestial being from whom I obtained a fortuitous encounter, enabling me to make such significant breakthroughs. The aura of that immortal is truly overwhelming. Upon finishing his words, Gong awaited Zhang Xiaofeng's skepticism, anticipating the perfect moment to propose a wager. The old fellow will surely express disbelief. However, to his astonishment, Zhang Xiaofeng initially appeared bewildered before erupting with fervor, exclaiming, "Is it truly an immortal? Quickly, take me to meet him." He was completely beside himself with excitement. Witnessing Zhang Xiaofeng's reaction, Gong was taken aback. What on earth? This is not how I envisioned it. Chapter 15, The Dragon and Phoenix Assist. The body of an immortal Emperor Gong felt a tinge of bitterness as he inquired, "This is obviously a deception, and yet you believe it?" He realized that Zhang Xiaofeng was not following the anticipated script, leaving him at a loss for how to deceive him further. He intended to ensnare Zhang Xiaofeng into a predicament akin to his own, kneeling in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaofeng replied, "You cannot possibly be lying to me. What you just said is undeniably true. With your innate talent, it is inconceivable for you to have suddenly advanced to the second layer of divided spirit without the assistance of an immortal. Enough talk, lead the way. I must meet this celestial being." Gong was left speechless. Did he not consider that perhaps his breakthrough was due to some extraordinary elixir he had acquired? Gong felt that a normal person would first harbor such suspicions. Zhang Xiaofeng blinked and replied, "Isn't it typical for a normal person to believe what the other says at first? After all, your words are so convincing, and we have shared many years of friendship. If I cannot trust you, whom should I trust?" Upon hearing this, Gong found himself at a loss for words. "So, by your logic, I am not a normal person? Furthermore, I did not immediately trust my own son. To be candid, we have just received an opportunity from our elder and departed. It is rather inappropriate to intrude now. That elder descended from the celestial realm to cultivate his mind, always considering himself immortal, and surely does not wish to be disturbed constantly." Gong felt helpless, unable to deceive Zhang Xiaofeng. He could only offer a wry smile and confess the truth. Moreover, he was somewhat affected by Zhang Xiaofeng's words regarding their long-standing friendship. The notion of deceiving someone so committed to loyalty and trust made him feel a twinge of guilt. However, after listening, Zhang Xiaofeng scrutinized Gong and remarked, "Why do I get the feeling you are deceiving me?" Gong replied, "What happened to our years of friendship? What happened to believing me at first glance? When I speak the truth, you question me." "Bah!" Gong retorted with irritation, "I am not deceiving you." Zhang Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, could only respond with a bitter smile. "Then perhaps I should just observe from a distance? Or perhaps I could take a look at the abode of the celestial beings. To be honest, I am just one step away from a breakthrough. Witnessing a celestial being might inspire me, allowing for an unprecedented leap forward." Gong observed Zhang Xiaofeng's pitiful demeanor, stroked his beard, and sighed, "Very well. Let us intrude upon the elder once more. However, this time, we shall refrain from mentioning matters of fate, lest the elder perceive us as insatiable and distance himself from us." Just moments ago, Chen Pingan had articulated a clear sentiment. Personal cultivation is the true path. Should they pursue opportunities again, even if the other party were an immortal, it would surely breed disdain. Upon receiving Gong's consent, excitement flickered in Zhang Xiaofeng's deep-set eyes. Thus, under Gong's guidance, the two hastened towards Qingyuan town. At that moment, in front of a grand courtyard, Chen Pingan emerged, carrying a basket upon his back. He possessed a vocation that sustained him, gathering herbs on the mountains. Curiously, his luck was consistently favorable. He often returned with 1 or 2 low-tier spiritual herbs. Unlike ordinary herbs, the acquisition of a single spiritual herb could sustain him for nearly a month without labor. Exiting the courtyard, Chen Pingan left the gate ajar, deeming it unnecessary to lock it, and proceeded towards the outskirts of the town. If one were to observe closely, a faint glimmer emanated from the small hoe attached to his basket. Half an hour after Chen Pingan's departure, 2 figures suddenly appeared outside the grand courtyard gate. These 2 were none other than Murong and his companion. "This is the place," Murong said, pointing at the slightly ajar gate with a complex expression. Not long ago, he had knelt here, and the thought of it now brought him discomfort. Looking at Zhang Xiaofeng, Murong's eyes shifted suddenly, and he cleared his throat. "Let us proceed inside." He gestured for Zhang Xiaofeng to enter, his intention simple and direct. Alone on his knees, he felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. If he were to easily bring Zhang Xiaofeng to meet the elder, it would be far too comfortable for Zhang Xiaofeng. Thus, he resolved to have Zhang Xiaofeng kneel as well. He chuckled to himself, thinking that it would bring him some solace. However, as he observed Murong's actions, Zhang Xiaofeng remained completely still. Murong was bewildered. "Why don't you just go in?" Zhang Xiaofeng stood his ground and replied earnestly. "It would be rather impolite for us to enter so abruptly. What if the elder takes offense? Perhaps we should call out a few times to inquire if we may enter?" Murong responded, "That's unnecessary. We can enter directly." He flashed a perplexing smile. "Why is this fellow so vigilant?" Zhang Xiaofeng shook his head and insisted, "No, you should call out first." Murong fell silent, suspecting that this fellow had seen through his scheme. Ultimately, with no other option, he called out loudly, "Elder." Yet, there was no response from within. He called out once more, but still, no one answered. "Is the elder not present?" Zhang Xiaofeng asked. Murong nodded. "It seems he is not here." If Chen Pingan were absent, he wouldn't dare to enter either, for he too would have to kneel. The 2 could only stand outside the door. After a considerable time had passed, Chen Pingan had yet to return. "It appears the elder has gone far. We shall return another time," Murong suggested. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded in resignation. The 2 prepared to leave, but at that moment, a massive black hole suddenly materialized above them. This black hole was as large as a room, distorting the very fabric of space. Murong and Zhang Xiaofeng gaped in astonishment at this scene. A secret cave. How could such a hidden realm manifest here? The secret cavern is astonishingly vast. Does this not imply that its inner realm is equally expansive? In the cultivation world, once one attains the tribulation stage, they gain the ability to create secret realms. The size of the secret realm varies according to the practitioner's level. Typically, a practitioner at the tribulation stage can only conjure a secret cavern the size of a human head, while the inner realm may span the dimensions of a small town. A cavern produced by a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage is approximately the size of a barrel. Yet, the cavern that has manifested here is as large as a room. Could this be a secret realm crafted by an immortal? How has this cavern appeared in the town? When the beam of light descends, will it not obliterate the town? Zhang Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. Murong also wore a frown. Shortly after the cavern's emergence, a beam of light would descend, unleashing tremendous force that would flatten the ground below. There is no alternative. "We must seize this moment and rescue as many people as we can," Murong declared with a grave expression. This randomly appearing secret realm is akin to a natural disaster, leaving them utterly powerless. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded, preparing to save as many individuals as possible during this brief window of time. However, just as they were about to act, an enormous figure suddenly soared from the courtyard, ascending into the sky in the blink of an eye. Stunned, both Zhang Xiaofeng and Murong gazed at the rapidly moving figure. It was resplendent in golden hues, of colossal stature, with a head resembling that of a camel, antlers akin to a deer, eyes like those of a rabbit, claws reminiscent of a tiger, and a body akin to that of a serpent. This was indeed a dragon. As the dragon ascended, it abruptly swished its tail, and in an instant, the entire secret cavern, like a ball, was catapulted in a single direction. Suddenly, they found themselves hovering above the desolate forest, and as the secret cave vanished, that figure swiftly melded into the courtyard, restoring tranquility in an instant. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Murong and his companion stood in a stupor, like puppets, fixated on the courtyard. Gulp. They simultaneously swallowed hard. A dragon. It was indeed a creature thought to exist only in legends. It had been concealed within this very yard. Zhang Xiaofeng was profoundly shaken, his heart racing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Murong trembled even more than Zhang Xiaofeng, fully aware of the situation within. There was also a phoenix inside. And now, a dragon had appeared. It was said that in the celestial realm, only one person could command both a dragon and a phoenix. The immortal emperor. Could it be that the predecessor is? Gulp. Murong struggled to swallow again, his breath becoming erratic. This revelation struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly bewildered. After 4 rounds today, he felt utterly drained. If you enjoyed it, please leave a positive review and add it to your favorites. Much appreciated. Chapter 16. The celestial artifact frightens them. Zhang Xiaofeng observed Murong Gong, noticing his legs trembling uncontrollably, and gently shook him, asking, "What's wrong with you?" Murong Gong stared blankly at Zhang Xiaofeng, tongue-tied as he stammered, "I mentioned there's also a phoenix inside. Do you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback. A phoenix? Was this not the very manifestation of the immortal emperor's grandeur? The inhabitants of this place could not possibly be. Gulp. Zhang Xiaofeng seemed to be overcome by the excitement, his legs beginning to tremble as well. The two individuals exchanged glances, and at that moment, Zhang Xiaofeng, with a wry smile, suggested, "Since our senior is absent, shall we venture to explore that secret realm?" Upon learning that within this courtyard resided not only a dragon but also a phoenix, a sense of trepidation began to envelop him. An immense pressure weighed heavily upon his chest, inducing a sensation of breathlessness and a compelling urge to flee. Murong Gong nodded in agreement, feeling uneasy about their senior's absence. The pair cast their eyes toward the distant secret cave, preparing to take flight. Just then, they beheld a formidable beam of light descending from the cave towards the ground, accompanied by a resounding echo from afar. The earth itself began to tremble slightly. The magnitude of this power was astonishing. Both were taken aback. From a distance, the once vibrant forest had been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, the secret cave had been removed. Otherwise, the entire town would have been utterly transformed. As they gazed at the beam of light, they anticipated its swift disappearance and the subsequent appearance of the secret realm's entrance. Yet, strangely, the beam lingered, showing no signs of fading. Could it be that the entrance to the secret realm requires a spoken incantation to unlock? It seems so. As long as this beam persists, the entrance shall remain concealed. I surmise that this secret realm was conjured by an immortal. Let us proceed and perhaps we might discover a clue to the incantation. With that, the two vanished from their spot. Meanwhile, in the opposite direction, Chen Pingan wandered through a desolate mountain wilderness in search of medicinal herbs. Suddenly, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. An earthquake? Chen Pingan furrowed his brow. Thankfully, the tremor was slight and quickly subsided. Chen Pingan paid no heed and continued deeper into the area. Having visited this place numerous times over the past 5 years, he was quite familiar with the paths here. As he ventured further, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to catch sight of any spiritual herbs. After walking for a while, Chen Pingan suddenly halted. A first-grade fragrant herb. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached, eager to gather the precious plant. Such a herb would suffice for his living expenses for half a month. Just as he reached for the small hoe in his backpack, an unforeseen event transpired. Above him, a small black hole materialized unexpectedly, startling Chen Pingan. What was this? A wormhole? He felt a twinge of fear. As an ordinary mortal, he dreaded encountering such bizarre occurrences. He took a few steps back, keeping his distance. At that moment, a golden longsword emerged from the black hole. Once the sword appeared, the black hole contracted and vanished, leaving the golden sword to clatter onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that the tip of the sword was missing a fragment, and there were several noticeable nicks along the blade. This was a broken sword. Chen Pingan exhaled deeply at the sight. He had anticipated the emergence of a formidable being or perhaps a ferocious beast, but instead, it was merely a sword. The manner of its arrival was indeed peculiar. Could it be some sort of treasure? Surveying the quiet surroundings, he discerned no one was present, prompting him to cautiously approach the golden sword. As it lay on the ground, a spiritual entity within the sword began to murmur to itself. This entity was none other than the sword's spirit. Excellent. I have finally escaped to the mortal realm. Blood Moon Sect. You shall await my vengeance for the imprisonment you have wrought upon me. One day, I shall repay this grievance 100-fold. This, indeed, is a celestial artifact. Celestial artifacts typically choose their masters. As long as they are possessed by a formidable wielder, they are not afraid of others coveting them. However, there exist artifacts that resist being bound. After all, the spirit of an artifact, much like humanity, possesses intellect. Where there are those who yearn for freedom, there also exist spirits that refuse to be constrained. This spirit embodies such a sentiment. Once captured by the esteemed Blood Moon sect of the celestial realm, it was confined within the void, coerced into submission, and threatened with eternal imprisonment should it refuse to acknowledge a master. Yet, it had vowed never to submit. And in a desperate bid to escape the void, it exerted its full strength, tearing through the fabric of space and descending to the mortal realm. Severely injured amidst the chaotic currents of time and space, its rank has regrettably fallen to that of a spiritual artifact. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that its spiritual essence remains intact. With several years of nurturing, it may yet return to its zenith and storm back into the celestial realm. This desolate mountain shall serve as a suitable refuge, for it is unlikely to attract the attention of any mortals. Severely wounded, it cannot move for now, and being in this remote location should prevent anyone from discovering it. It certainly does not wish to become a plaything for the insignificant insects of the mortal world during its recovery. However, just as it relished the solitude of this desolate mountain, a shadow suddenly obscured the sunlight before it. Someone is here. Upon noticing the figure, it momentarily froze, then began to stir with agitation, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, before it could utter a word, the sword trembled involuntarily. The instant it beheld Chen Pingan, it was engulfed in an overwhelming shock. No way. It cannot be. Have I not opened a passage to the mortal realm? Where is this place? In its vision at this moment, centered around Chen Pingan, the entire world resonates with the principles of the Tao. It can also perceive an overwhelming pressure emanating from Chen Pingan. Merely casting a glance at him causes the sword to tremble. Despite having traversed the celestial realm for many years and seen much, it has never encountered such a formidable individual. Oh, it can move on its own? Is this a high-tier magical artifact? Or perhaps an even more advanced treasure? Observing the weapons quivering, Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he muttered to himself. In his understanding, the weapons of this world are classified into 4 tiers: magical artifacts, treasures, spiritual tools, and immortal instruments. Yet, he could not discern the rank of this weapon. Hearing Chen Pingan's words, the artifact spirit paused momentarily. It cannot even perceive its own rank? Could it be a mere mortal? I see. My body is gravely injured, which may have altered my perception of the external world. Perhaps what I see is merely a visual distortion. Indeed, it must be so. The artifact spirit began to analyze with great interest. Chen Pingan, indifferent to the weapon's classification, thought only of taking it home. He contemplated entrusting it to Mu Rong Gong and the others, to sell it and exchange it for some spirit stones. With a smile, he picked up the golden longsword and placed it in his backpack. He then proceeded toward the spiritual herb, ready to gather it. However, as he set down the golden longsword, he suddenly noticed it tremble even more violently. What is happening? Chen Pingan raised an eyebrow, wondering why the sword was shaking so intensely. At this moment, the golden longsword leaned against the small hoe by the backpack. Do not move, little ant. Suddenly, a faint voice of the weapon spirit emanated from within the hoe. At that instant, the golden longsword became utterly still, as if frozen in time. Chen Pingan, who had intended to check on the sword, disregarded it upon witnessing its immobility. With renewed enthusiasm, he picked up the small hoe and began to gather herbs. Meanwhile, once the hoe departed from the backpack, the golden longsword trembled subtly once more. Where am I? This is definitely not the mortal realm. A divine artifact. That hoe was, astonishingly, a divine artifact. The weapon spirit within the longsword was on the verge of losing its sanity. Later that night, 2 more chapters would unfold. Chapter 17, The Feeble Celestial Artifact, Trembling in Fear. The sensation it had just experienced was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Although it did not rank among the highest in the celestial artifact hierarchy, it had encountered many that were among the top contenders. Yet, those celestial artifacts bore no comparison to the small hoe with which it had just come into close contact. The overwhelming aura, the soul-shaking resonance, rendered it quaking in trepidation. Merely a single utterance had caused its very essence to cease, transforming its tremors into tranquility. This was an experience it had never known before, an intimidation from a higher realm. Everything was genuine. This was truly not the mortal realm. The emanating Taoist principles from this individual were undeniably authentic. How pitiful it was that it had previously doubted its own corporeal state, thinking it was merely a visual aberration. It was, in fact, not so. The individual had just begun to question whether it was a magical artifact or a treasured item. Perhaps due to having encountered numerous divine instruments, but never having seen a magical tool or a precious weapon, leading to the assumption that it was a mere low-grade weapon. Chen Pingan meticulously gathered the spiritual herbs and placed them into his basket, also conveniently stowing away his small hoe. Having collected the herbs and discovered such a weapon, he no longer felt the need to wander. His provisions for the coming month were secured. Chen Pingan set off towards Qingyuan town, cheerfully humming a tune. Meanwhile, the celestial artifact nestled within the basket did not share his carefree demeanor. It remained quietly ensconced in the basket, feeling as though it were sitting on pins and needles. Especially with the divine instrument directly before it, an unsettling sensation indeed. Esteemed one, greetings, the artifact spirit timidly offered. There was no alternative. All it could do now was adapt, or rather, endeavor to establish a favorable rapport. However, just as it finished speaking, an exceedingly cold message reached it. Be silent. the carefully crafted words vanished in an instant. For the first time, it experienced the feeling of being an insignificant insect. Was this not precisely the scene of a mortal encountering an immortal? The artifact's spirit curled up in a corner, lamenting its plight while observing the surroundings. It soon realized that the spiritual energy here was particularly sparse. Logically, this should not pertain to a realm of higher order. Moreover, it was certain that the passage it had broken through led to the mortal realm. It lacked the capability to breach into a more powerful world. What manner of person was this? A formidable being from the divine realm? It held some understanding of the divine realm that lay above the celestial realm. Hearing of the formidable beings there, who regard immortals as mere insects, the creature gazed at Chen Pingan with a sense of awe, suspecting he might be a powerful entity from the divine realm. After all, he bore a divine artifact upon his back. Was he not a being of the celestial domain? Yet, the spirit herbs he unearthed were of woefully inferior quality. This left it in a state of confusion. With no recourse, it could only tremble and observe the unfolding events. After a considerable time, Chen Pingan finally returned to the town. At that moment, he noticed a throng of people gathered on the streets, gesturing animatedly towards the horizon. Curious, he turned his gaze in that direction. Upon seeing the dark vortex and the beam of light in the sky, his eyes widened in surprise. What was happening there? Chen Pingan had never encountered such a phenomenon before, and given that it occurred near his town, he felt compelled to investigate. After all, what if a catastrophic disaster were to ensue? He began to inquire amongst the townsfolk. Upon seeing Chen Pingan, they were exceedingly courteous, eagerly sharing all the information they possessed. Some even mentioned that the dark vortex had initially appeared directly above their town. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have shifted elsewhere. Chen Pingan listened with rapt curiosity. Although he could not cultivate himself, he was deeply intrigued by the strange occurrences in the realm of cultivation. Could it be that this was what they referred to as a secret realm? Suddenly, a thought struck him as he fixated once more on the dark vortex and the beam of light. After discussing with the neighbors for a while and finding no resolution, he resigned himself to return to his courtyard. Such matters of the cultivation world were beyond the influence of a mere mortal like him. Whether it be a natural disaster or otherwise, he would have to abide by the will of fate. After traversing a rugged mountain path, he found himself weary. And upon catching sight of his courtyard, he felt as though a wanderer had finally discovered his sanctuary. Chen Pingan stepped into the courtyard, humming a tune with a sense of comfort. Behind him, however, the magical artifact nestled within his backpack was in turmoil. What the? The spirit of the artifact was taken aback, thrashing about desperately once more. Chen Pingan sensed the commotion but merely smirked, paying it no heed. The weapon was quivering for reasons unknown, though it would soon cease. Indeed, in the next moment, it fell silent. Little did he know that the golden sword had been halted by an overwhelming chorus of formidable voices. Chen Pingan set the backpack in a corner of the courtyard and retreated indoors to quench his thirst with tea. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a small trowel within the backpack soared into the air, escaping its confines. If it were capable of expression, it would undoubtedly display disdain. It was true. It held contempt for being in the company of that feeble and incomplete artifact. Meanwhile, the spirit of the artifact shrank into a corner, trembling in fear. What on earth was happening? Upon Chen Pingan's return to the town, it had observed the place filled with mortals. Initially, it believed it had not erred. For this was indeed the realm of mortals. In the celestial realm, mortals were a rarity. Even children could cultivate their abilities at a tender age, reaching a level where everyone could practice. If this were a divine realm, superior to the celestial realm, mortals would be a contradiction. Thus, it was convinced it had not gone astray. However, gazing upon the formidable presence within the courtyard, doubt began to gnaw at its certainty. Divine artifacts! Divine artifacts! Divine artifacts! By the heavens, they were all divine artifacts. What is this peach tree? Its energy is even stronger than that of the celestial emperor. And what about that rooster and the goldfish in the small pond? How can they possibly surpass the phoenix and dragon that stand beside the celestial emperor in the celestial realm by hundreds of times? Surely, after my body was damaged, I have lost my senses like a mere human, leading to this bizarre state of mind. It must be so. Such absurdity cannot exist. Indeed, the divine realm cannot be like this. The room is filled with divine artifacts, as if they were mere fakes, haha. The weak spirit of the artifact quietly reassured itself, showing signs of madness. Just then, a voice echoed. Did the master bring back this worthless trinket? A broom nearby spoke these words. The small hoe quickly responded with disdain. Indeed, at first, this ant relied on me a bit. Had the master not been present, I would have destroyed it without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the celestial artifact felt like crying but realized it had no tears. Heavenly Lord, where on earth have I arrived? This is perilous. I can acknowledge a master. Please let me return. While writing and laughing, It dawned on me that I had lost my sanity, haha. Chapter 18. The power of a melody upon entering the room. Chen Pingan remained oblivious to the plight of the celestial artifacts outside. After finishing his drink, he sat down to rest, having made the journey up and down the mountain. He felt quite weary and needed a good night's sleep. After a while, Chen Pingan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. After completing the system task, he had neglected to draw a lottery. In truth, he held no expectations for the items he might receive. This time would surely be no different from before, yielding something utterly mundane, perhaps a piece of furniture, or tools of that sort. The system, one could pick at random. As soon as his voice faded, a mechanical tone resonated. Ding, extraction complete. Items have been placed in the system space. Chen Pingan opened the system space and beheld a singular item within. It was a green bamboo flute. Chen Pingan raised his brow, feeling quite pleased with this acquisition. It was certainly preferable to the mundane broomsticks he had drawn before. Moreover, the flute appeared rather exquisite. Having once been a music teacher, he had studied such instruments and could play a few melodies. In his leisure time, he could indeed entertain himself with a tune or two. With the bamboo flute in hand, Chen Pingan, seizing the moment of idleness, began to play. After a brief contemplation, he decided to commence with Autumn Moon over the calm lake. Thus, the courtyard was soon filled with enchanting melodies, lingering in the air. As the music resonated, the spirit of the treasured artifact trembling in the corner of the courtyard suddenly paused. Drawn in by the melodious strains, it began to forget the burden surrounding it. Its emotions surging tumultuously. The sword itself vibrated in harmony with the undulating tones. The piece concluded swiftly, and Chen Pingan, satisfied with his performance, carefully stored the flute away. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, the spirit of the treasured artifact found itself in a state of bewilderment. It felt the remnants of its grievous injuries, and a storm of emotions surged within. How astonishing! How could it be that my wounds have healed so significantly in response to this melody? Not only had it recovered, but it also sensed that it had grasped something profound during the performance, an insight that eluded clear articulation. Yet, it was convinced that if it could unravel this understanding, it would undoubtedly grow stronger. With this thought, it fell into a trance once more. A single melody transformed everything. One can only wonder what if it were to hear such a tune perpetually? It suddenly took on a strange demeanor, glancing around its surroundings. In that moment, it comprehended the reason why the room was filled with extraordinary artifacts. Emotions were the essence of the objects here, perhaps a result of being inundated with such melodies. Its gaze began to shift, exploring the interior of the room. In an instant, it was filled with reverence. Chen Pingan ascended in its mind to an unparalleled stature. This venerable figure was truly one of a kind. Merely a single melody had such a profound impact. Concurrently, it began to alter its thoughts. Regardless of whether this place was fraught with peril, or whether the artifacts here regarded it with disdain, it resolved to remain. At most, it would wager its life for a chance to become an artifact. Unbeknownst to Chen Pingan, his mere performance of a tune had shifted the mindset of a spirit. At this moment, he noticed the sun descending and took his basket to leave the courtyard, intent on procuring ingredients for dinner. Upon stepping outside, he cast another glance towards the horizon. The beam of light remained conspicuous, several miles from Qingyuan town. The once desolate forest was now teeming with people, all disciples of the Mount-relying sect. They had cordoned off the vicinity, preventing any outsiders from approaching. At this time, the area before the beam of light was bustling with activity. In the midst of the crowd stood a tightly sealed portal of light, connecting to the beam and leading to a hidden cavity in the sky. Generally, this portal would only open upon the disappearance of the beam, allowing entry inside. However, the beam showed no signs of fading, indicating that a secret incantation was required to unlock the door. A group of disciples from the Mount-relying sect took turns stepping forward, addressing the portal. Some formidable beings who create secret realms prefer to use the names of those they hold dear as their secret phrases. Others may opt for a simple, commonplace phrase instead. They can only speculate, and with a stroke of luck, they might just guess correctly. Of course, there exists another method to unlock the light gate, employing external force to shatter the light column. However, Murong Palace has already attempted this. Despite being at the second level of the divine separation stage and exerting his full strength, the light column remained utterly unperturbed. Clearly, they were not of the same caliber. Typically, the light column of a secret realm manifests for a duration of 10 days. Once this period elapses, the secret cave vanishes into the void, never to be seen again. A few members of Murong Palace gathered not far away. Zhang Xiaofeng gazed at Murong Yuhai and Murong Shui, lost in admiration. He envied their rapid breakthroughs, particularly Murong Shui, who had recently been at the refining period, yet had astonishingly transformed into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. It was truly astounding. Fortunately, his son had also made a breakthrough, which provided him with some consolation. Among the group, there was a young man, strikingly handsome and seemingly of similar age to Morong Shui. He was Zhang Qingxian's son, Zhang Daling. At this moment, Zhang Daling stared blankly at Morong Shui, his scalp tingling from the shock of her cultivation level. Just a short while ago, he had possessed the same cultivation as her grandfather. This secret phrase seems exceedingly difficult to guess. Shouldn't you try attacking a few more times? Morong Shui suggested, believing that the likelihood of guessing the secret phrase was slim, and that a serious assault might yield better results. Morong Palace shook his head, stating, "This secret realm is undoubtedly the work of an immortal. I doubt even a great master could breach it, unless an immortal lends their assistance." "Grandfather, do you mean we should seek help from a senior?" Morong Shui inquired, her face lighting up with joy. Upon hearing this, Morong Gong smiled wryly and remarked, "The esteemed elder descends to the mortal realm to cultivate his heart. One wonders if he will resort to his powers. Ever since I harbored suspicions that Chen Pingan is an immortal emperor, my admiration for him has reached unprecedented heights. Should he permit me to address him as father, I would undoubtedly exclaim grandfather without hesitation. The chasm between immortals and immortal emperors is akin to that which separates ordinary mortals from those of the great ascension stage. The strength of an immortal emperor is self-evident." Morong Yunhai nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the last time the elder wished to refrain from using his powers, he even requested my assistance to return him to his abode, indicating that he has embraced his identity as a mere mortal for the sake of his cultivation." Morong Shui, upon hearing this, sighed and said, "Then what shall we do about the secret realm? There are likely many treasures within." In truth, whether the elder would offer assistance remained to be seen, but the re-emergence of the secret realm provided a perfect opportunity for a visit. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofeng interjected, eager to meet the immortal. Morong Gong glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "Very well, but remember the precautions I previously mentioned." Zhang Xiaofeng and Zhang Dalan nodded in agreement. After a discussion, the group set off. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. Fortuitously, as they appeared, Chen Pingan, whistling a tune, approached his door. He had initially planned to prepare a sumptuous feast that evening as a reward for himself, but suddenly, his expression shifted. "Elder," Morong Gong called out, leading the way. Zhang Xiaofeng and Zhang Dalan, having never encountered Chen Pingan before, instantly recognized him as the immortal upon seeing him. He respectfully called out to his senior. Chen Pingan had already halted his steps, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Why are you here again?" Morong Gong, with a face full of forced smiles, greeted them before revealing their purpose. "Senior, we have come this time because these two wish to pay their respects to you, so I brought them along. At the same time, we also wish to." Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan abruptly waved his hand, interrupting, "No need to elaborate. I am aware of your intentions." Morong Gong paused for a moment. "You know? Oh, I see. The light pillar in the secret realm still stands. The senior must have already calculated that no mortal can breach it. Seeing their arrival must surely be a request for assistance." At this moment, Chen Pingan's thoughts were entirely disconnected from Morong Gong's. Observing these few demons, he felt quite helpless, even without further contemplation. It was evident what Morong Gong and the others were after. It was just around mealtime. And here they came in droves. What else could it be but an overture for a free meal? Chapter 19. How many insights have you gained from a single melody? Chen Pingan looked at Morong Gong and the two unfamiliar faces he had brought along, unsure of what to say. When the four of them dined together, it was already quite chaotic. Now, with two additional guests, was he expected to run a restaurant? Chen Pingan felt utterly exasperated. He also recognized that if he did not refuse this time, Morong Gong and the others would undoubtedly escalate their demands. It was entirely possible they would come every day for a free meal. Thus, he resolved to decline. After contemplating the horizon, Chen Pingan carefully organized his words before gently refusing. "In truth, over the past few days, I have sought a moment of tranquility. Regarding the matter of opportunity you speak of, I must temporarily decline. However, since you have all arrived, do step inside for a cup of tea, and perhaps indulge in a tune I might play." Chen Pingan continued to perceive opportunity as sustenance in the eyes of these cultivators. At this moment, politely declining was preferable to allowing them to depart in disappointment, thus he invited them in for tea and a song, softening the tension in their relations. Having just witnessed Chen Pingan glance towards the secret realm, the members of the Morong Palace understood they had been rebuffed. In truth, they had anticipated such a response upon their arrival, and found no sorrow in it. Instead, upon hearing of the tea, Morong Yunhai, Morong Shui, and Zhang Qingxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing their fervor, Chen Pingan hastily added a stipulation, 1 cup per person. At this, Morong Yunhai and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but soon they reconciled with the limitation. 1 cup was indeed preferable to none. Chen Pingan led them into the courtyard. The members of the Murong Palace, having previously entered the courtyard, now felt a twinge of anxiety, lingering behind Chen Pingan. Conversely, Zhang Xiaofeng and Zhang Daling exhibited curiosity, eager to glimpse the abode of a celestial being. Upon entering the courtyard, the Murong Palace members released a sigh of relief upon sensing no immediate threat. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofeng and Zhang Daling halted abruptly, their senses tingling from the astonishing scene before them. What manner of place was this? Their gazes wandered, discovering that every corner was imbued with an overwhelming power observing them. This sensation is quite uncomfortable. At this moment, Chen Pingan recalled the golden longsword he had retrieved and decisively approached to present it before Murong Gong. Elder Gong, could you discern the specific rank of this weapon? Upon hearing the inquiry, Murong Gong paused for a moment, his gaze fixated on the golden longsword. Is this a test from you, esteemed senior? Murong Gong's expression began to grow serious. Nodding, he took hold of the golden longsword. Just from its aura, he could ascertain that this weapon was of the spirit tool grade. Spirit tools are the mightiest weapons in this mortal realm. However, witnessing it here did not surprise him. Yet, he sensed that it was not so simple. With the elder testing him, this weapon must certainly hold greater significance. He scrutinized it closely and discovered that the weapon was severely damaged. Nevertheless, even in this state, it had achieved a high level of spirit tool classification. If it had not been harmed, could it not be a celestial tool? Would it not possess a spirit within? As for how to verify the existence of a spirit, he remained uncertain. What rank is it? Approximately how many spirit stones is it worth? Chen Pingan inquired with curiosity. If it were indeed a valuable item, he would hasten to sell it for spirit stones to utilize. Murong Gong, once again pressed with questions, could only manage a wry smile. Esteemed senior, to be frank, I am unable to ascertain it. He did not dare to make unfounded claims. To suggest it was a spirit tool might be acceptable if he guessed correctly. However, if he were mistaken, it could lead Chen Pingan to think it was not remarkable. As for asserting it was a celestial tool, that would be entirely a shot in the dark, and an error would only invite ridicule. Thus, he remained true to reality. If he did not know, then he did not know. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes. Unable to discern? Or rather, does this item lack any true worth? Was he subtly implying that this object was of little value? Chen Pingan let out a sigh and said, very well. Please come in and enjoy some tea. He felt utterly speechless. The manner in which this weapon appeared was so remarkable, yet its quality turned out to be disappointingly poor. He casually placed the golden longsword in a corner, choosing to disregard it. Muttering softly to himself, he remarked, just an ordinary item. I might as well use it for chopping firewood. After all, it did appear quite sharp. Seeing Chen Pingan treat what could be a celestial weapon with such nonchalance, Mu Ronggong could not help but press her lips together. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofeng and the others immediately recognized that this weapon had reached the level of a spiritual tool, and witnessing Chen Pingan's casual handling of it left them envious. Truly, a master of the old school, such a weapon hardly captured his interest. As for the celestial weapon lying on the ground, it began to weep quietly, having overheard Chen Pingan's words, ordinary item, meant for chopping firewood. Upon entering the room, Chen Pingan invited Mu Ronggong and the others to take a seat while he busied himself with brewing tea. He once again remembered to add 2 goji berries for them. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to add a few more. Once the tea was ready, he poured each of them a cup. Sip slowly. I shall also play a tune for you. This melody will be unlike anything you have ever heard before, he promised. In truth, Chen Pingan relished the opportunity to perform in front of others. In his earlier years, he had been hailed as a musical prodigy, having participated in numerous competitions. He cherished the exhilarating feeling of performing on stage. Now, sharing a piece of Earth's music with beings from another realm, he was eager to observe their reactions. He simply had no desire to cook for them. They could only use some entertaining activities to placate them. Murong and the others nodded with smiles. Although they were not particularly skilled in this area, they were nonetheless eager to listen. Meanwhile, the spirit of the celestial artifact in the corner began to leap with excitement upon hearing these words. Here it comes again. It was certain that after listening to another piece, its injuries would undoubtedly improve significantly. Chen Pingan casually selected a tune and began to play. In an instant, the air was filled with enchanting melodies. Murong Yanhai, Murong Shui, and Zhang Qingxian, upon noticing the tea, were prepared to take a sip, believing there was still more to drink from the pot. However, as soon as the sound of the flute resonated, their movements abruptly halted, and a look of astonishment washed over their faces. The expressions of Murong and the others mirrored theirs, revealing profound shock. A sign of enlightenment. No. They were already in the midst of enlightenment. What was happening? There was no time for Murong and the others to ponder. They swiftly closed their eyes to begin their meditation. This opportunity must not be squandered. In just a short while, they achieved enlightenment. their Dao hearts became clearer. Simultaneously, the younger generation, Murong Shui and Zhang Daling, directly broke through another layer of cultivation. As for Zhang Xiaofeng, under this sudden enlightenment, his aura surged dramatically. Boom! Within his heart, a torrent erupted. His cultivation leaped forward, breaking through to the next level of divine separation. He suddenly opened his eyes, a frenzied expression crossing his face. Yet, just as soon as he had completed his breakthrough, the mania on his face abruptly froze. What? Another moment of enlightenment. Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure and closed his eyes once more. Chen Pingan leisurely completed a melody. At that moment, witnessing several individuals with their eyes closed in rapture, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, affirming his skills. Indeed, they were so engrossed that they had succumbed to the music. After a while, they gradually opened their eyes. Observing their expressions of excitement, Chen Pingan felt a swell of pride. However, in the next instant, Murong Gong and the others chorused, "Senior, may we hear it once more?" Upon hearing this familiar request, the smug expression on Chen Pingan's face instantly froze. An unsettling sensation surged within him, especially as he regarded their current visages. Was it not reminiscent of their earlier demeanor during tea and meals? Are you devils? You are stifling my enthusiasm for performing. Chen Pingan could already envision that if he were to play another piece, these individuals would soon follow with yet another request for an encore. Such a back and forth would ensue. He was certain that, upon encountering this scenario in the future, an instinctive aversion would arise within him. Apologies, but I have formed a habit of playing but a single piece each day. Chen Pingan earnestly declined. As they heard his words, a look of reluctance dawned upon Murong Gong and the others. In the span of a single melody, they had attained enlightenment several times. If they could listen to a few more pieces, they were confident they could ascend to even greater heights of cultivation. Indeed, in the time it took to perform just one piece, Murong Gong and the others had achieved breakthroughs. Murong Gong had advanced to the third level of spirit separation. Although it was merely a single level of advancement, the shock within him had reached an alarming magnitude. How little time had passed. He had only visited this place twice. From the pinnacle of transcendence, he leapt to the third tier of the spirit separation. This is a tale so extraordinary that few would believe it. Yet, the tempest of emotions within Zhang Xiaofeng mirrored that of Murong Gong. At this moment, as he gazed into Chen Pingan's eyes, they sparkled with admiration and reverence. A reflection of his deepest respect and adoration. The second layer of spirit separation. With merely a single piece of music, he achieved enlightenment 6 times. What does this signify? It has been noted that those with exceptional talent typically experience 11 or 12 moments of enlightenment from the onset of their cultivation to the great ascension stage. And yet, within the span of a single melody, he attained what others might achieve in a lifetime. If he could listen to such music daily, he was certain that within a year, he would ascend to immortality. Murong Yuhai and the others shared similar sentiments after their initial frenzy. Their faces were now suffused with profound reverence. What kind of formidable being could accomplish such feats? They could no longer believe that Chen Pingan was merely an immortal. If immortals could perform like this, surely the mortal realm would be devoid of ordinary beings. At this moment, Chen Pingan felt slightly unnerved under the intense scrutiny of Murong Shui and the others. Lacking spiritual roots, he was entirely oblivious to the extraordinary experiences they had just undergone, let alone their breakthroughs. Confused, he could not comprehend why they wished for him to play another piece. Under the heat of their gazes, he could only manage a wry smile and say, "All right, you all should return to your own matters. I wish to rest." Upon hearing this, Murong Gong and the others understood his intent and nodded in agreement. Such a venerable figure must not be offended. He ought to be revered as a deity. Meanwhile, Murong Yuhai and the others, aware of the exquisite tea in their cups, hastily consumed it. Instantly, they felt a wave of serenity wash over them, a comfortable expression gracing their faces. Chen Pingan gazed at the trio of devils, rendered speechless. He could not fathom why Murong Gong and his companions, who seemingly had no interest in tea, were reacting this way. Did they genuinely relish the taste of tea? Or perhaps they were fond of the flavor of goji berries? Or were they simply too weak and in need of a tonic? Chen Pingan was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Murong Gong also noticed the expressions of Murong Yuhai and his companions. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes brightened, and he lifted his teacup to take a sip. To his astonishment, after drinking the tea, his eyes widened in realization. Indeed, the enhancement of his son and granddaughter's spiritual roots was connected to this tea. He glanced at Chen Pingan and then at the teapot in Chen Pingan's possession, swallowing hard. Chen Pingan observed Murong Gong becoming one with Murong Yuhai and the others, gazing fervently at his teapot, and he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Let us depart. It is getting dark. Everyone should head back," he urged, rising swiftly to usher them out. Zhang Xiaofeng and Zhang Daling, having yet to sip their tea, found themselves hurriedly escorted away by Chen Pingan, unable to indulge. Meanwhile, Murong Yunhai and Zhang Qingxian, witnessing this scene, swiftly seized the teacups of the two and drained them in a flash. Chen Pingan caught this spectacle, feeling utterly exasperated. Outside the door, Murong Gong and the others clasped their hands in farewell. Chen Pingan watched them depart, finally exhaling in relief. It seemed that cultivators were truly like this, which significantly altered his perception of them. Chen Pingan shook his head thoughtfully, then glanced at the radiant beam of light on the horizon. It was so bright. He wondered how the night would unfold, fearing that the luminosity might keep many people awake. Fortunately, his room was situated deeper within the house, shielding him from the blinding light. Chen Pingan prepared to step into the courtyard when, suddenly, a piercing hum emanated from the direction of the light beam. The sound was jarring and unexpected, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over him. He turned to investigate, his face etched with confusion as he gazed at the distant column of light. Fortunately, the unsettling noise soon faded, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. After observing the light beam for a moment, Chen Pingan lost interest and returned to the kitchen to prepare his meal. An hour passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Yet the entire town remained brilliantly illuminated. The beam of light on the horizon resembled a colossal luminescent pipe. Chen Pingan maintained a disciplined routine, retiring to bed as soon as night fell. He would typically drift into slumber within minutes. However, this night proved different. Despite managing to fall asleep, he found himself waking every half hour. Each time, the same insistent hum would resonate from the light column. In this instance, yet another hum erupted, marking the third time he had awakened. Lying in a sprawled position, his eyes wide open, he stared at the ceiling and couldn't help but curse. What kind of bizarre realm is this? When will it cease? After venting his frustration, he turned over and stuffed cotton into his ears. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he uttered those words, the kitchen knife suddenly stirred to life. It soared from the courtyard, transforming into a shooting star, racing toward the beam of light. This time, the roosters made no attempt to intervene, for Chen Pingan had issued a command. At that moment, beneath the radiant beam, a group of individuals from the Reliant Mountain sect gathered, their eyes fixed upon the light column and the luminous gateway below. They were perplexed as to why such a rumbling occurred. They had never encountered such a situation in the secret realm before. What is happening? Why do I sense something amiss? Murong Yunhai observed the now tranquil light column, turning to his companions and expressing his concerns. Murong Gong, furrowing his brow, shared his confusion about the unfolding events. Instruct the disciples to withdraw. I cannot shake off this unsettling feeling, he declared, as a foreboding sensation began to take root within him. Murong Yunhai nodded and commanded all disciples to step back. Before long, a group of disciples distanced themselves significantly. Once the disciples had retreated, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the horizon into the line of sight of Murong Gong and Murong Yunhai. Every individual whose cultivation surpassed the golden core stage felt this presence, swiftly turning their gazes towards Qingyuan town. In that fleeting moment, a streak of light approached them, a kitchen knife. Murong Gong and Murong Yunhai recognized this blade. It was indeed the weapon of their predecessor. What brings it here? Just as confusion lingered in their minds, a realization struck them, and their eyes gleamed with understanding. Could it be that the predecessor sent this knife to shatter the light column? As they suspected, the knife soared toward the light column, hovering in the air as if fixated upon it. Remarkably, such a potent object had manifested in the mortal realm, rare even in the celestial realm. Yet, before the knife master, it remained but a mere blade. After a brief moment of mirth, the kitchen knife began to radiate an extraordinary aura. It then swiftly slashed toward the light column, unleashing a brilliant arc of blade light from within its form. Like a bolt of lightning, it approached the beam of light. The blade's radiance instantaneously pierced through the column of light, yet its velocity remained unabated, soaring into the vast expanse of the sky behind, until it vanished at the horizon's end. Were one's vision to transcend the ordinary, one might observe that this gleam of the blade never ceased, continuing on until it reached the edge of the continent. Some towering mountains were cleaved asunder beneath this luminous blade, and several unfortunate bandits met their demise within its path. With a resounding thud, the entire beam of light abruptly shattered. The once bright surroundings dimmed considerably, leaving only the ground S-portal, which still offered a glimmer of illumination. Beholding the fragility of the beam, incapable of resisting even a fraction of the blade's speed, the knife cast a glance at the distant mountains it had severed, and with a wry smile remarked, "It appears I overestimated its strength. I did not anticipate such an aptitude." With that, a sudden gust of wind erupted behind the knife, and its figure vanished from sight, hurtling towards Qingyuan town with terrifying speed. Below, the onlookers, including Murong Gong and others, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if a fist could be stuffed inside. The preceding spectacle left them utterly dumbfounded. The knife's earlier utterances, though not loud, were nearly inaudible to those of lesser cultivation due to its elevation. However, for Murong Gong and his companions, having surpassed their previous limits, they absorbed every disdainful word spoken by the knife from such a distance. This level of power was rare in the celestial realm, yet it had the audacity to claim that a single strike would suffice. Following the obliteration of the beam, it further derided it as worthless. Murong Gong and his companions had lost their senses. They had all witnessed that formidable attack. What appeared to be a simple strike concealed immense power, known only to those who had attained the Yuaning realm. The terrifying aura and the razor-sharp blade light evoked a singular sensation, regardless of what lay ahead. The outcome would invariably be one, division into two. Murong Palace, the highest in cultivation among them, felt this formidable force most acutely. He had an inkling that should this attack land on the ground, it would likely create an unfathomable pit. As he gazed towards the horizon where the blade light had vanished, he pondered the aftermath. After a moment of astonishment, Murong Palace and the others shifted their focus. The beam of light had dissipated, and they swiftly turned their gaze to the portal, now wide open. Gulp. Murong Palace and his companions swallowed hard. The blade that had struck must have been commanded by Chen Pingan. Murong Palace's mind raced, and he suddenly conceived a plausible explanation. The incessant resonance of the beam must have disturbed the rest of the elder. This time, he had indeed hit upon a valid point. The beam had indeed disrupted Chen Pingan's repose, although Chen Pingan remained oblivious to his blade's destructive actions against it. At this moment, he was sleeping quite soundly. Murong Palace inhaled deeply, his admiration for Chen Pingan reaching its zenith. With his thoughts now solely on the portal, he considered that if the beam had remained tranquil, he could have allowed his disciples to enter at will. However, the beam's sudden agitation left him with an unsettling feeling. Yun Hai, have a few elders enter first to assess the situation, Murong Palace instructed. Murong Yun Hai nodded and flew a short distance away to converse with several middle-aged individuals. Soon, 3 middle-aged men stepped into the luminous portal, vanishing from sight. At that moment, in the celestial realm, a grand ancient city reminiscent of a kingdom shone brightly. In the center of this colossal city stood an immense tree that reached for the heavens, upon which coiled a magnificent bird that blazed like fire. Opposite the giant tree loomed the majestic Mount Chitian, where, atop its peak, a colossal golden serpent encircled the summit. Between the towering tree and the mountain, a stone staircase ascended towards the clouds. Atop this staircase lay a resplendent palace. Within the palace, a middle-aged man, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. As he did so, the world around him shifted in hue. In that instant, astonishment etched itself upon his face. How could this be? The secret realm I meticulously crafted to imprison Ling has been shattered by someone. A millennium had passed, and for the first time, emotion stirred upon the face of this man. He was none other than the Ba Tian Skin Di, who had seized the title of Emperor of the Celestial Realm 1,000 years prior. A millennium ago, he had a daughter, whom he cherished deeply. Her name was Su Ling, and she was but 6 years old at the time. He was then embroiled in a fierce contest for the imperial throne against the ruthless Xianzun. Ultimately, he triumphed over Xianzun, slaying him and solidifying his reign as emperor. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the vengeful Xianzun, refusing to rest in peace, would use his life as essence to transform into an evil specter, infusing it into Su Ling. While he became a revered emperor, his beloved daughter was condemned to a fate devoid of reason, transformed into a demon. Despite his unparalleled cultivation and relentless efforts, he could not rescue his daughter, who had succumbed to madness. Under the influence of the potent blood of the ruthless immortal sovereign, the strength of his daughter surged rapidly. However, her bloodthirsty nature compelled her to slay anyone she encountered. In utter desperation, the dominant celestial emperor was left with no choice but to confine her. Regardless of how his beloved daughter transformed, he refused to imprison her in a hellish abyss. Ultimately, he forged a formidable secret realm, entrapping her within its confines, and subsequently cast this realm into the void, allowing it to drift amidst countless mortal realms. He was convinced that the resilience of the secret realm he had created was such that it could withstand any external assault from an immortal sovereign. Moreover, the realm would only manifest in the mortal domain. Even after millennia, he believed it would remain undisturbed. However, to his astonishment, he soon discovered that the secret realm he had crafted had been suddenly breached. This revelation left him profoundly shaken. What transpired in the mortal realm? At this moment, in the mortal realm, a group of individuals from the Murong Palace awaited at their location. Just then, an elder who had entered suddenly emerged. The members of the Murong Palace, eager to inquire about the situation within, were taken aback when they beheld the elder, drenched in blood. With a thud, the elder collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the Morong Palace members stood in stunned silence, their hearts filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, another figure appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. Yet this time, it was not one of their esteemed elders. Instead, it was a disheveled and filthy figure. From her physique and the faint outline of her face, it was evident that she was a woman. She possessed striking beauty, but her eyes glowed a sinister red. With a chilling cackle, an eerie laughter suddenly escaped her lips. Upon hearing the laughter, Morong Palace felt a sudden constriction of every pore in her body. A formidable aura, seemingly capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, erupted from the woman. The ground began to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. Within a mile, all cultivators below the Golden Core stage found themselves involuntarily controlled, collapsing to their knees. Morong Palace and her companions, sensing this terrifying energy, turned pale with fear. This was undoubtedly not the power of the mortal realm. An immortal, kill. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly emanated from the figure. Morong Palace and her companions felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Meanwhile, in Qingyuan town, the ground quaked, awakening Chen Pingan from his slumber. He turned in bed, his eyes remaining shut, mumbling sleepily, "Isn't it annoying? Can't anyone let me sleep?" Although he did not awaken, he was clearly resistant to the disruptive noise. Just returned, the kitchen knife, upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, it left the courtyard and soared toward the entrance of the secret realm. At that moment, a filthy figure on the ground was preparing to unleash carnage upon a group of disciples from the Reliant Mountain sect. Observing this scene, the kitchen knife couldn't help but murmur, "Oh, a demonic cultivator in the immortal Yuan realm?" The woman, initially poised to kill, suddenly sensed the kitchen knife's abrupt arrival. Her head twisted sharply as she fixed her gaze upon it. Suddenly, she grinned widely, her sinister laughter echoing around. Then, she violently surged forward, transforming into a projectile aimed at the kitchen knife. At this moment, Morong Palace and her companions were paralyzed by the overwhelming aura, their eyes widening in horror as they watched the woman hurtling toward the kitchen knife. The kitchen knife observed the woman approaching it and let out a chuckle, as if it had witnessed something amusing. It remained motionless, anticipating her arrival. Just as she was about to draw near, a sudden grunt echoed through the air. In an instant, the woman, akin to a cannonball, halted abruptly, as though she had been ensnared. The knife regarded the now motionless woman, who resembled a wooden figure, and disdainfully remarked, "A mere cultivator at the immortal origin realm dares to act fierce before me? You ought to know that even the trash at the immortal emperor level must address me as master." Its flippant tone epitomized the notion of invincibility, as if to say, "I am invulnerable, and you may act as you please." There is more to come tonight. In Chapter 22, titled All Right, Boss. Morong Gong and his companions were left in a state of bewilderment as they listened to the knife's words, witnessing the scene unfold. Particularly perplexed were Morong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng. After encountering the dragon, they began to speculate whether Chen Pingan was indeed the strongest being in the immortal realm, a sovereign who commanded the entire celestial domain. However, upon hearing the knife's proclamation, they found themselves utterly confounded. So, even the so-called trash at the immortal emperor level had to address it as master? What of its master then? Realizing this, Morong Gong recognized that he had been entirely mistaken. The elder was not an immortal emperor. Yet, within their understanding, the immortal emperor represented the pinnacle of power. Could it be that there existed beings even more formidable than the immortal emperor in the immortal realm? For the first time, the imaginations of Morong Gong and his companions encountered limitations. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner below, a pair of eyes was fixed upon the sky. Having just sneaked out from the courtyard, a celestial artifact now hid in the shadows, secretly observing the kitchen knife above. After experiencing the baptism of several melodies, it has regained the ability to fly. Curiosity about the surroundings compelled it to stealthily venture out. At this moment, as it gazed at the happenings in the sky and recalled the words spoken by the kitchen knife, its heart was filled with complex emotions. The moment it laid eyes on the frenzied woman, a sense of familiarity washed over it. After racking its brain, it suddenly recalled, was this not the sole daughter of the Dominator Celestial Emperor, Su Ling? Although it had only encountered Su Ling once a millennium ago, when she was merely a 6-year-old child, its extraordinary perception of beings allowed it to recognize anyone, regardless of their disguise. Thus, it swiftly identified the identity of the frenzied woman. However, its complexity of feelings did not stem from this recognition, but rather from the formidable power of the kitchen knife. Indeed, artifacts possess immense strength. This was astonishingly potent. It was more aware of the kitchen knife's power than the people nearby. Even the Dominator Celestial Emperor would have to address it as master knife. Surely, those stronger than the Dominator Celestial Emperor would be compelled to kneel, particularly considering that the kitchen knife had such an invincible master. The might of Chen Pingan was entirely beyond its comprehension. How pitiful that it initially thought him to be merely immortal. The thought alone was frightening. Within the entire abode, the sheer number of artifacts at the level of the kitchen knife was terrifying, and these artifacts all regarded him as their master. The kitchen knife stared at the woman before it, who was rendered immobile, her eyes still radiating endless malice. It couldn't help but let out a chuckle. You pique my interest, indeed. I am curious to see what you were like before your madness. With that, the kitchen knife moved closer to the woman, its tip gently pressing against her forehead. At that moment, a series of memories were unveiled to the kitchen knife. Suddenly, it muttered, 6 years old. It had originally intended to slay the madwoman with a single stroke. However, after witnessing her memories, the kitchen knife fell into silence. After a while, as if having made a resolute decision, it began to soar towards Qingyuan town, with the immobilized madwoman trailing behind. Observing this scene, Morongong and the others were left in a state of astonishment. Did the senior wish to meet this deranged woman? Meanwhile, the golden longsword below also paused momentarily. Yet, before it could fully process this bewilderment, it was suddenly struck by a piercing gaze directed at it. Immediately afterward, a disdainful scoff echoed in its ears. Trash? Who permitted you to emerge? Concealed in the shadows, the spirit of the celestial artifact, believing itself to be well hidden, began to tremble uncontrollably. Master, it stammered respectfully. The kitchen knife remained silent for a moment, ultimately dismissing it. Had it not been for the fact that the spirit belonged to its master, it would have considered annihilating it outright. Return, the kitchen knife ordered. After that, it resumed its flight. The spirit of the celestial artifact promptly replied, Why yes, master. Had it possessed a face, it would undoubtedly have been etched with bitterness at that moment. As for Murong and the others, they could only watch as the kitchen knife departed. It was only when the figures of the kitchen knife and the madwoman faded from sight that they turned their attention to the entrance of the secret realm, where the corpse of an elder came into view. Had Chen Pingan not summoned the kitchen knife, they surely would have perished. This was nothing short of a life-saving grace. Morongong and the others exhaled a breath of murky air, then began to tidy up, while also glancing towards the entrance of the secret realm. What treasures might lie within? The kitchen knife swiftly returned to the courtyard. Upon seeing the kitchen knife accompanied by the madwoman, the peach tree and the rooster were momentarily taken aback. Why have you brought her back? The rooster inquired first. The kitchen knife offered no reply, instead looking at the peach tree and stating, You handle this. I shall take my leave. With that, the kitchen knife soared back to the kitchen. The peach tree, slightly bewildered, restrained the madwoman to avoid disturbing Chen Pingan's slumber while attempting to assess her condition. After a thorough examination, it comprehended the kitchen knife's intentions. What a celestial being, to resort to such harsh measures against a mere 6-year-old girl. The peach tree gazed at the madwoman, then cast a glance at the kitchen knife, which was cold on the outside, yet warm within. After a moment of hesitation, it resolved to act. Since fate has brought you here, consider yourself fortunate. As the words left its lips, a splendid peach blossom, the most exquisite atop the peach tree, suddenly took flight, gently descending onto the madwoman's head. At that moment, obscure incantations emanated from the peach tree. Before long, the madwoman began to levitate. Her once blood-red eyes, disheveled form, and the dark aura surrounding her dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. Not only that, but as all the impurities vanished, the madwoman's physique began to shrink. Ultimately, a porcelain doll-like girl clad in pristine white attire appeared in the courtyard. This little girl, with eyes as deep as pools of water and a face adorably rosy with confusion, radiated innocence. The peach tree and the rooster gazed at the little girl, momentarily taken aback. How incredibly adorable. I have a strong feeling that my decision was indeed the right one. The master will surely adore her, remarked the peach tree. The rooster, in a state of stupefaction, nodded in agreement. Truly delightful. Where am I? The little girl pouted, scratching her head with her tiny hands, her rosy cheeks adorned with confusion, and spoke in a bright, clear voice. The peach tree, overwhelmed by maternal instincts, would surely wear a smile of an affectionate aunt if it had a face at that moment. Nevertheless, it restrained itself, not forgetting the task at hand, and prepared to proceed to the next step. It needed to use its divine power to implant thoughts into the little girl's subconscious henceforth. You shall refer to the master as brother. As the peach tree instilled these thoughts into the girl's mind, the celestial artifact returned to the courtyard. However, it did not attract the attention of other divine objects, for at that moment, everything in the courtyard was captivated by the little girl. Upon entering, the celestial artifact, upon seeing the familiar figure of the girl, was once again rendered speechless. It then sighed in a wry manner, murmuring, I have a premonition that the heavenly emperor is undoubtedly restless at this very moment. Chapter 23. a daughter descending from the heavens, adorably explosive? As anticipated by the celestial artifact, at that moment, within a grand hall of the celestial realm, a middle-aged man appeared utterly dazed. Upon learning that the secret realm he had created had been breached, he dispatched individuals to investigate countless mortal realms throughout the night. Yet, not long after, he discovered that the life plate of his daughter had undergone a change. The life plate is a wondrous treasure that reflects the life status of its contracted individual. When one dies, the life plate shatters. For a millennium, the life token of his daughter had been shrouded in a veil of dark energy. Despite his formidable prowess, he could not dispel it. Yet just moments ago, not only had the token remained intact, but astonishingly, the black mist had vanished. This signified that his daughter had regained her consciousness. The Supreme Celestial Emperor stared in a daze at the life token in his grasp, his heart swelling with exhilaration, causing his hands to tremble. Who could it be that aided my Linger in her escape from the depths of despair? Linger, Father shall send someone to find you. Await my arrival. The Supreme Celestial Emperor hastily retrieved a precious artifact, dispatching orders for all powerful beings within the heavenly court to assemble at the palace that very night. In that moment, he bore little resemblance to a celestial sovereign, nearly brought to tears by his fervent emotions. He was certain that his daughter was somewhere in the mortal realm. Soon, in the grand hall, one formidable presence after another stealthily emerged. The Supreme Celestial Emperor's gaze grew resolute as he relayed crucial information to his trusted confidants. The mortal realm, a powerful secret domain, shattered the light pillar. He concluded by presenting everyone with a portrait of his daughter. From this moment forth, whoever assists me in reclaiming my daughter shall be rewarded with eternal nobility and be granted the privilege to share this realm with me. Upon hearing his declarations, the gathered individuals' eyes glinted with fervor. After bidding farewell, they swiftly departed, racing back to dispatch emissaries to every corner of the mortal realm. In the desolate woods near Qingyuan town, Morong Palace and others had already entered the secret domain. However, the interior was desolate and devoid of any presence. In their helplessness, they could only retreat. Shortly after emerging, they were taken aback when the entrance to the secret domain suddenly vanished, the hidden passage silently dissipating into the ether. Everything returned to a state of tranquility. Mu Rongong glanced helplessly at Mu Rongyanhai and said, "You must instruct all disciples to bury the events they have just witnessed deep within their hearts. Should anyone dare to utter a single word about what has transpired in this secret realm, they shall be met with immediate execution. Any who attempt to flee will be pursued to the ends of the earth." If these disciples divulge the happenings of this night, it won't be long before numerous formidable figures from the cultivation world arrive here. At that point, the tranquility of this vicinity may very well be disrupted. Understanding his father's intent to protect the serenity of the elder, Mu Rongyanhai nodded repeatedly and hastily gathered a group of disciples, resorting to both coercion and persuasion. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Chen Pingan lazily opened his eyes. It was the first time in years that he had risen so late. With the sunlight streaming in quite fiercely, he sat up in bed and stretched, his gaze landing on a sketch hanging on the wall before him. With a sigh, he prepared to get out of bed. However, at that moment, he froze. Blinking, he slowly turned his head to the right. What he beheld was a porcelain doll-like little girl, smiling at him. Chen Pingan blinked again, questioning whether he was still in a dream. How could anyone be in his room, especially such an adorable little girl? Yet, despite his blinking, the charming child remained there. Could it be a dream? But I am certainly not one to be infatuated with young girls. He pinched his own cheek. It hurt. This was no dream. Brother, the little girl, still smiling, spoke up. Her voice was as sweet and melodious as a lark's song, resonating in Chen Pingan's ears. He felt as though he might melt entirely. Oh no. Am I destined to become a lolicon? Little girl, who are you? Chen Pingan gazed in bewilderment at the young girl before him. How did such a child enter his home? Moreover, he had no recollection of her. My name is Su Ling, the girl replied with a smile. Chen Pingan had never heard that name before. Could she be the child of some family in the town? Yet, such an adorable little girl. Having lived here for 5 years, he should have encountered her at some point. Could it be that she is a relative of a local family, visiting? Su Ling. Is it? I shall call you Xiao Linger. Now, tell your brother, where is your home? Should I escort you back? Chen Pingan thought it best to return Su Ling to her family promptly. He wouldn't want to cause any worry for her parents. My home is right here. Su Ling replied. Here? You mean, this town? Xiao Linger, wait a moment while your brother freshens up. Chen Pingan swiftly rose from his bed, attended to his morning routine with haste, and, in a moment of vanity, adjusted his hair in the mirror gifted by the system before returning to Su Ling's side. Come, brother will take you to find your parents. He approached her, captivated by her charming little pink face, and couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek before extending his little finger for her to grasp. Since she was from this town, It would be easy enough to inquire about her family. Surely, he would encounter someone who recognized her. Su Ling beamed as she grasped Chen Pingan's finger. Her smile radiant and warmer than the sun itself. Chen Pingan affectionately ruffled her hair. So adorable. Humph, the heavens have sent Xiaolingo to me. They must wish for me to have a daughter. He felt an overwhelming envy towards Su Ling's parents for having such an adorable daughter. In an effort to alleviate any concerns that Su Ling's parents might harbor, Chen Pingan decided to forego breakfast and began to traverse from house to house. However, after canvassing the entire town, he was left utterly bewildered. It turned out that no one had ever seen Su Ling. Some even chuckled and inquired if she was indeed his daughter, remarking that they seemed to be cut from the same cloth. A few young ladies, upon catching sight of Su Ling, transformed into infatuated admirers, and when Chen Pingan was momentarily distracted, one daringly stole a kiss on Su Ling's cheek. Indeed, a faint blush adorned Su Ling's face. Little Linger, did you not say your home was here? Chen Pingan furrowed his brow. The townsfolk had all claimed to have never encountered Su Ling, leading him to conclude that she could not possibly be from Qingyuan town, nor related to any of the local families. Su Ling replied, my home is over there. Chen Pingan's eyes brightened as he smiled. Ah, so you know the way. Please, lead on. With a radiant nod, Su Ling released her small hand from his grasp and began to skip joyfully in a specific direction. Oh my. To have such a daughter would surely bring daily smiles. Chen Pingan beamed at the charming Su Ling, following her in quiet admiration. However, it was too long before his smile faded. Brother, we've arrived home. Su Ling tilted her head with a grin, pointing towards a courtyard. As he gazed ahead, Chen Pingan's lips twitched involuntarily. Oh dear, having written with such a beaming smile, I too wish for a delightful daughter, yet alas, I have no partner. Today's fourth update comes to an early conclusion, with no need to wait for the evening. Ah, esteemed readers, observe my diligence and bestow upon me your commendations. Encourage me to expedite my updates, or, perhaps, offer a token of appreciation. Chapter 24, Culinary Master Xiaolinger, is this not my home? Xiaolinger, could it be that you are truly the daughter bestowed upon me by the heavens? Strangely enough, perhaps due to the incessant murmurs of the townsfolk, he genuinely began to perceive a resemblance between himself and Xiaolinger. Chen Pingan approached and inquired, Xiaolinger, do you recall what your father looks like? Su Ling tilted her head in contemplation before shaking it gently. What about your mother? He pressed. Again, she shook her head. Chen Pingan continued to pose various questions to Su Ling, yet her responses were predominantly negative. The sole memory she clung to was that this place was her home, and that Chen Pingan was her dear brother. Chen Pingan found himself at a loss for words. It seemed to him that Su Ling must have traversed through Qingyuan town with her family, during which an incident occurred, leading her to lose her way. Perhaps she had even suffered a fall, resulting in some confusion in her memories. Allowing his imagination to take flight, he ultimately resigned himself to the necessity of escorting Su Ling back to the courtyard. In such circumstances, it was likely that her parents would be searching for her. Having scoured the entire town, he knew that the townsfolk were aware of Su Ling's presence with him. Should her parents inquire, they would surely be directed to her. Time swiftly passed until midday. Engrossed in play with Su Ling, Chen Pingan did not neglect his duty to prepare a meal. However, at that moment, a voice resounded from outside. Is the esteemed elder present? It was none other than the voice of Murong. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan felt a surge of exasperation. Their timing was impeccably precise. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew that Murong would undoubtedly arrive with a retinue. Please come in, Chen Pingan said, feeling somewhat reluctant to send him away, so he allowed him entry. However, to his surprise, he was mistaken. Murong had come alone. Cautiously stepping inside, Murong, upon sensing no hostility, clasped his hands in gratitude and said, I am immensely thankful for your life-saving grace, Senior. He had come solely to express his thanks. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the kitchen knife last night, they might have met their demise. Chen Pingan had initially thought that Murong was merely seeking a meal, but upon hearing these words, he found himself bewildered. Life-saving grace? What was that about? No. It seemed he was indeed here for a meal. The implication was clear. Without food, one could perish. Thus, his early expression of gratitude for saving his life was merely a prelude to his intention to dine. Chen Pingan regarded Murong with a complicated expression, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. If you're here to mooch a meal, then just say so, without all this embellishment. If it weren't for my understanding of you, who would decipher your words? Very well, come in and sit for a while. Thankfully, you are the only one who has come today, so the ingredients I've purchased will suffice. However, I must make it clear, there are children present. So please eat decorously and do not set a poor example. As he spoke, Chen Pingan made his way further into the room. Meanwhile, Murong was equally perplexed by Chen Pingan's remarks. What did the senior mean by this? He was bewildered, yet a smile adorned his face. The senior was implying that he was welcome to join for a meal. Only then did Murong glance into the room and discover a remarkably adorable little girl standing there. Chen Pingan noticed that Su Ling was also gazing at Murong and affectionately urged, "Little Linger, greet Grandfather Murong." Upon hearing this, Su Ling sweetly called out, "Hello, Grandfather Murong." Murong had visited Chen Pingan several times, but had never encountered Su Ling. At that moment, he was first struck by Su Ling's adorable charm. And then he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from her. A look of astonishment spread across his face. What? He widened his eyes, staring at Su Ling. What realm is this? In his eyes, Su Ling appeared like a mighty elephant, while he felt akin to an inconspicuous ant. The disparity between them was as vast as a chasm. Just last night, he had felt the terrifying aura of that madwoman up close, yet now, this petite and charming Su Ling exuded an even stronger presence than that deranged woman. The reason for this transformation was solely due to the influence of the peach blossom. After merging with the peach blossom, Su Ling's realm had ascended from the celestial origin realm to the celestial sovereign realm. There are 4 realms among celestial beings: celestial infant realm, celestial spirit realm, celestial origin realm, and celestial sovereign realm. Due to Su Ling's drastic change in appearance, Murong failed to recognize her as the madwoman from the previous night. Unable to contain his curiosity, Murong turned to Chen Pingan and inquired, "Senior, is this your daughter?" He perceived a resemblance between Su Ling and Chen Pingan. Moreover, it was paramount to note that Su Ling was exceptionally powerful, despite her diminutive stature. Her strength was undeniable. He was certain that Su Ling was indeed related to Chen Pingan. Even if Chen Pingan insisted that Su Ling was not his kin, he would remain unconvinced. This time, before Chen Pingan could utter a word, Su Ling eagerly interjected, "Grandfather Murong, this is my brother." Upon hearing this, Murong appeared utterly bewildered. So they are siblings, no wonder they are so formidable. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, confusion engulfed him once more. Brother? How old is this senior, precisely? Or, one might wonder, are his parents still alive? If so, those two must be even more powerful. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, his head nearly bursting from the effort. Chen Pingan, however, found no inclination to clarify. If he had such an adorable sister, he would undoubtedly awaken with joy. "Little Linger, you play with grandfather while I prepare dinner," he hummed a melody as he made his way into the kitchen. With the arrival of Little Linger, his spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Shortly thereafter, Chen Pingan emerged from the kitchen, bearing 3 plates of dishes. During the time he had been cooking, Murong had caught whiffs of delightful aromas. Yet this time he refrained from openly indulging in the scent. As Su Ling was right beside him, he could only inhale discreetly. At that moment, witnessing such a sumptuous feast, he rubbed his hands in anticipation. As Chen Pingan brought the rice out, he cleared his throat. Murong understood the signal and tempered his eager expression. This time, no one was competing with him, so he needed to exhibit some decorum. He assumed that Chen Pingan would not have an unrefined manner of eating, and this charming young girl, being Chen Pingan's sister, surely deserved such a fortuitous encounter as well. However, just as they were about to dig in, Su Ling suddenly called out to both of them, urging them not to eat just yet. With her big, sparkling eyes narrowed in seriousness and an adorably earnest demeanor, she picked up her chopsticks and bowl to sample each dish. After tasting, she declared, "Brother, Grandfather Murong, you mustn't eat yet." As she spoke, she swiftly leaped off the chair, seized the dishes from the table, and made her way into the kitchen. Chen Pingan and Murong were left bewildered. What was she up to? Under their watchful gaze, Su Ling donned a white apron, deftly igniting the stove. She then hurriedly fetched a small stool, positioning herself before the stove. Was she truly going to cook? And judging by her demeanor, she appeared quite adept at it. Once the pan was heated, Su Ling began to pour in a platter of ingredients. Subsequently, she glanced over at the condiments nearby, preparing to season her dish on the spot. Having sampled the flavors just moments earlier, she was already aware that some ingredients were lacking in taste, while others were excessive. Her task now was to achieve the pinnacle of flavor. In a short while, Su Ling had skillfully prepared 3 dishes, beaming with satisfaction as she turned to Chen Pingan and the others. All done. At that moment, if one were to observe closely, the iron pot on the stove seemed to tremble slightly. Chen Pingan removed the 3 dishes from the table, watching as Su Ling hopped back onto her chair, still somewhat incredulous. It was astonishing. Su Ling appeared to be merely a little over 6 years old. How could she have been so proficient just moments ago? Her cooking motions, the precision with which she seasoned her dishes, were reminiscent of the esteemed chefs on Earth. "Brother, Grandpa Murong, do give it a taste." Su Ling rested her elbows on the table, supporting her delicate face with her small hands. Her feet, barely reaching the ground, swung joyfully in the air. exuding an aura of anticipation. Chen Pingan nodded, picking up some food to sample. After just one bite, his eyes widened in surprise. He quickly shifted his focus to the next dish. Upon reflection, after sampling 3 dishes, Chen Pingan was utterly astonished. Little Linger, from whom did you acquire such culinary skills? It is simply inconceivable. With just a simple stir-fry and a dash of seasoning, how have you managed to create the flavor of a 5-star restaurant? Chen Pingan had entirely forgotten how long it had been since he had savored such delectable dishes. Morongong also tasted the food, and upon finishing, found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, gazing vacantly at Su Ling. A tumult of emotion surged within him. He even entertained the fleeting thought of relinquishing his own granddaughter. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. This young girl, so youthful yet possessing such remarkable talent, exuding charm, and wielding culinary skills that transcended time and space. How could his granddaughter possibly compare? Chapter 25. Are there truly such extraordinary individuals in this world? Su Ling giggled. I'm not quite sure, but I seem to find that I can prepare a multitude of dishes. Chen Pingan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. This sister of mine, I must keep her. The trio enjoyed a delightful lunch together. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the black pot lamented, "Why do you weep?" The knife, rendered speechless, looked at the iron pot and communicated telepathically. The black pot continued to tremble slightly, declaring, "Do not speak to me. I have finally found a kindred spirit. Peach tree, why not reinforce the seal on Little Linger's memories a few more layers? I fear that if Su Ling regains her memories, she may seek out her father." For the first time, it felt that it had fulfilled a purpose. Only in the presence of such a culinary prodigy did it feel its worth. Most importantly, this little girl was utterly endearing. It longed to transform into human form, to embrace her, to lift her high. Meanwhile, atop the peak of Mount Koshan, upon receiving the news through the communication jade slip, Morong Shui, who had been eagerly awaiting her dear friend atop the mountain peak, suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me? Unbeknownst to her, her grandfather was contemplating casting her aside at that very moment. Just as she murmured this, a vessel suddenly appeared from the horizon. It was a flying boat, soaring swiftly and reaching the summit of the Mount of the Sect in merely 10 breaths. The boat was immense, approximately the size of 2 rooms, adorned with a dark golden exterior that exuded an aura of opulence. A smile graced Morong Shui's face as she anticipated the arrival of her childhood friend, whom she had encountered during her visits to the royal city. Little did she know that this friend was, in fact, a princess of the kingdom. Over the years, every time Morong Shui ventured to the royal city, she seized the opportunity to reminisce with her dear childhood companion. The year before last, this cherished friend gifted her an exceedingly precious communication jade slip, which had become their means of connection over the past 2 years. The flying boat came to a halt at the mountain's pinnacle, and soon, 2 figures descended, a beautiful woman and a young man. The lovely lady was named Lolan Qing, clad in a flowing purple gown, her exquisite visage illuminated by a radiant smile. Upon landing, she rushed towards Morong Shui, exclaiming, "Xiaoxua, I have arrived." Morong Shui's face mirrored the joy, and she sprinted to embrace her friend. The 2 clasped hands and twirled in circles on the ground, reveling in their happiness. At that moment, the young man cleared his throat, seemingly reminding Morong Shui that there was another presence. This young man, though of ordinary appearance, was dressed in resplendent attire and fanned himself with an ornate folding fan, despite the tempered air. He arrogantly remarked, "Cousin, do you not see me? Your older cousin?" Morong Shui cast a sidelong glance at Luo Xiaojie and retorted with irritation, "Why are you following me? Are you a toad yearning for a swan's flesh? Xiaoqing, I must advise you to keep your distance from this fellow." In truth, Luo Lanqing was quite displeased with Luo Xiaojie's persistent advances. Yet, she felt powerless, after all. He was one of the kingdom's 3 great prodigies and could assist her in warding off numerous suitors, which held some merit. She merely regarded Luo Xiaojie as a tool. Instantly incensed by his cousin's rebuke, Luo Xiaojie felt a surge of anger. "Are we not relatives? Is there anyone so unhelpful?" he exclaimed. "Princess, do not heed this little girl. I am quite commendable." He stepped forward, displaying what he believed to be his most charming, if somewhat lecherous smile as he gazed at Luo Lanqing. During this exchange, he shot a fierce glare at Morong Shui, his eyes flashing with a threatening glint, as if to say, "Should you continue to berate me, I might just bully you as I did in our youth." However, before he could finish that thought, a sudden crack resounded, and he appeared to disintegrate into a lifeless clay figure, shattered into countless pieces. "Why you?" Luo Xiaojie stammered. Terror etched across his face as he looked at Morong Shui, his words faltering. At that moment, Luo Lanqing, observing the transformation in Luo Xiaojie's demeanor, finally grasped the unusual situation. She stared blankly at Morong Shui, her mouth agape in astonishment. With a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, Morong Shui asked, "What is the matter?" She was aware of the reason behind Luo Xiaojie's predicament, yet could not resist the temptation to feign ignorance and pose the question. Observing the astonished expressions of Lord Lauren and the others, she felt increasingly grateful to Chen Pingan. Luo Xiaojie and the others were rendered speechless, as if they had witnessed something utterly terrifying. The 8th layer of the nascent soul. Could it be a fabrication? Both Luo Xiaojie and Lauren were cultivators at the core formation stage. Lauren, being the weaker of the two, was only at the 2nd layer, while Luo Xiaojie, one of the 3 prodigies of the royal city, had only reached the 5th layer. Yet, the originally unremarkable Morong Shui had suddenly ascended to the 8th layer of the nascent soul. It felt like a tale from a fantastical dream. At that moment, Luo Xiaojie felt as though he were hallucinating. However, the aura was unmistakable. It was indeed the 8th layer of the nascent soul, a full realm above him. After the initial shock, Lauren began to feel joy for Morong Shui, grasping her hand and exclaiming, "Shui, what on earth happened? Could it be that you've encountered some extraordinary fortuity?" "Not just an extraordinary fortuity, but an immensely significant one," Morong Shui replied, her smile brightening. Lauren, filled with envy, urged her, "Come now, quickly share with your sister how this came to be." Morong Shui was on the verge of divulging the details in her excitement, but suddenly, she recalled her grandfather's instructions, never speak of the ancestors to outsiders, for revealing their existence to too many unworthy individuals would be detrimental. She found herself in a dilemma. Yet, her closest friend surely did not count as an outsider, did she? Observing Lauren's eager expression, she decided to confide in her dear friend alone, reassuring herself that it was no great matter. Moreover, as long as she did not disturb the ancestors' tranquility, it would be fine. With this thought, she cast a glance at her cousin, realizing he was indeed an outsider. "Xiaoqing, let us find another place to converse." Morong Shui did not conceal her actions, indicating her desire to avoid Luo Xiaojie. This left Luo Xiaojie, who was also awaiting answers, feeling utterly disheartened. "Are you still my cousin?" He couldn't help but exclaim. Morong Shui retorted with a scoff, "Cousin? During our childhood visits, you bullied me at every turn. Now that I have surpassed you, it would suffice for me not to retaliate. Speak another word, and I shall give you a good thrashing." As Luo Xiaojie seemed poised to argue, she rolled up her sleeves, causing him to wilt immediately. "You are truly intolerable." Morong Shui then pulled Luo Lanqing into a corner, casting a glance at Luo Xiaojie before leaning in to whisper about her encounter with Chen Pingan. As Luo Lanqing listened, her eyes gradually widened in astonishment. A senior immortal? He can elevate one's spiritual root level? Meals can enhance cultivation? One can achieve enlightenment merely by listening to his melodies. Xiaoxue, you are not deceiving me, are you? Upon hearing this, Luo Lanqing could not help but exclaim, feeling as though she were in a dream. Could such extraordinary beings truly exist in this world? Chapter 26. The Knife Master is impressive. Morong Shui replied earnestly, "Just look at my cultivation level, and you will know whether I have deceived you." Gulp. Luo Lanqing blinked. Her belief solidified. Morong Shui's cultivation was indeed astonishing, indirectly affirming the existence of such formidable individuals in the mortal realm. "Xiaoxue, could you take me to meet this esteemed senior?" Luo Lanqing felt a bit bashful in making the request, yet she was certain that after learning of this, she would be unable to sleep without witnessing the senior's grandeur with her own eyes. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui hesitated. As Lauren Qing observed Morong Shui in a state of turmoil, she resolved to refrain from putting further pressure on her. After a brief moment of contemplation, Morong Shui finally acquiesced, saying, "Very well, but you must heed certain particulars. The senior practitioner has descended to the mortal realm, fully embracing the guise of an ordinary person. Moreover, regarding the courtyard, she meticulously relayed all the essential precautions she was aware of. Ultimately, she decided to accompany Lauren Qing on this venture. Of course, upon arrival, they would first inquire at the entrance if the senior would permit their entry. If granted, they could proceed. If denied, they would have no choice but to depart, as the senior's will was paramount. Lauren Qing listened attentively to Morong Shui's words, her excitement palpable as she nodded vigorously, committing every detail to memory. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she swiftly retrieved 2 objects from her spatial ring. These were 2 stones. Yet they appeared distinct from ordinary pebbles, round in shape and adorned with a smooth, gilded surface. "What treasures are these, little Qing?" Morong Shui inquired, perplexed by Lauren Qing's intentions. With palpable enthusiasm, Lauren Qing exclaimed, "Did you not mention that the senior's melodies could inspire profound enlightenment? I happen to possess 2 sound-imbued stones." "Sound-imbued stones as precious as transmission jade slips?" Morong Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at the 2 round stones before her. Lauren Qing nodded, a smile illuminating her face. They encapsulate the cultivation insights of a venerable master, which I acquired at considerable expense from an auction house. However, I am no longer concerned with those insights. We can request the senior to play a melody, and subsequently we shall inscribe that tune onto the sound-imbued stones. Upon hearing this, Morong Shue's eyes sparkled with boundless brilliance. Oh no. Wait, would this offend the senior? Xiaoqing, could this be somewhat inappropriate? Morong Shue forced a smile and said. Luo Lanqing replied, the senior must surely be aware of our little ruse. If he does not object, then it should be fine. We can give it a try. Very well, let us attempt it. Morong Shue, after listening, felt a burgeoning curiosity to try. If she could indeed record a melody to listen to daily, gaining insights each time, she was certain that it would not be long before she ascended to immortality. Luo Lanqing was equally exhilarated. Her inspiration stemmed not only from possessing 2 concealed sound stones, but also from thoughts of her father, who had lingered at the peak of the spirit separation stage for an extended period without a breakthrough. A moment of enlightenment might just propel him into the fusion stage. Meanwhile, despite straining his ears, Luo Xiaojie could not catch a single word from Morong Shue. It was only now that he discerned the two seemed intent on venturing somewhere, perhaps in pursuit of a grand opportunity. Cousin, take your cousin along. I've been wrong in the past. I sincerely apologize here. Luo Xiaojie clasped his hands together, his expression one of bitter regret. However, Morong Shue pondered briefly before shaking her head. Her cousin's character was rather mischievous. She preferred to keep her distance from trouble. With resolute determination, Morong Shue exclaimed. Luo Xiaojie hastily approached her, placing his hand on her shoulder and adopting a pleading demeanor. Cousin, please forgive your brother. I truly erred. Morong Shue felt a sudden chill and chose to disregard him, taking Luo Lanqing with her as they transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Seeing his cousin's callousness, Luo Xiaojie snorted, yet his expression bore no trace of disappointment. Instead, a cold smile crept across his face. Do you really think you can contend with me, your resourceful cousin? He chuckled, retrieving a compass-like object from his spatial ring to observe its readings. When he had touched Morong Shue's shoulder earlier, he had discreetly placed a small treasure there, which could connect with the one in his hand, allowing him to see her whereabouts. Luo Xiaojie was certain that his cousin was headed towards a place of great opportunity or to meet someone significant. Wherever she lingered for a while would undoubtedly be the location he sought. Of course, he could not pursue her just yet. He must wait for her return to concoct an excuse to venture out himself. Otherwise, encountering her would be rather inconvenient. Unbeknownst to Morong Shue, a tiny object, no larger than a grain of millet, had adhered to her shoulder as she flew with Luo Lanqing. At that moment, she recalled that she had forgotten to inquire about something. Xiaoqing, what brought you here so unexpectedly? Morong Shue felt taken aback. She had harbored suspicions regarding the secret realm, but their sect had effectively suppressed any information about it. When the secret realm had emerged, the news had been sealed, and it seemed unlikely that she would come for that reason. Luo Lanqing replied, just a day ago, I attended an auction in a city. It was there that I acquired these 2 sound concealment stones. And that evening, you won't believe what I witnessed. This is precisely why I have come. Indeed, it is not only I who have heard whispers of an increasing number of formidable individuals venturing this way. Morong Shue, intrigued, inquired, what did you see? Lanqing responded earnestly, the city boasts a splendid environment, nestled amidst towering mountains. At that moment, I was gazing at the luminous moon from a tall building when, suddenly, a brilliant light streaked across the sky. Taken aback, I witnessed something truly astonishing. The nearby peaks were cleaved asunder. The light continued its swift flight, unimpeded. I have since learned that this was a sword ray, likely unleashed by some powerful cultivator practicing their martial skills. Furthermore, rumors abound that this sword ray severed numerous mountain summits, maintaining its relentless momentum. I firmly believe that soon, the entire continent will tremble in response to this event. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Morong Shue suddenly swallowed hard, not out of astonishment at the might of the sword ray, but rather because she seemed to grasp its origin. This was no mere sword ray, it was a blade-S radiance, a weapon of a senior. Little Qing, let me be candid with you. I witnessed with my own eyes how that sword ray was unleashed, she remarked, her lips twitching as she regarded Lanqing. At these words, Lanqing was momentarily stunned, gradually connecting the dots. Observing Lanqing's dawning realization, Morong Shue affirmed, indeed, it is precisely as you surmise. Soon, you shall behold that individual. Lanqing's mouth fell agape, her jaw nearly grazing the ground. Chapter 27, a dialogue across different channels after a prolonged moment. Lanqing regained her composure and began to press Morong Shue for details about the situation at that time. Perhaps women possess an innate affinity for gossip. At this moment, as 2 women convened, Morong Shue began to speak with fervor. Upon hearing her words, although Luo Lanqing had yet to encounter Chen Pingan. A seed of reverence took root within her heart. It turned out that the formidable strike was not merely conjured by a predecessor, but rather unleashed by a weapon of celestial caliber crafted by her own hand. How powerful must the master of such an instrument be? The more she pondered, the deeper Luo Lanqing's curiosity and anticipation for that esteemed figure grew, wishing fervently for Murong Shui to hasten her words. Soon, the flicker of their escape light descended upon a courtyard. Murong Shui and her companion landed gracefully, each concealing a sound-hiding stone in their possession. They intended to beseech Chen Pingan to play a melody shortly. This is the place, Murong Shui declared. As Luo Lanqing touched down, she scrutinized the expansive courtyard before her, noting that it bore little distinction from the others. Is the esteemed one present? Murong Shui called into the depths of the courtyard. Without Chen Pingan's consent, she dared not venture in uninvited, lest she face dire consequences. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, Chen Pingan had just bid farewell to Murong Gong and finished washing dishes alongside Xiaolinger when he was struck with incredulity upon hearing her voice. Surely, you aren't planning to split up just to mooch a meal. One has scarcely departed when another arrives. Stepping out of the courtyard, he approached the entrance, where two enchanting women awaited his gaze. Yes, please come in, Chen Pingan responded, his eyes brightening at the sight of Luo Lanqing, who proved to be a beauty rivaling even Murong Shui. As Murong Shui caught sight of Chen Pingan, her eyes sparkled momentarily before she took Luo Lanqing's hand, guiding her inside. However, at that instant, Luo Lanqing found herself rooted in place, captivated by Chen Pingan's presence. Through the courtyard gate, she beheld Chen Pingan, and at that moment, despite her mental preparations, she was left utterly astounded. The first reason was the profound aura of Taoist principles that enveloped him, which deeply resonated within her. The second reason was his appearance and youthful demeanor. How could this senior appear so young and handsome? He was entirely different from the image she had conjured in her mind, where she had envisioned a venerable elder with flowing white hair and an ethereal presence. Murong Shui stepped over the threshold into the courtyard. Simultaneously, a minuscule object, akin to a grain of millet, seemed to detach from her shoulder and fall to the ground. As if obstructed, Luo Lanqing followed her into the courtyard, but was momentarily bewildered. She realized that at the instant she entered, countless powerful gazes were fixated upon her, evoking an uncomfortable sensation akin to being seen while bathing. Fortunately, this feeling dissipated swiftly. Senior. As she approached, Luo Lanqing bowed respectfully to Chen Pingan. Upon hearing the term senior, Chen Pingan felt accustomed to it. Practitioners often addressed him this way, leaving him puzzled as to why. In fact, during this period, he had harbored a flicker of hope and inquired of the system whether he had concealed his cultivation. The system's response was unequivocal. Had he indeed possessed any cultivation, the repercussions would have been dire. Chen Pingan dismissed further contemplation, smiling and nodding. Greetings, young lady. After all, the term senior was merely an honorific. Luo Lanqing, captivated by Chen Pingan's gentle and jade-like smile, felt her cheeks flush unexpectedly. Could this truly be a celestial being? He was astonishingly youthful and handsome. She discovered that the combined affection of all her suitors paled in comparison to the mere smile of this senior. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out behind Chen Pingan. Brother, who are these two sisters? Su Ling appeared utterly exhilarated, as if she had encountered kindred spirits. Upon hearing this voice, Murong Shui and her companion shifted their gaze. When they laid eyes on Su Ling, their eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by the formidable aura she exuded. Yet, it was not long before they began to overlook her powerful presence, captivated instead by her delicate, rosy cheeks. Wow, what a treasure! The two women beamed with delight, their eyes sparkling like children who had just spotted their favorite toy. Chen Pingan gazed at the little girl with warmth, saying, "You can simply call them sisters." He then turned to Murong Shui and her companion, adding, "This is Su Ling, my little sister." There was a palpable pride in his voice as he referred to her as his sister. The delightful meal they had just shared had thoroughly won him over. Not only was she extraordinarily adorable, but her culinary skills were also remarkable. He was convinced that no one in the world could resist such a charming sister. Upon learning Su Ling's name, Murong Shui and her companion found it equally endearing. However, when they heard Chen Pingan proclaim her as his sister, they were momentarily stunned. Sister? This revelation, while surprising, made sense to them as they recognized that Su Ling was undeniably impressive in her own right. Su Ling smiled sweetly at Murong Shui and her companion, cheerfully saying, "Hello, sisters." At this greeting, the two women's expressions lit up anew, their eyes shimmering with excitement as they eagerly rushed over. "Hello, little Ling." Murong Shui and another young woman surrounded Su Ling, their maternal radiance shining brightly on their faces. To Su Ling's surprise, she found herself quite fond of them, responding eagerly to their every inquiry. Chen Pingan observed from the side, shaking his head with a smile. However, he was taken aback when Murong Shui, having grown more familiar with Su Ling, made an audacious request. "Little Linger, may I steal a kiss from you?" Murong Shui inquired. Unable to resist the temptation as she gazed upon Su Ling's rosy cheeks. She recognized the boldness of her request, yet her yearning was insatiable. Chen Pingan was momentarily stunned by her words. What rendered him even more bewildered was Su Ling's enthusiastic agreement. As she tilted her head playfully and brought her cheek closer to Murong Shui. Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingan felt his worldview shift dramatically. Murong Shui's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned in and planted a kiss. At that moment, Luo Lanqing's eyes also brightened, and she made a similar request. With a mischievous giggle, Su Ling found the situation amusing and turned her other cheek towards Luo Lanqing. After their initial exchange of kisses, Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing, still craving more, suggested another round. Su Ling, still smiling, presented her face for their affection once again. As Chen Pingan watched the two beauties shower Su Ling with kisses, he found himself engulfed in a mixture of confusion and envy. His envy did not stem from Su Ling's privilege of being adored by such enchanting women, but rather from the fact that Luo Lanqing and Murong Shui had the delightful opportunity to kiss Su Ling. In no time, Su Ling was thoroughly enjoying her time with Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing, while Chen Pingan observed their playful interactions without a hint of boredom. After all, the sight of two stunning beauties engaging with an adorable girl like Su Ling was undeniably captivating. Observing their play, one would undoubtedly feel a sense of ennui if they were not human. After a while, Murong Shui and her companion recalled the purpose of their visit and set aside their playful demeanor. Murong Shui glanced at Chen Pingan, hesitating for a moment before tentatively requesting, "Esteemed senior, we have come primarily to hear you perform another piece. Just one will suffice." Upon finishing her request, she clutched her garment tightly. Hearing her plea, Chen Pingan cast a glance at Luo Lanqing. "Ah, so this is the reason for your visit. It seems Murong Shui has informed this young lady of his exceptional musical talents, and she, too, possesses some affinity for music, eager to experience it for herself." Chen Pingan was unfazed. As long as he was not asked to perform anything devilish, he was happy to oblige. "This is simple. I shall play a piece that I am particularly skilled at," he replied with a smile. Murong Shui was overjoyed at Chen Pingan's readiness. "You agreed, esteemed senior." In a corner, the spirit of the celestial artifact was on the verge of soaring with delight. Another piece. It was exhilarated, for with one more performance, its wounds could heal considerably. At that point, not only would it regain mobility, but it would also be able to harness its powers as a celestial artifact. It was astonished at how potent Chen Pingan's music was, enabling such a swift recovery. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that the small gaps on the golden sword had nearly vanished. Chen Pingan led the two back to their seats, retrieved a bamboo flute, and began to play a piece that he excelled at. As the melody flowed, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, as if the entire world were enveloped by the sound of the music. Meanwhile, Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing activated their sound-concealing stones. Upon hearing the melody, Luo Lanqing widened her eyes in astonishment and glanced at Murong Shui. Indeed, my dear friend was not mistaken. After just a brief moment of listening, she attained enlightenment. She quickly closed her eyes, immersing herself in profound contemplation. A melody soon passed, and as tranquility enveloped the surroundings, both Murong Shui and her companion remained with eyes shut. Even Su Ling joined in, closing her eyes as well. She was the first to open her eyes, gazing at Chen Pingan with a smile, exclaiming, "Brother, it sounds wonderful." Chen Pingan affectionately ruffled Su Ling's hair, feeling quite pleased with himself. At that moment, Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing also opened their eyes. Excitement radiated from Murong Shui's gaze. She had made another breakthrough. 9th level of the nascent soul. As for Luo Lanqing, her expression bore no trace of exhilaration, only shock and reverence. She had achieved the 6th level of the golden core, a remarkable advancement of 4 levels. One moment of enlightenment, one breakthrough. After Chen Pingan finished playing, his attention was primarily focused on Luo Lanqing. He believed her musical expertise surpassed that of Murong Shui and the others. He merely wished to witness her reaction. Seeing her face filled with awe and admiration, he chuckled silently. "Sister, do not look at me like that, lest I become overly proud." Ha ha. He had no inkling that they were entirely on different wavelengths. As the 4th piece concluded, he felt a delightful dizziness wash over him. "Tomorrow shall continue. Ha ha ha. Given my earnest efforts, I do not wish to impose. But a kind review to encourage the author would not be too much to ask, would it? Ha ha." Chapter 28. A face full of darkness after her moment of astonishment. Luo Lanqing bowed deeply to Chen Pingan. "Thank you for this fortuitous opportunity, senior. Chen Pingan had initially anticipated that Luo Lanqing would extol his formidable musical prowess. Thus, her words took him by surprise. Fortune, I did not provide you with a meal, did I? Oh, could it be that my melody has evoked some insights and imparted knowledge? Chen Pingan chuckled, saying, there is no need for thanks. Observing Chen Pingan's polite and amiable demeanor, Murong Shui and her companion felt that their elder was truly kind. Murong Shui then remarked, Elder, we have no further matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Luo Lanqing nodded in agreement. Her purpose for this visit had been fulfilled. She had encountered a genuine immortal. At this moment, Chen Pingan's image was indelibly etched in her heart. Indeed, the immortal was formidable. Their eagerness to depart was, of course, driven by the desire to access the Zhangyin stone. The two were almost bursting with anticipation to see if the piece had been recorded well, or perhaps, after listening to the melodies within the Zhangyin stone, they might attain a moment of enlightenment. If such a breakthrough were possible, they would ascend to immortality in a single leap. Experiencing hundreds of moments of enlightenment each day would no longer be a distant dream. Chen Pingan raised an eyebrow, smiling, be careful on your way back. Murong Shui and her companion nodded once more, and before departing, they took the time to playfully engage with Su Ling. Finally, Murong Shui recalled something and addressed Chen Pingan, saying, Elder, regarding the matter of the secret realm, that strike was exceedingly powerful and may attract many formidable beings from the continent. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan was left bewildered. What did that mean? After Murong Shui finished speaking, she waved goodbye to Su Ling and vanished in a flash of light. However, unbeknownst to them, as they departed, two beams of light had quietly slipped from the courtyard into their garments. Chen Pingan watched as the two transformed into streaks of light and left, no longer pondering Murong Shui's perplexing words, his face now adorned with envy. The cultivators are indeed formidable, yet I cannot harbor envy. My system tasks still number over 100, and I remain uncertain when the next one will be triggered. Chen Pingan shook his head and took Su Ling's hand, leading her into the courtyard. After flying for quite a distance, Mu Rongxue spotted a splendid peak and decisively descended there. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Let us listen closely, Mu Rongxue said as she retrieved her recorded soundstone, eagerly infusing it with spiritual energy to activate it. Since re-recording would erase the previous content, the insights of that powerful cultivator were now lost. As the activation commenced, a melody resonated. The two listened intently, their breaths held in anticipation. Shortly after the music began, their eyes gleamed with realization. A state of enlightenment had enveloped them. They rejoiced and swiftly closed their eyes. As the melody played on, Mu Rongxue experienced 2 moments of enlightenment, propelling her directly to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Just one step further, and she would reach the out-of-body realm. The thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through her. Such a young adept at the spirit division stage was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Luo Lanqing achieved 4 moments of enlightenment, each followed by a breakthrough, instantly elevating her to the peak of the core formation stage, on the cusp of joining the ranks of the nascent souls. The two exchanged exhilarated glances, their pale faces radiant with excitement. They resolved to listen once more for a decisive breakthrough. However, as Mu Rongxue began to infuse the soundstone with spiritual energy again, an unexpected explosion occurred. With a resounding bang, the entire soundstone shattered. A plume of black smoke enveloped them instantly. As the mountain wind swept through, they finally discerned their surroundings. Upon seeing a figure clad entirely in black standing before them, they were left in a state of bewilderment. Their garments were now shrouded in shades of black and gray, and their faces bore the same hue. They stared blankly at one another, then turned their gaze towards the exploded Zhangyin stone, swallowing nervously. A single use. The two exchanged wry smiles, realizing they had perhaps overthought the situation. To aspire for a sudden ascension was somewhat amusing. This might have been a warning or a piece of advice from their predecessors. Nothing could elevate a person to greatness in a single leap. Yet, Lorelei remained undeterred, for she still possessed one. However, she chose not to listen to it now, intending instead to return and share the experience with her father, hoping it might assist him in his breakthrough. With a sigh, they began to cleanse themselves. Yet, as they washed their faces, they were astonished to discover that the darkness upon them refused to wash away. They stood there, bewildered, amidst the mountain breeze. Atop the peak of Mount Shan, Luo Xiaojie sat upon a large stone, biting his nails, exuding an air of boredom. Why hadn't their positions changed? His weight grew increasingly tedious. The folding fan lay abandoned by his side. He sighed, pondering when they might return. Just as he voiced his thoughts, a flash of light descended behind him. Upon witnessing the light, Luo Xiaojie swiftly turned his head, and upon spotting Murong Shui and Lorelei, he furtively glanced at the compass. Something was amiss. Hadn't they been immobile? A frown creased his brow as his gaze fell upon Murong Shui's shoulder. Upon noticing the absence of that object, He fell into a speechless state. It had actually fallen away? His frustration mounted. However, he did not remain perplexed for long. He soon discovered that, for reasons unknown, the two women had tightly bound their faces with cloth, leaving only their eyes exposed. What is the meaning of this? He inquired, his confusion evident. Yet, before he could receive a response, the moment he discerned the profound aura emanating from them, his heart seemed to come to a standstill, rendering him as motionless as a statue. No, it cannot be. Am I imagining things? Surely, it must be an illusion. In an effort to convince himself otherwise, Luo Xiaojie quickly rubbed his eyes. Nevertheless, the scene before him remained unchanged. Peak of the nascent soul, peak of the golden core. He swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. Just a few moments ago, her cousin was only at the 8th level of the nascent soul. Now, she had ascended to the peak of the nascent soul, and Luo Lanqing, who had only recently been at the 2nd level of golden core, had astonishingly reached the peak of golden core, a complete breakthrough of 8 levels. Heaven above, are you jesting with me? Is such a leap truly possible in this world? Unable to contain himself, Luo Xiaojie exclaimed, "Cousin, Xiaoqing, I find the scenery around the mountain backing sect quite delightful. I shall take a stroll while you two continue your conversation." With that, he swiftly took flight. Murong Shui and her companion watched as Luo Xiaojie hurriedly departed, paying him no mind. They too hastened towards a particular location, desperate to find a way to cleanse the dark stain. Both women felt as though they could weep. Why has this happened? Luo Xiaojie flew rapidly away from the mountain backing sect, hastily retrieving a compass. I will follow the path they took earlier. I am certain I will find them. I too shall break through. I too shall become the foremost genius of the kingdom. His heart raced wildly as he pursued the flight path of Murong Shui and her companion. What a terrifying speed of breakthrough. He too wishes to achieve such a feat. At this moment, within the confines of Qingyuan town, Chen Pingan and Su Ling had been enjoying themselves for a while when he suddenly craved some snacks. His first thought was of French fries. Although Su Ling was an exceptional cook, she had never tasted them. However, in this realm, potatoes were absent. Yet yams could be fried instead. Fried yams are quite delectable as well. He recalled that not far from the town, there was a small forest teeming with wild yams. It was the perfect opportunity to take Su Ling on an outing, dig some up, and later prepare yam soup for dinner. Resolute in his decision, Chen Pingan gathered his tools and asked Su Ling to carry a basket as they ventured out of the courtyard. After walking for a while, just before the entrance of the courtyard, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Luo Xiaojie. He scanned the surroundings, noting that the location where the treasure had vanished was precisely here. Squinting, he let his gaze flit around until, at last, he spotted the minuscule object at the entrance of the large courtyard. Approaching, he scrutinized the yard. The gate was ajar. The tracked treasure had fallen right before this gate. Could it be that the two of them had entered? Luo Xiaojie pondered for a moment, but soon dismissed it. He stowed away his compass and stepped into the courtyard. Chapter 29. Young man, do you have a grudge against the floor? He observed that the courtyard appeared rather ordinary. Likely not the place where Murong Shui and her companions had discovered their fortune. Nevertheless, there might be clues worth investigating. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, regret washed over him. With a resounding thud, pain shot through his knees, piercing his consciousness. Gazing at the scene before him, he found himself utterly bewildered. Unmindful of the pain in his knees from kneeling, he gazed ahead, his heart tumultuous like a dragon stirring the seas, waves crashing relentlessly. What place is this? The scene before him instilled a newfound perception of the world. This was assuredly not the realm of mortals. At this moment, he felt as if hundreds of primordial beasts were glaring at him, their eyes filled with predatory intent. Powerful auras pressed inexorably towards him. As he surveyed the surroundings, sweat poured from his body, erupting wildly from his sweat glands. It was as though he were ensconced within a furnace. Beyond the perspiration, he sensed his very spirit being lashed. Yet, amidst this discomfort, he felt an unexpected flush creep across his face, a reaction that bewildered the surrounding artifacts and peach trees, which, sensing something amiss with Luo Xiaojie, were rendered speechless. Goodness, why do I sense this fellow's blood surging? Could it be he is exhilarated? My heavens! He can't possibly possess such peculiar inclinations, can he? Should we continue to torment him, or would that merely heighten his excitement? The concealed celestial artifact, overhearing the discourse among the brooms, found the situation rather strange. Casting a glance at Luo Xiaojie, it mused that he was indeed a remarkable individual, inciting such fervent discussion among a group of artifacts. However, this peculiar inclination, cough, was undeniably awkward. Just as the artifacts reached a consensus to prevent Luo Xiaojie from feeling any further pleasure and to release him, two figures suddenly approached from outside the grand entrance, Chen Pingan and Su Ling. At this moment, Chen Pingan clutched a tool, having just been splattered by yam juice on his right hand. The sticky residue caused an itch on his skin, prompting him to scratch his middle finger with his thumb while he ambled along. Meanwhile, Su Ling, wearing a beaming smile, joyfully hopped along with a basket in hand, clearly delighted by their yam-digging expedition. As he approached the entrance, Chen Pingan noticed Luo Xiaojie kneeling. Observing this familiar sight, Chen Pingan momentarily lost his focus. He quickly stepped forward, casting a glance at his doorstep. It wasn't particularly high, so how had someone fallen again? Little brother, what happened to you? Chen Pingan inquired as he helped Luo Xiaojie to his feet. At that moment, Luo Xiaojie's breathing was labored, and he was drenched in sweat. Yet, peculiarly, his face was flushed. Upon feeling Chen Pingan's touch, the discomfort he experienced vanished instantly, allowing him to rise with ease. He then looked up at Chen Pingan, intending to express his gratitude. However, upon seeing him, he felt his legs weaken once more. Chen Pingan, noticing Luo Xiaojie's impending collapse, reached out to support him. Luo Xiaojie gazed at Chen Pingan with a dazed expression. To his eyes, Chen Pingan radiated an otherworldly glow, surrounded by an aura of profound principles. An immortal? His heart surged with tumultuous emotions. As he stared at Chen Pingan and glanced around the courtyard, realizing that all the pressure he had felt dissipated upon Chen Pingan's arrival, he concluded that this courtyard belonged to the immortal. Greetings, esteemed elder. Luo Xiaojie hastily bowed to Chen Pingan, lowering his head beneath his hands and exclaiming loudly. Chen Pingan appeared to be perplexed by the remark made by Luo Xiaojie. He began to scrutinize Luo Xiaojie with an odd expression. A practitioner? Moreover, he addressed him with the same reverence as those from Murong Palace. Chen Pingan pondered, scratching the itch between his thumb and middle finger, and inquired. If I am not mistaken, you are acquainted with Murong Palace and Murong Shui, correct? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaojie's countenance shifted. How does the esteemed elder know of them? Did they perhaps mention me in your presence? No, that cannot be. As Luo Xiaojie's confusion deepened, he suddenly noticed Chen Pingan gesturing with his fingers, his eyes brightening with realization. The elder deduced it. Indeed. Luo Xiaojie quickly nodded in affirmation. Chen Pingan, observing his agreement, found his expression even more peculiar and continued. Then you must be a relative of theirs. I am not mistaken, am I? Luo Xiaojie, once again astonished, nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Impressive. In the presence of an elder with such deductive prowess, who could maintain any semblance of privacy. Seeing Luo Xiaojie's nod, Chen Pingan reaffirmed his previous conclusion. Indeed. It seems that a lack of intellect can be hereditary. Alas, they are beyond salvation. Here appeared yet another foolish child. It was unclear what this child had been doing moments ago, his face flushed, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily. Had he engaged in some form of exertion? Or perhaps, like Murong Yunhai and the others, he had overexerted himself? At such a tender age, it was rather concerning. It appears I must take the time to impart some health knowledge to them. One wonders why practitioners are often in such a state. Or could it be that their cultivation is reliant on depleting their vitality? Chen Pingan believed he had gained profound insight into the path of cultivation. No need to stand around. Since you are a relative of the Murong family, please come in and take a seat. With everyone gathered, it would be inappropriate to let him stumble over the threshold, especially as he had appeared unsteady moments ago. It would be quite embarrassing if he fell. Surely, a cup of tea would be in order. However, when the thought of tea crossed his mind, Chen Pingan hesitated briefly. Yet, he considered that perhaps this young man still had potential for redemption. He decided to take a chance, believing this youth would not resemble those of the Murong lineage. With a smile, Chen Pingan gestured for Su Ling to wash the yam. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaojie followed Chen Pingan's gaze and looked at Su Ling. Upon seeing her, his legs momentarily weakened. Goodness. Chen Pingan noticed Luo Xiaojie was also unsteady on his feet and quickly reached out to steady him. It seemed he had taken quite a fall. Perhaps he would need some ointment later. It was perplexing how these cultivators could be so fragile, tripping over a threshold and suffering such a fate. What, then, was the purpose of their cultivation? Chen Pingan felt a sense of helplessness at the absurdity of it all and decided against letting Luo Xiaojie walk unaided. Come, I will assist you inside. At that moment, Luo Xiaojie was bewildered, unsure how he was following Chen Pingan into the room. He had been quite intimidated by Su Ling's presence earlier. Just what level of cultivation did she possess? Such terrifying prowess at such a young age was truly beyond reason. Now seated, Luo Xiaojie noticed many eyes upon him, compelling him to sit up straight. Su Ling seemed indifferent toward Luo Xiaojie, remaining silent as she took the yam into the kitchen to wash it. Chen Pingan went to brew some tea, not forgetting to take a handful of goji berries. The young man seemed to be in need of a little nourishment. Once the tea was prepared, Chen Pingan poured him a cup and said, "Wait a moment, I'll fetch your medicine and help you apply it shortly." With that, he returned to his room. Luo Xiaojie glanced at the teacup, lifted it, and took a small sip. Having sweated profusely earlier, he felt a bit parched. He assumed it was merely ordinary tea. However, upon tasting it, he was astonished. What is this treasure? My spiritual root level has actually improved. Luo Xiaojie was so shocked his eyes nearly bulged out. Then, like a thief, he glanced around. Resolutely, he finished the tea in his cup and prepared to pour himself another cup from the teapot. Just as he was about to touch the teapot, an overwhelming force suddenly bore down upon him. Thud. He fell from his chair, kneeling on the ground. Luo Xiaojie was once again dumbfounded. This scene was precisely witnessed by Chen Pingan, who emerged from his room holding 2 bottles of medicine, one of bruising liquor and the other, Luo Di Huangwan. Observing Luo Xiaojie and kneeling on the floor, his face twitched in disbelief. Young man, do you have a vendetta against the floor? Clearly outmatched. Why do you persist in confronting it with your knees? Tonight, there will be more updates, positive reviews, and generous rewards are all welcome, as they serve as my motivation for 4 updates a day. Thank you to all my loyal supporters. Chapter 30. The imaginative youth Chen Pingan stepped forward, silently assisting Luo Xiaojie to his feet, and advised gently, please sit comfortably. Do not attempt to stand. Rest for a while. Chen Pingan surmised that the youth's legs were still injured, and when Luo Xiaojie attempted to rise again, his legs buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground. The moment Luo Xiaojie made contact with Chen Pingan, he felt all the pressure weighing upon him dissipate, and he gazed at Chen Pingan with profound gratitude. Simultaneously, his eyes drifted to the teapot on the table. The pressure he had just experienced emanated from that very teapot. It was indeed a remarkable treasure. The realization was terrifying. How many other formidable objects lay within this courtyard? Upon entering, he had already encountered numerous powerful entities, and now, discovering the formidable nature of the teapot, he felt a sense of numbness wash over him. Chen Pingan placed a vial of bruising ointment on the table, opened a bottle of 6-flavor Remania pills, and poured a few small black pills into his palm, offering them to Luo Xiaojie. Noticing that the tea in Luo Xiaojie's cup had been depleted, he refilled it and said, consume these first, I will apply the ointment afterward. Luo Xiaojie was perplexed by Chen Pingan's intentions. He had never seen such an unusual medicine bottle, was unaware of its material, and the characters inscribed upon it were entirely foreign to him. He could not fathom why Chen Pingan insisted on administering medicine to him upon their arrival, nor did he understand what the bruising ointment entailed. However, he refrained from inquiring further. He thought to himself that whatever the elder provided, he would simply take. If the elder intended him harm, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. A mere spit could suffice. Thus, he resolved to consume the pills. Moreover, considering the potency of the tea and the sudden offering of the pills, perhaps the elder aimed to bestow upon him a significant opportunity. Without uttering a word, he grasped the teacup, placed the pill into his mouth, and washed it down with tea, swallowing it whole. Chen Pingan, witnessing his consumption of the medicine, opened the medicinal liquor and stood before him, urging him to roll up his trousers. However, at that moment, Luo Xiaojie, who had just ingested the 6 flavors Remania pill, suddenly found himself in a daze, completely unable to comprehend Chen Pingan's words. He stared blankly at Chen Pingan, acutely aware of the energy within him surging uncontrollably. It felt as though he had been struck by a colossal pie, leaving his mind in a state of shock, standing rigidly in place. Levels 5, 6, 7, 8 of the golden core. Ultimately, it culminated at the 5th level of the nascent soul. Observing Luo Xiaojie's vacant gaze, Chen Pingan waved his hand before him. Only then did Luo Xiaojie come to his senses, his face instantly filled with reverence and admiration. His emotions were profoundly complex, and a sense of awe towards Chen Pingan welled up within him. Resolutely, he rose and knelt before Chen Pingan. Thank you, senior. The act of kneeling was the sole expression of his gratitude. Chen Pingan had intended to apply some medicine to Luo Xiaojie's knees, but upon seeing him suddenly kneel, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Do you no longer care for your knees? Why must you continually let them clash with the ground? Chen Pingan regarded Luo Xiaojie, pondering that the boy's mental faculties appeared even more perplexing than those of Murong Yunhai and his companions. Is your lineage truly so deficient? Chen Pingan's lips twitched as he pulled Luo Xiaojie up, saying, why have you knelt down again? To which Luo Xiaojie replied earnestly, how could I not kneel for such a great kindness? A great kindness? For merely consuming the 6 flavors Remania pill? This medicine is of little significance. Chen Pingan remarked casually, acknowledging that it was a gift from the system and of no use to him. Luo Xiaojie swallowed hard, realizing that he had just broken through an entire realm, yet in the eyes of his predecessor, it was deemed inconsequential. Be more cautious in the future. Refrain from kneeling at every turn, for a man's knees hold gold beneath them. Chen Pingan imparted a profound principle. Luo Xiaojie nodded vigorously. But then a thought crossed his mind. There seemed to be a deeper meaning in the predecessor's words. Knees? Gold? reflecting upon his earlier moment of distraction. He recalled how Chen Pingan had gestured towards his legs. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He had always felt a disparity in his agility compared to other prodigies, which had hindered his progress despite sharing the same cultivation level as two other geniuses in the kingdom. Thus, he had dedicated himself to mastering his agility. Now, inspired by Chen Pingan's words, he experienced an epiphany regarding a new technique. He closed his eyes to validate his newfound understanding. Within a brief moment, a complete martial arts technique began to take shape in his mind. As he began to practice this technique, a wave of excitement washed over him when he reopened his eyes. He gazed at his legs, which were now enveloped in a golden aura. Without needing to test it, he was certain that if he moved at full speed, it would be terrifyingly swift. He had created his own martial art. The exhilaration coursed through Luo Xiaojia, causing him to tremble slightly. To have devised a technique as one who has just ascended to the nascent soul stage would surely astonish many if shared. For the creation of martial arts is typically reserved for those who have transcended the tribulation stage. Thank you once again, esteemed predecessor. Luo Xiaojia rose to his feet. This time, he heeded Chen Pingan's words. Instead of kneeling, he deeply bowed. Chen Pingan was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why Luo Xiaojia expressed gratitude towards him. However, it soon dawned on him. At that moment, Luo Xiaojia stood remarkably firm, no longer wavering. It seemed that the speed at which cultivators absorbed medicinal potency was indeed rapid. After consuming a few 6-flavor Remania pills, he had regained his stability. It's nothing, merely a trivial effort on my part, Chen Pingan remarked. I believe young cultivators like yourselves should pay attention to balancing work and rest. One must not be overly tense or indulge excessively in cultivation. It's essential to relax and take a breather to avoid overexertion. Though he refrained from uttering the word unstable, he felt the sentiment had been conveyed quite clearly, and he trusted that Luo Xiaojia would grasp it. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaojia indeed nodded in understanding, a look of sudden enlightenment gracing his features. So that is it. I have been too preoccupied with my own strength, constantly fixated on surpassing the talents ranked first and second. This fixation has kept me trailing behind them, hindering my progress. I must certainly heed the importance of balancing effort and relaxation moving forward. Luo Xiaojia gazed at Chen Pingan, his admiration reaching unprecedented heights. The senior not only bestowed upon him an opportunity but also offered guidance regarding his cultivation. To encounter such a venerable figure was truly a stroke of fortune. Very well. Since all is well now, you may return. Remember to thoroughly examine the issues with your legs when you get home. Chen Pingan felt no inclination to apply medicinal alcohol to Luo Xiaojia's injuries. He advised him to take care and avoid leaving any lingering ailments. Luo Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback by this. Yet, at that very instant, a sudden chill surged through his legs. This martial skill possesses side effects. At this moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Chen Pingan's words. The elder was urging him to return swiftly and thoroughly investigate the issues surrounding the martial skill he had created. Very well, I take my leave, esteemed elder. Luo Xiaojia felt that the elder was extraordinarily formidable, capable of deducing what martial skills he had devised. Furthermore, he could discern at a glance that there were flaws in his creation. What kind of powerful individual must one be to achieve such feats? It was utterly terrifying. Chapter 31. The imaginative team. Fortunately, the elder did not point out the flaws in his martial skills, indicating that he could resolve them on his own. Luo Xiaojia bowed slightly and retreated a few steps, ultimately offering a respectful salute before turning to leave, demonstrating great humility. Chen Pingan watched Luo Xiaojia depart before heading towards the kitchen. At that moment, Su Ling had just finished washing the yam. They could now fry the yam for a delightful meal. After some time, Luo Xiaojia returned to the Reliance sect. At this point, he had also found Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing. The two no longer had their faces covered with cloth strips. However, Luo Xiaojia noticed that their faces seemed to have darkened significantly, no longer as fair and delicate as they had been moments ago. Of course, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with their changes. The excitement in his heart was surging, eager to be expressed. Upon seeing Luo Xiaojia rushing back with an expression of exhilaration, Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing instantly recognized the difference in him. Fifth layer of Yuaning. Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing exchanged glances, and simultaneously came to a realization. This fellow must have met with the elder. He had remarkably broken through an entire major realm. Luo Xiaojia approached with a smile, addressing Murong Shui, "Cousin, I must sincerely thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I would never have encountered such a formidable elder or received such a remarkable opportunity from them." Upon hearing this, Murong Shui was left speechless. This fellow had indeed met the elder. But how did he ascertain the elder's whereabouts? It was because of her close friendship with Luo Lanqing that she had risked the elder's potential displeasure and accompanied her to that meeting. Moreover, She had sensed the elder's irritation towards her. Indeed, their clandestine use of the concealment stone had been discovered, resulting in a well-deserved punishment. Fortunately, the elder was magnanimous, and after some time, they managed to cleanse the marks from their faces. Although their skin remained somewhat darker, it should return to its original state with time. Thus, Murong Shui had learned a lesson. How did you manage to find the elder? I never disclosed the address to you, she inquired with curiosity. Luo Xiaojie cleared his throat and recounted his actions. Upon learning the truth, Murong Shui felt an urge to strike him. However, after a moment's reflection, it seemed almost fated. Otherwise, her cousin would not have been granted such an opportunity by the elder. As Luo Xiaojie continued, he recounted his encounter with Chen Pingan. The elder's divination skills are no exaggeration. The moment they calculated our connection, even our kinship, they discerned it instantly. Furthermore, the elder generously bestowed upon me several small pills, resulting in a rapid enhancement of my cultivation. At last, my esteemed senior imparted to me a unique technique of movement. Allow me to demonstrate the method I have innovatively crafted under their guidance. With that, Luo Xiaojie flamboyantly activated his technique, and in an instant, he appeared several meters away. Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing stood in astonishment. Observing the expressions of Murong Shui and her companion, Luo Xiaojie swelled with pride. Although it was inspired by his mentor, it could still be regarded as his own creation. In truth, this martial art possessed an inherent flaw. Its execution would incur certain side effects. Initially, I was unaware of this, but my senior had preemptively pointed it out to me. Yet, this was not the extent of my mentor's formidable prowess. I must tell you that the remedy for this flaw was revealed to me shortly after our first meeting during a tea session, when my senior mentioned the need for an ointment to be applied. However, even after my departure, my mentor ultimately did not administer the remedy. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing interjected in unison. So, the side effect requires an application of ointment. Luo Xiaojie decisively shook his head and replied, during my journey back, I gleaned insight from this very point of my mentor's subtle guidance. Consider the action of applying ointment. It is not merely a matter of slapping it on, but rather involves a thorough spreading and even kneading. My martial arts core principle permits the vital energy to concentrate in my legs, enhancing my speed. Moreover, under my senior's implicit instruction, I refined the technique, allowing the vital energy to flow and undulate. Thus, my movement technique has achieved perfection. Murong Shui and Luo Lanqing, upon hearing this, gaped in awe. What an impressive mentor. What I wish to convey is not merely the remarkable guidance offered by my senior, but rather the astonishing fact that I had yet to develop this martial skill, while my senior had already begun to instruct me. Would you not agree that this is indeed terrifying? Luo Xiaojie trembled as he spoke, reflecting on the incredibility of the entire situation. Murong Shui and her companions gasped in astonishment. It seems we have grossly underestimated our senior's prowess. Perhaps they have become so formidable that they can manipulate the very fabric of time and causality, exclaimed Luo Lanqing. Murong Shui nodded solemnly. Eventually, she turned to Luo Xiaojie and recounted her recent experiences alongside Luo Lanqing. She had come to a startling realization. Their senior had grown displeased with their greed. Upon hearing Murong Shui's account, Luo Xiaojie responded gravely, Your warning was indeed timely. I had been contemplating residing within your sect, visiting our senior whenever possible. However, it now appears that we should refrain from intruding upon our senior lightly. Murong Shui nodded with a heavy heart. The two of them had already faced repercussions. Fortunately, the consequences were not dire, yet they clearly indicated their senior's sentiments. I must inform my grandfather and the others. I fear they may inadvertently disturb our senior and incite their displeasure. However, they seem to have vanished today, as I cannot locate them, Murong Shui remarked, pursing her lips. Just as she finished speaking, Luo Lanqing suddenly retrieved a palm-sized jade tablet from her spatial ring. It was, in fact, a communication jade slip, gently vibrating at that moment. Luo Lanqing infused it with her spiritual energy and closed her eyes. After a moment, she smiled wryly at Murong Shui and said, Shui, I must return to the royal city. My father has urged me to come back swiftly. It seems there is an urgent matter. Murong Shui was momentarily taken aback. She had not yet had the chance to converse with Luo Lanqing properly. However, she had no choice but to nod in agreement. At this moment, Luo Xiaojie realized he could no longer disturb the esteemed elder and felt disinclined to linger any longer. He was eager to return to the kingdom and showcase his abilities in front of those two prodigies. In the royal city, within a grand palace, two middle-aged men were engaged in conversation. Both possessed cultivation at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, exuding an air of high authority. They were both emperors of the kingdom. After Luo Tianyu concluded his communication with his daughter, he turned to the man opposite him and smiled, Brother Zhenwu. In a couple of hours, Shao Qing should be back. Zhu Zhenwu nodded with a smile. Luo Tianyu continued. Do you truly have confidence that a mere listening to that elder's insights on cultivation could lead to a breakthrough? Zhu Zhenwu replied, there is only a 60% chance. The cultivation method I practice is the same as that elder's. Had I known that the elder would auction his insights, I would have certainly attended the auction myself. Nevertheless, today's events owe much to you, Brother Tianyu. Luo Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. You are too courteous, Brother Zhenwu. However, it seems our transaction is settled. Zhu Zhenwu nodded in agreement. Luo Tianyu chuckled heartily. Yet, unbeknownst to him, one of the two concealed soundstones had been destroyed, while the other no longer contained any insights on cultivation. Meanwhile, in a courtyard within Qingyuan town, a collection of divine artifacts suddenly commenced a dialogue. I sensed a multitude of individuals drawn to this place, and I too was among them. At that moment, the peach tree remarked, Chef's knife. It must be due to your strike that they have arrived. You ought to handle this yourself. The rooster chimed in. If these people investigate and discover that this vicinity marks the end of the Broken Mountains, many will undoubtedly settle nearby, disrupting the tranquility here. Indeed, it is your fault. Chef's knife, you must resolve this predicament on your own. A chorus of voices condemned the chef's knife. The kitchen knife, upon hearing these remarks, felt a bitter pang. I never envisioned it would come to this. I never anticipated that the celestial emperor of this realm would conjure such a lackluster secret domain. Truly, he must be the most inept celestial ruler among all the realms. The chef's knife expressed its indignation. Meanwhile, the artifact cowering in the corner, upon hearing such words, felt quite helpless. The most inept celestial emperor. Ah, greatness is indeed incomparable. I shall remain here, trembling in fear. The chef's knife continued, moreover. My master has not permitted me to emerge, thus I cannot escape. How am I to rectify this? The other divine artifacts fell silent for a moment. However, their gazes soon shifted. The trembling artifact in the corner suddenly shuddered. Oh no, it sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. Chapter 32. The scapegoat artifact. The chef's knife began to fixate on the quivering artifact in the corner, a sly grin spreading across its face. They were all confined. Yet this unfortunate one could still venture forth. In the corner, ahem, little trash, assist me with the task. The kitchen knife believed that when seeking help, a more courteous tone would be appropriate, thus refraining from referring to the celestial artifact as mere trash, adding a diminutive suffix instead. However, upon hearing this, the celestial artifact remained utterly speechless, feeling that its pride had been trampled upon. It felt so lonely, so helpless, and so on the verge of tears. The kitchen knife anticipated that upon making its request, the celestial artifact would eagerly comply. Yet, witnessing the silence from the celestial artifact, it instantly erupted in anger, exclaiming, Trash. Don't overstep your bounds. I am asking for your assistance. Do you believe I want to eliminate you? The celestial artifact trembled. I never said I wouldn't help. All right, esteemed one. I shall certainly assist you with utmost diligence. The celestial artifact, frightened, had no choice but to comply. Only then did the kitchen knife express satisfaction, stating, It's not a difficult task, really. I see you have nearly recovered. Your abilities should be of use. Although I still perceive you as utterly worthless, deceiving a mortal should pose no problem. As the celestial artifact listened, it internally grumbled, thinking, Esteemed one, just tell me what you wish to do. Must you belittle me? I am aware of my lowly status, but could you not extend me a modicum of respect? I too possess dignity, albeit as a humble piece of refuse. Before the celestial artifact could finish its silent lament, the kitchen knife seemed to read its thoughts and reproached, What is this? You appear to be discontent? The celestial artifact quivered and hastily replied, No, not at all. Haha. Esteemed one, you truly possess a sense of humor. Its desire for survival surged to an all-time high. Upon hearing this, the kitchen knife continued with a sense of satisfaction. You merely feign your own strength. That attack was indeed unleashed by you. Subsequently, in the presence of those who have come to investigate, you must take flight in another direction. Ultimately, your objective is to ensure they do not linger here for long. They have discovered this place, and I estimate they will arrive in half a day. You shall find a way to manage this. After listening, the celestial artifact felt quite burdened, realizing it was to assume the role of the scapegoat. After finishing his words, the kitchen knife noticed the celestial artifact's silence and added another remark. The celestial artifact trembled once more. Understood. Esteemed one, I shall immediately undertake this task. With that, it sorrowfully exited the courtyard. Once the celestial artifact departed, discussions arose anew among the onlookers. In my opinion, this trash may be a bit weak, yet it still possesses its merits. Indeed, the weakness of this trash is undeniable. But I believe we ought to treat it better in the future and refrain from calling it trash. That title the kitchen knife used was rather fitting. From now on, let us refer to it as little trash. Agreed. We should frequently enlist its assistance in our endeavors. 2 hours later, in the royal city, a flying vessel glided into the realm. Shortly after entering the city, Luo Xiaojie disembarked from the vessel, not engaging with Lauren Qing as he usually would, but instead decisively uttered a farewell. His gaze sparkled as he turned towards two directions. The first and second days, I shall summon both of you shortly. Luo Xiaojie was filled with exuberance, while Lauren Qing piloted the vessel back to the royal palace. Upon receiving her father's summons to return to the royal palace and visit the VIP hall, she promptly prepared her flying vessel and set off. The palace was vast. Yet after Lauren's cultivation breakthrough, her speed had increased several-fold. Soon, she hurried to the entrance of a grand hall, tidying her disheveled hair. She held her head high and entered with confidence. She was eager to witness her father's reaction upon learning that she had achieved an astonishing 8 levels of cultivation in succession. Upon entering the hall, she instantly spotted the king of the neighboring kingdom, Zhu Jinwu, and promptly greeted him with respect. "Greetings, Uncle Jinwu." The two middle-aged men in the hall smiled upon seeing Lauren, particularly Lu Tianyu, whose face radiated affection. He cherished his only daughter like a precious gem. Hearing Lauren's sweet words, Zhu Jinwu chuckled. "Little Qing, you are growing more beautiful by the day, ha. Uncle Jinwu, you flatter me," Lauren replied with a smile, before turning her attention to her father seated in the main seat. "Father, you summoned me in such haste. What is the matter?" Lu Tianyu responded. "Your Uncle Jinwu requires the cultivation insights of Qin Yuan's predecessor. Did you not go to obtain them? Please allow Uncle Jinwu to study them first." However, before he could finish his sentence, his voice faltered abruptly, as if something had lodged in his throat. Zhu Jinwu, having momentarily been enchanted by Lauren's beauty, was equally taken aback. Both men stared vacantly at Lauren, and she couldn't help but laugh inwardly at her father's expression. On the surface, she feigned composure, deliberately suppressing her true emotions. After a while, Luo Tianyu finally came to his senses, his breath quickening. "Xiaoqing, what has happened to your cultivation? When you left, weren't you merely at the second level of foundation establishment? Am I seeing things?" he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes. Yet, his daughter's cultivation remained at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. As for Zhu Jinwu, he was rendered speechless. The most talented genius of their kingdom was his son, who had been hailed as the foremost prodigy among several neighboring realms. Yet, even he had only achieved the 7th level of foundation establishment. At this moment, Luo Lanqing stood at the peak of foundation establishment. Unable to contain herself, Luo Lanqing burst into laughter, remarking, "Father, your expression at this moment is truly amusing." Luo Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, but the shock still lingered on his face. "Xiaoqing, please explain this situation at once," he urged, his impatience evident. Luo Lanqing smirked, then began to vividly recount her experiences. As they listened, Luo Tianyu and Zhu Jinwu gradually transformed into mere puppets of disbelief. This was simply impossible. Chapter 33. I truly did not deceive you, it will explode. After hearing Luo Lanqing's narrative, the two felt as though they were in a dream, struggling to grasp the reality of it all. It seemed more surreal than Luo Lanqing's breakthrough to the 8th level of cultivation. They could believe that she encountered a descending celestial being, but the subsequent claims were beyond their comprehension. Concepts of profound principles and resonances. The notion of powerful entities filling the room, and the idea that a single melody could evoke multiple moments of enlightenment, especially that last claim, was utterly outrageous. How could such occurrences possibly exist? Luo Tianyu gazed at Luo Lanqing and said, "Little Qing, do not jest with your father. Your true martial uncle is still present. Quickly reveal how you achieved your breakthrough. Have you acquired some rare celestial treasures?" Seeing her father's disbelief, Luo Lanqing appeared momentarily dazed and replied, "Father, I am truly not deceiving you." Yet, Luo Tianyu remained skeptical. Despite merely being a king, he had encountered the world and had the fortune to meet immortal beings. However, those immortals bore a striking resemblance to them, possessing only a more formidable aura of cultivation. There was no lingering aura of profound principles or laws. Nor did they possess the ability to induce enlightenment with mere words. Initially, Zhu Jinwu had been inclined to believe, for indeed, Luo Lanqing's prowess was astonishing. However, after some contemplation, he aligned himself with Luo Tianyu, concluding that such a feat was improbable. Nevertheless, he found it remarkable that Luo Lanqing would resort to deceptions. In his memories, she had always been a well-behaved child. Luo Lanqing pouted, reflecting on her father's perspective, realizing that this matter exceeded the realm of ordinary comprehension. Fortunately, she possessed evidence. She produced the last sound-concealing stone and stated, "Father, here is proof of what I have claimed." Luo Lanqing and Zhu Jinwu examined it earnestly. A sound-concealing stone? Was this not the very stone that recorded the cultivation insights of Elder Chen Yuan? How could there possibly be any evidence within? Suddenly, Luo Tianyu furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhu Zhenwu, fearing that his daughter might have recorded other voices within. If that were the case, would the cultivation insights be lost? What a wasteful daughter. This stone was worth hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Zhu Zhenwu was momentarily taken aback, his heart seemingly skipping a beat. Could it be that this would obliterate the profound insights of the esteemed Chen Yuan? My breakthrough may be postponed indefinitely. As Luo Qing prepared to unleash the melody, she smiled and said, Father, Uncle Zhenwu, please come closer. If you remain too distant, it may prove ineffective. She had no intention of monopolizing the enlightenment that a single piece could provide, and with Zhu Zhenwu present, she wished to share the exquisite experience of consecutive realizations with him as well. Upon hearing Luo Qing's words, both Luo Tianyu and Zhu Zhenwu's expressions twitched. Luo Tianyu felt a pang of heartache, although the sum of over 100,000 spirit stones was not exceedingly vast. He was poised to engage in a far more significant transaction involving the with Zhu Zhenwu. The total amount of spirit stones exchanged had soared to over 400,000. Truly a prodigal daughter. Yet, he found himself helpless as the die was cast. He could only observe what scheme his daughter was concocting. He remained skeptical of her earlier declarations. Luo Tianyu stepped closer, and Zhu Zhenwu could only acquiesce. Luo Qing began to channel her spiritual energy into the. In an instant, a melody resonated. As the music filled the air, the surroundings fell into an immediate hush, leaving only the enchanting notes swirling about. Luo Qing quickly entered a state of enlightenment, closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Luo Tianyu and Zhu Zhenwu widened their eyes in astonishment, their bodies stiffening as they succumbed to bewilderment. They were profoundly shaken, yet dared not waste such an opportunity, swiftly shutting their eyes. The melody soon came to an end. Luo Qing stowed away deciding that it must be discarded, otherwise, it would explode in her face once more. She experienced enlightenment 3 times this time, not only breaking through from the peak of the foundation establishment stage to the nascent soul realm, but also advancing to the second layer of the nascent soul. As the music ceased, both Luo Tianyu and Zhu Zhenwu opened their eyes, their gazes piercing like arrows. At that moment, the aura surrounding them underwent a sudden transformation. Soaring rapidly, it was evident that they had, in the final moment, achieved a breakthrough. They had reached the integration stage. The two exchanged a glance. Their eyes filled with astonishment, their faces awash with disbelief. It was indeed true. What Xiaoqing had said moments ago was authentic. Through a single melody, they had truly attained enlightenment 4 times. In that final instant, they shattered their bottleneck and ascended to the integration stage. Overwhelmed with excitement, they swiftly turned their attention to Luo Qing. An immortal. The principles and rhythms of the Tao enveloped the entire room with powerful presences. It was all real. Luo Qing smiled and said, Father, do you believe me now? Luo Tianyu nodded dumbly. He then exclaimed, Xiaoqing, you must remember the residence of this esteemed elder, right? Hurry and take us there. Such a venerable figure residing within our kingdom is a matter of utmost respect. Zhu Zhenwu also looked at Luo Qing with eager anticipation. It was imperative to forge a good relationship with such an elder. However, Luo Qing shook her head, saying, that's not feasible. According to Xiaoshui, the elder has descended to cultivate his heart, viewing himself as an ordinary mortal, wishing to avoid disturbances from others. In fact, when Xiaoshui accompanied me, the elder was already somewhat displeased. If I were to bring you, Father, it might provoke his ire, and then. She hesitated, unwilling to continue. Such a formidable being might leave them utterly devastated with a mere word. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyu immediately dismissed the thought. Well, it seems that fate may allow us to meet again in the future, especially since it is within the borders of our kingdom. Luo Tianyu reassured himself. And he did not forget about the concealed soundstone. He turned to Luo Qing and smiled. Little Qing, why not play that melody once more? I feel that I might achieve a moment of enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhenwu nodded eagerly. However, Luo Qing shook her head, stating, that's not possible. It can only be heard once. If played a second time, the concealed soundstone will shatter. Luo Tianyu, upon hearing this, scrutinized his daughter. Luo Qing, feeling the weight of her father's gaze, instinctively avoided his eyes. Her face flushed with embarrassment, as she wished to evade his serious scrutiny. Yet, this very evasion prompted Luo Tianyu to remark, Little Qing, it is unwise to deceive your father. He suspected that his daughter wished to monopolize the concealed soundstone. Luo Qing's lips twitched at this. Father, I am not deceiving you. She protested. Little Qing, we can listen together. Please hand it over so we may hear it once more, Luo Tianyu insisted. Luo Qing, at a loss for words, replied, Father, it truly will explode. I am giving you a chance. Do you trust your obedient daughter? She pouted, gazing at Luo Tianyu, who had always been indulgent towards her. Luo Tianyu replied firmly, I trust you in all matters, except this one. Luo Lanqing narrowed her eyes and pouted. Very well. You may proceed as you wish. She retrieved the concealed sound stone and handed it to Luo Tianyu. After doing so, she hurriedly ran outside. If you dare be greedy, prepare to face the consequences. Luo Tianyu, noticing his daughter's anxious demeanor, chose to disregard her warning. Remembering the sensation from earlier, he glanced at Zhu Zhenwu and raised an eyebrow, playfully asking, Brother Zhenwu, shall we continue? Zhu Zhenwu's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of mischief, a lewd smile gracing his visage, as an insatiable thirst consumed him. Luo Tianyu, noticing Zhu Zhenwu's lascivious expression, paused momentarily before continuing with a chuckle. I never imagined the true Zhu Zhenwu to be quite like this. Heh. Zhu Zhenwu, observing Luo Tianyu's smirk, responded with a sly grin. Likewise, my friend. The two shared a knowing glance, their smiles replete with a certain lewd camaraderie, as if they had found kindred spirits in one another. Subsequently, they ceased their idle banter, drawing closer together to swiftly channel their spiritual energy into the concealed sound stone. Chapter 34. The Trapped Immortal Array? 1,000 won't suffice. Luo Lanqing quickly exited the grand hall. At that moment, a tremendous roar reverberated within, a thunderous boom that shook the very ground beneath. Luo Lanqing, having covered her ears, felt no ill effects from the commotion. With a nonchalant shrug, she expressed her bewilderment. Why don't they believe me? Have I ever told a lie in all my life? Meanwhile, the two individuals inside the hall were rendered speechless. Several miles away in Qingyuan town, a celestial artifact hovered in mid-air, contemplating the ruins below. It surmised that the reason the powerful beings of the divine artifacts wished to deter these mortal cultivators from approaching was to prevent any disturbance to Chen Pingan. It believed that Chen Pingan had come to cultivate his mind, having never witnessed him wield even a hint of his powers, appearing as if he were an ordinary mortal. Yet, it was not naive enough to mistake Chen Pingan for an actual commoner. With so many divine artifacts calling him master, true ordinariness would be a fallacy. The blade-esque glimmer that day should have soared to the very edge of the continent, and undoubtedly, many mountains had crumbled. If one were to pursue the ruins of these shattered peaks, they would surely converge upon this vicinity. Here lies a desolate expanse, reduced to rubble by the radiant beams of a hidden realm, destined to capture their attention. After a moment's contemplation, the celestial artifact swept through the void before it. The fabric of space was cleaved asunder, revealing a dark fissure. It plunged within, and moments later, emerged 5 miles away. Gazing upon the desolate woods beneath, it seized the opportunity before the approaching cultivators arrived and unleashed a strike downward. A beam of sword light descended instantaneously upon the ground. Yet, upon contact, it did not carve a gaping chasm. Instead, it erupted violently. The force radiated outward from a single point, sweeping across the surroundings. In a short while, a ruin strikingly similar to the one from moments ago materialized. A careful observer would note that the dimensions of the ruins were nearly identical. The celestial artifact assessed the creation with a discerning eye, deeming it commendable, akin to the previous wreckage. Subsequently, it melded back into the void, manifesting in yet another location. This cycle continued, and within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, it had conjured multiple ruins across various sites. The purpose behind this endeavor was to divert the attention of other cultivators, ensuring they would not all converge upon the ruins at Qingyuan town. Once it had completed this act of obfuscation, it carefully sensed the approaching cultivators, all journeying from the east, still at a considerable distance. The celestial artifact once more cleaved through the void, entering within, and upon re-emergence, found itself atop a towering peak, the summit of which had been flattened as if severed by a single stroke. At this moment, a segment of the mountain remains below. A celestial artifact hovers above this peak, emanating waves of potent energy. Its otherworldly aura spreads wildly in all directions, eagerly anticipating the arrival of mortal cultivators. The magnitude of its signal is such that it poses no fear of being undetected by those who come to investigate. In front of the mountain where the celestial artifact resides, a large contingent is currently traversing the sky. These individuals possess varying levels of cultivation. The more powerful among them move with remarkable speed, some even traversing through space itself. Leading the charge are those of formidable prowess, while the less adept are relegated to flying vessels or slow ascension. At the forefront stands a group of several elderly men, whose influence across the continent is substantial. Among them, one venerable figure stands out with his striking long red hair, making him easily recognizable amidst the crowd. This individual is none other than Long Outyen, the master of Tianzuan Tower, one of the continent's most powerful factions. Despite the presence of over a dozen elders of similar standing nearby, there exists a palpable sense of trepidation towards Long Outyen, who is well aware of his own formidable strength. They know all too well the discontent brewing within him. The headquarters of Tianzuan Tower, situated atop a lofty peak, suffered a grievous blow last night when a powerful sword light cleaved through it. While no lives were lost, the incident resulted in the tower's collapse, and its reputation is likely to plummet as a consequence. Long Outyan's mood is indeed grim. However, his pursuit of the source of the sword light is not motivated by vengeance, but rather by an insatiable curiosity regarding the nature of such a formidable existence. A beam of sword light emanated an astonishing aura, truly terrifying. He considered the possibility that perhaps a rare treasure had emerged. If that were the case, he would be the first to seek it out, potentially compensating for his losses. However, after probing for a while, he realized that this direction led to his hometown, which he had not visited in a millennium, Qingyuan Town, a mere mortal settlement. As they traversed forward, they soon discovered another mountain peak, bisected with a clean cut, in the direction of the Broken Mountains. Yet at that moment, they all came to a halt, suspended in the air, none daring to advance further. Before them loomed a formidable force, piercing through the heavens and wreaking havoc in all directions. The very atmosphere around that area had transformed, and silence enveloped everything. Even from a mile away, they could feel the overwhelming energy, as if it were a warning. Any further approach would lead them into an abyss of despair. How formidable! Long Outyan narrowed his eyes into slits, and at that moment, he beheld the object suspended above the severed peak. It was, astonishingly, a golden sword, a celestial artifact. The group of elders who had come in search of it gasped in unison upon recognizing the object in the air. It seemed that the earlier attack had originated from this very sword. Indeed, a treasure had surfaced, a celestial artifact. If one could gain its acknowledgement, would it not render them invincible across the continent? The elders rubbed their hands together, their eyes gleaming with desire. Yet, they all understood that merely contemplating such a feat was futile. Gaining the allegiance of a celestial artifact was utterly impossible. These artifacts possess sentience and would only recognize those stronger than themselves as their masters. At this moment, Long Outyan, like the other elders, had his eyes gleaming with a green light. Yet, he harbored a firm belief that he could seize the celestial artifact, for he possessed a treasure, the ensnaring array. He had discovered it in a hidden realm and had cherished it for many years. This was an array compass. By channeling sufficient spiritual energy into it, one could activate a formation capable of ensnaring and slaying celestial beings. With a total of 15 beings at the Great Ascension stage present, their combined efforts to infuse the ensnaring array with spiritual energy should suffice. Esteemed elders, I must confess, I possess a remarkable artifact, Long Outyan declared, directing his gaze towards the other elders as he unveiled the array compass. Upon grasping the formidable nature of this item, the eyes of the group of elders brightened with intrigue. Let us collectively utilize this treasure to confine the celestial artifact. Afterward, it shall be the destiny of the artifact to choose its master, contingent upon our respective fortunes. What say you? Long Outyan proposed, narrowing his eyes. The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Although they suspected that Long Outyan was concealing further information, they realized that without collaboration, they would not even have the opportunity to approach the celestial artifact. They were willing to grasp any slender chance. Once an accord was reached, the group of over 10 individuals united their strength and began infusing spiritual energy into the array compass. Meanwhile, the celestial artifact, possessing keen perception, recognized the compass from a distance. Ensnaring array? Ahem, do they intend to use that to trap me? It mused, observing the group of over a dozen individuals. It understood their intentions. However, in its eyes, that object was as inconsequential as a fly, easily dispatched with a mere breath. Even thousands more would hold no significance. Chapter 35. Celestial Artifact. Reluctant to dampen your spirits, the celestial artifact remained indifferent, quietly emanating its aura while awaiting the arrival of more souls. It was only with a greater assembly that it could soar in another direction. In due course, through the whispers of many, more individuals would learn of its new trajectory, preventing the misguided from hastening towards the town of light fate. Meanwhile, Long Outyan and his companions were tirelessly channeling their spiritual energy into the compass. Why isn't it working? My spiritual energy is nearly depleted, exclaimed one elder. I, too, wonder why this formation compass remains dormant, lamented another. Long Outyan's expression darkened. He had presumed that with the combined efforts of over a dozen individuals, the formation would activate swiftly. Yet, he had gravely underestimated the vast amount of spiritual energy required. Fortunately, the celestial artifact remained motionless, rendering their time expenditure inconsequential. Continue. The artifact has not departed. Perseverance will lead us to victory, Long Outyan urged. The other elders nodded in agreement and persisted in their efforts. After another incense stick's worth of time, half of the elders had ceased their efforts, withdrawing spirit stones to absorb the remaining energy within. Their reserves had run dry. Before long, only 2 or 3 elders remained, diligently channeling energy into the compass. Ultimately, Long Aotian stood alone in his endeavor. Fortunately, the first group of elders, having replenished their energy, resumed their support, injecting vigor into the compass once more. From a distant peak, the celestial artifact observed the elders as they took turns feeding energy into the compass, rendered speechless by the scene before it. This wretched object. Have you yet to imbue it with any vitality? Particularly as it observes several elderly individuals laboriously channeling their energy, their faces flushed and drenched in sweat, appearing quite strained. At this sight, it feels an overwhelming impulse to assist them. Time continues to flow swiftly. Long Aotian persists in offering encouragement to the other elders, stating, "Persevere. The more energy we input, the stronger the formation becomes. Consequently, the longer we can confine this celestial artifact, the greater the likelihood that one of us shall become its master." The other elders, upon hearing his words, grit their teeth and continue to channel their energy with unwavering determination. They have bought into this enticing promise, fueling their resolve to have the celestial artifact acknowledge them as its master and ascend to the pinnacle of their lives. After the passage of a brief moment, a number of individuals gradually appeared behind the group of over 10. As time passed, their numbers swelled. However, these newcomers dared not approach the celestial artifact, nor even venture close to the formidable group of ascension stage cultivators. They recognized that these powerful beings were engrossed in their task, teetering on the brink of collapse. Their patience fraying. Should they intrude, they feared they might be sent flying with a mere flick of the strong one's hands. All stood at a distance, observing and discussing the celestial artifact perched atop the mountain. Meanwhile, the celestial artifact, noticing the increasing crowd, contemplated taking action. Yet, just as this thought crossed its mind, it hesitated. It felt a twinge of reluctance to disrupt the efforts of these more than 10 individuals. Very well, I shall wait a little longer. You have toiled so diligently, I must grant you an opportunity for success. If it were to depart now, it could envision the anguish and despair that would ensue, with these individuals likely succumbing to rage and despair. After countless efforts, the formation was on the verge of activation. Yet the celestial artifact was slipping away, an unbearable prospect for anyone. Moments later, over a dozen elders finally perceived a shift in the array compass. The compass began to tremble, and soon it radiated a brilliant white light. It worked. Long Aotian's eyes widened with excitement, and the other elders mirrored his fervor with expressions of exhilaration. A few among them were on the brink of letting out triumphant roars. Quickly, the celestial artifact has not yet departed. Ensnare it. After securing the compass, the elders exclaimed with palpable eagerness, eagerly anticipating the moment the celestial artifact would be trapped. Long Aotian nodded, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. Only he possessed the ability to control this formation, thus increasing the likelihood that the celestial artifact would acknowledge him as its master once ensnared. He began to chant an incantation, the words intricate and obscure. Ultimately, a radiant light erupted from his eyes as he hurled his energy towards the location of the celestial artifact. The array compass instantly pierced through time and space, arriving at the artifact's position, where it hovered, spun, and vibrated in the sky. A resonant humming echoed far and wide. Finally, a cylindrical beam of light descended from above, aiming to ensnare the celestial artifact. The artifact, having awaited this moment, remained resolute, believing that the diligent efforts of the tenacious individuals deserved a fragment of joy for their labor. After all, it was an artifact with a remarkably upright sense of values. As the beam enveloped it, Long Aotian witnessed this spectacle, clenched his fist fiercely, and cried out triumphantly, "We have succeeded." Upon hearing this, the elders erupted into cheers, their wrinkled faces alight with excitement and exhilaration. In the distance, the celestial artifact beheld their joyful expressions and smiled in return. The delight that follows labor is truly unparalleled. Just look at their radiant smiles. The celestial artifact felt it had accomplished a noble deed. However, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. After a brief smile, the celestial artifact refrained from lingering and gently waved towards the sky. With that single gesture, a crisp sound resonated across the heavens. The array compass suspended in the sky shattered with a resounding thud, and the conical beam of light suddenly dissipated. In that moment, the elderly ones, still cheering from afar, and the exhilarated Long Aotian, also sensed the shift. Instantly, the smiles adorning their faces froze in place. Observing their expressions, the celestial artifact felt a pang of remorse. "It was not my intention to interrupt your joy. I am bound by duty. My sincerest apologies." With that thought, the celestial artifact waved forward once more, and a black fissure emerged. In the next instant, It materialized before Long Outyin and the others, simultaneously unleashing an overwhelming aura from within. At that moment, the very fabric of the world began to tremble. To Long Outyin and his companions, it seemed as though their surroundings were collapsing, overwhelmed by the potent force. Everyone felt their internal organs shift, their blood surging tumultuously. Those of weaker cultivation found their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in trembling fear. The celestial artifact finally experienced a long-lost thrill within, feeling a sense of excitement it hadn't felt in ages. Alas, in the courtyard, it could only cower in a corner, enduring unbearable torment. Certainly, there was no loss. Rather, it resulted in a tremendous gain. What was initially expected to take 7 or 8 years to heal was astonishingly restored to nearly full strength within mere days. If this were to be revealed, no one would believe it. Oh, insignificant beings, how could you possibly fathom my might? Such a feeble formation could be obliterated by me with a single stroke. Regardless of its multitude, the celestial artifact resonated with a profound voice, proclaiming with clarity. As its words echoed, they penetrated the hearts of the gathered crowd, reverberating through their very souls. Long Outyin's complexion turned ashen. In that moment, he realized how foolish he had been. This celestial artifact was indeed immensely powerful. They had spent considerable time merely activating the immortal trapping array, and now, with a single strike, the artifact had annihilated it. How astonishingly formidable. Under the weight of overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat began to form on Long Outyin's brow. At that moment, they found themselves powerless, awaiting their fate. They could ascertain that if the celestial artifact wished to slay them, it would be a trivial endeavor. However, in the next instant, the artifact unexpectedly declared, "I do not slay insignificant beings, and I shall inform you that my descent to this realm is to seek a master destined to be my companion. A month hence, at the heart of the continent, I shall reveal myself to the one with whom I share a bond. I would not hesitate to assist him in becoming the foremost in this mortal realm. Even in the celestial realm, I can secure him a place of significance." Having delivered its grandiloquent proclamation with an air of authority, the celestial artifact showed little inclination to linger. It soared towards a direction opposite to that of Qingyuan town, its speed akin to lightning, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Meanwhile, Long Outyin and his companions remained in a state of bewilderment. They gazed vacantly in the direction where the celestial artifact had vanished, which lay at the very heart of the continent. A group of individuals, initially resigned to their doom, now found themselves alive, astounded that the artifact had imparted such tidings. For a moment, they struggled to comprehend the surreal turn of events. As the sensation of the artifact's presence faded, they gradually regained their composure. Suddenly, an uproar erupted, reverberating throughout the valley. How formidable! I truly believed my end was nigh. That aura was suffocating, rendering me breathless. My legs turned to jelly, and I nearly collapsed. I have soiled my trousers. They lamented their sorry states. Meanwhile, the elders, including Long Outyin, exhaled heavy, disheartened sighs, convinced they were doomed. They had contemplated ensnaring the artifact with a formation, seeking to claim it as their own. Yet, not only did the artifact spare their lives, but it also conveyed such astonishing news, leaving them pleasantly surprised, albeit regretful. They had not anticipated the formation's utter inadequacy. No, it was not the formation's fault. It was indeed powerful, requiring immense spiritual energy to merely activate. Nonetheless, it proved utterly ineffective against the celestial artifact, indicating its unparalleled strength. The group remained in a state of astonishment for some time before finally quieting down. They exchanged glances, and the thought of probing the shattered mountain faded, for they understood that the answer had been revealed. Now, their sole concern was who might earn the artifact's recognition. Let us return and convey this news to our sect. A month later, Zhuzong set forth towards the heart of the continent. Indeed, should he inadvertently be chosen by this celestial artifact, a promising future awaits. Increasing numbers of individuals began to depart. Soon, only Long Outyin remained, as the other formidable beings in the ascendant stage had also left. Observing the emptiness around him, Long Outyin sat down upon the ground, enveloped by a profound sense of defeat. He could not help but ponder the direction of his journey. The universe is vast. I once believed myself unrivaled among mortals, a source of pride, yet now it seems utterly laughable. Reflecting on how he had been powerless to resist even the mere aura emitted by the celestial artifact, he mused. What does strength matter? Should a more powerful entity appear, one is still compelled to kneel. Moreover, he noticed a small chip on the edge of the celestial sword, indicating it was not in its prime state. Nevertheless, even in this condition, it remained overwhelmingly formidable. Long Outyin gazed in a particular direction. It had been several centuries since he last returned home, and he wondered if that small town still existed. His eyes bore the weight of time. As if he had aged considerably, he rose to his feet and flew towards Qingyuan town. Perhaps it was time to see for himself. At Qingyuan town, before the entrance of a courtyard, a spatial rift suddenly materialized. A golden longsword emerged and swiftly entered the courtyard. Upon its arrival, it found the prominent figures within the courtyard staring intently at it. Just when it had regained its sense of existence, it now trembled in fear. Great figures, I have accomplished the task. Those mortal cultivators are unlikely to return. The celestial artifact reported, as if a thorn was lodged in its back. At this moment, the kitchen knife remarked, "Little trash, you are quite competent. However, there is one thing you must heed when entering or exiting the courtyard. Ensure you are not seen by the master. Simply disguise yourself as an ordinary weapon. Otherwise, be wary of the obliteration of your spirit." Upon hearing this, the celestial artifact trembled violently. The obliteration of the spirit, does that not equate to my demise? Great, esteemed one, I shall certainly be cautious next time. It was thoroughly frightened. The kitchen knife replied, "Well, just remember that." Afterward, the courtyard fell into a serene silence, while the celestial artifact remained huddled in the corner, shivering. It pondered over the knife's words. If my predecessor were to witness me wielding celestial power, would they extinguish my existence? No, I must present myself as a mere weapon. This is far too terrifying. Not long after the celestial artifact returned, Chen Pingan emerged. At that moment, he donned a simple attire, holding a length of hemp rope in his hands. Having cooked daily, the firewood had dwindled, necessitating a trip to gather more. He opted not to bring Xiaolingo along for such menial labor, leaving her to guard the house while he ventured forth alone. As soon as Chen Pingan appeared, the celestial artifact turned its gaze towards him. To its astonishment, it noticed that Chen Pingan was devoid of any trace of the Tao's principles and rhythms. He approached the corner, intending to retrieve the axe he had purchased years ago in the town, only to discover that it had not been used for a long time. Rusted and even hosting a small mushroom on its wooden handle, he felt somewhat speechless. At that moment, his eyes fell upon an extraordinarily sharp golden longsword. Perfect. I shall use you to chop wood. With the golden longsword in hand, Chen Pingan made his way towards the forest. Meanwhile, above Qingyuan town, suddenly, a figure emerged. It was none other than the illustrious Long Outyen. Gazing down upon the quaint town, he smiled faintly. After a few centuries away, he was pleasantly surprised to find Qingyuan town not only still in existence but thriving more than ever. Memories of his childhood home flashed in his mind, nestled within that very forest. In Chapter 37, the celestial tool for firewood, Long Outyen found himself momentarily dazed. As Chen Pingan traversed the streets, numerous townsfolk greeted him warmly, incessantly calling out Mr. Chen. The origin of this title dated back 5 years. At that time, when Chen Pingan had just settled in the town, he possessed no particular skills. In a bid to survive, he sought employment. Lacking any trade, he initially contemplated laboring as a manual worker but could endure it for only 2 days. By chance, he became aware of the societal preference for martial prowess over literary pursuits, which had caused the latter to languish in neglect. Drawing upon his modest knowledge and a repertoire of memorized poetry, he took on the role of a teacher, establishing a small private academy dedicated to educating children. Thus, even after he ceased running the school, the townspeople continued to regard him as their esteemed educator, recognizing the refined aura he exuded, which perfectly complemented this title. Moreover, despite their remote and impoverished locale, there existed a handful of cultured individuals among them. They had heard of Chen Pingan's poetic compositions, which were nothing short of extraordinary, unprecedented in their brilliance. Many learned scholars would bow deeply upon encountering him. As he approached the edge of the town, a young man emerged, carrying a satchel and beaming with joy. Behind him, simple yet earnest middle-aged couples bid him farewell as he departed. The young man, merely 17 or 18, possessed a remarkable handsomeness, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. As Guazimo contemplated bidding farewell to Qingyuan town, he felt compelled to pay his respects to Chen Pingan, for to him, Chen Pingan was his literary mentor. Upon stepping outside, he was delighted to encounter Chen Pingan, a spark of joy igniting in his eyes. He performed a respectful bow typical of scholars. Chen Pingan was well acquainted with Guazimo, who often sought him out, especially when he had composed a poem or faced an academic dilemma. "Zimo, where are you headed?" Chen Pingan inquired with a warm smile. Before Guazimo could respond, his parents interjected, "Mr. Chen, we have heard that soon the Shushan Academy will be recruiting disciples in Guangzhou City, and Zimo wishes to try his luck." The Shushan Academy, one of the most prestigious factions in the mortal realm, stood apart from others. It was neither a sect nor a nation, but an institution dedicated to the literary path. Chen Pingan encouraged him with a smile. "This is a splendid opportunity, Zimo. You must strive to become an immortal." Guazimo nodded earnestly in agreement. After a brief conversation, Chen Pingan took his leave, presenting Guazimo with a parting poem. In that moment, Guazimo stood in a daze. observing the graceful figure of Chen Pingan as he departed, his mind echoing the lines of the poem just recited. Leaving home in youth, returning old, unchanged is the accent. Though my hair has turned gray, when children meet me, they do not recognize, laughingly asking where the guest comes from. As he reflected, he felt a profound elevation of his intellect, an overwhelming reverence coursing through him. Watching Chen Pingan's retreating silhouette, he bowed deeply in gratitude. Mr. Chen, were it not for your insistence on being merely mortal, I would truly believe you to be a celestial being descended from the heavens. Guizimo murmured. Subsequently, he prepared himself for departure, bidding a heartfelt farewell to his parents, who feigned resolve, their smiles betraying the glistening tears in their eyes. He walked away in a singular direction. Father, mother, your child shall achieve greatness. In the future, I shall ensure you live a prosperous life. This sentiment encapsulates the dreams and aspirations of every child leaving home. Even though many may not fulfill such promises, countless others continue to persevere. Chen Pingan ventured into the depths of the forest in search of some dry timber. Fresh wood required drying, and their household's firewood had been depleted. Thus, he needed to chop some desiccated branches. After a while, he reached the heart of the forest, where he discovered a withered tree. He began to wield his remarkably sharp golden sword, striking the trunk repeatedly. One blow, then two. At that moment, the celestial weapon was on the verge of tears. Since its inception, it had never endured such a humiliating task. Yet, in pursuit of the opportunity to ascend to a divine instrument, it could only swallow its sorrow. Fortunately, no one was around to witness its plight. Had anyone seen it, it might have been compelled to dash itself against a tree, bringing an end to its mortifying existence. Initially, Chen Pingan struggled with the task, but as he continued, he found a rhythm. It is worth noting that this sword was indeed exceptionally sharp, outpacing an axe. In no time at all, he felled a tree. The weapon of a cultivator proved to be formidable, Chen Pingan mused, pondering that not selling the sword for spirit stones might not be such a misfortune after all. It would serve well for chopping firewood. As Chen Pingan diligently worked, in the distance, a red-haired elder was making his way towards him. This elder was none other than Long Outyin. At this moment, he walked like an ordinary person, surveying his surroundings in search of his former residence. A considerable amount of time had passed, and the house where he once lived was undoubtedly gone. Nevertheless, he merely hoped to find a trace, a remnant that would affirm his existence in this place. As he strolled, he finally beheld a half-standing stone wall. It was the very wall of his former yard. Constructed by his father's own hands, he had assisted him in its creation. Gazing at the scene before him, he closed his eyes, feeling a warm current sweep through him. A smile inevitably crept upon his lips. His parents had long since passed away, and he himself was now quite old. Yet, upon returning here, he felt as though he were still a child. Those years were truly beautiful. Just as a knowing smile graced his face, he suddenly sensed that something within him had shifted. Was it possible that his understanding had deepened? At that moment, he felt as if the bottleneck that had hindered his progress had vanished. With a bit more dedicated practice, his cultivation would surely advance further. In that instant, he finally grasped a profound realization. The cultivation of the heart was, indeed, of utmost importance. Previously, he had believed that relentless training alone was the path to greatness. But he now recognized his folly. He seated himself upon a stone, shaking his head with a wry smile as he reflected. After observing the scene before him for a while, he eventually stood up. I no longer belong here. My parents are gone, and their child has departed. Long Outyin exhaled deeply, resolving to venture towards the town. However, he had not walked far when his footsteps abruptly halted once more. At this moment, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had witnessed something truly terrifying. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Long Outyin stood there, utterly petrified. He blinked and focused intently ahead once more. Yet, what met his gaze was still a man of exquisite grace, diligently chopping wood. It was not the man himself that had rendered him speechless, but rather the sword he wielded. That very sword, which had previously emanated an aura powerful enough to alter the very fabric of reality, was now being used for such a mundane task. How could it be that he was wielding a celestial artifact to chop wood? Initially, he had not intended to capture this scene in writing, but inspiration struck suddenly, compelling him to pen this segment as he prepared for school. As a side note, it would later be revealed that this Guizimo would introduce a poetry enthusiast of remarkable talent to the protagonist. Ahem, indeed. This individual would also possess a vivid imagination. Chapter 38 of Little Use, merely for chopping wood. Long Outyin stood there, bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. He suspected that the impact of the celestial artifact had overwhelmed him, leading to a momentary lapse in sanity, perhaps even causing him to hallucinate. Yet, no matter how he rubbed his eyes or pinched his slackened cheeks, the vision before him remained unchanged. He beheld the young man, wielding a golden sword, striking the wood upon the ground, cleaving it into pieces before placing them atop a coarse rope. To Long Outyan's eyes, Chen Pingan appeared to possess no cultivation whatsoever. This was a crucial point in his doubt. After all, how could an unremarkable individual wield a celestial artifact to chop wood without being deemed a fool by others? However, just as he grappled with his disbelief, a gaze suddenly fell upon him. A gaze struck him with a sense of familiarity, rendering his body instantly frigid. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It was the very sensation of being scrutinized by a celestial artifact. There was no doubt about it. At that moment, as the penetrating gaze fell upon him, he instinctively took a step back. However, he stumbled upon a small stone, losing his balance entirely. Under ordinary circumstances, such a trivial mishap would be unfathomable for a formidable being of his caliber. Yet, in his current state of mental dullness, he fell to the ground with a thud, a branch beneath him snapping crisply upon impact. The sound immediately drew the attention of Chen Pingan, who was not far away. Chen Pingan looked up, and upon catching sight of the old man with striking red hair, he paused momentarily. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the elderly man's features, revealing that he was quite advanced in age. Without hesitation, Chen Pingan hurried towards him. It was a grave situation. Should an elderly person fall in such a desolate place and lose consciousness, with no one around, it was likely that by the time anyone discovered him, only a lifeless corpse would remain. It was even conceivable that wild beasts, prowling in the night, could carry away the remains. Chen Pingan quickly reached the side of the old man, casting his golden longsword to the ground. He crouched down and extended a hand to assist the elderly gentleman. "Are you all right?" he inquired urgently, pulling the old man up. At that moment, Long Aotian stared blankly at Chen Pingan, before glancing at the celestial artifact carelessly discarded at his feet. He swallowed hard. Who on earth is this person? In that instant, he could observe the golden longsword on the ground up close, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial artifact he had seen moments earlier. Even the small notch missing from the sword's edge is telling. This indicates that the golden longsword must certainly be the celestial artifact from earlier. However, what perplexes him is that this divine weapon had previously soared towards the heart of the continent. How could it have arrived here in the blink of an eye? Moreover, it is now in the hands of this seemingly youthful man, who exudes no trace of spiritual cultivation. Long Outyan fixates on Chen Pingan, who remains devoid of any aura of cultivation, appearing akin to an ordinary mortal. Yet, he detects a distinctive quality in Chen Pingan, a refined and approachable demeanor, with a warmth reminiscent of jade. Despite lacking any spiritual power, he emanates an ethereal and transcendent aura. As Chen Pingan inquires, Long Outyan snaps back to reality and stammers, "No, nothing." Chen Pingan releases a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely concerned for the elder's well-being. "It's a relief to hear that. By the way, Elder, you aren't from Qingyuan town, are you? I don't believe I've encountered you before." The striking red hair is particularly distinctive, and Chen Pingan is certain that this individual does not belong to Qingyuan town. Long Outyan, still somewhat reserved, nods and replies, "I hail from another place." Chen Pingan responds with an "oh," and continues, "Well, Elder, regardless of your situation, please take a moment to rest. Allow me to finish bundling the firewood, and then we can head to the town together." Chen Pingan feels that although the elder appears fine at present, the future remains uncertain. He resolves to stay nearby, ready to assist should the need arise. Such acts of kindness are within his capacity. After all, saving a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda. With that, Chen Pingan picks up the golden longsword from the ground, preparing to return and secure the firewood. At this moment, Long Outyan could not help but inquire, "Young man, why do you wield such a weapon to chop wood?" As he spoke, he held his breath. In such close proximity, he finally sensed the aura of the celestial artifact. This aura was deliberately subdued. However, it was in vain, for he still perceived it. It was undoubtedly the celestial artifact from earlier. Chen Pingan glanced at the golden longsword in his hand and replied, "Are you referring to this? It serves no purpose other than for chopping wood." Gasped. Long Outyan was utterly bewildered by this statement. "Of no use? Merely for chopping wood? Good heavens! How ignorant you are." This revelation confirmed Long Outyan's belief that Chen Pingan was nothing more than a naive youth. Yet he could not fathom why this celestial artifact would allow itself to be treated so. Could it be that this artifact had already regarded this young man as its master? However, even as a master, how could a celestial artifact tolerate being used for chopping wood without showing any displeasure? In truth, the celestial artifact was in a state of profound distress. It was not devoid of temperament. Rather, it was too intimidated to express it. Upon encountering Long Outyan, the artifact was momentarily dazed, initially suspecting it had misperceived. It could not comprehend why Long Outyan had arrived here. Now, witnessing its use for chopping wood, The imposing image it had established moments ago had been utterly shattered. It was so despondent it could not even shed tears. After finishing his task, Chen Pingan proceeded to bind the neatly prepared firewood. He then prepared to carry it on his back. However, the wood was too heavy, requiring both hands for support, which meant he could not wield the golden longsword simultaneously. After a moment of thought, he called out to Long Outyin, "Elder, could you assist me for a moment?" Long Outyin was unaware of Chen Pingan's intentions and could only approach him. Chen Pingan said, "Elder, please hold this sword for me." Upon hearing this, Long Outyin's lips twitched. Is it truly appropriate? Why do I feel that if I touch it, it might obliterate me? However, despite his trepidation, a flicker of impulse surged within him, compelling him to grasp it and admire its brilliance. A celestial artifact. Who wouldn't desire to hold it and revel in its majesty? Very well, here goes. Long Outyin cautiously crouched down, lifting the golden longsword with excruciating slowness. Observing his deliberate movements, Chen Pingan surmised that Long Outyin had sustained a more severe injury from his earlier fall, thus his careful demeanor. He silently affirmed that keeping the elder from departing was indeed the right decision. After all, one could never tell when the old man might stumble again. Long Outyin was greatly concerned about the potential volatility of the celestial artifact, and as he grasped the golden longsword, a formidable aura surged towards him. He was startled. But at that moment, Chen Pingan suddenly cleared his throat. Following that sound, the golden longsword in Long Outyin's grasp vanished instantaneously, and the terrifying aura dissipated entirely. Long Outyin, taken aback by this phenomenon, turned to look at Chen Pingan in bewilderment. How could a mere cough command such obedience from a celestial artifact? What is happening here? Chen Pingan, oblivious to the unfolding events, began to ponder within himself after the cough. His throat felt phlegmy. It seemed a bit humid, which was to be expected given the increasingly damp weather. Perhaps it was time for him to brew some cooling tea. After his musings, he flashed a smile at Long Outyin, shouldered his firewood, and proceeded to lead the way. Long Outyin, still somewhat dazed, followed behind Chen Pingan, beginning to question the true nature of his companion's strength. Is this truly a mere mortal? He cast a glance at the golden longsword in his hand. At this moment, the celestial weapon lay still, exuding an unsettling aura. After traversing a short distance, Chen Pingan finally returned to the courtyard. He set down the firewood in a corner and turned to Dragon Aotian with a smile, saying, "Elder, come in and sit for a while. Perhaps enjoy a sip of water." However, Dragon Aotian appeared oblivious to his words, standing silently as if struck dumb. In truth, he was utterly bewildered, akin to having been struck by lightning, rooted to the spot at the entrance. At that moment, witnessing the scene before him, his worldview shattered. He was unaware of the realm into which he had entered, yet he recognized that this courtyard was undoubtedly not of the mundane world. What manner of entities were these? Every corner of the courtyard, upon his entrance, seemed to cast a gaze upon him. As those gazes fell upon him, he instantaneously lost control of his body. This sensation was 100 times more unbearable than when the celestial weapon had been focused on him. He surveyed the various corners, discovering that many objects were enveloped in the essence of the Tao. A broom, a water jar, a peach tree, and even the rooster perched on the ground. Observing these entities, he glanced once more at the golden longsword in his hand. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the meaning behind Chen Pingan's earlier words in the forest. He had inquired why Chen Pingan used such a weapon to chop firewood. To which Chen Pingan replied, "It serves no purpose other than for chopping wood." Indeed, it was truly as literal as it sounded. He realized that every entity within this courtyard surpassed the celestial weapon he wielded, and the sense of their superiority was magnified manifold. The celestial artifact seemed to sense Long Outyin's thoughts, and at that moment it began to whimper. It seemed to want to exclaim, "Could you please refrain from comparing me to the great ones?" Chen Pingan observed Long Outyin's gaping mouth and his dazed expression, unable to suppress a frown. Surely this elder had not fallen and injured his mind? "Elder?" Chen Pingan approached and waved his hand in front of him. It was only then that Long Outyin snapped back to reality, gazing at Chen Pingan. At that moment, he swallowed hard, hurriedly clasped his hands together in a bow, lowering his head more than his hands, and said, "I am Long Outyin, honored to meet you, senior." If he had initially entertained doubts about whether Chen Pingan was immortal or if he had been chosen by the celestial artifact, leading to its obedient demeanor, he could now decisively dismiss those doubts. Chen Pingan could not possibly be an ordinary human, with so many entities in this room possessing power surpassing that of celestial artifacts. How could the person residing here be anything but extraordinary? Chen Pingan, who had previously questioned whether Long Outyin had indeed suffered a blow to the head, blinked in response to these words. Had he truly lost his senses? Why was he now addressing me as senior? Just moments ago in the forest, he had referred to me as young man. Observing Long Outyin's demeanor, Chen Pingan began to speculate whether the other was indeed a practitioner. Typically, Only practitioners would refer to him as senior. Moreover, given his appearance, it was conceivable that he might be acquainted with the likes of the Murong Palace. Chen Pingan stated, "Elder, there is no need for such formality. I have 2 questions I wish to ask you, if I may." Long Outyin promptly replied, "Of course, senior. Please go ahead. In fact, you may call me Xiao Tian or Xiao Long if you prefer." In Long Outyin's eyes, Chen Pingan's image had undergone a complete transformation. Chen Pingan must possess extraordinary strength, formidable enough to elicit astonishment. Otherwise, divine artifacts would hold no significance in his eyes, and such a myriad of immensely powerful beings would not congregate here. This elucidates why he is unable to perceive Chen Pingan's cultivation level. The disparity in their powers is simply too vast, existing on entirely different planes, much like the distinction between mortals and cultivators. Mortals cannot discern the cultivation of a practitioner, as the latter has transcended the boundaries of their imagination. As Chen Pingan listened, a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. The sentiment felt eerily familiar. Had not Murong Palace expressed similar sentiments? "Allow me to address you as Elder Long. May I inquire whether you are a cultivator?" Chen Pingan asked with a wry smile. Long Outyin appeared somewhat perplexed by Chen Pingan's inquiry. He was aware that Chen Pingan could perceive his cultivation, yet even in his confusion, he nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed." At this, Chen Pingan found himself at a loss for words. So it is true, he is indeed a cultivator. How foolish of me to assume otherwise. What harm could possibly come from a cultivator falling? Wait, that is not correct. Last time, Luo Xiaojia fell and could not stand on both legs. Ahem. It seems I have indeed done the right thing by offering assistance. Chen Pingan continued, "Elder Long, do you happen to know Murong Palace?" Long Outyin was taken aback by this question. Murong Palace? The very founders of the Tianzuan Tower. Had they not ascended thousands of years ago? Could it be that the Elder is acquainted with such an existence? Indeed, the Elder must certainly be a formidable figure within the celestial realm. Such an acquaintance would be utterly commonplace. However, wait a moment, how does the Elder know that I am familiar with the predecessor of Murong Palace? Could it be that the Elder has deduced my identity as the master of Tianzuan Tower? He had never disclosed his identity. At this moment, Chen Pingan directly inquired whether he was familiar with Murong Palace, which was undeniably a conclusion derived from his deductions. It is said that such powers of divination are abilities so profound that even immortals cannot master them. Truly, the Elder possesses remarkable foresight, and I, as a junior, am in awe. Long Outyin once again bowed to Chen Pingan, lowering his head more than his hands. Upon witnessing this act of reverence accompanied by such words, Chen Pingan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he was acquainted. It dawned on him that prolonged exposure to Murong Palace had perhaps influenced his mind. Chen Pingan contemplated that Long Outyin might still have a chance for redemption and tentatively suggested, "Elder Long, I am merely a mortal. Please refrain from calling me Elder and refer to me as Shaoan instead." A mere mortal? Long Outyin pondered momentarily before his expression suddenly sharpened. Realizing the implication hidden within those words, he could hardly believe that Chen Pingan was merely an ordinary individual. Even a fool would not accept such a notion. After some contemplation, he grasped the underlying meaning of Chen Pingan's statement. To regard oneself as a mortal was akin to descending to cultivate the heart, was it not? With this revelation, everything became clear to him. Previously, he had doubted the efficacy of heart cultivation for breaking through one's limits. But just moments ago, he had sensed a transformation in his mental state, which led him to recognize the significance of such practice. At this moment, the Elder's demeanor clearly indicated that he was indeed engaging in heart cultivation. It was evident that he had reached a level of cultivation that was exceedingly difficult to surpass. Chen Pingan's emphasis on this matter was equally transparent. He wished for Long Outyin to keep this secret. "Elder, I understand now. From this point forward, in my eyes, you shall be regarded as a mere mortal," Long Outyin declared earnestly. The implication was clear. "Elder, I comprehend your position, and I shall not reveal that you are an invincible being." Listening to these words, Chen Pingan felt speechless at the frequent reference to senior. Well, it seems there's truly no saving them. Call me what you will, I am at a loss. Chen Pingan was quite helpless. Earlier, he had invited the other party in for some water, and now, even upon realizing that the individual was a practitioner who would not fall merely from a stumble, he did not send him away. One must not be fickle in their actions. "Please, come in," he said, leading the way inside. Long Outyin cautiously followed behind. The further they ventured, the more apprehensive he became. Ultimately, at Chen Pingan's gesture, he sat up straight. Observing Long Outyin's impeccable posture, Chen Pingan found himself at a loss for words. This seated position reminded him of Murong Palace's people, strikingly similar, if not identical. In truth, one could afford to be a bit more relaxed. Seeing you sit like this makes me wonder if you are, in fact, my students. Chen Pingan chose not to dwell on it further and prepared to brew some tea. However, Long Outyin suddenly inquired, Senior, where should I place this weapon? Chen Pingan, noticing his cautious grip, found it perplexing and casually replied, just toss it into a corner. It's nothing of great consequence. With that, he entered the kitchen. Long Outyin, upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, fell into a state of bewilderment once more. Toss it into a corner? Senior, this is a celestial weapon capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. How could I dare to carelessly discard it? My heart cannot bear this. The fourth shift has concluded. I feel I can barely endure any longer and may need to revert to 3 shifts, unless I receive a bit of encouragement. Cough, cough. Chapter 40. Su Ling has disappeared. Long Outyin stood up stealthily. He then approached a corner of the room, gently placing the golden long sword down with deliberate slowness, as if fearful of accidentally striking it. At that moment, Chen Pingan hastily exited the kitchen, catching sight of Long Outyin in this peculiar act. However, he had no time to comment on Long Outyin's antics. A fleeting look of urgency crossed his face as he strode towards the room. He had initially assumed Su Ling was in the kitchen, but upon entering, he discovered she was not present at all. Chen Pingan swiftly entered the room, only to find that Su Ling was not, as he had expected, asleep inside. His brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that little Lingo had been taken away by her parents? A wave of regret washed over him, if that were the case. He hadn't even had the chance to bid her farewell. Such a lovely little sister, he truly felt reluctant to part with her. With a heavy heart, he exited the room and glanced at Long Outyin, who had resumed his dignified posture after placing the golden longsword. Long Lao, perhaps you would like to have some water? He suggested, suddenly disinterested in brewing tea. He felt a sense of lethargy enveloping him, foreseeing a few days of poor appetite and restless nights ahead, filled with vexation. Long Outyin quickly replied, Is there something troubling you, Senior? I shall not impose. Being wise with age, he discerned Chen Pingan's troubled expression and promptly stood up. Chen Pingan, preoccupied with his own thoughts, merely nodded, Do come again another day, Long Lao. Today, I truly lack the spirit for company. He was deeply troubled. How could such an adorable sister simply disappear? Had he known, he would have taken Su Ling along to gather firewood. But logically, if her parents had indeed found their way here, they would have had the courtesy to express their gratitude to the host before leaving. Xiao Lingo possesses such a delightful temperament. Her parents must surely be individuals of refined character. Contemplating this, Chen Pingan felt a glimmer of hope. Long Aotian, daunted, refrained from further disturbing Chen Pingan, bowing respectfully as he made his exit. As the host, Chen Pingan accompanied him to the door. Yet he had no intention of returning to the courtyard. Instead, he resolved to venture into the town in search of Su Ling. Just as he stepped outside, he beheld Su Ling, who was joyfully bounding back with a basket in hand. Upon witnessing her endearing demeanor, Chen Pingan exhaled a sigh of relief. She had indeed not departed. Observing the basket brimming with ingredients, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that Xiao Linger had ventured out to procure supplies for dinner upon discovering the kitchen's emptiness. Brother, Su Ling exclaimed, her face lighting up with a grin that revealed her little fangs. After calling out to Chen Pingan, her gaze shifted to Long Aotian, who still lingered at the door. With polite courtesy, she greeted him. Hello, Grandpa. Long Aotian, upon exiting, had already noticed Su Ling. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was taken aback. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from her, his body quivered. How could this little girl possess such strength? He felt an instinctive dread. If she were to point at him, he might very well meet his demise. The sensation was palpably real, and having lived for so long, he trusted his instincts implicitly. It was this very intuition that had allowed him to escape numerous perilous situations. Fixing his gaze on Su Ling, he then glanced at Chen Pingan, realizing that this little girl had just referred to the elder as brother. A bittersweet smile spread across his face. In the beginning, he pitied the notion that Chen Pingan was merely a mortal. Look at that little girl, she is utterly terrifying. How could he, as an elder brother, possibly be a mere human? Esteemed Senior, I shall return another day. I truly apologize for the disturbance today. Long Outyin once again performed a respectful bow towards Chen Pingan, lowering his head more than his hands, exhibiting great reverence. Chen Pingan suddenly felt a surge of joy, but recognized that prolonging Long Outyin's stay might create an awkward atmosphere. Thus, he nodded with a smile and said, Indeed, I shall warmly welcome Elder Long when next we meet. Long Outyin nodded in delight. To forge a connection with such an extraordinary powerhouse was indeed a stroke of good fortune. However, he was acutely aware that Chen Pingan sought tranquility, residing in such an ordinary town to avoid disturbances from others. Hence, he needed to be mindful of how often he visited this place. He must not tarnish his image in the eyes of the elder by appearing overly eager for friendship or personal gain. With his extensive life experience, He understood well the nuances of social conduct. After speaking, Long Outyin prepared to take his leave. Just then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Chen Pingan wore a wry smile and said, "Elder Long, please hold on. I happen to have a question for you. Please, esteemed senior, do not hesitate." Long Outyin promptly halted, responding with respect. Chen Pingan found it perplexing why Long Outyin exhibited such deference, but he was disinclined to ponder it further. The mindset of these cultivators was quite unique and beyond his comprehension. Might Elder Long have heard of any treasures that could lower temperatures? Chen Pingan found himself nostalgic for a refrigerator. If only he had one. He could store a plethora of ingredients and avoid the startling incidents like the one with Su Ling going out for groceries. He found the world to be remarkably enchanting, and thought that possessing an item capable of cooling would suffice. With a little modification, it could serve the purpose of a refrigerator. If such an item truly existed, he would make several trips to the mountains in the future, gather more spirit stones, and request assistance in acquiring one. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin paused momentarily. Cooling items? There are numerous such items in the cultivation realm. However, treasures of such repute, as mentioned by the esteemed elder, were beyond his experience. In truth, within the treasures of their celestial respect tower, there lies a piece of heavenly profound ice crystal capable of cooling. Yet, he feared that this heavenly profound ice crystal might not catch Chen Pingan's discerning eye. Thus, he hesitated to reveal it. Ultimately, he concluded that it would be better to speak up and, with a wry smile, said, "Esteemed elder, I possess a cooling treasure. Though it might not be considered a treasure in your eyes. Only one. And in the possession of this venerable Long?" Chen Pingan probed, "As long as it can cool. I wonder if you have any intention of selling it?" If Long Outyin were to sell it, he would need to inquire about the price first and then gather spirit stones. Long Outyin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly responded, "If the elder desires it, how could I sell it? I would present it as a gift." Chen Pingan was taken aback. This seemed inappropriate. Long Outyin, with a carefree demeanor, insisted, "Elder, you are far too courteous. This item holds little significance for me. If you truly wish for it, I can retrieve it and should have it by tomorrow." At that moment, Long Outyn's heart swelled with joy. On that day, although the celestial ice crystal was one of the treasured relics of their esteemed celestial tower, being able to exchange such a precious artifact for a mere favor from a venerable elder was nothing short of invaluable. He would have gladly relinquished the entirety of the celestial tower to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan swallowed hard. Witnessing the other's eagerness, he found it difficult to decline. Moreover, he genuinely yearned for a refrigerator, especially with summer approaching. Having something to cool down the sweltering heat would greatly enhance his quality of life, allowing him to indulge in refreshing chilled beverages. "Many thanks to Elder Long," Chen Pingan said, cupping his hands in gratitude towards Long Outyin. Upon seeing Chen Pingan's demeanor, Long Outyin hurriedly returned the gesture, flustered, "Senior, you are too kind. This small token of appreciation is hardly worth mentioning. I shall fetch it right away." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, replying, "That would trouble you." Elder Long Outyin nodded once more, performed another salute, and then vanished into thin air. Chen Pingan gazed in awe at the miraculous disappearance of Long Outyin, taking a deep breath, utterly astonished. "I feel that Elder Long is even more formidable than Murong Gong and his ilk. With such abilities, he must truly be a living immortal." He resolved that next time, he must prepare a lavish feast for Elder Long. Having received such a significant favor, he felt deeply indebted. Chen Pingan decided that whenever Long Outyin visited in the future, he must extend a warm welcome. Even if the elder turned out to be a devil like Murong Gong and his companions, he could not allow himself to be perturbed. After Long Outyin's departure, Chen Pingan then turned his attention to Su Ling. "Little Linger, come in. I need to discuss something with you." Chen Pingan squinted slightly, determined to impart a lesson to Su Ling, ensuring she would not venture outside again without leaving any notice. Su Ling, oblivious to the incongruity, hurriedly ascended the stairs, following along. Shortly thereafter, in the courtyard, Su Ling's cheeks were flushed, and she pouted, hands on her hips, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Pingan with a huff. "Naughty brother, I shall ignore you." A day later, in the celestial realm, at the Blood Moon sect, the entire sect was adorned in dark crimson, reminiscent of hell itself. Within a blood-red grand hall, several middle-aged men sat in meditation, eyes closed, channeling immense white energy into a crystalline sphere. Soon, a vision emerged within the sphere. It had succeeded. The celestial artifact, traversing through the turbulent currents of time and space, had indeed arrived in the mortal realm. Seated at the center, the most powerful among them opened his fierce eyes and spoke. He then turned to a man clad in red beside him, saying, "You shall take the slaughtering immortals array. It should be in the vicinity of these woods. You should be capable of accomplishing this task, yes?" The red-clad man, emanating a similarly formidable aura, suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Rest assured, sect master, with me present, This matter is assuredly secure. Very well, go, came the indifferent reply. The red-clad man nodded and vanished into thin air. Chapter 41. In my fury, even gods and Buddhas shall bow in the early morning, as the dew began to melt. Su Ling leapt onto Chen Pingan's bed. Brother, wake up. Her voice, bright and lively, was impossible to resist, prompting a smile from Chen Pingan as he opened his eyes. He gazed at Su Ling, who was sprawled across his blanket, and said, Little Linger, it is still quite early. Let your brother rest a while longer. The previous night, unable to sleep, Su Ling had persuaded Chen Pingan to recount dozens of stories to her. Ultimately, he found himself feeling drowsy first. To his surprise, Su Ling had risen even earlier than he did. Brother, did you not promise to take me to buy a dress? Su Ling pouted, gazing at Chen Pingan with an expression of pure grievance. It was then that Chen Pingan recalled his promise from the previous night. He cleared his throat and sat up. After rising, washing up, and donning his favorite attire from the system's selection, Chen Pingan discovered that Su Ling had already prepared breakfast. This revelation deepened his fondness for the sister he had unexpectedly acquired. He truly feared that Su Ling's parents might come to claim her, leaving him once again in solitude. After finishing breakfast, Su Ling took Chen Pingan's pinky finger and led him out of the courtyard. Shortly after their departure, the artifacts within the courtyard began to converse once more. A small group was making its way towards Qingyuan town, although this time their numbers were fewer than before. Little trash, your last endeavor was not executed flawlessly. Proceed to rectify it, declared the artifacts, all turning their attention to the artifact nestled in the corner. The artifact sighed inwardly but could only respond, All right, esteemed ones. With that, it seized the opportunity while Chen Pingan was outside, stealthily exiting the courtyard. Tearing through the fabric of space, and appearing before a group of individuals who were unaware that the artifact had already ventured to the heart of the continent. Using the same method, it deceived them into departing. Finally, it prepared to return to the courtyard. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A black rift suddenly materialized in the air nearby, and a middle-aged man clad in red emerged from within. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere around him seemed to respond to his extraordinary presence. Dark clouds began to gather, and fierce winds swept through the surroundings. The air grew heavy with an oppressive tension. Even the celestial artifact quivered at the sight of him. He was none other than one of the esteemed elders of the Blood Moon sect. When it had been captured by a group from the sect, he was prominently among them, even having repulsed it in the past. Ah, is this not the golden feather immortal sword? What a coincidence to encounter you here. The middle-aged man in red appeared with a defiant demeanor, as if everything around him were inconsequential. The celestial artifact gazed at him, its heart aflame with anxiety. It never anticipated that the Blood Moon sect could trace its whereabouts. Logically, this should not have been possible. With so many realms to traverse, even if they had pinpointed this mortal realm, it was improbable they could locate its exact position so swiftly. Observing the artifact's silence, the man chuckled derisively. Do not dwell on it. Did you think that by traversing the chaotic currents of time and space to hide in the mortal realm, we would be unable to find you? We possess ample means to pursue you. You would do well to obediently accompany me back to the celestial realm. Otherwise, do not blame me for indulging in further torment. Listening to his nauseating remarks, the flames of fury within the celestial artifact surged, nearly engulfing it entirely. Yet, it was painfully aware that it was no match for him at this moment, for it could ascertain that he had descended with the aid of a formidable array. With such power backing him, its strength would be of little consequence. However, it was already a considerable distance from Qingyuan town. Should the powerful artifacts not take heed and come to its rescue, it may indeed find itself powerless, captured once more and confined in the celestial realm. It is conceivable that the Blood Moon sect will undoubtedly reinforce the stability of the confinement space. After a moment of contemplation, the celestial artifact reached a resolute decision. It deemed it necessary to create a considerable commotion, striving to capture the attention of the divine beings. Gazing at the individual before it, the artifact surmised that engaging in a confrontation with this person would certainly generate a significant uproar. With this thought in mind, it fixed its fierce gaze upon the middle-aged man clad in red, furiously exclaiming, Do not take pride in yourself. In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse. Do you believe yourself formidable? If it were not for your array, even in my severely wounded state, I could still leave you searching for your teeth. This declaration was not merely aimed at inciting anger in his opponent to provoke a brawl. It stemmed from an innate fury. Had it not been for the Blood Moon sect's reliance on that formation, they would have amounted to nothing in its eyes. It possessed the formidable capability to infiltrate and disrupt the entire Blood Moon sect at will. The leading middle-aged man, buoyed by a moment of arrogance, now felt a surge of anger at the celestial artifact's scornful words. However, he quickly countered with a sardonic smile, retorting, Indeed, I may not be strong. A mere piece of refuse in your eyes, yet I possess the ability to torment you. With that, he waved a hand, and a compass adorned with a golden radiance swiftly soared into the air at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this unpredictable maneuver, the celestial artifact unleashed its most potent attack in a specific direction. In the next instant, a formidable blade of energy cleaved through the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This attack was immensely powerful. As it was unleashed, the ominous clouds above were instantly split asunder. However, this assault was not directed at the approaching compass, but rather towards the heavens above the light fate town. It was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the formation. No matter how it attacked, all efforts were in vain. It could only hope that the powerful artifacts would recognize the distress signal embedded within its assault. After the celestial weapon unleashed its attack, the formation compass suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light, enveloping the celestial artifact. In the blink of an eye, the celestial weapon found itself ensnared within the formation. Inside, thunder crackled ominously above, as if poised to rain down a hail of arrows upon it. The celestial weapon gazed upward, brimming with resentment, yet found itself powerless to escape, resigned to its fate. Before it, a middle-aged man in a red robe wore a mocking smile, fixated on the celestial artifact, and made a derisive gesture while spitting a glob of phlegm into the air. Though I may not be your match in combat, I can certainly dictate your freedom. Do you dare to challenge me? Have you been rendered foolish by the currents of time and space, expecting your attack to curve back and strike me? The celestial weapon suppressed its fury, disregarding the man's taunts, fervently wishing that the powerful artifacts would perceive its signal. Unbeknownst to it, the artifacts in the courtyard were indeed aware of its plight, yet remained silent. Without Chen Pingan voicing a command, their emergence would result in punishment, severe enough to potentially strip them of their existence and reduce them to mere mortals. High above, the middle-aged man in red observed the celestial weapon's silence after its entrapment, feeling as though he were striking a heavy blow against cotton. What is this? Are you unwilling to comply? The celestial weapon remained mute. Words were futile. Silence reigned. As I perceive your defiance, I am compelled to make you experience the might of thunder. With that, a mysterious smile flickered across the middle-aged man's face as he made a gesture with one hand, directing a beam of light towards the celestial formation in the sky. Instantly, the thunder within the formation descended like countless dragons, crashing down with ferocity. The thunder tore through the body of the celestial artifact, wreaking havoc within. A resounding roar echoed from the artifact, filling the surrounding space with a heavy silence. Ah! The spirit within the artifact wailed in agony, as if struck by a tremendous force. How tragic, yet I find it delightful. Let us extend this torment for another incense stick's duration, allowing you to savor every moment. With that, he reclined in midair, wearing a nonchalant expression. Not far from this celestial display, a red-haired elder concealed himself in a corner, observing the scene unfold. He gazed up at the sky, a foolish look upon his face. This was Long Outyen, who had hastily arrived from the Heavenly Lord's tower with the heavenly mysterious ice crystal. Witnessing the spectacle before him, he was profoundly shaken. The artifact of his predecessor was being tormented by an equally formidable individual. Long Outyen's anxiety began to mount, for the cries of the celestial artifact made him acutely aware of its suffering. Yet, he felt helpless, only able to pray for Chen Pingan's swift arrival. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, a collection of divine weapons remained ominously silent, the air thick with tension. They were seething with anger, yet powerless to act, lest they face dire consequences, perhaps even the forfeiture of their existence. In the kitchen knife quivered slightly. Finally, it erupted in fury. Damn it! I can no longer endure this. The knife soared forth in wrath. At that moment, a formidable wall of energy obstructed its path. One must comprehend the consequences of leaving. Just then, the voice of the peach tree resonated. The kitchen knife paused briefly before articulating each word with deliberate precision. I understand, but it was I who sent it forth. Even if it costs my life, I shall rescue it. Upon hearing this, the peach tree let out a sigh. As the sound faded, the energy wall blocking the sky vanished instantaneously. The kitchen knife ascended into the air, abruptly disappearing. In the next moment, in the heavens where the celestial artifact resided, anguished cries continued to echo. Yet, in an instant, the heavens and earth underwent a dramatic transformation. A tempest arose, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. The very fabric of existence trembled, as if the world were reverting to its nebulous inception. Blood stained the sky crimson, and a cacophony of sorrowful wails erupted unbidden. A single kitchen knife descended from the firmament, akin to a deity or demon's arrival. In a fit of rage, I declared that even gods and Buddhas would bow before me. How dare a mere cultivator of the immortal origin realm lay a hand on my subordinates? A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very foundations of existence. The celestial order teetered on the brink of collapse. Chapter 42. Small Trash. Welcome to join. This transformation occurred with startling abruptness, causing the cold smirk on the middle-aged man in red clothing to freeze before he could retract it. He stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle, as if witnessing the apocalypse itself. Upon hearing that soul-stirring roar, he suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, and blood surged forth uncontrollably. With a splatter, bright crimson blood erupted from his mouth, cascading down like a shower of blood-red petals. Observing this scene from a distant corner was Long Outyin. At this moment, Long Outyin felt as if the world was spinning, his eyes wide with terror, his body trembling as if confronted by the most fearsome of creatures. He directed his gaze towards the sky above the formation, where a weapon emerged, surrounded by an ethereal resonance of principles and laws, akin to the descent of a divine being. As the kitchen knife materialized, it cast a furious tremor down upon the formation below. Suddenly, the space quaked violently, and a powerful shockwave surged downward. With a resounding crack, the formation's compass shattered into countless fragments, which cascaded from the heavens to the earth. In the blink of an eye, the formation dissipated, and the thunder within vanished completely. The celestial artifact, though it gradually ceased its violent trembling, continued to quiver ever so slightly. At that moment, the spirit of the artifact looked up, and upon seeing the kitchen knife, a wave of emotion surged within it, almost prompting tears. The esteemed kitchen knife. It had heard all those words moments ago, and was astonished to learn that it was deemed a subordinate. For that single declaration, it felt its efforts were justified. Yet, as it surveyed the state of the world around it, the spirit of the artifact was engulfed in a moment of bewilderment. A profound sense of dread enveloped it from within. How formidable! In that instant, it felt that should the kitchen knife merely exhale, it would be reduced to fragments. The intensity and authenticity of that sensation were overwhelming. It had ultimately underestimated the true prowess of the kitchen knife. Perhaps, in the realm of the divine, the kitchen knife could reign supreme. Meanwhile, before the celestial artifact, the middle-aged man in red remained suspended in the air. Yet he was devoid of the previous arrogance and frivolity that characterized him. He appeared disheveled, his face as pale as parchment, his eyes wide and bloodshot. His body trembled violently, akin to chaff being sifted. You. The middle-aged man in red struggled to articulate his thoughts, his tongue tied in knots. The scene before him instigated profound existential doubt. What kind of strength could be so utterly terrifying? He could not even discern how the formation was dismantled. The presence before him was absurdly powerful. The kitchen knife, fixated on the red-clad man below, found no pleasure in inflicting torment and let out a decisive snort. This cold grunt traversed the fabric of time and space, manifesting as a wave that struck the red-clad man. As if sensing something, the man's eyes bulged, and his mouth gaped in shock. Bang! Before he could utter a word, his entire being erupted. The scene was profoundly unsettling. Only after dispatching the red-clad man did the kitchen knife's ire subside. At that moment, it glanced at the celestial artifact, noting that the aura it had emitted vanished without a trace. The artifact stared blankly at the kitchen knife above, at a loss for words. However, the knife spoke first, its tone remaining indifferent. Return. With that, it turned to gaze towards Qingyuan town, pausing in silence. Then, it vanished from sight. The celestial artifact watched as the kitchen knife departed, finally smiling and saying, "All right, boss." It was the first time it had uttered those words with a smile. In the courtyard, the kitchen was eerily quiet, the knife resting silently on the cutting board. The entire yard was enveloped in tranquility, as if the mortals sensed an impending apocalypse, quietly awaiting the catastrophe. In the next moment, a voice devoid of emotion echoed, "No second chances." As the words faded, the courtyard erupted in cheers. The kitchen knife on the cutting board trembled slightly, as if exhaling a breath. At that moment, the celestial artifact returned to the courtyard. The atmosphere in the courtyard fell silent once more, with all eyes fixated on the artifact. After witnessing the formidable prowess of the knife, the artifact felt an even greater reverence for these formidable beings. Not long ago, in the secret realm, it believed the knife had displayed its utmost strength. Little did it realize, that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Today, it remained uncertain whether this was the knife's full power or still just a glimpse of its potential. Nonetheless, it was genuinely awestruck by such an overwhelming presence, unparalleled in might. Thus, under the scrutiny of many, it felt a tinge of trepidation. Just then, the voice of the knife resonated, remaining as indifferent as if others owed it a substantial debt. "Little trash, from this moment forth, welcome to your new role." Upon hearing those words, the artifact was momentarily stunned. "What? Master, what did you say?" The spirit within the artifact suddenly leaped with excitement, appearing utterly bewildered. Its sword body began to quiver as well. After a brief moment, ensuring it had not misheard, it calmed its emotions and let out a soft acknowledgement. In the celestial realm, within the Blood Moon sect, a middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes sat quietly in meditation in a grand hall. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Is there something amiss? His voice echoed with detachment throughout the hall. Reporting to the sect master, the life token of Zhou who has shattered. The messenger exclaimed, shock evident on his face. He understood all too well what the shattering of the token signified. It meant the demise of the individual it represented. Upon the demise of an ordinary individual, the life plate merely shatters into two halves. The middle-aged man with fierce eyes suddenly opened them wide. A piercing and intense gaze emanating from him. What did you say? The messenger, trembling, reiterated his previous statement and presented a collection of shattered fragments. The middle-aged man regarded the remnants of the life plate, his previously impassive expression darkening. How could this be? With the presence of the sect's celestial extermination array, how could one still perish in such a manner? He was utterly perplexed. What kind of formidable being could cause an ascendant to explode? An immortal sovereign? Impossible, even he. An immortal sovereign could not achieve such a feat. And surely, that celestial artifact was not capable of it either. At that moment, a thought struck him. In an instant, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself before an imposing and majestic hall, suffused with celestial energy. He had just learned that the celestial emperor was dispatching envoys to various realms in search of his daughter, with particular emphasis on investigating realms where immortal sovereign-level secret domains had emerged. It was said that the light pillar of that secret domain had been destroyed. This implied that such a realm harbored individuals comparable to the immortal sovereign, and the realm where Zhou Hu resided was highly likely the one the celestial emperor sought. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply as he entered the hall. If his gamble proved correct, he would one day share this domain with the celestial emperor. Exhausted, it was nearly midnight, with 2 chapters nearing 3,000 words, almost equivalent to 4 chapters worth of content. If you appreciate it, please give a good review. Thank you. Chapter 43. The Celestial Emperor Descends to the Mortal Realm. In the town of Qingyuan, Chen Pingan and his companion, having purchased new garments, walked back to their courtyard, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. In his hand, he clutched a newly purchased umbrella. The sudden shift in the sky had startled him. Not only did it darken abruptly, but it was accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, with the ground trembling slightly beneath him. It felt as though a deluge were imminent, a truly terrifying prospect. Fortunately, it lasted but a moment, and the world soon returned to its serene state. He found this phenomenon utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, Su Ling remained as charming and radiant as ever, completely unfazed by the tempest. When she smiled, her pearly canine teeth peeked out, and 2 delicate dimples graced her cheeks. Chen Pingan was irresistibly tempted to steal a kiss on her rosy cheek. While she was distracted, it was simply too alluring. Su Ling was overjoyed. Chen Pingan had purchased 5 outfits for her, allowing her to don a new ensemble each day. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Pingan noticed an individual standing before the main gate, none other than Long Outyin. Chen Pingan's eyes brightened as he hastened towards him, smiling. Old Long, why are you standing out here? Surely you cannot be waiting here indefinitely. At the sight of Chen Pingan, Long Outyan's eyes widened in astonishment. In his perception, it appeared as though the entire universe was infused with the principles of Tao, centered around Chen Pingan. Witnessing such a formidable spectacle, combined with the earlier terror of the kitchen knife, filled Long Outyan's gaze with profound respect. He was certain that the knife was indeed a weapon of Chen Pingan, without a doubt. Having encountered a senior, Long Outyan initially bowed deeply in reverence before responding to Chen Pingan's inquiry. I cannot enter while the senior is absent. His reasoning was straightforward. He must avoid any action that might provoke the senior's ire. Not a single misstep could be afforded. He was not merely afraid of the terrifying presence within the courtyard, but also apprehensive about intruding without permission and incurring Chen Pingan's displeasure. After all, everyone possesses their own privacy. Having lived for so many years, he was well aware of this fundamental principle of human interaction. Chen Pingan felt quite helpless regarding Long Outyan's behavior. However, he refrained from intervening, knowing it would be futile. In the future, when Long Lao arrived, he would simply enter and wait. He intended to treat Long Lao with the utmost respect this time, unlike the last occasion when he had been too abrupt. With that thought, Chen Pingan smiled and took the lead into the interior. He resolved to serve Long Outyan with his cherished tea leaves. Long Outyan nodded and followed suit. At that moment, he glanced at Su Ling, who sweetly called him grandfather, displaying remarkable obedience. Upon seeing Su Ling for the second time, Long Outyan, initially startled by her formidable aura, now studied her intently and was taken aback once more. What a wonderfully enchanting child. Goodness, I wish to pinch her cheeks. Long Outyan's heart, which was nearly withered, melted instantaneously. As he entered the room, his gaze wandered around the surroundings. He noticed the celestial artifact nestled in the corner, which reminded him of the earlier incident. His eyes darted about, searching for the seemingly world-destroying kitchen knife. Upon entering, he peered through a narrow gap into the kitchen. To his astonishment, he indeed spotted it. His breath quickened as he beheld the knife lying quietly on the cutting board, and his body trembled involuntarily. At that moment, he turned his gaze back to Chen Pingan. Senior, who exactly are you? You claim to be an immortal, yet I cannot believe it. However, I truly cannot fathom what could exist beyond immortals. Long Outyin seated himself, yet he did not forget the purpose of his visit. He swiftly retrieved a box from his spatial ring, a remarkably exquisite white crystal box adorned with intricately carved snowflake patterns. Senior, the item you requested is within, he declared. Chen Pingan gazed upon it, his eyes igniting with brilliance as he cautiously approached to open the box. A rush of cold air surged towards him, causing him to shiver momentarily. Impressive, he exclaimed upon beholding the contents within the box. It was not merely a block of ice, but rather a translucent crystal, palm-sized and elongated in shape. Chen Pingan could discern that the temperature inside the box was at least below 0. Very well, thank you, old dragon, he said, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Long Outyin, internally noting this act of kindness. A twinge of guilt flickered within him, for this was not a purchase he had made. He resolved to reciprocate with something of value in the future. Long Outyin hastily waved his hands and shook his head. Senior, you jest. This item is of no use to me. If you require it, it is only right that I bestow it upon you. Chen Pingan nodded, acknowledging the favor. Please, old dragon, take a seat while I prepare some tea for you. He then turned to Su Ling, smiling, little linger. Could you fetch some money from my room to buy a watermelon from that old man? With this splendid item in hand, the watermelon would surely taste far more delightful. Su Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed into the room to retrieve the money, skipping joyfully outside. Long Outyin watched with delight. Chen Pingan then entered the kitchen. Placing the piece of celestial Xian ice crystal into the airtight wooden box he had prepared the previous night. Placing the celestial ice crystal with care, Chen Pingan began to brew tea with his finest leaves. Shortly thereafter, Su Ling returned, laughing as she cradled a watermelon in her arms. Meanwhile, not far from Qingyuan town, a dark void suddenly materialized within the forest. A middle-aged man emerged from within. He was none other than the sovereign of the celestial realm, the most formidable being across myriad worlds, Emperor Batian. Upon his arrival, he surveyed his surroundings before closing his eyes to keenly sense the cultivation energies within a 100-mile radius. Just as Su Ling dashed into the courtyard, he abruptly opened his eyes. Celestial Yuan realm. Yet in the next instant, he realized that the aura had vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Despite his attempts to sense it again, it had disappeared without a remnant. Nevertheless, he committed the location to memory and stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, the fabric of space shimmered, and he found himself standing before a grand courtyard gate. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned that the energy he had sensed had vanished right here. The individual must have entered the premises. Without a second thought, Emperor Batian strode inside. But as soon as he crossed the threshold, Chapter 44, the kneeling of the Celestial Emperor with a resounding thud, Emperor Batian fell to his knees. This unforeseen occurrence caught him utterly off guard. Before entering the courtyard, he had presumed it to be an ordinary abode of the mortal realm. However, he soon realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Staring blankly at the scene before him, his heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an unseen force. Overwhelmed by sheer astonishment, what unfolded before his eyes was beyond anything he had ever heard or seen. Even after living for several millennia and facing perilous trials that surpassed the meals others consumed, he found himself utterly astonished. Yet he discovered that the courtyard before him was infinitely more terrifying than any malevolent place he had ever encountered. Within this yard, it felt as though primordial beasts were lurking, watching him with an appetite for destruction. The very essence of their formidable presence compelled him to kneel. The sheer force of their aura was sufficient to bring even one possessing the might of an immortal emperor to his knees, which was utterly astonishing. When he regained his senses and attempted to resist, he found himself utterly powerless, unable even to blink. This terrifying reality left him both shocked and fearful. After all these years, he had long forgotten the last time he had felt genuine fear. In the kitchen, Chen Pingan and Su Ling placed a watermelon into a box together. Su Ling watched eagerly, her anticipation palpable. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan began to brew tea, entirely unaware of the figure kneeling at the entrance. He quickly prepared the tea and poured a cup for Long Outyin, using his finest tea leaves, which he seldom indulged in himself. However, having received such a grand gift from Long Outyin, it felt inappropriate not to share a taste. He poured himself a cup as well and called out to Su Ling, inquiring if she would like some tea. Unfortunately, the little girl was preoccupied with thoughts of the watermelon, frequently asking Chen Pingan if it was ready yet. This fact weighed on Chen Pingan's mind. It was astonishing that Su Ling had never tasted watermelon before. Just moments ago, as they passed by the vendor selling watermelons, she had excitedly asked him what it was. Observing Long Outyin take a sip from his teacup and pause, Chen Pingan noticed a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Unlike Murong Gong and his companions, who were devilish in their demeanor, Long Outyin's approach to tea suggested he might very well be a true tea aficionado. How is it? This tea is delightful, isn't it? Chen Pingan inquired with a sense of pride. Although it was drawn from the system, it was none other than the renowned De Hong Pao. Back on Earth, he could hardly bear to purchase such an expensive tea. After savoring a sip, Long Outyin found himself utterly bewildered. Faced with Chen Pingan's question, he was momentarily at a loss for words. He instinctively closed his eyes, turning inward to contemplate his dantian. What was happening? Merely a sip had unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy that struck his dantian. At that moment, he felt an unusual pressure within, a sensation he had never experienced before. Could this be a sign that he was on the verge of breaking through his bottleneck and ascending to a new realm? He had lingered at the pinnacle of the great ascension for many years, yet he had never sensed a breakthrough approaching. He had perused the jade slips left by previous masters regarding the transition to the immortal infant stage. Before achieving immortality, there existed an intermediary realm, the Earth Immortal Realm. At the moment of breaking through from Great Ascension to Earth Immortal, the Dantian would erupt, forming a vast expanse. By standing at the center of this ocean, one would attain the Immortal Infant Realm, thereby becoming an immortal. Thump, thump. At that moment, as Long Outyin opened his eyes to gaze at the teacup before him, he suddenly became acutely aware of his own heartbeat. He could even distinctly hear the sound of blood coursing through his veins. His excitement was palpable. Observing that Long Outyin had not replied, Chen Pingan chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting his response. In that moment, he began to affirm that Long Outyin was indeed a seasoned connoisseur of tea, perhaps even more so than himself. A fine tea cannot be discerned in just a single sip. It requires a gradual and meticulous appreciation. His conviction stemmed primarily from the moment he observed Long Outyin opening his eyes, immediately fixating on the teacup in his hand. This indicated his considerable prowess in the art of tea. Exceptional tea leaves must be complemented by exquisite teaware to achieve true mastery. The teapot he possessed was drawn from the system, crafted from fine porcelain. However, the teacups were even more remarkable. Procured at the cost of 2 or 3 precious herbs from an antique shop owner, he held these teacups in high regard, caressing them with care each day. After a brief moment of contemplation over the teacup, Long Outyin took action once more, lifting the cup to take a sip. This time, he did not savor it delicately. Instead, he gulped it down in one motion. In the next instant, a tremendous surge of energy surged into his dantian, a force so formidable that it startled him. He had never anticipated such overwhelming power. Before long, he began to feel a painful swelling in his dantian, as if it were on the verge of bursting. Long Outyin's eyes sparkled with intensity. Recognizing the confines of the room, he quickly stood, bowing respectfully to Chen Pingan, and expressed with deep reverence, "Senior, I am grateful for this extraordinary opportunity, but I must step out for a moment and shall return shortly." With that, he made his way towards the exit. The jade slip records that during a breakthrough, not only does the dantian erupt, but the body also emanates an immense force, wreaking havoc in all directions. Given the presence of such formidable beings in the courtyard, he feared that the moment of his breakthrough might inadvertently provoke them. Bowing as he spoke, Long Outyin proceeded to exit. Chen Pingan, momentarily taken aback, blinked in astonishment as he watched Long Outyin hastily leave, before he too ventured outside. In the courtyard, the celestial artifact continued to observe the Dominator Immortal Emperor from a corner, feeling a peculiar sense of bewilderment. Witnessing the Dominator Immortal Emperor kneeling for such an extended period felt surreal. After all, he was an immortal emperor, a being of unparalleled power traversing myriad realms. Yet here he was, prostrated for an entire incense stick's duration. The artifact yearned to intervene but hesitated, fearing the wrath of the other divine artifacts. For it was they who were punishing this intruder. All it could do was watch, as it witnessed the Dominator Immortal Emperor kneeling like a statue. Sweat pouring down his brow, it couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. How pitiful he was. At that very moment, someone finally emerged from the dwelling. It was Long Outyin. Upon seeing a figure kneeling at the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback. However, upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from this individual, his steps faltered, and he found himself in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? The energy he sensed from the Dominator Immortal Emperor was extraordinarily potent, though it paled in comparison to the presences lurking in the shadows of the courtyard. It was nonetheless terrifying. Yet, this formidable being was now kneeling before the threshold of a senior. After a brief moment of astonishment, he realized he had no time to lose and resumed his pace. As he approached the Dominator Immortal Emperor, He offered a respectful gesture before hastily departing. Meanwhile, the Dominator Immortal Emperor, finally seeing someone emerge from within, felt a glimmer of hope flash in his parched eyes. However, he was taken aback when Long Outyin merely walked past him, showing no intention of offering assistance. This left him in stunned disbelief. Fortunately, at that moment, another individual stepped out from the house. Upon recognizing the individual before him, even the breath that continued to flow was involuntarily halted. The figure of the Great Tao. Chapter 45. This threshold is toxic and must be dismantled. Before the Immortal Emperor, Batian, at this moment, Chen Pingan stood at the center of the universe, radiating boundless principles of the Tao. When one listened closely, the sounds of the Great Tao could even be perceived swirling around him. He gazed foolishly at Chen Pingan, finally realizing why he felt this way. It turned out he had offended such a remarkable figure. Before Chen Pingan could escort Long Outyin out, he stepped out of the courtyard and was met with the sight of the Immortal Emperor, Batian, kneeling at the threshold, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He then glanced at the threshold and muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it, you've knocked another one down. I shall dismantle you when I have the time." Chen Pingan quickly approached, extending his hand to assist the Immortal Emperor. His expression wore a bittersweet smile, brimming with apologies. "My dear brother, I sincerely regret the inconvenience. I will replace this threshold another day. Did you sustain any injuries?" With Chen Pingan's support, the Immortal Emperor, Batian, felt the overwhelming pressure dissipate suddenly, evoking a wave of emotion within him. He hastily regarded Chen Pingan with reverence, clasping his hands and saying, "Sui pays respects to the esteemed elder." Chen Pingan was momentarily taken aback by Su Yi's greeting. "Another elder? Are you also a practitioner?" At that moment, Chen Pingan found himself at a loss for words. He truly could not comprehend the significance of being addressed as elder. What puzzled him even more was why so many cultivators had stumbled over such a trivial threshold. Do practitioners not watch their feet? Chen Pingan chuckled wryly and inquired, "Brother Su, may I ask your identity? Or perhaps, do you know of Murong Palace?" Since encountering Murong Gong and his companions, Chen Pingan discovered that his courtyard frequently attracted cultivators. He considered requesting them to refrain from bringing too many visitors during their next meeting, as he preferred a tranquil existence. The primary reason for this inclination was that he was unable to cultivate himself. Were he capable of doing so, he would welcome several cultivators daily to his abode. At this moment, Sui dared not meet Chen Pingan's gaze, unable to decipher the persistent, bittersweet smile etched on Chen's face. Upon hearing Chen's words, he respectfully replied, "To be candid, esteemed senior, I have come from the upper realm in search of my daughter. As for the individual you mentioned, Murong Gong, I have never heard of him." Chen Pingan's heart jolted at the mention of a daughter. Could it truly be? Hearing Su Yi profess ignorance of Murong Gong only darkened his expression further. This indicated that Su Yi was indeed on a quest for someone. Finally, clinging to a glimmer of hope, he scrutinized Su Yi more closely. As he did, he began to feel despondent. The resemblance of Su Yi's nose and mouth was strikingly similar. There was a high likelihood that this man was the father of Xiaoling. Chen Pingan felt a pang of discomfort. He had not anticipated that Su Ling's family would arrive so swiftly. As for the city of Shangjia, he had heard tales of it, recognizing it as a significant city not far from the royal capital. With a sigh, Chen Pingan acknowledged that his reluctance was futile. The girl's father had come seeking her, and he had no choice but to return Su Ling to him. Otherwise, he would become a trafficker. Turning toward the interior of the house, he said, "Su Ling is inside. Please, come in with me." Upon hearing this, Su Yi suddenly felt a jolt of realization. My daughter Su Ling is inside?" Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he hurriedly followed Chen Pingan into the room. His heart raced desperately and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, it was here. Indeed, it was here. His daughter must be the one whom this esteemed elder has healed. Filled with excitement, Su Yi gazed at Chen Pingan. In that moment, Chen Pingan's silhouette appeared even more towering and majestic. Chen Pingan guided Su Yi into the room and urged him to take a seat. Despite his overwhelming eagerness to see his daughter, Su Yi could only comply and sit down, maintaining a formal demeanor. He soon realized that the room was filled with numerous entities that invoked a sense of dread at just a glance. Particularly, the teapot on the table. He had never encountered such a thing. A celestial artifact? Impossible. Upon entering the courtyard, he had indeed seen a celestial artifact, a renowned Jinling celestial tool, ranked high in the celestial realm. Yet, in comparison to the myriad of powerful and mysterious presences in this courtyard, that artifact seemed like a mere puddle in an expansive ocean, a chasm of difference that spanned thousands of miles. He believed that such terrifying entities could only exist in another realm, the divine realm. Indeed, as an immortal emperor, he possessed some understanding of the divine realm. However, even in the divine realm, divine artifacts were exceedingly rare. Yet, in this courtyard, every corner seemed to harbor such enigmatic entities. What level of being could possibly amass such an incredible collection of treasures, deemed invincible? He could not fathom the answer. What puzzled him most at this moment was, what could such an exalted elder possibly be doing in the mortal realm? Cultivating the heart? Impossible. According to the secret transmissions of the Celestial Emperor, those who possess the body of the great Tao have a profound understanding of the heart of the Tao, rendering any notion of a bottleneck irrelevant. Once sufficient accumulation is achieved, a direct breakthrough is inevitable. If it is not about cultivating the heart, then what could it possibly be? Could it be a game concerning countless sentient beings? The secret texts of the Celestial Emperor recount that within the divine realm, some invincible masters have lost all desire for the pursuit of cultivation. Their sole enjoyment lies not in the indulgence of worldly pleasures, but in the mastery of control. He surmised that this esteemed elder was engaged in a contest with another superlative being from the divine realm. With the myriad worlds as the chessboard and humanity as the pieces, they were embroiled in an unprecedented gamble. Upon this realization, he inhaled sharply. Does this mean that I am merely a pawn of the elder? He could not help but let out a wry smile. Yet, he quickly shook his head. My thinking is misguided. To be considered a piece in the game of such an esteemed elder signifies their regard for me. It indicates that I possess a role in determining the outcome. With this thought, clarity dawned upon him, and he found himself filled with a sense of joy. Just then, Chen Pingan emerged. Trailing behind him was a timid little girl. At this moment, Su Ling was hiding behind Chen Pingan, her expression one of grievance, as if she had been summoned under duress. Chen Pingan wore a wry smile as well. Su Ling had adamantly claimed that she had no father and refused to meet him. Had it not been for his threat of withholding watermelon from her, she would not have come out. Little Linger, can you discern if he is your father? Chen Pingan was not entirely certain that Su Yi was indeed Su Ling's father. He could not trust handing Su Ling over to him without hesitation. Su Ling glanced at Su Yi, and within less than a second, she shook her head and replied, No, I have never seen her, no impression. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan was taken aback. Not. I wield a kitchen knife and stand upon the golden feathered celestial artifact, you mere mortals. Swiftly ignite the update requests and present your 5-star reviews, lest I be compelled to take action. Chapter 46. Have I been too persuasive? As for the dominator of the heavens, upon seeing Su Ling hiding behind Chen Pingan, he was rendered incapable of thought. He sat there in a daze, mouth agape, utterly bewildered. A millennium had passed. Although his daughter possessed the strength of a celestial being, she should have matured into an adult by now. Yet, the little girl before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his daughter in her childhood, was a perplexing sight. He rose and approached Su Ling, gazing intently at her furrowed brow. Little Ling, is that you? Su Yi was somewhat uncertain. Logically, his daughter should not still appear so young. Su Ling once again hid behind Chen Pingan, asserting, I do not know you. Chen Pingan, upon hearing Su Yi's inquiry, found himself momentarily stunned. What sort of question was this? If she truly were his daughter, would he still need to ask whether she was indeed his daughter? Chen Pingan began scrutinizing Su Yi. If Su Yi were truly Su Ling's father, his initial instinct would have been to embrace her, rather than pose such a question. Moreover, Su Ling had also declared that she did not recognize Su Yi. With a face full of skepticism, Chen Pingan then led Su Ling back to the kitchen, instructing her to remain there while he stepped out into the hall. He scrutinized Su Yi, asking, Are you certain you were Little Ling's father? Su Yi was uncertain. Yet upon hearing Chen Pingan's inquiry, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the senior adept at predicting the fate of each chess piece? How could he be unaware of this? Could it be that the game the senior intended to play was unrelated to me, solely concerning Xiaoling? Was I merely an inconsequential participant in this affair? He did not question the scenarios he had conjured in his mind, still believing that Chen Pingan was orchestrating a monumental chess game. To be honest, I have been separated from Xiaoling for quite some time. Logically, she should have grown taller and matured by now. However, her appearance remains unchanged, which is why I harbored doubts. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan paused. So you've lost track of Xiaoling for a considerable duration? Goodness, does that mean she has been living alone for quite some time? Chen Pingan's impression of Su Yi began to deteriorate. Even though Su Yi was Xiaoling's father, Chen Pingan felt he was not a worthy parent. I'm starting to question whether you are truly Xiaoling's father. Since you assert that you are, can you tell me if she possesses any distinctive birthmarks? Where exactly are they located? Last night, Chen Pingan had inadvertently noticed a snowflake-shaped birthmark on the nape of Su Ling's neck. Upon hearing the question, Su Yi promptly replied, Indeed, Xiaoling has a birthmark in the shape of a snowflake located just below her neck. At this revelation, the corner of Chen Pingan's mouth twitched. So this fellow truly is Xiaoling's father. How infuriating. Before Su Yi could finish, he continued, Xiaoling also has a red mole on her left calf. Chen Pingan squinted his eyes and once again retreated into the kitchen. Indeed, A red mole was discovered on Su Ling's calf. It appears that Su Yi is truly Su Ling's biological father. Little Linger, do you have no recollection of him at all? Chen Pingan inquired earnestly, squatting before Su Ling. She nodded vigorously, her cuteness undeniable. Chen Pingan, gazing at the adorable Su Ling, found it difficult to part with her. Yet it was clear that the other party was her father. To retain Su Ling against her will seemed rather improper. So, do you wish to continue spending time with your brother? Chen Pingan asked tentatively. Su Ling nodded enthusiastically, akin to a garlic clove being crushed, while casting a glance at the watermelon near the box. Taking a deep breath, Chen Pingan exited the kitchen and approached Su Yi. Little Linger still harbors no memories of you. Perhaps those memories faded after your separation. However, I believe that in due time, they shall resurface. In the meantime, if you do not mind, may she remain with me? She is at the perfect age for learning, and I can impart knowledge to her that you may not understand. I am not boasting when I say that in this world, no one possesses knowledge superior to mine. Chen Pingan began to extol his own learning. He held a firm belief in his intellectual prowess, particularly in this realm of scant knowledge, where the wisdom he acquired in his previous life was the culmination of thousands of years of ancestral learning. He deemed himself unrivaled in knowledge here. Of course, his insistence on the importance of education stemmed from the belief that Su Ling had yet to reach the age for cultivation, and that acquiring cultural knowledge would serve her best. After all, being with a father who practiced cultivation was indeed the most beneficial path. However, this statement resonated differently in Su Yi's ears. Gulu. Su Yi struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva, his body suddenly trembling at the words he heard. This was to impart knowledge of cultivation to his daughter. Such profound wisdom from a master, even a mere glimpse would be a treasure beyond measure. Senior, I entrust Xiaoling to you in the future. Su Yi abruptly bowed deeply to Chen Pingan, filled with reverence, his face adorned with boundless gratitude. Chen Pingan had intended to boast about his other talents, perhaps in music or the physical and chemical sciences. However, upon witnessing Su Yi's sudden gesture, he was taken aback. Had he been so easily swayed? Blinking in surprise, Chen Pingan composed himself and replied earnestly, "Yes. I will take good care of Xiaoling and strive to impart all my knowledge to her. To bestow such wisdom without reservation? This." Listening to those earlier words, Su Yi's face was already brimming with gratitude, but upon hearing this, he nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. Did he mishear? Was the senior suggesting he would take Xiaoling as a direct disciple and pass on his lifelong learning? Bang bang. Su Yi bent his legs and knelt before Chen Pingan, even bowing his head in reverence, solemnly stating, "I thank you on behalf of Xiaoling Senior." Oh my. Chen Pingan was startled by this scene, jumping back in shock. What just happened? Chen Pingan was bewildered. There's no need for such formality. He hurriedly helped Su Yi to his feet, his expression one of astonishment. Su Yi remained filled with excitement and gratitude. This act of generous teaching felt akin to receiving new parents. Moreover, he felt no discomfort in kneeling, having knelt for so long earlier. Kneeling once more was of little consequence. Moreover, considering that the other party is such a formidable individual, should his daughter inherit even half of his prowess, it would indeed be most remarkable. Furthermore, this act of kneeling will surely be remembered by the esteemed figure, who will in due course offer genuine guidance. Chen Pingan gazed at Su Yi, his mind awash with confusion, unable to comprehend why Su Yi was so agitated. He began to doubt whether he had perhaps exaggerated his own knowledge too much. After all, he had merely spoken of scholarship. Could it be that cultivators hold such a yearning for mundane knowledge? Could it be that the father of this young Lingo is associated with the Shushan Academy? Just a day prior, Guazimo had mentioned the Shushan Academy, stating that there were individuals from there recruiting disciples in Guangzhou City. Now, merely a day later, Linger's father appears. Perhaps he is indeed one of them. Yet, how could he have known of my scholarly prowess? Perhaps the townsfolk have spread the word. Chen Pingan had penned numerous poems for many of the townspeople, some of whom even displayed his verses in their homes. Ahem, since you have consented, let Linger remain here for a while longer. Once she regains her memories, we shall deliberate on future matters at a later time, Chen Pingan remarked, looking at Su Yi. Su Yi held no objections, nodding earnestly like a chick pecking at grain, then gazing intently at Chen Pingan, inquiring, "Then, esteemed elder, during this period, may I occasionally come to visit Ling?" Chen Pingan paused momentarily. It is permissible, but it would be best not to be overly frequent. Su Yi understood and made a gesture, indicating, "Then I shall come once." Chen Pingan's eyes brightened, and before Su Yi could finish, he interjected with a smile, "Agreed, once a month." In Chen Pingan's estimation, it was certainly not a daily affair, but rather a monthly occurrence. However, upon hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to suggest an annual visit instead. "Very well, I shall come once a month from now on." Su Yi also yearned to see his daughter more frequently, Thus he nodded vigorously once again. After finalizing this arrangement, Sui prepared to take his leave. Casting a glance towards the kitchen, he steeled himself and bid farewell to Chen Pingan. The prospect of seeing his daughter every month was something he should learn to appreciate. After all, not long ago, his daughter had been in a state of madness. Now, not only had the senior restored her to health, but he had also bestowed upon him such kindness, intending to cultivate his daughter as the next generation's successor. This was an extraordinary windfall. Chapter 47. Are you the immortal emperor? What about the senior who made you kneel? Chen Pingan escorted Sui to the door, harboring no intention of inviting him for lunch. As Sui exited the courtyard, he found himself hovering above the forest, ready to return to the celestial realm. However, at that moment, he noticed a figure seated in the air not far away. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual as Long Aotian, whom he had encountered in the courtyard. Considering that Long Aotian was acquainted with the senior, Sui resolved to introduce himself. He surmised that Long Aotian's presence in the courtyard must signify that he was one of the senior's pawns. At that moment, Long Aotian also spotted Sui. But being in the midst of a critical breakthrough, he dared not divert his attention and chose to ignore him, closing his eyes instead. Boom. In the next instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his dantian, causing a powerful force to course through his body. A fierce wind erupted before him, and the trees in the forest below began to topple in chaos. This situation persisted for an entire incense stick's duration. With a deep exhale, Long Aotian released a lengthy stream of murky air. His dantian had transformed into a vast ocean. He had reached the realm of earth immortals. Long Aotian opened his eyes, and a wave of exhilaration washed over his face. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards Sui, who stood not far away, with a smile gracing his features. Sui approached and said, "Fellow cultivator, congratulations on your breakthrough." Long Aotian promptly clasped his hands in respect, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the senior." He sensed a formidable aura emanating from Sui, one that surpassed even that of the celestial artifact. This indicated that the individual before him was indeed more powerful than that formidable celestial item. In comparison to the artifact, he felt as insignificant as an ant. And before Sui, he felt like an ant beneath an even smaller ant, reduced to a mere trifle. What astonished him the most was that this being had, just moments ago, knelt in the senior's courtyard. Sui, with a congenial smile, replied, "There is no need for such formality, my friend. We both share a connection with the senior, if you do not mind. May I call you little brother and you may address me as big brother?" Sui did not dare to look down upon Long Aotian simply because his cultivation was several thousand times weaker. He treated anyone connected to Chen Pingan with the utmost respect. Upon hearing these words, Long Aotian blinked in a state of mild shock. "Big brother?" He swallowed hard. And after a moment of dazed contemplation, he finally nodded woodenly. Yet, internally, he felt a sudden surge of excitement. What a fortune! I can actually call such a being big brother. He also realized that this was possible because both he and Sui shared a connection with the senior before them. Everything is due to the seniors. "My dear brother," Long Aotian, without any hesitation, spoke directly. Sui smiled and nodded, saying, "I see that your cultivation has just reached the earth immortal realm. With the guidance of your seniors, I am certain you will soon break through to the celestial infant realm, and at that time, ascension will be within your grasp." Long Aotian replied with a wry smile, "My cultivation is solely due to a cup of tea from my senior, who is indeed astonishingly powerful. However, if I wish to break through to the celestial infant realm, it is uncertain when that will occur." Sui displayed a courteous smile and remarked, "With the mentorship of your seniors, it surely will not take long, if you do not mind. Once you ascend to the celestial realm, you may seek out your elder brother. With my support, I assure you that you will thrive in the celestial realm." Sui beamed, and in a gesture of camaraderie, he patted Long Aotian on the shoulder. He had concluded that Long Aotian likely had some connection with the seniors, perhaps even serving as a pawn. Given this relationship, it was imperative to forge strong ties. As a pawn of the seniors, how could he possibly be weak in the future? Long Aotian pondered for a moment and then nodded. "If that is indeed the case, I shall seek out my elder brother. However, I wonder where I might find you? Once I ascend to the celestial realm, I will undoubtedly be unfamiliar with my surroundings." Long Aotian had already envisioned himself ascending to the celestial realm when he broke through to the earth immortal level. He was immensely yearning for the resplendent and colorful celestial realm. However, one must acknowledge that once he ascended, he would be a stranger in that land. To seek out the previous ascendants of the celestial tower would likely take many years, for it is said that the tales of the celestial realm are endless, vast beyond comprehension. Sui produced a deep purple token and handed it to Long Aotian, saying, "Brother, take this token. You may seek out a larger faction, venture into a grander city, or even head directly to the celestial empire. You will find me with ease." This token bears but a single character, The character for heaven. Just one character imparts an overwhelming sense of power. Long Aotian listened, bewildered. Could this token truly possess such capabilities? Ah, right, my brother's surname is Long. His name Aotian. I forgot to inquire about his title, he thought, as he clasped his hands in respect. The Batian Cnd smiled slightly and replied, I am known as Sui, but in the celestial realm, I also bear the title of Batian. Everyone refers to me as the Batian Cnd. The words were spoken softly, almost as if discussing mundane matters. Yet, to Long Aotian's ears, they struck like a thunderbolt, piercing through to his very heart. Thump, thump. His heart raced fiercely, his eyes widening in shock. He was dumbfounded. Batian Cnd. The person before him was none other than the sovereign of the celestial realm, the Batian Cnd. Good heavens! Long Aotian felt his legs weaken. Staring blankly at Sui, he harbored no doubts about Sui's authenticity, for he was merely a lowly immortal, not one to deceive. Moreover, Sui's strength was truly formidable, almost terrifying. Sui, with a wry smile, reassured him, Do not be astonished, dear brother. I believe your future achievements will be noteworthy as well, especially given your connection to your predecessor. Upon hearing this, Long Aotian seemed to remember something. His eyes widening even further, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist. If Sui were indeed the Batian Cnd, then he had just knelt before a venerable figure in his predecessor's courtyard. What level of existence does the senior possess? Chapter 48. The task is triggered again. Long Aotian dared not contemplate further. He felt as though he had been struck by some celestial force. What extraordinary stroke of fortune had led him to encounter such a formidable being? Moreover, not long ago, this very individual had invited him for tea. It seemed as though he were ensnared in a dream. Very well, my brother, I shall return to the immortal realm. Until we meet again. Sui, too, wished to depart from the current place. After speaking, he cast a glance towards Qingyuan town, and, with a single wave of his hand, a black hole materialized before him. He plunged into its depths. The black hole swiftly mended itself. Shortly thereafter, Sui's figure vanished from the sky. Meanwhile, Long Aotian remained rooted at the spot, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he regained his senses and, with a peculiar expression, soared towards Qingyuan town. He landed in front of the courtyard, swallowed hard, and called out, Senior, I have returned. May I enter? In the next moment, Chen Pingan's voice echoed from within. Come in, no need for such formality. We just happen to be enjoying some watermelon. Join us. Upon hearing this, Long Aotian cautiously stepped inside. At that moment, Chen Pingan and Su Ling were seated at the table, savoring watermelon. Su Ling was thoroughly enjoying herself, her mouth dripping with juice, laughing as she ate. After finishing one piece, she continued to giggle while reaching for another. Chen Pingan looked at Long Aotian and said, Long Laojun, where were you rushing off to earlier? Come and eat while it's still cool. Su Ling, with her mouth full, chimed in, Grandpa, it's delicious. If you don't eat, there won't be any left. Long Aotian found himself once again captivated by Su Ling's charm. With a nod, he sat up straight and took a piece of watermelon, savoring it slowly. After a few bites, he realized that this watermelon was unlike any other he had tasted. It was refreshingly cool and delectable. At last, he understood the purpose of Chen Pingan's request for the celestial ice crystal. It was intended to chill the watermelon, enhancing its flavor. He couldn't help but chuckle at the extravagance of using such a precious treasure to freeze a mere fruit. Yet, for those esteemed elders, such indulgences might not even catch their discerning eyes. Long Aotian was not one to indulge excessively. After tasting a piece, he decided against eating more. The sight of Su Ling relishing the watermelon made him wish to save some for her. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he was suddenly struck by an unexpected revelation. A faint, ethereal figure appeared above the vast expanse of his dantian. This apparition was so subtle that it might easily be overlooked, yet he could distinctly sense its presence. It resembled an infant, bearing a striking resemblance to himself. What was happening? How had his cultivation advanced so swiftly? Hadn't he been told that manifesting a phantom would take at least several years? After forming this phantom, he would need to continue his training until it fully materialized, akin to a real infant, signifying his attainment of the immortal infant stage, thus allowing him to ascend to the celestial realm. Yet, he had done nothing to warrant such a development. No, something was amiss. He quickly shifted his gaze to the remaining pieces of watermelon on the table. With a gulp, he felt a wave of embarrassment. He had just consumed watermelon. Could it truly be that a single bite had precipitated this change? At this moment, under Su Ling's whirlwind presence, only 3 pieces of watermelon remained on the table. Chen Pingan was reluctant to allow Su Ling to indulge too much, fearing it might upset her stomach. So he took a piece for himself and pushed another towards Long Aotian, saying, Old Long, have another piece. Long Aotian glanced at the watermelon, then at Chen Pingan. Without hesitation, he stood up and bowed deeply. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Chen Pingan nearly dropped the piece of watermelon in his hand at this unexpected display. "Old Long, it's merely a piece of watermelon. Is such a dramatic reaction truly necessary?" Observing Long Outyin, Chen Pingan gained a clearer understanding of his character. This was indeed a case of a small kindness being repaid with immense gratitude. Not only was he polite and courteous, but he also expressed profound appreciation for even the smallest gestures, distinguishing him favorably from Murong Gong and his companions. Reflecting on this, Chen Pingan deduced that Long Outyin's disposition likely indicated superior cultivation compared to Murong Gong and his ilk. Consequently, Chen Pingan's impression of Long Outyin grew increasingly favorable, leading him to invite Long Outyin to stay for lunch. After sharing the meal, Long Outyin began to take his leave. At that moment, Long Outyin stood outside the courtyard, momentarily questioning whether he was still dreaming. He looked at Chen Pingan by the gate and performed another 90-degree bow, expressing, "Esteemed senior, your great kindness is beyond words. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Long Outyin was visibly moved, his face awash with gratitude. At this moment, the infantile apparition within his dantian had grown to 1/5 of its potential. The jade slips left by the former Tower Master contained records regarding the earthly immortal realm. After breaking through to the earth immortal realm, one aspires to ascend to the celestial infant realm. Even those with extraordinary talents require a century. Yet, he, having merely consumed 2 slices of watermelon and a single meal, has astonishingly saved himself 2 decades. At this moment, he recalled the words of the dominant celestial emperor. With the guidance of a senior, the transition to the celestial infant realm need not take long. Initially, he deemed such a statement somewhat exaggerated. Now, he comprehends the profound truth behind those words. Should he linger here a few more days, he might very well ascend. Naturally, he is acutely aware of the nuances of human interaction. The senior's kindness and the opportunities bestowed upon him stem from a recognition of his humility and character. Should he selfishly seek to prolong his stay under the pretext of personal gain, interrupting the elder, he would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. After bowing respectfully, Long Outyin took his leave and vanished from sight. Chen Pingan observed the disappearing figure of Long Outyin, a smile gracing his lips. This elder is the most courteous and polite individual I have ever encountered. Cultivating such friendships is truly delightful. That recent meal, exquisitely prepared by Su Ling, was delectable. However, Long Outyin still savored it leisurely, his composure so transcendent that it led Chen Pingan to ponder whether Long Outyin had already attained immortality. He had witnessed the sheer madness of Murong Gong and his companions and could thus ascertain that this elder surpassed them by far, for their temperaments resided on entirely different planes. In truth, Long Outyin did not wish to eat hastily. Rather, he dared not do so. After all, the person seated before him was one who could compel even a celestial emperor to kneel. He had to proceed with utmost caution. After bidding farewell to Long Outyin, Chen Pingan made his way toward the courtyard. Just then, he paused, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. "System, what is this task?" He unexpectedly triggered the mission. "Ahem, my head aches. Perhaps urging updates and favorable reviews could alleviate my symptoms." Chapter 49. I am shameless. I am joyful. Dare to challenge me? In the celestial realm, before an imposing grand hall, the celestial emperor, Su Yi, quietly materialized. At this moment, a smile adorned his face as he beheld his daughter, whom he had not seen for many years. Not only did he notice her, but he also realized she had aligned herself with an extraordinary powerhouse. The only lamentation was that his daughter did not remember him. Nevertheless, he believed that it would not be long before she recalled their bond. A month later, he would visit Shaoling again. A tender expression of indulgence graced Su Yi's features. Yet he felt another pang of regret. He was not a mere pawn in the formidable game of the predecessor. It seemed that his daughter was the most pivotal piece, the key to victory. He would impart all his knowledge to her. It was delightful to envision her becoming as formidable as her predecessor. As Sui took a few steps, he suddenly noticed an individual standing ahead. Upon recognizing this person, his brows knitted in displeasure, an unmistakable aversion evident on his face. Zhao Kuan, upon seeing Sui return, hurried over and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, you have returned?" As he spoke, he cast a glance around Sui, but did not see Su Ling. He pondered that perhaps Sui had found her but, for some special reason, had not brought her along. Sui regarded Zhao Kuan with a cold glance and snorted, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhao Kuan felt an ominous premonition arise within him but steeled himself to inquire, "Might I ask, has your Majesty found Fairy Su Ling?" Sui narrowed his eyes and replied, "No." Zhao Kuan blinked in disbelief, pondering the impossibility of it. Shall I send some people down to assist the immortal emperor in searching? Zhao Kun felt certain that the object must be within that realm. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's expression turned icy in an instant. Zhao Kun, I shall tell you this only once. From this day forth, if you dare to come here again, I shall strike you each time I see you. Furthermore, should you send anyone to that mortal realm, regardless of whether you seek an immortal artifact or anything else, if I find out that someone from your sect has descended, I will annihilate your entire sect. Do you comprehend? Su Yi's words dripped with cold menace, his gaze growing increasingly piercing with each syllable. Zhao Kun was taken aback, his face paling instantly, his legs trembling slightly. What is happening? I asked. Do you understand? Su Yi's voice rose as he sensed Zhao Kun's silence, and he unleashed his cultivation prowess. In an instant, the sky transformed and the ground trembled. Zhao Kun, nearly losing his footing in fright, hurriedly stammered, I understand. I understand. Begone. Su Yi commanded. Zhao Kun fled in a panic. Watching Zhao Kun vanish, Su Yi let out a cold snort. Earlier, while kneeling in the elder's courtyard, he had laid eyes upon the golden wing immortal artifact. This indicated that the artifact had already become the elder's possession. If that fool were to send others down again, it would not only disturb the elder but could also disrupt his daughter's studies. Were it not for the constraints against indiscriminate killing, which would tarnish his reputation, he would have taken Zhao Kun's life right then and there. As for the promises made not long ago, he regarded them with indifference. Breaking promises? Shameless? I may be shameless, but I am content. Discontent? Come and bite me. Su Yi strode confidently into the great hall. In the mortal realm, within the bustling city of Guangzhou, an air of excitement permeated the atmosphere. The occasion was marked by the arrival of disciples from the Shushan Academy, drawing many to this vibrant city, renowned for its scholarly ambience. Here, parents often possessed considerable knowledge, fostering an environment where the youth, influenced from a young age, exhibited remarkable aptitude for learning. At this moment, within the grand residence of the city lord, a throng of officials stood guard at the entrance, preventing onlookers from approaching. Only those under the age of 18, who bore the appearance of scholars, were permitted entry. After a long journey, Guizimo finally arrived at Guangzhou. Standing outside the city lord's estate, without hesitation, he shouldered his burden and joined the queue at the entrance, where a multitude of young aspirants awaited their turn. Soon, he was ushered into the city lord's residence. A lengthy corridor lay before him, leading to a grand hall at its end. Within the corridor, another line formed. 2/3 of the way down, a middle-aged man sat at a table, upon which rested a dull, multicolored stone. As each young applicant approached, they were instructed by the man to reach out and touch the stone. Half of them caused the dim stone to emit a glow, predominantly of a singular hue, allowing them passage toward the hall. The remaining half, however, failed to elicit any change in the stone, and were thus compelled to retrace their steps out of the city lord's estate. After a brief wait, it was Guizimo's turn to step forward. He recognized the nature of the stone. It was a treasure used to test for the presence of spiritual roots. Having never undergone the assessment at the Kaoshan sect, he remained uncertain of his own potential. At this moment, in accordance with the directive, he reached out to touch the stone. As he did so, a radiant glow emanated from it. Green. Very well. Enter. The middle-aged man spoke with indifference. Guizimo bowed slightly to the man before proceeding toward the hall. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the grand chamber. Here, a small queue had formed, with him positioned at the end. Ahead of him sat 3 middle-aged men. One was seated at a table, upon which lay a substantial tome. Each young individual approaching was required to touch the book and then close their eyes. The other 2 middle-aged men were seated to the side, engaged in casual conversation. One of them was none other than the lord of this estate, the mayor of Light City. After a brief wait, it was Guizimo's turn, and his anxiety resurfaced. His future hinged upon this moment. The middle-aged man regarded Guizimo with a similarly indifferent demeanor. Place your hand upon the book, close your eyes, and contemplate the knowledge you have acquired. Should you sense anything, follow that instinct to complete the task. Guizimo, his hand trembling slightly, nodded and placed his palm upon the tome. Noticing the tremor in Guizimo's hand, the middle-aged man wore a look of disdain. Another timid soul aspiring to cultivate. How laughable. Guizimo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then began to ponder the knowledge he had gleaned from Chen Pingan, as well as his own insights. In a moment, despite his eyes being shut, he found himself in a realm of clarity. Before him lay a vast, ethereal white space, within which a golden book floated serenely. Come forth. At that moment, a voice resonated, as though the book before him were speaking. Guizimo recalled the words of the middle-aged man and proceeded accordingly. He soon arrived before the golden tome. At that moment, the book suddenly opened, and a resounding explosion of golden light engulfed the entire space. The once silent hall was now filled with a buzzing sound. A wave of golden radiance enveloped Guizimo, who still had his eyes closed. Golden light. This is impossible. The middle-aged man, who had previously looked down upon Guizimo, suddenly lost his balance and fell from his chair with a thud. Chapter 50. A hidden place is prodded. Comically, the commotion was considerable, plunging the entire hall into an eerie silence. The middle-aged man, who had been seated alongside the city lord, sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. The Confucian sage's talent. It is indeed the talent of a Confucian sage. In that instant, his heart raced uncontrollably, his chest heaving. Guizimo felt a warm sensation enveloping his body as he slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling deeply, he felt as though he had just emerged from a rejuvenating hot spring. Utterly comfortable, he then gazed at the middle-aged man seated on the ground. "Sir, what is this?" he inquired, somewhat astonished. What was happening? The man seated on the floor was still grappling with the reality before him. Utterly taken aback by the extraordinary talent possessed by this young man, the talent of a Confucian sage. Those endowed with such a gift could ultimately reach the pinnacle of achievement at the level of a Confucian sage. Their method of cultivating Confucianism did not depend on the strength of one's spiritual roots. Any spiritual root sufficed. The talent for Confucian cultivation was fostered through the knowledge acquired before the age of 18, indicating that it could indeed be cultivated. Thus, the Shushan Academy of Immortals has attained such formidable strength because they cultivate prodigies from a young age. Talent is classified into 5 levels: scholar, Confucian, Confucian general, Confucian monarch, and Confucian sage. They believed that discovering a scholar-level talent in this small town would be a great fortune. Little did they expect to unearth an individual possessing the talent of a Confucian sage, a rarity that appears once in tens of thousands of years. In the realm of immortals, such talent is scarcely seen even once in several millennia. Indeed, the inclusion of the character for immortal in Shushan Academy signifies the extraordinary nature of this institution. Its influence extends beyond the mortal realm, reaching into the realm of immortals, with whispers of its presence in other lands as well. At this moment, witnessing the astonishing talent of Guizimo, it is no wonder that the middle-aged man seated before him is utterly flabbergasted. Anyone from the Shushan Academy, witnessing such a spectacle at such close quarters, would likely be equally entranced. However, the middle-aged man now finds himself in an awkward position, having previously looked down upon Guizimo not long ago. Swiftly, the man approaches Guizimo with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Welcome, young friend, to the Shushan Academy." Guizimo's eyes gleam with excitement. Have I passed? A group of young men waiting in line, upon hearing this, are filled with envy. Though they may not fully grasp the intricacies of the test, the visible astonishment of the 2 middle-aged men indicates that Guizimo's talent must be extraordinary. "My young friend," the middle-aged man continues, "please prepare yourself. I must summon the dean to descend in disguise, as you may need to answer some questions from him shortly. Is that agreeable?" At this moment, the man is exceedingly humble and courteous, fearful that Guizimo might harbor even the slightest discontent. Upon discovering Guizimo's extraordinary talent, he realized that Guizimo was destined for remarkable achievements. Perhaps upon arriving at the academy, he would be immediately taken under the wing of the dean. Furthermore, he was sure that Guizimo would eventually become a prominent figure in his own right. Such individuals must be befriended in advance. Observing the courteous demeanor of the other party, Guizimo blinked and nodded eagerly. Although he felt bewildered as to why such an esteemed individual would come in person, he was nonetheless eager to witness and admire the brilliance of this great figure. The middle-aged man, having received consent, swiftly retrieved a metallic sphere from his storage ring. As he muttered incantations, he infused the sphere with spiritual energy, leading to a prolonged wait. After the duration of an incense stick, a sudden beam of light projected upward, and a phantom emerged above. It was an elderly man, garbed in white, with silvery hair and a beard cascading down to his chest, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. The 2 middle-aged men, witnessing the manifestation of the apparition, bowed respectfully and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the dean." At that moment, the old man appeared exceedingly impatient, his refined demeanor vanishing in an instant. "Where is the one with the talent of a Confucian sage? Do not deceive me." The 2 middle-aged men turned their gaze towards Guizimo and explained, "It is indeed this young friend." The phantom fixed his gaze upon Guizimo, and a gentle smile suddenly graced his face. The rapid change in expression left the surrounding onlookers utterly speechless. "Young friend, may I ask your esteemed surname?" inquired the elder apparition. Guizimo regarded the old man with a sense of disappointment. He had anticipated that the dean of the Shushan Academy would resemble someone like Mr. Chen. However, upon this encounter, he found the dean to be lacking even a fraction of Mr. Chen's charisma. However, in response to the inquiry, he introduced himself. "I am the student Guizimo." "Zimo, dare to touch that book once more. Let me observe." This utterance of Zimo was articulated with remarkable familiarity. as if the two had indeed known each other previously. Guizimo nodded and once again reached out to touch the book as he had at the outset. In a moment, a cascade of golden light enveloped him. The ethereal elder observed this spectacle, trembling with excitement. What a prodigious talent for Confucianism! Truly, a gift of the Confucian sage. The apparition exclaimed, overwhelmed with elation. Guizimo, opening his eyes, internally furrowed his brow. Is this truly the dean? In comparison to Mr. Chen, it is an utter disparity. The ethereal figure reveled in joy for a considerable time before continuing to gaze at Guizimo with a smile, inquiring, Zimo, did you learn independently from a young age, or did you have a mentor to guide you? This needed clarification. There exist, in this world, some concealed great scholars. Some individuals may have devoted countless years to their studies, ultimately grasping insights unattainable by others. Although such individuals may lack cultivation and offer no utility to ordinary practitioners, they represent a treasure for the Book Mountain Academy. They could be invited to teach, for they possess the knowledge to nurture gifted talents. The elder believed that the one who guided Guizimo must also possess some remarkable insights. However, it was evident that Guizimo's innate talent was exceptionally high, enabling him to draw inferences from one instance to another, showcasing an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. This was what cultivated such formidable talents in Confucian cultivation. Guizimo did not conceal the truth, stating, I began my studies at the age of 13 and have been under the tutelage of a gentleman for the past 4 years. The gentleman possesses profound knowledge and exceptional cultivation. Were he to have attained true mastery, I would even venture to say he is akin to the sage of Confucianism himself. A wave of yearning emotions flickered across Guizimo's face. The ethereal figure, upon hearing Guizimo's words, felt an urge to chuckle. Indeed, he is still but a child. Speaking of the sage's descent, however, there must be some merit to his claims. Pray tell, have you recorded any of his poetic works that I might hear? The ethereal elder was eager to gauge the scholarly prowess of the individual Guizimo referred to. Should this person possess the ability to compose poetry? Listening to a couple of verses would suffice to ascertain his caliber, and subsequently, to deliberate whether it would be prudent to invite him to teach at their academy. Guizimo, maintaining his candor, replied, Mr. Chen has penned countless poems. How many would the director wish to hear? Countless poems? He chuckled. Just a couple will suffice. The ethereal elder mused. The term countless indicated that this individual likely had little ink left in his heart. In truth, it is sufficient for a man to compose but 1 or 2 verses that resonate through the ages. Poetry is not measured by quantity, but by quality. Guizimo nodded and began to recite the first poem Mr. Chen had taught him, Quiet Night Thoughts. His voice was warm and imbued with emotion. The poem was swiftly recited, with the sentiments of homesickness spilling beyond the lines. Upon concluding the recitation, he turned to the ethereal elder and inquired, Director, what are your thoughts? Yet, as he beheld the elder's expression, he could not help but pause in astonishment. Director, why do your eyes appear as though they might fall to the ground? Guizimo found the elder's countenance remarkably vivid, as if some hidden place had been pricked by a sharp object. Chapter 51, Zhendanting? The eyes widened, the mouth agape, and a visage filled with terror. Not only the ethereal elder, but even those present who had dabbled in poetry felt their minds rendered blank by the profound impact of this poem. After its recitation, they sensed as though their innermost being had been stirred by some unseen force. The spectral elder soon regained his composure, gazing intently at Guizimo, momentarily speechless, his face gradually flushing with embarrassment over his earlier thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that this was not the time for awkwardness, but rather a moment to persist in his inquiries. This poem was nothing short of extraordinary. Even verses from the revered sages of Confucianism paled in comparison. He had never encountered such a melodious, yet deeply emotive composition. This indicated that the poem must have been crafted by a formidable individual, yet to be unveiled to the world. After all, it was improbable that he had not heard of any publicly shared poetry. Zimo, are you certain this poem was penned by your esteemed teacher? The ethereal elder began to scrutinize Guizimo earnestly, appearing more trustworthy than at the outset, resembling the demeanor of a dean. Observing this shift in the elder's attitude, Guizimo's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had sensed the elder's initial disdain for Mr. Chen, and this transformation suggested that he had been captivated by the poem. However, this was merely one of the many exquisite works imparted by Mr. Chen, which Guizimo had committed to memory. This poem was taught to me by Mr. Chen, and in addition to this piece, there are others, Guizimo replied. The ethereal elder promptly urged, then recite another. Others listened intently, eagerly awaiting more. Their ears perked up. They too wished to hear more. Guizimo nodded and recited a poem that Chen Pingan had read to him during their recent farewell. Guizimo deeply resonated with the emotions tied to leaving one's hometown. And at that moment, he recited the poem with heartfelt feeling. Once he finished, the surroundings fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The ethereal figure of the elder seemed momentarily stunned, standing there with his mouth agape. Soon after, he swiftly seated himself on the ground and closed his eyes. Before long, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with excitement. Remarkably, his cultivation had advanced. He had almost forgotten how long it had been since he had made any progress. Yet, listening to a poem had yielded such astonishing results. It was truly astounding. The elder's face lit up with fervor, mingled with a sense of reverence. Zimo, if these two poems are indeed penned by the Mr. Chen you speak of, he is undoubtedly extraordinary. Zimo nodded in agreement, having always considered Mr. Chen to be a sage descended to the mortal realm. However, Mr. Chen had persistently claimed to be an ordinary person. The ethereal elder continued. You must know where he resides. I feel compelled to pay him a visit. If possible, our academy wishes to invite him to teach. The elder had contemplated that perhaps these two poems were mere imitations by Mr. Gua of someone else's work. Of course, it was also possible that the original author was indeed a master of the craft. To discern the truth, a mere glance would suffice. Zimo replied, he is in my hometown. The elder nodded, saying, wait for me there. I shall arrive in an hour. With that, he hurriedly severed the connection. Qingyuan town. In an unremarkable courtyard, Chen Pingan reclined in a grand armchair, gazing at the sun, which hung at an awkward angle in the sky. Beside him, Su Ling leaned against him, unexpectedly dozing off. Chen Pingan found this tranquil existence rather satisfactory. Even after 5 years, he had not grown weary of it. As he contemplated the horizon, a frown suddenly creased his brow, and he let out a sigh. This latest task was proving to be quite challenging. The system had issued a directive requiring him to establish a sect, and it was to bear his name, Pingan sect. The very notion of instruction Pingan is awkward. Moreover, he possessed no cultivation skills whatsoever. What could he possibly build? Naturally, he had considered enlisting the help of Murong Palace and their associates, yet he remained uncertain whether their relationship could extend to such collaboration. Additionally, establishing a sect in this vicinity would seem to encroach upon the business of the local Kaoshan sect. Furthermore, he was, after all, a senior figure of the Kaoshan sect himself. To this day, Chen Pingan could not fathom how he had come to be regarded as a senior. He was perplexed by Murong Palace's perspective, as he had no cultivation abilities, could not soar through the skies, and possessed little strength. He was, in every sense, utterly ordinary. He even pondered whether Murong Palace and their comrades had become so immersed in their cultivation that they were merely toying with him. Like a bored, wealthy individual on earth who finds amusement in mocking others. It mattered little. When Murong Palace and their entourage next arrived, he would muster the audacity to inquire if they could assist in establishing a sect. Chen Pingan ceased his contemplation. Reminding himself that there were still 3 months ahead, there was no rush. He continued to gaze at the horizon. Meanwhile, 2 figures stood outside the door, an elderly man with white hair and beard, and a handsome young man, Zimo and Zhen Danting, the esteemed head of the Shushan Immortal Academy. Zhen Danting surveyed the modest courtyard before him and inquired, is this where Mr. Chen resides? Zimo nodded. Please wait a moment, Director. I will call for Mr. Chen. He then called out, Mr. Chen, are you there? Lost in thought within the courtyard. Chen Pingan momentarily froze upon hearing Zimo's voice. He chose not to respond, as Su Ling was peacefully slumbering nearby. He moved quietly towards the entrance. Upon seeing Zimo, he expressed his curiosity. Zimo, I thought you were headed to Guangzhou City. Why have you returned so soon? It usually takes more than 2 days for a round trip. Zimo, upon spotting Chen Pingan, broke into a genuine smile and exclaimed, Greetings, Mr. Chen. After this, he introduced Mr. Chen. This is the head of Shushan Immortal Academy, who wishes to meet you. Upon hearing the name of the academy, Chen Pingan was momentarily taken aback. The mention of the director startled him greatly. The director has come? It seemed unbelievable. He quickly glanced at the elderly man beside Zimo. The reputation of Shushan Immortal Academy was incredibly esteemed within the continent, and its head was known to be one of the premier powerhouses. Such a figure would not typically appear in a place like this, nor would they seek an audience with him. As he regarded the elder, he noted the unmistakable aura of transcendence that set him apart from the mundane world. Moreover, he discovered that the old man was adorned in garments inscribed with 4 characters, Shushan Xinyuan. Is it truly so? Chen Pingan was astonished, and he prepared to respectfully address the elder as senior. However, before he could utter a word, the other party acted first, exclaiming senior. Chen Pingan was taken aback, observing the elder, who bore a look of shock upon his face, cupping his hands in a gesture of deference, with his head bowed lower than his hands. A perplexed expression began to twitch at the corners of Chen Pingan's mouth. What is happening? A figure of such stature is calling me senior? He was utterly bewildered. Then, a thought emerged within him. Could it be that I am indeed someone of great significance? Chapter 52. Excessive motion can lead to fatigue at this moment. Chen Pingan was in a state of utter confusion, even bordering on foolishness. The rapid return of Guizimo left him incredulous. After confirming that the old man was indeed the head of Shushan Xianyuan, he was certain that Guizimo must have flown back under the elder's guidance. Yet now, this ethereal figure, exuding an air of mastery, referred to him as senior upon meeting. He began to question whether he truly was a master himself. However, he understood his own circumstances better than anyone else. He possessed no cultivation whatsoever, and his strength was merely that of an ordinary person. Engaging in certain vigorous activities would leave him fatigued, and he still required sustenance to avoid hunger. He was leagues apart from cultivators. He struggled to comprehend why these practitioners behaved in such a manner, or whether the seniors they spoke of were akin to fortuitous encounters, perceived differently than how common folk understood them. Yet, this extreme reverence felt decidedly amiss. Chen Pingan was perplexed, yet he hurriedly replied, "Senior, you jest. I am truly but a mere mortal." He emphasized the word truly. Zhen Danting paused upon hearing this. He cast another glance at Chen Pingan, and at that moment, the entire universe, centered around Chen Pingan, was suffused with the essence of Tao. "Senior, surely you jest. If you are a mere mortal, then what am I?" Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. Such a formidable figure residing in a humble town. And this profound Tao essence, could it be that the tales of a sage descending to the mortal realm, as Guizimo had suggested, were indeed true? In this light, could it be that the senior's actions were a covert endeavor to unearth extraordinary talents while keeping it hidden from others? Or perhaps, a descent to cultivate the heart? At this moment, he was utterly convinced that the individual before him was indeed a sage. If 2 poems were insufficient to draw such a conclusion, then the scene unfolding now served as irrefutable evidence. Even in the celestial realm, he had never encountered such a terrifying figure. Indeed, his strength had already ascended to the celestial infant stage, having once resided in the heavenly domain. However, due to an error, he had been cast down to the mortal realm by the Book Mountain Academy of the celestial realm. Moreover, he had previously had the fortune of encountering the celestial emperor, yet the emperor's presence paled in comparison to the intimidation exuded by the individual before him. Contemplating this, he arrived at a conclusion. The senior's insistence on being a mere mortal likely aligned with his suspicions, regardless of the veracity of his assumptions. There must be a reason behind it, and he must tread carefully to avoid incurring the wrath of such an existence. Reflecting upon this, he gazed at Chen Pingan, his countenance still adorned with boundless reverence, yet he spoke, "Indeed, I have discerned that you are, without a doubt, a mortal. This title of senior cannot be altered. It embodies a sense of veneration." However, he could manifest his genuine belief in this assertion. Yet, upon hearing this familiar phrase, Chen Pingan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that you are acquainted with Murong Gong and his associates? This sentiment echoes their words. Wait a moment. This individual was brought by ZMO, which implies that ZMO has undergone the assessment. His deliberate request to seek me out. Could it be that ZMO recited those poems I imparted to him? And upon hearing them, he was deeply moved, experiencing the admiration characteristic of a scholar, thus sincerely referring to me as senior. As this thought dawned on Chen Pingan, the more he contemplated, the more he felt it was indeed plausible. Each individual harbors distinct aspirations, and the head of the Shushan Academy surely possesses a profound appreciation for literature. Encountering a formidable figure in this domain must be akin to the adage, in a group of 3, there is bound to be my teacher among them. Hence, this director's address of senior should be regarded as a respectful acknowledgement of my worth. With this realization, Chen Pingan felt a sense of relief. He then surmised the intent behind the visitor's presence, likely a request for poetry or perhaps a simple curiosity to behold the visage of someone with greater knowledge than himself. Of course, to ascertain the truth, Chen Pingan needed to inquire directly. Uncertain of the headmaster's purpose for visiting, Chen Pingan casually posed the question. Upon hearing this, Zhen Dantung promptly replied, "Senior, if it pleases you, you may simply call me Xiaotong." As Chen Pingan listened to the familiar words, a flicker of a smile crossed his lips, evoking memories of several scenes reminiscent of the current situation. Then, "I shall address you as Elder Tong," he remarked, mirroring the formality. Elder Gong, Elder Long. And now, another Elder Tong had emerged. Chen Pingan found himself at a loss for words. Zhen Danting pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since the elder wished to be addressed as such, so be it. However, when it came to the inquiry regarding his purpose here, he dared not speak the truth. He had come to ascertain whether the Mr. Chun, as described by Guizimo, possessed true substance. Should he indeed be of merit, an invitation to teach at their academy would follow. At this moment, Encountering such a venerable elder felt akin to witnessing the descent of a Confucian sage. He could not bear to impose upon such a figure for the sake of instruction. Such an act would be a grave disrespect. I merely wished to pay my respects to the elder. Having done so, I am already quite content. Chen Danting feigned a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan blinked in surprise. Was it truly such a trivial matter? Merely to catch a glimpse? If you seek poetry, do not hesitate to ask. I can readily provide you with a few verses, he offered, dismissing the need for such circumlocution. Chen Pingan sensed that the other was likely too bashful to voice his desire. With this in mind, he decided to extend a gracious opportunity to Chen Danting. Raising an eyebrow and saying, "Really?" The implication was clear. There was no need for such formality. He could simply express his request. It is but a few poems. After all, I could indulge in a little self-aggrandizement as well. However, when this inquiry reached Chen Danting's ears, its tone shifted entirely. Chen Danting was momentarily stunned. And then a sudden cold sweat began to pour down his forehead. This is bad. This is truly dire. Chen Danting's mind screamed in alarm, feeling as if he had been dropped into a boiling pot. In this moment, he wished to slap himself repeatedly. The senior before him likely possessed the ability to deduce the secrets of the heavens. Certainly, his purpose for being here had already been calculated long ago. And here he was, foolishly lying. Such an act was utterly disrespectful. Now, the senior had expressed doubt, and even shot him a glare. What should he do now? Chen Pingan observed Chen Danting's continued silence, noting his apparent hesitation and discomfort, and frowned slightly. Why is he so fidgety? However, this slight frown did not go unnoticed by Chen Danting. His face turned as pale as a sheet, and he felt on the verge of tears. Chen Pingan, wishing to ensure that the other party did not leave empty-handed, spoke again. Old tongue, please, speak your mind. I do not mind. Upon hearing this, the anxious Chen Danting suddenly froze. Speak out? He wouldn't mind. Chen Danting's eyes brightened with determination, and he promptly bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Senior, thank you for your forgiveness. I assure you, I shall never commit the same mistake again. Should I err once more, I will pay with my life. Chen Danting swore with utmost sincerity. He truly had not anticipated that the senior would forgive him. Watching this scene unfold, Chen Pingan, who had originally composed several poems to present to Chen Danting, was left utterly dumbfounded. He stood there, akin to a wooden statue, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Brother, what on earth are you doing? I'm utterly bewildered. Chapter 53. Fortunately, I kneel swiftly. Chen Pingan was utterly bewildered. This situation was far removed from his expectations. Were you not supposed to request a poem? Why are you now kneeling in apology? And to speak of dying in atonement. They had only just met, and you had done nothing to wrong me. Chen Pingan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, he could only hastily assist him to his feet, preparing to inquire what prompted such an apology. Yet, at this juncture, Chen Danting once again bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your forgiveness. I truly lack the face to meet you again. I must take my leave." As he spoke, he clasped his hands toward Chen Pingan. It was not that he wished to depart, but rather that he felt compelled to do so. He was uncertain whether Chen Pingan might experience regret. As the saying goes, accompanying a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. If this esteemed figure were to be capricious, having just calmed, he could easily find himself incurring ire once more, leaving him in peril. Just moments ago, he felt as though his heart might burst. The mere act of opening his eyes and furrowing his brow had encapsulated sheer terror. Thankfully, he had quickly knelt down, seeking a modicum of sympathy and forgiveness. Otherwise, he might have met his demise right then and there. He truly dared not linger in this place, fearing that he might inadvertently offend this eminent personage again, which would surely seal his fate. Chen Pingan remained perplexed. Yet he had no intention of halting the other's departure. Thus, he simply nodded. As for Guizimo, he too was taken aback, even more so than Chen Pingan. Particularly at the moment Chen Danting knelt, he was still grappling with the reality of it all. He could not fathom why the director claimed he was in the wrong, for he had done nothing at all. Upon receiving Chen Pingan's consent, Chen Danting let out a quiet sigh of relief. He then turned his gaze towards Guizimo. At that moment, a sudden realization flickered in his eyes, as if he had come to an understanding. It dawned on him that the elder had not forgiven him merely due to his swift admission of guilt. It was likely that he had done so out of respect for Zimo's presence. Contemplating this, Chen Danting regarded Guizimo with an expression of gratitude akin to that of a benefactor, and kindly inquired, "Zimo, do you wish to return to the academy with me directly, or would you prefer to remain here for a few days? Our academy has accommodations for your parents as well, should you not mind having them accompany you." Upon hearing this, Guizimo's face brightened with joy, and he promptly bowed to Chen Danting, exclaiming, "Thank you, Dean." Chen Danting, in turn, replied, "Zimo, You are being too modest. Let us go and fetch your parents." With that, Jin Danting once again glanced at Chen Pingan, bowing in farewell. At that moment, a smile graced Chen Pingan's face. As he felt a deep sense of pride in Guizimo's accomplishments, he had indeed witnessed Zimo's growth over the years. You may find it hard to believe, but 5 years ago, Guizimo was nothing more than a small-time delinquent, often engaging in fights and bullying others. Guizimo also bowed respectfully to Chen Pingan, stating, "Mr. Chen, I shall return to visit you when I have the opportunity." Chen Pingan waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to go. The two exchanged nods and turned to depart. As Chen Pingan watched Guizimo and Jin Danting walk away, he was suddenly startled by the appearance of another individual beside him. Upon glancing over, he was surprised to find it was Su Ling's father. As Sui appeared, he noticed Chen Pingan standing at the door and promptly bowed, "Greetings, esteemed elder." Chen Pingan heard the term senior once more and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Why have you returned?" he inquired, feeling apprehensive that Sui might regret leaving Su Ling behind and come to take her away. Sui replied, "I returned to fetch some clothes that Su Ling used to wear." As he spoke, he respectfully stepped forward, producing a storage ring and handing it to Chen Pingan. Upon seeing the ring, Chen Pingan's eyes brightened. It was indeed a storage ring. It was said that once donned, one could close their eyes and, by concentrating their consciousness, perceive the contents within, regardless of their cultivation level. Chen Pingan nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall give it to Su Ling." Meanwhile, at a distance, Jin Danting and Guizimo had come to a halt. Jin Danting was gazing intently in Chen Pingan's direction, his expression mirroring that of the earlier apparition, eyes wide open and even trembling slightly. The immortal emperor. It is truly the emperor of dominance. How is he here? Upon Su Yi's arrival, Jin Danting sensed a formidable aura behind him. He quickly turned to look, and to his astonishment, he saw Su Yi bowing respectfully to Chen Pingan. With his keen hearing, he caught the immortal emperor addressing Chen Pingan as senior as well. A century ago, Jin Danting had the fortune of meeting the emperor of dominance once and had exchanged a few words with him. Witnessing the emperor's respectful demeanor now, akin to his own moments ago, filled him with an overwhelming sense of awe. A senior truly is a senior. After all, he is the emperor of dominance. Even the sage of Confucianism would stand on equal footing with such a figure. The senior was far from the simplicity I had imagined. Luckily, I had knelt quickly just moments ago, and ZMO was also present. At that moment, Jin Danting felt an immense sense of relief, though a lingering trepidation remained. Subsequently, he dared not linger any longer and departed with Guizimo. He had made a decision. Upon returning, he would diligently nurture Guizimo, for the latter had saved his life. Meanwhile, Guizimo was equally bewildered, having noticed the change in the director's gaze directed towards him. After exchanging a few words with Chen Pingan, Su Yi suddenly recalled something. He had assumed that Su Yi was affiliated with the Shushan Academy. With a smile, he remarked, "You must be acquainted with Jin Danting from the Shushan Academy." In Chen Pingan's view, both individuals belonged to the same institution, and as the director, Jin Danting was certainly known to Su Yi. Su Yi pondered for a moment. His memory was exceptional, and he recalled that name. A century ago, they had crossed paths. Realizing this, Su Yi looked at Chen Pingan with profound admiration, thinking to himself that the senior was indeed formidable, able to recall such details. One could surmise that there was scarcely anything in this world that the senior could not deduce. The more he contemplated, the more evident his reverence for Chen Pingan became. In response to Chen Pingan's inquiry, Su Yi nodded and replied, "I exchanged a few words with him in the past." Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan deduced Su Yi's standing within the Shushan Academy. He was certainly not a teacher, for a teacher would not merely converse with the director on such limited terms. He must have been someone of lesser status. Chen Pingan nodded and smiled, saying, "When Jin Danting visits in the future, I shall speak a few kind words on your behalf." At this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. What did the senior mean by that? Isn't Jin Danting merely a feeble immortal infant? After a century, he would, at most, have reached the realm of an immortal spirit. Why then did the elder suggest that I speak a few flattering words on his behalf? Could it be that Jin Danting has already attained considerable strength? Upon this reflection, Su Yi felt a surge of realization. Surely, Jin Danting must have allied himself with the elder early on. Hence, his present accomplishments are indeed remarkable. I extend my gratitude to the elder. Su Yi expressed with utmost respect. Chen Pingan chuckled heartily. "It's nothing. I share a rather amicable relationship with him." As he spoke, a self-satisfied smile adorned Chen Pingan's face. He believed that to reassure Su Yi in entrusting Su Ling to him, he must project a semblance of elevated status. Given that Jin Danting holds the esteemed position of the Academy's head, his words would imply a favorable rapport with the principal, thereby bolstering Su Yi's confidence in his teaching prowess. In this line of thought, Chen Pingan felt himself to be a genius. Chapter 54. I have been teased. After bidding farewell to Sui, Chen Pingan did not return to the courtyard, but instead headed toward the town. He needed to procure some items. He realized his knowledge of the cultivation world was alarmingly insufficient and decided it was time to purchase some books for study. In the heart of Qingyuan town, before an inconspicuous shop nestled deep within a narrow alley, Chen Pingan paused to gaze at the shop sign, Wanjia Bookstore. A splendid name indeed. With familiarity, he entered the store. Boss Duan, I've arrived. Are you here? This was a bookstore brimming with shelves of books. Before long, a young woman emerged from the back of the shop. Appearing to be in her mid-20s, she was strikingly beautiful, with ruby lips, pearly teeth, and skin as fair as jade. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, possessing the right proportions in all the appropriate places, evoking a sense of ripeness. Any man unable to restrain himself upon seeing her would likely be compelled to rush forward. Moreover, those with keen observational skills would notice a tiny red mole adorning the center of her neck. Mr. Chen, you have not graced our establishment in quite some time. What brings you here today? What book do you wish to acquire? The woman smiled at Chen Pingan, her demeanor exuding a captivating charm. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal a glimmer of light dancing in her eyes, her enchanting phoenix-like gaze strikingly beautiful. Chen Pingan replied, Indeed. It has been a while since my last visit. How has business been? Duan Xinxin shook her head with a sigh. It remains much the same, barely making ends meet. You know, as a delicate woman, life can be rather arduous. I truly wish to find a good family to marry into. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan chuckled. Surely no one is worthy of the shopkeeper. Ha! Suddenly, Duan Xinxin flashed a mischievous smile. But isn't there's someone right before you? With that, she shot Chen Pingan a flirtatious glance. Taken aback, Chen Pingan's face flushed crimson, and he hastily diverted the conversation. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Do you have any books pertaining to the realm of cultivation? You know, those that cover the fundamentals of the cultivation world? This bookstore was quite extraordinary. Every time Chen Pingan sought a particular book, he invariably found it upon his visit, as if the store possessed every tome imaginable. Furthermore, the shopkeeper imparted an inexplicable aura to him, as if he had encountered her before somewhere, a sensation that had lingered since his very first visit to this enchanting establishment. He also inquired about this matter with his boss. However, the boss would always chuckle and tease him, suggesting perhaps he had dreamt of it at night, of some indescribable dream, which made it all seem familiar. Upon hearing this, Duan Xinxin bit her lip and said, Every time we discuss this, you divert the topic. It's rather dull. As for such a book, I happen to have one. Let me check the backyard. With that, she swayed her hips and walked away. Chen Pingan felt a bit flushed, but soon shook his head with a smile, choosing not to dwell on it. He thought the boss was simply frivolous, perhaps having flirted with many innocent young men like himself. In truth, Chen Pingan contemplated whether to indulge the boss's whims and seek a deeper connection. But the thought of possibly perishing due to a system task and the chance that the other might remain a lonely widow dissuaded him. Moreover, he couldn't easily forget the woman from his past life. Shortly after the boss entered, she emerged holding a book, which appeared quite new. Here. Duan Xinxin handed the book to Chen Pingan. Common knowledge of the cultivation realm. Chen Pingan smiled wryly and remarked, Boss, how do I get the feeling that you have every type of book here? Duan Xinxin replied with a grin, Well, have you even looked at the name of my bookstore? Chen Pingan shook his head, amused, thinking she was being boastful, and refrained from saying more, instead inquiring about the price. No need for payment, Duan Xinxin said. Take it. It's hardly worth anything. Consider it a token of affection. Haha. At her words, Chen Pingan was left speechless. Once again, I find myself the subject of jest. However, fully aware of the other person's carefree nature, Chen Pingan chose not to engage further. He retrieved a handful of silver from his pocket, placed it upon the table, and with a graceful wave of his hand, turned to depart. Remarkably, this gesture possessed an undeniable charm. Duan Xinxin leaned against the doorframe, her posture captivating, as she watched Chen Pingan leave. A smile broke upon her lips only when he vanished into the alley. This foolish fellow is indeed a far cry from what he was hundreds of thousands of years ago. Suddenly, the entire shop dissipated into thin air. At the end of the alley, nothing remained. Chen Pingan, clutching his books, strolled back, humming a cheerful tune. Upon encountering the elderly vendor selling melons, he seized the opportunity to buy a watermelon. Knowing that Su Ling had a fondness for it, he purchased an additional one. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Su Ling already awake. Her eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of the 2 watermelons in his arms, prompting her to leap with delight. Chen Pingan, captivated by her adorableness, felt his spirits lift. He realized he had discovered a way to win Su Ling's affection. 1 watermelon simply would not suffice. 2 would do the trick. In the afternoon, the sky was painted with hues of crimson as the twilight descended. The setting sun bathed the heavens in a breathtaking watercolor hue. Chen Pingan sat alongside Su Ling, poring over the books he had acquired. After an afternoon of reading, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge about the cultivation world. Among the insights, he stumbled upon references to opportunities. In the eyes of cultivators, these opportunities indeed signified chance. However, was it solely related to cultivation? Chen Pingan pursed his lips, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had initially thought that the opportunities spoken of by the Murong Palace were merely about dining. According to the descriptions in the texts, were the opportunities frequently mentioned by the Murong Palace after meals somehow intertwined with cultivation? Chen Pingan fell into deep contemplation. Regarding cultivation, does it imply that one can attain a breakthrough simply by having a meal? Nonsense. The texts indicate that only by consuming rare and extraordinary ingredients might there be a slim possibility. And is my meal composed of such celestial treasures? He glanced towards the kitchen. The rice and vegetables were purchased from the town. If they were indeed extraordinary, wouldn't this town have gained fame long ago? It seems they particularly relish the tea and dishes I prepared, perceiving them as fortuitous encounters, rare and precious. The leisurely demeanor of Old Long suggests he holds a high status, having partaken in such delicacies, thus finding them unremarkable. Contemplating this, Chen Pingan felt it was time to seek clarification. He deemed it essential to inquire with Murong Gong and the others, addressing all his lingering questions, such as why they referred to him as senior. Moreover, he ought to ask them about establishing a sect, as that task seemed daunting. Feeling melancholic, Chen Pingan pondered the matter of the mountain sect. At the summit, Murong Gong, Zhang Xiaofeng, Murong Yunhai, and Zhang Qingxian gracefully descended, appearing particularly jubilant, engaged in lively conversation. It's settled then, we shall choose that mountain peak, Murong Gong declared with a smile. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, stating, then it is decided. By the way, should we inform the senior? After all, he is now the esteemed ancestor of your sect, he continued. Murong Yunhai responded, certainly, this matter must be communicated. It pertains to significant affairs of the sect. However, such good news is sure to meet with the senior's approval. The four found this approach agreeable and prepared to rest briefly before seeking out Chen Pingan. At that moment, sensing the presence of Murong Gong and the others, Murong Shui emerged from the grand hall. Grandfather, where have you been during this time? I thought you had vanished, Murong Shui remarked with exasperation. Murong Gong replied with a smile, I made an agreement with your grandfather Zhang to merge our two sects into one and change its name in the process. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. A merger of the two sects? This is indeed splendid news. Furthermore, Murong Shui, being astute, quickly deduced that this matter might involve the elder. Otherwise, such a sudden merger would not have occurred. In truth, the thoughts of Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng were quite straightforward. Both had reached the separation stage, a level of power not to be underestimated within the kingdom. If they were to unite as one sect, even the sects within the imperial kingdom would have to regard them with equal respect. Moreover, after the merger, the elder would remain their revered ancestor, as both sects had established a deep connection with him. Once united, the elder would become our ancestral figure. And the location we selected for our sect is not far from the elder's town, making future visits more convenient. Murong Gong smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui couldn't help but smile wryly. She quickly recounted the experiences she and Luo Lanqing had faced. The four of them stood in stunned silence, a sense of peril rising within their hearts. In light of this, it seems we have indeed been excessively greedy. It appears we must refrain from visiting the elder too frequently in the future. Murong Gong felt slightly guilty, as he had been overly reliant on the elder. Murong Yunhai and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a bittersweet understanding. Should we proceed with the merger after all? Zhang Xiaofeng began to doubt whether this endeavor could indeed be realized. Murong Gong pondered for a moment and said, we must consult our esteemed elder. You shall accompany me shortly. This time, however, we cannot merely rely on the opportunities bestowed by the elder. We must leave a favorable impression. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Finding the reasoning sound, Murong Shui and the others concurred, for they had already reaped considerable benefits. With their current cultivation, they were already among the elite talents in the imperial realm. Having reached a consensus, Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng set off. In Qingyuan town, in the courtyard, Chen Pingan remained engrossed in his studies. Meanwhile, Su Ling cheerfully busied herself with cooking, refusing to let Chen Pingan assist her, insisting that he sit and read. For this was her unique joy. After a prolonged examination of the texts, Chen Pingan stumbled upon an intriguing notion, the heavenly fortune stone. After perusing it for a while, he began to wear a peculiar expression. It seemed that this so-called fortune stone was merely a meteorite. The description of a meteorite's descent was so embellished. The larger the meteorite, the greater the commotion it caused, resulting in boundless fortune for the place it struck, or for those residing in its vicinity. Chen Pingan shook his head with a smile, deeming this to be utterly deceptive. On Earth, such beliefs would be classified as superstition. The impact of a meteorite would be akin to a bomb explosion. If it didn't claim lives, it would certainly leave individuals hospitalized for months. Furthermore, how does one explain the extinction of the dinosaurs? Could it be that the largest meteorite in history brought infinite fortune to the Earth? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Pingan paused momentarily. It seemed there might be a sliver of logic in that notion after all. After the extinction of the dinosaurs, humanity emerged. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Chen Pingan decided not to dwell on it any longer and turned the page. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. "Senior, are you there?" Upon hearing this voice, Chen Pingan's eyes brightened. It was Gong. He had numerous questions he wished to pose to them. "Yes, come in." Upon hearing this, Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng entered the courtyard. However, upon witnessing the terrifying presence within, they couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. At that moment, Chen Pingan sat beneath the peach tree, setting his book aside. "You two have arrived at the perfect time. I have a matter regarding the establishment of a sect that I wish to discuss with you." Chen Pingan, opting for directness, decided to express his thoughts plainly, hoping the two might lend their assistance. If they could not, he would have to devise a solution on his own or seek help from others. In truth, his task was rather straightforward: to establish a sect named Pingan Sect. Set up a base, and recruit 1 or 2 disciples would suffice. After completing the task, he could disband the sect. However, upon hearing these words, Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng were momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Has the senior already discerned our intentions? Realizing this, their respect for him surged several-fold. Truly, the senior's predictive abilities were astonishing. Gong clasped his hands in salutation towards Chen Pingan. "Senior, your foresight is indeed remarkable. We have come to inquire about the possibility of merging our sects and establishing a new one. What are your thoughts on this? If agreeable, we would be honored to have you name the sect. Should you disapprove, we shall promptly abandon this notion," since the senior had already deduced the truth. Gong felt that further evasion or attempts to dismiss the matter would be futile. At this moment, the only option was to be forthright. As Chen Pingan listened to Gong's words, he was utterly bewildered. What did you just say?" Chen Pingan began to doubt his own hearing. Gong and his companions had come here to establish a new sect, and they wanted him to name it. "System, are you certain you haven't conspired with them? This is far too coincidental. Am I truly allowed to name it?" Chen Pingan swallowed hard and tentatively inquired. Gong, initially a bit apprehensive, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Chen Pingan's question and quickly responded, "Of course. This sect will have you as the esteemed ancestor. So the name should rightfully belong to you." Hearing this, Chen Pingan felt a mix of bewilderment and delight, his emotions tangled. How fortunate am I to have stumbled upon such luck? Just a short while ago, he had been troubled by this task. "All right then, you all handle it well. I've thought of a name, Pingan Sect. What do the two elders think?" Chen Pingan probed once more. This name seemed rather mundane, and he feared their disapproval. However, upon hearing it, Gong and his companions' eyes sparkled with delight. The senior truly regarded this sect as his own. "Excellent. What a splendid name." Gong hurriedly flattered him. Their reason for merging sects was to cultivate a connection with the senior, and now, the senior had even named it after himself. This was simply marvelous. Observing the joy radiating from Gong and his companion, Chen Pingan felt increasingly perplexed. What could possibly be the reason behind their exuberance? No, this time he needed to clarify things. Cough, cough. "Gentlemen, I have a question that has been lingering in my mind, and I wonder if you could provide me with an answer." Chen Pingan resolved to voice his inquiry. He yearned to uncover the truth. Chapter 56. Old Master Gong, are you driving? Gong and his companion nodded vigorously, their curiosity piqued. "What does the elder wish to inquire about?" Chen Pingan candidly stated, "You have consistently addressed me as elder, treating me with such courtesy. I wish to understand the specific reasons behind this. Please, do not deceive me." Chen Pingan had always sensed something amiss with them. However, if everyone behaved in such a manner, perhaps the issue lay with him. Today, he was determined to clarify everything. As for the matter of food, he had no desire to question it further, for he was quite confident they merely found it delectable. The only point that perplexed him was the term elder. Upon hearing his words, Gong and his companion exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a response. They pondered the meaning behind the elder's statement. Was it not clear? It was due to your formidable strength. Yet, they sensed the matter was far from simple. They deliberated deeply. Seeing their hesitance to respond immediately, Chen Pingan felt a wave of silence wash over him. Their reluctance only intensified his suspicion that they harbored ulterior motives. Gong struggled to fathom the underlying implication of Chen Pingan's words, especially his insistence on honesty. Ultimately, he decided to answer truthfully, albeit with a hint of resignation. Of course, it is due to your power, esteemed elder, he replied, his heart beginning to race with apprehension. With unwavering focus, they gazed intently at Chen Pingan, eager to discern his forthcoming reaction. Should their response falter, they would devise a means to rectify it. Upon hearing their words, Chen Pingan's lips twitched. Powerful? What do you mean by powerful? He felt no particular strength within himself. Alternatively, could this individual be referring to prowess in a different context? Gong could only proceed along the path of darkness, stating, your cultivation is formidable. Cultivation? Chen Pingan was at a loss for words. Wasn't that utter nonsense? He truly possessed no cultivation whatsoever. I am but an ordinary mortal, he lamented, his face twitching with exasperation. Gong and his companion listened to Chen Pingan's declarations, unsure of how to respond. They understood that the senior would react in such a manner. They longed to exclaim, Senior, if you are a mere mortal, then we are not human. Observing their expressions of helplessness, Chen Pingan was at a loss for words. This was not the answer he sought. He was acutely aware of his own frailty. Even a brief run left him breathless. Yet, he sensed that Gong and his companion were not deceiving him. Moreover, the notion of his formidable cultivation did seem to elucidate their baffling behavior. Taking a deep breath, Gong ventured, Senior, I am uncertain of the nature of your test. If I have erred in my response, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. He bowed respectfully to Chen Pingan, believing that regardless of whether he had answered correctly, an apology was always prudent. Chen Pingan, however, found himself at a loss once more. He was acutely aware of his lack of cultivation. Otherwise, what practitioner would exhibit such weakness? A year prior, while foraging for herbs on the mountain, he had been chased by a wild boar. After that harrowing experience, his body had ached all over. If he truly possessed any cultivation, would he have been reduced to such a state? Very well, that is of no consequence. Chen Pingan, feeling disinclined to inquire further, recognized that questioning would yield no clues and would only serve to deepen his confusion. Observing that Chen Pingan had no more inquiries, Gong, having accomplished the purpose of his visit, remarked, Then, esteemed predecessor, may we take our leave? Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan noted that mealtime had arrived, and as his system task required the assistance of both individuals, he suggested, let us dine before departing. At this statement, Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged swift glances, and then decisively shook their heads at Chen Pingan. No, esteemed predecessor, we must decline. They were resolute in their refusal, convinced that his inquiry was a test, an examination of their greed, reminiscent of their initial encounters. While they were uncertain of the implications behind his previous question, they were certain that the invitation to stay for a meal was a deliberate trial. Chen Pingan, taken aback by their adamant refusal, had anticipated that they would eagerly agree. He quickly shook his head, wearing an expression of bewilderment. What does this mean? Weren't you fond of dining before? Chen Pingan was genuinely perplexed. Are you certain you do not wish to eat? Xiaoling's culinary skills surpass even mine, he implored once more. Upon hearing this, Gong and the others not only shook their heads, but also waved their hands dismissively, insisting, truly, we must decline. Chen Pingan's lips twitched as he continued. Did you not enjoy it in the past? Gong inhaled deeply and replied earnestly, esteemed predecessor, in the past, our desires were too insatiable. However, from this moment forth, we solemnly vow never to covet opportunities again. Chen Pingan felt quite perplexed. Upon hearing the term opportunity, he couldn't help but inquire. Is the opportunity you speak of related to food or tea? He was uncertain about this matter and deemed it necessary to ask. For the book had explicitly stated that opportunity did not pertain to sustenance or refreshments. The two from Murong Palace nodded in agreement. They had previously been overly covetous of such opportunities. Seeing their affirmation, Chen Pingan understood. Evidently, the book's accounts were not entirely comprehensive. Very well. You may take your leave. Regarding the matter of the sect, could you expedite it? Perhaps complete it within 2 months? The deadline was 3 months. Yet Chen Pingan felt that an early completion would be more prudent. Murong Palace chuckled. In truth, we have already chosen a mountain peak. Given our proficiency in constructing dwellings, we should be able to finish in a month. Chen Pingan beamed. Their efficiency was commendable. I appreciate your assistance. Murong Palace insisted it was no trouble at all. On the contrary, he felt fortunate to have the opportunity. After some pleasantries, the two exited the courtyard. Chen Pingan resumed his seat in the armchair, reflecting on how, despite all his inquiries, he was still left with a multitude of questions. They even claimed I was formidable. If only I truly were strong. Lying back, he gazed at the peach tree above him, ultimately deciding to cease pondering those issues. As an ordinary mortal, he would allow the cultivators to engage in their pursuits as they wished. All he could do was anticipate the completion of his final 100 tasks, achieving invincibility in a single stroke. "Brother, it's time for dinner." At that moment, Su Ling's voice resonated from within the house. Chen Pingan rose with a smile and hurried into the house, captivated by Xiao Ling's culinary skills. As night descended, both Chen Pingan and Su Ling drifted into slumber. The starry sky sparkled beautifully, adorned with countless stars. In the stillness of the night, only the chirping of crickets could be heard. Suddenly, a luminous point appeared in the serene sky, rapidly expanding. This point swiftly transformed into a massive fireball, trailing a long red tail as it plummeted downward. It was, astonishingly, a colossal meteorite. Had Chen Pingan been awake at this moment and witnessed this spectacle, he would surely have been rendered speechless. For the meteorite was hurtling towards the very courtyard he occupied. Chapter 57. The meteorite strikes. You are truly exceptional. Several kilometers from Qingyuan town, atop a towering mountain, a small cottage had mysteriously appeared just yesterday. Before this humble abode sat an elderly man with red hair, meditating as if absorbing the lunar essence. Deeply engrossed in his cultivation, Long Outyin had only resolved to reside in this location the previous day, primarily for the convenience of seeking out his esteemed elder should the need arise. After all, the distance between the Tianzuan Tower and Qingyuan town was quite considerable. Additionally, he believed that observing such a formidable elder from a distance might grant him insights that could lead to his own enhancement. At the moment the meteorite descended, the elder, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and gazed upward at the sky. Upon discerning the falling object, he was taken aback. For it was the Hongzhe fortune stone. It appeared to be heading straight for the small town where his elder resided. The elder concealed within this small realm. Yet the world still seemed to sense the elder's fortune, thus manifesting such an occurrence, speculated Long Outyin. As the meteor plummeted rapidly, he chose to disregard it, believing the elder would manage the situation. Simultaneously, he was eager to witness how the elder would respond, should he be fortunate enough to observe the elder's intervention. It might yield invaluable insights. However, as the meteor descended, he began to gasp in astonishment. This meteor was of an unprecedented size. He had never encountered anything like it before. Within a courtyard in Qingyuan town, a voice lamented, "What now? Has the master inadvertently revealed his fortune once again? It seems to occur once a month. How tiresome. This time, it appears even larger. Little goldfish, this task falls to you." It remained uncertain whom it would ultimately benefit. Although the master had only leaked a fraction of his fortune, to the mortals below, it constituted immense luck. It was likely that someone from that family would ascend to immortality in the future. In a corner, a celestial artifact quietly listened to the exchanges of the great beings, not daring to utter a word. Upon hearing this, the goldfish in the small pond chuckled. "All right, everyone, watch closely as I perform a special trick." With that, a goldfish no larger than a palm leaped from the pond, transforming into a beam of golden light that soared into the sky. Upon exiting the courtyard, it revealed its true form, a fearsome golden dragon that spiraled upward with astonishing speed. The dragon's shimmering scales reflected the moonlight, casting a golden radiance that illuminated the night. Simultaneously, the colossal meteor descended rapidly, swiftly piercing through the thin clouds and approaching the golden dragon. The dragon danced gracefully in the air, and as the meteor drew near, it vanished in the blink of an eye, appearing right beside the meteor. Subsequently, the posterior was aligned with the meteor, and a tremendous gale suddenly erupted. The force of the wind dissipated all the impact from the meteor, causing it to rebound and ascend once more into the sky, soaring towards the horizon. Having resolved everything, the golden dragon descended, landing in the courtyard, transforming into a goldfish and submerging into the water. "Haha, what do you all think of my remarkable skill?" A voice resounded from the fish pond, brimming with self-satisfaction, as though he had engaged in an exceedingly enjoyable activity. However, once the voice faded, the entire courtyard fell into a profound silence. The peach tree, the kitchen knife, the rooster, the divine artifact. They were utterly speechless. They had witnessed the preceding events with clarity. It turned out that this fool's so-called skill involved using flatulence to intercept the meteor, and then utilizing the force of the flatulence to propel the meteor away. "Good sir, does your rear end not burn? Why the silence? Have you been rendered speechless by shock?" Noticing the awkward atmosphere, the goldfish spoke again. "The peach tree, impressive. The kitchen knife, impressive indeed. The rooster, impressive indeed, ×2. Only the divine artifact broke formation, exclaiming, 'Great one, you are truly formidable. Should such an event arise again, feel free to repeat it.'" Upon hearing this, all the divine artifacts in the courtyard turned their gazes toward the divine artifact. They all thought the same thing. Are you a show-off? The goldfish, hearing these praises, chuckled. I am merely average. Do not flatter me, or I may become arrogant. Once this statement was made, the courtyard fell silent once more. The atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. In the distance, atop the mountain peak, Long Aotion stared in astonishment at the spectacle before him. The sudden appearance of the golden dragon had startled him profoundly. Indeed, the courtyard of the elder concealed many terrifying entities. He had not anticipated that a dragon would be among them. Long Aotion gulped, the recent scene still vivid in his mind. The dragon had effortlessly treated the meteor as if it were a mere pebble, deftly neutralizing all its impact with a flick of its tail, ultimately sending the meteor soaring away. It was nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards the direction in which the meteor had flown. What individuals might benefit from the fortune stone that the elder had discarded? Such a colossal fortune stone could undoubtedly allow certain individuals to rise to prominence in an instant. Long Aotion mused. In the Qinyu Empire, within the royal palace, the atmosphere had been tranquil until, suddenly, a thunderous boom reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath. The noise startled everyone awake, even in the royal city. 9 out of 10 inhabitants were roused from their slumber. The formidable beings within the palace, upon hearing the sound, braced themselves for what they presumed was an enemy attack. However, upon arriving at the palace square, they were left speechless by the sight that greeted them. Soon, expressions of ecstatic joy spread across their faces. There lay a fortune stone the size of a house. That night, the entire population of the royal city remained awake, the news spreading like wildfire through every street and alley within the hour. By the following day, neighboring empires had also caught wind of the astonishing news. The information spread like a plague, and everyone understood that the Qianyu Empire was on the brink of an unprecedented rise, one that no one could thwart. Shortly thereafter, yet another piece of news emerged. Princess Qianyu has awakened an extraordinary physique, instantly becoming one of the most outstanding prodigies of the continent. Shortly thereafter, another sensational piece of news emerged. The retired emperor of the Qianyu Empire had not perished as believed, but had instead been in seclusion for several decades. Finally emerging from his retreat, astonishingly, he has even achieved a breakthrough to the grand completion stage. This revelation sparked fervor across 1,000 miles. A few days later, the Qianyu Empire unexpectedly changed its name to the Qianyu Empire. The distinction between an empire and a kingdom is as profound as that between a kingdom and an empire. This transformation heralded the emergence of the Qianyu Empire as one of the continent's premier powers. Despite the rapid development of the Qianyu Empire, no one dared to suppress it, for they understood that any attempts to thwart its rise would be futile and would likely result in severe repercussions. Instead of facing resistance, the empire was met with accolades that resonated throughout the southern region. Numerous factions eagerly breached their thresholds to pay their respects. In Qingyuan town, Chen Pingan spent every day in the company of Su Ling. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would impart knowledge to her. However, his primary focus was on teaching her various culinary delights from Earth. Remarkably, Su Ling exhibited an innate talent, mastering these dishes with ease and elevating even the simplest of recipes to a level that would intoxicate celestial beings. Her aptitude was truly remarkable. As a result of their shared days, Su Ling became increasingly attached to Chen Pingan, developing a peculiar habit of feeling unwell without watermelon. It had been a month and a half since Chen Pingan last saw Murong. He was preoccupied with thoughts of whether Murong and his companions had managed to establish their newly formed sect. After all, Murong had initially claimed that it would be completed within a month, yet now, a month and a half had elapsed. As he contemplated, a voice resonated from outside the door. "Senior, are you there?" It was none other than Murong. Chen Pingan's eyes brightened. It seemed that fortune had arrived just as he had anticipated. Surely, he was here to convey the splendid news that everything was set to be completed. With a smile, Chen Pingan stepped outside. However, upon his return, he appeared somewhat dispirited. Murong did not bring tidings of joy. Rather, he delivered disheartening news instead. Chapter 58, Senior. Feel free to make a few remarks. The new sect was nearly constructed, yet the official naming might take several months to finalize. This was due to the arrival of emissaries from the Qianyu Empire the previous day. They claimed that in proximity to their mountain gate lay an ancient treasure site, which they had subsequently encircled. Chen Pingan led Murong back into the room, where they sat down to discuss the troubling matter. Murong's expression was equally grim. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though he had been struck across the face. The two sat in silence, while Su Ling, aware that this was a matter for the adults, busied herself in the courtyard. "Murong, please elucidate the situation," Chen Pingan said, his brow furrowed in concern. The sudden turn of events had caught him off guard. and he remarked that the task at hand was far from straightforward. Senior, this incident occurred yesterday afternoon. You may not be fully aware of the current state of affairs on the continent. A formidable force has been surging forth, transforming from a kingdom into an empire. This empire is known as the Qinyu Empire. We believe that this empire bore no relation to us, the inhabitants of this remote land. However, to our astonishment, just yesterday, they dispatched individuals to us, 3 vessels filled with people, the highest among them being at the tribulation stage. Leading them was none other than the empire's princess, Lu Yushi. She claimed there was a treasure site nearby, requesting our cooperation in the excavation while construction was underway. Initially, we politely declined, only to be met with a command rather than a request. At this moment, both our sect and the illusory moon sect had been forcibly requisitioned by them. Morongong lamented his plight, revealing his circumstances. His intention for coming here was not solely to inform Chen Pingan but also to seek his intervention. Yet, he held little expectation. Firstly, he understood that the elder came to cultivate his mind, embodying the essence of a mortal, and would not act lightly. Secondly, he was aware that esteemed individuals often disdain to engage with the weak. In Morongong's eyes, while the Qinyu Empire appeared to be at its zenith, formidable in strength, to the elder it might merely be a troop of jesters or insignificant ants. After expressing his grievances, Morongong fell silent, quietly observing Chen Pingan, awaiting his response. Upon learning the specifics, Chen Pingan felt a surge of frustration towards the empire. Must they stir up trouble before I complete my task? Is this not an unbearable strain? He felt deeply troubled, yet found himself powerless. He had already gleaned the fundamental circumstances of this continent from the tome on cultivation. Above kingdoms, there existed empires. And above empires, the highest tier of dominion. With the empire now sending envoys, he, a mere mortal, was left utterly inconsequential. Indeed, the influence of the Shushan Immortal Academy surpasses that of the empire. If only I could enlist the assistance of Elder Tong, perhaps this matter could be resolved. Unfortunately, I am unable to locate him. Moreover, Su Ling's father has just arrived half a month ago and will not return for another half-month. Contemplating this, Chen Pingan felt utterly helpless. He could only allow time to pass. I do possess a solution, but it necessitates waiting for half a month. During this interim, you must acquiesce to their demands. Chen Pingan managed a wry smile as he glanced at Morongong, offering him an encouraging expression, suggesting he should not be defeated by adversity and to persevere. Upon hearing this, Morongong's face twitched. Senior, could you not assist us until the half-month mark? With just a few deft maneuvers, you could easily eliminate them. Well, perhaps the senior has other plans. Morongong pondered this for a moment before relinquishing further thoughts, resigning himself to the situation. Having said this, he too needed to return. His outing was indeed time-constrained. For otherwise, his son and granddaughter would be in peril. Moreover, he had been threatened with annihilation of his clan should he dare to speak of the treasure. Chen Pingan escorted Morongong to the gate, simultaneously expressing with a wry smile, "In truth, Elder Gong, if you cannot resist, you might as well assist them in their search. Perhaps within a few days, they will find what they seek, and then they shall depart." Chen Pingan's implication was clear. Elder Gong, since resistance is futile, you might as well embrace the situation. Morongong offered a bitter smile before taking his leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Pingan's countenance remained somewhat grim. Sui would return in half a month. At that time, he could indeed ask Sui to seek assistance from Zhendanting. However, he was uncertain whether Zhendanting would offer help, considering it was an empire after all. If assistance were withheld, he would find himself perilously close to the deadline of his mission, his very existence hanging by a thread. Apart from this approach, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Alas, if only he were indeed as formidable as they claimed. Chen Pingan felt utterly despondent. In that moment, he directed his frustrations towards the air. System, could you not grant me some strength in advance? No, until all tasks are completed, you remain a feeble creature. Upon hearing this emotionless declaration, Chen Pingan's teeth ground in irritation. Such a trivial remark about his weakness. Civilization dictates we maintain decorum. Dejected, Chen Pingan retreated to the courtyard. His belief in his own inadequacy was partly due to the system's incessant reminders of his frailty. Now, he needed to contemplate his options. If Zhendanting could not assist him, he would be left with merely a month. Should Morongong and his associates be unavailable to help establish a sect, he would have to seek aid from others. Perhaps he could approach the father of Xiaolingu. Chen Pingan was uncertain of Su Yi's capabilities. Given Su Yi's youth and the fact that he was not yet a teacher, his strength likely paled in comparison to Morongong's. However, the establishment of a small sect might still be feasible, provided he could persuade the other party to assist him. Then there was the matter of Long Laotian, who had been absent for some time. He was likely stronger than Morongong. Long Outyin appeared even older than Murong Gong and exuded a refined demeanor. Unmistakably the aura of a master. Yet, placing his hopes upon this individual felt somewhat unrealistic. After all, he was uncertain whether this being would ever seek him out again. He was merely a mortal, after all. Just as the system had earlier uttered that painfully true remark, "You are but a weakling." It was infuriating, to say the least. Over the past 5 years, he had implored the system numerous times, yet every time he was met with the same response. Life and death are fated. Leave it to the heavens. Chen Pingan could only resign himself to fate. Days swiftly passed, and on a tranquil morning, suddenly, a colossal buzzing sound erupted from the direction of the Kaoshan sect. The noise was excruciating, grating on one's nerves and sending shivers through one's teeth. In the courtyard, upon hearing this sound, Chen Pingan's eyes brightened. Could it be that they had already located the treasure site? If this treasure site were explored so swiftly, there would be ample time left for them to establish their sect. However, the situation unfolding there was far from what he had envisioned. Not far away, atop a mountain peak, Long Outyin's brow furrowed suddenly. This was the aura of a major realm beast. Long Outyin had become aware of the circumstances surrounding the Kaoshan sect over the past few days and was informed of the actions of the Qinyu Empire. He felt a pang of anger at this. Forcing a sect to undertake tasks against their will bore a striking resemblance to an experience he had encountered in the past. He had once joined a sect that had been subjected to similar treatment by another faction, ultimately leading to its tragic annihilation, leaving him as the sole survivor. He harbored a deep disdain for such matters. Yet, considering that the Qinyu Empire had risen through the benevolence of a senior who bestowed upon them the auspicious stones, perhaps there was a connection to that elder, which is why he restrained himself from taking action. At this moment, witnessing the emergence of such a formidable beast, he was reluctant to see the innocent members of the Kaoshan sect suffer casualties. Gritting his teeth, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the celestial artifact sensed the disturbance. Esteemed ones, shall we intervene to assist the members of that sect? The celestial artifact inquired. The kitchen knife glanced at the celestial artifact and remarked, "You little nuisance. Perhaps you should enhance your abilities. Did you not sense that someone has already gone?" Upon further scrutiny, the celestial artifact indeed realized its oversight. The kitchen knife continued, "Moreover, given the current circumstances, our master has not commanded us to act. It is prudent not to meddle unnecessarily, best to stay put and avoid attracting karmic repercussions." The celestial artifact retorted, "Karma? Oh, esteemed one, when I took the blame for you last time, it didn't invoke any karmic retribution, did it?" Hearing the term "take the blame," the kitchen knife coughed lightly and then feigned profundity, stating, "You have already attracted karma on that occasion. To clarify, had you not spied on me bringing back little Linger, you would not have been dragged into taking the blame. Nor would you have subsequently endured the torment of being trapped in that extermination array. Do you comprehend?" After a moment of contemplation, the celestial artifact understood. The esteemed one's implication was clear. My predicament was a consequence of my own actions. How infuriating, the celestial artifact muttered. "Indeed, you're quite astute," the kitchen knife affirmed. "Henceforth, let us not discuss the matter of taking the blame. Is that understood? I trust you as far as I can throw you, you old codger." Chapter 59. The Black Flood Dragon. In the vicinity of the Kaoshan sect, a mountainous range was bustling with a throng of individuals fervently excavating in a certain area. Beneath a canopy resembling an oversized parasol, there lay a reclining chair. A woman clad in a crimson dress, adorned with heavy makeup and possessing striking features, reclined elegantly in a chair. This enchanting figure was none other than Lu Yushi, the princess of the Qinyu Empire. Beside her stood an elderly man, clutching a tattered map. After a moment of scrutiny, he respectfully addressed Lu Yushi, stating, "Your Highness, the treasure map we acquired likely indicates a location nearby, probably at the foot of that mountain." Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight graced Lu Yushi's countenance. Yet she swiftly adopted a cold demeanor and commanded, "Then let them commence the excavation at once. Those who do not exert themselves shall be taught a proper lesson." The elder nodded in compliance and gestured towards a middle-aged man standing a short distance away, who was observing with deference. After issuing her command, Lu Yushi turned her gaze to the sullen figure of Murong Shui, who stood nearby, and sternly remarked, "Why are you just standing there? This princess is parched. Go fetch a watermelon." Murong Shui bristled at the condescending tone, her fists clenching in frustration. However, she felt powerless. Though her abilities surpassed those of the princess, her status was inferior. Furthermore, the elder accompanying Lu Yushi was a formidable figure at the tribulation stage. One careless word from him could spell her doom. Gritting her teeth, Murong Shui begrudgingly complied and set off to procure the requested fruit. Lu Yushi watched Murong Shui's retreating figure with a cold smirk. Upon first laying eyes on Murong Shui, she had been momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly engulfed by anger. Ever since her physique had awakened, she had attained the formidable cultivation level of the 5th stage of the nascent soul, an impressive feat for one so young. In the southern region, she was heralded as a prodigious talent. Coupled with her notable beauty and the ascension of her family's influence within the empire, her worth had soared to unprecedented heights. However, the woman, who believed herself to be exceptionally strong, found herself in a remote and impoverished region, only to discover a woman who surpassed her in beauty and strength, and who, subtly, appeared to be even younger. This revelation struck her deeply, filling her with a sense of indignation and fury. She was unwilling to tolerate the presence of such a rival, yet, in order to placate the members of the Reliant sect, she refrained from executing Murong Shui at that moment. However, she resolved that the time would come for retribution. For now, she intended to make Murong Shui's life miserable by assigning her the role of a maid. As Murong Shui approached with a freshly cut watermelon, Lu Yuxi took a piece, tasted it, and then forcefully smashed the watermelon onto the ground at Murong Shui's feet. It's unpalatable. Let us start over. Murong Shui's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched tightly. Very well, I will endure this, but do not give me a reason to retaliate, or I shall make you pay dearly. Murong Shui reluctantly went to procure another watermelon, while Lu Yuxi chuckled derisively. Pathetic. Just watch how I will make your life a living hell. She refused to acknowledge her jealousy. She insisted that this was not jealousy, but rather a recognition of her own superiority as a person of noble status, while someone from a desolate region was unworthy of such privileges. Indeed, unworthy. Moreover, within this brief span of time, an increasing number of powerful rogue cultivators had begun to join their empire. Some formidable factions, recognizing the potential of their empire bolstered by the Hongzhi effect, sought alliances with them. Their empire was on the brink of becoming a leading power in the continent, a mere moment away from greatness. As the princess of this empire, her future achievements would undoubtedly eclipse the worthless trinkets of the present. At the foot of the mountain, Murong Palace and her companions toiled diligently in their excavation. Suddenly, it seemed they had unearthed something significant, as the ground trembled beneath them. Everyone stepped back. Murong Palace shouted, gradually sensing a mysterious aura. A group of Reliant sect members swiftly retreated in alarm. At that moment, at the foot of the mountain where they had just been, the earth seemed to have collapsed, revealing a dark and foreboding cave. Logically, with light outside, some should have refracted into the opening. Yet, the mouth of the cave remained shrouded in darkness, evoking a sense of dread as if it were the gaping maw of some terrifying beast. Not far away, Lu Yuxi and her companions sensed the commotion, and with a few swift movements, they arrived at the scene. Gazing at the ominous entrance, their eyes lit up with excitement. They had finally discovered it. Lu Yuxi laughed heartily. This treasure trove was the former dwelling of an ancient, powerful being before their ascension. This formidable figure lived in solitude, devoid of relatives or allies, and surely left behind numerous valuable items at the time of their ascension. If they could uncover these riches, they would undoubtedly reap a fortune. However, at that moment, the cave's dark entrance filled them with trepidation, and they hesitated to approach. Then, Lu Yuxi turned to Murong Palace, commanding coldly, send someone in to investigate. Upon hearing this authoritative command, Murong Palace clenched his fists. We are merely here to assist in the excavation. Our task is complete. And as per our initial agreement, we should be free to leave, were it not for the presence of a tribulation stage cultivator beside Lu Yuxi. Murong Palace would have relished the opportunity to give her a good thrashing. Despite Lu Yuxi being a woman and of a similar age to his granddaughter, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike her. Lu Yuxi chuckled. So, are you compelling me to take action? Upon hearing this, the members of the Mountain Relief sect erupted in indignation, with some fervently wishing to exclaim, Ancestor, let us confront them. This is utterly intolerable. Murong Gong clenched his fists, filled with a desire to act, yet ultimately chose to close his eyes and suppress his fury. He turned to Zhang Xiaofeng and said, let us two enter. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded, sensing an ominous aura within. If danger truly lurked inside, allowing the disciples to enter would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. However, if they ventured in, perhaps they could adapt to the unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Murong Gong glanced at Lu Yuxi and proposed, we shall enter, and I request that our disciples step back a bit. Surely, that poses no issue? Lu Yuxi responded with a cold smile and a nod. It sufficed for someone to venture forth as a scout. Thus, under Murong Gong's direction, the group from the Kuaishan sect retreated several hundred zhang. Lu Yuxi's group followed suit, wary of the potential horrors that Murong Gong's team might attract within. They too sensed the palpable sense of danger emanating from inside. Outside the cave, Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng exchanged glances before stepping into the darkness. As they disappeared from view, a profound silence enveloped the area. Murong Yunhai and the others gritted their teeth, harboring deep-seated animosity toward Lu Yushi and her companions. Lu Yushi seemed aware of their scrutinizing gazes, but remained unfazed, even perceiving them as insignificant insects gazing up at a towering elephant. To the elephant, no matter how displeased it might be, the insect remains just that, an insect, unworthy of even a moment's interest. However, shortly after Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng entered, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A powerful humming sound reverberated, as if a mechanism had been triggered. In that instant, the expressions of Murong Shui and the others shifted dramatically, for they sensed a fierce and tumultuous energy suddenly manifesting at the cave's mouth. With a resounding boom accompanying the hum, two shadowy figures erupted from the entrance. Two bodies crashed to the ground, sliding a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. With a thud, both Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng simultaneously coughed up blood shortly after their fall. Darkness enveloped them, and they fainted. Witnessing this scene, Murong Shui and the others felt their hearts race with fury and dashed towards them. Meanwhile, from the depths of the shadowy cave, a tremor reverberated, and an enormous creature emerged, revealing itself before the astonished onlookers. It was a black dragon. Chapter 60, Are all dragons like this? Lu Yushi and the others gazed in terror at the colossal being, feeling the overwhelming aura it exuded, their faces paling in fear. They could hardly fathom that such a terrifying beast lay hidden within this treasure trove, a fearsome black dragon, and one at the great ascension stage. Murong Yuhai and the others swiftly reached Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng, relieved to sense that both were still alive. They quickly produced elixirs and administered them to the unconscious pair, then hoisted them onto their backs and fled into the distance. They cast a fleeting glance at the black dragon, whose serpentine body and four limbs radiated a formidable presence at the great ascension level. It was said that black dragons evolved from serpentine beasts attributed to their faint draconic lineage. The association with such an ancient and powerful creature indicated a strength beyond measure. All they could do now was escape. Regardless of the outcome, their immediate priority was to flee. At that moment, Lu Yushi cast a desperate glance at the tribulation stage elder, exclaiming in a voice that resembled a scream, "Run! Take me away quickly!" If this terrifying being chose to attack, they would face certain death, leaving no chance to escape. Even the tribulation stage elder was struck with fear by the monstrous dragon, his legs trembling beneath him. At this moment, upon hearing the piercing scream, I snapped back to reality, preparing to flee. Just as panic enveloped the crowd, suddenly, a figure emerged in the sky before the black serpent. This individual, with crimson hair and clad in a flowing white robe, possessed an extraordinary aura, akin to a celestial being. At the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, witnessing this scene, the fleeing crowd momentarily halted. Lu Yushi's eyes sparkled with recognition as her fear dissipated in an instant. She gazed at the red-haired elder and identified him as the master of the Celestial Tower. The influence of the Celestial Tower across the continent is profound, with its roots tracing back through millennia. As Long Outyin appeared, the black serpent ceased its advance, scrutinizing the individual before it. Their gazes collided, seemingly igniting sparks between them. The black serpent was at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, while Long Outyin had already attained the Earth immortal realm. He could contend against two at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, yet, at this moment, he sensed that the black serpent might be his equal. This intuition arose from his subconscious. Long Outyin furrowed his brow, glanced back, and commanded in a deep voice, "Everyone, leave at once." He anticipated an impending battle. The crowd felt the formidable aura radiating from Long Outyin, believing he could easily overpower the black serpent. However, upon hearing his words, their faces paled once more. Lu Yushi was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Murong Yunhai and others, obediently heeding his command, urged their disciples to scatter and escape, intending to regroup at the sect later. They swiftly retreated, carrying Murong Gong and distancing themselves from the scene. Their direction pointed towards Qingyuan town, for they needed to seek the elders to advocate for their justice. The Qinyu Empire is excessively oppressive. At this moment, Lu Yushi and others began to retreat into the sky. However, they did not flee directly. Instead, they wished to observe the situation. If Long Outyin emerged victorious, they could not afford to miss out on this treasure trove. They could also ascend to forge alliances. Their empire urgently needed to establish favorable relations with stronger forces. In a courtyard at Qingyuan town, as the kitchen knife finished speaking of the celestial artifact, it suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The little goldfish sensed that this beast bore a hint of the essence from their clan. The celestial artifact, perplexed by this remark, was soon joined by the other divine tools. Indeed, with a little nurturing, it seemed destined to become a dragon in the future. Should we take it in? Perhaps it could serve as a helper? Cough, cough, little trash. I didn't mean you were merely a lackey. Agreed. One more in favor. The celestial artifact sighed. Well, I suppose I am the errand runner. It felt quite helpless. At that moment, a voice emerged from the small pond. Let's wait and see. I need to determine its worth for cultivation. Upon hearing this, the other divine tools understood the implication. They were to observe the clash between the Black Flood Dragon and Long Outyin to discern the outcome. Subsequently, the goldfish continued. However, this must wait until the master is asleep. Upon hearing this, the other divine tools turned their gazes towards the door, looking into the distance. Pondering the thoughts of Chen Pingan, at the valley's forefront, Long Outyin fixated on the Black Flood Dragon before him, whose very breath could summon a tempest. The dragon remained motionless, seemingly hesitant to strike, yet in truth, it awaited the departure of others. He had an ominous premonition that the confrontation with the Black Serpent would unleash tremendous repercussions, affecting many. The serpent's eyes glowed like lanterns, fixated on Long Outyin. Yet it could no longer contain itself. With a wide-open mouth, it spoke human words. Old man, what is the matter? Looking for a fight? Don't be fooled by my amiable demeanor. I'm rather irked at the moment. If I were to beat you to a pulp, you have no one to blame but yourself. The Black Serpent felt aggrieved under Long Outyin's scrutiny. After all, it had been peacefully slumbering when two individuals rudely interrupted its repose. Even a Buddha could lose their temper. Of course, it had already dealt with Murong Gong and his companion. Its emergence now was not for the purpose of slaughter. It simply sought to bask in the sunlight after awakening. Upon hearing this somewhat irritable and cheeky voice, Long Outyin paused momentarily. He then continued in a solemn tone, as long as I'm here, you shall not take a life. Observing the serpent's demeanor, he was convinced it intended to kill. The Black Serpent retorted, when did I ever say I wanted to kill anyone? I'm a believer in Buddha, for goodness sake. Long Outyin was taken aback by its words. Why did he sense that this serpent was rather impertinent? They were innocent, and even if it refrained from killing them, he would still prevent any harm. Long Outyin maintained his serious tone, stating that the disciples of the Mountain Support sect were all coerced, and there would be no chance for the serpent to harm them. The Black Serpent was rendered speechless by this. Who the hell said I wanted to harm them? I merely came out to enjoy the sun. And you have the audacity to meddle. What are you staring at? You think you're so formidable just because your cultivation level is higher than mine? Let me tell you, I once outsmarted a celestial beast. Are you scared yet? The Black Serpent unleashed a barrage of words. The four claws scratched against the ground. In human terms, it would be akin to rolling up one's sleeves. Just a moment ago, Long Outyin maintained a serious demeanor, yet upon hearing about basking in the sun, he could not suppress the twitching of his face. He increasingly felt that this flood dragon was rather frivolous. Aren't you a demonic beast? Could you not be a bit more bloodthirsty and savage? That way, I wouldn't feel any psychological burden when I slay you. He realized that this flood dragon was more astute than many humans, speaking in a light-hearted and bizarre manner, akin to a rogue in the streets. Such behavior was unheard of in the realm of demonic beasts, as even those with high cultivation and a degree of intelligence would retain their predatory and bloodthirsty instincts. Yet, this black flood dragon claimed to be a believer in Buddhism? What can one say? Are you frightened? Bah, I won't bother with you. Just keep your distance. I wish to bask in the sun. Saying this, the black flood dragon disregarded Long Outyin and turned its gaze towards the sun, a comfortable expression apparently rising on its face. Lu Yushi and others, still present in the sky, were rendered speechless at this scene. Meanwhile, the courtyard in Qingyuan town fell into a profound silence. After a while, the strange voice of the kitchen knife broke the stillness. Little goldfish. It seems that your dragon clan is quite mischievous. Goldfish, there's more to come tonight. The author will continue to toil. Chapter 61. What you can give, you can reclaim. Long Outyin's lips twitched, uncertain of what to do next. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had anticipated a fierce battle with a formidable demonic beast upon arriving here, only to encounter such a rascally creature instead. Long Outyin furrowed his brow. Subsequently, he sensed the absence of the disciples from the Kaoshan sect surrounding him. His purpose for being here was to prevent their tragic demise. With their safety assured, he felt no further obligation to intervene. Having concluded this thought, he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a voice resonated from the air not far behind him. Senior, could you come here for a moment? I have matters to discuss with you. The speaker was none other than Lu Yushi, who remained aloft in the sky, hesitant to draw closer. Observing that Long Outyin had not engaged in battle with the Black Dragon, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Her reasoning was straightforward. The Black Dragon would likely remain at the cave's entrance, and unless Long Outyin subdued or severely injured it, they would be unable to venture inside to explore the treasures within. The riches would remain entirely beyond their reach. After watching for a while, she discerned the audacity of this black dragon, Its defiance in the presence of the esteemed Long Outyin indicated it was indeed formidable. Such strength would likely require several adept practitioners to either vanquish or drive it away. At this juncture, their empire was merely in its infancy and could not hope to claim this territory in the short term. However, should Long Outyin engage the Black Dragon in combat, the outcome would be markedly different. Long Outyin turned his gaze towards Lu Yushi in the sky, narrowing his eyes with a touch of coldness. He held little regard for such a junior. Were it not for the connection between the Qinyu Empire and his predecessor, he would have relished the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Nevertheless, called upon now, he was curious to discover her intentions. In the blink of an eye, Long Outyin ascended into the air, standing proudly before Lu Yushi and her companions. Lu Yushi took the lead in bowing respectfully to Long Outyin. Having encountered the esteemed Dragon Elder, Long Outyin silently scoffed, concealing his discontent. Lu Yushi remained oblivious to Long Outyin's unease, attributing his demeanor to his aloof nature. With a smile, she softly remarked, "Elder, it is evident that this black dragon is intimidated by you, which is why it resorts to such insolence. Can we trust its claim of not taking lives? I suggest we eliminate it." To bolster Long Outyin's resolve, she narrowed her eyes and added, "To be candid, this black dragon was eyeing the disciples of the Kaoshan sect as if they were mere prey. I fear that once you depart, it will descend upon their sect and slaughter them for sustenance." Lu Yushi displayed a facade of concern for the Kaoshan sect. Listening to her words, Long Outyin grasped the essence of shamelessness, particularly surprising given that the speaker was a mere girl in her 20s. "Ah, the Qinyu Empire. I know not the nature of your father, but upon seeing you, I suspect he is not much better. Little girl, remember that some things are bestowed by others. Should one pursue self-destruction, those very gifts may be reclaimed." With that, Long Outyin found amusement in the situation, sweeping his sleeves as he departed. He discerned Lu Yushi's intentions, recognizing her ploy to use him as a means to eradicate the Black Dragon. Alas, he had seen through such tricks far too often. Lu Yushi, caught off guard by his scorn, watched as Long Outyin vanished before her eyes, her expression shifting from shock to a fierce and darkened visage. Her once pretty face contorting in rage, yet she refrained from unleashing a torrent of curses. There were no heart-wrenching wails. She clenched her fists tightly and murmured, "Very well, very well. The heavenly sovereign pavilion, is it? Sooner or later, I shall make you kneel at the feet of our empire." The few individuals beside Lu Yushi trembled at her words, swiftly glancing around. Fortunately, Long Outyin had already departed. Yet, at that moment, they felt a piercing gaze upon them. They quickly averted their eyes, Lu Yushi included, all of them fixating on the ground. At that moment, the black serpent was fixated on them. The serpent suddenly opened its mouth, revealing its fangs. Its already dark form made the fangs appear strikingly white, reminiscent of a certain meme. Indeed, it was smiling, a most peculiar smile. "You must have been speaking ill of me just now," it uttered, sending a chill through Lu Yushi and her companions. In the night sky, Long Outyin wore a cold expression. In truth, he had not left immediately after all. After flicking his sleeve, he feigned departure, merely concealing himself behind Lu Yushi and her group. He had done so to observe whether the Black Serpent would unleash a massacre after his exit and pursue the individuals from the Mountain of Support. However, to his surprise, Lu Yushi spoke those words after he had left. "The Qinyu Empire dares to demand that my heavenly sovereign pavilion kneel before you?" Long Outyin soared towards Qingyuan town. Unable to contain himself any longer, he felt compelled to consult his elder. Should the Qinyu Empire's actions truly be allowed to unfold unchecked? They owe their current standing to the fortune bestowed upon them by their elder. If this were to be the capital for malevolence, how does it differ from tarnishing the reputation of our predecessors? Long Outyin arrived before a courtyard. Upon his arrival, he noticed that someone had just soared into the sky, departing from this place. At that moment, Chen Pingan stood at the entrance, having just bid farewell to Murong Shui and others. He was pleasantly surprised to see Long Outyin appear. Moments ago, Murong Shui and her companions had come bearing tales of their misfortunes, having sustained severe injuries. All Chen Pingan could do was urge them to be patient while assuring them that he would do his utmost to arrange assistance. He could only await Su Yi's arrival to seek help from Zhendan and Tang. However, upon seeing Long Outyin now, Chen Pingan felt that the joy of this encounter was rather sudden. "Long Lao," he called out, promptly welcoming him. Long Outyin also returned the greeting with respect. Addressing him as predecessor, Chen Pingan sensed that Long Outyin possessed considerable strength and swiftly invited him into the courtyard, adding, "Your arrival is most timely, for I wish to seek your assistance with a matter." Before Long Outyin could respond, he suppressed his own inquiries and said, "Predecessor, please do not hesitate to speak." He found it perplexing that someone of such formidable prowess would require assistance. Chen Pingan quickly led Long Outyin into the courtyard, inquiring as they walked. Are you familiar with the Qinyu Empire? Upon hearing these words, Long Outyin abruptly halted, gazing at Chen Pingan with an expression of admiration. Predecessor, have you divined my intentions? With this thought, Long Outyin respectfully clasped his hands in salute towards Chen Pingan. The elder truly possesses remarkable foresight. Indeed, I have come for the Thousand Feather Empire. Their actions are exceedingly reprehensible, and I wish to suppress them. I have approached you to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. Long Outyin, feeling no need to conceal his intentions, recognized that in the presence of such a divine being, privacy was a futile notion. Beating around the bush might only render him appear insincere. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan, who had wished to humbly seek assistance, found himself momentarily at a loss for words after hearing this. Dragon Elder, you have ascended to immortality, have you not? You speak of my remarkable insight. Yet it is you who truly possesses such wisdom. You already know my intentions. Chapter 62. Who says I am strong? I am in no rush. Chen Pingan observed Long Outyin's expectant demeanor and swallowed hard, saying, if it is possible for you, Dragon Elder, we must suppress them. Reflecting on the earlier interactions with Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng, he felt a pang of frustration. They had gone to such lengths to help him establish his sect. And now, confronted with such injustice, he found himself unable to assist them, which left him quite discontented. Now that Dragon Elder was willing to help suppress the Thousand Feather Empire, it was undoubtedly the right course of action. Long Outyin's eyes gleamed with determination upon hearing this. It seemed the elder was also incensed by the actions of the Thousand Feather Empire. They had been granted such immense opportunities. Yet they used it as a foundation for arrogance, utterly foolish. With Chen Pingan's agreement, Long Outyin took his leave, stating, Elder, I shall depart now. Within a day, I will ensure the Thousand Feather Empire comprehends the consequences of provoking you. Chen Pingan paused momentarily upon hearing this. At this moment, Chen Pingan gazed earnestly at Long Outyin and inquired, Old Long, I have long harbored a question. Why do you persistently address me as senior? Initially, I paid it no mind, thinking you bore resemblance to certain individuals, yet I sense you possess certain distinctions. Upon hearing these words, Long Outyin was momentarily taken aback. Was this term senior intended as a means to test me? There must be some hidden significance. Senior, would you prefer to hear the truth or a fabrication? Long Outyin retorted, unwilling to engage in speculation. Chen Pingan, slightly exasperated, responded, of course, the truth. Old Long, you truly have a penchant for jest. I certainly wish to hear the truth. In light of this, Long Outyin felt emboldened to speak candidly without fear of offending Chen Pingan, stating, it is undoubtedly because you are formidable, senior. With that utterance, Chen Pingan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Once again, could it be that I am indeed strong? Is it true? Chen Pingan pressed once more. Long Outyin grew increasingly skeptical that Chen Pingan was testing him. Yet, having already spoken, to retract would be inappropriate, so he nodded affirmatively. Chen Pingan's lips twitched, and he subsequently bid farewell to Long Outyin. After seeing Long Outyin off, Chen Pingan closed the door. He stared into the void, inhaled deeply, and declared, System, come forth. What is it? Chen Pingan squinted, stroking his chin. I have always found it peculiar that they regard me with such reverence. I have questioned whether I am truly strong, yet each time, you have clandestinely informed me that I am weak. I refuse to believe it now. If one perceives me thus, two do as well, and surely three cannot be mistaken. Moreover, I have discerned that Old Long is unlike the others. Hence, this indicates that in their eyes, I must indeed possess considerable strength. This time, you have no explanation, right? Heh, then find someone to spar with you. If you manage to win, I shall eat excrement while standing on my head. Chen Pingan, all right, I refuse to believe it. Let me see how you would consume excrement. Chen Pingan prepared to venture outside, casually seeking a rogue to engage in a scuffle. Since arriving in this world, the system had incessantly warned him against physical confrontations, claiming that this realm was filled with formidable beings, and as an ordinary man, he could easily meet his demise. Thus, for 5 years, he had refrained from any altercations and had suffered no injuries. However, doubts began to creep into his mind. Perhaps the system had been deceiving him all along. In truth, he might be extraordinarily powerful. Yet, after taking a few steps, he halted once more. Ahem. If the system speaks the truth, engaging with ruffians could lead to severe repercussions. A hint of embarrassment crossed Chen Pingan's face. Eureka! Little Linger, come forth. Upon hearing this, the system fell into silence, taken aback by the host's audacity. Su Ling, who had been playing a stone-throwing game indoors, emerged upon hearing Chen Pingan's call. Recently, she had developed a fondness for this game after learning it from him, and her enthusiasm had become insatiable. Ahem, little Linger, could you assist your brother? Chen Pingan inquired. Su Ling responded eagerly, sure. Observing this scene, the collection of divine artifacts in the courtyard exchanged glances, bemused by their master's shamelessness. Having mingled with the kitchen knives over the past few days, they had learned about Chen Pingan's situation. The esteemed figure in their eyes was, in fact, rather weak. Nonetheless, they dared not underestimate Chen Pingan, as the kitchen knives were fiercely loyal to him. Indirectly, Chen Pingan is remarkably strong. With such presences, he remains invincible. Xiaolinger, please fetch the clothes pole for me. I shall change into another outfit first. After speaking, Chen Pingan dashed into the house. Su Ling, appearing somewhat perplexed, obediently went to retrieve the clothes pole. Upon returning home, Chen Pingan had changed into a rather simple garment. Xiaolinger, hold the clothes pole and strike me as you wish. I will not retaliate, to see if I can evade your blows. Chen Pingan could hardly bear to engage in a tussle with Su Ling, and the notion of battling a child felt utterly disgraceful. He merely wished for Su Ling to wield the stick against him. If he were indeed formidable, he would surely be able to evade her strikes. Perhaps only when faced with an assault would his immense power be unleashed. Su Ling perceived this as a game and pondered for a moment before inquiring. But what if I hurt my brother? A somewhat mischievous grin flickered across Chen Pingan's face. Fear not. Strike with all your might. Moreover, do not cease after a single blow. Continue attacking even if I evade, for that is the only way to awaken my utmost potential. In truth, he mused, Xiaoling, you worry too much. At your tender age, how much strength can you possibly possess? Chen Pingan felt a sense of cleverness in his reasoning. Had he found himself in a brawl with ruffians during a time of lesser cultivation, he would undoubtedly have faced a severe beating. However, with Su Ling's feeble strikes, he would merely endure a few taps, barely feeling any pain due to her lack of strength. Given Su Ling's compliance with Chen Pingan's request, she cheerfully declared, Then I shall begin. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded in agreement. With his consent, Su Ling commenced her playful assault with the clothes pole against Chen Pingan. She emitted an endearing sound, exclaiming, I'll strike. With a swift motion, she aimed her stick toward Chen Pingan's legs. As he observed the approaching strike, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. This was the perfect opportunity to test his ability to leap several feet. I shall jump. Chen Pingan forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself upward. However, to his dismay, he discovered that his leap was rather insignificant. He barely ascended 30 centimeters before plummeting back down. Meanwhile, Su Ling's stick was already upon him. Oh no! Chen Pingan was taken aback as the stick landed squarely on his leg with a dull thud. Yet, undeterred, Su Ling continued her assault, adhering to Chen Pingan's earlier instructions, delivering blow after blow. Consequently, anguish cries echoed throughout the courtyard. When the ordeal concluded, Chen Pingan leaned against the wall, one hand on his waist, tears brimming in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Damn it! Whoever dares to claim I'm strong, I shall confront them. In the next chapter, Chapter 63, titled Comprehensive Suppression, he would find himself thrust back to his former state overnight. At this moment, Chen Pingan felt as though his body had been dismantled. With a resentful glance at Su Ling, who was crouched down, engrossed in tossing stones, he couldn't bring himself to blame her. It was his own folly. Why on earth did I not tell her to stop? Moreover, he had not anticipated that Su Ling, despite her small and adorable appearance, possessed such immense strength she was akin to an adult. Now, he was plagued by pain in his waist, legs, and even elsewhere. Now, the host believes it, doesn't he? Listening to the system's voice, Chen Pingan was on the verge of tears. He had joyfully entertained the notion that he was indeed formidable, yet reality had delivered yet another crushing blow. Chen Pingan squinted, contemplating Murong Gong and Long Out Yin. Why would these two deceive him? Why collaborate to toy with him? Surely, they couldn't be that bored. After this incident, Chen Pingan had come to understand his own limitations. He was undoubtedly lacking in strength. He even had the disheartening feeling that Su Ling surpassed him. This was indeed a sorrowful realization. However, he didn't find Su Ling's strength particularly remarkable. After all, Sui was a cultivator, and perhaps their daughter was somewhat unique. Alas, he found it quite perplexing. Seated on a chair, Chen Pingan felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. What if there existed the possibility that he was akin to a bug in the system? Although he was genuinely weak, perhaps, in the eyes of these cultivators, he appeared exceptionally formidable? This could very well be the case. The book on the fundamentals of the cultivation world stated that these practitioners could sense each other's strength through their aura. Perhaps he possessed an aura bug that created the illusion of great power. Indeed. If that were true, it would explain everything. They referred to him as a senior and showed him such reverence. Yet when he claimed to be an ordinary person, they remained incredulous. Chen Pingan slapped his thigh, feeling as though all the pieces fell into place. However, this slap landed right on his leg injury, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Nevertheless, Chen Pingan remained joyous. If this were indeed the case, he could wield the power of intimidation without actual strength. With a gleeful chuckle, Chen Pingan reveled in the thought of enjoying the honors of a cultivator, even without any cultivation himself. Just then, as he was lost in his musings, a child suddenly dashed past him outside. A celestial being has arrived in the town. A child rushed over, fervently repeating a single phrase. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The celestial being spoken of by the child was, in fact, a cultivator. It was not uncommon for their town to be graced by the presence of wandering practitioners from time to time. Typically, these individuals found themselves in transit, having forgotten to bring provisions, and would stop by the town to procure some essentials. This presented an opportune moment for Chen Pingan to test his hypothesis. If his conjecture held true, the cultivator would undoubtedly address him as senior upon their meeting. Turning to Su Ling, he said, "Little Linger, remain at home for a while. I shall return shortly with a watermelon for you." Su Ling nodded with a smile, continuing her joyful play of tossing stones. She had honed her skills to the point of catching 5 small stones in a single attempt. Chen Pingan, feeling the ache throughout his body, opted against changing his clothes and ambled outside. Upon reaching the main street, he observed a throng of townsfolk gathered around a middle-aged man, who was greeted with smiles and respectful gestures, hailed as a celestial being. Some townspeople offered gifts in hopes of acquiring a touch of celestial fortune. The middle-aged man, far from dismissive, engaged warmly with the crowd, reveling in their camaraderie. When a child requested a display of magical prowess, he ascended into the air, soaring above their heads in a graceful arc. His cultivation level was that of the foundation establishment stage. Having originally hailed from a humble town, he had ascended to such heights through diligent practice, fostering a particular fondness for the common folk. Witnessing this display of flight, Chen Pingan surmised the man's identity as a cultivator and hastened forward. The townsfolk, upon noticing him, greeted him courteously as Mr. Chen. Chen Pingan returned their gestures with a warm smile and a nod. At last, Chen Pingan stood before the middle-aged cultivator at the stage of foundation establishment. His heart raced with anticipation, yearning for the cultivator to bow slightly and greet him with a respectful senior. However, upon noticing Chen Pingan's approach, the man merely smiled and inquired, "Sir, do you need something?" While his demeanor appeared courteous, it fell short of Chen Pingan's expectations. Blinking in disbelief, Chen Pingan thought this was not how it should be. He tentatively asked, "Hello, can you see anything different about me?" The middle-aged man, perplexed by this vague question, was at a loss. "What do you mean?" "There is nothing different," he replied, shaking his head in confusion. At that moment, Chen Pingan felt a pang of disappointment as he turned to leave. Damn it, the next time someone claims I'm strong, I'll truly be furious. He realized that the toxic individuals were not himself, but rather Murong Gong and Long Outyin. What on earth was happening? Chen Pingan found himself at a loss. Even his thoughts felt muddled. Resigned, he purchased a watermelon and trudged back to his courtyard, deciding it was best not to overthink it. Let them call him whatever they wished. Overthinking only led to headaches. After Long Outyin departed from Chen Pingan's courtyard, he made his way to the location of the Jiao Dragon, only to find that Lu Yushi had vanished. Upon seeing Long Outyin, the Jiao Dragon chuckled. "What is this? Looking for another fight?" Earlier, when it contemplated attacking Lu Yushi and her companions, Long Outyin had intervened, believing that the Qianyu Empire might prove beneficial to Chen Pingan. However, their encounter had ended in a stalemate. Long Outyin, recognizing the futility of engaging in a battle, chose to disregard it and vanished. Returning to the summit of the mountain where he had established his abode, he retrieved a communication jade slip and conveyed, "Are you present at the Celestial Sovereign Tower?" After a brief moment, a response echoed back, "Yes. Is there something the master requires?" The voice of a middle-aged woman resonated. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Long Outyin's eyes as he intoned, "From this moment forth, mobilize all the forces of the Celestial Sovereign Tower to suppress the Qianyu Empire." The mountain winds that had previously caressed the summit abruptly ceased, and an icy chill enveloped the surroundings. The communication jade slip fell into a momentary silence, as if the recipient were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, the voice replied, "Master, the Qianyu Empire has been flourishing of late, forging alliances with numerous factions. Is this course of action truly prudent?" Long Outyin issued a disdainful snort. "If I were to state that the princess of the Qianyu Empire has proclaimed that, in the near future, we shall kneel at the feet of their empire, would you still consider it inappropriate?" Upon hearing this, the recipient fell silent once more. Yet, in the next moment, the voice turned resolute. "Master, please give your command." With an air of authority, Long Outyin declared, "From this moment onward, mobilize all members of the Celestial Sovereign Tower to suppress the Qianyu Empire. Intimidate all factions collaborating with them, for should they dare to continue their alliances, they shall become our sworn enemies. Furthermore, We must enlist the support of our allied factions to join this campaign of suppression. I demand that the Qianyu Empire be reduced to its former state overnight. Can this be accomplished? The communication jade slip soon returned with the affirmation, as you command. A chilling smile crept across Long Outyan's face as he added one final remark. Indeed, send someone to the Qianyu Empire to seek their emperor and convey to him that he has a wonderful daughter. I extend my gratitude to all for your generous contributions. As the 5th chapter concludes today, I find myself utterly exhausted. Uncertain if I shall continue tomorrow, Nevertheless, I shall persevere. Chapter 64. Cultivating the yard. Chen Pingan returned to his courtyard, cradling a watermelon. Upon seeing the fruit in his hands, Su Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. She hastily tucked a stone into her pocket and dashed to stand before Chen Pingan. He regarded Su Ling, who had just delivered a rather severe beating to him, with a peculiar expression. Little Linger, may I inquire your thoughts? Do you believe your brother to be strong? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chen Pingan's gaze as he yearned for affirmation of his strength. Su Ling vigorously shook her head, causing Chen Pingan to feel a sense of deflation. Yet, a notion lingered in his mind. Perhaps those who are weak fail to perceive his might, while the truly formidable individuals, such as Murong Gong and Long Outyan, possess an obscuring flaw in their perception. Chen Pingan offered himself a feeble consolation, pondering that this notion might hold some merit. After all, he surmised that the middle-aged man he encountered earlier was not overly powerful. At most, he could merely fly. Once Su Ling had answered Chen Pingan's inquiry, she seized the watermelon and made her way towards the kitchen. Her swift and exuberant demeanor left Chen Pingan momentarily speechless. It was evident that Su Ling had a profound affection for watermelons. Perhaps he should cultivate a patch of land within the confines of this courtyard to plant some. After all, his yard was quite spacious, boasting not only a small pond but also a spring that occasionally bubbled forth, ensuring a steady supply of water. With the intention of cultivating a small plot of land beside the pond, suitable for growing watermelons and various vegetables, Chen Pingan set his plans into motion. He summoned Su Ling and shared his ideas with her. Upon hearing about the watermelons, Su Ling eagerly dashed off to fetch a hoe. Chen Pingan chuckled and shook his head, and together they commenced their labor. It wasn't long before a 10-square-meter patch of land emerged beside the small pond. Chen Pingan wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of satisfaction at their accomplishment. At that moment, he glanced at Su Ling, only to find that despite the time spent working, she had not broken a sweat. This led him to ponder whether he was the one lacking stamina, or if it was merely due to Su Ling being a child of a practitioner. Once the land was prepared, Su Ling could hardly contain her excitement to slice into the watermelon. Wash your hands first, Chen Pingan called out, adopting a tone reminiscent of an adult. However, Su Ling had already darted into the kitchen. He could only smile in bemusement. The two of them quickly devoured an entire watermelon. Though Chen Pingan had only nibbled on a few small pieces, the majority had been consumed by Su Ling. After finishing, Chen Pingan collected the seeds and took Su Ling back to the freshly tilled earth, where they planted them into the small holes they had made. Once that was completed, they began to sprinkle the artificial fertilizer they had prepared earlier into the soil before covering it up again. After ensuring everything was in order, Chen Pingan wiped his brow once more and noticed that Su Ling remained completely dry, prompting him to think he might need to brew some goji berry tea for himself. That night, under a sky adorned with twinkling stars, Chen Pingan, exhausted from the day's toil and a recent scuffle, collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The house gradually settled into silence, while outside, the courtyard began to bustle with activity. The kitchen knife remarked, "Goldfish?" The gazes of the other divine artifacts were directed towards the small fish pond. The goldfish replied, "It can be trained to serve as a messenger." Upon uttering these words, the goldfish turned its attention towards the celestial artifact. "Little trash, make a trip and take this object. Force it to absorb it, enabling it to transform properly before returning here." As the goldfish spoke, a golden bubble suddenly broke the surface of the pond. This bubble gradually floated before the celestial artifact. Observing the golden bubble, the celestial artifact trembled slightly, taken aback. The bubble was indeed enveloped in a harmonious aura of principles. Listening to the commands of these eminent beings, the celestial artifact dared not disobey and promptly responded, "Understood, I shall proceed at once." With that, the golden bubble abruptly vanished before it. Meanwhile, the kitchen knife chuckled. "If it proves obstinate, little trash, you know what to do." Upon hearing this, the celestial artifact grinned mischievously. "Got it." With that, the celestial artifact stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. It then tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from sight. After a brief silence within the courtyard, the kitchen knife and the others resumed their discourse. "This black dragon has a rather peculiar nature. It possesses a substantial amount of dragon blood essence within, and I've noticed it has fully utilized it. Thus, I surmise it must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity before its transformation into a dragon, declared the kitchen knife. The rooster, still resting beneath the peach tree, finally spoke. It must have consumed a deceased dragon. Following this declaration, a stillness enveloped the surroundings for a moment. The goldfish in the pond remarked, "Indeed, it seems that a dragon of considerable caliber must have fallen to this mortal realm long ago. The reason for its demise likely stems from grievous injuries, and only the detestable beings of the divine realm could have inflicted such harm. As for this dark serpent, should it find the opportunity to linger by my side, it may eventually absorb the essence of the dragon and truly become part of the dragon lineage." The peach tree commented, "It appears that the divine realm may soon experience some disturbances." The kitchen knife chuckled. "Having someone to play with would be rather delightful. I wonder how the pinnacle deities of the divine realm have been faring lately. Did they ever think of me, the knife master?" A room full of divine artifacts responded. "Why would they miss you? You often bully them. They cherish their rare moments of tranquility and enjoyment, far removed from your presence." Before a tranquil valley, a sudden black rift materialized, from which a celestial artifact emerged, hovering in the air. At that moment, the moonlight bathed the valley in a serene glow, yet an eerie silence enveloped it. Not a single sound from any creature could be heard, save for the occasional whisper of the wind rustling through the grass. The celestial artifact approached a darkened opening, and at that instant, two enormous lanterns flared to life at the entrance. In a mere moment, these lanterns began to flicker as if reflecting the anxiety of a frightened soul. The celestial artifact reassured, "Do not be alarmed. I come not to bring your end." Upon hearing this, the flickering of the lanterns intensified. "Come forth," commanded the celestial artifact. At this moment, the black serpent was utterly bewildered. It had scarcely fallen asleep when it was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelmingly powerful aura, prompting it to hastily open its eyes and gaze outward. However, upon laying eyes on the golden longsword suspended at the cave's entrance, its body involuntarily shuddered. It was indeed a celestial weapon. The mere presence of such an artifact compelled the serpent to move, trembling as it emerged from the dark confines of the cave. Esteemed one, is there something you require?" The black serpent, already shrouded in darkness, now appeared almost spectral in the night, its eyes shimmering with a dim light as it spoke hesitantly. Earlier, it had exuded confidence, but now, under the weight of an immense pressure, its primal instinct screamed that this entity before it could extinguish its existence with but a thought. Upon hearing the serpent's timid inquiry, the celestial weapon suddenly realized that bringing this creature back to its abode would be a stroke of good fortune. After all, it had always been the weakest among its peers. Now, with a being even weaker than itself, it could finally relish the role of a formidable presence. Chapter 65. The Celestial Weapon's Arrogance. The celestial weapon, emboldened by the notion of its newfound stature, decided to abandon subtlety. It raised its voice, attempting to sound authoritative. "A gathering of powerful entities desires to recruit you as their aid. Will you acquiesce? I have always held great respect for the will of others, and shall present you with two choices. Either you comply willingly, or I shall bestow upon you a thorough thrashing until you agree. The decision is yours." With that proclamation, the celestial weapon struck a pose, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. After the black serpent had addressed it as esteemed one, the celestial weapon began to float, reveling in its newfound arrogance. For it knew that once it returned to its abode, such indulgence would no longer be possible. At that time, it was merely a messenger. However, in the future, with someone backing it, it felt quite agreeable. Just a moment ago, the Black Flood Dragon was astonished by the sudden appearance of an immensely powerful celestial artifact. Pondering why it had manifested here, suddenly hearing these words left it bewildered. "Esteemed one, is this what you call respecting my wishes? And who, exactly, are those esteemed individuals you speak of?" The Black Flood Dragon was truly perplexed. Why was this happening? What manner of beings were these esteemed figures? The celestial artifact, growing impatient, remarked, "Why do you ask so many questions? The answer is simply this. Hurry up, if you force me to choose for you. I shall select the second option." Upon hearing this, the Black Flood Dragon quivered once more, its expression darkening. "Esteemed one, is this truly acceptable? Very well. I shall choose the first option," it lamented, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. At that moment, it questioned whether it was merely dreaming. The suddenness of this occurrence felt utterly surreal. The celestial artifact replied, "Consider yourself discerning. Here, consume this." A bubble suddenly materialized in front of the celestial artifact, floating towards the Black Flood Dragon. As the bubble drifted before it, the creature's large, lantern-like eyes widened in shock. It was astounded to discover that the bubble was enveloped in profound principles, and within it, it sensed a trace of dragon aura. Just a hint of it stirred within, evoking a deep yearning to pay homage. Noticing that the black flood dragon remained transfixed and trembling, the celestial artifact instructed, consume it. The esteemed one has decreed that when you present yourself before others, you must take on your transformed appearance, and most importantly, you must maintain that form in the presence of that individual. The celestial artifact surmised that this bubble was undoubtedly a treasure meant for transformation. Upon hearing that it would be consumed, the black serpent, feeling a mix of trepidation and resignation, reluctantly opened its wide mouth and swallowed the bubble. As soon as the bubble entered its belly, it burst open, releasing a surge of formidable energy that abruptly invaded its being. The serpent widened its eyes in astonishment, then swiftly closed them again. It realized that a portion of the dragon essence it had yet to digest was suddenly processed by 1/10. Simultaneously, a memory concerning a secret technique of transformation appeared in its mind. Upon absorbing this mystical knowledge, it astonishingly found itself in command of the technique. However, a strange expression began to manifest on its face. Transforming into a dog. What a disheartening predicament. The celestial artifact noticed the black serpent had opened its eyes and said, "Come, show me your transformation." Hearing this, the black serpent felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Observing the serpent's immobility, the artifact inquired, "What is it? Do you require me to bestow upon you 2 options to respect your wishes?" The serpent replied, "Very well." With a tearful demeanor, it shut its eyes. In the next moment, its form rapidly diminished. When it finally touched the ground, a black dog stood there. The serpent felt an urge to cry without tears. Meanwhile, the celestial artifact erupted into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Now, let us proceed. I shall introduce you to those beings." With that, the artifact gestured, creating a rift in space behind it. Just then, the black serpent glanced back at the cave and remarked, "Esteemed one, there are many valuable items within, all crafted by humans. Would it not be a waste to leave them behind?" This cave had been discovered by the black serpent inadvertently after its transformation, and it housed quite a number of treasures. Upon hearing the words of the celestial artifact, it pondered for a moment, understanding the course of action to take. Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng had suffered grievously today. Not only were they captured and forced into servitude, but they were also severely injured by the black flood dragon. It had observed the displeasure etched on Chen Pingan's face in the courtyard. Should he eventually learn of the black flood dragon's harm to Murong Gong and his companion, it was likely that a rift would form between him and the creature. "You have injured the 2 today, haven't you?" the celestial artifact inquired. The black flood dragon nodded in affirmation. "Let me elucidate the situation for you," the celestial artifact continued. "The place you are to visit is a courtyard inhabited by a cadre of formidable individuals. In their eyes, I am merely an inconspicuous errand runner. They refer to the owner of the courtyard as master. As for the 2 you have harmed today, they share a friendship with this courtyard's owner." Upon hearing this, the black flood dragon was rendered utterly bewildered. And no, it cannot be. Its body trembled violently, as if succumbing to an intense chill, and the more it contemplated, the greater its agitation became. "Rest assured, the circumstances are rather peculiar, so there is no need for excessive fear. I shall assist you in devising a strategy," the celestial artifact reassured. "First, you should pay a visit to the mountain-backing sect, offer a heartfelt apology, and express your ignorance of their connection to that particular individual. Moreover, guide them back here. They will likely have acquired some treasures, which will surely enhance their goodwill towards you." As the black flood dragon absorbed the celestial artifact's insightful guidance, enlightenment dawned upon it. It swiftly prostrated itself before the celestial artifact, exclaiming, "I am profoundly grateful for your counsel, esteemed Minner. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command me." The celestial artifact was designed to create such an effect. Exuding an air of nonchalance and pride, "From now on, you ought to be more perceptive. Heed my words. For you must understand that those entities can be quite intimidating at times. However, with my guidance, you shall circumvent many unnecessary detours." The black serpent, taken aback by this audacious proclamation, nodded fervently in agreement. Observing the serpent's gullibility, the celestial artifact chuckled inwardly, delighted to have acquired a new subordinate. Not long after, under the artifact's direction, the black serpent appeared above the mount of the Reliant sect. To avoid alarming Murong Gong and his companions, it transformed into a black dog. After attuning itself to the surroundings, the serpent alighted before a grand hall atop the mountain. At that moment, Murong Gong and his companions were gathered together in earnest discussion. "Grandfather, just now, Shao Qing conveyed a message stating that the Heavenly Sovereign Tower has commenced an all-out suppression of the Qinyu Empire." Murong Shui exclaimed with palpable excitement. Her sudden assembly of the group was to share this momentous news, which she had just received from Luo Lanqing. Both Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng wore expressions still tinged with pallor, but upon hearing this revelation, their eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. and a hint of crimson graced their previously ashen faces. Is it truly so? They inquired in unison. Murong Xuan nodded earnestly, her face alight with joy. Yet, her smile soon morphed into a cold smirk, as the unexpected turn of events caught her by surprise. Nevertheless, for them, this was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. They yearned for the Qianyu Empire's swift decline. At that moment, Murong Yunhai's expression also reflected a sense of vindication. And he was the first to speak. I believe this must be connected to our esteemed predecessor. We just sought their counsel, and this news arrives tonight. I find it hard to believe there is no correlation. The others concurred, sensing an undeniable link between the two occurrences. Thus, the reverence in their eyes grew even more profound. While they were engaged in conversation, unbeknownst to them, a black dog had silently approached from behind. Greetings, everyone. The black creature declared after taking a deep breath. At the sound of its voice, Murong Gong and the others were suddenly startled, swiftly turning to look behind them. Upon seeing the black dog standing there, they were momentarily taken aback. Who spoke? Murong Gong furrowed his brows, momentarily disregarding the dog as he scanned the surroundings. However, at that moment, the dog on the ground grinned, its teeth glinting in the light. Big brother, it's me, the Black Flood Dragon from earlier. I apologize for injuring you. Having discerned the source of the voice, Murong Gong and the others were left in a state of shock. The revelation that the dog claimed to be the Black Flood Dragon sent them retreating in fear. Chapter 66. The Bewildered Qianyu Empire. Murong Gong and his companions were now haunted by the encounter with the Black Flood Dragon, especially Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng. They had experienced an up-close and personal encounter with the dragon's rear, which was overwhelmingly foul. They had unintentionally collided with the dragon's backside, provoking its ire. After retreating several paces, they finally halted and began to scrutinize the black dog, which still wore a broad grin, revealing a row of white teeth. Could this dog truly be the formidable Black Flood Dragon? Furthermore, it exhibited no aura of cultivation. Yet, they were certain that it had indeed spoken just moments ago. You claim to be that Black Flood Dragon? Murong Gong summoned his courage to inquire. The Black Flood Dragon nodded and replied, at that time, I was unaware of your esteemed identities. I have come to express my apologies, especially to the two of you. I truly regret the injuries I caused. Listening to these words, Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng were convinced that the black dog was indeed the Black Flood Dragon. They had heard the four-character phrase from the mouth of the Black Flood Dragon, which could only refer to their revered predecessor. It turned out that their esteemed elder not only employed the formidable power of the Tianzuan Tower to suppress the Qianyu Empire, but also sought vengeance on their behalf, transforming the Black Flood Dragon in such a manner. Murong Gong blinked, contemplating silently. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others shared the same sentiment, their eyes glimmering with admiration. The Black Flood Dragon, observing their silence, assumed they remained skeptical and recited a mantra. In the next moment, it began to enlarge. In the blink of an eye, its true form appeared within the grand hall. Murong Gong and the others stood in awe, acutely aware of the overwhelming aura emanating from the colossal creature. What do you intend to do? Upon reverting to its original form, the Black Flood Dragon inquired, Now do you believe? Hearing this, Murong Gong and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. We believe, Murong Gong affirmed. The Black Flood Dragon nodded in satisfaction, transforming back into the black dog, and then sighed wryly, The harm done to you is a settled fact. Therefore, I propose this. There are numerous treasures in the cave where I reside, which you may take to compensate for your losses. What say you? As Murong Gong and the others absorbed this proposition, their eyes widened in astonishment. This is splendid. Wonderful. Marvelous. Murong Gong exclaimed eagerly. Suddenly, he felt that the injuries he had sustained were worth it. The Black Flood Dragon exhaled, relieved. That's good. Let us proceed. Under the guidance of the Black Flood Dragon, Murong Gong and the others found themselves standing at the entrance of the cave, the sky still radiant and beautiful. Just moments ago, the chirping of insects and the singing of birds filled the air, yet now, upon their arrival, silence envelopes the surroundings. The atmosphere is profoundly still. Murong Gong and his companions, undeterred by the darkness before them, bravely venture into the abyss. Their resolve stems from two realizations. First, the Black Serpent must be aware of their esteemed predecessors, indicating that these venerable figures have indeed encountered the creature. Second, the serpent possesses far greater strength than they do, rendering any treachery unnecessary. It could simply eliminate them outright. With the Black Serpent leading the way, Murong Gong and his companions, torches in hand, proceed deeper into the cavern. Before long, they reach the cave's end, which opens into a vast chamber. The cave walls are adorned with numerous luminous orbs. As they extinguish their torches, They gaze in astonishment at the spectacle before them, mountains of weapons, towering heaps of top-tier spirit stones, and a small collection of mysterious treasures whose purpose remains unknown. The Black Serpent speaks. All of this belongs to you, a token of my compensation. When next you encounter that esteemed being, I hope you might speak favorably on my behalf, or at least convey that any animosity is dissipated. Is that agreeable? Murong and his companions, momentarily stunned, exchange glances at the Black Serpent, nodding vigorously as if pecking at grains. They are exhilarated. The Black Serpent, observing their reaction, exhales once more, and at that moment, it casts its gaze toward a particular direction. A compass hovers and glides toward it. Addressing Murong and his companions, it continues, "This is a formation. I have infused it with ample spiritual energy. Once activated at the summit of your sect's mountain, it will establish a protective grand formation that envelopes the sect, with defensive capabilities reaching the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. Without the combined might of two Great Ascension masters, no one shall forcibly breach this formidable barrier." Upon completion, the formation floated before the Murong Palace. Murong Palace was rendered speechless, trembling hands outstretched to receive the array compass. Am I dreaming? A defensive formation capable of withstanding the peak of the Great Ascension? Their sects had only recently merged, and upon establishing their mountain gate, a grand formation would rise, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. In their understanding, there were merely one or two forces within the mortal realm possessing formations of such caliber. Yet now, their secluded and exceedingly weak sect unexpectedly boasted such a grand array, an unimaginable reality. The members of Murong Palace were so elated they nearly broke into a dance. Meanwhile, far away, within a magnificent hall, several individuals wore grim expressions, resembling a stagnant pool of water. A middle-aged man sat at the head of the table, his demeanor akin to one who had been attended to by dozens of burly men in succession. Gritting his teeth, his face was as dark as charcoal. What on earth is happening? Who can enlighten me? A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated within the hall, causing the walls to tremble. The others bowed their heads, utterly clueless about the situation. The Heavenly Sovereign Tower had abruptly imposed suppression upon them, leaving them bewildered. It was truly a surprise attack that caught them off guard. The middle-aged man seated at the head was none other than Lu Zhengtian, the emperor of the Qianyu Empire. Today, he had just concluded discussions with several major powers regarding a potential alliance, establishing camaraderie among them. Who could have anticipated that just hours later, news would arrive from these powers, declaring their intention to sever all ties with the Qianyu Empire and revert to being strangers? Apart from them, every force collaborating with them conveyed identical messages, devoid of compassion, as if they had conspired together. Furthermore, the Celestial Sovereign Tower commenced suppressing them from various directions, be it in commerce, the expansion of power, or virtually any domain. They faced restrictions. Some empires even proclaimed that any individual from the Qianyu Empire who dared to set foot within their borders would be swiftly executed. In the span of a mere afternoon, the Qianyu Empire, once the dazzling golden phoenix admired by all, transformed into a pariah in the eyes of the multitude. Before the solemn and silent hall, an elderly figure suddenly emerged. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere became even more hushed. This individual was none other than the Supreme Emperor of the Qianyu Empire, Lu Guangpu, who possessed the cultivation of the first layer of the Great Ascension. Lu Zhengtiao, upon witnessing his father's presence, wore an expression of distress and said, "Father, have you also heard the news?" Lu Guangpu replied in a grave tone, "How long did you intend to keep this from me? Speak, what is truly happening?" Not long ago, he had leveraged his status to forge connections with several top-tier powerhouses of the continent, only to now be met with their declarations of severance. It was bewildering and unacceptable, especially considering that these formidable figures had previously treated him with utmost respect, despite their greater strength. Lu Zhengtiao's expression twitched as he forced a bitter smile. "Father, I too am at a loss." Just as they were engulfed in confusion, another figure materialized within the hall. Clad in black and wearing a dark mask, this newcomer exuded an overwhelming aura, indicating that they had reached the mid-stage of Great Ascension. The arrival was none other than a representative from the Celestial Sovereign Tower. "First, I will complete 3 chapters. And then I will devote another 2 hours to finishing the remaining 2 chapters. Chapter 67. All right, it's always on the tip of my tongue. Do you understand?" The moment the man in black appeared, everyone in the grand hall held their breath. They realized that the attire he wore was adorned with an extraordinarily imposing emblem, a crimson pavilion, unmistakably representing the people of the Celestial Lord's Pavilion. Observing this formidable figure exuding a powerful aura, Lu Zhengtiao swallowed hard, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Guangpu, having interacted extensively with formidable beings during this period, respectfully cupped his hands and stated, "Fellow cultivator, I apologize for the abruptness, but I must inquire, what offense has our thousand-feather empire committed against your Celestial Lord's Pavilion?" he truly could not comprehend. Was it due to their rapid development that the Celestial Lord's Pavilion felt threatened by their standing? Yet, such a prestigious entity typically would not exhibit such pettiness. After the man in black made his entrance, he scanned the crowd with his gaze. When faced with Lu Guangpu's inquiry, he offered no response, merely fixing his gaze upon Lu Zhengtiao. You are Lu Zhengtiao, correct? The man in black stated, devoid of any discernible emotion. Lu Guangpu, noticing the man in black treating him as if he were invisible, was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. Lu Zhengtiao, somewhat dazed, nodded in affirmation, pondering, could it be that the Celestial Lord's Pavilion is holding me accountable for this? That cannot be right. I have scarcely ventured out lately, and have certainly not offended anyone. Upon receiving confirmation, the man in black continued, our pavilion master has a message to convey to you. Lu Zhengtiao, feeling a sense of trepidation, replied, Senior, please proceed without hesitation. He sensed that this man in black was on the verge of unveiling the truth. You have a fine daughter. The man in black uttered nonchalantly. After speaking, he showed no inclination to observe Lu Zhengtiao's expression with a swift motion. He vanished into thin air. His message was delivered, and that was sufficient. Initially, Lu Zhengtiao and his son had anticipated some harsh words or threatening remarks from this enigmatic figure. However, they were rendered utterly bewildered in an instant. What? The two men exchanged a dazed glance, reflecting on the black-clad stranger's words. A fine daughter? Suddenly, their eyes widened in realization. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating whether they had inadvertently offended the esteemed Tianzuan Tower. Now, the very emissaries of Tianzuan Tower had arrived, providing them with an answer. Yet, the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations. How could this be? Wasn't Yushi supposed to be journeying to remote, desolate lands in search of hidden treasures? How could she have possibly wronged Tianzuan Tower to such a grave extent? Lu Zhengtiao felt as though he had been struck with a blunt instrument, utterly confounded. Lu Guangpu was equally perplexed. He was aware of his granddaughter's whereabouts, and had even dispatched a tribulation period elder to accompany her. As both men stood in their stupor, two figures suddenly reappeared in the grand hall, a man and a woman. The woman was indeed Lu Yushi, while the man was the elder accompanying her through the tribulation phase. Their faces bore the remnants of astonishment. Father, grandfather, I have returned. Phew, today was truly perilous. I nearly lost my life. Upon her return, Lu Yushi unceremoniously took a seat, completely oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the hall. Someone, bring me the finest tea, she called out. And only then did she turn her gaze towards Lu Zhengtiao and Lu Guangpu. At this moment, she realized that something was amiss. Father, grandfather, why do you look at me like that? Lu Yushi was utterly bewildered. Lu Zhengtiao's countenance darkened as he spoke. Yushi, what transpired during your journey south? Speak to us earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yushi's face contorted with resentment, as if pouring forth a deluge of grievances. She recounted every injustice she had encountered in excruciating detail. Once she began, it was as if she could not stop. Finally, she clenched her teeth and declared, the master of the heavenly tower was exceedingly arrogant. Father, we must swiftly develop our empire and treat them like dogs in the future. As her words echoed, a palpable rage enveloped the grand hall. Lu Zhengtiao and Lu Guangpu's eyes blazed with fury. So this was the truth. Lu Zhengtiao suddenly turned to Lu Guangpu and gritted his teeth. Father, may I strike my disobedient granddaughter? Lu Guangpu nodded earnestly. I wish to join you in this endeavor. After their brief consultation, they rose abruptly and approached Lu Yushi. Hearing her father and grandfather's words, Lu Yushi was rendered speechless. As they approached, her eyes widened in disbelief. Father, grandfather, what is happening? I haven't done anything wrong. Yet, no one heeded her pleas. Inside the hall, a chorus of anguished cries began to resonate. Lu Zhengtiao and Lu Guangpu were filled with ire. The hard-earned possessions they had amassed were swiftly lost due to this reckless child. The future of their empire now seemed bleak, and it was uncertain whether they could even return to the status of a royal kingdom. They had even managed to deeply offend such an immensely powerful force. Upon this thought, a metal rod suddenly materialized in Lu Zhengtiao's hand, nearby the Kuaishan sect. After escorting Murong Gong and the others back to the sect, the Black Flood Dragon exhaled deeply once more before soaring to a certain location. At that moment, a celestial artifact hovered in the air, idly awaiting. Upon seeing the Black Flood Dragon, the celestial artifact inquired, have the relations been mended? With a sly grin, the Black Flood Dragon responded, all have been bought off by my younger brother. They even found time to speak favorably before that esteemed presence. Upon hearing this, the celestial artifact paused momentarily before urgently advising, then you must be vigilant. Hurry back and ensure they refrain from discussing anything related to you with that being. Not a word should be uttered. Otherwise, prepare yourself for annihilation by those powerful figures. The Black Flood Dragon, upon hearing these words, was taken aback and then transformed into a wisp of black smoke, returning to the Kuaishan sect. After a flurry of activity, he arrived at the entrance of a courtyard in Qingyuan town, where a long sword and a black dog awaited. This is the place. Before you enter, prepare yourself. Remember to show utmost respect. When addressing the esteemed one, always refer to them as esteemed one. And when they issue commands, do not forget to respond with understood. Do you comprehend? The celestial artifact earnestly instructed. The Black Flood Dragon nodded vigorously in response. However, the celestial artifact suddenly scolded. Look at you, forgetting already? The Black Flood Dragon paused, realizing his error, and quickly corrected himself. Understood, esteemed one. Ahem, now that's more like it. Let us proceed. The celestial artifact, pleased, led the way, while the Black Flood Dragon felt rather bemused. Thus, with the sword and the dog, they ventured inside. Upon entering, the celestial artifact announced, esteemed ones, I have returned. Upon their arrival, a sound of acknowledgement escaped their lips. Subsequently, all the divine artifacts turned their gaze towards the ominous black serpent lurking behind the celestial instrument. They resolved to assert their dominance. However, just as they prepared to intimidate the black serpent, it unexpectedly transformed into a black dog, suddenly prostrating itself as if kneeling upon the ground, exclaiming, Greetings, esteemed ones. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. The divine artifacts, poised to impose their authority, found themselves rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the celestial instrument chuckled softly, remarking, Esteemed ones, witness my adept guidance. Chapter 68. It must be halved at this moment. The black serpent, having just entered the grand courtyard, realized that there was no need for intimidation. The horrifying spectacle before it nearly shattered its resolve. Beings that seemed capable of obliterating the very heavens stood before its eyes. The entire courtyard was ensconced in an aura of profound principles, exuding terror beyond comprehension. Moreover, upon entering the courtyard, it sensed an overwhelming dread emanating from its bloodline, causing its body to tremble uncontrollably as if it had encountered a formidable nemesis. What kind of perilous realm is this? It is simply too terrifying. To be candid, when the celestial instrument mentioned that a multitude of fiercely powerful beings resided within a courtyard, it initially harbored doubts, believing only a handful existed. The term multitude seemed far too exaggerated. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, it comprehended the magnitude of its error, realizing just how gravely mistaken it had been. Observing the black serpent's reaction, the divine artifacts deemed intimidation unnecessary. Among them, the blade spoke, Rise, for I shall elucidate the rules of this place. From now on, you shall be known as Trash Number 2. Remember your title well. Moreover, from now on, especially in the presence of our master, you must behave like a humble dog. Should our master detect any hint of suspicion, I regret to inform you that we will be compelled to terminate your existence humanely. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, the Black Flood Dragon blinked its wide, astonished eyes and nodded vigorously. Indeed, such a master exists. How formidable must the master of this courtyard be, commanding the allegiance of so many beings. After elucidating the rules of this place, the knife-wielding figure had nothing further to add. You shall remain over there, where your ancestors reside. Consider it a fortuitous opportunity. The Black Flood Dragon nodded in response and gazed towards the small pond. Gulp. Upon this sight, it swallowed hard, as a wave of primal fear emanating from its bloodline surged forth. Listening to the knife-wielding figure's words, it could do naught but approach that direction. As it drew near, inexplicably, it felt its blood beginning to boil. What on earth is happening? The Black Flood Dragon was filled with trepidation. Just as it struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, the goldfish in the pond spoke. Do not be alarmed. In due time, you shall acclimate. Many beings possessing dragon blood experience this. The moment those words resonated, the Black Flood Dragon felt as though a thunderclap echoed within its mind. An overwhelming wave of fear washed over it. With a crash, it collapsed to the ground, trembling. Observing the Black Flood Dragon's state, the goldfish remarked, Your bloodline isn't even that pure. Is it truly this severe? Yet, it's understandable. Even the progenitor dragon feels discomfort in my presence. So you are not entirely to blame. Upon uttering those words, the black serpent felt as if thunder had filled its mind, striking and rumbling with a ferocity akin to a tempest. The ancestral dragon is troubled. What manner of existence are you, O esteemed one? At this moment, the goldfish did not forget to introduce itself, stating, I neglected to mention, in certain circles, many refer to me as the Holy Dragon. Suddenly, the black serpent realized it had lost the ability to speak. Even the act of thought had become exceedingly arduous. Holy Dragon, the ethereal being that exists only in legends. According to the secret histories of the Dragon Clan, The ancestral dragon is not the original progenitor. The true ancestor is known as the Holy Dragon. Moreover, the deceased dragon that the black serpent had consumed bore a tome of these secret histories. It had been aware of this account, but had never fathomed that one day it would discover the veracity of these records. Astonishingly, the existence that predates time itself stood right before it. The goldfish chuckled, saying, "Do not be alarmed. I am not as difficult to engage with as the legends portray. On the contrary, I am quite amiable." The black serpent swallowed hard again and nodded. Within the room, the voice of the peach tree drifted into the ears of the slumbering Su Ling little Linger. "Please endeavor to persuade your master to take in this little black dog tomorrow." Su Ling momentarily opened her eyes and glanced at the wall. It seemed as if she could see the black dog through the wall. "Yes, I understand, Sister Peach Tree." With that, she closed her eyes once more and sank back into a deep slumber. On the following day, sunlight bathed the earth in warmth. Though it was early morning, the heat of summer was already palpable. Chen Pingan rose from his slumber to find Su Ling standing at the side of his bed. With both hands propping up her delicate face, she gazed intently at him. Chen Pingan offered a faint smile, ruffling her hair as he inquired, "Xiaolinger, what troubles you?" Su Ling giggled, "Brother, can you guess what I found?" Chen Pingan shook his head. Suddenly, with a flourish, Su Ling stepped aside. Arms outstretched to reveal a black dog sprawled on the ground, its tongue lolling out. Chen Pingan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the dog. "You found this?" he asked, his mouth twitching slightly. Two small dimples appeared on Su Ling's cheeks as she replied, "Yes." It was lying by the front gate, looking quite pitiful. "I gave it some food, and it just stayed. I think it must be lost. Why don't we keep it?" Chen Pingan chuckled wryly. "There is no such thing as a lost dog. It likely belongs to someone else and will return home soon." Although he had not seen this particular black dog around the town, it surely belonged to a nearby household. After speaking, Chen Pingan got up to wash and groom himself. Su Ling said nothing more and went to prepare breakfast for him. After they finished their meal, Chen Pingan took a glance at the plot of land, casually watering it. Time swiftly passed. To his surprise, the black dog remained in the courtyard, refusing to leave, just as Chen Pingan contemplated shooing it away to find its way home. A voice from outside the courtyard called out, "Murong-gong." Chen Pingan invited Murong-gong into the courtyard. This time, only Murong-gong had come. Upon seeing the healthy glow on Murong-gong's face, Chen Pingan was momentarily astonished. Just yesterday, he appeared utterly lifeless, and now, merely a day later, he looked revitalized. Truly, practitioners possess remarkable resilience. "Master Gong, you seem to be in high spirits today. Has the matter with the Qinyu Empire been resolved?" This morning, Chen Pingan had been preoccupied with this issue, uncertain of how long Out-Yin's efforts to suppress the Qinyu Empire had fared. Yet, upon witnessing Murong-gong's demeanor, he sensed that a resolution had indeed been reached. With a smile, Murong-gong flattered, "With a senior taking action, how formidable can they be? They have been thoroughly subdued. Haha. Furthermore, our sex affairs can now proceed without delay. We can hold the founding ceremony in less than 5 days." Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan's eyes lit up. It was truly settled. How impressive is this Long Lao, able to handle even an empire? Chen Pingan replied with a smile, "That is excellent news. Let us expedite the process." He feared that any further complications might arise. Just as he was about to invite Murong-gong to dine with him, the system's voice echoed once more. He had unwittingly triggered the next task before completing the previous one. In 5 years, he had never encountered such a situation. "System, what task awaits?" Chen Pingan pondered. "Within 10 days, establish a sect and recruit 10,000 disciples. Will you accept this task?" Chen Pingan blinked at the proposition. This was too perilous. 10 days was hardly sufficient. He silently resolved not to accept it. Fortunately, he could choose whether or not to proceed. Otherwise, his fate would be dire. The penalty for this task is not obliteration. What could that entail? Chen Pingan's curiosity was piqued. "You will lose half of what you hold dear." Chapter 69. Sufficient is good. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan fell silent, initially believing it to be a grave penalty. What a shameful punishment has arrived. "System, you are undoubtedly toxic." As for whether to accept it or not, Chen Pingan did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Murong-gong and smiled, "Elder Gong, within 10 days, do you think our new sect can recruit 10,000 new disciples?" Chen Pingan felt that the disciples from the Reliant sect should not be included in that count, for otherwise, the task would be far too simple. Upon hearing this, Murong-gong shook his head. After the merger of their two sects, they only had a few thousand disciples. To suddenly recruit 10,000 disciples within 10 days was certainly impossible, unless they possessed something that could make a significant impact. Of course, that grand formation could serve as one such element. Yet, it still would not sufficiently showcase their might. They required a formidable presence to command respect. If an elder were to take the stage, it could certainly be accomplished. However, he believed that, given the elder's circumstances, it was unlikely they would reveal their true form in public. After all, suppressing an empire as vast as Qinyu had indirectly fallen to the divine tower. This demonstrated that the elder was genuinely focused on self-cultivation, striving to blend in with the mortal realm. Noticing Murong Gong's refusal, Chen Pingan pressed his lips together, preparing to decline the system's offer. Although he was somewhat inclined to accept this additional task, as it would bring him closer to completing all his endeavors. After all, this cursed system triggered tasks at random intervals, perhaps in a few days, or maybe even months. He had no inkling of when he might become invincible in the world, nor could he ascertain whether he would achieve such a state within his lifetime. System, I shall not accept this task, Chen Pingan contemplated. Chen Pingan suddenly felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, thoughts of marriage and family had yet to cross his mind, but he was, after all, a normal man. Yet, a solution seemed within reach. If only his senior would lend him the Black Dragon for a couple of days. He could establish a sect and attract numerous disciples in no time. Murong Gong gestured towards the courtyard where a black dog lay sprawled on the ground. Upon entering the yard, he had also noticed the Black Dragon, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Aware that the black dog was, in fact, the Black Dragon, he mused that there was no need for Chen Pingan to take the lead. The presence of such a formidable creature was already sufficient. Just imagine. Not only would they possess an invincible mountain defense formation, but they would also have a mighty black dragon in the Mahayana stage guarding their sect. The prestige they would command would be immense. It was likely that within 2 days, their sect's reputation would spread far and wide. At that point, if they were to announce their intentions to recruit disciples, it could very well incite a frenzy across the continent, drawing people from great distances. Listening to Murong Gong's words, Chen Pingan turned to gaze at the black dog, feeling utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Murong Gong had outright dismissed the idea. Yet now he was asserting that the presence of a mere dog could make it all possible. Was he jesting? Or was he conspiring with the system to deceive him? Furrowing his brow, Chen Pingan questioned, is it truly sufficient to rely on it? The Black Dragon had overheard their conversation and sensed the precarious nature of the situation. Murong Gong nodded emphatically, declaring, it is indeed sufficient. If it proves otherwise, I shall present my head to the senior. His confidence was unwavering. If this is truly unattainable, Murong Gong believed that perhaps death would be a preferable fate. Chen Pingan felt somewhat speechless as he gazed at the black dog. Could it be that this dog possessed some extraordinary qualities? Might this be the mythical beast often spoken of by cultivators? Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes and scrutinized it intently. Yet, no matter how he perceived it, the black dog appeared to be merely a dog. He recalled the treatise on cultivation he had perused, which described mythical beasts as bloodthirsty and ferocious. Should there truly be a mythical beast within his courtyard, he would be apprehensive, particularly with Su Ling present. After all, such a beast might pose a threat to children. Tentatively, Chen Pingan turned to Murong Gong and inquired, Elder Gong, what purpose do you have for this mythical beast? His question was quite explicit. If Murong Gong responded, it would confirm the dog's true nature. Murong Gong smiled and replied, to maintain order. Upon hearing Murong Gong not only engage but also provide such a statement, Chen Pingan immediately urged, then you must take it away at once. It truly was a mythical beast. Murong Gong's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, thank you, esteemed elder. Once I have gathered disciples, I can allow it to return. Naturally, a newly established sect must recruit followers, and Murong Gong aspired for his sect to flourish. Ideally, he would gather 1,000 disciples at once. For young prodigies represent the future of any power. Chen Pingan, upon hearing Murong Gong's intention to permit the beast to return, quickly waved his hands, saying, just take this beast away. There is no need for it to return. The notion of its return was out of the question. It should be taken as far away as possible. Murong Gong paused momentarily, then his face lit up with joy. Very well. Within 5 days, we shall surely establish our sect, and when the grand ceremony of its founding arrives, I shall return to inform you, esteemed senior. Chen Pingan nodded, then inquired, is it truly possible to gather 10,000 disciples within 10 days? I require a guarantee. He remained preoccupied with that task, believing that every additional accomplishment would be beneficial. Murong Gong solemnly patted his chest and assured, absolutely no problem. He was uncertain why the senior posed such a question. Yet he could only offer his unwavering promise, for he possessed that confidence. Taking a deep breath, Chen Pingan did not linger for Murong Gong's meal, stating, then you may attend to your duties, striving to resolve everything at the earliest. Murong Gong smiled and nodded, then glanced at the black dragon. At that moment, the creature felt a profound sense of despair. How long had it been since it arrived, only to be taken away again? It had spent an entire night by the small pond, and upon awakening, discovered that it had digested a full 1% of the undigested dragon essence within itself. It was convinced that, given time, it would completely assimilate it and grow stronger. However, at this moment, this being was compelling Gong to take it away, leaving it with no choice. The kitchen knife and goldfish shared in its bewilderment, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Yet the goldfish consoled. "You can sneak back during the night." Hearing this, the black dragon felt a slight relief, its turmoil diminishing. Chen Pingan bid farewell to Gong and the black dog, then returned to the courtyard, resolutely stating, "System, accept the task. Host is no longer afraid." Chen Pingan understood the system's implication and replied, "It's merely half short. Even if it were 2/3 short, I would still manage." "Impressive." The system genuinely complimented. Chen Pingan remained silent, appearing quite pleased. Yet internally he felt a deep sense of anxiety. After Gong exited the courtyard with the Black Flood Dragon, they soared towards the Mount Shan sect. The Black Flood Dragon gazed at Gong, its expression revealing a human-like wry smile. "You have caused me considerable loss of opportunities," it lamented. The Black Flood Dragon had discerned that Gong indeed shared a strong rapport with that formidable being. Thus, it dared not exhibit any displeasure towards him. Gong, with a bitter smile, confessed, "To be honest, this esteemed elder despises greedy individuals. It suffices to obtain a few advantages. It is crucial to understand that what we truly require is not merely opportunities, but the favor of this venerable elder." As he spoke, Gong recounted his journey from the day he first encountered Chen Pingan to the present moment, sharing the insights he had gleaned along the way. The Black Flood Dragon listened, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, its gaze towards Gong brimmed with reverence. It had not anticipated that Elder Gong had indeed lent it a helping hand. Just moments ago, it had felt resentful, yet now it was enlightened. The Black Flood Dragon quickly expressed its gratitude, recognizing the wisdom in Gong's words. It realized that it had been short-sighted, mistakenly believing that remaining in the courtyard would yield better outcomes. Now, having heard Gong's counsel, it finally comprehended why that esteemed being had insisted on taking it along. It was a subtle reminder not to be overly ambitious and to avoid overextending itself. In truth, Chen Pingan had never harbored such thoughts. Chapter 70. Is this the divine test bestowed upon us by the Elder? In the celestial realm, within a rather splendid residence, an ethereal aura permeated the surroundings, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Inside a grand hall, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of immense power, furrowed his brow as he gazed at another middle-aged individual, who knelt before him. "Have you yet located Qin Yinming?" he inquired. Reporting to the immortal sovereign, it seems Qin Yinming has vanished into some realm of mortals. The kneeling man wore a wry smile. Ever since receiving orders from the dominant celestial emperor, they had been scouring the mortal world like moths drawn to a flame. However, to their surprise, shortly thereafter, the emperor relayed that there was no need to continue the search. Consequently, they all ceased their efforts and returned to the celestial realm. Little did they anticipate that one of their colleagues, perhaps due to a malfunctioning communication artifact, had yet to return and had not responded to any messages. Perhaps he remained intoxicated by the allure of the rewards promised by the emperor, still engrossed in his search. Forget about him. The immortal sovereign dismissed the matter, proceeding to issue the next task. In the mortal realm, a middle-aged man clutched a golden jade slip, his brow tight with concern. This artifact appeared to be malfunctioning. He lost interest in further examination and discarded the golden jade slip, turning his gaze to the world of mortals before him. "I am already the 100th to arrive. I hope to find something here." With this thought, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. If he were to locate the emperor's daughter, oh, the bountiful blessings that would surely follow. Contemplating this, he felt invigorated once more, taking to the skies in search of his prize. Between the Mountain of Reliance and Qingyuan Town lies a range of mountains, now thoroughly exploited. Once desolate, this area is now adorned with pavilions and celestial palaces, exuding an ethereal charm, a testament to the flourishing spirit of the place. Palace and his companions ascended to the highest peak of the mountain range. Together, they gazed over the vast expanse of mountains before them. "This shall be our new sect," he exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. "I can already envision the grandeur of our future." The group was filled with exuberance, contemplating the prospect of becoming a prestigious sect under the guidance of their esteemed predecessors. Palace produced a formation compass, declaring, "Let us commence. Once this formation is activated, we shall become one of the focal points of the entire continent." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng and the others chuckled with anticipation. Following the instructions of the Black Flood Dragon, Palace initiated the formation. The compass ascended into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. At that moment, a resonating hum filled the air, and the next instant, a brilliant light cascaded down from the heavens. enveloping them in a transparent dome. The formation was complete. Morong Palace laughed heartily, then gestured with one hand. The formation compass descended from the firmament and landed in his grasp. Henceforth, he would wield this compass to control the protective formation of the mountain. The disciples and elders who had already settled in the new sect witnessed this magnificent spectacle and erupted into cheers. The entire mountain range reverberated with their jubilant voices, heralding their sect's imminent rise among the top-tier powers. This formation was capable of withstanding even the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, truly. It was a barrier that no one on the continent could breach. Achieving fame would be effortless. With the formation established, Morong Palace turned to the Black Flood Dragon and smiled. Brother Jiao, I shall rely on you to uphold our reputation during this time. In just a short while, Morong Palace and the Black Flood Dragon had forged a deep bond, even contemplating the notion of becoming sworn brothers, leading to a change in their address for one another. There was one known as Brother Gong and another as Brother Jiao. The dark dragon nodded and soared into the sky, transforming from its canine form back to its original shape. After spending a night in the yard and absorbing a substantial amount of dragon essence, the black dragon, upon reverting to its original form, manifested a colossal presence in the heavens. Its size had doubled compared to before, with its two short horns now elongated. The ebony scales glistened with an even darker sheen, reflecting the light. Upon its emergence, it occupied half the sky, casting a shadow below that rendered the surroundings dimmer, akin to an overcast day. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the vicinity, it seemed to proclaim, "Who dares to challenge me beneath the heavens?" Morong Gong and the others gazed at the now more formidable black dragon circling amidst the clouds, exhaling mist and vapor, and could not help but inhale deeply. Who could have imagined that Brother Jiao would return from the elder's presence so transformed? This must be an extraordinary fortune. Morong Gong's mind was in turmoil. The elder is indeed invincible. The opportunities bestowed upon even the most powerful of beasts yield immeasurable benefits. As the formation was established, the surrounding sects within 100 miles instantly sensed the shift. All practitioners began to look up at the sky. Upon reaching the yuaning stage, their vision became exceptionally acute, and when they caught a glimpse of the luminous screen rising in the distant sky, they were filled with astonishment. What could that be? Could it be the emergence of some treasure? Or perhaps a secret realm has appeared? A secret realm so distant would not be visible. No, we must go and investigate. More and more individuals became aware of the situation in that direction, and practitioners within several hundred miles began to take flight towards it. A myriad of beams of light wove through the sky like threads. Some cultivators, before departing, utilized communication jade slips to relay their observations to their closest friends. The news began to spread. Morong Palace and others wore smiles as they commenced preparations for the founding of their sect. Invitations were undoubtedly to be dispatched, aimed at attracting other factions. Only by doing so could their sect's name resonate more profoundly, enabling greater recognition and the recruitment of more disciples. Morong Palace turned to Morong Shui and said, "Shuier, please convey to Shao Qing that she should bring the king and others here in 2 days, and kindly request the royal family to disseminate the news of our sect's establishment." Morong Shui nodded with a smile. Eager to showcase the honor of their sect during this momentous occasion, she hurried to a corner and began communicating with Luo Lanqing. Meanwhile, Morong Palace, Zhang Xiaofeng, and others busily prepared invitations to broadly invite other factions. Half a day later, the invitations were dispatched. At that moment, outside the mountain protecting array, a multitude of individuals drawn by the formation began to gather. As these individuals approached with their beams of light and halted, they were left dumbfounded. All gazed in astonishment at the magnificent sight before them, captivated by the formidable array that left them in awe. Within the array, a black dragon coiled amidst the clouds, inhaling and exhaling mist. Everyone was rendered as statues. What sect is this? When did such a powerful sect emerge here? Am I mistaken? This mountain protecting array. How terrifying it is. Moreover, that black dragon in the sky, at the Great Ascension stage, what divine sect is this? How have I never heard of it before? I suspect there is something amiss with my vision. Surely, even in the Central Plains, such a formidable sect cannot exist. A colossal dragon of the Great Ascension realm serving as a guardian beast is unprecedented. A throng of individuals gazed in astonishment at the scene before them, their scalps tingling with shock. Their eyes were drawn to the mountain gate, where 3 grand characters came into view, Ping and Sect. The newcomers were rendered utterly speechless by the spectacle. As clarity returned, those possessing communication jade slips swiftly produced them to relay the astonishing events to distant friends. In a mere moment, the terrifying spectacle they had witnessed began to disseminate at an alarming pace. Nearby, atop a mountain peak in the vicinity of Qingyuan town, Long Outnin stood at the precipice, his gaze fixed in a certain direction, his heart racing with agitation. It seemed as if his vision transcended time and space, allowing him to perceive the unfolding events. Even now, he struggled to comprehend the enormity of it all, a grand formation of the pinnacle of the Great Ascension level. A guardian dragon of the Great Ascension realm. It appeared that the elder, feeling that the Kaoshan sect had suffered due to him, had bestowed upon them a measure of fortune. However, upon further reflection, he sensed an unsettling discrepancy. This fortune seemed excessively generous. Perhaps the reason the Kaoshan sect was subjected to such treatment by the Qianyu Empire lies within the elder's machinations? No, it cannot be that simple. A figure of such high caliber must have ulterior motives. Let me ponder this further. Suddenly, after a moment of contemplation, Long Outyen's eyes widened in profound shock. Could this be a divine test, a single arrow that strikes 3 targets, challenging all parties simultaneously? Chapter 71. The Mind's Sanctuary, the senior's terrifying presence upon reflection. He felt a sense of clarity. This trial was distinctly aimed at 3 parties. First and foremost, it targeted the Qianyu Empire. The senior had bestowed upon them an opportunity, a chance to observe whether they could temper their avarice and develop steadily. It was likely that the senior had foreseen their reckless ambition and arrogance, yet still granted them a singular chance to seize the moment. Unexpectedly, they continued along their original path of unchecked expansion. The second party under examination was myself. The senior must have calculated my past experiences, understanding the shadows that loomed in my heart regarding such coercive sect matters. Thus, the test was to see whether I would come to the aid of the disciples of the Kaoshan sect. Should I choose not to assist them, my trial would surely end in failure. Yet, I did proceed to offer my help, and in doing so, I discovered that the pent-up indignation that had festered within me for years had dissipated. This lingering resentment, had it remained, would undoubtedly have become a formidable inner demon upon my ascension to immortality. The senior was not merely testing me. They were providing me with the opportunity to transcend my limitations and release my inner turmoil. Consequently, when I sought out the senior to inquire whether I should suppress the Qianyu Empire, the senior awaited me in the courtyard. I distinctly remember that, at that moment, the senior bore a smile. Considering this, Long Outyen felt a shiver run down his spine. As for the individuals from the Kaoshan sect, they too were subjects of the senior's examination. It was evident that they had passed their trial, for the senior had granted them such a significant opportunity. Everything unfolded with an effortless grace, devoid of any discernible interference. It was as if all events transpired at random, without any apparent connection. However, unbeknownst to all, a great hand was orchestrating it all. The senior's power is truly formidable. Long Outyen breathed deeply, his face radiating adoration, his eyes shimmering with infinite starlight as he gazed towards the direction of Qingyuan town, the one who could compel even the immortal emperor to kneel. His esteemed predecessor had reached a level where he could manipulate causality and wield control over all. Long Outyen's chest heaved with an indescribable reverence. After closing his eyes to steady the tumult within his heart, he took out a communication jade slip. Prepare an extraordinary gift at once. Meanwhile, far away in the royal city, Lauren Qing, who had been languidly passing the time, suddenly heard the communication jade slip resonate. She hastily retrieved it to check. Upon discovering the message from Murong Shui, she was momentarily taken aback before reacting. The mountain-protecting formation that even the peak of the Great Ascension could not breach, and the guardian dragon at the Great Ascension level. All of this was bestowed by her predecessor. The sect would officially open 2 days hence. She must attend. Lauren Qing promptly responded to Murong Shui, confirming her participation, and then swiftly darted off in a particular direction. She soon located her father, Luo Tianyu, who stood up in astonishment upon hearing the news from his daughter. What extraordinary fortune had their sect encountered? Such support from this esteemed predecessor. It seemed they were destined to rise. A mountain-protecting formation at the peak of the Great Ascension, and a guardian dragon of the same realm. How enviable. Yet, he understood that envy was his only recourse. Perhaps their ancestral sect truly had a bond with that high-ranking individual, which explained this generous assistance. Without delay, Luo Tianyu activated the communication jade slip, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Zhenwu, I have something to share with you. He promptly conveyed a message to Zhu Zhenwu, recounting all that he knew and urging him to prepare for a visit in 2 days to extend their congratulations. Since they could not obtain the favor of the esteemed elder, it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with the Kaoshan sect. Perhaps they might derive some benefits from it. Moreover, it was evident that the Kaoshan sect was destined for great success, poised to become a top-tier power, bolstered by the presence of such a remarkable figure. As long as they forged a solid connection, they would undoubtedly reap rewards. Once the message was delivered, Luo Tianyu began to ponder what grand gift he should prepare to distinguish himself. He was certain that many would be attending the visit to the Kaoshan sect. Following Murong Shui's instructions, Luo Lanqing subsequently sought out Luo Xiaojie and recounted the events that had transpired. Luo Xiaojie, now thriving and recognized as the most talented individual in the royal city, no longer had to concern himself with Luo Lanqing, as countless beauties pursued him. Upon learning of his cousin's family's newfound strength, he was utterly astonished. For him, the Ascendant Realm was already a formidable level. It seemed all was a blessing from the predecessors. Luo Xiaojie also began to inform his family to prepare for their journey in 2 days. Thus, the news of the Kaoshan sect spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, gradually reaching the ears of the continent's elite powers, who were astonished by the emergence of such a force in a remote corner of the southern region. Many, under the guise of offering congratulations, prepared to witness the spectacle. The Qianyu Empire also became aware of this development. Within a palace, Lu Jingtiao had just learned of the happenings surrounding the Kaoshan sect. At this moment, he furrowed his brow and paced back and forth, a visage laden with concern. After a while, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Lu Guangpu. "Father, have you heard about the situation regarding the mountain-supporting sect?" Lu Jingtiao inquired. Lu Guangpu's expression was equally grim as he nodded and replied, "Their sect is rather peculiar. According to Yu Shi, their sect should not be formidable, yet they have suddenly established such a formidable protective array. Moreover, that Black Flood Dragon has become their guardian beast." Lu Yushi mentioned that the Black Flood Dragon was on par with Long Outyin. Although its cultivation was not superior, it was exceedingly powerful. Now, shockingly, this Black Flood Dragon has willingly become a guardian beast. This is akin to being reduced to a mere watchdog. Even if it were defeated, such a state would be unfathomable. For dignity is not something one simply discards upon defeat. Furthermore, with the Heavenly Sovereign Tower suppressing them, there is little to gain and much to lose. Were they in the same position, they would not resort to oppression but would confront the matter directly, seeking an explanation. They could earn a sum of money and relieve their frustrations. Thus, they have always felt something amiss. As Lu Guangpu pondered, his eyes widened suddenly. "In fact, I still maintain a connection with a powerful individual and have even asked him to inquire at the Heavenly Sovereign Tower about what offense we may have committed, to see if there is any chance for reconciliation. However, the message he brought back was rather strange. He said we have offended an entity we should not have. Initially, I presumed this entity referred to Long Outyin, but now, in light of the mountain-supporting sect matter, a possibility dawned upon me. Could there be a formidable figure backing this sect? Someone potentially even more powerful than Long Outyin, capable of subjugating a dragon to serve as its guardian beast? The more Lu Guangpu speculated, the more plausible his conjecture seemed. Lu Zhengtao, upon hearing this, pondered deeply, acknowledging the possibility of such a scenario. If that were the case, everything would fall into place. However, it remains mere speculation. We've overlooked a detail. Lu Zhengtao exclaimed, suddenly slapping his thigh. "Father, consider the name of this sect." Lu Guangpu repeated the name and his eyes widened as if struck by a sudden realization. The Backing Mountain sect. Backing Mountain. This is quite telling, suggesting they have a powerful backer. It seems our current predicament is due to this Backing Mountain sect. Lu Guangpu's expression turned grave. "Then, what should we do?" Lu Zhengtao asked with a bitter tone. Lu Guangpu deliberated for a moment before replying. "Since reconciliation with the Heavenly Venerate Pavilion is impossible, we must address the root of the problem. Prepare a generous gift immediately, and in 2 days, take that unfilial descendant and pay them a visit to offer our apologies." Across various parts of the continent, similar scenes were unfolding, particularly within major influential factions. Upon learning about the Backing Mountain sect, they convened their high-ranking members to discuss the matter. The consensus was to pay a respectful visit to the sect upon its establishment. At the Book Mountain Immortal Academy, in a pagoda-style study, Zhen Danting was taken aback upon hearing the news. Given their influence, it must be a faction possessing a formidable defensive array, a black dragon protecting the mountain, a grand culmination level formation, and this sect is not far from Qingyuan town. The answer is self-evident. It must be related to the senior. Zhen Danting inhaled deeply, then retrieved a voice transmission jade slip. "Prepare a super gift." The voice on the other side of the jade slip promptly responded, "Dean, what caliber of gift?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhen Danting stated, "The kind of gift required when a top-tier force is established on the continent. Bring it before me within a day." "Understood." In a courtyard in Qingyuan town, Chen Pingan and Su Ling were engaged in a game. Just then, the system alerted him that he had completed the task of establishing a sect. Unexpectedly, Morong Gong was swift. He had accomplished it in half a day. Chen Pingan was awaiting the completion of the next disciple recruitment task. This time, he did not hoard the lottery chances, but initiated the draw directly. System, draw randomly. In truth, the items drawn from the system were quite useful. Although they lacked special functions, their quality was undeniably excellent. The cleaver had remained sharp for 5 years without dulling, let alone rusting. The hoe had not broken. The teapot remained shatterproof no matter how many times it fell. Especially the clothes, they were of high quality, and he particularly favored them. However, they were merely of good quality, with no other effects. At least in the past 5 years, he had not discovered any powerful functions. Initially, he was quite skeptical that these items had no effect. He even conducted numerous experiments. Regrettably, no matter how he conducted his experiments, he only discovered a singular, extraordinary aspect with an astonishing quality, while everything else proved to be of little significance. He even contemplated that it might be some sort of celestial artifact. However, upon hearing that such artifacts are said to possess the ability to speak, he dismissed that notion. Those items remained utterly inert, far inferior to that golden longsword, which at least had the occasional tendency to tremble inexplicably. If those items were indeed powerful, they could not have lain dormant for 5 long years. Soon, the system announced that the lottery had concluded, and the item was placed within the system's space. Chen Pingan gazed upon it, his eyes widening in surprise. Lo and behold, what a splendid find. He discovered that it was a bag of fertilizer made from snake skin. Just as he had been contemplating planting something in the yard, fortune smiled upon him with this bag of fertilizer. After dismissing Su Ling, Chen Pingan retrieved the fertilizer. The snakeskin bag was nearly half his height, quite substantial indeed. Super fertilizer? He mused, having never encountered such a term before. Yet, the addition of super implied that this fertilizer must be quite impressive. Moreover, the items drawn by the system were always of exceptional quality. So this fertilizer should be no exception. It might enhance the growth of whatever he chose to plant, potentially shortening the growth cycle. With this thought in mind, Chen Pingan laboriously dragged the fertilizer towards the cultivated land. He placed the bag beneath the eaves, close to the soil, then took a small basin and filled it with fertilizer, making his way to the earth. The fertilizer consisted of brown granules, possessing a texture reminiscent of sand. Chen Pingan casually scooped some up and scattered it over the ground, the granules falling like raindrops upon the soil. After Chen Pingan sprinkled a bit of fertilizer across the expanse of land, he proceeded to the small pit where he had sown the watermelon seeds, adding a meticulous touch to the nurturing process. Once he completed the fertilization, he fetched a bucket of water to irrigate the area. With everything in order, he returned to seek out Su Ling. Meanwhile, beneath the unseen surface of the soil, the fertilizer mingled with water, dissolving into the earth. And the buried watermelon seeds began to tremble with life. Before long, a delicate sprout broke through the soil. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Pingan called out to Su Ling from within the house. "Little Linger, I am heading out to purchase some seeds. Would you prefer to stay here or accompany me for a stroll?" Upon hearing this, Su Ling dashed out in a flash, exclaiming, "I want to come along too." Chen Pingan playfully teased her nose before leading her outside. The two quickly arrived at the market, where the townsfolk recognized Chen Pingan, greeting him warmly. Many cast envious glances at Su Ling, and some of the younger men even urged their wives to hurry home. Their eagerness palpable, perhaps hoping to conceive a child while the weather was warm. In front of a seed shop, an elderly man observed the two of them with a smile. "Mr. Chen, what kind of seeds are you looking to buy? I have a variety of seeds available." With a smile, Chen Pingan replied, "Good sir. Do you have strawberry seeds and pineapple seeds?" Pineapples, alongside strawberries, fruits that can be freshly picked and enjoyed, seemed to Chen Pingan an ideal choice for entertaining guests in the future. Ever since completing certain systematic tasks at the Murong Palace and enlisting the help of Long Outyin, he felt the necessity to cultivate good relations with these cultivators. As their relationship deepened, requests for assistance became more fluid. However, one cannot rely solely on meals and tea for hospitality. Offering fruits would create a more perfect atmosphere. The elder nodded and handed 2 packages to Chen Pingan. Subsequently, Chen Pingan purchased some vegetable seeds. After completing his purchases, he strolled through the market with Su Ling. Eventually, he led Su Ling towards the courtyard, unaware that in a corner, a young boy clad in exquisite garments, exuding an air of nobility, stood agape. His mouth agape enough to fit a fist, watching them with an expression of utter astonishment. The boy appeared to be of similar age to Su Ling, perhaps just a year older, yet he emanated an aura of cultivation typical of the Qi refinement stage. Such precocity was nothing short of astonishing on the continent. However, the sight he had just witnessed left him reeling, his scalp tingling and his legs trembling. He questioned whether he had indeed seen correctly. A man surrounded by an ethereal rhythm of Tao, and a girl, seemingly his equal in age, radiating a terrifying presence that nearly compelled him to kneel. He had noticed her glance in his direction while he was stealthily observing them, and that fleeting moment caused him to realize that his trousers felt slightly damp. He had forgotten the last time he experienced such a sensation. Chapter 73. That little girl is 100 times stronger than my grandfather. He dared not pursue them for further inquiry, standing helplessly as he watched Chen Pingan and Su Ling depart. Just as they vanished from view, two figures suddenly emerged beside him. Young master, we were unable to find your preferred fried oil cake. Two individuals clad in black, both in their middle ages, a man and a woman, stood before us. The man bore a stern expression, devoid of any emotion, presenting an image of rigidity. In contrast, the woman was quite beautiful, possessing an exquisite figure that suggested she might have already embraced motherhood, exuding an air of elegance. Their profound cultivation emanated a formidable aura, indicating they were at the tribulation stage. The sight of two such youthful practitioners at this level would certainly astonish the members of Murong Palace. However, accustomed to grand spectacles, they would merely express mild surprise. They could proudly declare, "What grand occasions have we not witnessed?" As the two gazed upon the young boy, their eyes brimmed with reverence. Yet, upon perceiving their young master's current expression, they found themselves rooted in place. "This, young master, what has transpired?" They hailed from one of the continent's most formidable powers, the treasure-gathering hall. Unlike other forces, their strength was a branch of the celestial power that had permeated the mortal realm. The young boy, absorbing their words, began to regain his composure. "I just witnessed a man enveloped by the principles of the Tao, alongside a girl my age whose energy surpassed that of my grandfather by hundreds of times. Do you believe me?" The boy fixed his gaze upon the two, his eyes perhaps dry from having widened for too long, now desperately blinking. The two were momentarily stunned by his proclamation. "This seems rather far-fetched. A man surrounded by Tao principles? A girl whose energy is hundreds of times greater than that of the Hall Master? Young master, when did you acquire such a penchant for jest? Were you not always so serious, even going so far as to feign maturity?" The young boy gazed at the two with a wry smile, fully aware that they doubted the veracity of his words. In truth, he too harbored some skepticism, pondering whether he had indeed misperceived the earlier event. Yet, a mere glance from the young girl evoked a sensation that unequivocally assured him of its authenticity. After all, he could still feel a slight dampness in his trousers. Chen Pingan remained oblivious to the earlier occurrence. Upon returning to the courtyard, he busied himself alongside Su Ling, diligently planting seeds in the modest plot of land. Once the sowing was complete, he proceeded to fertilize the soil. However, just as he finished applying the fertilizer, he noticed a tender green shoot emerging from the very spot where the watermelon seeds had been sown, a delicate sprout, akin to a young lotus but shyly breaking through the surface of the earth. If one did not scrutinize closely, it would indeed be imperceptible. Chen Pingan found himself questioning his own eyes, unable to fathom the improbability of witnessing germination so swiftly after planting. He approached to observe more closely and, upon realizing that not only this small mound but the entire area where the watermelon seeds had been sown was similarly sprouting, he was left utterly bewildered. Chen Pingan's tongue stumbled over words. He quickly turned his gaze towards the bag of fertilizer. With a gulp, he swallowed hard, finally grasping the profound implications of the term super. Unsure if it was indeed the effect of the fertilizer, he resolved to apply more. Chen Pingan once again approached the small pit designated for the watermelon seeds, administering yet another round of fertilizer. To his astonishment, he discovered that the green shoot in the first fertilized mound had already grown to the length of a small finger. In the blink of an eye, such a transformation had occurred. Chen Pingan inhaled sharply, and just then, an even more astonishing event unfolded before him. He discovered one after another of the earth's pits sprouting vibrant green shoots, growing ever taller. Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingan and Su Ling were both left in a state of astonishment. Soon, Su Ling leapt up, clapping her hands. "Brother, are we about to have watermelons to eat?" Chen Pingan nodded, his expression one of incredulity. He had never witnessed such a miraculous sight before. It seemed that the fertilizer was indeed to credit for this phenomenon. Had the system finally bestowed upon him a treasure? A smile suddenly broke across Chen Pingan's previously dazed face, taking on an almost mischievous quality. In the past, he had found little of value in the items he had received, apart from the clothing he adored. The rest were merely average, serving little purpose beyond basic utility, lacking any extraordinary effects. However, this fertilizer was different. It was far more formidable than any catalyst he had encountered. Having merely applied a small amount of fertilizer, the results were astonishing. One could only wonder what would happen with a greater quantity. Would they not witness a watermelon sprouting in the blink of an eye? Of course. Chen Pingan was not naive. He understood that excessive fertilizer might not yield beneficial results and could potentially jeopardize the plants. He resolved to utilize this fertilizer daily, curious to see if the produce would resemble that of normal growth. His anticipation grew as he pondered whether such fruits could possess effects akin to those of spiritual herbs. In the past, he had purchased a guide on the appreciation of spiritual herbs from the Myriad Realms bookstore, Yet he had never encountered a spiritual herb resembling a watermelon. If this watermelon were to turn out to be a spiritual herb, he could indeed reap tremendous rewards. Furthermore, he could share these watermelons with cultivators. As Chen Pingan entertained these thoughts, he felt a surge of joy, though it paled in comparison to Su Ling's exuberance. Upon witnessing the remarkable effect of Chen Pingan's fertilizer in accelerating the growth of watermelon seedlings, a glimmer of brilliance flashed through her large eyes. In a room within the inn in the town, the middle-aged woman said with a bitter smile, "Young master, we have sensed the surroundings. And there are simply no cultivators in this town. We have searched the streets several times. Perhaps you truly misjudged." The young boy, however, remained unconvinced and furrowed his brow, replying, "Let us stay here. The sect is opening in 2 days. We can explore the town in the meantime. Moreover, if they are indeed that powerful, would they not be aware of your sensing? Perhaps they simply employed a method to evade your detection." The middle-aged couple exchanged a wry smile at their young master's stubbornness. They truly found it hard to believe that such beings could exist in this mundane little town. It is worth noting that their leader was at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm, on the verge of becoming a true immortal. Yet the individual their young master spoke of was merely a girl of his age. After finishing 5 shifts, tomorrow would herald the climax. I will see if I can continue with another 5 shifts. Ahem, I have been feeling a bit drained lately, haha. If you enjoy the work, please encourage me with a prompt for updates. For those who have yet to leave a positive review, I would appreciate it. Donations depend on personal circumstances. If you can, that would be wonderful. For students, it's all about the situation. Supporting the author brings me great satisfaction, huh? Chapter 74. Secretly Spreading Fertilizer Before Nightfall. Chen Pingan hurriedly visited the market to purchase a variety of vegetables. He had noticed, for reasons unknown, that many cultivators had recently arrived in Qingyuan town. Although the townsfolk typically regard cultivators with courtesy and reverence, the sudden influx of numerous individuals instilled a sense of trepidation among them. After all, where there is a multitude, there exists a mixture of both the noble and the ignoble. An increase in cultivators could lead to such a predicament. Even the children had heard tales of cultivators who resorted to violence without hesitation. Consequently, upon noticing the growing number of cultivators in the town, the townspeople began to shut their doors to visitors. Chen Pingan was no exception, for the sake of safety. It was prudent to keep the door closed lest he inadvertently attract unwelcome trouble. He also procured groceries, freezing them to avoid the necessity of visiting the market during this period. Just moments ago, he had encountered many unfamiliar faces. With a bag of vegetables slung over his shoulder, Chen Pingan returned to his courtyard. After placing the vegetables down, he changed out of his soiled attire into something more presentable. On this occasion, he had donned a fresh outfit for his trip to purchase fish, as he had to carry a bag of vegetables along with him. Now, dressed in his favorite clothes once again, he felt an immediate sense of comfort. He was aware that this garment remained unblemished, yet he cherished it so dearly that he feared it might get sullied. Thus, he always removed it during strenuous tasks. After placing the dishes into a box embedded with celestial ice crystals, Chen Pingan exhaled a sigh of relief. He could not fathom why so many cultivators had descended upon the town. He pondered whether the establishment of the Pingan sect had attracted such a multitude. That night, Chen Pingan slumbered soundly, while Su Ling stealthily slipped out from another room. She made her way to the cultivated vegetable patch, casting a glance at the bag of fertilizer beneath the eaves, then peering at the pit designated for planting watermelons, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Su Ling could hardly contain her eagerness to savor the watermelons she had cultivated with her own hands. She discovered that the fertilizer she used was rather unique, perhaps endowing the watermelons with an extraordinary flavor. The peach trees, at that moment, were watching her with a silent, bemused expression. Su Ling grasped the fertilizer and vigorously scattered it across the patch designated for her watermelons. Once finished, she gazed at the tender sprouts illuminated by the silvery moonlight. As she observed them begin to wriggle, elongate, and spread outward, a spark of excitement ignited within her. She picked up the fertilizer once more, casting handfuls with renewed fervor. Before long, the watermelon vines had claimed half of the small plot. With a keen eye, Su Ling noticed that at certain nodes of the vines, yellow flowers had blossomed, within which nestled tiny fruits, little watermelons. A smile crept across her face as she continued her diligent work, scattering more fertilizer. The peach trees looked on, utterly speechless at her industriousness. The following day, just as dawn began to break, the air was refreshingly cool, devoid of the usual heat. Chen Pingan felt something soft and tender grasping his right hand, gently shaking it. He opened his eyes and turned his head to see a petite, rosy face before him. The 2 adorable dimples were tantalizing, beckoning him to draw closer, as if they concealed delightful treats within. "Little Linger, what's the matter?" Chen Pingan, now wide awake, asked with a smile. Su Ling beamed, revealing her small tiger teeth. "Brother, I don't know what happened, but the watermelons have grown so large. I think they're ready to eat. At her words, Chen Pingan paused momentarily, then sprang out of bed, disregarding his sleepwear, and hastily threw on a garment before rushing outside. Su Ling grinned and followed closely behind him. Chen Pingan turned his gaze towards the land. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. To his surprise, half of the plot was completely engulfed by robust green watermelon vines and lush leaves. Nestled among them were several water bucket-sized watermelons, resting on the ground and pressing the foliage flat. Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingan was utterly stunned. How could such a transformation occur overnight? His mind immediately recalled the fertilizer he had applied the previous day. Yet, he had merely used a small amount. How could the results be so remarkable by the very next day? If this was indeed linked to the fertilizer, then it must be extraordinarily potent. After all, he had not used much. Chen Pingan glanced at the bag of fertilizer beneath the eaves, only to find himself bewildered once more. Wait, had a third of it vanished? He stood there in a daze for a moment, then raised an eyebrow, turning his head slightly to scrutinize Su Ling with a look of inquiry. Little Lingu? His tone vividly conveyed a sense of skepticism. Su Ling, aware that her actions had been discovered, glanced at the bag of fertilizer with a hint of embarrassment, her fingers twirling in front of her as she chuckled shyly. Chen Pingan didn't need her to respond. The answer was already glaringly obvious. This little girl must have been utterly obsessed with the prospect of watermelons. Seeing that the fertilizer could expedite their growth, she had undoubtedly tiptoed over while he was asleep, eagerly scattering it about. Chen Pingan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, but he harbored no resentment towards Su Ling. Initially, he had entertained a similar notion, curious to see if an excessive application of fertilizer could prompt the watermelons to grow rapidly. However, upon reflection, perhaps it would be counterproductive, which is why I refrained from taking such action. At this moment, Su Ling could be considered as having conducted an experiment on his behalf. It appears that this method of hastening growth through excessive fertilization may indeed prove effective. First, breakfast before indulging in watermelon. Observing Su Ling's eyes gleaming with anticipation at the sight of the watermelon, Chen Pingan remarked with mild irritation, "It's best not to eat on an empty stomach. And who knows if this watermelon is even safe to consume." Upon hearing that watermelon was available, Su Ling's eyes sparkled, and she hurried off to prepare breakfast. After their meal, she swiftly exited to fetch a watermelon. Despite its considerable size, she returned with it in tow, breathing heavily. This left Chen Pingan momentarily entranced. Indeed, the children of cultivators are remarkably different. After being bested by Su Ling in their last encounter, he had sensed her strength was formidable. And this moment only reinforced that notion. Gazing at the enormous watermelon, Chen Pingan felt a surge of curiosity. What could its flavor possibly be? Moreover, it had grown overnight. What would consuming it entail? Su Ling carried the watermelon into the kitchen and placed it in a large freezer. Just then, a sudden knock resonated through the door. Chen Pingan assumed it was from Murong Palace, which had mentioned that it would soon establish its sect and recruit disciples. This might be the announcement regarding their recruitment. He promptly moved to open the door, but out of caution, he peered through a small crack. Standing outside was a young child, frowning and appearing somewhat distracted. As though in a hurry, the child seemed to be only a year or two older than Xiao Linger, and Chen Pingan realized he had never seen him in town before. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to open the door. As the young boy beheld the wide-open door, an anxious sensation erupted within him, causing his hands to fidget uncontrollably. "Young one, whom do you seek?" Chen Pingan greeted with a smile upon opening the door. However, the boy remained silent, lost in a haze of bewilderment. Chapter 75, Am I so ugly that I frightened the child? The boy's expression was one of sheer terror and astonishment. Observing the boy's countenance, Chen Pingan absent-mindedly touched his own face. Had he perhaps not washed properly? Or could he have stained himself during breakfast? Or was it truly that he looked so frightful as to scare a child? Chen Pingan held a fair degree of confidence in his appearance. One might describe him as cultured and dashing. Surely, he could not be that alarming. The boy remained dazed for a moment before vigorously shaking his head to regain composure. He quickly bowed to Chen Pingan, stammering, I am Bai Xiaochun. It is an honor to meet you, senior." The utterance took him several moments to articulate completely. Chen Pingan blinked, his initial impression being that the boy was a stutterer. Secondly, he discerned that the child was a practitioner. Indeed, only a cultivator would dare address him as senior. "Are you a practitioner?" Chen Pingan inquired, eager to confirm. Bai Xiaochun nodded fervently, his breath coming in hurried gasps. He was certain that he had not misjudged the day before. After spending the night recovering from his shock, he had finally recalled a crucial detail, the elderly man selling seeds. Thus, he had rushed there early that morning, inquiring until he discovered Chen Pingan's residence. prompting his hasty visit. Just moments ago, outside the grand gate, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation intertwined with anticipation, for he was on the cusp of validating his observations. Yet, he was also engulfed by fear, knowing that neither of his two guards trusted him. Thus, he had chosen to leave them behind and slip away unnoticed. In this solitary moment, his heart raced with uncertainty. However, upon catching sight of Chen Pingan, he was once again struck by a wave of fright. The profound essence of the Tao still lingered, as daunting as ever. Indeed, he had not misjudged. Faced with the inquiries of such a formidable figure, he hastily nodded in affirmation. Observing Bai Xiaochun's response, Chen Pingan furrowed his brow slightly. Was this child truly a practitioner at such a tender age? This revelation only deepened his confusion regarding a recent hypothesis he had formed. Not long ago, he had conjectured that weaker practitioners would not experience visual anomalies. Only the powerful could perceive them. Yet, this child addressed him as senior, which was puzzling. For the child's cultivation could not possibly be formidable. Thus, his previous assumption was once again overturned. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Pingan decided to inquire further. Xiaochun, if I may ask, do you perceive me as strong? He smiled, aware that such a question might seem peculiar at their first encounter. But he was determined to unravel the mystery of his situation. In response, Bai Xiaochun nodded vigorously, the rapidity of his affirmation surpassing even that of a woodpecker's pecking. Chen Pingan stroked his chin and thought. This was indeed curious. Was this some sort of visual anomaly, perhaps random in nature? Why did some individuals experience such phenomena while others did not? Once again, Chen Pingan found himself ensnared in a perplexing quandary. If this is indeed the case, he mused, the existence of such a visual bug holds little value. Perhaps it serves merely to impress some, while others remain unconvinced. Should one attempt to show off before the skeptics? It would not be surprising to meet a swift demise. Do you require anything? Chen Pingan did not extend a direct invitation to Bai Xiaochun to enter the courtyard, but instead posed a question. He had observed the influx of cultivators to Qingyuan town recently and thought it best to avoid attracting too many. Moreover, his peculiar watermelon was a matter of uncertainty. He could not discern if it had reached the level of a spiritual herb. If it had, those cultivators without the visual bug might very well invade the courtyard to seize it. Bai Xiaochun replied, in nothing much. I merely wish to meet the esteemed senior. Chen Pingan noted that Bai Xiaochun's attire was quite fine, suggesting a respectable background, yet he felt a deep sympathy for the child's stutter. Very well. Then there is nothing more. I have matters to attend to, so you may return, he said with a smile. Bai Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded and bowed to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan regarded the boy's character as commendable, but did not forget to remind him, by the way, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from mentioning my affairs to others. Chen Pingan remained uncertain about the existence of the visual bug he contemplated, and if it did exist, he wondered how formidable he appeared before this child. Should he seem particularly strong, it was possible that the child might inform his family, who could very well come here. At that moment, when one or two individuals devoid of visual glitches arrived, it was immediately apparent that they were not formidable. And upon glimpsing those watermelons, one could surmise that trouble awaited them. Thus, it was imperative to thoroughly eliminate any potential aftermath. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun instantly comprehended. The elder, residing in this mundane town, undoubtedly sought solitude from the disturbances of others. After agreeing, he prepared to depart. However, just then, a voice captured his attention. Brother, the watermelon has cooled. What are you doing over there? Has someone arrived? Su Ling, with one hand grasping a piece of watermelon while the other held another, cheerfully emerged upon noticing Chen Pingan lingering by the door. She found the watermelon utterly delightful, ripe and devoid of any seeds, sweet and juicy, the taste lingering in her memory long after her first bite. As Chen Pingan observed Su Ling approaching, holding an additional piece of watermelon yet untouched, he gestured for her to come closer. Upon reaching the doorway, Su Ling noticed Bai Xiaochun and furrowed her brow slightly. Was he the boy who had been secretly watching them yesterday? Chen Pingan took the piece of watermelon that Su Ling had not yet eaten and approached Bai Xiaochun, offering it to him. Here, take this back and enjoy it. In his eyes, Bai Xiaochun was merely a child as well. Since Su Ling adored watermelon so much, it was only natural that this young boy would feel the same. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at the scene before him. Upon catching sight of Su Ling, he swallowed hard. He then quickly bowed to Chen Pingan and Su Ling. How impressive. Who exactly were these two? A girl slightly younger than him exuded such terrifying prowess. Chen Pingan waved goodbye to Bai Xiaochun, grasped Su Ling's hand, and closed the door securely behind them. Bai Xiaochun lingered for a moment, watching the pair vanish from sight, before finally returning to his senses. It was only then that he glanced at the watermelon in his hand, which appeared utterly unremarkable. As he made his way back to the inn he was staying at, he began to eat. However, just as he took his first bite, his steps faltered abruptly. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through his entire being. Simultaneously, he experienced a sensation he had never felt before. He recognized it for what it was, an epiphany. Yet, due to this unexpected occurrence, his hand trembled, causing the watermelon to tumble to the ground. Stunned, he stared at the fallen fruit, and in a flash, he crouched down, employing the dexterity honed from years of solitude to retrieve it. Only then did he survey his surroundings. Noticing that no one was present, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 76. Is this a celestial herb? Bai Xiaochun was unaware of how he returned to the inn, still appearing dazed and bewildered. Meanwhile, the two guards, relieved to see their young master return, breathed a sigh of relief. Upon waking, they had been startled to find him missing. Now, seeing him back, the middle-aged woman inquired, "Young master, where have you been?" Hearing her voice, Bai Xiaochun regained some clarity and glanced at her, yet he remained silent, perhaps rendered incapable of speech. The two middle-aged guards, having overcome their initial anxiety, now noticed something amiss with their young master. They widened their eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at the boy before them. Impossible. Their faces twitched in disbelief. It was as if he had glimpsed something unclean, a truly terrifying experience. What on earth was happening? Having reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, he had inexplicably made a monumental breakthrough after just a brief outing. "Young master, where have you been? How did you suddenly ascend to such a significant realm?" In their eyes, their young master, at his tender age, and with his original foundation of cultivation, could proudly claim to be one of no more than 3 individuals of such caliber in the mortal realm. Even among the most elite factions, none possessed his age, talent, or level of cultivation. Yet now, this already gifted young master had astonishingly leaped to the Golden Core stage. It was utterly bewildering. As Bai Xiaochun observed the astonishment etched on their faces, he finally regained his composure. The experiences he had just undergone had muddled his mind, leaving him in a daze. Almost dreamlike. The watermelon was exquisitely delicious, even with a touch of soil upon it. Yet, beyond its delectable taste, it possessed a miraculous quality. With each bite, he felt his cultivation surge exponentially. After several mouthfuls, he experienced a profound epiphany. In a mere moment, having consumed an entire piece, he had forcibly advanced to the mid-Golden Core stage. How terrifying. "Esteemed senior, this must surely be the fortune bestowed upon me by your grace." Bai Xiaochun's heart brimmed with reverence. Despite his youth, he possessed remarkable maturity. His grandfather had imparted countless lessons to him from an early age, setting him apart from his peers. Consequently, he had never indulged in play, dedicating nearly all his time to study or cultivation. Naturally, he relished this lifestyle, which had shaped his current character. At this moment, the middle-aged man and woman began to recollect the words spoken by their young master the previous day. The expressions on their faces instantly filled with disbelief as they tentatively inquired, "Young master, could it be true that such an extraordinary person exists? And you have actually found them?" Bai Xiaochun did not conceal the truth. He nodded affirmatively, confirming their discovery. The two swallowed hard, initially skeptical, but now astonished to find that it was indeed reality. At that moment, they deeply regretted not accompanying their young master on the quest, for they might have also stumbled upon such a fortuitous encounter. However, since their young master knew the location, there remained a glimmer of hope for them. With this thought, their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they gazed at Bai Xiaochun. Sensing their unspoken desires, Bai Xiaochun hastily interjected, "We cannot disturb this esteemed elder any further. They have explicitly instructed me not to bring anyone along." Upon hearing this, the two fell silent, their expressions now laden with even greater remorse. Bai Xiaochun chose to disregard their despondency and sat down alone, deep in contemplation. Not far from Qinyuan town, the sect experienced an unexpected stroke of fortune. Previously, he had deemed such a possibility improbable, but now it seemed inextricably linked to this venerable elder. With this realization, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and retrieved a communication jade slip, sending a message within. "Grandfather, please do not remain in seclusion any longer. Come south in person this time. And remember to bring a magnificent gift. Additionally, your grandson has successfully advanced to the 5th layer of the core formation stage." In the courtyard, Chen Pingan and Su Ling were in high spirits, sharing slices of watermelon. Before long, they had devoured the entire fruit. Chen Pingan felt a profound sense of happiness as he patted his belly, which resonated with a satisfying thud. Su Ling cast a melancholic glance at Chen Pingan and pouted. "Brother, you usually do not have much fondness for watermelons, yet this time you consumed quite a bit." She wore an expression of concern. Chen Pingan playfully pinched Su Ling's nose and replied, "You little rascal, 2/3 of that watermelon was devoured by you. Is your belly a barrel? Aren't you full? Do you still desire more?" Su Ling replied, "I haven't had enough yet. What if As she spoke, she glanced outside. "Oh, you, such a glutton. You cannot indulge in so much at once. Save some for tonight," Chen Pingan said, biting his lip while cupping her cheeks and playfully squeezing them until they turned rosy, only to release her afterward with a satisfied smile. Su Ling, however, pouted in a manner suggesting she was no longer inclined to play. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Soon, Murong Gong's voice followed. "Senior, are you there?" Chen Pingan's eyes lit up as he hurried to open the door, ushering Murong Gong inside. "Senior, tomorrow we will inaugurate our sect with a grand ceremony. Would you care to join us? If you wish to come, I shall escort you, and amidst the festivities, I will announce our recruitment of disciples. I expect we shall soon gather 1,000 disciples." Murong Gong had come specifically to convey this news. Knowing that Chen Pingan would not easily employ his powers, hence he would only accompany him in flight the following day. Chen Pingan, beaming with delight, nodded. "That sounds splendid. I appreciate your efforts, Palace Elder." Murong Gong appeared somewhat flattered and replied, "Senior, you flatter me. It is my duty." As he spoke, he had no intention of disturbing Chen Pingan any further and prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, his gaze fell upon a watermelon in the corner of the courtyard. This sight left Murong Gong momentarily bewildered. Chen Pingan followed Murong Gong's line of sight, and his eyes immediately brightened. He was still pondering whether his watermelon had reached the level of a spiritual herb. Here was a professional, and it was the perfect opportunity to inquire. "Elder Gong, what do you think of this watermelon?" Chen Pingan asked with a smile. Hearing Chen Pingan's words, Murong Gong quickly regained his composure, and the respect in his eyes became even more pronounced. Not long ago, this yard had not been tilled, nor had any watermelons been planted. Yet, in such a short span of time, not only had the vines taken over the ground, but there were also nearly 10 large watermelons. These were not ordinary watermelons. He noticed that they emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura. He had seen the highest grade of spiritual herbs, which were of the 6th rank. At this moment, he realized that the aura radiating from these watermelons surpassed that of a 6th grade spiritual herb by tens of thousands of times. Was this an immortal herb? Chapter 77. Not a spiritual herb? Murong Gong looked at Chen Pingan with reverence and said, "Such watermelons can only be cultivated by someone of your extraordinary caliber." The awe in Murong Gong's heart surged. Just a short while ago, there were no watermelons, and now, in just a brief moment, they had appeared. And their quality was so remarkably high. He was certain that only someone of such exceptional prowess in this mortal realm could achieve this. Chen Pingan did not receive the answer he had hoped for. He had expected Murong Gong to declare that this was indeed a spiritual herb. "Elder Gong, do you believe this is a spiritual herb?" Chen Pingan had not clarified his question earlier, so he decided to inquire once more. This time, he cut straight to the chase, avoiding any veiled implications. If it were indeed a spiritual herb, he could exchange it for money in the future. Murong Gong, upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, blinked in surprise. "Senior, are you testing me again? How could this possibly be a spiritual herb? It must be a celestial medicine at the very least." However, Murong Gong sensed that it might be more than just a celestial herb. Considering the possibility that the senior could rival a celestial emperor, or perhaps even surpass that. Yet, what lies beyond the celestial emperor remained unclear to him. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Gong seized upon a flaw in Chen Pingan's question to provide a definitive answer, shaking his head. "This is certainly not a spiritual herb." Haha, that answer is simply perfect. After all, the senior only asked whether it was a spiritual herb, denying it suffices. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan's eyes dimmed momentarily. So it was not. Well, it seems that no matter how delectable or seemingly extraordinary, it was still just an ordinary watermelon. Murong Gong feared that Chen Pingan might continue to test him, and finding no further business at hand, he cupped his hands in respect and said, "If there is nothing else, senior, I shall take my leave to prepare for the opening ceremony." Chen Pingan nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of appreciation and gratitude for Murong Gong's diligent efforts. After all, this was his responsibility. Just before Murong Gong departed, Chen Pingan suddenly called out, "By the way, although these watermelons aren't particularly special, they are quite tasty. Take a couple back for Murong Shui and the others. Or perhaps leave one for the guests at the opening ceremony." With that, Chen Pingan hurried over to pick some watermelons. Murong Gong had unexpectedly received 2 large watermelons. At that moment, he stood there, completely stupefied, his mind swirling as if struck by a bolt of lightning, a buzzing sensation echoing endlessly in his head. He gulped involuntarily, utterly at a loss for words, gazing foolishly at Chen Pingan. Then, with a loud voice that nearly strained his throat, he exclaimed, "Thank you, senior." Chen Pingan paused for a moment before responding with a wry smile. "It's nothing, really. It holds little value, merely a small token of respect." Upon hearing this, Murong Gong swallowed hard again. To you, senior, such items that barely qualify as elixirs are indeed insignificant, not worth much at all. However, for us, this is nothing short of an extraordinary fortune, a miraculous opportunity. If he weren't clutching the 2 watermelons, he might have been tempted to kneel and bow deeply before this benefactor who felt like a second parent. After bidding farewell to Murong Gong, Chen Pingan finally closed the door. Old Gong was quite amiable. Recently, they had not been a bother, behaving far less erratically than before. As for the 2 watermelons, they were of little use to them, merely delicious fruits, nothing more. He mused that he ought to take better care of them in the future. With a smile, Chen Pingan made his way inside, while Su Ling lingered at the door, casting a mournful glance at him, her lips visibly pouting. 2 enormous watermelons. Her expression was one of palpable regret. She resolved that once the watermelons were consumed, she would secretly plant some of her own that evening. Murong Gong, wary of placing the watermelons into his storage ring for fear that such precious items might collide with others and be damaged, held them carefully instead. He cradled it with utmost care, his face alight with unrestrained joy. Soon, he returned to his sect. Within a grand hall, he summoned Murong Shui and the others to gather. Before them stood a table, upon which rested a watermelon the size of a bucket. As soon as they entered the room, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the watermelon, as if it possessed an enchanting allure. Murong Shui and the others swallowed hard, their sparkling eyes betraying their excitement. Murong Gong addressed Murong Yuhai and the others, saying, "Do not rush. I shall step outside for a moment." With that, Murong Gong vanished from the room, only to reappear in the sky. "Brother Jiao, a senior has bestowed upon me a remarkable opportunity. Come down and partake with us." Black Jiao, who had been soaring through the heavens, heard this and transformed, descending eagerly. "A senior has granted my brother an opportunity? What sort of opportunity is it?" Black Jiao inquired, filled with anticipation. Murong Gong smiled mysteriously and replied, "You shall find out shortly." The pair soon arrived back in the grand hall. Upon entering, Black Jiao was immediately captivated by the watermelon on the table. "Is this a celestial herb?" he exclaimed. Despite having attained the Great Ascension realm, he had never encountered such a herb. He had, however, seen top-tier spiritual herbs, yet the aura emanating from this watermelon was several hundred to 1,000 times more potent. This could only be a celestial herb. Murong Gong approached the table and declared, "Let me enlighten you. This watermelon was cultivated by a senior in their own garden. Just the day before yesterday, I visited their estate, and there was not but emptiness. Yet today, I discovered a patch of land overflowing with numerous watermelons of this caliber." Hiss. Upon hearing Murong Gong's words, everyone, even the dogs on the ground, collectively gasped in astonishment. This was nothing short of a miracle. Without further ado, Murong Gong declared that this fortuitous opportunity bestowed by the elder would be shared among them all, perfectly aligning with the notion of sharing a watermelon. With that, Murong Gong produced a knife and commenced slicing the watermelon. However, to his dismay, he discovered that an ordinary knife could not penetrate the fruit. They were once again struck with disbelief. Only after retrieving their finest weaponry were they able to finally sever the watermelon. Each person received 2 small pieces, and as they began to savor the treat, an unexpected silence enveloped the grand hall. Subsequently, all present, including the dog on the ground, erupted into a frenzy. The sounds of their feasting were quite raucous, yet tranquility soon returned to the surroundings. The black serpent, transformed into a dog, was not as swift as Murong Gong and his companions, but upon finishing its meal, its canine visage bore an expression of sheer delight. It had reached the Great Ascension stage, where further breakthroughs would prove exceedingly arduous. Some individuals at this level required decades to advance even a single tier. Yet, this creature had achieved a breakthrough simply by consuming 2 pieces of watermelon. The black serpent glanced toward Murong Gong and the others, eager to share its astonishment and joy. However, upon looking closer, it was suddenly taken aback. Where did you discard the watermelon rind?" Upon hearing this, Murong Gong and the others exchanged peculiar glances, remaining silent. Chapter 78. This sect is undoubtedly extraordinary in Qingyuan town. The night was deep and tranquil. A figure materialized in the sky above the town, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a yellow robe. At this moment, he floated in the air with the ease of walking on solid ground. Although the wind howled fiercely around him, it seemed to part before him as if it were avoiding him altogether. Beneath the luminous moon, the figure was strikingly apparent. He produced a jade slip for communication, intending to send a message to his grandson. However, at that moment, a figure unexpectedly appeared before him. The old man in the yellow robe furrowed his brow, gazing at the red-haired elder before him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his eyes widened in surprise. "Long Out Yin. Ah, how have you ascended to the earth immortal realm?" Seeing the arrival, Bai Gufeng was somewhat astonished. Their factions were among the most formidable in this mortal realm, although their relationship was not particularly deep. They had encountered each other numerous times. They shared a nodding acquaintance. Not long ago, he had seen Long Outyin, who had yet to break through to the Earth Immortal stage at that time. Long Outyin approached upon noticing Bai Gufeng's presence, contemplating that Bai Gufeng might be seeking an elder. "Brother Bai, what brings you here?" Long Outyin inquired, a smile suddenly gracing his face, appearing quite courteous. Bai Gufeng scrutinized Long Outyin for a moment before responding with a smile. "Like you, my young friend, I have come due to the peculiar sect that is about to establish itself nearby, and my grandson has taken refuge in this town." He refrained from revealing the astonishing details regarding his grandson's words, as they were too shocking to disclose. Long Outyin nodded in acknowledgement and replied with a smile. "I too have come for this sect." After their exchange, the conversation came to a standstill. "Well then, Brother Long, please attend to your own matters," Bai Gufeng stated. His meaning clear, he wished for Long Outyin to depart. He was eager to ascertain the truth behind his grandson's claims. If the rumors hold any truth, they must have some sort of connection with that esteemed individual. Otherwise, how could my grandson inexplicably receive such extraordinary fortune? Moreover, Bai Gufeng must ensure that Long Outyin remains oblivious to this matter. Otherwise, this connection may need to be shared. Yet, Long Outyin is keen to ascertain whether Bai Gufeng's visit is indeed for the sake of the elder. "I have long heard whispers of Bai Lao's gifted grandson. I find myself at leisure and wonder if I might have the privilege of meeting this prodigy," Long Outyin remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Bai Gufeng's gaze narrowed instantly. This fellow harbors ulterior motives. Long Outyin, perceiving the subtle shift in Bai Gufeng's expression, narrowed his own eyes in response. It was as if their eyes sparked with electricity, and the surrounding winds fell eerily silent. Ultimately, Long Outyin shook his head with a smile, saying, "Since Bai Laoj appears so resistant, very well, farewell." With that, he vanished from sight. After departing, Long Outyin furrowed his brow. He was now certain that Bai Gufeng must be aware of the elder's existence. Meanwhile, Bai Gufeng gazed contemplatively at the spot where Long Outyin had disappeared. His sudden breakthrough to the Earth Immortal realm was likely linked to that individual. If that is the case, Xiao Chun has not deceived me. Bai Gufeng closed his eyes to attune himself, then vanished from his location. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a guest house room. Before him sat 3 individuals. Upon his arrival, Bai Gufeng's gaze immediately landed on his grandson, Bai Xiao Chun. Taking in the sight, he could not help but inhale sharply. Indeed, he has reached the core formation stage. Such a young cultivator at this level is a rarity in the celestial realm. The Bai family shall rise again and reclaim its position in the celestial realm. Bai Gufeng's entire face flushed with excitement, his heart surging with emotion as he secretly pondered. "Xiaochun, do share what transpired." Suppressing his joy, he stepped forward. Upon seeing his grandfather, Bai Xiaochun also beamed with a smile. He then recounted everything he had witnessed and encountered in meticulous detail. After listening, Bai Gufeng was filled with exhilaration. Although he remained unclear about the realm of that esteemed figure, he discerned that the young girl had likely attained the celestial origin realm. At such a tender age, akin to his grandson, she had reached such heights. What, then, could be the cultivation level of that elder? Perhaps the celestial sovereign realm? Unlikely. A being of the celestial emperor level? Still improbable, for even a celestial emperor would not possess the ethereal resonance of Tao principles surrounding them. Such a remarkable figure appearing here suggested a profound connection. Xiaochun, since you encountered this elder, and they provided you with an opportunity, it indicates a karmic bond between you and them. As for their urging you to depart, it is likely a desire for solitude, Bai Gufeng analyzed, albeit with a slightly disordered breath. Bai Xiaochun listened intently. It seemed that this suddenly emerging miraculous sect indeed bore some relation to the elder. Bai Gufeng felt his journey had not been in vain. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun appeared to recall something, his eyes widening suddenly as he exclaimed, "Grandfather, I learned from the old man selling seeds that this esteemed elder's surname is Chun, and their name is Pingan. Moreover, the name of that mysterious sect at its gate is precisely Pingan sect." Upon hearing this, Bai Gufeng slapped his thigh in realization. So that's it. Indeed, my intuition was correct. Very well, tomorrow, I shall present the Pingan sect with the grandest of gifts. Xiao Chun, your grandfather has always wished to nurture you personally. But now I have changed my mind. Henceforth, you shall join this sect. Tomorrow, I shall devise a way to ensure your entry into this esteemed order. Bai Gufeng's expression was earnest, brimming with excitement. The individuals of the Gathering Treasure Hall are all merchants, and those who engage in commerce must possess a clear analytical mind. Furthermore, a consummate businessman must wield formidable intuition and audacity. His instincts hinted that this sect was indeed extraordinary, likely connected to that venerable predecessor. Thus, he resolved to send his grandson into this sect. Ahem. After a long night of toil, consider this a prelude. Tomorrow marks the founding of the sect. The grand climax is upon us. Let us see if I can continue this endeavor. Chapter 79. High fever. It was another early morning. The warm sun of the east had yet to crest the mountaintop, casting merely a gentle blush of dawn, a veil of hazy crimson beauty. Chen Pingan had risen early, waiting in Su Ling's abode, his countenance fraught with anxiety. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Predecessor, are you there? It was Murong Gong calling out. Chen Pingan offered a wry smile, glancing at the physician to signal him to continue, while he stepped outside. Soon, he arrived at the front gate of the courtyard. Murong Gong stood there, radiating joy, his demeanor as if adorned with a character of good fortune, standing tall and brimming with vitality. Predecessor, it is time to embark. Murong Gong had come to escort Chen Ping into the sect. He was certain that with a venerable elder present, the establishment of the sect would be assured. Yet, he harbored trepidation that someone might attempt to disrupt the proceedings, for this world was not devoid of envious souls, witnessing their sect's sudden rise from a mere minor faction. Others were filled with envy and sought to create trouble. It would be manageable if the opposing forces were not particularly formidable, for they had the Black Flood Dragon guarding them. However, should they face some of the most prestigious factions on the continent, such as the Qinyu Empire, it would pose a significant challenge. Although they could not breach the formation, incessant taunts from the outside would indeed be bothersome and would also lead to a loss of face. Chen Pingan shook his head and expressed his apologies, saying, Elder Gong, I fear I cannot attend this time. Xiaoling has suddenly developed a high fever and cannot rise from her bed. I must tend to her. Chen Pingan was perplexed by Su Ling's condition. Just the day prior, she was full of vitality, eagerly requesting him to tell stories before bedtime. How could she fall ill by the next morning? Overwhelmed, he decided not to participate in the sect's establishment. Elder Gong, please handle matters well and pay careful attention to the recruitment of disciples. Thank you, he said, bowing respectfully. Elder Murong Gong quickly waved his hand, replying, Senior, you are too polite. In that case, I shall manage it myself. In truth, Murong Gong felt a deep bitterness within, for he was certain that the senior did not wish to attend, and it was not merely due to Su Ling's illness. With such formidable cultivation, could Su Ling truly fall ill? And with a mortal ailment, no less? The senior was merely jesting. It was evident that he preferred to avoid the gathering, perhaps out of a profound dedication to his practice, wishing not to appear before so many people. With this thought in mind, Murong Gong refrained from further comments and resolved to handle matters on his own. As he prepared to take his leave, Chen Pingan suddenly inquired, By the way, Elder Gong, have you had any of that watermelon? Murong Gong blinked and then nodded vigorously. Remarkably, after consuming just 2 pieces, he had somehow transcended 2 levels of cultivation. It was utterly astonishing. With this revelation, Murong Gong gazed at Chen Pingan with even greater admiration. Noticing Murong Gong's nod, Chen Pingan lowered his voice slightly and timidly inquired, Are you all right? In Chen Pingan's mind, Su Ling's sudden illness might have been related to her excessive consumption of watermelon. Of course, this was merely a possibility. After all, he himself felt perfectly fine. If there were any issues, it would likely be due to Su Ling's overindulgence. Murong Gong paused for a moment, appearing somewhat perplexed, and replied, Issues? There are none. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. Please, hurry back to attend to the matters of the sect. I shall return to care for little Langer. With that, Chen Pingan watched Murong Gong depart. He then returned to his room and looked at the physician. How is little Lingo faring? The physician was still checking Su Ling's pulse, but suddenly he froze. He quickly reached out to touch Su Ling's forehead. Upon doing so, he became even more dazed. After a while, he regained his composure and looked at Chen Pingan with a wry smile, saying, Mr. Chen, this young lady is not in any serious trouble. However, it is quite strange. Just a moment ago, she was burning with fever, yet after you stepped out and returned, she is no longer feverish. It truly is a medical miracle. As he spoke, he shook his head in confusion, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Chen Pingan, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He then reached out to touch Su Ling's forehead, which had been scorching just moments ago, now felt completely normal. He also discovered that Su Ling had opened her eyes, revealing a smile adorned with 2 faint dimples. Chen Pingan. Meanwhile, the peach tree outside observed this scene, chuckling to itself, system, mission accomplished. Thus, Chen Pingan inadvertently missed the inaugural ceremony. In a mountain range not far from Qingyuan town, there lay a grand formation. Before this formation, a multitude of individuals had gathered, their gazes fixed ahead. These people hailed from various factions. Some had received invitations, while others had come unbidden, simply eager to witness the spectacle. Upon returning to the sect, Gong first made his way to the well-prepared square at the mountain gate. Numerous tables and chairs had been arranged, capable of accommodating thousands. Although Gong had not invited many, he was confident that a considerable number would attend, and it was prudent to prepare additional seating. Zhang Xiaofeng and others were already stationed at the entrance of the formation, observing the throng outside. Upon seeing Gong return alone, they were momentarily taken aback. "Where's the senior?" Gong smiled wryly. "The senior prefers to remain unseen and has chosen not to attend. However, I trust that the senior can observe the situation here, which is akin to being present." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng and the others nodded in agreement. Such a remarkable figure would undoubtedly refrain from mingling in such a bustling venue. "Shall we begin to welcome our guests?" Yinhai inquired. Gong glanced outside and noted that Luo Tianyu and Luo Lanqing had yet to arrive, shaking his head. "We shall wait for their arrival before proceeding. It is essential to allow those of higher status to enter first, to set the tone." They did not wait long before a flying vessel appeared on the horizon. "They have arrived. Let us go and welcome them." With that, Gong took the lead and soared outward. As they passed through the formation, it was as though they had traversed a curtain of water, encountering no hindrances. Several individuals ascended into the sky, positioning themselves before the flying vessel. "We respectfully welcome your majesty," Gong exclaimed, his laughter resonating loudly in the surroundings. Below, a multitude of individuals from various factions, upon hearing these words, realized the identity of those aboard the vessel. The king of the kingdom. The flying vessel came to a halt, and a group of 9 approached its forefront. Among them were the father-daughter duo, Luo Tianyu and Luo Lanqing, along with Zhu Jinwu and a handsome young man, as well as Luo Xiaojie accompanied by several others. Gong regarded them with smiles, particularly delighted to see his in-laws from the Luo family, prompting him to soar closer. "Brother Murong, if you don't mind, just call me Brother Luo, addressing me as your majesty feels too distant." Luo Tianyu beamed as he watched Gong approach, feeling that such an address was indeed warranted upon witnessing the scene before him. "Well, this formation is truly formidable, and that dragon hovering above the formation is positively unnerving." Following Luo Tianyu's remarks, Zhu Jinwu emulated him, fervently attempting to ingratiate himself with Gong, incessantly calling him brother. It was the first time Gong had experienced such treatment, yet he did not belittle himself, continuing to respond with courtesy. As for his in-laws, Gong was quite familiar with them, visiting several times each year. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led them into the formation. Beside Zhu Jinwu stood a strikingly handsome young man, renowned across several kingdoms as a prodigy. Yet, at this moment, before Shui and the others, he appeared exceedingly ordinary, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, particularly when he glanced at Luo Xiaojie, who had risen a significant tier above him since their previous duel. Gong approached the grand formation with Luo Tianyu and the others. With a single wave of his hand, an aperture emerged in the formation, allowing their group to enter. Observing from outside, the scattered cultivators and minor factions exchanged wistful remarks. "I was curious about this peaceful sect, and now it becomes clear. Isn't this merely the former Mount Support sect? Are you only just realizing it? The Mount Support sect has undergone a transformation far beyond its former self. Look at that. They are poised to ascend to the ranks of the continent's elite forces. I fail to comprehend how this Mount Support sect, once akin to our own, has suddenly surged to prominence. Surely, they have stumbled upon some grand opportunity." A chorus of discussions erupted among the crowd, rife with envy and jealousy, particularly as they recalled Luo Tianyu's demeanor towards Gong, the very king of the kingdom. "I reckon that this is the extent of their connections. The most they can summon are the kings of their realm. I doubt the continent's top-tier factions would take such a nouveau riche sect seriously." At that moment, a caustic remark pierced through the crowd, resonating with many. As the words echoed, a multitude voiced their agreement, asserting that the Mount Support sect had merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. In the future, one might become a mere pawn of those formidable powers. Despite possessing such a grand formation, it proves futile. After all, if such a powerful entity wishes to undermine you, there are myriad ways to do so. They may not breach your great formation, yet they can certainly linger outside, stifling your growth. Besides the formidable yet mysterious guardian dragon, which appears fearsome but likely only possesses the strength of an early-stage Great Ascension, it pales in comparison to the formidable entities of the late-stage Great Ascension. I suspect that soon individuals from the continent's top powers will arrive, attempting to bring this sect under their dominion. Do you believe it? I think it is quite possible. This sect certainly boasts a grand faade, yet its internal strength is woefully inadequate. Even a mere empire could likely make them question their very existence. You are overthinking it. In such a remote locale, the emergence of a sect like this would hardly attract the attention of the great powers. The atmosphere was thick with caustic remarks as Murong Palace settled Luo Tianyu and his companions before venturing out to greet others or casually invite those who had not received invitations. He felt that he had not summoned many esteemed factions, with Luo Tianyu and his party likely being the most distinguished attendees. Whether other formidable powers would arrive unexpectedly remained uncertain. Thus, to enhance the ambience, it was essential to invite more individuals. However, shortly after he stepped outside, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above them, 2 men and 1 woman. Among them was an elder, a middle-aged man, and a young woman who bore a striking resemblance to Murong Shui. As the 3 individuals arrived, their gazes immediately fell upon the scene before them. With a collective intake of breath, they marveled at the formidable array. The power of the formation was palpable, and the presence of the dragon was equally daunting. Though its realm eluded their perception, they sensed its capacity to extinguish their lives at will. Lu Guangpu contemplated the formation before him, a wave of emotions washing over him. Lu Jingtiao, too, found his breath somewhat disordered. Ultimately, both turned their fierce gazes towards Lu Yushi. Yushi, you must know what to do shortly. The stability of our empire rests upon your shoulders. Should you err once more, do not blame me for severing familial ties. Lu Guangpu chastised coldly. Despite being his granddaughter, her actions had led their empire to such a precarious state. If it weren't for his son's inability to father children, he would have considered abandoning her. Such was his frustration. Lu Yushi bit her lip, as if foreseeing the impending nadir of her existence. Her complexion resembled a frostbitten eggplant, tinged with hues of purple and blue. With a sense of resignation, she could only nod in grim acceptance. After exchanging directives, the 3 gazed downward. In a fleeting moment, they descended to stand before Murong Palace and the others. Lu Guangpu regarded Murong Palace and, with a courteous gesture, exclaimed, I am Lu Guangpu, the Supreme Emperor of the Qianyu Empire, and I greet you, fellow Taoist. At this juncture, Lu Zhangtiao also inclined his body in respect, declaring, I am Lu Zhangtiao, the Emperor of the Qianyu Empire, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. Though Lu Jingtiao possessed a higher cultivation than Murong Palace, he still addressed him as esteemed elder, for his father referred to Murong Palace as fellow Taoist. Meanwhile, Lu Yushi remained silent, her head bowed. Murong Palace, initially pondering the identities of the newcomers, felt a dark cloud descend upon his countenance upon hearing the introductions from Lu Guangpu and Lu Zhangtiao. Exacerbated by the sight of Lu Yushi, not only was Murong Gong unyielding, but Murong Shui and the others also wore expressions of icy disdain. Lu Guangpu, noticing the demeanor of Murong Gong and the others, shouted furiously at Lu Yushi, unfilial descendant, kneeled down and apologized to the esteemed guests. Lu Yushi's face twitched. Why should she kneel? Wasn't an apology sufficient? Hearing this, Murong Gong and the others merely snorted coldly, remaining utterly indifferent and silent. The earlier scene of being compelled to labor still lingered vividly in their minds. Lu Yushi was far from being easily forgiven in their eyes. Meanwhile, onlookers nearby, who had just moments ago claimed that no significant powers would arrive, were now taken aback upon witnessing Lu Guangpu, a formidable figure of the ascension stage. After hearing their introductions, they were engulfed in confusion. The Qianyu Empire? What was happening? And an apology while kneeling. The crowd was utterly bewildered. Those who had previously been scornful now looked as though they had been slapped across the face. Seeing his granddaughter's defiance, Lu Guangpu unleashed his formidable aura and bellowed. Kneel or not? The force of his voice startled Lu Yushi, draining the color from her face. Ultimately, gritting her teeth, she fell to her knees with a thud. Yet, she kept her head bowed, unable to meet the gazes of Murong Shui and the others, fully aware that they were likely smirking at her. Murong Shui, however, did not mock. Instead, her gaze remained filled with loathing as she regarded the kneeling Lu Yushi. Lu Guangpu's voice thundered again. I commanded you to apologize. Do you not hear me? Lu Yushi trembled, and with a voice thick with tears, she finally offered her apology. Apologies to all. I was in the wrong. Lu Guangpu, upon hearing these words, coldly flicked his sleeve. He then cast a wry smile at Murong Gong, saying, Friend, it is indeed my failure in guidance. From this moment forth, I shall earnestly rectify the mistakes of this unworthy descendant. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. Furthermore, as for your sect, I have brought a gift, and I sincerely hope you will accept it. As he spoke, he produced a box and, in front of the crowd, opened it. The moment the box was revealed, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. A spiritual vein. Murong Gong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Their mountain range was commendable, yet it had one flaw. The spiritual energy was not particularly abundant. Ultimately, the inadequacy stemmed from the weakness of the spiritual vein within the mountain. Now, Witnessing the spiritual vein contained within the box, Gong's heart raced with anticipation. This was, astonishingly, a superior spiritual vein. With this vein, the concentration of spiritual energy in their mountain range would ascend to unprecedented heights. The onlookers gazed at this spectacle with expressions even more exaggerated than Gong's. A superior spiritual vein. This was an invaluable treasure worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Chapter 81. The apex powers of the continent arise. Gong fixed his gaze upon the spiritual vein for a while longer, and his expression began to shift. In truth, they had not suffered significant losses. They had merely been compelled to undertake a minor task. Had it not been for Lu Yushi and their actions, they would not have received compensation from the Black Flood Dragon. Thus, this formation would not exist. It can be said that their sect's current state was somewhat linked to Lu Yushi. Ahem. Therefore, certainly, I shall graciously accept this gift, and in doing so, it serves as an apology from her. I shall display magnanimity on this occasion and forgive her once. Upon concluding this statement, Gong eagerly accepted the box from Lu Guangpu's hands. This is indeed a remarkable item. However, Shui was rendered speechless at how swiftly her grandfather had forgiven Lu Yushi. Yet, she understood that engaging in a fierce conflict with an empire would yield no beneficial outcome for her sect. It would be far wiser to seize the opportunity for reconciliation. Seeing Gong accept the spiritual vein, Lu Guangpu felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. If the mountain sect had pardoned them, might it imply that their empire would no longer face oppression? Thus, he cautiously inquired, since you have granted us forgiveness, might the pressures upon our empire be alleviated? Lu Guangpu exchanged knowing glances with Gong, his unspoken intention evident. Gong, comprehending his meaning, clarified, this decision is not solely mine to make. After all, it is not I who has instigated the suppression from the heavenly sovereign tower, but rather the will of a certain powerful entity. Upon hearing the mention of this enigmatic figure, Lu Guangpu inhaled sharply. They had indeed surmised correctly. There was a formidable backing behind this sect. However, since the members of this sect had chosen to forgive them, it was plausible that with further exemplary conduct, they might attain leniency. They could only strive for improvement. With Gong having accepted Lu Guangpu's offerings, there was no reason to dismiss their presence. He then gestured towards Zhang Xiaofeng, instructing him to escort Lu Guangpu and his companions inside. In truth, he still harbored some reservations regarding the Qinyu Empire. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded and addressed Lu Guangpu and his two companions, saying, "Please follow me." Lu Guangpu sighed inwardly, compelled to follow Zhang Xiaofeng deeper within. Outside the formation, a group of individuals seemed momentarily dazed. Yet, some, reeking of envy, quickly regained their composure and resumed their hushed discussions. What does this even signify? Hasn't the Qinyu Empire been suppressed back into a mere monarchy? Their presence here hardly commands any respect. Indeed, the Qinyu Empire is on the brink of reverting to the Qinyu Kingdom. At best, they can boast of this somewhat noteworthy faction. But surely no more formidable forces will follow. The envious individuals continued to display their disdain. Meanwhile, a few rational minds could no longer contain their thoughts. Did you not witness that little girl kneeling before the sect? The Qinyu Empire, despite being a respectable faction, still bowed down to them, which indicates the strength of this sect. Someone countered, who knows what truly transpired. Perhaps the Qinyu Empire has already been rendered powerless, having previously offended this faction. Now, witnessing a resurgence, they are merely intimidated. This indirectly suggests that the Qinyu Empire is rather mediocre. Once this retort echoed, many concurred, astonishingly using the belittlement of the Qinyu Empire to validate the weakness of the sect before them. However, shortly after their conversation, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The sky began to fill with wave after wave of individuals. It was as if they had all agreed to arrive together. Upon their appearance, they descended directly. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. We come from the ancient empire. Esteemed cultivator, I am the sovereign of the mountain-guarding empire." One by one, representatives from various empires stepped forward to introduce themselves. Most of these individuals were sovereigns, and some were even the revered elders of their respective realms. After each introduction, they presented a lavish gift, offering it publicly to Murong Palace. Murong Palace, stationed at the mountain gate to receive the guests, was utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Why have so many formidable powers arrived? He had no time to ponder this, as he graciously welcomed these imperial figures, smiling and accepting their evidently precious gifts. He then instructed Murong Yunhai and others to escort them to the ceremony square. Zhang Xiaofeng and his companions also began to busily guide the guests. Those already seated in the square could observe the unfolding scene at the entrance. Luo Tianyu and Zhu Zhenwu exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the arrival of so many esteemed figures. The trio from Qinyu Empire sat in stunned silence, gazing at the powerful representatives from other empires that rivaled, if not surpassed, their own. Could it be that all of these individuals were invited by that particular entity? Lu Jingtao murmured. Lu Guangpu shook his head, his expression serious. That entity may be of equal standing to Long Outyin, or even more formidable. These individuals likely came aware of that entity's connection to this sect, hence their arrival. Upon hearing his father's speculation, Lu Jingtao's eyes brightened with understanding. So that is the case. At the entrance, the illustrious Murong Palace welcomed a gathering of imperial dignitaries. At this moment, the palace's thoughts mirrored those of Lu Guangpu and his companions, contemplating that these individuals were likely invited by their esteemed predecessors to bolster the occasion. After all, only such venerable figures could command such respect. Nearby, onlookers from various sects and minor factions were rendered utterly astonished by the spectacle. To them, the kingdom was already formidable. Now, the arrival of one imperial figure after another was nothing short of terrifying. However, an even more alarming event was about to unfold. After welcoming several imperial guests, a figure suddenly flashed across the sky, clad in a flowing white robe with crimson hair and a snowy beard. His appearance caused all eyes in the mountains to gaze upward in awe. The black serpent gliding among the clouds also cast a glance in his direction. This individual was none other than Long Outyin. Upon his arrival, Long Outyin swiftly descended before Murong Palace, where an imperial sovereign stood beside him. The sovereign, upon seeing Long Outyin, widened his eyes in astonishment and promptly bowed in greeting. It is an honor to meet you, Elder Long. Long Outyin smiled gently, replying, no need for such formality. He then turned to Murong Palace, the warmth of his smile deepening, akin to that of a long-lost friend reunited. Brother Gong, I am Long Outyin, the master of the Heavenly Sovereign Tower. This marks our second meeting. The last encounter had found Murong Palace and Zhang Xiaofeng in a state of unconsciousness. Murong Palace stared at Long Outyin, realization dawning upon him. The Heavenly Sovereign Tower, the pinnacle of power. Elder Long, it is a privilege to finally meet you. Murong Palace quickly regained his composure, his face blooming with joy akin to a chrysanthemum in full bloom, radiating with the confidence of someone well-versed in grand affairs. Though surprised to encounter the formidable Long Outyin, the reaction was not one of speechlessness. Instead, a courteous long G slipped from his lips. Long Outyin chuckled. There is no need for such formality, my dear Gong. I simply wish to show my support on the occasion of your establishment today, and I have brought this gift for you. I hope you will accept it. As he spoke, he produced a box. However, before it could be opened, a figure flashed across the sky, capturing everyone's attention once more. An elderly man appeared above, revealing himself to be Jin Danting from the Shushan Academy. Whether seated or those lingering outside the grand formation, all present felt a lump in their throats at the sight of yet another top-tier powerhouse from the continent. Could it be? Two of the continent's greatest strongmen had arrived, one after the other? Yet the spectacle was not over. Just then, two more figures emerged in the sky. One was an elder dressed in a yellow robe, his hair as white as snow, while the other was a youth, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, clad in splendid attire. The newcomers were none other than the esteemed head of the gathering treasure hall, Bai Gufeng, and his grandson, Bai Xiaochun. Their appearance left the crowd below in awe for quite some time, as Bai Gufeng's aura was equally terrifying. The representatives from the empires recognized him instantly. Was this not Bai Gufeng, the leader of the gathering treasure hall? Their gazes shifted to the young boy beside him, and they were taken aback. A core formation stage at such a tender age, how astonishing. Earlier, they had noted the cultivation levels of Murong Shui and her companions. They were all profoundly shaken by Murong Shui and her companions, initially believing that this sect had materialized out of thin air. However, upon witnessing the remarkable cultivation of these young individuals, they realized their assumptions were misguided. This sect was undeniably extraordinary. With talents like Murong Shui, who possessed both youth and formidable prowess, they would rank among the elite geniuses of the continent. When Bai Gufeng appeared, his gaze first fell upon Jin Danting, who was also suspended in the sky, causing his brows to furrow slightly. He then shifted his attention downward to Long Outyin, positioned before the Murong Palace, narrowing his eyes into slits. It seemed these two old fellows were aware of the esteemed figure's existence. Otherwise, they would not have come in person. He scanned the crowd below, his gaze akin to a scanner, even glancing at the giant serpent and the dark flood dragon. Ultimately, his eyes settled on the three individuals from the Qinyu Empire, noticing their sallow complexions. At last, he comprehended the situation. Just recently, he had pondered why the Tianzuan Tower had suddenly suppressed the Qinyu Empire and had sought information regarding it. The answer revealed that the Qinyu Empire had offended a certain being. Piecing everything together, he finally understood who that being was. Bai Gufeng swiftly descended to the ground. And just as he landed, Chen Pingan appeared beside him. Thus, the three apex powerhouses of the continent stood together, each scrutinizing the others with grave expressions. Their extensive experience allowed them to deduce matters swiftly. The presence of the two individuals before him was undoubtedly linked to that esteemed figure. Yet, it remained unclear how long these two had known that person and who among them shared a closer rapport. Quite the coincidence, indeed, he remarked. Bai Gufeng gazed at Chen Pingan and Long Outyin, a smile gracing his lips. Long Outyin reciprocated with a smile, acknowledging the serendipity of their encounter. Indeed, it was quite a surprise to find you both here, Chen Pingan remarked, his expression equally cheerful. Their conversation was laden with unspoken implications. Onlookers might assume they were merely discussing their presence at this location, yet only they understood the true nature of their dialogue. Murong observed the trio, swallowing hard. What a remarkable sight. 3 elite masters have arrived. He could wager a fortune that these individuals were undoubtedly invited by the esteemed elder to bolster the occasion. With their presence, this inaugural ceremony would surely capture the attention of the entire continent. Esteemed guests, I extend my warmest welcome, Murong thought to himself. Sensing a connection between the trio and the elder, he felt compelled to elevate his own status and decided to engage with them as an equal. Upon hearing Murong's words, Long Outyin and the others ceased their subtle probing of one another's backgrounds and turned their attention to Murong. Their faces adorned with polite smiles. My friend, I am Bai Gufeng, the head of the Gathering Treasure Hall. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Bai. Bai Gufeng interjected warmly, his demeanor exuding friendliness. Murong's heart blossomed with joy at these words, and he cheerfully responded, addressing him as Brother Bai. Chen Pingan, not wishing to be outdone, stepped forward and said, My friend, I am Chen Pingan, the head of the Book Mountain Academy. If you do not find it disagreeable, you may call me Brother Chen. Murong blinked in astonishment at the amiability of these two formidable figures, a sense of disbelief washing over him. However, possessing a resilient spirit, he quickly acclimated to the situation. In his perspective, the relationship he shared with his predecessors might surpass that of the 3 individuals. And if one were to insist on status, he held his own. After their introductions, Murong intended to personally escort them into the plaza. However, at that moment, Long Outyin, with a smile, interjected, before entering, Brother Gong, you should first accept this token of appreciation. As he spoke, he opened a box, and suddenly, a formidable aura, akin to mist, surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in an ethereal atmosphere. This was, astonishingly, an extraordinary spiritual vein. Murong's eyes widened in disbelief, and his hands quivered slightly. Spiritual veins are classified into tiers: inferior, medium, superior, exceptional, and extraordinary. The superior spiritual vein previously bestowed by the Qinyu Empire was valued at 100,000 spirit stones, whereas this extraordinary vein was deemed priceless. At that moment, Murong and the others felt as though they were in a dream. This gift was exceedingly precious. Brother Gong, I noticed that the spiritual energy in your sect's mountains is insufficient, which hampers the cultivation of your disciples. Thus, I have brought forth the extraordinary spiritual vein from our Tianzuan Tower, Long Outyin declared with a cheerful demeanor. Although it appeared that this spiritual vein was meant for Murong, the true intention behind this gesture was directed towards the predecessors. Murong's hands trembled slightly as he yearned to accept it, yet the overwhelming value made him hesitate. This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it, he insisted, attempting to push it away. Had it been a gift from the Qinyu Empire, he would have undoubtedly accepted it. Observing Murong's reluctance, Long Outyin stepped closer and whispered, Brother Gong, this is also a gesture of goodwill towards the predecessors. Please accept it. Upon hearing this, Murong blinked, contemplated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Thank you, Brother Long, he exclaimed, performing a respectful gesture. With a radiant smile, Long Outyin stood effortlessly, yet to those observing, the scene transformed into an unending tempest of thunder, striking above their heads and leaving their minds buzzing. What on earth is happening? Is this real? In the Qinyu Empire, Lu Guangpu watched this spectacle, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be infuriating. Regrettably, he had bestowed a spiritual vein as a gift. Now, a stark contrast had emerged, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. As Long Outyin concluded his presentation of gifts, Chen Pingan stepped forward, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Murong. Brother Gong, my visit today without invitation is somewhat inappropriate, but I hope you will accept this modest token of appreciation. With a casual flick of his wrist, a beautifully crafted painting box materialized in his hand, measuring 1 yard in length, 3 inches in width, and 2 inches in height. The box was adorned with exquisite carvings that captivated the eye. Upon seeing the painting box, Long Outyin's brow furrowed. Surely, it couldn't be that item. Chen Pingan then opened the box, and in an instant, a painting floated upward, unfurling majestically in the air. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the artwork revealed three elements: a dragon, a phoenix, and a sun. This masterpiece, entitled Dragon and Phoenix Presenting Auspice, was originally a treasured possession of our Shushan Immortal Academy, yet upon your sect's recent establishment, it has been generously offered to you, dear Brother Gong. Chen Pingan proclaimed with a smile. This painting was no ordinary piece. Upon its unveiling, the air resonated with the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries, emanating a formidable aura as if the dragon and phoenix within the painting were alive. It was said that gazing at this artwork for an extended period could even lead to profound enlightenment. Anyone of notable stature, upon witnessing the painting that Chen Pingan was about to present, felt a jolt of astonishment ripple through them. They understood the immense significance this artwork held for the Shushan Immortals Academy. It was a treasure of the institution. Moments ago, while listening to Chen Pingan speak of offering a small gift, they were at a loss for words now. Where was that promised small gift? He had just unveiled a treasured artifact of the academy. Long Aotian furrowed his brow, recognizing that this painting was even more valuable than the exceptional spiritual vein he had previously gifted. Gong gazed at the painting with delight, yet felt a twinge of reluctance at accepting such a grand present. However, upon reflecting that Chen Pingan, like Long Aotian, was not bestowing it upon him personally, but rather as a gesture for his esteemed predecessor, he took a deep breath and said, "Very well, I shall accept it on behalf of that esteemed individual. Thank you, Brother Chen." Upon hearing Gong refer to that esteemed individual, Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he erupted into hearty laughter. "You are too kind, Brother Gong." Yet, before he could revel in his mirth for long, a cough resounded from behind him. "Since you are all presenting such valuable gifts, I cannot fall behind. As a businessman with establishments of the Gathering Treasure Hall spread across the continent, I shall forego presenting material treasures. Instead, I offer you this," he declared, producing a card that shimmered with a blend of purple and golden starlight, extending it toward Gong. "This card may seem modest in significance, yet it is quite substantial. Henceforth, any holder of this card shall enjoy a discount of 90 on all purchases made at our Gathering Treasure Hall." As his words echoed, the atmosphere, which had been filled with murmurs, fell into an eerie silence, as if they were in a desolate valley where one could hear a pin drop. A discount of 90 on everything? How astonishing! Even when purchasing some extraordinary treasures, it amounts to merely a fraction of the cost. It is akin to scavenging in the treasure hall. Long Aotian and Chen Pingan were momentarily taken aback by this statement. Indeed, their possessions were quite precious. Yet they paled in comparison to the value of this card, which was threefold greater. While their items were costly, they served but a singular purpose. In contrast, this purple gold card could be utilized infinitely. It was as if Bai Gufeng had gifted half of the treasure hall to the Reliant sect. Such a gesture was truly monumental. If this fellow claims ignorance of the existence of the predecessors, even a fool would not believe him. Gong gazed at the purple gold card in his hand, feeling its weight akin to that of 1,000 pounds. Good heavens, have these magnates lost their minds? Is there truly such a manner of gifting? Gong was almost overwhelmed by the enormity of the gift. "Brother Gong, accept it. It is merely a token of appreciation," Bai Gufeng remarked, sliding the card into Gong's belt. Upon hearing this, the onlookers' expressions twitched uncontrollably. "Esteemed one, you deem this a mere token? If this is a small gift, then there exists no grand gift in the world." Gong, left with no choice, had to accept it. "Ah, my esteemed brothers, you are far too generous. Very well. I shall graciously accept it." Gong feigned a look of resignation, yet inwardly, he was elated. With that, Gong personally led Long Aotian and the others inward, followed closely by Zhang Xiaofeng. During their passage, Gong did not forget to introduce Zhang Xiaofeng to the three distinguished individuals. Once they entered the formation, Long Aotian and the others fell silent, simultaneously extending their perceptive abilities. Previously, they were unable to discern the situation within the formation from outside. Upon entering, they began to sense the entire sect, hoping to uncover any trace of the esteemed elders or perhaps the whereabouts of Su Ling. It was their belief that both might be present in this very place. Alas, their efforts yielded no results. After Murong Palace departed, only Murong Yunhai and Zhang Qingxian remained at the entrance, their faces adorned with expressions of pride as they prepared to welcome the next wave of guests. Following the events of the day, they were certain that their sect was destined to become one of the preeminent forces on the continent, and no one would dare to underestimate them. It was worth noting that the three foremost powers of the continent had treated them with such respect. What other forces could possibly afford to look down upon them? As the onlookers lingered, It took them quite some time to regain their composure. It was not until Murong Palace had distanced itself that they began to snap back to reality. The recent display had left them utterly astounded. Just moments prior, those envious individuals had felt as though they had been soundly slapped across the face, their cheeks burning with embarrassment. Only moments ago, they had dismissed the strength of the mountain-backed sect, suggesting that it could not attract any formidable powers. Despite the arrival of the Qinyu Empire, they had still deemed it insignificant. Yet now, 3 of the continent's elite forces had graced them with their presence, and not just any visitors, but the very leaders of those powers. What a remarkable phenomenon. Such a spectacle is rarely witnessed even at the founding of a major force. What astonished them even further was that these 3 leaders did not merely arrive empty-handed. They each presented lavish gifts, each one more exquisite than the last. Truly treasures beyond compare. What on earth has happened to the mountain-backed sect? It had always remained inconspicuous within our kingdom, yet suddenly it has emerged as a terrifying powerhouse. Have you noticed? The newly established sect is not comprised solely of members from the Mountain Support sect. The illusory Moon sect is also involved. Indeed, both sects are undoubtedly formidable, likely once among the top powers in the past before they diverged into 2 branches. Recently, having unearthed relics left by their ancestors, they have chosen to reunite. A group of individuals speculated fervently. Shortly after the departure of the Murong Palace, a new group suddenly appeared in the skies above. Upon their arrival, they immediately turned their gaze towards the formation before them and the dark dragon in the sky. They squinted, a glimmer of avarice flickering in their eyes. The leader among them even licked his lips and remarked, "If we could refine this dragon into a dragon corpse, haha, our sect's power would ascend to new heights." Their sect is known as the Inferno sect, one of the continent's elite forces. However, in terms of seniority or strength, they still lag behind the foremost sects such as the Treasure Gathering Hall, the Book Mountain Academy, and the Celestial Tower. Unlike the Celestial Tower, which enjoys a stellar reputation, the Inferno sect is, in contrast, rather infamous. They practice dark arts, primarily focusing on corpse refinement, which gives each member a pallid and sinister appearance, evoking an air of malevolence. Following the sudden rise of the Mountain Support sect, they dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding both the Mountain Support sect and the Illusory Moon sect. Upon learning that the latter's resurgence was linked to the discovery of a cave, they swiftly resolved to pay a visit upon the establishment of their sect. For that cave was once a stronghold of an adversary from their past. The formation itself was something that adversary had stolen from their sect. Thus far, they still possess a means to control the formation. However, the prerequisite is to enter the array itself in order to seize control. As the 5th watch concludes, "We are merely laying the groundwork. Cough, cough. Tomorrow we shall continue." Chapter 84. You have narrowed your path. The appearance of this group once again captivated the attention of those below. Upon witnessing this assembly, the crowd did not react with the same shock as when they beheld Long Outyin and his companions. Their expressions were markedly different from before. Fear was etched upon every face. Some turned pale, while others retreated a few steps, adopting a stance that suggested they were prepared to flee at any moment. Among these individuals, the majority discerned the identity of this group, the Inferno sect, one of the continent's paramount forces. Yet, their dread did not stem solely from this recognition. It was rather the sinister practice of this faction that instilled terror, using the corpses of others to forge weapons, commonly referred to as corpse tools. In truth, among the continent's elite powers, the most formidable to offend is not the Heavenly Sovereign Tower, the Gathering Treasure Hall, or the Book Mountain Immortal Academy, but rather the Inferno sect. Though this faction may not be the mightiest, it is undoubtedly the most nefarious, infamous for its treachery and malevolence. They may not overpower you in battle, but they could desecrate your family tombs, ultimately using your ancestors to create corpses that assail you. The cycle of death does not conclude with your demise. Instead, you may be transformed into a corpse tool. Who would dare to provoke such individuals? In the blink of an eye, the group descended to the ground, positioning themselves before Murong Yuhai and his companion. Murong Yuhai too recognized their identities, unmistakable due to their pallid, corpse-like visages. Moreover, several individuals behind them bore the ominous weight of a coffin. It requires no imagination to discern the grim contents within. This act of bearing the dead is akin to humans wielding weapons, commonly referred to as nurturing tools. Yet, what they nurture are merely corpses. Murong Yunhai's brow furrowed, for they had not invited such a formidable force. At this moment, he remained uncertain of their intentions. Perhaps they had come to partake in their sect's inaugural ceremony. Or perhaps they sought to provoke trouble. After all, it was well known across the continent that the denizens of the Purgatory sect were far from benevolent. Having met esteemed elders, "May I inquire about your purpose?" Murong Yuhai had already discerned the cultivation levels of this group. The most powerful among them was surprisingly at the 9th level of the Great Ascension, and this individual appeared relatively youthful, no more than 50 years of age. The leader, Feng Yi, scrutinized Murong Yuhai with a piercing gaze. Upon recognizing Murong Yunhai's cultivation level, disdain washed over his features. You are the strongest of the sect? If not, summon your sect's mightiest to greet us. A mere peak of the out-of-body stage, he mused, could easily be extinguished with a mere spit. He deemed such triviality unworthy of his inquiry, and to be greeted by them would be a desecration in his eyes, for he held this sect in utter contempt. It was merely a new establishment formed by two insignificant forces, akin to ants. Even should they stumble upon a fortunate opportunity, they would still remain inconsequential. Furthermore, with the multitude of onlookers nearby, the manner in which this sect conducted its affairs could not afford to extend courtesy to these individuals, lest their dignity be tarnished. Listening to their remarks, Murong Yunhai's frown deepened, suspecting that this group had come to instigate chaos. Nevertheless, he now felt a firm resolve within himself. 3 top-tier powerhouses from the mainland have entered my sect. Even if this group threatens us, what of it? Moreover, this sect belongs to that esteemed elder. Who is this elder, you might ask? Merely a breath from him could extinguish these intruders. Murong Yuhai spoke in a deep tone. I beg your pardon. But my father is currently hosting guests of far greater nobility. Should you find this unsatisfactory, you are free to depart. Murong Yunhai exuded an undeniable confidence. Since these individuals were here to cause trouble, he could not allow the morale of his sect to wane. After all, many eyes were watching from outside. Feng Yi was taken aback by Murong Yunhai's retort. For a moment, he had expected this insignificant being, akin to an ant, to grovel and apologize. Yet, Murong Yunhai's defiance only elicited amusement from him. Ah, how amusing it is when an ant stumbles upon the possessions of an elephant, believing itself to be an elephant. Feng Yi appeared unperturbed, instead finding the situation entertaining as he jested. What possessions of an elephant does the ant claim? Murong Yuhai was perplexed by Feng Ye's words, but grasped the underlying implication. An ant? Do you dare to suggest that our sect is akin to an ant? In your eyes, perhaps our cultivation seems insignificant, but this sect is under the aegis of the elder. In his sight, are you not also an ant? Who truly holds superiority? With a cold snort, Murong Yuhai cast a glance at Zhang Qingxian. The two stepped back, effortlessly passing through the waterfall gate. At that moment, the waterfall gate transformed into a formidable barrier of light. It was clear that their visitors bore ill intentions. Otherwise, they would not adopt such a condescending demeanor nor speak with such insolence. They had nothing further to say. Meanwhile, the individuals in the square noticed the arrival of the members from the Hellfire sect at the entrance. Although they could perceive the situation outside with clarity, the sounds eluded their ears. Murong Gong, despite being unable to hear the exchange between his son and the representatives of the Hellfire sect, witnessed the two retreating into the formation. The formation, under their command, reverted to a defensive state. Clearly, the newcomers bore ill intentions. He had not anticipated the arrival of troublemakers. Murong Gong's expression darkened. He had hoped for a smooth day. Subsequently, he turned to Long Outyin and the others, offering a wry smile. It seems we have unwelcome guests. I shall not keep you entertained any longer. Let us step outside and investigate. With that, he vanished from the spot. Zhang Xiaofeng followed suit, cupping his hands in respect before disappearing as well. Long Outyin and his companions frowned upon the appearance of the Hellfire sect members. Their perception of the sect was far from favorable. However, they had never sought to provoke the Hellfire sect, aware of its formidable reputation. After all, the Hellfire sect was no ordinary entity. It was akin to the Treasure Hall, a branch of a certain power within the celestial realm. Yet, how audacious it was for the Hellfire sect to disrupt the sanctity of their elder's domain. Regardless of the sect's nefarious reputation, they felt compelled to intervene. This presented an excellent opportunity to forge a closer bond with their elder. For him, dealing with such filth personally would be beneath his dignity. The three shared this sentiment and resolved to assist. Long Outyin, being the swiftest, vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhen Danting and the other two were not to be outdone, disappearing in the next moment. Luo Tianyu and the others watched as Long Outyin and his companions followed suit into oblivion, casting a glance towards the group gathered at the entrance in the distance. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. The Infernus sect, so accustomed to arrogance, had finally encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Their path had indeed narrowed at last. Chapter 85. Brother Gong is quite ruthless upon observing Murong Yunhai suddenly retreat. Feng Yi noted the disappearance of the waterfall gate, followed by the closing of the formation. Instantly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Young man, our Infernus sect possesses a myriad of methods. Do you truly believe that hiding within will render you safe? Feng Yi scoffed inwardly, preparing to issue threats. In his estimation, such a feeble sect could only resort to one course of action under his intimidation, submission. Indeed, from the moment he arrived, he had regarded this sect with disdain, harboring no intentions of infiltrating it under the guise of a grand ceremony to pilfer the formation. His approach was as it always had been, to reclaim the formation through nefarious means. After all, with their overwhelming strength, why should they fear a sect as insignificant as this? Despite the sect's defensive formations, they posed no real hindrance. They could easily leave a mere corpse to linger here, exhausting the members of this pitiful sect. In his view, the only responses this sect could muster were flattery and capitulation, unless, of course, the opposing party was exceedingly foolish. However, just as he was about to issue his threats, two figures suddenly appeared beside Murong Yuhai, Murong Gong, and Zhang Xiaofeng. Although Feng Yu could not discern their cultivation levels through the formation, he remained resolute in his conviction that these two were but insignificant insects. With audacity, Murong Gong stepped forward, causing the waterfall gate to manifest, allowing him to emerge smoothly beyond the grand formation. Oh? Feng Yu raised an eyebrow at Murong Gong's actions. Yet he was not taken aback. At that moment, he discerned Murong Gong's cultivation level, merely at the mid-stage of the separation of spirit. This realization deepened the disdain etched on his face. Is this truly the strongest individual of your sect? How amusing. He was now convinced that Murong Gong had recognized the gravity of the situation, realizing that evasion was futile, and had thus chosen to come forth in a bid for compromise. Murong Gong, with a smile gracing his lips, addressed the group before him, saying, I am Murong Gong, the sect leader. May I inquire about your business? Upon hearing the title of sect leader, the disdain on Feng Ye's face became unabashedly evident. A sect leader in the separation of spirit stage is indeed worthless. So, you're the sect leader, are you? Very well, I shall not beat about the bush. We intend to take this formation. As Murong Gong absorbed these words, his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, they had come to cause trouble. This is rather unacceptable, he stated in a low voice. Oh, unacceptable, is it? Then how about this? Suddenly, Feng Yi unleashed his cultivation. However, the moment his power was released, three figures materialized before him in succession, Dragon Ao Tian and his companions. The arrival of these three rendered the surroundings instantly silent. As for Feng Yi, who had been brimming with contempt, his expression abruptly froze at that instant. Dragon Ao Tian had overheard Feng Yi's earlier arrogant remarks and, upon appearing, fixed his gaze upon him with a knowing smile. I have long heard that the Purgatory sect is quite arrogant, and now that I see it in person, the reputation is indeed well-deserved. Bai Gu Feng also wore a cold smirk, saying, TSK, the Purgatory sect is truly rising in prominence. I do not hold you in high regard, but I certainly have a profound impression of your father. Yet, I am convinced he is not as audacious as you. Jin Danting did not mock like Long Outyin and the others. Instead, he spoke with a grave demeanor, declaring, I have long harbored disdain for the Hell sect. Today, you audaciously attempt to seize the formations of my younger brother's sect? Do you truly regard me with such contempt? Zhen Danting completely shed the image of a learned scholar, resembling more a cantankerous old man. As he spoke, spittle flew from his mouth. Long Outyin and Bai Gufeng paused, taken aback by Zhen Danting's words. This old man was indeed cultured. His remarks carried a certain weight. Most importantly, he had emphasized that Murong Palace was under his protection, intertwining his identity with the sect. How had they not thought to phrase it this way? Meanwhile, Feng Yi was in a state of bewilderment upon the arrival of Long Outyin and his companions. Upon seeing the three, he initially thought he had misread the situation. Only when he sensed their formidable auras did he blink in disbelief. After hearing their words, he found himself at a loss for words, as though his throat had been constricted. Not just him, but the members of the Hell sect behind him stood frozen, like wooden statues, utterly stunned to encounter these three figures. They were representatives of the pinnacle of mortal power. How could this be? Wasn't this sect considered a mere trivial faction? How had they forged connections with the leaders of such great powers? Moreover, why did the president of Shushan Academy refer to this insignificant being as his younger brother? Feng Yi stared blankly at the scene, his mind still reeling as if struck by lightning. At that moment, Murong Palace also began to speak. Three gentlemen, upon his arrival, this individual claimed he intended to seize my sect's formation. My strength is inadequate, and I implore the three of you to champion justice on my behalf. Upon hearing these words, Feng Yi felt a sudden chill and swiftly grasped the situation. Before long, Outyin and the others could utter a word. He forced a smile and exclaimed, my dear friend, you have misunderstood. I was merely jesting with you earlier, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere around us with a bit of entertainment. Haha. As soon as he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Everyone's gaze fixated on Feng Yi, their expressions laden with amusement. TSK, what an overwhelming desire to survive. Morong Gong narrowed his eyes. Then his demeanor shifted as he broke into a sudden smile, saying, I see now. I almost misunderstood you. Seeing Morong Gong smile, Feng Yi felt compelled to join in, though he was internally overwhelmed with embarrassment. Yet, he had no choice. He truly did not anticipate such a turn of events. This shift in circumstances had caught him off guard. He could feel countless eyes upon him, eager to witness his predicament. Morong Gong wore a smile. Yet his heart remained cold. He was well aware of Feng Yi's intentions. However, he did not wish to offend the Inferno sect. He was uncertain how long Outyin and his companions would offer their assistance, or if they would even eliminate the Inferno sect altogether. But if remnants of the Inferno sect existed, it would spell disaster for them, mere cultivators at the spirit division stage. Thus, it seemed this misunderstanding had been resolved. By the way, you all must have come to attend our sect's inaugural ceremony, Morong Gong said with a smile. Feng Yi observed Morong Gong's unexpected acceptance of his words, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He then humorously remarked, Indeed, it feels rather awkward to arrive uninvited. Morong Gong shook his head, replying, There is no need for embarrassment. In truth, you need not follow the example of these three gentlemen by bringing gifts. Your presence is more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. Long Ao Tian and his companions recognized Morong Gong's intent to move past the matter and refrained from further pressuring the members of the Purgatory sect. However, as they listened to Morong Gong's words, they couldn't help but feel amusement. It was evident he was subtly coaxing them into bestowing gifts. Young Brother Gong, you are indeed quite the strategist. Chapter 86. Xiaolinger, are you a cultivator? Feng Yi, upon hearing Morong Gong's remarks, felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth. Gifts? Damn it, I wasn't prepared. Noticing Feng Yi's abrupt silence, Morong Gong smirked inwardly and continued, In fact, I believe you are being overly courteous. Observe how Brother Long presented an exceptional spiritual vein, and Brother Zhun gifted a splendid dragon and phoenix ensemble. What astonished me most was that Brother Bai bestowed upon us a purple gold card granting a 90 discount on any purchase. As he spoke, Morong Gong turned his gaze towards Long Ao Tian and his companions, saying, The sentiments expressed by the three esteemed gentlemen are gratefully acknowledged. Long Ao Tian grasped Morong Gong's intention and responded, It is nothing. As a formidable power, it is only fitting that we present gifts of this caliber. Otherwise, it would be quite unbecoming. Jin Danting nodded in agreement and remarked earnestly, Indeed, we, as significant forces, place great importance on maintaining our dignity. Bai Gufan concurred. In truth, it may not be of great significance. Perhaps the gifts from the Hell sect are indeed superior. Who can say? Haha. With that, the conversation swiftly shifted towards Feng Yi, and all eyes turned upon him. In that moment, the collective gaze of the group sparkled with a mischievous glimmer, as if to say, It is your turn. Feng Yi found himself ensnared in their scrutiny, utterly bewildered. The gift I have prepared isn't particularly remarkable. He stammered, his lips twitching in desperation and anxiety. These old codgers are setting me up. Morong Gong casually remarked, No worries, having the intention is what matters. As for the value, I am indifferent. In fact, I believe everyone shares this sentiment. When he mentioned everyone, Morong Gong's tone grew slightly more pronounced. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. His departure from the sect was not linked to the current circumstances. He had left to assist his father with a significant matter, which had led him to gather a group for the journey. It was only after completing that task that he learned of the formation, and upon realizing he was not far from here, he decided to come. Thus, he possessed nothing of substantial worth. Long Outyin and his companions continued to stir mischief, urging Feng Yi to present his gift, insisting that it was fine if it lacked value. However, the phrase "it's fine" pierced Feng Yi's heart with anguish. If he were to casually offer some worthless trinket, the reputation of the Hell sect would be tarnished by his hand. While the Hell sect might not be concerned with their fearsome reputation, which could, in fact, instill dread in others, they were deeply sensitive to disgrace. If one were to carelessly offer a mere trinket, allowing those with ill intentions to spread the word, the reputation of the Inferno sect would be tarnished, and he would find himself affixed to the pillar of shame. With a determined resolve, Feng Yi produced a palm-sized crimson crystal, his expression betraying a sense of regret. This was the item his father had commanded him to procure, known as the essence of blood soul. Under pressure, Feng Yi gritted his teeth and presented the red crystal, stating, Very well. In truth, I have prepared a gift. This item, referred to as the blood soul crystal, was a treasure of nearly elixir-grade quality. As long as one remained alive, even with severed limbs, immersing this object in water for a day would allow for the regeneration of lost appendages. As Feng Yi introduced the precious item he offered, the members of the Inferno sect behind him were taken aback by their leader's display of the blood soul essence. Some eager to voice their objections. However, Feng Yi shot them a glare, signaling them to remain silent. He was reluctant to part with it, yet he found himself devoid of any more suitable offerings. He could only navigate this challenge to avoid disgrace, planning to reclaim the item afterward. He harbored little doubt that Long Aotian and his companions would not linger indefinitely. Once they departed, opportunities would abound. The trio of Long Aotian observed the crystal, their eyes narrowing in appraisal. Not bad, one remarked. Hearing this, Feng Yi nearly bit his sleeve in frustration. Not bad, he thought, incredulous. Murongong, upon hearing of the crystal's capabilities, was equally enlightened. This was a veritable treasure. The ability to regenerate severed limbs meant they would no longer fear injury. Haha. I am quite fond of this gift. My thanks to you. Come, stop standing there and take a seat, murmured Murong Palace, treating the members of the Purgatory sect as esteemed guests and leading them inside. Feng Yi and his companions felt quite constrained, yet with Long Aotian present, they could only grit their teeth and follow. I refuse to believe they will simply leave. You wretched sect, await your reckoning. Feng Yi followed Murong Palace into the formation, firmly convinced that the blood essence would merely be kept in Murong Palace's custody. However, just as he finished this thought, he suddenly halted upon entering the formation. It was not just him. The other members of the Purgatory sect mirrored his astonishment, all gazing upward in disbelief. Gulp. Feng Yi swallowed hard, his face a mask of shock. What on earth is happening? This black flood dragon, possessing merely mid-stage Great Ascension cultivation, exuded an overwhelming aura that instilled fear. Outside the formation, upon spotting the black flood dragon, he had been somewhat dismissive, for he was well versed in such creatures and had encountered them several times. The size of this one in the sky suggested it was at most early to mid-stage Great Ascension. Yet he was at the 9th layer of Great Ascension. And there was also a corpse of another at the same level, essentially the power of two 9th layer Great Ascension beings. Such a black flood dragon should be easily vanquished. However, upon entering, he realized he had misjudged. This black flood dragon was extraordinary. Its aura struck him with an intensity comparable to that of Long Aotian and his companions. Just moments ago, he had contemplated ways to retrieve the blood essence after Long Aotian and his group departed. Now, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. This is dire. The blood essence is lost. How will I report back? Light Fate Town. Chen Pingan gazed at Su Ling, who was seated beneath the peach tree, playfully tossing stones with an exuberance that was nothing short of invigorating. A wave of speechlessness washed over him. He had been eager to attend the ceremonial inauguration of the sect named after him, even laughing himself awake last night at the thought. However, he had never anticipated that Su Ling would fall ill the following day. Yet, this was not the crux of his bewilderment. The true essence of his dismay lay in the fact that after departing from Murong Palace, Su Ling had unexpectedly recovered, perfectly orchestrating his missed opportunity to attend the ceremony. It felt as though a conspiracy was afoot. Little Lingo, come here, Chen Pingan called, scrutinizing Su Ling, suspecting that she was concealing something from him. Upon hearing her brother's request, Su Ling's large eyes darted around before she put away her stones and approached him. Brother, what is it? She inquired with a bright and innocent tone. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Little Lingo, tell me honestly, do you possess any cultivation? He felt that such a coincidence was rather implausible. He was uncertain whether practitioners could experience a warm sensation on their foreheads. Yet it seemed that the only plausible explanation for this anomaly was indeed the presence of spiritual cultivation. The notion of Su Ling being a practitioner had only arisen in his mind after encountering Bai Xiaochun. If someone as young as Bai Xiaochun could possess cultivation, then perhaps little Lingo could as well. As Su Ling felt the weight of Chen Pingan's gaze and heard his probing question, she grew uneasy, her eyes beginning to evade his. Noticing her discomfort, Chen Pingan pointed at her, a look of sudden realization dawning on his face. Little Linger, you seem anxious. It appears you have indeed become a practitioner. Su Ling pressed her lips together, feeling helpless, puffed up her cheeks, and said, Brother, I initially wished to engage with you as an ordinary person, yet what I received in return was skepticism. I can no longer conceal it. I am a cultivator. And I lay my cards on the table. Chen Pingan gazed at Su Ling's earnest demeanor, taken aback. Chapter 87, Sister Peach Tree? Upon finishing her statement, Su Ling cast a furtive glance towards the peach tree. Indeed, these words were taught to her by the peach tree. Realizing her pretense of illness had been uncovered, she sought the peach tree's assistance. Chen Pingan scrutinized Su Ling, his gaze intensifying. Little Linger, are you truly a cultivator? Chen Pingan felt convinced that Su Ling was not deceiving him this time. Her strength and the incident from that morning were undeniably real. The answer was evident. Su Ling nodded and replied, however, I am very weak. Chen Pingan snorted and remarked, you were quite adept at hiding this from me. What? Were you planning to keep it a secret if I hadn't discovered it? He felt a blow to his pride. Su Ling was so young yet already possessed cultivation. While he did not, it was indeed a disheartening situation. Su Ling blinked her large eyes, listened to the peach tree's words, and then reiterated. I didn't hide it from you, brother, and besides, you never asked me. Chen Pingan was momentarily rendered speechless. How intriguing. There was no fault in her statement. Truly, he had never inquired. He had always assumed that Su Ling, being so young, could not possibly possess any cultivation. Well, let us not dwell on that. But what was going on just now? Don't tell me you were genuinely ill. Chen Pingan spoke in a lowered voice. Su Ling cast another glance at the peach tree and quickly said, I don't want you to go there, leaving me here alone. Chen Pingan, his expression darkened, replied, I never said I wouldn't take you along. Su Ling, her demeanor serious, insisted, no, if we leave, what if someone comes in to steal the watermelons? Chen Pingan sighed. Fine, you win. Not wishing to pursue the matter further, he focused on Su Ling and inquired, Little Linger, what is your current cultivation level? Su Ling glanced once more at the peach tree before answering. Qi refinement stage. Chen Pingan frowned, not due to the fact that Su Ling was at the lowest Qi refinement stage, but rather because he noticed that she looked towards the peach tree every time she spoke. He walked over and circled the peach tree. No one was there. A sense of confusion began to envelop him. He felt that Su Ling was behaving oddly today. Why did she glance over there each time she spoke? Were there truly no one around? He almost suspected that someone was teaching Su Ling how to speak, especially her initial declaration, which was entirely unlike something Su Ling would say. Little Linger, tell me honestly, what is going on with you? I've noticed something is amiss. Chen Pingan threatened. If you don't tell me the truth, I might just deny you some watermelon. Upon hearing this, Su Ling's large eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly exclaimed, Brother, it's not my fault. It's all the peach tree elder sister who taught me. Please don't take away my watermelon. The peach tree. Elder sister. The peach tree in the distance, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She had never anticipated that her master would merely mention the watermelon, prompting Su Ling to anxiously reveal her secrets. At that moment, a voice emanated from the system. Peach tree, handle this yourself. If exposed, you know the consequences. The peach tree shivered, realizing it had no choice but to proceed with a decisive action. A dim light penetrated the center of Xiao Linger's forehead. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan furrowed his brow in concern. Did Xiao Linger truly refer to this peach tree as Sister Peach Tree? This particular tree was one he had nurtured himself. Although it was a sapling gifted by the system, over the past 5 years, it had matured to resemble an ordinary peach tree, showing no signs of distinction. He had perused the texts on cultivation and understood that with age or certain fortuitous events, all things could attain sentience. However, the moment they gained sentience, they would ascend to a higher realm. For instance, a weapon that gains consciousness transforms into a celestial artifact capable of speech. The same principle applies to trees achieving immortality. If this peach tree were to attain such a state, it might indeed teach Su Ling to converse. Yet, he had watched it grow over merely 5 years. And during that time, it exhibited no peculiarities. Otherwise, he would have noticed. Was it possible that Xiao Linger was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to her fever? Or was the information in that book incomplete? Perhaps the sapling provided by the system was inherently different? A multitude of questions surged through Chen Pingan's mind. He gazed at Su Ling, reaching out to gently touch her forehead. It was burning hot. Brother, I'm feeling dizzy again. It's not just Sister Peach Tree talking to me. Even the clouds in the sky are speaking to me, and that watermelon is waving at me too. Su Ling exclaimed with a silly grin. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan ceased to listen further, his visage now etched with urgency. He swiftly lifted Su Ling and dashed towards the room, gently laying her upon the bed. After offering a series of earnest admonitions, he hastened out of the courtyard in search of the physician. As for Su Ling's previous utterances, he dismissed them as mere delirium born of a high fever. The Pingan sect's Murong Palace continued to welcome guests, with an increasing throng arriving, comprising individuals of formidable influence as well as local powers. Observing that there was ample space within, the Murong Palace casually invited several individuals outside to enter. These lesser factions were torn between the desire to witness the proceedings and the trepidation of sharing space with the prominent figures, whose potent auras rendered the air around them almost suffocating. Nevertheless, their curiosity ultimately triumphed over their apprehension, and they eagerly followed inside. In the main square of the mountain gate, a gathering of individuals indulged in drink and conversation, akin to a grand banquet. The Murong Palace made its rounds at each table, and upon reaching Bai Gufeng and Bai Xiaochun, Bai Gufeng, with a beaming countenance, quietly inquired, "Brother Gongs, may I ask you something? Will that esteemed individual be present today?" His understanding of that distinguished presence was solely based on his grandson's accounts, and he harbored a genuine desire to behold them in person. A lewd smile flickered across Gong's face. It was evident that Bai Gufeng and his esteemed companions had come with purpose related to the elder. The elder had indeed been thoughtful, ensuring that, in his absence, he had summoned prominent figures to lend their gravitas to the occasion. In a sudden moment of realization, Gong paused. Could it be that the elder had foreseen the arrival of individuals from the Hell sect and had thus called upon these three esteemed guests? Contemplating this, Gong felt a surge of solemn respect. In the end, I sincerely marvel at the prowess of my esteemed predecessor. When confronted with inquiries from Bai Gufeng, he resolutely shook his head, stating that he had visited the elder that morning, who expressed a desire to remain hidden, thus it was unlikely he would make an appearance. Upon hearing this, Bai Gufeng sighed inwardly, though he did not outwardly display his feelings. Instead, his gaze towards Gong grew ever more resolute. He could freely seek out the elder. It seemed their bond was profoundly deep, a fact that filled Bai Gufeng with envy. Gong subsequently raised a toast to Long Outyin and Zhen Danting. The trio appeared to share an unspoken understanding, all posing the same question, which evoked a wry smile from Gong as he reiterated the same response. The banquet proceeded as scheduled, but soon thereafter, a figure suddenly materialized in the sky above them. The moment this individual appeared, the spiritual energies of all practitioners within a several-mile radius were eclipsed. The attendees were struck with astonishment, their gazes darting skyward, and many widened their eyes in disbelief. In the town of Qingyuan, Kaidao glanced at the corner where the celestial artifact lay and remarked, "Little trash, go investigate. If necessary, lend a hand." The artifact nodded and, while Chen Pingan stepped out to seek a physician, stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. As the clock approached midnight, I endeavored to complete the 5th update before the hour struck, despite feeling rather disheartened today due to an influx of critics, all of whom I reported and nearly all were deleted. Alas, despite my efforts, I still faced disparagement. Nevertheless, I shall persevere. The final update will strive to be published before midnight. Chapter 88. Merely ants. Gong and the others gazed at the firmament, many of them left in shock by the spectacle before them. Bai Gufeng and his companions, as well as the entourage from the Purgatory sect, observed a middle-aged figure materializing above them. Upon his arrival, an imposing aura of cultivation emanated from his being, as if proclaiming to the world his formidable strength. Gong, sensing this man's energy, did not react with the same shock as Luo Tianyu and the others. He was all too familiar with this cultivation presence, reminiscent of Su Ling. Long Outyin shared a similar sentiment. Having encountered both Su Ling and Su Yi, he found this energy rather unalarming, although he furrowed his brow, recognizing that such a being must be of celestial caliber. How could such an entity appear here? Zhen Danting, akin to Long Outyin, had witnessed the prowess of Chen Pingan and Su Ling, and now wore a contemplative expression. In the heavens above, Chen Yinming had traversed the mortal realm and finally discerned a remarkable difference. Celestial beings were present in this world. His conviction was reinforced upon observing the fractured mountain range, which had spurred his relentless pursuit to this very location. At this moment, he glanced at the array before him, choosing not to dwell further. His gaze swept over Gong and the others on the ground, merely acknowledging them with a cursory glance. It was as if he could perceive the cultivation levels of each individual through the formation. Ultimately, his attention settled upon the dark serpent amidst the clouds. Why does this dark serpent seem somewhat different? He scrutinized the creature, and suddenly his eyes widened. The dark serpent, in turn, was fixated on Chen Yinming, feeling quite uncomfortable under his gaze. Yet, it dared not voice its discomfort, fully aware of the formidable strength of the man before it. Such a presence could be effortlessly subdued. Chen Yinming glanced around, furrowing his brow. It seemed far from simple. As he spoke, he began to mutter some obscure phrases. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, and two beams of white light suddenly emanated from them. The light penetrated the formation, illuminating the black serpent. In that moment, the serpent felt as if it were a woman, stripped of its garments, exposed before the gaze of another. Were it not for the darkness of its face, it would surely have been blushing with shame. How mortifying! Yet, it could do nothing but endure silently, for it was weaker than its adversary. Upon utilizing the secret art of the heavenly eye, an expression of great joy suddenly lit up Chen Yinming's face. I never expected that a brief descent to the mortal realm would yield such rewards. This serpent possesses undigested dragon essence, hinting at the possibility of its transformation into a true dragon in the future. The radiant beams from Chen Yinming's eyes had faded, yet they remained bright, If he could capture this serpent and nurture it in the celestial realm, it would undoubtedly become a splendid beast companion. It might even rival the true dragon of the celestial emperor. He gazed at the ground and spoke, "I grant you 3 breaths of time. If you wish for this formation to remain intact, deactivate it." His voice thundered through the air, resonating across the sky. Upon hearing this, Morongong vanished from his position, swiftly reappearing outside the formation before Chen Yinming. He bowed respectfully, his head lowered. However, the level of reverence displayed was barely half that shown to Chen Pingan. "Esteemed immortal, I am the sect leader of my clan. May I inquire what brings you here?" Morongong maintained a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. He had witnessed the vastness of the world. Although this celestial being was formidable, he was still far too weak compared to his predecessors. Chen Yinming observed Morongong's demeanor, which was neither subservient nor arrogant, and furrowed his brows slightly. How intriguing. This mere mortal possesses such strong psychological fortitude. During his recent travels through the mortal realm, he encountered numerous practitioners who, without exception, bowed before him in reverence. Yet this old man dares to question him with a calm inquiry. "What is it you seek?" Chen Yinming chose not to dwell on this matter for long. Morongong's demeanor simply indicated a commendable resolve in his heart. Nevertheless, he remained but an insignificant insect. "As for the black serpent, I shall claim it, rest assured. I will not impose upon you unduly and shall provide some recompense." Upon hearing these words, Morongong was momentarily taken aback. Then, with unwavering resolve, he shook his head in refusal, offering a wry smile. "Celestial being, I sincerely apologize. But this serpent belongs to a certain existence and is not the guardian beast of my sect." Chen Yinming expected that his declaration would elicit a reluctant nod from Morongong, followed by inquiries regarding the compensation. To his surprise, the latter outright declined. Given the chasm of their respective cultivations, such defiance was tantamount to courting death. As for Morongong's mention of a certain existence, Chen Yinming scoffed. To him, the mightiest in the mortal realm, as well as the few celestial beings who occasionally descended, were still mere insects in his eyes. He stood at the pinnacle of celestial essence, only a shade weaker than the celestial sovereign. In the celestial realm, his status was exceedingly elevated. He could effortlessly annihilate thousands of those at the infant celestial stage, or dozens, if not hundreds, at the spiritual celestial stage. You would do well to recognize the reality of your situation. I am not making a request of you, but rather issuing a notification. Do you understand? Chen Yinming squinted, his aura surging forth with great intensity. At that moment, the clouds in the sky erupted with a thunderous roar, and the atmosphere grew eerily cold. Morongong was momentarily taken aback by this display. However, gritting his teeth, he earnestly replied, "Forgive me, but perhaps you should consult that being instead." To claim that he remained unshaken by such a formidable presence would be a blatant falsehood. Yet, at this juncture, Morongong could only muster his courage. Upon hearing this, Chen Yinming smiled, though the expression bore a chilling edge. "It seems you believe I jest. Had this insignificant creature shown proper deference, I might have bestowed upon him something of value. Yet, I did not anticipate such a lack of awareness." With that, his eyes narrowed dangerously. At that instant, Morongong felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, akin to a colossal boulder crashing down. His eyes widened, and he abruptly knelt, his body seemingly on the verge of collapse as he gritted his teeth to endure. Within the formation, Morong Shui and the others turned pale with fear. Noticing Morongong merely half-kneeling, Chen Yinming's brow furrowed, sensing his authority being challenged. Just as he prepared to intensify the pressure, a figure suddenly emerged before him, Long Outyin. Long Outyin regarded Chen Yinming with a stern expression and intoned, "Immortal, I implore you to refrain from excessive actions." Shortly thereafter, Zhen Danting and Bai Gufeng made their appearances as well. Chen Yinming surveyed the trio with the same disdainful gaze reserved for mere insects. "Ah, I shall be excessive. What can you do about it?" He scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Mere insects, indeed. How dare you instruct me in my endeavors?" Long Outyin observed the pale face of Murong Palace on the ground, swiftly retrieving a token from his bosom. This token was indeed the one bestowed upon him by Su Yi. Long Outyin, however, was not entirely certain whether Su Yi was truly an immortal emperor. He pondered whether displaying this token would instill trepidation in the man before him. Yet, at this moment, he had no choice but to present it as a test. "Before midnight, I must take my leave. Good night, everyone." Chapter 89. Where did such filth come from, displaying such audacity? "Immortal, do you recognize this token?" Long Outyin hastily brandished the token, facing Chen Yinming, showcasing it prominently. The token bore a single character Tian, nearly one character bestowed upon it an overwhelming aura of power. Chen Yinming contemplated the necessity of allowing these insignificant beings to experience the repercussions of challenging his authority. Upon witnessing Long Outyin produce the token and inquire about its recognition, he turned his gaze towards it. Upon seeing it, he was momentarily taken aback. This token, he did not recognize. He was unaware of its purpose. But its material was undeniably of an exceedingly rare metal known as crimson flame ash gold. This metal, if utilized in weapon crafting, possessed a 50% chance of yielding an immortal artifact. How did you acquire such fortune? He found it incomprehensible how these individuals could possess such extraordinary luck. Obtaining an abundance of remarkable treasures. Chen Yinming's gaze shifted to the members of Murong Palace, and his eyes suddenly ignited with fervor. The formation before him appeared feeble. Yet for these mortals, it was considered a top-tier arrangement. Moreover, the dragon, whether in his eyes or in the perspective of any power within the immortal realm, held a value akin to that of an immortal artifact, exceedingly precious. In the present moment, the individuals from this minor realm have produced a token of remarkable rarity. Could it be that they have unearthed a grave belonging to a formidable celestial being from the heavenly realm? If that is indeed the case, it is imperative that I seize it entirely. This excursion to the mortal world has proven worthwhile. Upon observing Chen Yinming's momentary astonishment, Long Outyin inquired about the origin of the token and earnestly proclaimed, this token was bestowed by the sovereign celestial emperor. At this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the vicinity. Murong Gong remained half-kneeling, and upon hearing Long Outyin's words, blinked in astonishment, gazing intently at him. A celestial emperor? This token was indeed a gift from the celestial emperor? Zhen Danting and Bai Gufeng were equally bewildered, suddenly struck by a thought. The celestial emperor referred to by Long Outyin could not possibly be that esteemed elder, could it? That elder is, in fact, a celestial emperor. Bai Gufeng, who had never encountered Chen Pingan, was now profoundly shaken. The celestial emperor, the sovereign of the heavenly realm. This is astonishingly powerful. It is evident that this journey was not in vain. Furthermore, this sect is affiliated with the celestial emperor. I must ensure my grandson is admitted into this sect. Long Outyin's proclamation only served to solidify Bai Gufeng's resolve. Chen Yinming had not anticipated that Long Outyin would utter such a statement. Bestowed by the sovereign celestial emperor? For heaven's sake. Why not claim to be the sovereign celestial emperor's brother? I might as well be the sovereign celestial emperor's distant cousin. Chen Yinming regarded Long Outyin with disdain and coldly remarked, you, an insignificant insect, dare to utter such blasphemous words? Should you speak such heresy in the heavenly realm, I can assure you, within a day, you would meet your demise. Long Outyin mistakenly believed that Chen Yinming had recognized the token, which prompted him to candidly reveal its origin. At this moment, as Chen Yinming spoke, Long Outyin found himself momentarily bewildered. You do not recognize this token? The expression on his face darkened considerably. Brother, did you not say that merely displaying this token in any major city or influential faction would suffice? A troubling thought crossed his mind. Was this individual merely of average standing in the celestial realm? Contemplating this, Long Outyin was suddenly at a loss for words. If this fellow was unaware of the token's significance, there was little he could do. Chen Yinming's gaze shifted to the four members of Murong Palace. A glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes as he coldly declared, you insignificant insects are unworthy of possessing such treasures. I offer you a choice. Either perish or surrender everything you have unearthed. He continued, of course, should you comply willingly, I would not mind offering you some fine rewards as compensation. His demeanor remained one of condescension as he spoke of recompense. Such acts of plundering treasures were not uncommon in the celestial realm. Battles fought over coveted items often stained the skies with blood, leaving countless corpses in their wake. Some would go so far as to annihilate entire sects for a single precious artifact. In this instance, he considered himself magnanimous, offering compensation to mere insects. A gesture of remarkable mercy. A smile crept onto Chen Yinming's lips as he fancied himself a benevolent individual. This, he believed, was why fortune favored him with such fortuitous encounters. Indeed, good deeds reap rewards, he chuckled. Listening to Chen Yinming's words, the expressions of the Murong Palace members soured. They found themselves at a loss for how to respond. The senior figure, possessing great power, surely knew of the situation at hand. The fact that he had yet to intervene or summon formidable allies suggested there were reasons yet to be uncovered. Long Outyin's expression was notably grim, as if he had just showcased a display of sheer folly. This token was utterly worthless. Should he encounter Su Yi again, he would surely have a great deal to critique. He pondered why the senior had yet to reveal himself. This formidable individual was far beyond their capacity to handle. After Chen Yinming finished speaking, he observed that Murong Gong and the others remained silent, showing no inclination to take further action. His eyes narrowed as he coldly remarked, What? Do you think I will not make a move? As soon as he uttered those words, a powerful aura erupted from his being. The faces of Long Outyin and his companions began to pale. However, at that moment, a dismissive voice suddenly rang out. The terrifying energy emanating from Chen Yinming dissipated in the wake of this voice. TSK, who is this insolent fool? As the words hung in the air, all gazes were swiftly drawn to the source. There, where moments ago there had been nothing, a golden longsword materialized seemingly out of thin air. The instant the golden sword appeared, Chen Yinming's body quivered. He looked over with great speed, and upon recognizing the golden longsword, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this not the golden feather immortal artifact? How could it be here in this mortal realm? Meanwhile, upon seeing the golden feather immortal artifact, Long Outyin exhaled in relief. The senior had indeed seen it. Excellent. Long Outyin narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Chen Yinming. Just moments ago, you were so audacious. Damn it, dare you to flaunt that arrogance again? Jin Daunting and Bai Gufeng, having never encountered the golden feather immortal artifact before, swallowed hard at the sight. A sword that could speak and emanated such a terrifying aura was undoubtedly an artifact of the celestial realm. Not long ago, they had overheard some individuals discussing that a celestial artifact would choose its master at the heart of the continent in a month. Could it be that very sword? Meanwhile, Murong Palace, upon seeing the golden feather celestial artifact, displayed a fleeting expression of relief. Indeed, the senior had dispatched these formidable beings. He then fixed his gaze intently on Chen Yinming. Damn it, it's time for us to retaliate. Chapter 90. Chen Yinming wanted to cry, what are you doing here? Chen Yinming was genuinely taken aback. The nonchalance and disdain that had previously adorned his face were now replaced by a look of sheer horror. The celestial artifact addressed Murong Palace and the others, stating, "You may leave, I will handle this." Upon uttering those words, the four of them vanished in the blink of an eye. A sense of foreboding surged within Chen Yinming as he realized that the golden feather celestial artifact was present and might be turning its attention toward Murong Palace and his companions. He had intended to capture them to facilitate his escape, but now, with their sudden disappearance, his unease intensified. Do I really need to report my presence to you? You worthless insect? Just moments ago, you were so audacious, calling others ants. What gave you such confidence? The golden feather celestial artifact approached Chen Yinming, its voice echoing ominously. As he watched it draw nearer, he attempted to retreat, only to discover that an invisible wall seemed to block his path, leaving him with nowhere to flee. Consequently, beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. What on earth is happening? Can someone explain this to me? He found himself utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Why was the golden feather celestial artifact here? And what was its connection with those whom he deemed insignificant? It must be acknowledged that the true prowess of the golden feather celestial artifact is at the level of a celestial sovereign. Moreover, it is not a mere celestial sovereign that can contend with it. It is likely that only the elder of his faction could arrive and provide a slim chance of achieving parity. In the presence of the golden feather celestial artifact, he is as insignificant as he was compared to those earlier ants, as if there were an insurmountable chasm between them, utterly unable to resist. What? Do you wish to slip away? Did I grant you permission to depart? The golden feather celestial artifact swiftly approached Chen Yinming, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted violently from the sword's body. Suddenly, the entire world fell into an eerie silence. The azure sky seemed to blink and transform into a shade of grayish-white. In that moment, Chen Yinming's eyes widened in shock, his complexion drained of color, and his legs trembled as he knelt down. As this scene unfolded, the atmosphere below was as tranquil as water. Everyone was left with peculiar expressions, bewildered by the spectacle. The onlookers outside gaped in astonishment. Those envious souls, who had previously witnessed a celestial being suppressing the ostentatious Pingan sect, had been secretly amused, thinking that this sect was simply unfortunate, destined for annihilation. However, upon witnessing the emergence of a celestial artifact that staunchly supported the Pingan sect, ultimately treating that celestial being as if he were merely an insect, they were rendered speechless, their minds brimming with questions. What exactly is this Pingan sect? Is it not merely a coalition formed by the Reliant sect and the Illusory Moon sect? Within the formation, those who had come to attend the founding ceremony experienced mixed emotions upon witnessing the treatment of Murong Palace by that celestial being. Among them, Fengyi of the Inferno sect, who had been tricked by Murong Palace regarding his gift, couldn't help but secretly chuckle at their misfortune. He pondered the possibility that if this celestial being were to seize the Black Serpent and the formidable treasures of the Murong Palace, it would suffice if he merely refrained from taking away his essence of blood and soul. In such a case, he would undoubtedly find a way to reclaim what was his. However, his brief moment of joy was soon eclipsed by the arrival of the golden-feathered celestial artifact. Upon beholding this divine instrument, he was rendered utterly bewildered. unable to fathom why such powerful entities would appear simultaneously. To his astonishment, he realized that this celestial artifact had come to aid the Murong Palace. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, nearly causing him to lose his composure entirely. At that moment, witnessing Chen Yinming kneeling in the sky, his expression one of profound humiliation, starkly contrasted with the earlier image of him, high and mighty, akin to a deity or demon. The difference was as vast as heaven and earth, akin to a sudden fall from paradise into the depths of despair. It was a most pitiful sight, even more tragic than his own predicament. Previously, he had only experienced a moment of awkwardness, losing a single treasure. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, slapping his own face in time. Otherwise, his fate would surely have been dire. In contrast, Chen Yinming was likely to lose his very life. The members of the Murong Palace wore expressions of cold amusement, particularly Murong Gong, who realized that their elder had indeed been keeping a watchful eye on the situation. This was, after all, the elder's sect. No matter how powerful the celestial being, they would face dire consequences for their audacity. Murong Gong clenched his teeth and muttered a curse under his breath. His voice barely audible, yet the distant figures could not hear him. However, Bai Gufeng and Jin Danting caught wind of his words, confirming their suspicions that this sect truly belonged to their elder. Bai Gufeng's gaze was piercing as he focused intently on the celestial artifact above. Having spent time in the celestial realm, he was well aware of the artifact's formidable reputation, and he knew that the golden-feathered celestial artifact had previously proclaimed its might throughout the celestial realm. Despite being an immortal emperor, it would not acknowledge a master. Yet, what is happening now? How is this golden feather immortal artifact connected to the senior? At this moment, Bai Gufeng suddenly recalled the words spoken by Long Outyin moments ago. He swiftly turned to Long Outyin and asked, "Brother Long, did you just say that this token was given by the Emperor of the Heavens?" Initially, Bai Gufeng found it implausible. A person like Long Outyin, who could hardly be considered an immortal, how could he possess a token bestowed by an immortal emperor? He even entertained the thought that perhaps Long Outyin was attempting to deceive Chen Yinming. However, with the appearance of the golden feather immortal artifact, this notion no longer seemed far-fetched. He contemplated, could that senior be the immortal emperor himself? Long Outyin gazed at Bai Gufeng, pondered for a moment, and decided to recount his experiences. Not long ago, I visited the senior and encountered a middle-aged man kneeling before me, someone I had a fleeting acquaintance with. When he departed, he encountered me again and treated me as an old friend. Before leaving, he bestowed upon me this token. His aura was immensely powerful, surpassing both this immortal artifact and that immortal. He claimed to be the Emperor of the Heavens and instructed me to seek him out with this token after my ascension. Initially, I harbored some doubts, but eventually, I came to believe him. However, I remain uncertain about the veracity of his claims. The reason Long Outyin was initially skeptical was that the token had proven ineffective earlier, leading him to question the authenticity of Sui. Upon hearing Long Outyin's account, Bai Gufeng stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. He swallowed hard, his face a mask of disbelief. That man possessed an aura even stronger than this immortal artifact. Surely, it must be true. How many beings in the immortal realm could rival the aura of the golden feather immortal artifact? Moreover, would they dare to impersonate an immortal emperor? Upon confirming that the person spoken of by Long Outyin was indeed the immortal emperor, Bai Gufeng was suddenly taken aback. No, it couldn't be. Long Outyin mentioned that the middle-aged man was kneeling before the elder? My heavens, what on earth is happening? If that individual is truly the immortal emperor, then what about the entity in Qingyuan town? In this manner, Bai Gufeng found himself ensnared in a perplexing state, unable to extricate himself. At that moment, he cast a glance at Long Outyin, stealing a furtive look at the token upon his chest. If it were authentic, then this fellow would soar to great heights after his ascension, achieving a lofty status. Cough, cough, Brother Long. I have always believed you to be superior to me. Henceforth, may I call you brother? Bai Gufeng swiftly saluted Long Outyin, bowing his head in reverence. By the heavens, if it weren't for his youth, he would have wished to be Long Outyin's son. Long Outyin, upon hearing Bai Gufeng's words, was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 91, Great One. Are you not even willing to grant me mercy? In the skies above, the celestial artifact compelled Chen Yinming to kneel for quite some time. This entity revels in seeing others kneel, and it decided to prolong his penance. After a while, the golden feather celestial artifact directed its gaze toward the Murong Palace below and inquired, how should we deal with him? Shall we kill him? Or shall we kill him? Or perhaps, shall we kill him? A group of individuals listened to this query, their lips twitching slightly. This question was indeed rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Chen Yinming, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was utterly humiliated and infuriated, yet he understood that he was powerless. His only recourse was to devise a means of escape from this place. Thankfully, there were no acquaintances here. As long as he could leave, no one would reproach him. At most, they would feel discomfort for a brief period. Chen Yinming was acutely aware that his fate lay entirely in the hands of the Murong Palace below. He hastily exclaimed, "My dear elder brother, I was wrong. I truly apologize for my earlier behavior. You are magnanimous. Grant me this one reprieve, and I shall comply with whatever you say." As these words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Goodness, he truly pleaded for mercy. A look of relief surfaced on Murong Gong's face. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, and now, was it not the same? Humph. You still dare to call others ants? Dare to utter it once more? The onlookers observed this scene, their breaths growing erratic. A celestial being conversing with someone merely at the spirit division stage. How utterly surreal. However, just as Chen Yinming concluded his plea, the golden feather celestial artifact suddenly trembled. A formidable force struck Chen Yinming, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding crash, disappearing into the horizon. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was propelled back. Still kneeling. At this moment, Chen Yinming bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, appearing quite disheveled. The crowd witnessed this spectacle and comprehended the true meaning of being an ant in the presence of a giant. The once lofty Chen Yinming was, indeed, nothing more than an ant before this celestial artifact. Chen Yinming was utterly bewildered. Great being, I merely sought mercy from that individual below. Why strike me? Is even pleading for mercy forbidden? The gathering of people, too, found themselves perplexed, unable to fathom why the celestial artifact had treated Chen Yinming in such a manner. The golden feather celestial artifact provided an answer, coldly declaring, "Trash, did I grant you permission to speak? Without my consent, dare to utter another word, and I shall annihilate you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yinming felt tears welling up. What terrible misfortune have I encountered to deserve this? His mind was a tumult of confusion. Not long ago, he encountered these entities, believing himself to have struck fortune. Yet now, it seems all emotions were but illusions. He is indeed unfortunate. The celestial artifact continued to observe Murong Palace and inquired, "How do you wish to proceed?" This time, Murong Palace spoke up. Killing him would serve no purpose. Let him go, but he must relinquish all his valuables. After pondering, Murong Palace concluded that having the celestial artifact eliminate this individual seemed unwarranted. This man was a celestial being. Perhaps he had aligned himself with certain factions in the celestial realm or had kin who might be concerned for him. Should these individuals learn of his presence in the mortal world and seek retribution, it could incite numerous celestial beings to create trouble. In truth, he had not suffered much. He merely knelt once, suffering a slight dent to his pride. Trading the entirety of Chen Yinming's possessions for this seemed a fair exchange. Most importantly, it would avert considerable complications. After all, he was uncertain if the celestial artifact would always come to his aid. Perhaps this visit was prompted by the man's ambitions towards the Black Flood Dragon or the entire sect. If the man's relatives came seeking vengeance one day, the celestial artifact might not appear. The celestial artifact listened to Murong Palace's words without uttering a response, its gaze fixed upon Chen Yinming. "Did you hear that? Do you know what to do?" Chen Yinming was taken aback by Murong Palace's decision to spare him. Instantly, he cast a grateful glance at Murong Palace and hastily began to extract his possessions. In truth, he had not brought many items with him. Thus he did not incur significant loss. He possessed only a weapon that was nearly at the level of a celestial artifact. However, exchanging it for his life was certainly worthwhile. He quickly gathered all his belongings into a spatial ring. Finally, the celestial artifact directed the ring to fly before the Murong Palace. It sensed that Chen Yinming would not dare to be cunning. Thus it released its restraints. "Begone." Upon hearing this, Chen Yinming nodded hastily. However, at that moment, the celestial artifact abruptly called for him to halt. "I forgot to inform you. This sect's swordmaster is under my protection. Do not even think about causing trouble. For every one that comes, I shall ensure their demise." The celestial artifact, wishing to avoid future complications, issued a straightforward threat. Chen Yinming nodded in response. "Furthermore, you may freely disclose my whereabouts to those in the celestial realm. But be prepared for the relentless pursuit that will follow. Do you comprehend?" The celestial artifact was unperturbed by the prospect of celestial beings attempting to capture it. After all, the courtyard it resided in was filled with formidable entities, guaranteeing that any intruder would meet their end. Nevertheless, a threat could potentially avert many troubles. Chen Yinming, upon hearing this, continued to nod, yet internally he remained unconvinced. "What can you truly do? The celestial realm is vast. Can you really hunt me down?" After finishing its words, the celestial artifact reiterated, "Begone." Chen Yinming nodded like a woodpecker and swiftly darted away like lightning in a particular direction. He felt quite disgruntled. secretly cursing, golden feather celestial artifact. Just wait. I shall return to the celestial realm and report your actions here to my elder brother. Once the celestial artifact had dismissed Chen Yinming, it turned its gaze to the group below. Without uttering a word, it vanished in an instant. As the group no longer sensed that formidable aura, they finally exhaled a breath of relief. Subsequently, all eyes rapidly shifted towards the Murong Palace. At that moment, their expressions were filled with complexity. This peaceful sect is destined to rise, and it shall ascend with an unstoppable momentum. Behind the scene, there exists a celestial artifact guarding the place. It would be unbelievable if one did not rise to prominence. They were profoundly astonished. What experiences has this sect undergone? How did it arrive at such a sudden transformation? Furthermore, why does this celestial artifact choose to assist this sect? What connection does the sect have with this celestial artifact? Murong Gong did not hastily inspect the items within the spatial ring. After carefully securing them, he returned to the plaza. Please disregard the earlier interruption. Let us continue, he announced. Moreover, I hereby declare that starting the day after tomorrow, our Pingan sect will commence enrollment. This time, we aim to recruit 10,000 individuals from all regions of the continent. If you could kindly assist us in spreading the word upon your return, I would be most grateful. Murong Gong clasped his hands together, a smile adorning his face. At this moment, making such an announcement would yield the best results. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a sudden hush. Soon after, they began to enthusiastically agree, promising to help with the promotion. In truth, as they voiced their commitments, almost every individual possessing a sound transmission jade slip discreetly took it out and began transmitting messages. The content was singular. Quickly gather all the young individuals and lead them to the Pingan sect. Chapter 92, Simple and Direct. The female protagonist appears Pingan sect. A significant amount of time has passed since the opening ceremony. Murong Gong had sent the others beyond the formation. After their departure, they rushed to publicize the events that transpired today at the Pingan sect. The members of the Hellfire sect also departed in haste, needing to relay the shocking occurrences back to their own sect. Fengyi had already abandoned the thought of reclaiming the blood soul essence. Upon returning, he must command all members of the sect that from now on, whenever they encounter individuals from the Pingan sect, even if their connection is merely tenuous, they must turn and leave at once. Should they inadvertently offend the Pingan sect, one cannot predict when that terrifyingly powerful celestial artifact might hover ominously over their mountain peak. At this moment, atop the summit of the Pingan sect, within a grand hall, Murong Gong had retained several groups of people. He brought a gathering into the hall, whereby Gufeng and his grandson were present, as were Luo Tianyu and Zhu Zhenwu, along with the entire Luo family. Long Outyin and Zhen Danting were also in attendance. Beside Murong Gong lay a black dog. Murong Gong wore a grave expression. I trust you are all aware of the existence of our esteemed predecessor? Upon hearing this, the group nodded in unison. Murong Gong continued. Since you are all cognizant of our predecessor's existence, I must caution you not to recklessly seek out the predecessor. Should there be any matters to discuss, you may approach me, and I shall convey your messages. Murong Gong had come to realize the folly of his previous ignorance. It was only after witnessing one powerful figure after another being treated as mere insects beneath the predecessor's might that he finally understood the inadequacy of his respect for the predecessor. Indeed, he recognized the predecessor's kind nature, yet the adage holds true. Even a Buddha can exhibit wrath. One could never be certain when they might inadvertently provoke the predecessor. Thus, it is wise to minimize encounters. Long Outyin and the others had discerned the nature of Murong Gong's relationship with Chen Pingan. Among their group, only Murong Gong enjoyed a close rapport with the predecessor. Consequently, the newly established sect had appointed Murong Gong as the sect leader to manage affairs on their behalf. As they listened to Murong Gong's words, everyone nodded earnestly. Such a venerable figure ought not to be disturbed. Murong Gong continued, Well, this is not the primary reason I have gathered you all here. The fact is, it was also the wish of a senior. Yesterday, the senior predicted that we would convene, and thus, presented me with a watermelon for us to enjoy at this moment. Yesterday, Chen Pingan had given him 2 watermelons, one for himself and his granddaughter, and the other for them to relish after the founding ceremony. He naturally assumed this was part of the senior's foresight. Upon finishing his statement, Murong Gong produced the watermelon. It had been meticulously cleaned, gleaming and devoid of any dirt. As if the skin were edible, he gently placed the watermelon on the table. At that moment, everyone was astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. Is this a celestial elixir? Unbelievable. Is this truly a watermelon? Long Outyin and the others stared at the watermelon in sheer astonishment. Bai Gufeng, upon seeing the watermelon, quickly glanced at his grandson, Bai Xiaochun. Indeed, it was real. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled like bright lights, radiating excitement. Can I break through again? Murong Gong revealed his most formidable weapon and began to slice the watermelon. This one was significantly larger than the last they had consumed. However, with the increased number of people present, they could only have a piece each. Once sliced, Murong Gong distributed a portion to each of them. Upon receiving their share of the watermelon, those who had tasted it could no longer contain themselves. Murong Gong, disregarding the commotion, stealthily turned and began to savor his own piece. Murong Shui and the others similarly retreated to a corner, indulging in their watermelon with remarkable speed, finishing in the blink of an eye. As they turned around, their hands were devoid of any remnants. Satisfied, Murong Shui and Murong Yuhai cast appreciative glances at Murong Gong, whose watermelon rind had been consumed entirely, garnering rave reviews. After devouring the watermelon, Murong Gong and the others gradually closed their eyes, embarking on a journey of digestion. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd, having also finished their portion, found themselves increasingly enveloped by a sense of astonishment. Subsequently, without exception, everyone shut their eyes, some reached enlightenment, while others experienced breakthroughs. As for the black dog on the floor, it had learned its lesson this time. After finishing its watermelon, it glanced at the other closed-eyed individuals and promptly began gnawing on the watermelon rind. The grand hall fell into a brief silence. But it wasn't long before a collective awakening occurred as a group of people opened their eyes, their astonishment more pronounced than before. Bai Gufeng clenched his fists, realizing he was on the verge of a breakthrough. With just one more step, he could ascend to the celestial infant realm. What a revelation! If a mere slice of watermelon could yield such results, consuming an entire watermelon might propel him to instantaneous ascension. Bai Gufeng's thoughts were tumultuous. This senior was truly formidable. At that moment, Zhen Danting shared similar sentiments with Bai Gufeng. His cultivation was comparable to Bai Gufeng's, perhaps slightly weaker. Upon consuming the watermelon slice, he too felt close to breaking through to the celestial infant realm. Recalling his earlier offense against the senior, he felt a renewed sense of trepidation. He silently rejoiced at having knelt sincerely and wholeheartedly. Otherwise, survival would have been uncertain, let alone the opportunity for such fortune. Upon returning, he must express his gratitude to Zimo once more. The reason he did not bring Guizimo this time was that Guizimo was engrossed in a secluded retreat, striving for a breakthrough. After the previous incident, he had begun to treat Guizimo with a fondness akin to that of a grandfather. Yet, he felt this was still insufficient. Soon, everyone had consumed the watermelon completely. At this moment, they exchanged glances, eager to share the profound impact they felt within. However, when Bai Gufeng and the others noticed that Murong Gong and his companions had discarded their watermelon rinds, they were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, they instinctively concealed their own rinds. A day swiftly passed its halfway mark, and dusk arrived. In a courtyard of Qingyuan town, Chen Pingan sat in a grand armchair, gazing at the evening glow painting the horizon. Over the past 5 years, during particularly splendid sunsets, he had developed a habit of sitting in the courtyard to admire the view. Each time, he would reminisce about a song by his idol, the distant her. Observing 2 distant red clouds in the sky, he took out his bamboo flute and began to play. The melancholic notes resonated softly, carried by the wind. The 2 red clouds drifted further apart, and sadness filled Chen Pingan's eyes as thoughts of her surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Su Ling emerged from the house. Upon hearing her footsteps, Chen Pingan turned to look. "Little Linger, you should be resting on the bed," he gently advised. Su Ling, her complexion slightly pale, approached Chen Pingan and said, "Brother, I feel so bored. The melody you played earlier was beautiful, but it left me feeling somewhat sorrowful." Chen Pingan invited Su Ling to sit beside him, affectionately ruffling her hair as he remarked, "I did not expect you to discern such nuances. It seems you possess a bit of talent in music as well." Su Ling shook her head, appearing weak as she murmured, "It seems that brother is too good at boasting. I feel as if he is thinking of someone." "Brother, do I have a sister-in-law?" Su Ling asked with an innocent expression. Chen Pingan gently ruffled Su Ling's hair, nodding without a second thought. "Yes, you do. Chapter 93. What do you intend to do?" "Big brother?" Su Ling's interest was piqued instantly, yet she still maintained her act of feigned illness. "Brother, is the woman in the painting on your wall my sister-in-law?" Su Ling continued to feign weakness. Chen Pingan nodded again. "Yes, she is in my room." There hung a sketch of a remarkably beautiful woman, and at her neck was a distinctive black mole, precisely where the red mole on the neck of the bookstore owner's wife was located. "Where is my sister-in-law?" Su Ling's excitement surged. With a sister-in-law, she could play together. However, she soon realized she nearly gave herself away and reverted to her previous feeble demeanor. Chen Pingan sighed, gazing at the fading twilight. "Your sister-in-law is far, far away." Su Ling blinked. How far? In truth, her power was formidable. Even from such a distance in the celestial realm, she could bring her sister-in-law over. Chen Pingan closed his eyes, a hazy figure surfacing in his mind. So far away. 5 years ago, Chen Pingan was merely a music teacher. It was then that he encountered her, a man who had never believed in love at first sight. He was utterly captivated upon meeting her. Originally timid and shy, he mustered the courage to obtain her contact information. After 3 years of romance, the two eventually tied the knot and received their marriage certificate. Little did he anticipate that shortly after their union, one fateful night, as he stepped outside, a vehicle came barreling towards him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this world, and the image of his wife in his mind began to fade rapidly. By the time he managed to procure paper and charcoal, her likeness had become indistinct. In truth, he was uncertain how much of his drawing bore any resemblance to her. The woman depicted on the page was largely a figment of his imagination. Su Ling perceived the bitterness in Chen Pingan. At that moment, seeing him shut his eyes, perhaps in a deliberate attempt to conceal the pain within, she refrained from inquiring further and quietly settled beside him. Together, they gazed at the remnants of the sunset, enveloped in tranquility. In a secluded alley of Qingyuan town, before the Wanjie bookstore, Duan Xinxin leaned against the doorframe, her gaze fixed on the wall as if she could see through it. A subtle smile graced her lips as she turned to admire the fading twilight. Suddenly, the two distant crimson clouds altered their course, quietly converging once more, as if to say, "Fool, I have always been here." In the mortal realm, at the heart of the continent, stood a mountain range shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a mass grave. Thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and the air was tainted with a foul stench. Within a grand hall adorned in shades of red, the sound of footsteps echoed. "Father, I have returned." Feng Yi cast a glance at the elderly man seated before him, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The elder, enveloped in a pallid hue, appeared devoid of vitality, akin to a lifeless corpse. Yet, his aura emanated immense power. Before him lay a verdant pool of water, within which floated a corpse, though one of its arms was missing. Upon hearing a sound, the corpse's eyes fluttered open, fixing their gaze upon Feng Yi. "You have returned? Bring forth the essence of blood and soul," the elder stated, his tone devoid of inflection. After Feng Yi secured the essence, the elder had received news from him, and thus began the gradual enhancement of the corpse vessel. During its last battle, the vessel had lost an arm, prompting the elder to send his son to procure the needed essence. Feng Yi listened to these words, a bitter expression settling upon his face. "Father, the essence of blood and soul is no more." As he uttered this, he instinctively retracted his neck, resembling a turtle. Indeed, upon his declaration, a thunderous voice resonated through the grand hall. "What?" The sound reverberated throughout the chamber, causing Feng Ye's facial muscles to twitch as he hastily recounted the entire ordeal. Feng Kuang, upon hearing his son's account, fell into silence. Believing that his father had accepted his story, Feng Yi felt a fleeting sense of relief. However, the elder's voice soon thundered again. "Very well. Have you learned to deceive me? Do you believe I would not turn you into a corpse vessel myself?" Feng Kuang's ire was palpable. "Utter nonsense. A celestial being? A celestial artifact? Why not proclaim that there exists an invincible entity in this mortal realm, with that so-called celestial artifact merely a trinket under its command? Surely, you have carelessly misplaced it, and now weave tales to cover your blunder." Feng Yi, absorbing his father's words, wore an expression of perplexity. "Father, I have heard those words from you since childhood. They frightened me back then, but your attempts to intimidate me now are futile. Moreover, I assure you, I am not lying." Feng Yi realized that the credibility of his words was rather questionable, especially given the alarming nature of the information. He had anticipated this moment and promptly called the person outside to come in. Thus, after a series of explanations from the group, Feng Kuang was convinced. Seeing his father believe him, Feng Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This meant he would not be blamed for the loss of the blood soul essence. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his father's piercing gaze upon him, a look that seemed capable of devouring him whole. "In that case, you deserve a good beating. You reckless spendthrift nearly offended this sect. Fortunately, you reacted swiftly, or our sect would have faced annihilation." With that, Feng Kuang leaped in front of Feng Yi and began to unleash his frustrations through a flurry of blows, venting his displeasure over the loss of the blood soul essence. After satisfying his rage, Feng Kuang's expression turned grave. "Issue a decree. From this day forth, no disciple of our sect is permitted to approach the southern region. The peaceful sect aims to recruit disciples widely. If any of their own were to inadvertently offend a disciple of that sect, it could very well bring disaster upon us." Across the continent, aside from the Inferno sect issuing such commands, many other places were disseminating similar orders. Within a mere afternoon, numerous powerful factions became aware of this remote location where a terrifying sect had emerged, and countless flying vessels began to head in that direction. In the immortal realm, Chen Yinming endured countless hardships and finally returned to his own power. He immediately sought out the ruler of his faction. At this moment, he found himself within a residence exuding an ethereal ambience. Ultimately, he encountered a middle-aged man whose aura surpassed his by several hundredfold. "Brother, I have returned," Chen Yinming proclaimed with a respectful gesture. The middle-aged man, a being of the celestial sovereign realm, paused momentarily upon seeing Chen Yinming. "Has your communication device malfunctioned?" Chen Yinming replied with a wry smile and a nod, hastily redirecting the conversation. He recounted in detail all the events he had experienced in the mortal realm. Upon finishing, he added with a hint of indignation, "Brother, that black serpent undoubtedly has the potential to become a true dragon, and that golden-feathered celestial artifact remains in the mortal realm. Moreover, Amir Ant possesses a token forged from crimson flame and divine gold, and absurdly claims it was bestowed upon him by the celestial emperor." Ha! After a cold chuckle, Chen Yinming turned his gaze back to the middle-aged celestial sovereign. However, upon locking eyes with him, a sudden jolt of unease coursed through his heart. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" The middle-aged celestial sovereign stared at him with wide eyes, as if he intended to consume him whole. "Is everything you just said true?" he roared. Chen Yinming's sense of foreboding intensified. Yet, having spoken his mind, he could only nod in response. The middle-aged celestial sovereign, known as Huang Zhengqian, was one of the 10 celestial sovereigns under the celestial emperor's command, having reached the pinnacle of cultivation in the celestial sovereign realm. Typically, he maintained a tranquil heart, demonstrating composure in the face of adversity. However, he was now unable to maintain his usual demeanor, all due to Chen Yinming's revelations. Not long ago, the celestial emperor had summoned all 10 of them. He imparted certain matters and taboos to them, instructing that only they, the 10 of them, were to be privy to this knowledge. However, it appears that the issues and cautions articulated by the celestial emperor have inadvertently surfaced in Chen Yinming's discourse, with several mentions of the barbaric lake continent, the golden feather celestial artifact, and the celestial emperor's token. One must understand that when the celestial emperor conveyed these matters, he did so with the utmost gravity, issuing a solemn warning that resembled a threat, forbidding them from carelessly treading upon the barbaric lake continent. Regardless of where they encountered the golden feather celestial artifact, they were to take a detour and, above all, avoid offending it. Furthermore, upon encountering anyone wielding the celestial emperor's token, irrespective of their cultivation level, if they were within the celestial realm, they were to escort them to the celestial palace. Huang Zhengqian vividly recalls the expression on the celestial emperor's face as he spoke of these issues. It was one of profound reverence. They inquired of the celestial emperor regarding the significance of these precautions and why they warranted such attention. The celestial emperor provided them with an answer, revealing that within the barbaric lake continent resided an invincible being, likely a formidable entity from the divine realm, orchestrating a grand and perilous scheme. Now, Chen Yinming has returned. Yet the report he brings is disconcerting. He encountered a sect with a feeble formation, within which lay a dragon that might yet ascend to greatness. The golden feather celestial artifact has also made an appearance. He was thoroughly reprimanded, and there were even instances when the celestial emperor's token was brandished. Yet this fellow merely chuckled, dismissing it as foolishness. Huang Zhengqian could no longer contain himself and approached Chen Yinming. Chen Yinming increasingly sensed something amiss, continuously inquiring, "Brother, what do you intend to do?" Huang Zhengqian gritted his teeth, a menacing expression overtaking his face as if he were about to devour his counterpart. "Oh, it's nothing. I haven't seen you in ages and merely wish to embrace you. Come here quickly and let me hold you." Hearing such words, Chen Yinming felt a surge of terror coursing through him. Indeed, in the next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag loomed before him in an instant. Thus, a figure renowned across the celestial realm, a grand celestial lord, crudely forced another to the ground, raining down blows while hurling curses, resembling a petty thug engaged in a brawl. After a considerable time, the hall finally fell silent. At this moment, Huang Zhengqian occupied the main seat, his countenance remaining icy. Chen Yinming had been transformed into a swollen visage, kneeling before Huang Zhengqian, his mind in a daze, feeling utterly wronged. Huang Zhengqian berated him. "I cannot ascertain whether you have intertwined your fate with mine, but if so, I swear I will end you." This was Huang Zhengqian's greatest fear. The celestial emperor had warned him that being possessed the power to unravel the heavenly mysteries and govern destiny. Should the connection be traced from Chen Yinming to him, and he too be marked with animosity, it would indeed be a case of misfortune befalling him without provocation. Chen Yinming remained oblivious to the unfolding events, left only to simmer in his frustration. Observing his demeanor, Huang Zhengqian could not help but scold him again. "Are you truly unaware of the error you have committed?" Chen Yinming, feeling aggrieved, nodded. What transgression had he committed? In the celestial realm, such levels of plunder were hardly regarded as significant. Acts of murder and annihilation of entire families or factions were commonplace. Huang Zhengxian observed Chen Yinming's demeanor and felt compelled to disclose certain information to him, lest this individual cause further trouble in the future. Taking a deep breath to suppress the remnants of his indignation, Huang began to articulate all that he knew, along with his speculations. Upon hearing this, Chen Yinming stood frozen, as if transformed into a statue, immobile and seemingly susceptible to the elements. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure, and he swallowed hard, his expression one of bewilderment. Could this possibly be true? Was it really that terrifying? An invincible entity? More fearsome than the immortal emperor? If so, was his demise inevitable? In a moment of urgency, Chen Yinming glanced at Huang Zhengxian, kneeling and inching closer, grasping Huang's foot and lamenting, "Brother, what am I to do? That entity wouldn't employ any means against me, would it?" Chen Yinming found himself believing. For disbelief was not an option. Firstly, Huang Zhengxian's reaction was undeniably authentic. Secondly, the words Huang spoke resonated with his own experiences in the lower realms. He recalled the Morong Palace's assertion that the sect was not his to command and the advice to inquire about the black flood dragon from that formidable being. That very being was indeed the invincible entity Huang Zhengxian had just mentioned. The more he contemplated, the more his scalp tingled with dread. If such a being truly existed, and he had behaved arrogantly in its presence, his fate would likely not be so trivial. Perhaps the chastisement he faced from the golden feather immortal artifact was merely the first layer of punishment, with many more concealed repercussions awaiting him. Seeing that Chen Yinming was now aware of his folly, Huang Zhengxian scoffed. "Now you recognize your error?" Chen Yinming hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother, I was wrong. What should I do now? Should I go and plead for forgiveness?" Huang Zhengxian was equally at a loss. Reporting this matter to the Celestial Emperor was out of the question. Otherwise, Chen Yinming might not survive the consequences. After pondering for a moment, Huang Zhengxian gritted his teeth and threatened, "Let us prepare a grand gift to present tomorrow and sincerely apologize. Remember, this time you must present yourself properly and not implicate me again." Chen Yinming nodded vigorously, indicating his unwavering obedience. After issuing the threat, Huang Zhengxian fell into a deep contemplation. However, just as he was engulfed in his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled an event from long ago. Before the mighty Celestial Emperor ascended to his position, he had met the previous Celestial Emperor once, who, before his ascension, possessed a certain degree of predictive ability. When departing from the celestial realm, that emperor had foretold his fate, stating that his first half of life would be rather ordinary, lacking in significant fortune. However, at a certain juncture, he would encounter a pivotal moment that would determine the course of his future. If he seized it wisely, he would soar to great heights. But if mishandled, he would be mired in endless troubles. Reflecting on this ancient memory in conjunction with today's events, Huang Zhengxian suddenly realized that perhaps this moment was indeed the turning point of his life. Chapter 95. The senior bestows a stone upon me? This cannot be simple. In Qingyuan town, while the sky was still bright, Chen Pingan and Xiao Ling'er finished their meal and resumed their efforts in tilling the land. The courtyard was spacious, and since Xiao Ling'er had such a fondness for watermelons, they decided to dedicate the entire initial plot to cultivate them. Naturally, Chen Pingan could not allow Su Ling to feast on watermelons indefinitely, so he decided to cultivate 2 small plots of land to plant strawberries and pineapples. The space occupied by strawberries and pineapples would not require much. Combined, the 2 small plots would be equivalent in size to the area used for watermelons. After experiencing the sweetness of watermelons, Su Ling, regardless of Chen Pingan's attempts to prevent her from working in the fields, eagerly jumped down and seized a hoe to begin tilling the soil. This way, she could hasten her access to fresh fruit. Observing Su Ling's determination, Chen Pingan felt a sense of helplessness. After some contemplation, he reasoned that allowing her to engage in physical activity and work up a sweat would be beneficial. He instructed her to work, but not to overexert herself. Su Ling nodded with a smile. However, she later forgot her promise and began to labor with great enthusiasm. Witnessing her renewed vigor, Chen Pingan could not help but doubt the authenticity of her previous claims during her illness. Yet, after reflecting, he deemed such thoughts absurd. Moreover, he had not observed any changes in the peach trees over the past 5 years. The idea of truly achieving immortality seemed utterly fantastical. Nevertheless, he resolved to pay closer attention to the peach trees in the future. On the peach tree side, sensing Chen Pingan's scrutinizing gaze, the trees expressed a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, their master lacked spiritual roots and could not perceive their differences, even if there were a trace of spiritual roots. Despite their energies being able to conceal themselves to an almost perfect degree, they would still be exposed. After some time of tilling, Chen Pingan unexpectedly struck a stone with his hoe. He frowned and began to excavate it more carefully, determined to remove it, as stones in the soil were undesirable. Before long, he unearthed a stone that appeared quite ordinary, roughly the size of a human head, with a coarse texture. The shape resembled a small hill. Once cleaned, it could serve as a delightful ornament. However, Chen Pingan had no inclination towards collecting stones. He found such hobbies unappealing and deemed the stone to be a waste of space. Thus, he cast it aside, intending to dispose of it later. He resumed his agricultural endeavors when a voice echoed from outside. "Elder, are you there? Murong Gong has arrived." Chen Pingan replied loudly, "I am here. Come in." It seemed he was about to discuss the matters pertaining to today's sect establishment. He gestured to Su Ling to take a break before setting down his hoe and moving towards the entrance. Murong Gong entered cautiously, his movements deliberate. Upon realizing he wasn't required to kneel, he exhaled in relief. Upon seeing Chen Pingan, Murong Gong once again bowed respectfully, addressing him as elder. Observing Murong Gong's tentative and slow demeanor, Chen Pingan inquired with some confusion, "Gong Lao, are you all right?" Misinterpreting the concern as a reference to being made to kneel by Chun Yinming earlier that day, Murong Gong quickly smiled and replied, "I am fine." Chen Pingan acknowledged this with an "oh." After Murong Gong reassured him of his well-being, he continued, "Elder, I have come to inform you that we can begin recruiting disciples the day after tomorrow." Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he enthusiastically praised, "Excellent, excellent. Well done." Upon hearing this commendation, the wrinkles on Murong Gong's face softened, his heart blossoming with joy. Being praised by the elder made him feel as though he could almost float with delight, laughing heartily. Chen Pingan harbored a certain apprehension about his own shortcomings. Yet at this moment, witnessing Murong Gong's unwavering confidence brought him a sense of solace. To encounter such a commendable individual, particularly one who is also a cultivator, felt like a divine blessing. After a moment of reflection, Chen Pingan resolved to invite Murong Gong to dine with him, as he had little else to offer besides a sumptuous meal. However, Murong Gong, with remarkable swiftness, interjected, "I came to discuss this matter, but I find myself with no further engagements. Senior, I shall take my leave now." Chen Pingan, taken aback by Murong Gong's words, halted the response that was about to escape his lips. He considered the ongoing task of cultivating the land. Very well, perhaps next time. Yet, he called for Murong Gong to pause and briskly made his way to the watermelon patch, plucking another watermelon. Approaching Murong Gong with the fruit in hand, he presented it before him. Su Ling observed this scene, her lips pursed in discontent. However, the thought of the fruits awaiting her after finishing the land cultivation soon eased her mind. Standing before Murong Gong, Chen Pingan said, "Elder Gong, please take this back and enjoy it." Murong Gong gazed at the watermelon, swallowing hard in anticipation. "Thank you so much, senior," he exclaimed with fervor. Chen Pingan, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively. "It is but a trifle, hardly worth mentioning. You have assisted me greatly. Once I have completed the enrollment of disciples, do bring Murong Shui and the others to join me for a meal." At the mention of dining, Murong Gong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nodding vigorously as if pecking at grains like a chick, Chen Pingan smiled in amusement at the sight. "It appears that Elder Gong truly enjoys the dishes we have prepared." After this exchange, the two had little left to discuss. Chen Pingan accompanied Murong Gong outside, but as they walked, he noticed a stone on the ground. Realizing that it was inappropriate for the stone to remain there, he picked it up, intending to take it with him and Murong Gong. Upon seeing Chen Pingan carrying the stone, Murong Gong's face expressed a look of curiosity. "Senior, what is this?" he inquired. Chen Pingan replied, "By the way, does Elder Gong have an affinity for stones? This particular stone holds no value for me. If you find it appealing, you may take it home, clean it, and admire it, or even show it to others." In Chen Pingan's experience, older individuals often have a penchant for collecting stones, especially those with aesthetically pleasing contours, which many find delightful. Upon hearing these words, Murong Gong suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and nodded eagerly. Could a gift from a senior be mere trifles? Moreover, your words are quite clear. This stone may serve no purpose for you, but it could indeed be valuable for me, or for those who appreciate its beauty. His face lit up with excitement as he expressed his gratitude, nodding fervently. Whether the stone truly possessed any significance remained to be seen, but he was already convinced of its potential. Chen Pingan, upon hearing the words of thanks and seeing the smile on Murong Gong's face, let out a hearty laugh. Feeling validated in his assumptions, he could easily discern that Murong Gong had such an inclination. Thus, he handed the stone directly to Murong Gong, who departed with it in hand. Chapter 96. Gazing at the stone awakens one's essence. Murong Gong held a watermelon in one hand and cradled the earth-laden stone in the other. He sensed that this stone was undoubtedly extraordinary. Anything bestowed by a predecessor could not be trivial. He hastened his pace and swiftly returned to the sect. Thereafter, he diligently cleaned the stone, while simultaneously gathering Zhang Xiaofeng and others. He placed the stone upon the table and observed it meticulously. The stone had been washed several times, devoid of any dirt, so pristine one could almost lick it. However, after an extended examination, Murong Gong still failed to discern any remarkable qualities within the stone. If one were to insist it possessed uniqueness, it would only be in its aesthetically pleasing shape, reminiscent of a mountain. Yet, regardless of how long he scrutinized, he found nothing of practical value. This left him with an unsettling doubt. Could it truly be a worthless stone? Perhaps he was overthinking it? After a while, Murong Shui and the others gradually entered. Upon seeing them, Murong Gong began to introduce the stone on the table. This was given by our predecessor, said to be for appreciation. I suspect it is certainly not simple. Yet, after considerable observation, I have made no discoveries. As he spoke, a wry smile crept across his face. Perhaps I sometimes become overly fixated on interpreting the words of our predecessor. Upon hearing that the stone was indeed a gift from their predecessor, intended for their admiration, Murong Shui and the others began to scrutinize the stone earnestly. Their thoughts mirrored those of Murong Gong at the outset. Given by a predecessor and designated for appreciation, could it be trivial? It must harbor profound significance. They were determined to examine it thoroughly. As for the latter remarks of Murong Gong, they could not concur. A figure of such high caliber as their predecessor would not speak without deeper meaning. They focused intently on the stone, their scrutiny deepening with each passing moment. Zhang Xiaofeng let out a bittersweet smile and remarked, I haven't noticed any differences. Perhaps we have indeed overanalyzed the words of our predecessors. Murong Yinhai shook his head in agreement, stating, I truly see no distinction. Zhang Qingxian mirrored their gestures. However, just as they finished speaking, they suddenly realized that Murong Shui had fallen into a profound silence. At that moment, a radiant light erupted from her being, a manifestation of an enigmatic power. Murong Shui closed her eyes, feeling herself enveloped in a haze. She sensed a warmth surging through her body, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting. Shortly thereafter, she experienced a sudden, invigorating rush within her, which filled her with an overwhelming sense of comfort. Finally, she opened her eyes. Exhaling a breath of murky air, her face instantly illuminated with exhilaration. What is this feeling? She clenched her fist, realizing her body was brimming with energy. In haste, Murong Shui turned her gaze towards Murong Gong and the others. She had merely focused on the stone for a brief moment, initially believing it to be unremarkable. Yet in the next instant, she noticed a dim light emanating from the stone, penetrating into her being. Then, she instinctively closed her eyes. At that moment, Murong Gong and the others were transfixed. Their gazes locked onto Murong Shui. Their expressions were one of sheer astonishment, eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could accommodate an egg. Could this be the legendary awakening of her potential? Murong Gong swallowed hard, his astonishment rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, exclaiming, This is precisely how it is described in the texts. Just moments ago, Xiaoxue undoubtedly awakened her innate abilities. Murong Yinhai spoke rapidly and with great excitement. Xiaoxue, do you feel any changes in your body? Murong Shui blinked her large eyes and replied, I feel invigorated, as if my entire being has become lighter, and I sense a newfound intimacy with this realm. Gulp. The others swallowed in unison. By heavens, she truly has awakened her abilities. With a swift motion, they turned their gazes, fixating intently on the stone resting on the table. At that moment, Murong Shui also revealed the dim light that had merged with her essence moments prior. Upon hearing this, they all confirmed one crucial point. They had indeed not misinterpreted the words of their forebear. The elder had once again bestowed upon them a tremendous opportunity. In Qingyuan town, as dusk fell, Chen Pingan and his companion finally completed their land cultivation. The courtyard no longer appeared so desolate. Chen Pingan watered the soil and then began to sow seeds, following a process akin to planting watermelons. Once accomplished, Chen Pingan and Su Ling glanced towards the fertilizer, exchanging a knowing smile. Together, they gathered a small basin of fertilizer and then scattered it across different sections of the land. As the fertilizer touched the earth, observant eyes would notice the soil in certain small pits beginning to stir. With their application of the fertilizer, a wondrous scene unfolded before them. Delicate young shoots emerged from the soil, reminiscent of tender grass sprouting in springtime. Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with astonishment at the potency of this fertilizer. Indeed, over the past 5 years, this fertilizer has proven to be the most formidable. Compared to other things, even that cherished garment of mine, this is far superior. Chen Pingan contemplated the items he had drawn from the system over the past 5 years. And in comparison to this fertilizer, he could only muster one word to describe them: garbage. If the kitchen knives were aware of Chen Pingan's sentiments, they would likely weep inconsolably in the restroom. After all, they are artifacts of great significance. It is pertinent to note that this fertilizer merely possesses a slight stimulating effect and cannot possibly be compared to them. Nevertheless, one cannot blame Chen Pingan. He remains the sole individual in the dark. Chen Pingan and Su Ling each spread 2 small pots of fertilizer. At long last, both plots of land were brimming with growth. As Chen Pingan gazed upon the earth before him, a wave of emotion washed over him. In the area where he had applied the fertilizer, over 50 pineapples flourished. He was taken aback by the sight. In his understanding, pineapples grew underground, but at this moment, he realized they sprouted above ground, atop the branches. 50 pineapples, each as large as a basketball, adorned with a scaly exterior reminiscent of gold bars. They appeared exceptionally grand. Are these truly pineapples? They resemble gold ingots. Chen Pingan approached to touch them. Yet, he found it rather amusing that, despite the scaly exterior resembling small gold bars, they were, in fact, merely the plant's skin. These pineapples certainly looked delectable. Each one was plump, promising an exquisite flavor. However, just as watermelons do not qualify as elixirs, these pineapples likely do not either. Chen Pingan felt a tinge of regret regarding this. If only they were of the elixir grade, he could sell them. TSK. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune. After observing the pineapples on his side, Chen Pingan turned his gaze towards Su Ling's strawberries. To his surprise, upon catching sight of them, he found himself momentarily entranced. The entire patch, save for a few green leaves, was ablaze with vibrant red strawberries. The sheer quantity was astonishing. In such a small area, there were at least 1,000. On average, each strawberry plant bore 10 luscious fruits. A smile blossomed on Chen Pingan's face as he contemplated the harvest. Fruit after meals would no longer be a distant dream. He glanced at Su Ling, the fruit aficionado, and imagined she would be overjoyed. Yet, upon seeing her, he realized he had underestimated her fervor for fruit. Her eyes, already large, widened even further in excitement. She was smacking her lips, as if her saliva might dampen her clothes. Chen Pingan approached and gently grasped Su Ling's head, saying, "You mustn't eat them just yet. We must wait until tomorrow after the fertilizer has settled." With that, he led her back inside the house, concerned that they might consume residual fertilizer and suffer its ill effects. The thought of suddenly aging due to such an oversight was too dreadful to contemplate. This train of thought led him to another possibility. Perhaps Su Ling's sudden fever was linked to her not washing her hands thoroughly after handling the fertilizer before eating. Regardless of Su Ling's passion for strawberries and pineapples, he firmly guided her back indoors. The day swiftly turned to night, and after preparing and enjoying their meal, they settled down to sleep. When the night grew quiet and still, Su Ling opened her eyes. Sensing the stillness in Chen Pingan's room and noticing his unmoving form, she decisively got out of bed and stealthily slipped out of the house. However, at that moment, Chen Pingan suddenly opened his eyes and, with a sly smile, remarked, "Xiao Linger, you truly deserve a lesson." Chapter 97. The Pingan sect is a fraud. The following day, outside the Pingan sect, a lively scene unfolded. Since the previous night, numerous flying vessels had descended in the vicinity. The news circulating was that the Pingan sect would recruit disciples in 2 days. Eager not to miss this golden opportunity, many individuals arrived a day early. Most of these visitors had either attended the sect's inaugural ceremony or were notified by those who had gathered outside. As word of the happenings within the Pingan sect spread, nearly half the continent had become aware of the events. Consequently, a multitude of curious onlookers rushed to the location overnight, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Naturally, where there are believers, there are skeptics. Upon hearing the news about the Pingan sect, some individuals scoffed immediately. At this moment, in the throngs of spectators waiting for the spectacle to unfold, a discussion arose. This sect must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. However, the tales that circulated yesterday are undoubtedly fabricated. Clearly, this sect concocted a story to attract more disciples, employing some hired hands to spread it. Indeed, I have heard that the Pingan sect is a merger of 2 smaller sects, and their leader is merely at the spirit division stage. One wonders how they managed to establish such a grand formation and summon a flood dragon to guard the mountain. Yet, I can assert with certainty that the events reported yesterday are false. They even claim that immortals caused disturbances and divine artifacts drove them away. How utterly absurd. Indeed, it has been said that the most formidable figures from several prominent factions on the mainland have come to attend the ceremony. If that is the case, why do these powerful beings not personally disseminate the news to validate their presence? I simply refuse to believe that those rumors hold any truth. My purpose for being here today is to see if anyone will step forward to unveil their hypocritical facade. Within the formation, Murong Gong gazed at the throngs surrounding the perimeter, his expression somewhat dazed. Could it be that news of yesterday's events has already spread? Are these individuals truly here to join our sect? Murong Gong began to feel a sense of breathlessness. The sheer number of people outside was overwhelming. If all of them are indeed here to join us, recruiting 10,000 disciples would be remarkably effortless. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. Let us commence the recruitment today. Yuhai, prepare yourselves. Murong Gong was brimming with impatience. The recruitment of disciples is of utmost significance for any sect, as disciples are the foundation upon which a sect's rise is built. Moreover, the task of enlisting 10,000 disciples had been entrusted to him by a senior. If he were to accomplish this task ahead of schedule, he could seek out the senior for commendation. Perhaps, should the senior be pleased, he might even receive a reward or an opportunity. Once Murong Gong and the others were ready, they soared towards the entrance, opening it, and standing in formation. Following the customary procedure for disciple recruitment, 2 individuals positioned themselves at the entrance to assess bone age, while the others set up tests for spiritual roots and various evaluations in the plaza of the mountain gate. Murong Gong ascended into the sky, surveying the surroundings. Esteemed guests, the recruitment schedule has been advanced. We shall begin accepting disciples today. Those interested in joining our sect may step forward to undergo the assessment. Certainly. Our sect does not accept just anyone. First and foremost, one must not be affiliated with any other factions. Upon entering our sect, individuals must remain within the confines of our enclave for a specified duration. Additionally, applicants must not exceed the age of 18. Murong Gong articulated a plethora of conditions. Upon his arrival, the surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence, attentively absorbing his words. After he concluded, many began to murmur and deliberate amongst themselves. Murong Gong continued, "Very well, those interested, please step forward and form a line." With this declaration, a portion of the crowd surged towards the entrance of the formation. However, nearly 90% remained motionless. Among them, 60% wore expressions of disdainful amusement. The sudden alteration in recruitment dates suggested a cunning ploy to ensnare the unsuspecting. Did you see that? The strongest among them is indeed at the spirit division stage. Those who choose to queue are surely fools. Although many harbored suspicions regarding the ulterior motives of this sect, they observed that numerous individuals still proceeded to line up. These individuals were likely either witnesses to the events of the previous day or their acquaintances, fully confident that they would not be deceived. Moreover, this sect appeared formidable on the surface. Even if its internal strength was lacking, it surpassed many other factions. Gaining entry would undoubtedly be advantageous. As Murong Gong beheld the throng of hopefuls, a broad smile graced his countenance. Naturally, his keen hearing allowed him to discern the skepticism surrounding their sect's prowess, with some questioning whether the previous day's incidents were mere fabrications. Yet, he felt no compulsion to address their doubts. Whether they believed or not was of no consequence to him. Once our sect enrolls over 10,000 disciples, we shall cease recruitment, as our sect is limited in size. Just as Murong Gong contemplated this, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon recognizing the visitor, a smile graced Murong Gong's lips. It was none other than Bai Gufeng. "Brother Bai, what brings you here?" Murong Gong inquired. Bai Gufeng had come to facilitate his grandson's entry into the Pingan sect. He had considered leveraging connections to secure a place for his grandson, but upon reflection, he realized that since the elder was actively promoting disciple recruitment, there must be a deeper strategy at play. Perhaps during this enrollment, he intended to select a few prodigious talents and provide them with unique opportunities. This notion seemed highly plausible, for it was unlikely that someone of the elder's stature would engage in such endeavors merely to cultivate a handful of disciples. It was far more probable that he aimed to sift through the candidates to find a select few exceptional individuals for focused training. Thus, Bai Gufeng resolved to accompany his grandson during the recruitment period. He believed his grandson possessed extraordinary talent, and there was a chance he could be among those chosen by the elder. Having grown somewhat familiar with one another, Bai Gufeng and Murong Gong engaged in casual conversation before Bai Gufeng revealed the purpose of his visit. Upon learning that Bai Xiaochun wished to join their sect, Murong Gong's eyes sparkled with excitement. To possess such cultivation at such a young age. "Brother Bai, you are exceedingly gracious. If Xiaochun desires to join our sect, simply inform me, and I shall ensure he becomes a disciple at once," Murong Gong declared, thumping his chest with assurance. After listening, Bai Guifeng shook his head and said, "This will not do. Let Xiaochun follow the proper procedures. After all, I have taught him since childhood that one must not take shortcuts." Murong Gong, taken aback by this, chose to disregard Bai Guifeng's approach. Regardless, Bai Xiaochun's qualifications would undoubtedly secure his entry into their sect, as long as he could gain admission. Let him embrace the complications that come with it. Thus, Bai Gufeng escorted Bai Xiaochun to the ground, even insisting that he join the queue at the end. Bai Guifeng's presence naturally attracted considerable attention. Among the crowd were individuals of discerning insight who, upon encountering Bai Guifeng, were rendered speechless. Some were intimidated by the aura of his cultivation, while others immediately recognized him as the esteemed leader of the treasure hall. Consequently, those who had previously questioned the integrity of the Pingan sect found themselves at a loss for words, as if they had just swallowed a mouthful of bitterness. After Bai Xiaochun landed, he quietly took his place in line. A group of young individuals advanced, first measuring their bone age, then assessing their spiritual roots. To their astonishment, there was even a peculiar task involving staring at a stone. Chapter 98. Truly, I understand my elders best. In the distance, a group of onlookers who had refrained from queuing gazed up at Bai Guifeng and Murong Gong in the sky. Some among them still struggled to comprehend the situation. These were the very individuals who had earlier dismissed the Pingan sect as a deceptive establishment, firmly believing that the rumors circulating the previous day were false. However, the sudden appearance of Bai Guifeng felt like a resounding slap to their faces, igniting a stinging embarrassment. Furthermore, they realized that Bai Xiaochun had also arrived. This left them even more astonished. They had never seen Bai Xiaochun but had heard of his illustrious reputation. Despite his tender age, he possessed remarkable talent. At this moment, witnessing Bai Xiaochun, who appeared exceedingly youthful, yet had already reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage, left many present utterly astounded. Such age, such cultivation, truly terrifying. What rendered them speechless was the fact that this extraordinary prodigy, a rare gem amongst thousands, was actually seeking to join the peace sect. Observing this scene, those who remained hesitant began to stir, hastily forming a queue as a throng surged forward. Murong Gong, standing aloft, observed this unfolding spectacle with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Seemingly having grasped the reason behind Bai Gufeng's decision to send Bai Xiaochun to stand in line. It appeared to be a thoughtful arrangement by the elder, allowing Bai Gufeng to bring his grandson along, thereby achieving a promotional effect. Turning to Bai Gufeng, Murong Gong remarked with a smile, "Brother Bai, your decision to have Xiaochun join the sect is influenced by the elder, is it not?" Upon hearing Murong Gong's words, Bai Gufeng let out a hearty laugh. Unabashedly affirming, indeed. Murong Gong chuckled in response, "The elder is truly astute. This will certainly suffice for 1,000 disciples." Initially, the number of individuals in line was quite substantial, though not all would qualify. It was likely that half would be eliminated. However, with the influx of newcomers, it seemed that the selection would indeed yield 1,000 disciples. Reflecting on this, Murong Gong once again marveled at the elder's foresight and meticulous planning. Truly a master of strategy. The pace of testing among the group of young individuals was swift, and to expedite the process further, Murong Gong had dispatched additional personnel to assist with the evaluations. Meanwhile, not far away, a considerable number of onlookers continued to observe the proceedings. Some individuals gazed at those who had previously been vocally criticizing the Pingan sect, their tones dripping with sarcasm. "Weren't you all just claiming that the Pingan sect was engaging in deception? Now, it seems you have nothing to say." The once defiant faces of these critics turned pale. However, at that moment, a new possibility dawned upon them. I still suspect that the Pingan sect has fabricated a tale. Have you considered that perhaps this Pingan sect was orchestrated by the gathering of Treasures Hall?" Once this conjecture was voiced, the crowd fell silent. They pondered for a moment, as if suddenly enlightened. If this were indeed the case, everything would suddenly make sense. The merger of these two minor sects, accompanied by an abundance of treasures, appeared quite abnormal. Yet, if there was a gathering of Treasures Hall pulling the strings from behind the scenes, it would all be entirely reasonable. This formation could very well be a product of the gathering of Treasures Hall itself, merely for the sake of spectacle. And the dragon, too, might have been subdued by them, simply for showmanship. Now, the master of the gathering of Treasures Hall had come forth to elevate the reputation of his own sect, leading those who arrived to believe that the fabricated story from not long ago was indeed true, thus enticing them to join the sect. Everything could be reconciled. Gasp. As this hypothesis emerged, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. If this were true, would it not imply that everything was part of a grand conspiracy? What ulterior motives could the gathering of Treasures Hall possibly harbor? In that moment, even those who had sought to mock the skeptics began to feel a sense of suspicion creeping upon them. As time passed, it finally became Bai Xiaochun's turn. Bai Xiaochun advanced, gazing at Murong Yuhai with a gentle smile, and called out, "Uncle Yuhai." Murong Yuhai held a profound impression of Bai Xiaochun, after nodding with a smile. He proceeded to assess his bone age. In truth, he was quite eager to ascertain Bai Xiaochun's true age. Upon completion of the examination, He inhaled deeply, over 7 years old, yet not quite 8. Remarkable. Following the Bone Age assessment, Bai Xiaochun continued onward to measure his spiritual root. The result was exceptional. Next, he assessed his cultivation level, peak of the core formation stage. Each evaluation was of the utmost caliber. Bai Gufeng remained aloft, standing alongside Murong Gong, and at that moment, he looked upon his grandson with a countenance of profound satisfaction. He then observed his grandson approaching a stone, and under Murong Shui's guidance, he began to fixate on it. Bai Gufeng turned to Murong Gong and inquired, "Brother Gong, what is the significance of this stone?" He was well aware of the previous tests, but was entirely ignorant of the purpose of this one. Murong Gong chuckled softly. "This was provided by the elder yesterday afternoon. Initially, I thought the elder intended for me to appreciate it alone, but suddenly I comprehended the deeper meaning behind the elder's gesture. Given the multitude of individuals present today and the elder's timely bestowal of the stone, it is evident that the elder wishes for the disciples to also partake in observing this stone." Murong Gong felt quite clever, believing he had perfectly deciphered the elder's subtle hints. He even began to speculate whether the elder might be an ancestor of the Murong clan. If that were the case, everything would fall into place. The elder sought them out, granting them such an opportunity, and he understood the elder's intentions so well, suggesting a possible blood connection. Indeed, it is exceedingly correct. Upon hearing Murong Gong's words, Bai Gufeng realized that the stone had been placed there at the behest of his predecessor. He was momentarily stunned, and then a wave of overwhelming joy surged through him. Could it be that I have guessed correctly? His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as he fixed his gaze intently on the stone below. He had harbored doubts about whether the predecessor's intention in organizing this recruitment event was to bestow a great opportunity. Now, with Murong Gong's revelation, everything made sense. That stone was undoubtedly extraordinary. He looked at his grandson, hopeful for him to receive the fortune bestowed by their predecessor. Just at that moment, he suddenly noticed his grandson beginning to emanate light. Stunned, he thought, "Is this the rare awakening physique that occurs once in a millennium?" After a brief moment of shock, he was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the awakening physique. Haha. My Bai family has finally reached this day. Bai Gufeng trembled with excitement, wishing to let out a roar to the heavens. He also remembered to credit this moment to whom it was due. The predecessor. It turns out that the predecessor orchestrated this disciple recruitment precisely to grant his grandson a tremendous opportunity. Having labored tirelessly, the complexity of these plot lines often left me in deep contemplation. For those who appreciate this work, please leave a 5-star review, urge for updates, and consider a token of appreciation. I shall continue to persevere, and soon the protagonist will possess great power. As for those wishing to meet the author and see what they look like, simply click on the author's avatar and decipher the group number. Chapter 99. All of this is the predecessor's directive. Bai Gufeng felt immense gratitude towards Chen Pingan and repeatedly in his heart. At this moment, Murong Gong observed the awakening of Bai Xiaochun's physique and let out a hearty laugh. Previously, he had witnessed numerous individuals pass the test, yet none had awakened their physique, leading him to question whether he had misinterpreted the intentions of his esteemed predecessor. Now, at last, he beheld someone awakening their physique. And the fact that this individual was none other than the grandson of Bai Gufeng solidified his conviction that he was the most astute among those who understood the predecessor's wisdom. Murong Gong felt a profound sense of pride. Meanwhile, the crowd below also noticed the transformation of Bai Xiaochun. Some individuals with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is the awakening of a physique. Could it be true? What did he do?" He merely gazed at that stone for a while. One of them finally pieced it together. I was puzzled as to why those individuals were instructed to focus on that stone after their assessment. It seems that staring at the stone could lead to the awakening of a physique. A commotion erupted, filled with murmurs and chatter. However, at that moment, those who had deemed this recruitment of disciples a mere ruse spoke up once more. "Humph, I was right all along. Did you see? No one else awakens their physique. Yet Bai Xiaochun does. Is this not a blatant fabrication?" They scoffed. "Indeed, it merely emits a mysterious glow. It does not necessarily indicate an awakened physique. Perhaps some trickery is at play, creating an illusion." They laughed derisively. The treasure-gathering hall truly spares no effort. A group of individuals appeared obstinate, as if they had unraveled the truth and believed themselves to be exceptionally perceptive. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him, and a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Grandfather was indeed correct. Suddenly, the senior initiated an enrollment, undoubtedly harboring profound significance. At this moment, he wore an expression of reverence and yearning. How much time would it take for someone of such an esteemed caliber to draw near? Bai Gufeng gradually emerged from his astonishment, directing his gaze towards Murong Gong, and courteously remarked, "Young brother Gong, Xiaochun's remarkable achievements are largely thanks to your guidance." Murong Gong chuckled heartily and replied, "Brother Bai, you jest. It is all due to the directives of our predecessors." Bai Gufeng understood that it was indeed the guidance of the predecessors, yet he realized that without Murong Gong's comprehension of their intentions, the outcome might have been entirely different. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers observed Bai Gufeng and Murong Gong engaged in such animated conversation. And those who were convinced that the gathering treasure haul was merely performing theatrics could not suppress their derision. Just then, before the stone, another individual emanated a mysterious radiance. This unexpected development captured everyone's attention. Bai Gufeng and Murong Gong, too, paused momentarily, their gazes fixated intently on that spot. There stood a young man. Seemingly unremarkable and utterly ordinary. In a crowd, he would hardly leave a lasting impression. As he opened his eyes, he stared blankly at his hands. What is this sensation? Could it be? Have I awakened my potential? He was profoundly astonished. Having witnessed Bai Xiaochun's prowess moments ago, he felt an overwhelming envy. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own mediocrity, to the extent that he had anxiously feared failing the assessment upon arriving here. It is worth noting that he had attempted evaluations in numerous sects, but even the smallest factions had barred his entry. At the tender age of 18, despite possessing decent spiritual roots, his cultivation paled in comparison to those of his peers with more illustrious backgrounds. Having just passed the assessment of the peaceful sect, he felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. His entire being trembled with excitement. Finally, he turned to the people of the peaceful sect surrounding him and bowed deeply before them. His gaze then fixed upon the Murong Palace in the sky, and with a resounding thud, he knelt upon the ground. "I am eternally grateful to the sect master for this opportunity. I, Chen Zhonghua, shall henceforth be a disciple of the peaceful sect in life, and a spirit of the peaceful sect in death." At that moment, the Murong Palace beamed with joy. Upon witnessing the youth kneeling, the sect master swiftly descended to assist him. "Excellent. Aha. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." Such talent was too remarkable to overlook, and he sensed that the young man still bore a certain naivety, allowing him to revel in the role of a mentor. As soon as the words left his lips, the youth's eyes sparkled with fervor, and he knelt once more, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to my master." This time, the sect master refrained from lifting him, recognizing this as the customary act of apprenticeship. In the air, Bai Gufeng observed the Murong Palace accepting such a disciple and smiled subtly. He understood the reason behind the sect master's reluctance to accept his own grandson as a disciple. It was entirely possible that the young man might one day become a disciple of that esteemed elder. Of course, even if he were not a direct disciple, a nominal recognition or casual guidance would suffice. After all, for a figure of such caliber, merely offering a few words of advice could easily lead one to transcendence. A crowd gathered, their eyes fixated on this spectacle. Those who had previously deemed it a charade now chuckled in disbelief. "Ah, at last. We comprehend what it means to witness a full performance. Were they truly so foolish? Having just awakened one, another follows suit. Such theatricality is unnecessary. They treat us as if we were fools." A group of individuals scoffed disdainfully. Yet, just as they reveled in their perceived enlightenment, the sky above them unexpectedly revealed two figures. With their appearance, the entire world fell silent. And it seemed as though this group had lost the ability to sense the cultivation levels of others. They could not even perceive the prowess of those beside them, as the aura emanating from the two celestial beings was so potent that it felt as though the very fabric of existence could not contain them. As they gazed upon these two, the crowd found it increasingly difficult to breathe, as if the air had solidified. Upon seeing these figures, Murong Gong and Bai Gufeng suddenly turned pale. They recognized Chen Yinming. To their astonishment, a middle-aged man stood beside him, exuding an aura of terror, as if the very heavens might crumble with his breath. Murong Gong swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had never anticipated Chen Yiming's return, let alone with such a formidable companion. This was undoubtedly an act of vengeance. Murong Yanhai and the others shared similar thoughts, their faces drained of color. At that moment, all they could do was pray for their seniors to send divine artifacts or make a personal appearance to rescue them. Chapter 100, Addressing the Immortal as Brother. The group gazed at the two figures in the sky, their breaths growing shallower. Those who had consistently deemed the peaceful sect a deception now recognized their error. Indeed, there were celestial beings. They need not ponder any further. Such profound cultivation and aura, to assert they are not celestial beings would be met with disbelief. Yet, at this very moment, these two celestial beings have manifested within the peaceful sect. Does this not imply that the events rumored yesterday are indeed true? Certainly. Some may speculate that this is merely a coincidence, celestial beings fortuitously passing by, unrelated to the happenings of the previous day. Those who perceive it as mere happenstance are now waiting to witness the next actions of the two celestial beings in the sky. Alternatively, they are anticipating the emergence of divine artifacts, as per the circulated news, to extricate the peaceful sect from its predicament. Huang Zhengxian surveyed the crowded scene below, then glanced at the grand formation and the dark serpent in the sky, remarking, "It appears this is the place." At that moment, Chen Yiming bowed his head, devoid of any arrogance, resembling a mere junior. Huang Zhengxian regarded him earnestly, saying, "Very well, you should know what to do shortly." Chen Yiming offered a wry smile and nodded. Upon seeing Chen Yiming acquiesce, Huang Zhengxian scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling upon Bai Gufeng. This individual is the sect master? He discerned that Bai Gufeng was indeed the mightiest here. However, after a fleeting glance, he realized something was amiss. His attention swiftly fell upon three figures below, by Xiaochun, Murong Shui, and Chen Zhanghua, the newly accepted disciple of Murong Gong. Observing the trio, Huang Zhengxian's eyes sparkled with intense brilliance. These three have awakened their physiques, and all possess remarkable attributes. To awaken such potential at their tender age is a rarity even in the celestial realm. A talent that may surface only once in a millennium or even 10 millennia. Yet, astonishingly, these three find themselves in the mortal realm and moreover, within the same sect. In that moment, Huang Zhengxian was certain. The entity spoken of by the celestial emperor was undoubtedly present here. He felt a surge of excitement. The turning point of his destiny was now firmly in his grasp. Whether fortune or misfortune lay ahead depended solely on his actions at this juncture. Just as he was consumed by exhilaration, Murong Gong appeared before him in the blink of an eye, having encountered two celestial beings. Murong Gong wore an expression of wariness and called out. This was their sect's domain, and as the sect leader, he could not remain absent. He fervently hoped for the swift arrival of the celestial artifact. Without it, he felt utterly vulnerable. Upon recognizing Murong Gong stepping forward, Huang Zhengxian paused momentarily. Was this mere spirit-severing stage individual truly the decision-maker of this sect? Chen Yinming conveyed telepathically, "Elder brother, this is the sect leader." Upon learning that Murong Gong was indeed the authority of the sect, a smile blossomed on Huang Zhengxian's face, and he inclined his hands in greeting, saying, "Esteemed friend, no need for such formalities. You may call me Huang Zhengxian. If you don't mind, given my age, you may refer to me as Huang Laoch." Though Huang Zhengxian appeared youthful, he was, in reality, several millennia old, a veritable ancient being. Murong Gong initially assumed that Chen Yinming had brought a more formidable figure to cause trouble, but upon hearing Huang Zhengxian's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Not far away, Bai Gufeng, sensing Huang Zhengxian's terrifying aura, dared not approach and stood frozen in place, equally stunned by Huang Zhengxian's declaration. Meanwhile, the crowd below, upon hearing these words, exhibited expressions of utter madness. Some individuals suddenly lost their balance and fell to the ground in shock. What? This celestial being permits a soul division stage cultivator to address him as brother? Surely, we must have misheard. Everyone was utterly astonished, their scalps prickling, and their hearts tumultuous with disbelief. They questioned whether they were experiencing auditory hallucinations or illusions. However, no matter how they scrutinized, Huang Zhengxian in the sky maintained his amiable smile, exuding an air of warmth. Murong Gong blinked in bewilderment before grasping the situation. This celestial being must be aware of the elder's existence, hence such familiarity? Murong Gong felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this scene. Was it not akin to the demeanor of Long Outyin and his companions? It was precisely because of the elder that they addressed him as brother. Yet, he could never have imagined that a celestial being would display such courtesy towards him. He would likely awaken with laughter from his dreams tonight. At that moment, Bai Gufeng also came to a realization. Chen Yinming had not brought this individual for vengeance, but rather to extend an apology. He then noticed Chen Yinming, who wore a bittersweet smile and lowered his head like a child who had committed a misdeed. This further solidified his suspicions. They must indeed be aware of the elder's presence. Bai Gufeng then swiftly appeared before Huang Zhengxian and his companions. Huang Zhengxian turned to Bai Gufeng once more and inquired, "May I ask who this esteemed friend is?" He treated everyone present with utmost courtesy, for anyone capable of being here was deserving of respect. If this individual were acquainted with that esteemed being, such politeness was certainly warranted. Bai Gufeng replied with a smile, "I am Bai Gufeng, the master of the treasure hall in this mortal realm, fortunate enough to have made the acquaintance of that esteemed elder." Bai Gufeng knew it was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with this celestial being. For merchants, it is not merely wealth that holds significance. At times, connections are equally vital. After all, this was a celestial being. If only his connections could reach the celestial realm. Once he ascends, the future would be boundless. When Huang Zhengqian learned of Bai Gufeng's identity, he maintained a courteous smile. However, upon discovering that Bai Gufeng was acquainted with a certain esteemed being, he promptly replied with a jovial laugh. "Ah, so it is Brother Bai. A pleasure to finally meet you." Bai Gufeng, upon hearing the title of Brother Bai, felt a surge of exhilaration. What a remarkable honor it was for a celestial being to address him with such familiarity. This was a tale he could boast about for years to come. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname, my dear brother?" Huang Zhengqian, still smiling, introduced himself. "My surname is Huang, and my name is Zhengqian. In the celestial realm, I am known as the Dugu Immortal." At the mention of the name, Bai Gufeng initially felt indifferent, merely making a mental note of it. However, when he heard the title Dugu Immortal, his heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth fell agape. The Dugu Immortal, one of the 10 greatest immortals in the celestial realm. My heavens! Bai Gufeng stared blankly at Huang Zhengqian, his expression akin to that of someone who had just unwittingly discovered that a delectable chocolate was, in fact, something far less appetizing. Overwhelmed with trepidation, he stammered, "So, it is Brother Huang. I have long admired you." Bai Gufeng struggled to regain his composure, yet his initial words stumbled forth awkwardly. The Murong Palace was not well versed in many matters of the celestial realm. They were only aware that the most powerful being was the celestial emperor. Other immortals seemed somewhat imposing, but Bai Gufeng's sudden change in demeanor led them to realize that they had underestimated the significance of the title immortal. Chapter 101. The system is about to upgrade. Entering ultimate mode, Huang Zhengqian did not forget the matter of the day and suddenly glanced at Chen Yiming. Chen Yiming's expression twitched, revealing a bitter countenance. He quickly knelt down and bowed towards Murong Gong. "I apologize. Yesterday, I truly overstepped my bounds. I have recognized my error, and I hope my friend can forgive me." This bow, coupled with a resounding knock of his head, conveyed a sense of utter humility. Murong Gong, observing Chen Yiming's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. He hurried forward to assist Chen Yiming to his feet. "There is no need for such humility, my friend. As mortals, we are not infallible. How can one avoid making mistakes? Acknowledging one's faults and striving for improvement is of utmost importance." In truth, Murong Gong was merely showing courtesy to Huang Zhengqian. He had no desire to entangle himself further with Chen Yiming, yet he wished to cultivate a relationship with Huang Zhengqian. The expression on Bai Gufeng's face led him to believe that Huang Zhengqian was no ordinary individual. He understood the significance of connections, especially with someone of celestial stature. Upon hearing Murong Gong's words, Chen Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, he had felt a sense of injustice, but today he was genuinely contrite, wholeheartedly so. Once he was helped to his feet, Chen Yiming swiftly produced a storage ring. "My friend, the ring I presented yesterday contained nothing of value. However, I have prepared a plethora of cultivation resources for my return to the celestial realm as a form of recompense for my transgressions. I sincerely hope you will not refuse it." As he spoke, he extended the storage ring towards Murong Gong. Murong Gong blinked and pretended to ponder for a moment before accepting it. In his heart, he was immensely pleased. Only a fool would decline. Upon returning home yesterday, he had examined the ring that Chen Yiming had given him. It contained merely a powerful weapon, with little else of significance. He believed that the contents of the storage ring were certainly more abundant than those of the previous day. Upon witnessing Murong Gong accept the storage ring, Chen Yiming felt a sense of relief wash over him. If Murong Gong had forgiven him, then perhaps the esteemed presence had also calmed down somewhat. However, he remained uncertain. At that moment, Huang Zhengqian produced a sizable orb, roughly the size of a fist. Strangely, as soon as the orb appeared, it was engulfed in roaring flames. Yet, to Huang Zhengqian's astonishment, he felt no heat emanating from it. Meanwhile, the black serpent lurking among the clouds, upon sensing this aura, widened its lantern-like eyes in surprise. With a smile, Huang Zhengqian said, "I have been remiss in my guidance, allowing my junior to offend you all. I wish to make amends. This is a dragon pearl, which can assist the celestial serpent in digesting some dragon essence." Upon hearing this, Murong Gong's face broke into a broad smile. In recent days, he had grown quite familiar with the black serpent, often spending evenings together in conversation. The serpent had shared its own tales, and upon learning that it might one day transform into a true dragon, Murong Gong was overjoyed. After all, he would then have a genuine dragon as a friend. Upon hearing Huang Zhengqian's words, he nodded vigorously and accepted the gift without hesitation. "Thank you, Brother Huang. I must accept this. It would be a shame not to." Huang Zhengqian raised his brow in delight, promptly placing the dragon pearl into a box and presenting it to Murong Gong. This dragon pearl was a treasure they had labored all night to obtain, and its worth was substantial. As for Chen Yiming, having offended both Murong Gong and the black serpent, He sought to make amends with both, hoping to earn their forgiveness. The remaining task lay in extending a sincere apology to the esteemed elder, for their forgiveness was of utmost importance. After handing the box to Murongong, Huang Zhengxian quietly remarked, "Friend, might I inquire if you could lead us to meet that esteemed elder?" At that moment, Huang Zhengxian felt a twinge of anxiety. Gaining Murongong's forgiveness did not necessarily guarantee the elders. Their ultimate encounter with the elder loomed ahead, and the course of Huang Zhengxian's life hinged on this day. He had to seize the opportunity with utmost care. Murongong pondered this request in silence. He was uncertain whether to take Huang Zhengxian to meet the elder. After some contemplation, he felt that declining to bring Huang Zhengxian would be somewhat unreasonable, especially given the numerous gifts he had received. However, if he were to introduce him, it might risk offending the elder. Then, an idea struck him. With a serious expression, Murongong said, "To be candid, my dear brother, I am also unsure whether the elder wishes to meet you. How about this? I shall take you to the entrance of the elder's courtyard. The elder possesses remarkable divination abilities and has likely already foreseen your arrival. If the elder steps out or permits us to enter, we shall proceed into the courtyard. However, should the elder remain silent and not emerge, I kindly ask you to refrain from imposing upon the elder." Murongong believed this to be the most prudent approach. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhengxian hastily expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. This at least afforded them a chance that Murongong had fought for on their behalf. Once they reached an agreement, Murongong began instructing Zhang Xiaofeng and the others to continue with the recruitment assessments, while he himself intended to pay a visit to the elder. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers remained in a state of disbelief. They glanced at Murongong, then at the figures of Huang Zhengxian and Chun Yinming in the sky, their eyes still brimming with astonishment. Those who had recently asserted that the peaceful sect was a deception now realized their grave misjudgment. Moreover, the error was exceedingly outrageous. I felt as if I had received a resounding slap from an immortal. It appears that their previous conjectures were merely self-assured assumptions. The Pingan sect is indeed a formidable presence. Consider these two immortals. Upon encountering a sect master at the spirit division stage, they treated him with utmost respect, incessantly addressing him as brother or fellow Taoist. One even prostrated himself in utter reverence. This sect is truly terrifying. Some individuals observing this scene were of the perfect age to qualify for joining the Pingan sect. At that moment, their hesitation vanished, and they resolutely advanced to form a queue. By heavens, if even immortals treat this sect with such deference, joining it would surely propel one to great heights. Such a monumental opportunity lay before them. Only a fool would neglect to seize it. Others, though past the age of 18, swiftly produced jade slips for communication, urgently conveying messages to their relatives or friends' children to hasten their arrival. In Qingyuan town, Chen Pingan finished his breakfast and, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, decided to bask in the sunlight within his courtyard. Just then, the system unexpectedly notified him that his task had been completed. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan's eyes brightened. My, how efficient the old master is. I must treat them to a splendid meal. Chen Pingan returned to his room to fetch some money, intending to purchase fine ingredients. Once Murongong arrived, he would summon Murong Shui and the others for a grand feast. With the money in hand, Chen Pingan stepped outside, but at that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host. You have completed 899 tasks. Upon completing one more task, only 100 will remain. As long as the next task is completed, the system will upgrade to ultimate mode. At that time, the rewards for the host will transform. They will no longer be mere items, but rather require cultivation, yielding rewards based on one's cultivation level. The specifics will be for the host to explore in due course. Listening to this voice, Chen Pingan was momentarily dazed, then suddenly filled with astonishment. Goodness, I hadn't counted. There are only 101 tasks left? He exclaimed. Excellent. After completing one more task, I will attain cultivation. Chapter 102. The path to cultivation. Chen Pingan was as elated as a child. 5 years had passed, 5 full years. During this time, he had watched cultivators soar through the skies, their freedom evoking deep envy within him. This mundane life was indeed comfortable. Yet having traversed realms and possessing a system without the ability to cultivate felt utterly unjust. At the very least, he wished to experience the sensation of cultivation. System, could you possibly trigger the next task ahead of schedule? Chen Pingan eagerly rubbed his fists together, convinced that today was an auspicious day. The host is overthinking. Tasks must be activated by you alone. Chen Pingan sighed in frustration. Sometimes, tasks could trigger in quick succession, yet at other times, it could take months for a single task to appear. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate lately and believed he would likely trigger one within a few days. With a grin, He felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Shaolinger, let's go. Today, Big Brother is treating. Let us go buy some groceries. Chen Pingan declared cheerfully. At that moment, Su Ling was playing alone beneath a peach tree, tossing stones into the air. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet she replied with a bright and clear voice, "Brother, I won't go. I'm having fun throwing stones." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast a glance towards the strawberries and pineapples. She had been waiting for Chen Pingan to leave all morning. How could she not seize this rare opportunity for solitude? Last night had been rather miserable for her. She had thought Chen Pingan was asleep, only to find that the moment she stepped out, he had risen to catch her. Even now, her backside still bore a hint of discomfort. Chen Pingan, aware of Su Ling's thoughts, remarked, "If you choose not to go, that's fine, but I have taken note of the quantities of pineapples, strawberries, and watermelons. If one goes missing, humph." With that, he strode out. Upon hearing his words, Su Ling's face paled, and she pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. Just as Chen Pingan was about to step outside, three figures suddenly appeared before him. Murong Gong, Huang Zhengqian, and Chen Yinming. Bai Gufeng had not accompanied them. His reasoning was simple. Were it any other matter, he would have certainly followed to witness the prowess of the elder. However, Huang Zhengqian and Chen Yinming sought an audience with the elder specifically to apologize for their mistakes. Should the elder refuse to forgive them and become enraged, it was likely that his wrath would inadvertently fall upon him, leaving him with no tears to shed in despair. After the three arrived, Huang Zhengqian surveyed the courtyard before him, incredulous. The elder resided here? Moreover, upon sensing the surroundings, he realized this was merely a humble mortal town. Let us wait here for a moment and see what instructions the elder has for us. Also, have you all remembered the precautions I mentioned earlier? Upon Murong Gong's appearance, he turned to Huang Zhengqian and spoke. Huang Zhengqian nodded, acknowledging the elder's claim of being merely an ordinary mortal. It is a common occurrence to downplay one's own abilities, so there is no need for astonishment. They simply need to address him as senior. Thus, the three began to await. However, in the next moment, the door suddenly swung open. A strikingly handsome young man appeared before Huang Zhengqian, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. This was also the case for Chen Yinming, whose face was overtaken by shock upon seeing Chen Pingan, causing him to tremble. The man before them appeared quite youthful, yet at the instant of his arrival, the entire world seemed to be imbued with the essence of profound principles, accompanied by the resonant sounds of the great Tao echoing in their ears. Was this truly the legendary embodiment of the great Tao? Upon opening the door, Chen Pingan was momentarily taken aback by the presence of the three individuals from Murong Palace standing at the threshold. "Old Gong, I was just thinking of you. And here you are? Ha, you are even more formidable than Cao Cao." Upon seeing Murong Palace, a smile graced Chen Pingan's face. Murong Palace had indeed rendered him significant assistance, and he felt compelled to treat them to a grand meal. As Murong Palace arrived, they witnessed Chen Pingan stepping out, their faces reflecting a profound respect. He greeted them with a nod. Meanwhile, Huang Zhengqian and Chen Yinming had also regained their composure from the overwhelming aura exuded by Chen Pingan, quickly bowing in salute, their heads bowed lower than their hands, displaying utmost reverence. "We have met the esteemed senior." Only then did Chen Pingan turn his attention to the two individuals. Noticing that they had come alongside Murong Palace, he presumed they were acquainted, perhaps even good friends of Murong Palace. As for their manner of salute, he thought it might be another instance of his unique ability triggering a visual anomaly, and he intended to assure them that such formalities were unnecessary. However, in the next moment, one individual suddenly knelt down on the ground. "Senior, I sincerely apologize. I realize my mistake." Chen Yinming quickly followed suit, bowing his head fervently. At that moment, Huang Zhengqian also knelt on one knee, pleading, "Senior, I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us." The smile on Chen Pingan's face froze at that instant. "What are you doing? What have you done to offend me? But I do not know you." At this juncture, Murong Gong interjected, "Senior, they have acknowledged their errors. Moreover, thanks to them, the recruitment of disciples should be sufficient for over 10,000. Murong Gong had observed that the arrival of Huang Zhengqian and his companion, coupled with their earnest apologies, had attracted considerable attention. Consequently, some young individuals, who were still hesitant about joining their sect, began to line up. Thus, he took this opportunity to assist Huang Zhengqian and his companion. After all, fostering a good relationship with Chun Zhonghua would be beneficial. Furthermore, the matter was not particularly grave. It had not resulted in any tangible losses, and incessantly criticizing them would seem rather petty. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan quickly grasped the situation. It appeared these two had caused a disturbance during the sect's recruitment of disciples. Now, realizing their missteps, they had come to apologize. Once Chen Pingan understood He allowed Morong Gong to speak on their behalf. With the task accomplished, he decided to exploit his advantageous position to impress. Ahem, very well. I shall grant you my forgiveness, Chen Pingan declared, his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, they appeared somewhat distinguished. Upon hearing these words, Huang Zhengqian and Chen Yinming felt their anxieties dissipate entirely. They promptly expressed their gratitude, overwhelmed with relief, while casting a grateful glance at Morong Palace. They understood that the elder's forgiveness was significantly tied to Morong Palace. Initially, they were unaware of the elder's true prowess. However, upon witnessing the elder's ability to predict their arrival and his formidable presence at the entrance, their perception of him underwent a profound transformation, from fearsome to utterly astonishing. Such a formidable being, as the immortal emperor had asserted, was undoubtedly orchestrating an extraordinary game in the mortal realm. Chapter 103. The entire journey guided by little Linger. Seeing the two men receive Chen Pingan's forgiveness, Morong Palace exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. He refrained from further disturbing Chen Pingan and respectfully announced, "Then, esteemed elder, we shall take our leave." Chen Pingan had initially intended to invite Morong Palace for a meal. However, upon noticing that Morong Palace had brought along two individuals who had recently disrupted his recruitment efforts, he felt no desire to linger in their company, largely due to unfamiliarity and a lack of cordiality. Thus, Chen Pingan nodded and cheerfully remarked, "Old Palace, you may invite Morong Shui and the others tomorrow. Your assistance has been invaluable to me, and I would like to treat you all to a fine meal." Upon hearing this, Morong Palace's face flushed with excitement, and he hastily nodded in agreement. Observing Morong Palace's elation brought a hearty laugh from Chen Pingan, who felt quite pleased with his culinary skills. Just as Morong Palace and the others were preparing to depart, at this moment, Su Ling emerged from the courtyard. After pondering for a moment, she concluded that since she could not indulge in the fruits, she might as well accompany her brother to buy groceries. "Brother, I shall go as well," Su Ling declared as she stepped outside. Chen Pingan offered a wry smile. This young girl had an insatiable fondness for fruit. "Can't you manage to wait just one day until the fertilizer is fully absorbed? It's merely a day, not an eternity." He did not refuse her, closing the courtyard gate behind them. When Su Ling encountered Morong Gong, she smiled and greeted him with grandfather. However, she did not spare a glance at Huang Zhengqian and Chen Yinming. Yet, at that moment, both Huang Zhengqian and Chen Yinming were fixated on Su Ling, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Upon seeing her, they felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt. "Isn't this the only daughter of the immortal emperor, Su Ling?" They exchanged bewildered glances, swallowing hard. Huang Zhengqian was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Su Ling. The formidable immortal sovereign was not to be underestimated. He was a contender for the imperial throne. In the end, he had sacrificed his entire essence to manifest a ghostly spirit to assail Su Ling. The power of that spirit was such that even the immortal emperor found himself powerless against it. And now, here was Su Ling, appearing before this esteemed figure, seemingly as untroubled as an ordinary person. Had the elder effortlessly vanquished that ghostly spirit? How remarkable! In that instant, Huang Zhengqian finally comprehended the immortal emperor's reverence when he referred to the elder. Simultaneously, he glanced at Su Ling, suddenly realizing the extraordinary fortune of the immortal emperor. It was indeed a marvel that his daughter could be so intimately associated with such a high-ranking figure. Truly, the immortal emperor was a person of great destiny. With a daughter in the company of such a remarkable elder, how could her future achievements be anything but grand? I'm afraid it's even higher than that of the immortal emperor. Chen Pingan glanced at the three members of the Morong Palace and said, "My friends, I shall not see you off." With that, Chen Pingan took Su Ling's hand and walked towards the vegetable market. Morong Palace nodded with a smile, leading Huang Zhengqian and the others in the direction of the Pingan sect as they departed. In transit, Morong Palace maintained a radiant smile, clearly excited. Huang Zhengqian, observing Morong Palace's demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Palace, are you so exhilarated because of the meal mentioned by the elder?" Morong Palace chuckled heartily, his pride palpable as he boasted, "Brother Huang, let me be honest with you. This meal is no ordinary affair. The food and dishes prepared by the elder, even the tea or fruits, are invaluable opportunities for us. Consuming them can enhance our cultivation or even elevate our spiritual roots. Moreover, the melodies played by the elder grant us profound insights with each listening." Huang Zhengqian and Chen Yinming were momentarily rendered speechless by Morong Palace's words. Could it truly be that formidable? Noticing the skepticism on Huang Zhengqian and Chen Yinming's faces, Morong Palace mischievously remarked, "Do you doubt it? You are underestimating the elder. I once heard that even the immortal emperor once knelt before him." Upon hearing this, both Huang Zhengqian and Chen Yinming widened their eyes in astonishment. The elder must be extraordinarily powerful. Their hearts raced with excitement. Concurrently, they felt relieved that the elder had forgiven them, and they remembered Murong Palace's earlier words of assistance. Without Murong Palace, they might not have been granted forgiveness. They fixed their gazes on Murong Palace, resolved to repay him for his kindness. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan and Su Ling purchased a copious amount of vegetables, with Su Ling carrying all the bags throughout the journey. Upon returning to the yard, Su Ling hurriedly placed the items into the box. After washing her hands, she fixed her gaze on Chen Pingan, as if seeking praise, and asked, "Brother, may we indulge in strawberries now?" Earlier, Su Ling had struck a deal with Chen Pingan, wherein she would bring back all the items, and in return, he promised her a single strawberry. Chen Pingan, somewhat resigned, replied, "Just one, and it must be thoroughly washed." Su Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed outside. She plucked one and hurried to wash it. When it came time to eat, she was surprisingly unhurried, savoring it piece by piece. The expression on her face was simply adorable, filled with excitement, enjoyment, and a hint of dissatisfaction as she pouted, feeling it was insufficient. Chen Pingan chuckled and shook his head. Just then, the system suddenly emitted a notification. New task available. What? Chen Pingan stood up abruptly, astonished. Surely, I did not mishear? He was unaware of how pale his face had turned. New task, save a life, with a deadline of 3 months. Failure to complete the task within the time frame will result in consequences known to the host. Listening to the new task, Chen Pingan's eyes brightened. This task seemed relatively straightforward. He could easily enlist someone to cheat. He could allow a person to attempt suicide and then swoop in to save them. However, just as that thought crossed his mind, it appeared as if the system was privy to his intentions. At that moment, it stated, "Cheating will result in having the task's completion reward, and it will not count as fulfilling the task." Chen Pingan. This complicates matters a bit. Yet, it is not insurmountable. There is a river near Qingyuan town, and given that it is summer, the sweltering heat often draws many children to swim. As long as he goes there, he should be able to save the drowning child. Alternatively, he could visit the medical hall to borrow some healing elixirs from Murong Gong and the others, and if he encounters any severely injured mortals, he could offer them the remedies. With such a course of action, wouldn't it suffice? Excellent. That shall be the plan. Once Chen Pingan established his strategy, he began to hum a tune. Upon completing this task, he would attain cultivation. How exhilarating. With newfound abilities, he yearned to venture forth. Previously, he had been plagued with the fear of inexplicable demise due to his lack of cultivation, but with it, he felt considerably more at ease. Chen Pingan chuckled to himself. This task had a 3-month deadline, so there was no need to rush. When Murong Gong and the others came for a meal, he would attempt to borrow some elixirs from them then. Chapter 104. Renowned as the kidney treasure, Murong Gong and Huang Zhengqian returned to their sect. At this moment, many were still lined up below. Once more, they felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the heavens, causing all those within and outside the formation to struggle for breath. Murong Gong had already assisted Huang Zhengqian. He then inquired, "Brother Huang, now that the elder's rage has subsided, what are your plans?" Huang Zhengqian replied with a wry smile. "To be honest, I am uncertain of my next steps. I can only return to the immortal realm for a time and then descend again later." Huang Zhengqian actually wished to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Pingan, but he understood that their current rapport was somewhat awkward. He would have to wait for a while before paying a visit to this esteemed individual. Murong Gong nodded politely and said, "Then I shall not see you off. Brother, when you descend next time, feel free to come find me for a drink and conversation." Huang Zhengqian no longer regarded Murong Gong as merely an ordinary figure in the spirit separation stage. With Murong Palace having just spoken a word of support before that formidable presence, he now regarded Murong Palace as a true friend. "Very well. Let us revel together in the future." Huang Zhengqian chuckled. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the crowd below, and he resolved to bestow another gift upon Murong Palace. He surveyed all those present, exuding an aura of dominion as if he were the sovereign of the world. "From this day forth, I shall protect the peaceful sect. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on it, I will ensure they find no refuge in this mortal realm." His voice reverberated, deafening all who heard. The crowd, upon absorbing the weight of this powerful being's words, turned pale with trepidation. They collectively held their breath. In that moment, the significance of the peaceful sect in their minds multiplied exponentially. A sect under the protection of an immortal. It was simply unparalleled in strength. Henceforth, they could surely traverse the continent with impunity. After speaking, Huang Zhengqian offered a respectful gesture to Murong Palace, exchanged a nod with Bai Gufeng, and then vanished from sight alongside Chen Yinming. Murong Palace beheld the two disappearing figures of Huang Zhengqian with unrestrained elation. Haha. Our sect's position on the continent is now irrevocably solidified. We can undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed Tianzuan Tower and other top-tier powers. Moreover, We possess a remarkable distinction, a sect sheltered by immortals. Even if our overall strength appears modest, we are backed by innumerable formidable entities. Who would dare to challenge us now? Morong Palace glanced below and seized the moment to proclaim. I believe many are curious as to why our sect bears the name Peaceful. The meaning is straightforward. Join the peaceful sect, and we shall ensure your lifelong tranquility. What do geniuses fear the most? They dread untimely demise. In the name of the esteemed leader of the peace sect, I solemnly swear that within the confines of our sanctuary, absolute safety shall prevail. Even if your adversary is an immortal, upon entering our sect, your peace shall remain assured. Upon delivering this impassioned declaration, Morong Gong's lips curled into a smile, and with a graceful leap, he descended to the ground. How many disciples have you gathered? Morong Gong inquired of Zhang Xiaofeng. 15,000, Zhang Xiaofeng replied. Excellent. Immediately cease the recruitment. Morong Gong commanded. Go forth and inform them that thereafter we shall accept disciples once every 3 months, with a cap of 1,000 per session. Morong Gong squinted, not forgetting the throngs waiting behind, many of whom initially perceived their sect as a mere charlatan. If this is the case, why should we permit your entry? Those who believed in us from the outset and chose to join our ranks, I have resolved to nurture diligently. Earlier, he had glanced at the spatial ring presented by Chen Yanming. The cultivation resources contained within were astonishingly abundant. Meanwhile, those still queuing were rendered dumbfounded upon hearing the announcement of halted recruitment. A wave of despondency swept through the crowd, with many suddenly striking their own faces in frustration, cursing themselves for not joining the line sooner. Conversely, those who successfully joined the sect felt a sense of relief witnessing the rejection of so many others. Initially, they had heard whispers branding them as foolish. At this moment, they realized that they were not the ones lacking wisdom. Once Morong Gong had attended to all matters, he instructed the sect elders to accommodate the newly inducted disciples. He then gathered Morong Shui and the others. Tomorrow at noon, we shall visit our esteemed elder, who has graciously invited us to dine. After conveying this delightful news, Morong Gong's face radiated with joy, while Morong Shui and her companion's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the tidings. Senior, are you going to grant them another opportunity? At that moment, Bai Gufeng and Bai Xiaochun appeared before Morong Gong and the others. Bai Gufeng smiled and said, Brother Gong, I entrust Xiaochun to your care from now on. Morong Gong nodded with a smile. Bai Xiaochun possessed remarkable talent, and he was hesitant to accept him as a disciple lightly. After all, Bai Gufeng was far more qualified to instruct Bai Xiaochun. However, he understood Bai Gufeng's intention. It was likely that he wished for Bai Xiaochun to remain here and foster more connections with his seniors. After reiterating his instructions to Bai Xiaochun, Bai Gufeng took his leave. In Qingyuan town, after Chen Pingan finished his lunch, boredom set in. He ultimately decided to visit the medical clinic for his task. There was only one clinic in Qingyuan town, run by the elderly physician who had recently treated Su Ling. Old sir, you seem quite idle, Chen Pingan remarked as he entered the clinic, which was rather spacious, nearly the size of his courtyard. Upon entering, he noticed that aside from a young apprentice dozing off and the idle old physician, there was no one else around. The physician, upon hearing Chen Pingan's comment, felt a sense of peculiarity. He thought to himself, idleness is good. It indicates that no one is ill. What physician enjoys being busy? Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Has that little girl fallen ill again? The physician inquired, his concern evident. He still harbored lingering thoughts about the previous incident. In his many years of practice, he had never encountered such symptoms. One moment she was burning with fever, her forehead hot enough to cook an egg, yet the next moment, she was completely fine. After a while, she suddenly succumbed to another relentless fever. It was indeed perplexing. Chen Pingan shook his head and replied, No, she is eating and drinking well. Full of energy. I merely came to take a look. Look, Mr. Chen, are you unwell? The doctor inquired with a blink. In his context, the phrase look implied a medical examination. Chen Pingan paused for a moment. Then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook his head and replied, No. He found it rather awkward to admit he had come to the clinic to check if anyone was gravely injured. The physician, adept at reading emotions, quickly discerned the fleeting embarrassment on Chen Pingan's face. Enlightenment dawned upon him. So Mr. Chen is experiencing kidney deficiency. Sneaking in for a consultation. That subtle hint of awkwardness serves as evidence. The doctor cleared his throat and said, Mr. Chen, I comprehend your purpose here. Please have a seat. I shall take your pulse first. In truth, it is quite normal for men to experience some degree of kidney deficiency. Trust me, I am Shenbao, affectionately nicknamed Kidney Treasure. In the realm of kidney ailments, if I claim second place, no one dares to contest my position. I assure you, I can help you restore balance. Chapter 105. Unexpectedly, the gentleman is quite an expert. Chen Pingan gazed at the doctor's proud and amiable countenance, momentarily at a loss for words. No. Good sir, have you mistaken something? Kidney treasure? Do I appear to be someone with kidney deficiency? Chen Pingan was quite speechless, his lips twitching slightly. Observing Chen Pingan's reluctance to approach for a pulse check, the doctor, revealing a hint of resigned understanding, moved closer to pull him along. As they walked, he remarked, today's youth truly lack awareness regarding health preservation. They think that youth allows for reckless indulgence, unaware that as age advances, various ailments inevitably emerge. Recently, I encountered an individual who was still a cultivator. TSK, he appeared so feeble that his legs nearly buckled beneath him, and his gaze seemed to falter. He would often stumble and kneel on the ground. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan was taken aback. Could the person you mentioned possibly be Luo Xiaojie or Morongong? I truly did not expect cultivators to be in such a state. However, under my guidance, in just a few days, one can ascend to the hall and descend to the kitchen. The implication is clear, Mr. Chen. Being a man, I trust you comprehend. At this point, Chen Pingan's lips twitched. Old sir, you seem so honest and simple, yet I did not anticipate you to be such a seasoned veteran. Chen Pingan, finding himself pressed into a chair, decided to allow the physician to take his pulse, given the latter's earnest demeanor. Ahem. If I truly am depleted, I must replenish myself. The physician meticulously examined Chen Pingan's pulse, then began to frown. A jolt of alarm shot through Chen Pingan. Oh no, could it be that I am genuinely depleted? Not at all, Mr. Chen. You are in excellent health. Although you may be slightly inferior to me, you are vastly superior to the average person. The physician stated with utmost seriousness. Chen Pingan responded, Old sir, I told you I am not depleted, yet you remain unconvinced. Furthermore, what did you mean by being slightly inferior? At this moment, the physician realized he had misinterpreted his earlier words and offered an awkward smile. Noticing Chen Pingan's questioning gaze, he understood what was on his mind. Ahem, Mr. Chen, please do not doubt me. I assure you, I am indeed stronger than you. To be frank, I have never indulged with a woman. My essence remains intact, leaving me remarkably robust. As he spoke, the physician chuckled with pride. Chen Pingan was left speechless once again. Old sir, are you truly feeling proud? Chen Pingan coughed lightly, dismissing any further trivialities as he proceeded to articulate his purpose. I have come to inquire about a matter. Might I ask if your medical hall frequently receives grievously injured individuals on the brink of death? Upon hearing this, the physician furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean by that? To be frank, Mr. Chen, though I do not grasp the reasoning behind your question, the people of Qingyuan town have been in robust health for several years now. In fact, we have even seen individuals over a century old still laboring in the fields. As you can observe, my medical hall remains quite tranquil, and thankfully, my proficiency in herbal medicine allows me to sustain myself adequately. Listening to the physician's words, Chen Pingan blinked, somewhat bewildered. Did this imply that his desire to save those on the verge of death was futile? How could it be that just a few years prior, there were hardly any ailments among the populace? And to think that centenarians could still toil, how remarkable! While it may not be surprising for cultivators to possess such vitality, for ordinary folk, it was indeed extraordinary. Very well then, should you encounter anyone whom you cannot save, feel free to seek me out. I possess certain remedies capable of preserving life. After all, saving a single soul is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. Chen Pingan fabricated, primarily hoping that the physician would reach out to him in such cases. The physician's eyes brightened at the mention of these life-saving remedies. What exactly are these remedies you speak of, Mr. Chen? With a wry smile, Chen Pingan shook his head. Old sir, this remains my secret, and I cannot disclose it. The physician then sighed and nodded in understanding. Very well, should I encounter someone I cannot save, I shall seek out Mr. Chen. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, then swiftly produced several pieces of silver from his pocket and pressed them into the hands of the physician. The physician looked at the coins with a face full of righteous indignation, exclaiming, Mr. Chen, do you take me for a mere mortal? To thrust these coins into my hand is to insult me. Chen Pingan, well aware of human nature, noticed the tattered state of the physician's clothing, indicating a life of modest means. The apothecary, still dozing, smacked his lips, and the rumbling of his stomach suggested that he had not dined well. Chen Pingan had hoped that this gesture would evoke a sense of goodwill and attentiveness from the physician. However, upon hearing the latter's words, he felt rather pedestrian himself. It is I who am common, then, old sir, I shall. Yet, before he could finish, the physician continued, still resolute, I cannot accept them, but Mr. Chen, you may place them upon the table. As he spoke, a hint of something less than virtuous crept into his demeanor. Stunned, Chen Pingan thought, indeed. You are a man of principles, sir. He departed from the clinic and made his way to the riverside. It was midday, and the sun blazed down with intensity. However, clad in his garments, Chen Pingan felt no discomfort from the heat. Instead, he experienced a refreshing coolness that was quite pleasant. Upon reaching the riverbank, he beheld the clear waters, so transparent that the bottom was visible. It was a far cry from the polluted streams of a modern, industrialized world. Choked with invasive aquatic flora, the river flowed gently, its surface occasionally disturbed by ripples and eddies. A group of children frolicked by the edge of a shallow river, gliding effortlessly on the surface like nimble fish, their laughter resonating with joy. Observing their carefree demeanor and impressive swimming skills, Chen Pingan couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He contemplated the absurdity of envisioning a scenario where he would rush to rescue them in the event of a mishap, realizing how morbidly foolish such thoughts were. Was he truly cursing the children with misfortune? With a deep breath, he called out to them, "Dear children, do not tire yourselves too much. Please be mindful of your safety." Upon hearing his voice, the children turned to him, their faces blossoming into radiant smiles, repeatedly calling out Mr. Chen. Their expressions resembled the most exquisite artwork on earth. Chen Pingan smiled back, recognizing many of the children. He had previously crafted toys for them, and some had even attended classes at his private academy. After reminding them to prioritize their safety, he felt it was time to depart. The task at hand would have to rely on the local medical clinic. He could not allow himself to spiral into such dark thoughts. As Chen Pingan began to walk away, a group of children waved cheerfully, bidding him farewell with "Goodbye, Mr. Chen." He returned their smile and made his way towards the town. However, at that moment, a young boy named Xiaoqi suddenly felt a brief numbness in his foot. It was fleeting, and he dismissed it without concern. As Chen Pingan continued on his path, pondering if there were any other means to assist those in need apart from the medical clinic, he had not gone far when a panicked cry pierced the air. "Xiaoqi! Quick! Save Xiaoqi!" Startled by the urgent calls, Chen Pingan swiftly raced back to the spot he had just left. However, he had already covered more than 200 meters, and he was not a cultivator. At this speed, he feared he would be too late. Yet, he ran desperately. Just as he was about to arrive, the cries for help ceased. Chen Pingan's heart sank. This sudden silence foreshadowed that something dreadful had transpired. At last, he reached the riverbank and swiftly turned his gaze towards the crowd of children gathered on one side. At that moment, an unremarkable yet earnest young man was holding a child in his arms. "Brother, thank you." The child, who had been rescued, wept as he looked at the young man. Moments ago, he had nearly sunk beneath the water, but fortunately, this brother had pulled him up just in time. The expressions of the other children, however, were quite different. Their eyes sparkled with wonder. "Brother, are you an immortal?" one child asked excitedly. They had witnessed the scene clearly. This older brother seemed to have descended from the heavens, diving into the water to save their companion. The young man was none other than Chen Zhanghua. "Not quite an immortal," he replied with a smile. Yet, the group of children remained unconvinced, gazing at him as if he were an idol. Chen Pingan, relieved to see that everyone was safe, exhaled deeply. As he continued to observe the earnest young man, he could hear the children calling him an immortal, leading him to believe he must indeed be a cultivator. At that moment, the earnest young man caught Chen Pingan's gaze and looked over. However, upon seeing Chen Pingan, he was instantly struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. There he stood, before him, like a divine being. Chapter 106. It turns out the senior had predicted everything. Staring at Chen Pingan, Chen Zhanghua remained dazed for a considerable time before finally regaining his composure. After exchanging a few words with several children, he hastily approached Chen Pingan, performing a respectful bow with cupped hands, his head lowered in deference to the elder. "I have encountered a venerable one." Chen Zhanghua was profoundly shaken, rendered bewildered by the formidable presence before him. Not long ago, he had the fortune to meet a celestial being and had gained some understanding of their nature. However, here, near this mundane town, he was witnessing a figure enveloped in an aura of profound principles, exuding an ethereal grace that surpassed even that of the two celestial beings he had previously encountered. He could not help but question whether his recent exhilaration from awakening his potential had clouded his judgment. For this being radiated a sense of terror that eclipsed even those two immortals. His presence here was a result of his grandmother residing in a nearby town just beyond Qingyuan. It had been a considerable time since he last visited her, and his original intention for being in the vicinity of Pingan's sect was to see his grandmother, coincidentally finding himself entangled in the recruitment for the sect. Therefore, upon joining the Pingan sect, he promptly informed his master of his desire to visit his grandmother, intending to share the good news before returning to the sect before nightfall. Considering the journey was not far, however, he had never anticipated encountering a drowning child while passing through. After rescuing the child, he found himself before such a terrifying entity. Wait, something feels amiss. If this formidable presence has been here all along, then surely the child would not have gone without rescue. I see now. This elder must be testing me, assessing whether I would save a life. A look of realization crossed Chen Zhonghua's face, and he felt certain of this conclusion. At this moment, Chen Pingan observed Chen Zhonghua approaching swiftly to pay his respects and concluded that his randomly activated visual anomaly had taken effect. He nodded in acknowledgement and smiled, saying, "Young brother, I extend my gratitude on behalf of Xiao Qi." Chen Pingan felt a profound sense of appreciation for Chen Zhonghua. Had anything unfortunate befallen Xiao Qi, he would have been plagued by guilt, especially considering he had recently contemplated the misfortune of someone drowning. Chen Zhonghua quickly responded, "It was merely a small effort." Chen Pingan nodded, reflecting on how wonderful the world would be if every cultivator possessed a spirit akin to that of Chen Zhonghua. At that moment, the children once again caught sight of Chen Pingan and began to shout excitedly, "Mr. Chen." A group of children waved their hands in greeting. Chen Pingan smiled at them, but upon noticing Xiao Qi's pallid complexion, he felt compelled to take her to the medical hall. Chen Zhonghua, unsure of what else to say to Chen Pingan, watched as he made his way toward the children and could only bow in farewell. "Senior, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Chen Pingan nodded in response and added with a smile, "Feel free to visit me in Qingyuan town. My name is Chen Pingan." Chen Zhonghua acknowledged this, committing the name to memory before soaring into the sky. Chen Pingan then guided Xiao Qi toward the medical hall. After tending to everything, he eventually returned to his courtyard. The day passed swiftly. On the following day, as noon approached, a group of individuals appeared at the entrance of Chen Pingan's courtyard. This time, there were a total of 8 people and a dog, the Zhang family. The Murong family, as well as Bai Xiaochun and Chen Zhonghua, a disciple of the Murong family. Bai Xiaochun gazed at the courtyard before him, inhaling deeply as he contemplated the prospect of reuniting with his esteemed senior. Meanwhile, Chen Zhonghua was engulfed in anxiety, his heart racing. The previous night, he had searched for Murong Gong in vain. It was only moments ago that Murong Gong had unexpectedly approached him, announcing that he would introduce him to a formidable senior whose talent for divination was unparalleled. Perhaps his awakening was even orchestrated by this venerable figure, implying that all he possessed was a gift from this extraordinary mentor. Murong Gong further suggested that his admission into the Pingan sect and the awakening of his abilities could be attributed to a distant ancestral connection with this senior. As for their current location, Chen Zhonghua was oblivious, having been swept along by Murong Gong's incredible speed. Murong Gong called out into the courtyard, "Senior, we have arrived." Shortly thereafter, the grand doors swung open. Chen Pingan regarded Murong Gong and his companions with a smile, inviting them in. However, just as he spoke, he suddenly froze, realizing that 2 additional individuals had accompanied Murong Gong. The first was Bai Xiaochun, leaving Chen Pingan bewildered as to how this child had come to be with Murong Gong. The second was, unexpectedly, Chen Zhonghua. Just yesterday, he had encountered Chen Zhonghua, and now fate had brought them together once more, with the latter following Murong Gong. This was nothing short of serendipity. Upon seeing Chen Pingan, Chen Zhonghua was rendered speechless. "As senior, what brings you here?" he stammered in disbelief. At this utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Murong Gong blinked in surprise. "You have met the senior before?" Chen Pingan replied, "I am right here. No need to speak outside. Come in and let us converse." As he spoke, Chen Pingan took the lead and walked inside, followed closely by Murong Shui and the others. Murong Gong remained outside, holding on to Chen Zhonghua, inquiring about the situation. Chen Zhonghua quickly recounted the events of the previous day. Upon hearing this, Murong Gong expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "I knew it. Everything must have been meticulously calculated by the elder. It appears that the elder holds great expectations for you, Xiaohua. The establishment of the sect must be related to you. Not only did he assist you in awakening your potential, but he also personally assessed your character yesterday." As Murong Gong analyzed the situation, the reverence on his face deepened. Chen Zhonghua listened, his own respect growing immensely. "The elder is truly remarkable. Everything has been foreseen. Even my visit to my grandmother was anticipated." Chen Zhonghua swallowed hard, glancing around the courtyard. After a moment of reflection, the 2 of them began to enter the courtyard. Murong Shui and the others were already familiar with the surroundings and entered without much surprise. However, Bai Xiaochun and Chen Zhonghua were instantly taken aback upon stepping inside. Confronted by the powerful presences surrounding them, they felt an overwhelming aura that made their steps feel as though they were weighed down by lead, making each movement arduous. At that moment, Xiaolinga was busy cooking, and a tantalizing aroma wafted out. Murong Gong and the others inhaled the scent with satisfied expressions. In contrast, Bai Xiaochun and Chen Zhonghua felt as if they had been struck hard on the head upon smelling it. What is happening here? They realized that their cultivation had increased slightly. Although the improvement was modest, it was distinctly perceptible. This is terrifying. Just a whiff of fragrance has such an effect. At that moment, they also noticed a corner of the courtyard, where 3 plots of land lay. Upon this observation, all footsteps abruptly halted. With merely 2 hours remaining until midnight, an urgent matter had arisen. However, the anticipated outcome would undoubtedly not be diminished. Chapter 107. It is vegetarian and believes in Buddhism. As they gazed at the land before them, Murong and the others were left in sheer astonishment. Even though Murong was aware that watermelons were already cultivated in that area, witnessing it in person sent shivers down his spine. For at that moment, it was not merely a field of watermelons present. There lay a patch of strawberries and pineapples as well. Most astonishingly, the strawberries and pineapples, to one's surprise, emanated a sensation akin to that of the watermelons. Admittedly, the strawberries did not possess the same intensity as the watermelons. Yet, how little time had elapsed. Just recently, Murong had come here to report on the recruitment of disciples. At that time, Chen Pingan and Su Ling had only just begun their cultivation efforts. This was nothing short of a miracle. Chen Pingan made his way back to the house, where an array of exquisite dishes had already been laid out on the table. Murong and the others followed suit. Upon seeing the culinary delights before them, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Senior, do you intend for us to ascend in one fell swoop? Is this truly appropriate? We fear that a hasty breakthrough may leave our foundations unstable. Time passed swiftly. Chen Pingan and the others finished their meal, while the black serpent remained outside during this period. It could only watch enviously as Murong and the others dined. Feeling quite frustrated. After all, it had transformed into a dog and was unable to partake in the feast. It was undeniably a vexing predicament. After the meal, Chen Pingan found it rather peculiar. He noticed that the appetite of Murong and the others seemed rather off. With such an abundance of dishes, they hardly consumed much. The fervor with which they had initially dined at his table had completely dissipated. Was it possible that this meal did not suit their palates? Chen Pingan exhibited an eccentric demeanor. He found the meal exceptionally delectable. The culinary skills of Xiao Linger were indeed commendable, and he had feasted until he felt quite full. Su Ling cast a glance at Murong and the others, her eyes darting thoughtfully. The condition of Murong and his companions was rather precarious at that moment. They had undergone too many breakthroughs in succession, leaving their foundations somewhat unstable. Murong Shui, Bai Xiaochun, and Qin Zhonghua fared slightly better, merely experiencing some instability. However, Murong and Murong Yunhai would likely require a considerable amount of time to stabilize their states. Hearing Chen Pingan's remark, the corners of Murong's mouth twitched. He was perplexed by his situation. After merely partaking in this meal, his rate of advancement had become even more alarming than before. Initially at the pinnacle of the divided spirit stage, he now found himself at the mid-stage of the integration realm. He sensed that if he continued to push his breakthroughs, the frail foundation he had painstakingly built would collapse. At that point, his cultivation and strength would be utterly mismatched. Thus, he resolved to refrain from further eating and decided to take some time to consolidate his cultivation. Senior, I am quite full, Murong said with a wry smile. Murong Yunhai and the others echoed his sentiment, claiming they could not consume any more. Though Chen Pingan found this strange, he felt helpless in light of their declarations. Observing that they had barely eaten, he felt a pang of guilt for not having attended to their needs properly. Considering all the assistance they had rendered him, he pondered for a moment and suggested, since the meal is no longer palatable, perhaps we could indulge in some fruit? Upon hearing this, Su Ling's eyes narrowed, and her heart tightened. Reacting promptly to Chen Pingan's words, Murong hastily waved his hand. There is no need, senior. We truly cannot eat another bite. Murong Yunhai and the others vehemently shook their heads, appearing as if they might burst if they consumed any more. Chen Pingan was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly such an abundance? What happened to your enthusiasm when you were drinking tea? You could have consumed several barrels of water back then. Su Ling observed Murong and the others shaking their heads and waving their hands, a look of triumph spreading across her face, indicating that her culinary skills had not been in vain. Chen Pingan pressed his lips together, and then a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Since you all enjoy listening to my melodies, how about I play a few tunes for you? Upon hearing this, Murong was startled once more, quickly shaking his head in refusal. They felt as if they were on the verge of kneeling before Chen Pingan. Senior, we truly do not require that. If we push further, our foundation will be unstable. Observing their resolute rejection, Chen Pingan was filled with confusion. What is amiss with you today? Are you weary of eating? He was at a loss as to how to provide them with more benefits, having assumed that Murong and the others had a particular fondness for such things. Perhaps tea? If you were full, maybe tea would suffice? There's a saying, one can be full from food but still thirsty for drink. Initially, Murong and the others intended to shake their heads in denial at this suggestion. However, they suddenly realized that drinking tea had no bearing on their cultivation. It merely enhanced their spiritual roots. In an instant, They changed their gestures, nodding eagerly like chicks pecking at grains. Observing their reaction, Chen Pingan let out a sigh of relief. It seems you still prefer tea, haha. He felt a surge of joy within. As long as he could provide them with what they cherished, it was enough. Furthermore, this would make it easier for him to later mention borrowing some healing elixirs. Chen Pingan proceeded to brew the tea, this time grabbing a handful of goji berries. A man must not be complacent. After brewing the tea, Chen Pingan diligently poured it for them. Observing their delight as they savored cup after cup, he felt a surge of happiness. Regardless of whether they wanted more, he resolved to offer them several buckets of water to drink, even to the point of making them feel unwell. Eventually, Murong Gong and the others' bellies swelled, signaling that it was time to depart. Chen Pingan escorted them outside. At that moment, he glanced toward the 3 plots of land and suggested, "Why not take some fruit back with you? If you can't eat it now, you can always enjoy it later." Standing nearby, Su Ling was taken aback by Chen Pingan's unexpected proposal. Murong Gong's eyes lit up with interest. Really? He could not help but ask. Chen Pingan smiled. "If you wish to have some, please do take it. I don't consume much myself. It's mostly for little Linger, and even she cannot eat that much." Upon hearing this, Su Ling felt an urge to cry. "Brother, I can eat a lot." Murong Gong was inclined to nod in agreement. However, at that moment, he sensed a gaze upon him, fierce as that of an avenger. He blinked and turned to Su Ling, who was pouting and glaring. Su Ling felt a sense of unfairness. She had prepared a sumptuous lunch to discourage Murong Gong and the others from eating fruit, only to find herself in this predicament. Murong Gong swallowed hard and hastily waved his hands, shaking his head. No need, senior. We do not particularly enjoy it." Chen Pingan paused, momentarily taken aback. "You do not enjoy it? Well then, Elder Gong, there is something I would like to ask for your assistance." At this point, Chen Pingan sheepishly scratched his head. "Please, do not hesitate to speak." Murong Gong urged promptly. Chen Pingan cleared his throat and inquired, "Could Elder Gong lend me a few healing pills of the 3rd or 4th grade?" Upon hearing Chen Pingan's request, Murong Gong was momentarily taken aback. 3rd and 4th grade healing pills? Why would the elder require such trifles? However, he refrained from questioning further. Perhaps the elder had some grand scheme in mind. He swiftly retrieved several bottles. "Elder, here are the 3rd grade healing pills, and these are the 4th grade pills. I also possess 5th grade ones, and even higher." Murong Gong stated earnestly. Chen Pingan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, Elder Gong, are you this affluent? In dire need of elixirs?" Chen Pingan felt no hesitation in accepting Murong Gong's generosity. He reasoned that should he attain a higher cultivation level in the future, he would repay Murong Gong. In truth, Chen Pingan had never contemplated that Pingan's sect belonged to him. He regarded everything as belonging to Murong Gong. He was a man of clear accounts, typifying the principle of repaying even the slightest kindness with immense gratitude. After accepting the pills, Chen Pingan smiled as he escorted Murong Gong and the others out. Yet, after taking a few steps, he noticed that Murong Gong had forgotten to take the black dog with him. "Elder Gong, are you not bringing the black dog?" Chen Pingan distanced himself slightly from the creature, for he still harbored a certain trepidation towards demonic beasts, given his lack of cultivation. Murong Gong responded, "We have already secured our disciples. It can be returned to the elder. Moreover, it wishes to stay with you." At this, Murong Gong chuckled. The black serpent could better advance its cultivation here. They had become quite close, and he was intimately familiar with many aspects of the black serpent. Chen Pingan twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, "Elder Gong, may I inquire, is it strong?" Murong Gong listened to the words and sensed that Chen Pingan was testing him. The black flood dragon was indeed formidable in his eyes. However, he was aware that it contained the essence of a dragon and would eventually transform into a true dragon. He believed that the elder was assessing his perception of the black flood dragon's uniqueness. Thus, he decisively nodded, affirming its strength. "Indeed, it is exceedingly powerful." Chen Pingan blinked and then inquired, "Does it consume humans?" The thought of such strength filled him with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Murong Gong laughed heartily and replied, "It has never devoured a human. It has always been herbivorous. Moreover, I must secretly inform you, Elder, that it is a believer in Buddhism." Chen Pingan was taken aback. "Herbivorous? A believer in Buddhism? Is this truly a mythical beast?" he asked in disbelief. Murong Gong was convinced of its truth. The black flood dragon would not deceive him. Therefore, he resolved to speak favorably of the creature in front of Chen Pingan. Reassured by Murong Gong's words, Chen Pingan felt a sense of relief. "Very well. Let it stay then." Upon hearing this, the black flood dragon on the ground nearly burst into tears, overjoyed to finally be allowed to remain. It had sensed Chen Pingan's initial reluctance to keep it and began to doubt whether it had committed some misstep. Its little heart raced wildly. With no time to revise, I shall send this out now and amend any typographical errors and phrasing later. I encountered an unexpected situation today, and I apologize to everyone. There is one more chapter to complete. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 108. Digging canals to divert water after concluding the conversation. Chen Pingan saw off Murong Gong and the others. At this moment, he turned his attention to the black dog before him. He found it to appear rather unthreatening. Yet a sense of apprehension lingered within him. As the black serpent observed Chen Pingan, it hastily wagged its tail and flicked its tongues, eager to please its master in hopes of remaining by his side. Chen Pingan, intrigued by the creature's behavior, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously uttered, "Come closer." Upon hearing his words, the black serpent swiftly darted to Chen Pingan's side, surprised that the creature understood him. Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled once more. If this black serpent harbored no ill intentions and could be won over, it might prove to be a valuable guardian. Despite being a beast of the wild. Clearing his throat, he added, "If you understand me, nod your head." The black serpent promptly complied, confirming its intelligence. "Do you truly consume only herbs?" Chen Pingan inquired, to which the serpent nodded again. "Will you harm others?" This time, instead of nodding, the creature assumed a fierce demeanor, barking twice before reverting to a docile stance, tongue lolling and tail wagging. Chen Pingan understood the implication. It would only harm evildoers. "Ah, you are quite remarkable," he exclaimed. His spirits lifted. A guardian like this would be splendid. Continuing to observe the black serpent with fascination, he eventually directed it to lie beneath the peach tree. Watching as the creature complied, remaining perfectly still, Chen Pingan burst into laughter, delighted by his newfound companion. Meanwhile, at the heart of the continent, a majestic range of mountains exuded an aura rich in spiritual energy, resembling a misty veil. Beneath the mountains, various types of spiritual herbs flourished, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At the center of this mountain range lay a formidable array formation, pulsating with power. Within the formation, an elderly man clad in a blue robe paced anxiously, his gaze fixed upon a singular plant before him. Adorned on his robe was the emblem of an alchemical furnace. This man was none other than Chen, the esteemed president of the Alchemist Guild. The plant in question was a flower, now in full bloom, boasting 5 vibrant hues. This was a rare medicinal herb known as the longevity flower, graded at the 8th tier. The flower's seeds could only be harvested once 5 petals had fallen. Consuming these seeds could extend one's life by several years, and if transformed into a rare longevity pill, it could grant an additional 20 years of life. However, this peculiar herb had its own rules. If harvested prematurely, it would yield no benefits. As Chen observed, not a single petal had dropped, and his heart raced with urgency. In a flash, he vanished from the spot, reappearing in a modest room. There, on a bed, lay an elderly woman, her frail form racked with persistent coughs. Her hair was sparse and white, a visage of impending demise. "Chen, do not fret over me. Just take care of yourself," she uttered weakly, her weary and dim eyes opening to acknowledge his presence. Hearing his mother's voice, Chen clenched his fists, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Despite his remarkable achievements as one of the most formidable beings in the mortal realm and the president of the Alchemist Guild, his biological mother lacked a spiritual root and could not cultivate. Although he had tirelessly concocted elixirs for her, hoping to prolong her life, he still faced this heart-wrenching moment. "Mother, please hold on a little longer. Soon, I will be able to refine the longevity pill." He approached her, forcing a smile upon his face. The elderly woman furrowed her brow, resembling a worn book, and weakly smiled. "Chen, in the blink of an eye, you have aged. Yet you remain as you were in your youth, incapable of deceit. As a mere mortal, I have lived for several centuries, and I have seen enough of life." Upon hearing this, Chen eyes brimmed with tears. "Mother, trust me, I will ensure your survival." The old woman sighed softly, sensing that her time was perhaps limited to just a few days. Chen swiftly exited the room and stood beneath a tree. Gritting his teeth, he struck the sturdy trunk with a forceful punch. The tree trembled under the impact, and leaves cascaded down like confetti, signifying their inevitable return to the earth. Just as Chen felt overwhelmed by despair, the sound transmission jade slip vibrated once more. He was disinterested in the affairs of the Alchemist Guild, lacking the energy to engage with them. Yet, the jade slip continued to tremble insistently. Frustrated, he retrieved it, infusing it with his spiritual energy, and began to curse. However, he abruptly halted upon hearing a voice emanating from within. As if a glimmer of hope had appeared before him. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. 2 hours later, he materialized before a grand formation. Taking a deep breath, he realized that a mysterious sect had emerged here. On the very day of its establishment, celestial beings had descended upon this place. He had heard reports from his subordinates that this sect was even protected by divine artifacts. This sect was undeniably extraordinary, and it might possess a means to extend the life of one on the brink of death. Thus, he hurriedly made his way there. He sought to discover whether he could find an immortal and request some elixirs to prolong life, thereby sparing the need for his own concoction, should such potions be unavailable. He intended to inquire if this marvelous sect possessed a means to hasten the maturation of longevity flowers or directly assist in extending his mother's lifespan, even if just for a few months. Gazing upon the grand formation before him, he unleashed his cultivation and called out, "President of the Alchemist Guild, I beseech you to meet with fellow Taoist Murong." He had already gathered intelligence regarding all matters of the Pingan sect from his subordinates, even the name of the most powerful figure. Shortly after his call, Murong Gong appeared before him in a flash. Observing Shimin Chen, Murong Gong assessed his attire and, combined with his cultivation level, confirmed his identity as the president of the Alchemist Guild. "I have met the president," Murong Gong remarked, bowing respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. Having encountered many influential figures, even immortals who referred to him as brother, he regarded this formidable individual as an equal. Shimin Chen, well aware of Murong Gong's exploits, felt no contempt despite Murong Gong's mere integration stage. Instead, he displayed profound respect, performing a deep bow before speaking. "Master Murong, may I inquire if the two immortals are still present?" Upon hearing this, Murong Gong decisively shook his head. "They have all returned to the immortal realm." Shimin Chen's countenance darkened considerably. He clenched his teeth, placing his last hope upon Murong Gong. "Master Murong, might I ask if your sect possesses any elixirs or treasures that can extend life? My mother's time is nearly up, and I find myself utterly powerless. If there is any, I would willingly exchange all that I possess." Murong Gong listened to these words, momentarily taken aback, before he forced a bitter smile and replied, "I truly possess neither the elixir nor the treasures that extend life." In truth, he lacked them, yet he remained uncertain if his esteemed predecessor might have them. Suddenly, Shimin Chen's face turned ashen, and he grasped at the last vestige of hope, saying, "Then, could you, Murong sect leader, possibly reach out to that celestial artifact? If so, I implore you to assist me, and I would be willing to offer everything I own in return." Shimin Chen, having been born into a humble family and raised solely by his mother, had never forgotten the hardships of his childhood, even after all these years. During a certain year of famine, his mother had refrained from eating, giving him the last of their meager provisions. The words, "Mother has already eaten," still echoed in his heart. Upon hearing this, Murong Gong's expression darkened with bitterness. He hesitated to introduce Shimin Chen to his predecessor, murmuring, "I truly cannot assist you in this matter. Besides, I am not well acquainted with you. I would not wish to offend my esteemed predecessor due to someone I barely know." However, as soon as he uttered these words, a sudden thud echoed in the air. Shimin Chen had knelt down. In that moment, he disregarded the presence of others. He would do anything for his mother. Murong Gong was startled and rushed to help him up. "President, you will cause me great shame by doing this." Shimin Chen, with a pleading expression, replied, "Murong's sect leader, I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. I earnestly hope you will assist me just this once." Murong Gong's lips twitched as he hesitated for a moment before responding, "Very well, why don't you wander over there for a while? As for the rest, I cannot divulge much. Some matters are dictated by fate." His assistance was limited to merely pointing the way. Whether Shimin Chen could meet the senior depended entirely on his own fortune, or, perhaps more accurately, on the senior's willingness to aid him. He believed that the senior had likely foreseen all of this. After listening, Shimin Chen bowed deeply towards Murong Palace in gratitude, then took his leave, hastily flying in that direction. Murong Palace shook its head, continuing to focus on strengthening its cultivation. Following the path indicated by Murong Palace, Shimin Chen soared through the air, attuning himself to the surroundings in hopes of sensing the aura of a celestial artifact. Indeed, he assumed that Murong Palace was referring to the traces of such an artifact. Meanwhile, in a small grove near Qingyuan town, Chen Pingan, dressed in simple attire, carried 2 buckets of mud and, after pouring the mud at the base of a large tree, continued on his way back to his courtyard. He had resolved to dig channels to divert water to 3 plots of land. After all, the small pond had always been filled to the brim. Once the channels were dug, watering would no longer be necessary. As he was engaged in this task, Su Ling was digging the channels while he handled the mud. Having already poured several buckets, Chen Pingan whistled as he returned to town, unaware that the soil he had deposited at the base of the tree was enveloped in a mysterious energy. The tree itself was growing rapidly, reaching ever greater heights due to the effects of the soil. Meanwhile, Shimin Chen, flying swiftly through the sky, soon arrived at Qingyuan town. However, he felt no trace of the celestial artifact there, and thus passed through the town without pause. Not long after, he suddenly turned back, his gaze darting towards a small grove. What he beheld was a large tree, visibly growing taller at an astonishing rate. What on earth was happening? Chen Pingan stood there, momentarily stunned. As the dawn approached, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his kidneys. He resolved to press on. In Chapter 109, it was precisely as he had arranged. Chen Pingan hovered in the sky, gazing in astonishment at the towering tree before him, questioning the reality of his perception. How could this be possible? To verify, he descended to the treetop, scrutinizing it closely, and indeed, he confirmed that the tree was growing taller, visibly so, at a remarkable pace. It was utterly enchanting. He landed at the base of the tree and observed several mounds of earth surrounding the roots. Upon noticing these mounds, he felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in disbelief. This, Chen Pingan inhaled sharply, his expression one of incredulity. In his view, the mounds of soil were emanating a formidable energy, flowing into the roots of the tree. The soil struck him as a treasure of immense value. What on earth was this? Chen Pingan crouched down to examine it closely, witnessing the tree's ascent and deducing that this soil could indeed accelerate plant growth. Just then, a thought struck him about Murong Palace. Could this all be mere coincidence? Or was it possible that someone had orchestrated this entire scenario? Staring at the soil, realization dawned upon him. He swiftly retrieved a large chest from his spatial ring. This chest was as large as a wardrobe. He placed it on the ground and took out tools to scoop the soil into it. Before long, he had collected all the mounds into the chest. At that moment, the magnificent tree ceased its growth. Chen Pingan felt exhilarated. If he were to take this soil back and place it beneath the longevity flower, would it not hasten its maturation? This must be tried. Chen Pingan was poised to depart, yet he hesitated momentarily. The origin of the soil here eluded his understanding. He cast a glance towards Qingyuan town, pondering whether some treasure had emerged within that settlement, thereby altering the very essence of the soil. Could it be that this soil possessed such remarkable properties due to that treasure? Chen Pingan's thoughts meandered. However, he could ill afford to squander time. His priority was to extend his mother's lifespan before unraveling the mystery. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly beheld a strikingly handsome man approaching, burdened with 2 buckets. A mere glance revealed the nature of their contents. Each bucket emanated an enigmatic energy. Could these be 2 buckets of extraordinary soil? Chen Pingan stood transfixed, scrutinizing Chen Pingan intently. The aura he projected was anything but ordinary. Despite his simple attire and the labor he carried out, he exuded an ethereal quality, detached from the mundane world. Yet, Chen Pingan detected no trace of cultivation emanating from Chen Pingan, as if he were an ordinary mortal. This led to 2 conceivable conclusions. Either this individual was indeed a mere mortal, or he was an extraordinarily powerful being, so formidable that even in the realm of earth immortals, his prowess remained undetectable. Chen Pingan leaned towards the former possibility, speculating that perhaps the man had cultivated some treasure that altered the soil's very nature. As Chen Pingan drew closer, he noticed Chen Pingan's unwavering gaze. Their eyes met, and he observed Chen Pingan's spirited demeanor, with piercing eyes that seemed to hint at something more. Could he also be a practitioner? Recently, Chen Pingan discovered that many cultivators had indeed arrived in Qingyuan town. However, he paid them little mind. After exchanging a smile and a nod with them, he began to pour mud at the base of a large tree. To his astonishment, he found that the several buckets of mud he had just poured were now mysteriously missing. He glanced once more at Chen Pingan, who, upon realizing that the 2 buckets contained the extraordinary soil, smiled at Chen Pingan and inquired, "Young man, may I ask what you are doing?" Upon hearing the term young man, and noticing Chen Pingan's kind demeanor, Chen Pingan responded politely with a smile, "I have been cultivating a piece of land in my yard, planting a few things. I found it cumbersome to water them, so I dug a water channel connecting to the pond, and in the process, I removed some mud. By the way, I have not seen any elderly individuals in town. Are you a traveler from afar?" Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled at this response. Mud from the yard? Could it be that there was some treasure hidden within that yard? His interest was piqued. In response to Chen Pingan's subsequent remarks, Chen Pingan smiled and replied, "Young man, I am actually a cultivator. I wish to." Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence. He had intended to suggest that there might be treasures in Chen Pingan's yard and to ask if he could accompany him to see them. However, he reconsidered. If he expressed that thought, Chen Pingan might not take him along after all. Noticing Chen Pingan's abrupt pause, Chen Pingan raised an eyebrow and waited for a moment, pondering Chen Pingan's earlier statement. Indeed, he was a cultivator. Yet, it seemed that the situation had not triggered any visual anomalies. Should the visual anomaly be triggered, Chen Pingan would undoubtedly address him as senior at the first opportunity. Regarding this peculiar visual phenomenon, Chen Pingan harbored some speculations. This visual bug does not merely manifest randomly amongst various practitioners, it might indeed possess a contagious nature. He observed that anyone acquainted with Murong Gong would invariably refer to him as senior upon encountering him, without exception. Initially, Chen Pingan was oblivious to this pattern until recently, when he witnessed Bai Xiaochun and Chen Zhonghua walking alongside Murong Gong, which confirmed his suspicions. Upon seeing him, Bai Xiaochun immediately addressed him as senior, and Chen Zhonghua followed suit. What left him speechless was the realization that both individuals were acquainted with Murong Gong. Could this not be indicative of contagion? What a coincidence it would be if their familiarity with Murong Gong was the sole reason for triggering the visual anomaly. Furthermore, the elderly man before him, a practitioner as well, did not address him as senior at first, suggesting that he had not experienced the visual bug and likely did not know Murong Gong. To verify his hypothesis, Chen Pingan inquired, "Elder, are you acquainted with Murong Gong?" Shimin Chen paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. He had indeed just met Murong Gong. It was clear he recognized him. Suddenly, he reassessed Chen Pingan, sensing that this individual was far from ordinary. Could it be that Murong Gong had summoned him here not in search of an enchanted sword, but rather knowing that something he desired lay within this place? The inquiry regarding Murong Gong seemed to resonate perfectly. Realizing this, he drew a sharp breath. If this were the case, could it not imply that all occurrences here were orchestrated by Murong Gong? Or perhaps it is a formidable individual who has already discerned his circumstances and made prior arrangements. The notion that Murong Palace orchestrated this seems rather far-fetched. Firstly, given his swift mobility, it would be improbable to have made such hastily arranged plans so efficiently. It is even less likely that everything could be prepared in an instant. Furthermore, considering Murong Palace's limited cultivation, it would be excessive to go to such lengths for arrangements that could have simply involved presenting these precious soils directly. Otherwise, it would imply a rather absurd situation. After all, if the intention was to elicit gratitude, merely providing him with these soils would suffice. Thus, eliminating this possibility leads us to the second conjecture. It must be a powerful being who has meticulously calculated everything and prepared in advance. He began to scrutinize Chen Pingan, his gaze intensifying with gravity. Suddenly, he cupped his hands and inquired, "Sir, might there be someone who has orchestrated all of this?" Since he was perplexed, he chose to ask directly. Chen Pingan, taken aback by the question, responded, "I posed a query to you, and you have yet to answer. Moreover, what do you mean by arranged all of this? The digging of ditches, the diversion of water, and the pouring of soil?" With a wry smile, he continued, "Elder, are you inquiring about the matter of digging ditches and pouring soil?" Upon hearing this, Shimin Chen nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is precisely these matters, particularly the pouring of soil, that seemed orchestrated, as if fate had aligned for our encounter. Seeing the affirmation, Chen Pingan smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, someone has indeed arranged it meticulously. The task of digging ditches and diverting water was exactly as I conceived and executed." Shimin Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. "So there truly exists a powerful entity," he exclaimed with fervor. "Might I inquire as to who that person is?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Indeed, it is I." Chapter 110, Guidance from Different Channels. Chen Pingan had come to understand everything. Just moments ago, Shimin Chen had left his words hanging after revealing that he was a cultivator. At this moment, as Chen Pingan reflected on this, he had deduced the entire situation. Observing the old man's attire, he found it somewhat peculiar. The azure robe bore the insignia of an alchemist's furnace, and though he had initially been unable to ascertain its significance, he finally realized that this was indeed the garb worn by members of the Alchemist Guild. Furthermore, the old man's inquiry regarding the excavation of irrigation channels suggested that he too cultivated plants, and these plants were undoubtedly spiritual herbs. The old man's question indicated a lack of knowledge about this technique, as he must have been watering them in a rather naive manner. Such is the nature of this world. In some respects, simple matters remain shrouded in the ignorance of a primitive age, while in others, extraordinary advancements have been achieved, particularly in the realm of cultivation. Shimin Chen had initially thought that Chen Pingan might be referring to some formidable entity, but upon hearing him affirm his identity, he was momentarily rendered speechless. You are the one who has deduced everything," he exclaimed in astonishment. Soon, he connected the dots. Earlier, he had wondered why he could not discern this individual as cultivation level, contemplating two possible explanations. It turned out that this person was no ordinary being, but rather a superlative powerhouse. Of course, this still required verification. Just then, Chen Pingan spoke again, asking, "Is the elder a member of the Alchemist Guild?" He was eager to see if his conjecture was correct. Upon hearing this, Shimin Chen's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. "Certainly. This does not serve as evidence of the remarkable reasoning abilities of the individual before him, especially given his attire resembling that of an alchemist." As Chen Pingan observed Shimin Chen nodding, his suspicions were only further solidified. He smiled and inquired, "The elder must be troubled by certain issues concerning the growth of some spiritual herbs, correct?" Upon hearing this, Shimin Chen was entirely convinced. This individual was indeed extraordinary. He had managed to deduce everything, even the source of his worries. Chen Pingan nodded vigorously, akin to a chit pecking at grain. The longevity flower was his most cherished spiritual herb, and it was precisely because of its slow maturation that he had ventured here. Seeing Chen Pingan nodding fervently, Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. His assumptions had proven correct. It seemed that the elder was overwhelmed by the sheer size of his medicinal fields, struggling to water them adequately. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's method for channeling water, he became intrigued. Chen Pingan remarked, "This predicament is not insurmountable. It can be easily resolved. If you accompany me to my courtyard, you shall see how it is done." Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan's heart raced. Not a significant issue? Indeed, with just some soil. Such an effect could be achieved, and for someone of his stature, it would surely pose no great challenge. The prospect of visiting Chen Pingan's courtyard piqued his interest, prompting him to nod eagerly and express, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Suddenly, upon hearing the term esteemed elder, Chen Pingan was taken aback. Why had he suddenly referred to him as an elder? Hadn't he just called him young man moments ago? Was this a visual anomaly that had unexpectedly manifested? Chen Pingan was left utterly bewildered. Indeed, I recently mentioned Morong Palace. Could it be that merely uttering this name triggers a visual anomaly? Chen Pingan blinked, then inquired once more, "Elder, you have yet to answer me. Are you acquainted with Morong Palace?" Chen Pingan nodded affirmatively, stating, "I encountered it not long ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan fell into contemplation. So he is indeed familiar. But why did the visual anomaly not manifest earlier? Why did it only occur after he mentioned Morong Palace? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. What a confounding anomaly, more inscrutable than women. Chen Pingan grew weary of such thoughts, finding them tiresome. He began to lead the way, with the two of them proceeding towards the town. Chen Pingan scrutinized Chen Pingan intently, pondering the nature of such an existence. What could the courtyard possibly be like? Would entering the courtyard truly reveal the solution to the longevity flower dilemma? A sense of nervousness crept over him. Chen Pingan soon arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, pushed the door open, and cautioned Chen Pingan, "Elder, watch your step on the threshold. Many have stumbled here, do be careful." Chen Pingan nodded and followed Chen Pingan into the courtyard. However, once he crossed the threshold, he was struck dumb. He suddenly realized that something seemed amiss in his mind. The peach tree, the broom, the rooster, all emanated a terrifying aura. Moreover, he sensed that these fearsome entities were fixated upon him, instilling a sensation that made his body tremble involuntarily at the mere gaze. In a corner of the yard, there lay 3 patches brimming with mystical herbs. Indeed, they were ethereal herbs. Chen Pingan found himself at a loss in managing the tumult of his heartbeat. At that moment, it felt as though his chest could scarcely contain his heart, which seemed poised to leap forth. What on earth is this place? Just then, a voice resonated, "Brother." "It's all sorted. Only 2 more barrels of mud remain." Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan turned to look. When he beheld the charming Su Ling, her attire speckled with soil and her laughter radiant, he swallowed hard. This little girl, is she an immortal? The aura she exuded was unmistakable. He had encountered the essence of immortality before. Chen Pingan found himself paralyzed, unable to think, standing still in awe. Chen Pingan, noticing Chen Pingan's immobility upon entering, urged, "Elder, come take a look." As Chen Pingan surveyed the intricate network of small irrigation channels within the 3 patches of land, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his handiwork. Remarkably, the water in the little pond remained undiminished, still perfectly brimming. At last, Chen Pingan regained his composure, albeit with a hint of trepidation, and approached Chen Pingan. He stood before him, fixated on the 3 patches. Watermelon, strawberry, pineapple, all were mere commonplace varieties of fruit. Yet now, they had transformed into celestial herbs. This was utterly beyond belief. Observing Chen Pingan's astonishment, Chen Pingan felt he had opened a new realm of understanding for him. As Chen Pingan gazed at the irrigation channels, the arrangement of lines and intersections suddenly reminded him of Chen Pingan's earlier words. After a brief exploration of the yard, comprehension dawned upon him. At this moment, Chen Pingan brought in to observe the water canal, suggesting that this conduit might hold the key to resolving the growth issue of the longevity flower. He gazed intently at the channels, and suddenly a thought struck him. The soil alone might not be sufficient to address the maturation time of the longevity flower. Hence, the elder had brought him here to examine these water channels. Yet, it was not the channels themselves that mattered, but rather the intricate patterns they formed that were crucial. Was this the principle of formations? He quickly turned to Chen Pingan and inquired, "Elder, do you imply that in order to tackle this issue, one must learn from the arrangement of these water channels?" Chen Pingan, upon hearing this question, nodded affirmatively. Understanding the implication, Chen Pingan promptly bowed deeply and declared, "Elder, I shall return and attempt this immediately. Time is of the essence, so I must take my leave for now. Once I have resolved the matter, I will return to express my gratitude. Eager to experiment, Chen Pingan could hardly contain his excitement. Chen Pingan paused for a moment but did not detain him, instead responding with a smile and a nod. Thus, Chen Pingan bid farewell to Chen Pingan. He then carried the last 2 buckets of soil to the base of a great tree. Observing the tree, he pursed his lips and murmured, "It seems this tree has grown taller. Could it be that there are nutrients within this soil?" With this thought, Chen Pingan glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then moved to a spot devoid of vegetation, merely a patch of earth. Swiftly, he discarded the soil. Unbeknownst to him, there lay a mud hole nearby. And as he dumped the earth, it sealed the entrance to the hole beneath. Chapter 111. The true strength of the senior Chen Pingan exerted himself to the utmost, taking 2 full hours to emerge within a formation. Before him lay the longevity flower, still adorned with 5 petals. He swiftly retrieved a box filled with soil and, recalling the layout of the water channels he had observed in the courtyard, began to arrange the soil around the longevity flower. After a considerable time spent on this task, he had successfully outlined the distribution pattern of the water channels in the soil. Once everything was in place, Chen Pingan took a deep breath and began to wait. After a while, he noticed a remarkable change in the longevity flower. Its leaves gradually turned a desolate yellow before falling away. Subsequently, the petals began to loosen. With a sudden plop, the first red petal fell to the ground, followed closely by the green petals, which also began to detach and descend slowly. One by one, all 5 petals fell, leaving a profound stillness in their wake. Chen Pingan stood in awe, watching this extraordinary spectacle unfold before his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. After some time, he regained his composure, inhaled deeply, and gazed at the longevity flower seeds, which emitted a distinctive aura, determination etched on his face. He stepped forward to collect the seeds, which resembled peanuts in size, 2 in total. Having secured his treasures, Chen Pingan blinked and vanished from the spot. In an instant, he found himself in a room, his expression brimming with excitement. "Mother, the longevity flower has ripened. You must consume 1 seed, while I shall refine the other into an elixir shortly. Consuming the seed raw would extend one's life by 3 years, while transforming it into an elixir could grant an additional 20 years. However, to ensure safety, Chen Pingan decided to first give 1 seed to his mother. Otherwise, during his alchemical endeavors, his mother might very well find herself utterly exhausted." The old woman's complexion appeared even more ashen at this moment. Yet upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, she was momentarily taken aback. "Chinner, how can this be possible? It has only been a few hours, and the longevity flower has already ripened?" Chen Pingan hurried forward and urged his mother to consume the flower seeds. As the seeds entered her body, a miraculous transformation occurred. The elderly woman, who had seemed on the brink of demise, suddenly regained her vitality. The deeply etched wrinkles and pallor of her face were infused with a hint of life. Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingan exhaled deeply, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. He then recounted the extraordinary events he had just experienced in detail. The old woman, upon hearing his tale, fell into a stupor. In this world, such extraordinary beings truly existed? Though she could not cultivate, her long life had afforded her exposure to many wonders. Yet, she had never encountered anything quite like this. Was everything truly preordained? And that courtyard was astonishingly formidable? "Chinner, if such an exalted individual can assist us, we must express our gratitude. You need not concern yourself with alchemy just yet. Go forth and properly thank that venerable elder." The old woman recognized the rarity of her son's encounter with such a master, pondering that perhaps her fate was not yet sealed. And this might indeed be her son's fortuitous opportunity. Such distinguished individuals are rare and precious. Forging a meaningful connection with them could undoubtedly prove beneficial for the future. Chen Pingan nodded, bidding farewell to his mother, and set off towards Qingyuan town. In Qingyuan town, Chen Pingan found himself at a loss once more. Sitting in the courtyard and gazing across the waterway, contemplating his own mission. He has long yearned for cultivation, a desire that has persisted for a full 5 years. According to the nature of the system, it is certain that such cultivation will not be granted all at once. The completion of 1,000 tasks would render him invincible. Thus, the remaining 100 tasks should presumably distribute an average level of cultivation to him. Chen Pingan pressed his lips together, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that day. Once he attains his cultivation, he intends to seek out Su Ling once more for a trial. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes. After the last encounter, where Su Ling had bested him in a fight, he discerned that, despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, she was likely reveling inwardly. This time, he would proudly showcase his newfound abilities, allowing Su Ling to experience the sensation of being utterly outmatched. Chen Pingan swayed slightly in amusement. At that moment, the voice of the system abruptly resonated, announcing, "Task completed, system upgrade commencing, duration 2 hours." Startled by the system's pronouncement, Chen Pingan sprang up from his reclined position. What? The task is completed? What on earth just happened? He was utterly bewildered, having done nothing but sit idly for a spell. Could it be that the system has malfunctioned? Blinking in disbelief, a smile gradually appeared on his lips. Excellent. No matter what the reason, the task is completed. He had thought that completing this task would not be so straightforward, and now, this unexpected turn of events was simply delightful. Chen Pingan feigned calmness, wary that the system might recognize its mistake and revert its decision. He reclined once more, a broad smile adorning his face. With 2 hours left until the system's upgrade is complete, Chen Pingan, content with the outcome, closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Just as he began to doze off, a sudden noise erupted from outside the door. Chen Pingan stepped outside and opened the door. Before him stood Chen Pingan. As Chen Pingan gazed at Chen Pingan, he prepared to express his heartfelt gratitude. Yet, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at Chen Pingan. It dawned on him that this was the true extent of a senior's power. Chen Pingan's face was one of sheer astonishment. In his eyes, it seemed as if the entire universe was enveloped in the profound essence of Chen Pingan. The terror was overwhelming. He had encountered immortals before, yet none exhibited such dominance. They merely possessed formidable energy. This individual before him appeared as if he were the sovereign of the cosmos. Chen Pingan looked upon him with the reverence one might reserve for a deity, his face a canvas of admiration and respect. "Senior, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace," he exclaimed, deeply bowing. Chen Pingan, taken aback by this display, paused momentarily. Life-saving grace? Could it be that if the elder mishandled those spiritual herbs, he would face execution? Realizing this, Chen Pingan's expression shifted to one of understanding. Now he comprehended why the system indicated that he had completed his task. So that was it. Confident in his deduction, Chen Pingan smiled and said, "There is no need for such formality, old man. I did nothing remarkable, and besides, we seem to share a certain affinity. If it were not for fate, we would not have crossed paths, nor would we have met just as you were about to dig a channel for water." Chen Pingan nodded in agreement. Yet the gratitude etched on his face remained unyielding. "Senior, I may possess no exceptional talents, save for my proficiency in alchemy. Should you ever require my assistance, I would willingly traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire without hesitation." In truth, Chen Pingan was uncertain how to adequately express his gratitude to such a distinguished figure. Although they were strangers, they meticulously orchestrated every detail, seemingly encountering each other by mere coincidence, when in fact, everything was under their control. Such a master would undoubtedly regard his alchemical skills with disdain, yet he could not fathom what else he could offer. Chen Pingan initially intended to dismiss the conversation, but suddenly his eyes sparkled with interest. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, to what level has your alchemical prowess ascended?" Chen Pingan asked, curiosity piqued. Observing that Chen Pingan appeared quite aged, akin to Zhen Danting, and considering Zhen Danting's formidable strength, if Chen Pingan possessed even half of that prowess, his alchemical skills would likely be at least of the 5th or 6th rank. Soon, he anticipated achieving his own cultivation and venturing forth. Having an alchemist at his side to assist would be immensely beneficial. Moreover, he realized that knowing more individuals in the realm of cultivation brought only advantages, particularly those who exhibited extraordinary capabilities. They treated him with utmost respect, reminiscent of the reverence shown within Murong Palace. Perhaps, with their assistance, his future tasks could be accomplished with greater ease. Chen Pingan humbly replied, "I can successfully refine 10th grade elixirs and 3 doses of spiritual herbs. Yet I have yet to master the art of producing immortal elixirs." At this revelation, an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. Goodness, a 10th grade alchemist? Chen Pingan had presumed Chen Pingan's skills to be only at the 5th or 6th rank, and was now utterly astonished. Chapter 112. Your brother has become an immortal. Are you not thrilled? Chen Pingan inhaled deeply. Even as a non-cultivator, he had heard tales of the formidable 10th grade alchemists. 3 years prior, he had the fortune to share drinks with an alchemist in a tavern, from whom he learned that there were only 2 10th grade alchemists on the entire continent. One of them is indeed the president of the Alchemist Guild, while the other, it is said, is not affiliated with the guild, but rather a free spirit, often wandering the continent and assisting those in need by concocting elixirs for them. Given that Chen Pingan is clad in alchemist attire, it is highly probable that he is indeed the president of the Alchemist Guild. Contemplating this, Chen Pingan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. If this individual is the president of the guild, logically he should not have lost his life due to poor cultivation of spiritual herbs. Or perhaps he encountered a celestial being who forced him into dire straits. After all, only a celestial could truly threaten the life of the president of the Alchemist Guild. After a moment's reflection, Chen Pingan decided he need not dwell further on this matter. In any case, he had completed his task, which meant he had undoubtedly saved a life. With Chen Pingan stepping forward to claim his identity, it was certainly intertwined with him. What he needed to ponder now was whether Shi Minchen had deceived him. After all, a 10th-grade alchemist was indeed formidable. Alas, if he were to be deceived, what could he do? Raise a question? That would only betray his mistrust. Never mind, he would cultivate this newfound bond, regardless of the outcome. Perhaps in the future, his mission would benefit from Shi Minchen's expertise. Elder, should you require any elixirs crafted in the future, I shall seek you out. Chen Pingan said with a smile. Hearing Chen Pingan's address, Shi Minchen suddenly remembered he had forgotten to introduce himself and replied, Senior, my name is Shi Minchen. You may call me Xiaochen or simply Chen. Upon hearing the name Shi Minchen, Chen Pingan's eyes brightened. The president of the Alchemist Guild is indeed named Shi Minchen. Could it truly be? If so, then great fortune awaits. Despite being aware of his visual anomaly that made others perceive him as formidable, Chen Pingan felt it rather inappropriate to refer to the elderly gentleman as Little Chen. Thus, he said, from now on, I shall address you as Elder Chen. Shi Minchen blinked, contemplating a correction, but upon witnessing Chen Pingan's resolute expression, he could only acquiesce with a nod. Call me as you wish, Senior. Chen Pingan wished to engage in further conversation with Shi Minchen. However, an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. The system notification indicated that the upgrade was complete. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and glancing at Shi Minchen, he cleared his throat and said, Elder Chen, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps you could visit again another time? His eagerness to discover the transformed system was palpable, alongside a desire to experience the sensation of possessing cultivation. Most importantly, he yearned to flaunt his newfound prowess before Su Ling. Just the thought of Su Ling, her face awash with astonishment, fervently applauding and exclaiming that her brother was a celestial being, filled him with uncontainable pride. Shi Minchen, upon hearing this, refrained from further interruption. Yet as he departed, he respectfully presented a token. Senior, this token may hold little significance for you, but if you wish to bestow it upon any junior, they will be regarded as esteemed guests by the Alchemist Guild upon its presentation. Shi Minchen had little else of value to offer, and he surmised that a person of such stature as Chen Pingan would likely regard the token with indifference. Nonetheless, giving it to some juniors would indeed be quite commendable. Chen Pingan nodded, accepting the token, and then bid farewell to Shi Minchen. Once alone, he examined the token in his hand. It was palm-sized, entirely green, and crafted from jade. As he grasped the token, he found it pleasantly cool to the touch. This object served as proof of identity, undoubtedly a valuable asset. Perhaps it would yield remarkable results during his future ventures. A subtle smile graced Chen Pingan's lips as he ceased his examination of the token. Regarding its utility, he could ascertain its worth once he acquired some cultivation abilities, simply by presenting it at any alchemist guild. Hastily, Chen Pingan shut the door and returned to his seat with eager anticipation. System, let us discuss the changes that accompany this upgrade. The system has been upgraded to ultimate mode, the system's voice announced. This task has been completed, granting you an opportunity to choose your future developmental direction. Upon the completion of the system's statement, a luminous screen materialized before Chen Pingan, displaying two lengthy lines of text. The first option read, Task Mode. The host must await the triggering of tasks, complete them, and subsequently select random items as rewards. The second option stated, Conquest Mode. The system will automatically select 100 challenges from various locations in the world. The host can teleport to these challenges, and by accomplishing their tasks, will conquer each one. Upon conquering all 100 challenges, the host will attain invincibility. Furthermore, after each conquest, the host will receive cultivation rewards. A gentle reminder, the second option may require the host to engage in combat. The system will provide initial cultivation capabilities. Given that the host lacks a spiritual root, the spiritual energy reservoir will remain perpetually full, and each successful conquest will enhance the host's cultivation. After perusing the text on the luminous screen, Chen Pingan blinked in momentary astonishment. Conquest mode? 100 challenges? System, I choose the second option. Chen Pingan had grown weary of his days devoid of cultivation. Having patiently awaited such an opportunity, one cannot afford to let it slip away. Moreover, he is eager to discover what this so-called challenge entails. He certainly does not wish to engage in the tedious process of gradually triggering tasks. Given the system's unpredictable nature, he cannot foresee when he might complete 100 tasks. However, this challenge is distinct, boasting a rather appealing teleportation function. Most importantly, it presents an opportunity for him to strategize. Investing time in strategizing is far preferable to the slow progression of task activation. The mode has been changed, and the host is granted an initial cultivation level of foundation establishment. As the system's voice faded, Chen Pingan felt a mysterious force surge into his body. In an instant, he noticed a warm current suddenly manifesting in his dantian. Closing his eyes, he realized he could control this warmth. He attempted to direct it to his hand. In the next moment, he felt the warmth enveloping his palm. Although he could still see nothing, he could easily sense that something tangible existed. Remarkably, he felt as though he could project this warmth outward. His eyes darted toward a nearby wooden barrel, and he tried to propel it in that direction. In an instant, it felt as if he had hurled a stone. Bang! The wooden barrel was struck, toppling over and even punctured. Goodness! How impressive! Chen Pingan's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Ling, hiding inside the house, peered through the window at Chen Pingan's astonished expression, shaking her head in disbelief, as if to say, is this really so trivial? Chapter 113. Unintentionally stepping out with the greatest martial power, Chen Pingan was brimming with excitement as he attempted to throw a few more strikes. A wooden barrel was utterly demolished under his force. Exhaling a deep breath, he felt a smile spread across his face. He then endeavored to circulate warm energy throughout his body. When it flowed into his hands, he discovered that striking the wall with his fist caused him no pain. When it reached his feet, he realized he could leap remarkably high, his movements becoming significantly more agile. As the energy coursed through his mind, his reflexes sharpened, becoming incredibly swift. Haha, incredible! Delighting in these transformations, Chen Pingan was overjoyed. So this is the exhilaration of a cultivator. He then turned his attention to the interior of the house. Xiaolinger, bring me the clothes prop. He placed his hands on his hips, exuding an aura of determination. As if declaring today he would reclaim his former glory. Listening to his words, Su Ling waved her hand, and the clothes prop soared into her grasp. With a sweet smile, she responded, all right, brother, I'm coming. Observing Chen Pingan's demeanor, the peach tree in the courtyard suddenly remarked, everyone. I have a peculiar feeling that once our master attains some cultivation, he will become rather exuberant. The kitchen knives, upon hearing this, expressed their strong agreement. This was the consequence of a prolonged absence from cultivation, leading to a sudden resurgence. Chen Pingan grinned as he watched Su Ling, who was winking while holding the clothes prop. It's time to showcase true skill. Xiaolinger, come here and strike me like last time. This time, brother will show you what true strength looks like. With a confident expression, he could already envision the look of admiration on Su Ling's face. Su Ling, however, appeared serious. Brother, are we really going to do that again? If I hurt you, please don't hold it against me. Chen Pingan chuckled softly, my dear sister. I am not the same man I once was. Feel free to strike me. I shall not ask you to cease. Go ahead and hit me with all your might. As he spoke, he patted his chest confidently. Deep within, Chen Pingan mused, soon I will envelop myself in warmth. No matter how strong this little girl may be, what can it truly do? If it hurts, I shall simply wash my hair upside down. After all, I am a man who can punch a wall without feeling a thing. Besides, my agility is unmatched. Should it hurt, I will evade the next strike. Huh? Can you keep up with my speed, little one? Come now, unleash your vigor. With a smile, Chen Pingan enveloped himself in that warm energy, prompting Su Ling to nod and begin swinging the clothes pole in her grasp. As he watched the pole approach at great speed, he wore a disdainful expression. Too lazy to dodge, simply waiting to be struck. With a resounding thud, the pole made contact. Huh? As expected, it doesn't hurt at all. A jubilant expression spread across Chen Pingan's face. Observing his attire, Su Ling pouted slightly before her eyes twinkled mischievously. Brother, I haven't even put in much effort yet. Your outfit is simply too lovely. I fear I might damage it. Why not change into something else? She suggested innocently, her charm undeniable. Upon hearing her words, Chen Pingan remembered that he was wearing his favorite clothing. With a quick glance at the spot where Su Ling had struck, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it remained unscathed. He then looked at Su Ling with affectionate eyes and said, I'm glad you didn't use your full strength. That is wonderful. I shall change right away. With that, Chen Pingan smiled and stepped into the house. Peach tree, goldfish, kitchen knife, rooster. Master, it seems you are about to face calamity once again. Kitchen knife. Ah, when will the master regain his former prowess? Seeing him like this is rather awkward. I truly miss the way he used to be. He was undeniably charming back then. Rooster. I still remember a famous saying of the master. When confronted by a group capable of annihilating the realms with a mere gesture, he boldly declared, come at me all at once. I do not wish to waste time dealing with you one by one. TSK. He was incredibly impressive at that moment. Suddenly, Peach Tree interjected, ahem, after so many reincarnations, I feel that this time the master is rather different. Even if he regains his former strength, he may no longer possess the same allure. Upon hearing this, Kitchen Knife and the others fell silent. Indeed, the master's current demeanor is somewhat peculiar. However, they firmly believe that it won't be long before the true and powerful master returns. Inside the room, Chen Pingan changed his clothes and hurriedly emerged. Su Ling beamed with joy as she watched him rush out. Brother, I still remember when you spanked me. Chen Pingan, fully prepared, declared, Shaolinger. Come forth and witness your brother's might. As he spoke, a warm current enveloped him entirely. Su Ling nodded, suddenly grinning widely, ready to make her move. Just then, the system's voice echoed. The first checkpoint has appeared. The host may proceed to challenge it. Chen Pingan's eyes brightened, prompting him to halt. Su Ling, little Linger. I shall be away for several hours. During this time, you may remain in the courtyard. If you find yourself bored, feel free to visit Grandfather Longzhou. He is quite lonely, with no patients to attend to. Suddenly, Su Ling's expression soured, her lips pouting in disappointment. Observing her demeanor, Chen Pingan approached and gently patted her head, affectionately reassuring her. Little Linger, be good. I will return shortly. He sensed that Su Ling wished to stay with him and was reluctant to see him depart. Her eyes brimmed with regret. Alas, she had missed her chance. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she realized it was not so bad. Once Chen Pingan left, she could indulge in fruits without restraint. Besides, she would not be lonely, for she could play with Sister Peach Tree and Brother Kitchen Knife. After speaking, Chen Pingan considered returning to change his attire, but thought better of it. Given the likelihood of needing to engage in a scuffle, he decided against wearing that particular outfit to avoid damaging it. Furthermore, he needed a more suitable weapon. Wielding a kitchen knife would not do. This one will suffice. He made his way to the corner and retrieved a golden longsword. To his surprise, it appeared significantly sharper than before. Lacking spiritual roots, Chen Pingan could not discern the sword's grade. However, it seemed much more formidable than when he first found it. Glinting with brilliance, he brandished the golden feathered artifact, finding it quite comfortable to wield. His gaze then shifted to the black dog. This obedient creature, being a beast of supernatural origin, reminded him of the texts he had studied, which mentioned that some cultivators train such beasts as companions. If I bring it into battle alongside me, does that classify it as a companion? With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, Chen Pingan resolved to take the black dog with him, for it was indeed exceedingly compliant. Meanwhile, let us attempt to exhibit the formidable power of the black dog as a mythical beast. Little Black, come here, Chen Pingan called out. The black serpent, upon hearing Chen Pingan's voice, swiftly approached, tongue lolling and tail wagging. It had overheard the earlier conversation among the peach trees. This master of mine was surprisingly formidable in the past. Henceforth, it must diligently follow him. Perhaps one day, it too could attain a status akin to that of the kitchen knives. Chen Pingan secured his sword at his waist. With his equipment in place and a loyal companion by his side, he declared, let us proceed with purpose. Nevertheless, one must remain cautious when venturing out into the world. Unbeknownst to him, merely bringing along the weakest dog and the simplest weapon from the courtyard was already the epitome of martial prowess in this realm. Chapter 114. The proper use of celestial artifacts. As Chen Pingan stepped out, at that very moment, two beams of light suddenly surged into the black serpent and the golden feathered artifact. In that instant, their auras transformed. The golden feathered artifact lost its terrifying energy and appeared merely as a magical tool. Simultaneously, the black serpent shed its aura of late-stage transcendence, no longer exuding the oppressive presence of the dragon lineage, resembling an ordinary dog instead. At that same moment, the system's voice coldly resonated in the ears of the golden feathered artifact and the black serpent. I have concealed your powers. Do not appear overly formidable before him. It suffices to assert your authority discreetly. Hearing this chilling message, the golden feathered artifact and the black serpent quickly complied. In a narrow alley of Qingyuan town, Duan Xinxin sat before the bookstore, opening her mouth to speak. Strangely, no sound emerged. It was only after she shook her head and smiled that her voice finally resonated. My dear, in a few days, I will be able to live with you. Years have passed since they last lived together, and she has forgotten his scent and warmth. Chen Pingan approached a small grove, noticing the absence of others. He began to follow the system's instructions, stepping forward. Suddenly, a black hole emerged. Accompanied by a dog, he ventured inside. In the blink of an eye, Chen Pingan found himself in an empty shop. At that moment, on the table before him lay a luminous screen. In this kingdom, your name is Long Aotian. Make your presence known to all inhabitants of this realm. Complete the task to receive a significant reward and unlock the next level. Upon reading this task, Chen Pingan blinked in confusion. Wasn't TA level typically associated with battling monsters and leveling up? And what was with this name, borrowing from Long Lao? He stood bewildered. As he reached the entrance of the shop, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Before him unfolded a bustling street. He wandered into the thoroughfare, casting his gaze around. Yet, after a brief moment, a remarkably imposing man approached, blocking his path. This man towered over him by at least 2 heads, resembling a giant. As he neared, Chen Pingan felt as though he was standing at the foot of a great mountain. The man's expression was stern, emanating an air of confrontation. Aware that the world of cultivation often entailed conflict, Chen Pingan began to adopt a more serious demeanor. Brother, I am Wang Degue. Would you be interested in teaming up for the upcoming tournament? The spirit stones we win will be shared among our group. The towering man stated as he approached Chen Pingan. As he spoke, a faint smile graced his face. Chen Pingan observed the imposing figure of the burly man approaching him with fervor, initially assuming he was seeking trouble. However, upon hearing his words, he paused momentarily. A martial arts competition? Spirit stones? Having just arrived in this place, Chen Pingan was somewhat bewildered. He responded courteously, Brother, I am not from around here and am somewhat unfamiliar with the local circumstances. Upon hearing this, Wang Degue eagerly began to enlighten Chen Pingan about the situation, seemingly impatient for him to acquiesce. Our kingdom is set to host a martial arts competition soon to celebrate the prince's birthday. The competition consists of teams of 5. We already have 4 participants, and with the reserves, we need 2 more. Noticing your cultivation level is at the first stage of foundation establishment, and that you are under 30, I wanted to inquire if you might be interested. Listening to Wang Degue's account, Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes. A competition organized by the kingdom? Teams of 5. This could be fortuitous. After all, his objective was to ensure that the entire kingdom recognized his name. Such a competition would undoubtedly provide an excellent platform. Securing first place could not only make his name resonate throughout the kingdom, but at the very least, ignite a spark of notoriety. Most importantly, he would have the opportunity to compete against individuals of similar cultivation levels. However, one must always remain vigilant against potential treachery. He sensed something amiss. Brother, I am intrigued by this competition, but I need to deliberate further, Chen Pingan replied with a smile, deciding to gather more information before making a commitment. It would be unwise to heed another's words blindly. One could never be certain if this man intended to lead him into a trap for nefarious purposes. If it were merely a matter of robbing him of his wealth, he would regret to inform them that he possessed none. But if it were to seize something else? This fellow truly seems to possess some peculiar interests. Wang Degue nodded and pointed to the second floor of a nearby tea house, saying, If you have made up your mind, you can come find us there later. Chen Pingan glanced over, memorizing the location, and nodded in agreement. Wang Degue was about to turn back but paused, turning to ask, By the way, brother, I forgot to ask your name. Chen Pingan replied, Long Out Yin. Upon hearing this, Wang Degue was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that the illustrious name of the master of Tianzuan Tower, renowned throughout the land? Such a coincidence of names. As Wang Degue prepared to leave, he cast a glance at the black dog behind Chen Pingan, and in that fleeting moment, a chill ran down his spine. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found it to be an utterly ordinary dog. What had just triggered that instinctive reaction? He left in a state of confusion. After bidding farewell to Wang Degue, Chen Pingan began to meander about with the black serpent, approaching those who appeared amiable and inquiring about the surroundings. After some inquiries, he garnered a better understanding of this place. To his surprise, he discovered that he was in the northern region of the continent. Meanwhile, Lingwan town lay in the south, separated by a distance exceeding 100,000 miles. This kingdom was known as the Zhanwu Kingdom, famed for its martial prowess, and indeed, a competition was to take place shortly. As Chen Pingan continued to gather information about his surroundings, Wang Degue returned to the tea house. Had that fellow truly declined? As soon as Wang Degue entered, a peculiar and mocking voice resonated within the private room. Wang Degue took a seat and remarked that he needed to consider the matter. Chuckling, he added that such consideration was effectively a refusal. Did he truly believe himself to be formidable? With but a single hand, I could easily deal with a cultivator at the first level of the core formation stage. The speaker was a man with a pale complexion, whose cultivation level stood at the 5th layer of core formation. It seemed he had indeed declined, leaving 2 vacancies to be filled, necessitating the search for others. At that moment, a woman seated in the center spoke up. Dressed in elegant purple attire, she possessed striking beauty and an enviable figure, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age. Yet, her cultivation had already reached the 6th layer of core formation. She was none other than the leader of this group, Tian Shanshan, who held a prominent status within the kingdom as the daughter of a general. With ample time remaining before the month's end, she continued, We must not neglect our training. Shortly, we shall venture to the nearby Beast Mountain to hunt for creatures. Please prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, the pale-faced man nodded with a smile, displaying an air of compliance. Although a closer inspection would reveal a glint of greed in his gaze as he looked at Tian Shanshan, as if he yearned to pounce upon her and claim her for himself. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan wandered about and found the royal city to be quite splendid and bustling with life. It was then that he came across an exceptionally grand structure. The entrance towered 3 zhang high and 2 zhang wide. A plaque above the door bore 5 characters, Alchemist Guild. A spark of excitement ignited in Chen Pingan's eyes as he retrieved a token from his pocket, the very one bestowed upon him by Shimin Chun. He was eager to enter and ascertain whether the token held any genuine power. If it proves to be of value, then Shimin Chun is very likely the president of the Alchemist Guild. Even if he is not, his status within the guild should be commendable. However, as Chen Pingan prepared to enter, he was drawn to the commotion of voices nearby. A crowd had gathered, and he secured his token before making his way towards the source of the noise, eager to discern the situation. As he pushed through the throng and reached the front, he beheld a man, approximately 25 years of age, wearing a broad smile as he introduced some items to a middle-aged individual. My friend, would you care to place a bet? Just 5 spirit stones per round. I assure you it's entirely fair. The young man's face was alight with a playful demeanor, revealing that this was indeed a gambling game. Pray tell, what are the rules? Inquired the middle-aged man. Between them stood 2 luminous screens of an array. The jovial young man elaborated that he could manipulate the array compass on the ground to adjust the defensive strength of the screens. One screen would be set to reflect the defenses of a chi condensation stage practitioner, while the other would correspond to the fusion stage defenses. Should one attack and shatter a screen, they would be deemed the victor, and he would pay out 10 spirit stones. The middle-aged man grasped the gist. It was a matter of choosing one. If he managed to break the screen associated with the chi condensation stage, he would win. Very well, I shall partake, he decided. Reasoning that 5 spirit stones were hardly a considerable risk, he produced 5 spirit stones and handed them to the young man. Upon receiving the stones, the young man knelt to adjust the array compass. All set. You may commence your attack, my friend. The middle-aged man nodded, drew his weapon, selected a screen, and unleashed his assault. With a resounding bang, the action commenced. The luminous screen shattered abruptly. Fortune favors you, my friend, the frivolous man exclaimed with a smirk, presenting the spirit stones to the middle-aged individual before a gathering crowd. The onlookers' eyes gleamed with excitement as they eagerly approached. Chen Pingan, devoid of spirit stones, could only stand by and observe. Yet, he too harbored a desire to partake. This wagering method seemed rather amusing. A queue formed, each individual taking their turn. Some triumphed while others faltered, leading many to believe in the fairness of the game. However, few noticed that out of every 3 participants, only one succeeded, implying that for every 3 bets, the frivolous man profited 5 spirit stones. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in his good fortune. The golden feathered artifact, observing the scene, remarked, "These individuals are so easily deceived. If our master were to gamble, I assure you that this lad would soon find himself bankrupt. With its celestial form, it would shatter these worthless screens, leaving the opponent questioning their very existence." At that moment, the black serpent chuckled. It appears that our master is indeed intrigued. Chapter 115. By the Heavens. Celestial Artifact. Chen Pingan, feeling an itch to join in, pondered whether he could offer medicinal pills as a substitute. Although spirit stones served as universal currency, medicinal pills held their own value. He possessed 30 healing pills, ranging from 3rd to 5th rank, having brought them along with him to guard against potential injuries. With this in mind, he stepped forward to join the line. As time progressed, an individual of considerable cultivation suddenly erupted in turmoil following a string of failures. This is absolutely suspect. I have tried 5 times. It is impossible that I haven't succeeded even once. This middle-aged man, having reached the nascent soul stage, confronted the frivolous man, who maintained his cheerful demeanor in the face of the accusations. Dear friend, do not take offense. It all hinges on fortune. With a 50% chance, it is not uncommon to misplace a bet 5 times in succession due to ill luck. For those exceptionally unfortunate, even if they were to attempt 10 times, success remains uncertain. Conversely, some individuals may achieve success with every single attempt. Others, overhearing the words of the frivolous young man, found no fault in his reasoning. A 50% probability appears quite favorable. However, the likelihood of failure is equally 50%. Humph, you must have some trick up your sleeve. Return my spirit stones. The middle-aged man suddenly unleashed his cultivation, resolute in his intent to resort to force. His audacity stemmed from the realization that the carefree young man's cultivation was rather low, nearly at the 5th level of the core formation stage. Oh, so you intend to take a more aggressive approach? The smile vanished from the young man's face, leaving him with an air of coldness. Humph, do you think I fear you, a mere core formation cultivator? The middle-aged man scoffed. TSK. What if I were to claim affiliation with the Array Master Guild? The frivolous young man retorted with a sneer. At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as all eyes fixated on him. To substantiate his claim, the young man produced a token from his pocket, inscribed with 5 characters, 3rd rank Array Master. It cannot be, he is actually a 3rd rank Array Master. Is this some kind of deception? A third-rank array master at such a young age? Upon glancing at the token, the middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly. I'm sorry, I will take my leave at once. The middle-aged man stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining his composure. He quickly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to depart hastily. He could not afford to offend someone from the Array Master Guild, which is widely recognized as one of the formidable factions on the continent. Within the Alchemist Guild and the Array Master Guild, a multitude of elites congregates. These two guilds are quite exceptional and hold the membership of alchemists and array masters in high regard. Should any member of their guild be bullied, especially in instances of the strong oppressing the weak, they will promptly dispatch representatives to uphold justice. In the case of particularly vile individuals, there may even be public executions. The frivolous man observed the middle-aged figure in the nascent soul stage fleeing in disarray and let out a cold snort. However, his expression quickly transformed back into a smile as he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this is merely a minor interlude. Please, do continue. Of course, if anyone suspects I am deceiving them, feel free to step forward. Upon hearing this, the crowd, knowing the reputation of the Array Master Guild, felt assured that they would not be led astray and resumed their queue. After a short while, it was finally Chen Pingan's turn. The frivolous man turned to Chen Pingan and inquired with a grin, "My friend, how many times would you like to wager?" Chen Pingan produced a third-grade healing pill and replied, "I would like to ask how many times this third-grade healing pill can be wagered?" As the healing pill was revealed, a hush fell over the crowd. Among the various types of pills, healing pills rank among the most valuable. A low-grade third-grade healing pill is worth 50 spirit stones, while the one in Chen Pingan's possession is a mid-grade third-grade healing pill, valued at 60 spirit stones. The frivolous man's smile widened, akin to a fisherman reeling in a large catch. This pill, valued at approximately 60 low-grade spirit stones, allows for an exceptional 13 chances if you wish to use it as a stake. Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, "Excellent." He promptly handed the pill to the frivolous man, pleasantly surprised by its worth. He possessed 10 4th-grade and 10 5th-grade healing elixirs. Should he sell them, he could exchange them for a substantial amount of spirit stones. Moreover, utilizing a single 3rd-grade healing elixir for gambling would pose no significant consequence, merely a trifling matter. Observing Chen Pingan in such a manner, the frivolous man let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Brother, you are indeed generous." However, his gaze took on a more lascivious quality. This lad is easily deceived. He must be an unsophisticated bumpkin. Judging by Chen Pingan's attire, he was convinced that the young man had never ventured to such a bustling place as the royal city. After presenting the elixirs, Chen Pingan produced a golden feathered artifact and focused intently on the two luminous screens. Which one to choose? Regardless, it was merely a diversion, a fleeting amusement. Chen Pingan summoned a warm current within him, allowing it to circulate through his body and into the sword. At the moment he unveiled the sword, the onlookers turned their attention towards it. Many were captivated by the exquisite craftsmanship of the blade, their eyes gleaming with interest. However, this intrigue quickly faded as they discerned its true grade. It was merely an ordinary magical tool, indeed a low-grade one, rather unimpressive. Only the frivolous man standing before Chen Pingan, who had been reveling in his own self-satisfaction, was rendered utterly astounded upon witnessing the sword. His expression shifted dramatically, as if he had encountered a ghost. Was this not the very artifact he had seen before? Not long ago, he had accompanied his master to investigate the severed peaks, and there, in the southern domain, he had glimpsed the true visage of a celestial instrument. The sheer power of that artifact had left an indelible impression upon him, vivid in his memory. Yet, the weapon held by this seemingly gullible bumpkin bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial artifact, save for the disparity in their aura's rank. This weapon exudes an aura reminiscent of a magical artifact, albeit one of inferior quality. Am I mistaken? Perhaps it merely bears a superficial resemblance? Lu Shuai blinked, lost in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he surmised that the likelihood of this sword being a celestial instrument was rather slim. Not long ago, during the establishment of the Pingan sect, the celestial artifact was still residing in the southern region, where it had proclaimed its intention to protect the sect. How could it offer such protection here? It must be a counterfeit, for the essence cannot be fabricated. Nevertheless, this young man managed to procure a weapon so closely resembling a celestial artifact, which is quite impressive. Chen Pingan, though unable to perceive spiritual energy, recognized it as the warm current flowing within his body. At that moment, he channeled this warmth into the weapon, selected a light screen, and struck with vigor. Lu Shuai decided to grant Chen Pingan a taste of success, subtly moving his right thumb. Instantly, the two light screens transformed to possess only the defensive capacity of the BG stage. This was his method of deceit. A mere motion of his right thumb enabled him to elevate both screens to that level of defense, while a flick of his left thumb could enhance them to the strength of the He realm. In the next instant, the light screen that Chen Pingan had struck shattered effortlessly. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Had he truly bet on the right outcome? Lu Shuai chuckled. Brother, your luck is quite favorable. You have 12 more opportunities. May fortune favor you in each one. Chen Pingan nodded and raised his sword once more. This time, Lu Shuai narrowed his eyes and subtly moved his left thumb. Under this action, the defensive capacity of the two light screens surged to the He realm. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned the impending scene. With both light screens fortified to the He realm, no matter how formidable Chen Pingan's strength, he would be unable to breach them. Yet, he had barely finished his thought when, in the next moment, with a resounding crash, the light screen shattered. Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had he guessed correctly once more? Meanwhile, Lu Shuai, who was about to utter a phrase of sympathetic regret, found himself utterly caught off guard by the unfolding spectacle, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 116. This truly is a celestial artifact. Lu Shuai's eyes widened, his mouth agape. How could this be possible? He quickly glanced at the formation compass beneath the light screen. Indeed, it was the defensive strength of the combined realm. Perhaps, just a moment ago, my right thumb had moved slightly. Hence, both light screens possessed the defense level of the elimination stage. Lu Shuai believed this likelihood to be considerable. Only such an explanation could account for everything. Thus, he swiftly composed his expression. Chuckling, he remarked, "This brother is quite fortunate. He has struck again." Chen Pingan laughed heartily, responding, "Luck is indeed on my side." With this, 20 spirit stones were within his grasp. "Come, let us continue. There are still 10 more chances," Chen Pingan mused. Convinced that he could guess correctly a few more times, Lu Shuai took a deep breath and crouched down to fiddle with the compass. He also took a moment to inspect the formation compass. Everything appeared in order. After some adjustments, the two light screens rose once more. "All right, brother, let us proceed." "Good luck." Lu Shuai, invigorated, adjusted his left thumb. This time, he was acutely aware of his right hand, confident that he had not moved it. Should Chen Pingan shatter it again this time, he would stand on his head while washing his hair. Having guessed correctly twice in a row, Chen Pingan felt his luck might not hold this time. Nevertheless, achieving 2 correct guesses out of 3 had already brought him considerable fortune. Once more wielding the sword, Chen Pingan casually selected a luminous screen and struck forcefully. Lu Shuai narrowed his eyes into a mere slit. "Prepare to feel despair, young one." Yet, before he could fully articulate his thoughts, a resounding crash echoed as the screen shattered once more, utterly devoid of suspense. As if it had fractured alongside Lu Shuai's own heart. Lu Shuai stood petrified, having just moments ago been consumed with thoughts of making Chen Pingan experience despair. Now, he was abruptly acquainted with the very essence of that feeling. Chen Pingan, too, was taken aback by his astonishing consecutive strokes of fortune, lingering in disbelief. Is my face truly that pale? This is more than just luck. He inhaled deeply, contemplating the prospect of reaping substantial rewards from this streak of fortune. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. This lad possesses something remarkable. His luck is simply extraordinary, 3 times in a row. Behind the crowd, the middle-aged man from the Yuan Ing stage remained, covertly observing. Witnessing this scene, he began to question whether his instincts had led him astray. Could it be that this fellow truly has not tampered with anything? Am I merely the unfortunate one? He suddenly felt a twinge of regret for underestimating Chen Pingan's integrity. In high spirits, Chen Pingan turned to Lu Shuai and said, "Brother, let us go again. I've never realized my luck could be this splendid." Lu Shuai, upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, swallowed hard, still in a state of confusion. He had scrutinized Chen Pingan's attack closely. That strike could hardly have possessed the power of a mere second-tier foundation establishment. How could the formidable defensive screen of the combined body stage be so effortlessly breached? He was certain his right hand had remained still. There was no room for error. Just as this thought crystallized, he suddenly paused. Could it be? Lu Shuai pondered the initial question. He found himself momentarily entranced by the golden longsword in Chen Pingan's grasp. He gulped involuntarily, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Could it truly be a celestial artifact? Chen Pingan had become somewhat addicted, particularly to the envious gazes of those around him. This sensation resembled that of winning a prize at a claw machine, successfully retrieving a toy 3 times in a row with just 3 coins. My friend, let us keep going. Fortune was favoring Chen Pingan, and he felt emboldened to press on. Lu Shuai stood there, dazed, ultimately refusing to accept that a celestial artifact could be in the possession of someone as ordinary as Chen Pingan. Despite the artifact's claim of recognizing its master, he doubted it would acknowledge such a commonplace individual. This young man was merely at the first layer of the core formation stage, even less experienced than himself. Gritting his teeth, Lu Shuai stepped forward once more to fiddle with the formation compass. Once he had it set up, he ceased his movements. With this arrangement, the defensive screens on either side would not be of equal strength. One would belong to the void refinement stage while the other to the combined body stage. If this truly was an issue of control, then not exercising at this time would leave only a 50% chance of being correct. The screens were raised once more, and a throng of onlookers fixated their attention on them. Chen Pingan's incredible luck had already drawn significant interest. He remained as he had at the outset, drawing his sword to strike. With a single swing, the screen shattered once again in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left speechless. Just how fortunate could one be to achieve this? Chen Pingan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he called for another attempt. Lu Shuai clenched his teeth and resumed his adjustments. This cycle continued, and soon 13 attempts had passed. Chen Pingan's expression had lost all semblance of pride. He was beginning to suspect that the screen was malfunctioning. Once, twice, and even thrice might be attributed to fortune, but after 13 times, it is evident that something is amiss with this luminous screen. Such extraordinary luck is simply implausible. Chen Pingan had exhausted his chances, and, while seeking to claim his spiritual stones, quietly inquired, "Brother, is your array compass malfunctioning?" He felt a twinge of compassion. Recognizing that earning a modest living through stall work was no easy feat, he couldn't allow the vendor to face ruin. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shuai felt a surge of despair. He promptly handed the spiritual stones to Chen Pingan and swiftly approached the two luminous screens, launching an attack on one. With a resounding crash, the screen shattered into pieces. His eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. Could it truly be broken? He hurried to the other screen and prepared to strike again. If this one also succumbed easily, then it was indeed defective. His assault closed in rapidly. With a thunderous bang, his attack was unexpectedly thwarted. The screen stood resolute and unmoving. Witnessing this scene, tears welled in Lu Shuai's eyes. "Damn it, it's not broken. That weapon of yours must surely be a celestial artifact." Chen Pingan, observing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. "Not broken? Could it be that my luck is genuinely this extraordinary?" Clearing his throat, he remarked, "It seems fortune has favored me." Until we meet again, sensing the opportune moment to withdraw, he departed. Having amassed over 60 spiritual stones, he understood that lingering might sow seeds of resentment. A rational gambler knows when to retreat. A throng of onlookers beheld Chen Pingan's hasty exit, their eyes glimmering with envy. What remarkable luck he possessed. Yet among them, some narrowed their eyes. Once Chen Pingan vanished from sight, they too sprang into motion, following in his wake. He stealthily trailed behind Chen Pingan, regardless of whether there were other possessions on him. The mere presence of over 100 spiritual stones constituted a substantial fortune. Most importantly, this lad was only at the first stage of Dan formation. Lu Shuai had already garnered an 80% certainty that the weapon was indeed a celestial artifact. With a resolute determination, he began to pack up his belongings. "My apologies, everyone. I have urgent matters to attend to. We shall conclude here for today." With that, he stowed away 2 array compasses and set off in pursuit of Chen Pingan. If Chen Pingan truly became the master of that celestial weapon, it would be imperative to guide him properly. After all, the celestial artifact had promised to aid its master in attaining immortality. As Chen Pingan departed, he cast a glance over his shoulder and noticed 4 individuals surreptitiously following him. They were advancing in his direction, and he felt somewhat incredulous. This world was indeed terrifying. Were they truly tailing him for such a trivial amount of spiritual stones? This was precisely the reason he had previously refrained from wandering about, having lacked the cultivation to do so. In this realm, there existed no laws or regulations, only a singular truth: the strong are revered. Chen Pingan swiftly navigated through the bustling crowd, taking a moment to remind the black dog to stay close. The black serpent nodded in agreement. It had contemplated whether to turn around and surprise those following him, but ultimately dismissed the idea for fear of revealing itself. After Lu Shuai had secured the array compass, he too noticed the individuals covertly tracking Chen Pingan. Observing that Chen Pingan had blinked away to a considerable distance, he retrieved an array pearl from his storage ring and tossed it ahead. A passageway materialized, and he leaped inside. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared a short distance ahead of Chen Pingan, standing there with a smile, resolved to create a more favorable impression. Certainly, he must feign ignorance of the celestial artifact to facilitate a better rapport with Chen Pingan. After all, once one becomes aware of another's ulterior motives, few would dare to open their hearts. As Chen Pingan ran, he cast glances over his shoulder and noticed an individual whose speed surpassed his own by a factor of 2. This person was undoubtedly far more formidable in cultivation than he. He glanced towards a nearby tea house, recalling Wang Digaway from earlier, and quickened his pace in that direction. However, at that moment, he suddenly found a man standing directly in front of him, none other than Lu Shuai. Chen Pingan halted abruptly, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Could it be that this fellow, unable to bear defeat, intended to reclaim the spirit stones? Observing Chen Pingan's sudden stop, Lu Shuai approached with a smile. Noticing the wariness etched on Chen Pingan's face, he attempted to clarify, saying, "Brother, you misunderstand. I'm not like the group following you. I noticed their ill intentions and came to offer my assistance." Listening to these words, Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes, remaining on guard. Lu Shuai, as if having disowned everything, called out to those behind Chen Pingan, "I stand in protection of him. Anyone harboring malicious intent shall find themselves my adversary." As soon as these words echoed, passers-by turned their gazes towards him. Those unaware of the situation regarded Lu Shuai as if he were a fool. Meanwhile, the individuals who had been trailing Chen Pingan halted in their tracks, stunned by Lu Shuai's sudden appearance and his bold proclamation. Chen Pingan scrutinized Lu Shuai, pondering whether he truly harbored no ill intentions. After Lu Shuai spoke, he turned to Chen Pingan with a grin, saying, "Brother, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you. Do not overthink it. I am merely considering your earlier reminder. After all, individuals as genuine as you are rare in this world." Lu Shuai does not believe that those individuals could harm Chen Pingan, who possesses an immortal artifact. However, his comment serves to subtly inform Chen Pingan that he did not recognize the artifact. Upon hearing this, the vigilance on Chen Pingan's face diminished slightly. "Thank you, my brother. I intend to visit that tea house. If you have time, perhaps we could share a drink." Regardless of Lu Shuai's intentions, Chen Pingan decided to take advantage of his company, knowing that once they arrived at the tea house, matters would be straightforward. Earlier, Wang Dega spoke of their entire group being present there. Lu Shuai replied with a smile, "That would be splendid. I've been shouting for quite a while and my throat feels parched." Thus, the two reached a mutual understanding and proceeded to the tea house. While walking, Chen Pingan noticed Lu Shuai was from this royal city and took the opportunity to inquire about certain matters he was still unclear about, such as the upcoming martial arts tournament. "Oh, Brother Long is participating in that tournament?" Lu Shuai, having already learned Chen Pingan's name, casually addressed him as Brother Long. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing this, Lu Shuai inadvertently glanced at the golden feathered immortal artifact hanging at Chen Pingan's waist. If this brother were to participate in the tournament, with such an artifact assisting him, how could he possibly lose? The rewards from the tournament were practically secured. As for the questions posed by Chen Pingan, Lu Shuai responded to each one. Meanwhile, the immortal artifact had already sensed Lu Shuai's gaze and remarked to the Black Flood Dragon, "This fellow should be aware of my existence. Perhaps he has encountered me before. Given the recent events, he must have inferred my grade." The Black Flood Dragon suggested, "Should we not deal with him directly? In the realm of celestial artifacts, there is no need for pretense. When the moment arises that he is alone, you shall frighten him a little." His approach towards this formidable presence surely harbors ulterior motives. If possible, suggest he change his trousers. Upon hearing this, the Black Serpent comprehended immediately, a sly smile gracing his lips. This is quite feasible. Unbeknownst to Lu Shuai, he had already become the focus of two powerful entities. After a brief conversation between Chen Pingan and Lu Shuai, they ascended together to the tea house. Outside a private room on the second floor, Chen Pingan rapped gently on the wooden door. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Inside, there were 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, among whom was Wang Dagui. Chen Pingan greeted the 4 with a respectful nod and a smile. "Greetings to you all." Wang Dagui initially assumed it was merely a waiter delivering tea, but his eyes brightened upon seeing Chen Pingan. "This young man has actually agreed to join us?" As he regarded Chen Pingan, he also caught sight of Lu Shuai and was momentarily taken aback. Lu Shuai, why is he following this lad? Tian Shanshan and the others shared the same realization. After glancing at Chen Pingan, they noticed Lu Shuai trailing behind him. Lu Shuai held a respectable reputation throughout the royal city, and among his peers, he was a figure of considerable fear, not due to overwhelming strength, for his abilities were rather average. Rather, it was his extraordinary talent in formations. At such a young age, he had already attained the rank of a 3rd-tier formation master. Many of his contemporaries could only aspire to reach his heights. Chen Pingan stepped further inside and declared, "Everyone, I have given it some thought and have decided to join your team. Additionally, this is my brother Lu Shuai, whom I have recently met. He expresses a desire to join as well. I wonder if there is still room for him?" Moments ago, Chen Pingan heard from Wang Dagui that they were still 2 members short. Upon hearing this, Tian Shanshan smiled sweetly and remarked, "Just 2 more are needed. It would be splendid if both of you could join." Wang Dagui and another individual also smiled in response. However, only the pale-faced man furrowed his brow. His name was Pan Hang, the sole heir of a certain official in the kingdom. If Chen Pingan were to join their ranks, he would have little to say, merely dismissing him as insignificant. Yet, he felt a strong aversion to Lu Shuai's potential inclusion. Firstly, Lu Shuai's strength was comparable to his own. Secondly, Lu Shuai possessed a certain charm that surpassed his. If Lu Shuai were to spend considerable time with them over the next month, Pan Hang could not guarantee that Tian Shanshan would not take more notice of him. Nevertheless, he could not voice his discontent, as their group indeed needed more members. And he could only stew in his resentment. Simultaneously, his cold, piercing gaze fell upon Chen Pingan. It was all because of this insignificant individual that Lu Shuai had even followed. He thought to himself, do not give me the opportunity, or I shall ensure your utter humiliation. Unbeknownst to Chen Pingan, who remained oblivious to Pan Hang's malevolent glare, he had taken a seat beside Lu Shuai. Meanwhile, the celestial artifact and the black dog sensed the chilling intent emanating from Pan Hang. The golden-winged celestial artifact chuckled lightly, saying, this fellow is unabashedly plotting against our companion. The black serpent narrowed its eyes into slits, replying, humph, even more arrogant than that young man. I shall deal with him when the time comes. Thus, yet another target had caught the attention of the black serpent. Chapter 118. It is not an ordinary dog. Once the group was assembled, Tian Shanshan began to outline the plans for the upcoming month. This competition not only tests individual prowess, but also evaluates team strength. Thus, to secure victory, we must harmonize our efforts. During this month, we propose that we convene daily for practice. Wang Dagui and Pan Hang expressed their agreement with a nod, particularly Pan Hang, who even wished to spend every night in the company of Tian Shanshan. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan furrowed his brow. While he could manage a few days, to remain here continuously and neglect Su Ling would be rather inappropriate. Chen Pingan remarked, I fear I cannot comply. I must spend one day at home every 4 days. This arrangement would still allow him to spend a complete 7 days with Su Ling throughout the month. Alternatively, when Su Yi visits next time, he could invite him to stay with Su Ling for a while. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, Pan Hang retorted coldly, you, the weakest among us, are the first to voice opposition? Pan Hang seized the opportunity to vex Chen Pingan. Had it not been for Chen Pingan, Lu Shuai would not have accompanied them. In this brief span, he noticed Tian Shanshan stealing glances at Lu Shuai multiple times, intensifying his annoyance towards Chen Pingan. Lacking spiritual roots, Chen Pingan could not discern the cultivation levels of Pan Hang and the others, and at this moment, he frowned at Pan Hang's remark. I genuinely cannot manage. I have a child at home. Perhaps in a few days, I might arrange for someone to help care for the child, Chen Pingan stated earnestly. At this juncture, Lu Shuai interjected, my situation is similar. I need to rest for 1 day within these 4 days. Listening to Lu Shuai, Chen Pingan cast a glance at him, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. This statement is evidently in support of him. Tian Shanshan contemplated for a moment and replied, very well. Upon seeing Lu Shuai's words prompt Tian Shanshan's agreement, Pan Hang's face turned even paler. He glared at Chen Pingan and Lu Shuai with gritted teeth. However, he could not afford to offend Lu Shuai. Thus, his cold gaze ultimately settled on Chen Pingan. All right, since we have some time, let us venture to the nearby Monster Beast mountain range for some training, suggested Tian Shanshan. The sky had not yet darkened, and their flight would only take the time of a few incense sticks to reach the mountain range. Chen Pingan had no objections this time. He too was curious about what the Monster Beast mountain range was like. In truth, his primary interest lay in discovering the nature of the beasts, whether they resembled the black dog or were even more terrifying. No objections this time, Tian Shanshan affirmed. Then let us proceed. She took the lead as they stepped outside, and it was then that she finally noticed the black dog trailing behind Chen Pingan. The others also began to recognize the dog's presence. In fact, Lu Shuai only noticed the black dog upon entering the tea house with Chen Pingan. And even when Chen Pingan was attacking the light screen, he had not spared the creature a glance, as if it possessed no presence at all. Pan Hang, observing the dog following Chen Pingan, suddenly inquired, is this your dog? Chen Pingan sensed the malice emanating from Pan Hang, and a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes upon hearing the question. Indeed, but this is no ordinary dog. It is a monster beast. Chen Pingan believed that Murong Palace had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, the black dog was remarkably intelligent. It could comprehend whatever was said, and he did not believe it was anything less than a monster beast. At that moment, the black dog bared its teeth in response to Pan Hang's comment. The golden-winged celestial artifact observed the black serpent with a hint of malice in its gaze directed at Pan Hang. You have narrowed the path, my young friend. It seemed to imply. Pan Hang, upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, retorted with an air of sarcasm, are you suggesting this is a beast of the supernatural? Chen Pingan's face betrayed a look of distaste, yet he nodded in affirmation. He found himself perplexed by Pan Hang's intentions, as he had committed no wrong against him and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Pan Hang regarded Chen Pingan with derision, remarking, if this is indeed a beast of the supernatural, then we would be surrounded by them on every street corner. Tian Shanshan and Wang Dagui also cast their eyes upon the black dog, which exhibited no aura, leaving no doubt as to its ordinary nature. Lu Shuai, however, held a divergent opinion, suspecting that the black dog was anything but simple. Furthermore, the celestial artifact appeared unremarkable, leading him to ponder whether Chen Pingan had employed some means to conceal their true essence, or if the artifact itself had masked the dog's presence. Contemplating this, he addressed Pan Hang, stating, "It is indeed quite clever. Now, before darkness descends, let us set forth." Pan Hang turned to Lu Shuai, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Are you intent on opposing me at every turn?" Tian Shanshan, sensing the brewing discord, interjected, "Let us move on." With that, they resumed their journey. Chen Pingan followed suit, ensuring the black dog trailed behind him. The black dog, while keeping pace, cast a glance back at Pan Hang, who continued to regard Chen Pingan and Lu Shuai with a frosty demeanor. In that moment, he felt a chilling gaze upon him and instinctively looked downward. Upon doing so, he locked eyes with the black serpent, and suddenly, an inexplicable shiver coursed through his body. Unbeknownst to him, a chill surged from his coccyx to the crown of his head. He stood in a daze, and when he regained his senses, he noticed the black dog trailing behind Chen Pingan as they descended the staircase. He blinked, bewildered by the sensation he had just experienced. After standing in place for a moment, he shook his head and reassured himself, insisting it must have been a mistake. After all, it was merely a dog, devoid of any discernible aura. Perhaps he was simply fatigued from the previous night. He resolved not to engage in a 1-against-3 scenario again. With a muttered remark, he hurried after them. Upon exiting the tea house, several individuals began to ascend into the air, leaving Chen Pingan somewhat bewildered, for he had never learned the art of flight. He turned to Lu Shuai and quietly inquired, "Brother Lu, I have yet to learn the technique of flying. Would you be so kind as to take me along with you?" His cheeks flushed as he spoke. He resolved to return to the city and procure some foundational texts on martial arts, agility, and flight techniques from the treasure-gathering hall. He had perused such topics in the book on cultivation knowledge, and with some spiritual stones in hand, he contemplated selling a few elixirs if necessary. Though he had considered asking Morong Palace for assistance, he felt it prudent not to impose too much, as accumulating too many favors could lead to complications. Lu Shuai, taken aback by Chen Pingan's words, struggled to comprehend. "Brother, are you jesting? You cannot fly? Yet you have a celestial artifact strapped to your waist." However, in the next moment, Lu Shuai pondered a possible implication. Is he testing me? To see if I am aware of the existence of celestial artifacts? Have I gazed upon that artifact too frequently? Cautiously, Lu Shuai nodded in response. Sighing in relief, Chen Pingan felt a sense of calm wash over him. Thus, several individuals ascended into the sky, soaring in a singular direction. At this moment, Chen Pingan finally experienced the exhilaration of flight. The refreshing breeze enveloped him as he gazed down at the diminutive world below, resolving that he must learn to fly in the coming days to fully savor the experience. Most importantly, he wished to share this sensation of flight with Su Ling, allowing her to witness his prowess. After a brief period of soaring, the group descended before an expanse of seemingly endless mountains and forests. Upon landing, Chen Pingan was captivated by the mist-laden peaks, occasionally resonating with the roars of wild beasts, which stirred a sense of restlessness within him. The continuous sound was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. Yet, it only fueled his curiosity to behold the so-called demon beasts and discern their appearance. After surveying the entirety of the forest, the celestial artifact inquired, "Surely your dragon's might has not leaked even a trace?" The black serpent, uncertain, replied, "I cannot ascertain that. Did you sense anything?" The celestial artifact responded, "My level is quite high. If there were only a hint, I might not detect it, as I am not of the beastly kind. However, should even a sliver be released, it is likely that we would encounter no demon beasts during this expedition." The black serpent pondered briefly before asserting, "No matter. I shall simply summon a few demon beasts for them to practice against. Moreover, I notice that the young man seems rather displeased. I shall ensure he experiences what true despair feels like." As he spoke, a cunning glint flickered across the otherwise shadowy visage of the black serpent. He intended for Pan Hang to tremble at the sight of demon beasts in the future. At that moment, Pan Hang, with his arms crossed and an air of superiority, treating the demon beast mountain range as his personal garden, suddenly felt a chill enveloping him once more, leaving him momentarily bewildered. As the dawn approached, they completed their preparations, albeit uncertain whether they would encounter any delays during the review process. "Good night," said Chen Pingan. In Chapter 119, titled Frightened to Tears, Tianxinshin proposed, "Let us proceed. Once we enter, if we encounter any demon beasts below the 5th level of the core formation stage, we will take turns to engage and demonstrate our individual prowess. Should we face demon beasts above the 6th level of core formation but below the nascent soul stage, We will attack together as a group of 6. However, if we come across any beasts at the nascent soul level, we must flee immediately, lest we meet our demise. Fortunately, it is unlikely that such formidable beasts wander the outskirts. The group nodded in agreement, including Chen Pingan, who gained a clearer understanding of Tianqinshan and her companion's cultivation levels. He was eager to witness the appearance of these demon beasts and to engage with them. In his mind, he envisioned the demon beasts as large, intimidating creatures. Though the reality remained to be seen, the 6 ventured deeper into the forest, Tianqinshan and her companions moving with a sense of familiarity. To save time, they began to sprint, their speed remarkable. Chen Pingan channeled the energy within him to his feet, keeping pace with them, surprisingly swift and never falling behind. He noticed he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Furthermore, according to the system's assertions, the spiritual energy within him was boundless, perpetually in a state of fullness. It seemed that while Tianqinshan and the others might exhaust their energy, he would remain resilient. After all, for a man, endurance was paramount. To his delight, no matter how fast they ran, the black dog maintained its position a mere 2 to 3 yards behind them. This spectacle was not lost on Chen Pingan alone. Tianqinshan and her companions were equally astonished. After all, they felt no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the black dog, leading them to ponder whether this creature could truly be a beast of demonic nature. At that moment, Pan Hang's expression darkened, akin to someone who had just been slapped twice by another. Not long ago, he had dismissed the dog as utterly ordinary, and now he found himself swiftly contradicted. The 6 individuals had been running for a while when Tian Shanshan suddenly came to a halt. Before them lay a colossal creature, blocking the path. Chen Pingan turned his gaze in that direction and beheld a gray wolf, its size reminiscent of a bull. Its maw was stained with blood, and its sharp fangs glinted ominously, exuding an aura of chilling terror. The gray wolf, in turn, fixed its cold gaze upon the uninvited guests, namely Chen Pingan and his companions. Tian Shanshan regarded the imposing gray wolf and declared, "Fifth layer of foundation establishment, who will take the lead?" No sooner had her words left her lips than a figure dashed forward like a streak of lightning, swiftly heading towards the gray wolf. This individual was none other than Pan Hang. Clutching a sword that shimmered with a piercing light, he wore a defiant expression, treating the beast before him as a mere plaything. As the gray wolf sensed Pan Hang's approach, it opened its gaping maw and let out a ferocious howl, charging at him with a singular bloodlust. The intelligence of demonic beasts varies greatly. Some, despite their lack of strength, possess considerable cunning, while others, brimming with power, may be driven solely by their primal instincts. This gray wolf belonged to the latter category, indifferent to the number of opponents it faced, fixated only on the notion of devouring them all. In the blink of an eye, Pan Hang closed the distance to the wolf. Rather than engaging in a direct confrontation, he executed a swift dodge, evading the wolf's ruthless lunge. The long sword in his hand gleamed with a cold light as he aimed a decisive strike at the creature's hind leg. The gray wolf howled in agony, turning to pounce once more. However, Pan Hang possessed remarkable speed and reflexes, evading each attack and launching counterstrikes. In a mere moment, the gray wolf collapsed with a resounding thud. Pan Hang sheathed his sword, a defiant expression gracing his face. "Trash," he muttered, spitting on the lifeless body of the wolf. Tian Shanshan and the others observed Pan Hang's prowess with smiles. Yet Chen Pingan wore a frown. Indeed, Pan Hang was formidable, but Chen Pingan harbored a lingering dislike for him, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from the man. He discerned that Pan Hang had not exerted his full strength. Furthermore, flaunting his triumph over the beast without swiftly delivering a finishing blow struck Chen Pingan as somewhat ridiculous. The final act of sheathing his sword elicited a chuckle from him. He was tempted to remark, "Are you not afraid this gray wolf might feign death and ambush you while you bask in your glory?" Were he in Pan Hang's position, he would have certainly struck the beast a few more times before assessing its fate. After displaying his bravado, Pan Hang finally examined the creature's lifeless form, confirming its demise. He stored the body within his spatial ring. The carcass of the beast could be sold at the treasure hall, likely fetching a sum of over 10 spirit stones. Chen Pingan, watching Pan Hang secure the beast's remains, suddenly entertained a thought. He wondered whether the meat of the beast was palatable. He suspected it might surpass the taste of ordinary game. Once he managed to hunt a beast of his own, he would ensure to preserve it, intending to experiment in the kitchen and prepare a dish. At that moment, Lu Shui glanced at Pan Hang, but chose not to engage further, redirecting his attention to Chen Pingan. He anticipated a confrontation between Chen Pingan and a beast in the near future. Noting not only the celestial weapon in Chen Pingan's grasp, but also the impressive speed of the black dog during their earlier dash. Thus, his thoughts were validated. The black dog must possess a considerable rank. With their combined efforts, even the beasts of the wild would tremble at their presence. The more he contemplated, the greater his anticipation grew. The 6 individuals pressed onward. Soon after, they encountered another beast, this time, a leopard. It was not as large as the gray wolf. Yet its physique was quite normal, resembling the leopards that Chen Pingan had in mind. This leopard appeared to be rather weak, bearing only the 2nd level of the golden core stage. Merely at the 2nd level, who would like to practice their skills? Tian Shanshan remarked. Casting a glance at Chen Pingan, her meaning unmistakable, you should take this on. After all, among those present, only Chen Pingan was at the early golden core stage, while the others were all at the 5th level, with Tian Shanshan at the 6th level. Understanding her intent, Chen Pingan nodded, took a deep breath, wielded the golden feathered immortal artifact, and charged forward, shouting, "Little Black, go." Upon hearing this, the black dragon surged ahead alongside him. However, curiously, after just a few steps, the leopard turned and fled. Its speed was truly astonishing, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Moreover, as it retreated, it let out a roar, as if issuing a challenge. "You all wait for me. I shall return." Tian Shanshan and the others observed this scene without surprise. They were merely struck by the high intelligence of the beast. This beast possesses considerable cunning, aware that we outnumber it, and thus chose to flee. Tian Shanshan analyzed with a smile. Wang Dugawei nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, leopard-type beasts are known for their intelligence and agility. We would struggle to keep pace with them when they flee." Its earlier roar must have been a warning, urging us not to run. As it sought assistance from other beasts, Pan Heng chuckled lightly, finding the situation rather dull. He initially intended to gauge Chen Pingan's true strength and anticipated witnessing a moment when Chen Pingan might falter, thus providing him with an opportunity to mock him more effectively. Unexpectedly, the leopard fled on its own, completely thwarting his intentions. Lu Shuai's thoughts diverged from those of Tian Shanshan and the others. Just moments ago, he had been fixated on the leopard and noticed its eyes widen dramatically, its body trembling slightly, an unmistakable sign of encountering something terrifying. Moreover, the leopard's escape was frenzied, its speed far exceeding that of a mere 2nd layer of the core formation stage. Chen Pingan gazed at the retreating leopard, puzzled. He had hoped to witness the full extent of his own formidable abilities. Why had it fled? Although the system indicated he was at the 1st layer of core formation, his precise strength remained unclear to him. Additionally, the system granted him boundless spiritual energy, perhaps in the heat of battle. He could even contend with a peak core formation opponent. At that moment, the black dragon's expression was peculiar as he regarded the golden feathered celestial artifact. He had long suspected that the might of the dragon had been somewhat revealed, particularly during the moments of attack. Now, it seemed his suspicion had been validated. The leopard's frantic escape, accompanied by its cries for help, served as evidence. Moreover, upon closer inspection, there were traces of liquid staining the ground along the path the leopard had taken. Chapter 120. The beast flees upon sight. With the beast having fled, the group did not linger any longer and continued deeper into the wilderness. Their journey was not solely about engaging in battles with the beasts to assess their individual strengths. They also sought to encounter a late-stage core formation beast. In such an instance, the 6 of them could join forces to attack, thereby honing their cooperation. Only through this practice could they achieve a more rapid synergy. Thus, the 6 continued their trek further into the depths. They encountered the demonic beasts once more. However, what left them with peculiar expressions was the fact that they were once again faced with leopards. Yet this time, there were 2 of them, one at the 2nd layer of the core formation stage, and the other at the 3rd layer. The 2 leopards were positioned closely together, seemingly engaged in some form of communication. At that moment, sensing the presence of someone approaching from behind, one of the leopards let out a fierce roar. Listening to that sound, Chen Pingan and his companions felt that the beast was demonstrating its dominance. This indicated that these 2 demonic creatures were unafraid of them. Excellent. I shall test my mettle against 2. Little Black, let us advance. Chen Pingan, without needing Tian Shanshan's analysis, dashed forward. The black flood dragon felt quite peculiar and was tempted to interject. Boss, this leopard isn't demonstrating. It's simply terrified and shouting for its mother. However, under Chen Pingan's urging, it could only follow suit. Expecting the 2 beasts to stand their ground, Chen Pingan made a move, only to discover that the leopard swiftly turned and fled. Their speed was still astonishingly fast. Moreover, as they escaped, they continued to roar, their cries lingering only until they vanished from sight. Chen Pingan felt a sense of helplessness, while Tian Shanshan and her companions were equally bewildered expressions. "Ha! These leopard-like demonic beasts are truly timid," Pan Heng remarked derisively. Tian Shanshan, with a wry smile, responded, "Let us proceed. It's my first time noticing such cowardice in these beasts. However, their intelligence is indeed high. They fled not long ago and have likely sought out others of their kind to confront us. When they departed, they were still roaring, presumably instructing us to wait. Wang Dagawei then suggested, should we consider changing our direction? The number of leopard-like beasts is quite substantial, and it seems they may soon be besieged by a multitude of demonic creatures. Tian Shanshan shook her head, yet confidently smiled, saying, the more, the better. It will provide us with an opportunity to practice our coordination. Wang Dagawei nodded in agreement. Thus, they continued on their path towards the direction in which the leopards had fled. 2 leopards were desperately crying out as they escaped, and even after distancing themselves, their speed did not diminish. Soon after, they encountered another leopard. They paused to urgently relay the details of their recent encounter. After sharing their tale, another leopard joined their frantic flight. 2 turned to 3, 3 to 4, until at last, a throng of leopards congregated closely together. We cannot remain here. We must relocate. One exclaimed, indeed, I was utterly terrified just moments ago. That was undoubtedly a fearsome beast. Merely locking eyes with it left me trembling. Another added, indeed, I wish to never experience that sensation again. With that, they resolved to migrate collectively. Thus, a clan was compelled to commence their migration. After traversing a considerable distance, Chen Pingan and his companions had yet to encounter another leopard, which was a relief. However, just as they began to sense something amiss, they came upon an enormous tiger with a coat of dark brown and black. This tiger was twice the size of the gray wolf they had first encountered, exuding an aura of terror. As it passed nearby and spotted the 6 individuals, it abruptly halted, then let out a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated, sending shockwaves that caused Chen Pingan and his companions' eardrums to throb painfully. Tian Shanshan and the others gazed at this formidable beast, their eyes narrowing in astonishment. It was indeed at the 8th level of the core formation stage. It is splendid that everyone can join together this time. However, before Tian Shanshan could finish her words, she suddenly halted. This was because she noticed Chen Pingan had dashed out in the blink of an eye. Xiaohaihei, go. Chen Pingan realized that this beast was considerably larger, undoubtedly braver than the leopard he had encountered earlier. At that moment, eager to test his own strength, he charged forward with his sword, his speed doubling. Haihei nodded and followed closely behind Chen Pingan towards the tiger ahead. Upon seeing Chen Pingan and his companions, the tiger displayed no sign of fear. At that moment, as the weakest among them charged, a glint of disdain flickered in the tiger's eyes, which shone with a hint of humanity. However, just as it finished its contemptuous glance at Chen Pingan, it turned its gaze to the black dog accompanying him. That single look left the tiger bewildered. It then shuddered, let out a thunderous roar, and hastily fled. What on earth is this? It thought. Locking eyes with the black dog, a profound sense of terror surged from the depths of its soul, instantly engulfing it. It felt as if a butcher's knife were poised at its throat, a sensation it had only experienced once before when confronted by a beast of the Great Ascension stage. It was certain that this fear emanated from its very bloodline. The panic it felt now was not merely due to having encountered such a feeling with Great Ascension beasts before. Rather, this sensation was multiplied by thousands compared to that previous experience. The tiger, at the 8th level of the core formation stage, moved even faster, bellowing in terror as it fled without a clear path. The frantic figure embodied the essence of survival instinct. Chen Pingan watched in astonishment as this tiger vanished more swiftly than the previous leopard, coming to a halt, utterly perplexed, his mind filled with questions. The demonic beast appeared to be larger, yet possessed an unexpectedly timid disposition. Chen Pingan found himself utterly speechless. At this rate, when would he ever engage in battle with a beast? Behind him, Tian Shanshan and the others had turned to stone, utterly bewildered. What had transpired? They were equally perplexed, having no inkling of the events that unfolded. The beast was at the 8th level of the core formation stage. How could it have fled? This was illogical. They cast a glance at Chen Pingan. Could it be due to him? However, upon observing Chen Pingan's cultivation, they promptly dismissed that notion. It was simply impossible. Thus, it must be that the beast had sensed it was outmatched by their 6-person group. That seemed plausible. With this thought in mind, Wang Daki burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! It appears our overall strength is quite formidable." The fact that even the demonic beast was so fearful of them suggested that if they participated in the competition together, merely standing their ground would exert tremendous pressure on their opponents. Indeed, I believe we are poised to secure a place in the top 3 this time. A less prominent man also chimed in with a smile. Pan Hang, wearing a defiant grin, declared, "Top 3? This time, we must secure first place." Hearing this, Tian Shanshan smiled with satisfaction, realizing that everyone was brimming with confidence. Yet, Lu Shuai's thoughts diverged significantly from theirs. The tiger had initially looked down upon them. It was only when Chen Pingan and the black dog charged forward that it had been frightened into retreat. Lu Shuai fixed his gaze upon Chen Pingan, now completely convinced that the weapon he wielded was indeed that of a celestial artifact. Furthermore, he was certain that Chen Pingan was merely feigning weakness. This fellow was rather peculiar. If he intended to act weak, why frighten off the beast? Wasn't that bound to raise suspicions among others? Chen Pingan returned to Tian Shanshan and the others with a hint of helplessness, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "These beasts are truly timid." Pan Hang, with an air of defiance, retorted, "Have you considered who stands behind you? With us around, even a nascent soul realm beast would likely flee." Hearing Pan Hang's audacious words, the black serpent snorted softly. Subsequently, it closed its eyes, and a wisp of shadow materialized before a cave. "A nascent soul beast, is it? Allow me to make the necessary arrangements," it declared. Chapter 121. The Black Dragon Employing a Secret Technique. The black serpent projected a semblance of itself at the entrance of a cave. Its apparition appeared half as substantial as its true form. Yet it maintained an air of authenticity. Before it stood a modestly elevated hill, oddly shaped like a lump of excrement, spiraling upwards. At its base was a cavernous opening, as large as a freight truck, leading into darkness and mystery. A glimmer of light penetrated the entrance but failed to illuminate the depths beyond. The black serpent had sensed a nascent soul beast lurking nearby, and, feeling irked by Pan Hang's insolence, resolved to devise a plan to instill a sense of despair in him. It prepared to venture inside when, suddenly, a massive creature dashed forth from the opposite side. Moving with alarming speed, it seemed to be in a state of panic. As it approached the hillside, it began to roar from a distance, "Darling, we must leave this place at once. A terrifying entity is nearby." This creature was a tiger of considerable size, reaching the cave entrance in the blink of an eye. At that moment, it caught sight of the black dog standing at the cave's mouth. It grasped the ground with all four limbs, its sharp claws penetrating the earth. However, having sprinted at an incredible speed moments ago, it skidded a considerable distance, leaving distinct and elongated claw marks on the surface before finally coming to a halt. At this juncture, it found itself merely 3 paces away from the black serpent. The serpent gazed at the tiger with a sense of bemusement. Wasn't this the very tiger that had dashed away with such swiftness just moments ago? This implied that the creature dwelling within the cave was none other than its mate. This revelation suggested that the intelligence of the cave's inhabitant was quite substantial, enhancing the likelihood of fulfilling the task it had been assigned. As the black serpent regarded the formidable brown-black tiger before it, it inquired, "Are you referring to me as the terrifying entity you mentioned earlier?" The tiger, standing before the serpent, could not suppress a gulp at these words. What on earth was happening? How had it ended up here? It found itself at a loss for words, its body trembling audibly. Just then, a larger brown tiger emerged from the cave's entrance. "Could you not make such a fuss? I am already at the yawning stage. What being could possibly pose a challenge to me?" As the voice faded, a brown tiger, as large as 2 vans, stepped out of the cave. The distinct king symbol on its head seemed as if emphasized with ink. Its entrance was marked by an air of dominance, and it even made a self-congratulatory remark. However, upon noticing the black dog on the ground and its husband trembling not far away, it paused in astonishment. It had never witnessed its mate in such a state. The black serpent now focused its gaze on the imposing figure of the brown tiger at the cave's mouth. "Assist me in a matter." The tone was relatively pleasant. However, there was a deliberate hint of something beneath the surface. It was this very essence that caused the brown tiger before it to plummet to the ground. Suddenly, as if infected by the presence of a nearby tiger, it began to tremble violently, akin to chaff being sifted. "Surely not. This cannot be. What is happening? Will you assist or not?" The black dragon, observing the brown tiger's frozen state and its inability to articulate a response, impatiently uttered a remark. Upon hearing these words, the brown tiger seemed to be struck by a force that jolted it back to reality, fervently nodding in affirmation. The black dragon then instructed, "Very well. Follow my directive shortly." As it spoke, the black dragon began to articulate its plan. Once finished, it prepared to depart, leaving the 2 tigers to make their own arrangements. However, at that moment, the brown tiger quivered and timidly inquired, Great one, may I ask you something? What exactly are you?" The profound terror emanating from the depths of its soul was a sensation it had never before encountered. "Do you wish to behold my true form?" The black dragon replied nonchalantly. The brown tiger nodded. Considering that the other party was assisting it, the black dragon acquiesced, granting the tiger's wish. It silently recited an incantation. In the next instant, its form began to shift, rapidly enlarging. The 2 tigers gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Ultimately, the black dragon revealed its true self, a colossal entity, akin in size to a small mountain. No longer resembling a mere dragon, it sprouted 2 majestic horns. Its limbs robust, and although its scales remained black, they shimmered with an ethereal glow. A black dragon. The 2 tigers stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, utterly bewildered. At this moment, they gazed upon the colossal creature before them as if beholding a deity. The black serpent had consumed the dragon ball provided by Huang Zhengqian. And after digesting most of the dragon essence, it had begun to manifest the bloodline of the dragon clan. After a brief respite, Chen Pingan and his companions pressed onward. As they walked, they suddenly encountered another beast. When Tian Shanshan and the others beheld the creature ahead, their expressions turned peculiar. Was this not the same tiger that had fled earlier, a formidable beast of the 8th layer of the core formation? Upon spotting the tiger, Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he dashed forward once more. To his surprise, the tiger did not flee this time. Chen Pingan called to the black dog, "Little Black, let's go together." He was eager to test the capabilities of his canine companion. Tian Shanshan and the others found it strange that the tiger did not retreat. Observing the vast disparity in strength between Chen Pingan, who was only at the 1st layer of core formation, and the 8th layer tiger, they prepared to assist him. Otherwise, Chen Pingan risked peril. Just as they ready to act, a thunderous roar erupted from their left. Startled, Tian Shanshan and the others quickly turned to investigate. Upon seeing the colossal creature charging towards them, they were rendered speechless. A 1st layer nascent soul beast. They needed to flee. Pan Hang's eyes widened in shock. With a shout, he was the first to turn and run. Tian Shanshan and the others, upon hearing his cry, quickly followed suit. Lu Shuai glanced at Chen Pingan for a moment, then gritted his teeth and joined the others in their retreat, convinced that Chen Pingan would be safe, especially with a celestial artifact in his possession. If they do not flee, they will undoubtedly face a perilous fate. The disparity between the peak of the core formation stage and the 1st layer of the nascent soul stage is immense. And they are not even at the peak of core formation, merely at its mid-stage. The chasm between them is insurmountable. With the beast drawing near, should it pounce, their only destiny would be death. Yet, despite their rapid reactions, they remain utterly ineffective against the nascent soul beast. In the blink of an eye, Pan Hang, who had been leading the escape, was abruptly intercepted. He stood there, staring blankly at the approaching brown tiger, utterly bewildered. He had been the fastest to flee. Logically, it should have been Wang Dague and the others, lagging behind, who would have been attacked first. He had naively thought that if the beast targeted Wang Dague and his companions first, he might just escape with his life. To his utter shock, the creature leaped over Tianshan and the others, making a beeline for him. At this moment, Tianshan and her companions were equally dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. The brown tiger fixed its gaze on Pan Hang, opening its mouth as if to grin. This must be the human it had been seeking. With its target identified, it advanced toward Pan Hang. The black serpent had mentioned that their task was remarkably straightforward: to incapacitate this human. Chapter 122. Pan Hang's existential doubt. Pan Hang stood frozen in place, watching as the colossal brown tiger approached him. In a panic, he turned to flee. However, as he did, the tiger suddenly lunged forward, blocking his path. This left him tumbling backward onto the ground, trembling in fear. What is happening? Why do I feel as if this beast is specifically targeting me? Pan Hang felt tears welling up, glancing at Lu Shuai and others not far away, who had also come to a halt, staring in shock. The brown tiger was not attacking Lu Shuai and his companions. It was solely fixated on him. Pan Hang gazed at Lu Shuai and the others, who stood there in a stupor as if watching a play, and urgently shouted, "What are you doing just standing there? Come help me. Together we shall vanquish it." However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a massive tiger claw suddenly loomed before him. With a resounding thud, Pan Hang was sent hurtling sideways, crashing into a tree before finally coming to a halt. Witnessing Pan Hang's pitiful state, Tian Shanshan and the others were jolted into action. Yet, instead of joining forces to attack the brown tiger, they prepared to flee to the side. Attack this nascent soul beast? What a ludicrous notion. It is a nascent soul beast. They resolved to scatter, hoping that luck would favor them and that one among them would be the unfortunate target of the beast's pursuit. However, just as they contemplated their escape, they were bewildered to see that the brown tiger, having sent Pan Hang flying, did not pursue them but instead ambled leisurely towards Pan Hang. Tian Shanshan and the others were dumbfounded. Had Pan Hang somehow offended this beast? What a profound enmity this must be. Pan Hang lay on the ground, feeling as though his bones had shattered. Nevertheless, protected by his spiritual energy, he was not gravely injured. After resting for a moment, he was able to rise. Yet, just as he attempted to stand and flee, he found himself suddenly enveloped in shadow. The sun had been obscured. Gulp. Pan Hang was once again taken aback, foolishly looking up. A colossal tiger head loomed into his field of vision. Pan Hang was at a loss for words. At that moment, he even began to doubt whether he had unwittingly slain the entire family of this tiger. What a deep-seated hatred this might be. Bang! Before he could voice his thoughts, the massive tiger claw once again expanded before him. He became like a mere ball, soaring backward and landing a short distance away. Yet, was this the end of it? Clearly not. The brown tiger approached Pan Hang once more, striking him with a powerful paw. In just a brief moment, Pan Hang was sent flying several times. It was only when Pan Hang succumbed to unconsciousness that the brown tiger ceased its assault. Nearby, Tian Shanshan and her companions could not help but swallow hard at the sight. The brown tiger, having spared Pan Hang, shifted its gaze towards Lu Shuai. The black serpent had mentioned that this young man needed a lesson. Lu Shuai trembled under the tiger's intense stare. Just then, a loud roar echoed from a short distance away. At the sound, the brown tiger swiftly redirected its attention towards Chen Pingan. At that moment, the tiger engaged in battle with Chen Pingan was desperately roaring, "Boss, wasn't it said to feign an attack? Why is he striking me so fiercely?" The tiger's cries were filled with distress. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan, surrounded by an aura of spiritual energy, moved with remarkable speed around the tiger, striking with his sword with each flash. As time passed, Chen Pingan grew increasingly adept at this method of attack, doubling his speed and intensifying his strikes. The tiger was forced to retreat step by step. The golden feathered artifact found itself in a challenging predicament, straining to suppress its own power. Not only to match the strength of a normal weapon, but to ensure its might remained harmless to the tiger. It became evident that this master was born for combat. Initially, his attacks were awkward, but after a while, he mastered the art of striking. At this moment, despite being only at the first level of the Golden Core stage, his attacks possessed the formidable power of the 9th level. This was merely a consequence of the suppression from the celestial artifact. After all, the black serpent had made a promise to the two tigers, vowing not to harm their lives, and thus, it had no choice but to restrain the onslaught unleashed by Chen Pingan. Nevertheless, no matter how much it tried to suppress him, Chen Pingan rendered the Golden Core 8th level tiger utterly defenseless. The black serpent's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Initially, it had cooperated with Chen Pingan, launching simple attacks typical of the Golden Core stage against the tiger. However, as it observed the escalating strength of Chen Pingan's strikes, it realized that all it could do was feign involvement, barking incessantly from the sidelines. The tiger was being forced to retreat step by step. Just then, seizing the moment, Chen Pingan thrust his sword towards the tiger's head. The tiger, struck with fear, felt its fur bristle in alarm. "Oh no, this formidable figure intends to slay me." Fortunately, at that instant, a figure suddenly emerged beside Chen Pingan. It was the brown tiger. Chen Pingan caught sight of the brown tiger, only to notice that as soon as it appeared, a massive paw was swiping toward him. Gritting his teeth, he quickly altered the trajectory of his attack, striking at the paw with his sword. The two attacks collided with a resounding bang, propelling Chen Pingan 3 zhang backward before he finally landed, albeit steadily. Remarkably, he had managed to withstand the strike of the first level of the nascent soul brown tiger. Upon landing, Chen Pingan furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on the brown tiger. He realized that his strength was only sufficient to contend with the smaller beast, and he was ill-equipped to deal with this larger brown tiger. However, if he were to receive assistance from Tian Shanshan and the others, he would possess the confidence to slay the brown tiger. Thus, he swiftly turned his head, calling out to Tian Shanshan and the others with urgency. "Let us all unite. You hold back that formidable one while I swiftly vanquish the smaller beast. With our coordinated efforts, we shall subsequently slay the larger creature." Chen Pingan's words reached Tian Shanshan and her companions. Yet, in that moment, they could only stare at Chen Pingan in utter astonishment, as if gazing upon a mythical being. Is this a ruse? How could it be possible? He has withstood a strike from a yawning beast. Furthermore, as a mere first-layer Jindan cultivator, he nearly dispatched a beast of the 8th layer. How terrifying! Chen Pingan called out, noticing that Tian Shanshan and the others remained frozen in place, their expressions blank. He furrowed his brow in concern. For the sake of safety, he retreated swiftly to their side. "Hey, did you not hear me? If we collaborate, we can surely defeat these two beasts," he urged. It was only then that he noticed Pan Hang sprawled on the ground, resembling a mere puddle of mud. What on earth transpired here? As Chen Pingan pondered this bewilderment, the two beasts, having received an order from the black serpent, decisively turned to flee. Their mission was complete, and lingering any longer could spell doom for them. Watching the beasts escape, Chen Pingan frowned. He had wished to taste the tiger's flesh. However, with the tiger gone, there was naught he could do. Sighing softly, he cast his gaze upon Tian Shanshan and the others, then glanced at Pan Hang, remarking, "Those two beasts were hardly formidable. How did he end up like this?" Chen Pingan was uncertain of the beast's precise ranks, but he surmised they could not be too high, likely around the 5th or 6th layer of Jindan. Given that Tian Shanshan and her companions were all mid-Jindan cultivators, it was illogical for Pan Hang to find himself in such a state. Tian Shanshan listened to Chen Pingan's words, swallowing hard, unsure of how to respond. To claim that a first-stage core formation cultivator could rival a nascent soul cultivator seemed utterly implausible, a notion even she would have dismissed not long ago. Yet now, she found herself at a loss for words. This individual was certainly remarkable. As they awaited the next chapter, hoping it could be completed by midnight, no one answered Chen Pingan's query. Tian Shanshan and her companions could only gaze at him in bewilderment. The evidence lay before them. Pan Hang's predicament was a direct result of the formidable beast they faced. Tian Shanshan and Wang Digui regarded Chen Pingan as if they had stumbled upon a new world. They never anticipated his prowess to be so exceptional. Previously, they had deemed him the weakest among them, yet he had now emerged as their strongest ally. Not only had he nearly vanquished a level 8 core formation beast, but he had also thwarted an attack from a level 1 nascent soul beast. Such feats would be met with disbelief if shared with others. Lu Shuai scrutinized Chen Pingan, his eyes filled with a piercing gaze. Master, continue your charade. At that moment, he was convinced that Chen Pingan's cultivation level was a fateful. A first-stage core formation cultivator should not have been able to defend against an attack from a nascent soul beast, nor should he have casually dismissed the two beasts as weak. Lu Shuai believed that this slip revealed the truth. Chen Pingan had momentarily forgotten his pretense of weakness, inadvertently betraying his true strength. His eyes sparkled with insight, as if he could see through it all. Tian Shanshan stepped forward and clasped her hands in a respectful gesture toward Chen Pingan. Brother Long, we are counting on you for the competition a month from now. Their kingdom, it seemed, was replete with hidden talents, with many prodigies practicing in secret. Some ventured beyond the kingdom for experience. Perhaps upon learning of such a competition, they might return. If that were the case, their caliber would likely place them in the middle ranks at best. However, with Chen Pingan as their secret weapon, their chances of clinching the top spot significantly increased. After all, he was a formidable figure capable of grappling with those at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, this esteemed individual had just claimed he could slay those two monstrous beasts, indicating his prowess was indeed beyond the nascent soul level. Chen Pingan, somewhat perplexed, smiled wryly and said, Miss Tian, you jest. I am merely at the first level of foundation establishment. All of you surpass me. Lu Shuai listened to Chen Pingan's words, utterly speechless. Oh, great one, continue your charade. Tian Shanshan believed Chen Pingan was merely being modest and reiterated, regardless, let us strive for a better ranking. Chen Pingan nodded, intent on securing first place to enhance his reputation. After discussing their plans, they remembered Pan Hang, who was still lying nearby. They approached to assess his condition. But as they drew near, Chen Pingan detected a foul odor that made him frown. The black dragon and the celestial artifact exchanged glances and chuckled, realizing it was time for a change of trousers. An hour later, they returned to the royal city. At that moment, Pan Hang, cradled by Wang Degu, had actually regained consciousness but feigned unconsciousness for the sake of dignity. Tears had already streamed down his face as he struggled to comprehend the events. Why was the brown tiger targeting him with such cruelty? Had he wronged its entire family? Upon their return to the royal city, they noticed the sky was darkening and bid each other farewell. They agreed to reconvene at noon tomorrow in that tea house. However, Chen Pingan did not intend to teleport directly back to Qingyuan town. He needed to purchase some cultivation books. Lacking sufficient spirit stones, he first planned to sell some elixirs. While the treasure-gathering hall also accepted elixirs, selling them there would undoubtedly be less advantageous than at the Alchemist Guild. Additionally, he wished to test the token given to him by Shiman Chen to see if it held any value. Turning to Lu Shuai, he smiled and said, Brother Lu, I must take my leave now to visit the Alchemist Guild. Until tomorrow. Lu Shuai, feeling rather bored and reluctant to return home so early, seized upon Chen Pingan's words and eagerly replied, What a coincidence. I also wish to visit the Alchemist Guild to purchase some elixirs. Shall we go together? He was convinced that Chen Pingan was no ordinary individual, likely concealing significant prowess, at least stronger than the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, he would not have made such a comment about the weakness of nascent soul beasts. Moreover, knowing that Chen Pingan possessed a celestial artifact, Lu Shuai felt it imperative to cultivate a closer relationship with him, ideally spending every day together. After hearing this, Chen Pingan nodded with a smile, Very well. Let us go together. The two made their way toward the Alchemist Guild. Along the journey, Lu Shuai inquired, Brother Chen, are you also looking to purchase elixirs? Chen Pingan shook his head and replied, Not quite. I intend to sell some elixirs instead. I have quite a few and believe I can fetch a better price at the Alchemist Guild. He decided to sell 10 healing elixirs, which should yield enough spirit stones to acquire a few foundational books. Lu Shuai grinned and said, To be honest, my master has some connections with the vice president of the Alchemist Guild here. I should be able to take Brother Long directly to see him. Chen Pingan raised his eyebrows, realizing that this individual had connections. Very well, he would rely on Lu. It was opportune for Chen Pingan to present the token to the vice president. Should the token prove to be counterfeit, the vice president might overlook the matter, considering Lu's reputation. In truth, he harbored a genuine fear that the token might be false, as revealing it within the Alchemist Guild could result in a rather unpleasant encounter. The two swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Lu was well acquainted with the place and led Chen Pingan inside. The inner hall was vast and extravagantly adorned, with intricately painted murals on the walls. Beautiful alchemical furnaces and various species of plants graced the surroundings. On one wall, there hung an elongated portrait. As Chen Pingan beheld the figure depicted, he abruptly halted in his tracks. Noticing Chen Pingan's reaction, Lu swiftly took on the role of a guide, explaining, "The person in this portrait is the president of the Alchemist Guild. It is said that he is a remarkable figure, the most powerful alchemist in the continent. If I were fortunate enough to have him concoct a batch of elixirs for me, I might just die of joy." Upon hearing Lu's words, Chen Pingan glanced at him. Tempted to respond, "Lu, to be candid, this individual has mentioned that he would traverse fire and water for me." However, Chen Pingan refrained from voicing this thought. Fearing Lu would doubt him, and that it might come across as boastful, he decided it was best to relish his secret delight internally. After entering the Alchemist Guild, Lu led Chen Pingan towards a secluded area. Shortly thereafter, they stood at the entrance of a room. "Uncle Tan, are you there?" Lu Shuai called out into the interior. Soon after, the wooden door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in their line of sight. He appeared somewhat stern, clad in an alchemist robe. His face as rigid as the green fabric he wore. It was evident that he had just endured some frustration, his countenance tinged with irritation. Upon seeing Lu Shuai, the man's demeanor softened slightly, though he still bore an expression that was far from jovial. "Xiao Shuai, what brings you here unexpectedly?" Tan Zhongye inquired. Lu Shuai discerned the displeasure etched on Tan Zhongye's face, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. Nevertheless, he articulated the purpose of his visit. It was only then that Tan Zhongye shifted his gaze toward Chen Pingan. "First layer of foundation establishment. Quite weak," he remarked indifferently, "since you were Xiao Shuai's acquaintance. What elixirs do you have for sale? Let me see." His thoughts lingered on the notion that a cultivator of such meager prowess could possess little of value, likely worth only a few dozen or 100 spirit stones. Any more would barely reach a few hundred. Were Lu Shuai not present, he would have little inclination to entertain someone so feeble. Chen Pingan, already aware that Shi Minchen was the president of the Alchemist Guild, was eager to ascertain the effects of the token he possessed. Instead of presenting his elixirs, he said, "Vice President, rather than potions, I have something else I would like you to examine." As he prepared to retrieve it, Tan Zhongye's brow furrowed further, his mood darkening. "I am only considering your elixirs out of respect for Xiao Shuai. Are you now demanding more of my time? I'm not interested. If you have potions, present them. If not, kindly take your leave," he replied coldly. "After finishing the tasks at dawn, I bid everyone good night. Despite my efforts to persevere, I find myself shedding hair in abundance, lamentably. Here, I humbly request your 5-star reviews. If you have the means, feel free to show your support." Chapter 124. This token represents the president. Hearing Tan Zhongye's sudden declaration, Lu Shuai's face turned pale. He realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Chen Pingan was equally taken aback by the intensity of Tan Zhongye's reaction to his words, momentarily stunned. Ultimately, he decided against provoking Tan Zhongye further, nodded, and set the token aside. Observing Tan Zhongye, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "I will take my leave, Vice President." With that, Chen Pingan made his way outside. It was not that he held these matters in high regard. Rather, he felt that someone who could not manage his own temper was hardly worth associating with. Hence, he chose not to reveal the token to him. After all, the Alchemist Guild had other high-ranking officials, including a president who held a position above the vice president. Lu Shuai furrowed his brow as he regarded Tan Zhongye, also cupping his hands in courtesy. "Uncle Tan, I too must take my leave." Lu Shuai was acutely aware of Chen Pingan's extraordinary nature. What he presented might also possess significant value. He had not anticipated Tan Zhongye's explosive temperament, lacking even a modicum of patience. After all, examining an item should not consume much time. Moreover, Chen Pingan was brought by him, and one should at least consider his presence. This was a clear disregard for Lu Shuai's dignity. Now he found himself caught in a dilemma, ultimately excusing himself as he hurried after Chen Pingan. Tan Zhongye nodded towards Lu Shuai, while Chen Pingan merely chuckled. Although he was not particularly strong, he possessed quite a temper. He never anticipated that Chen Pingan would simply turn and walk away. However, he chose not to dwell on it, focusing instead on his own aspirations. Their guild president was poised for promotion to a prestigious alchemist association in a major city of the royal kingdom. Once the president departed, the position would naturally fall to him. He had even confided in some old friends about his impending ascension. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn. Their president, due to personal matters, had offended the president of the Royal Capital's Alchemist Association, resulting in a lost opportunity for promotion. Consequently, he was left to continue as a vice president. His friends had already begun to jestingly refer to him as president, and now, in light of this turn of events, he would find it difficult to hold his head high in their presence. This situation left him feeling quite vexed. As Chen Pingan and Lu Shuai exited the hall, Lu Shuai wore an expression of regret and said, "Brother Long, I never imagined that Uncle Tan would act this way. He must be in a foul mood. Shall I take you to find a steward?" Chen Pingan bore no ill will towards Lu Shuai, recognizing that this situation was beyond his control. Moreover, he did not harbor any anger towards Tan Zhangye. He merely sensed a discord among them. He nodded in agreement, believing that the steward would likely recognize the token. Lu Shuai then exhaled in relief and led Chen Pingan in a specific direction. Shortly thereafter, Chen Pingan encountered the steward of the establishment. This individual, clad in alchemist robes, appeared to be somewhat younger than Tan Zhangye and, intriguingly, was a woman. She was of shorter stature, standing a head shorter than both Chen Pingan and Lu Shuai. With a cherubic visage, she exudes an aura of warmth and joy, perhaps believing that a cheerful woman enjoys favorable fortune, as her smile remains ever present. At this moment, upon encountering Lu Shuai and Chen Pingan, she approaches them with a radiant grin. "Ah, young Master Lu, what brings you here? And this handsome young man beside you? Truly striking," she inquires, her demeanor friendly and open. Yi Min's laughter is hearty, revealing a row of pristine teeth. This time, Lu Shuai has wisely brought Chen Pingan along to seek out a courteous and affable steward. Chen Pingan, observing Yi Min's genuine smile, reciprocates with a slight grin. After offering a respectful greeting, he articulates his purpose. Yi Min responds with delight. "There's no need for formality, young sir. I must admit, I have no immunity against such charm. Are you here to sell elixirs? If so, do present them for my appraisal. I assure you, I can offer an excellent price." Chen Pingan continues. "While you examine the elixirs, I would like to show you something else." Yi Min eagerly nods, anticipation evident in her expression. Noticing a distinct difference between Yi Min and Tan Zhangye, Chen Pingan feels an increasing fondness for her and, with a smile, produces a token. "Might you recognize this token?" "Steward Yi? It was given to me by someone." He extends the token towards her, primarily curious about the advantages it might confer. Yi Min takes the token, scrutinizing it closely. However, upon her first glance, she suddenly freezes. "This, young sir, this token appears quite familiar. Might I ask who bestowed it upon you?" As Yi Min gazes longer at the token, her eyes widen in astonishment. A suspicion begins to form in her mind. But it is a notion so outrageous that it seems implausible. The token surely does not belong to someone like this young man. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It was given by an elderly gentleman." He did not elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Yi Min took a deep breath and respectfully stated, "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, she swiftly exited the reception room, moving with the swiftness of a gust of wind. Observing Yi Min's demeanor, Chen Pingan surmised that she had discerned something significant. Meanwhile, Lu Shuai, witnessing this scene, began to regard the token with newfound intrigue. Soon, he recalled Tan Zhangye, an unsettling premonition stirring within him, sensing that something unfortunate was destined to befall Tan Zhangye. Yi Min hurried to the door of a room, coming to a halt to straighten her attire and exhaled deeply before gently knocking on the wooden door. The room was spacious, with exterior decorations that were both eye-catching and imbued with opulence. "Who is it?" A voice resonated from within. Yi Min inhaled deeply once more and replied attentively, "President, a remarkable individual has arrived, bearing a token that appears to be exclusive to the president." Her words were articulated clearly and her tone was earnest, conveying the message with remarkable simplicity and clarity. As soon as she finished speaking, an unexpected silence enveloped the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, the grand door swung open, revealing a gentleman in his 50s. He was not adorned in alchemical robes, but rather donned a simple white long garment. His brow seemed slightly furrowed, likely a result of habitual expression. "The token? The one only the president possesses? Where is it?" inquired Tang Siyuan. Yi Min promptly retrieved the token, presenting it with both hands, her movements cautious as if fearing it might shatter. Tang Siyuan observed Yi Min's cautious demeanor and carefully accepted the item, preparing to examine it thoroughly. However, upon a mere glance, his expression became one of bewilderment. As time passed, his eyes widened in astonishment. It is nearly identical." Tang Siyuan's speech faltered. In the Alchemist Guild, individuals of their rank are required to memorize an illustrated compendium upon ascending to this profession. The first page of the compendium features Shimanshin, while the second page displays this very token. They understood all too well what this token signified. It represented the president. Chapter 125. Has the senior crossed into the northern region? Yimin herself was uncertain of the token's authenticity, which prompted her hasty visit to Tang Siyuan. He too was unsure of its legitimacy. Nevertheless, he swiftly produced his own identity token. This token could transmit messages and directly connect to the president's identity token. I must inquire. This matter is of great significance. Tang Siyuan needed to ascertain the truth. Otherwise, missteps could lead to dire consequences, jeopardizing his position as president. If the token were indeed genuine, it would present him with an unparalleled opportunity. It indicated that the president entrusted this token to someone of considerable importance. If he could win this person's favor, a few well-placed words to the president could open doors for his advancement. Perhaps he could directly ascend to the role of president in a major city within the imperial realm. He busied himself, beginning to transmit his inquiry. Meanwhile, in a location at the heart of the continent, Chen returned to his residence and enjoyed a pleasant conversation with his mother, feeling quite elated. He then prepared to engage in alchemy. Only by refining the longevity elixir can his mother gain an additional 20 years of life. He is confident in his ability to concoct this elixir with a specific spiritual herb. However, at that moment, he notices a tremor in his identity token, which indicates a message from a minor president. Typically, he would allow such messages to accumulate and attend to them later, as he receives several daily. Yet today, in a particularly joyful mood, he decides to listen. Upon hearing the message, he is left in a state of bewilderment. That token? From the northern region? Just recently. The senior was still in the southern region. Chen immediately suspects that the token might be counterfeit and prepares to respond for the president there to handle the matter. However, he reflects that such a distinguished figure could easily traverse the distance in an instant, perhaps with just a single step. Opting for caution, he sends a message inquiring, what is the individual's apparent age, appearance, and demeanor? He poses several questions in succession. Meanwhile, Tang Siyuan swiftly receives a reply from the president. Taking a deep breath as he listens. After hearing the response, his heart races with excitement. The inquiries indicate that the president has indeed entrusted the token to someone. Tang Siyuan looks at Yimin, urging her to provide answers. Yimin nods and responds earnestly. The individual appears to be around 25 or 26. With handsome features and an elegant, unpretentious demeanor, exuding a friendly disposition. At the center of the continent, Chen listens to the reply, momentarily stunned. 25 or 26, handsome, unpretentious, and amiable, could this not be the esteemed senior? Indeed, it seems that the senior has ventured to the northern region for a specific purpose. He had no time to ponder, swiftly transmitting a message back with an exceptionally grave tone. This individual must be treated with the utmost respect. You must address him as a senior. Should you offend him in any way, prepare to leave the Alchemist Guild and face a lifetime of misfortune. However, if you can earn his favor, I will bestow upon you tremendous opportunities in the future. He was genuinely concerned that these individuals might inadvertently offend this esteemed figure, fearing that he himself could be implicated, rendering him unfavorable in the elders' eyes. After sending the message, Chen anxiously awaited a response, dreading that these fellows might have already crossed the line with the powerful being. In the northern region, Tang Siyuan and Yimin exchanged glances as they received the message from the president, promptly listening intently. Upon hearing the words, they stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. This. Tang Siyuan quickly gathered his wits, fixating his gaze on Yimin. You haven't offended him, have you? Yimin shook her head vigorously, her expression conveying absolute assurance. Only then did Tang Siyuan exhale, his racing heart gradually settling. He understood Yimin's amiable nature and believed she likely hadn't. With a serious demeanor, Tang Siyuan transmitted a message to Chen. Upon receiving their affirmation, Chen too breathed a sigh of relief and reiterated a few more instructions. As he put away the identity token, Tang Siyuan's hand trembled slightly. He then turned to Yimin, urgency in his tone. Where is that esteemed individual? Lead the way quickly. Yimin nodded rapidly, dashing off with even greater speed than before. Tang Siyuan followed closely behind her. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. As passers-by observed, Tang Siyuan and Yimin transformed into two gusts of wind, rushing past in haste. The members of the Alchemist Guild stood frozen in their tracks at the sight of the duo. Meanwhile, Zhongya, feeling somewhat discontented and seeking a moment of respite, chanced upon Tang Siyuan and Yimin. Their hurried demeanor startled him for a moment, leading him to suspect that something significant had transpired, prompting him to hasten after them. Lu Shuai and Chen Pingan remained together, both feeling a sense of ennui and engaging in conversation. Lu Shuai listened as Chen Pingan feigned ignorance about matters within the cultivation realm, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a novice, which rendered Lu Shuai somewhat reticent. He pondered a singular thought. Ah, esteemed one, continue your charade. I am eager to see how long you can maintain it. Being astute, he recognized Chen Pingan's pretense and surmised that there must be a reason behind it. To expose the ruse would likely be deemed ill-intentioned. So he opted to silently observe Chen Pingan's performance instead. At that moment, Lu Shuai redirected the conversation towards the enigmatic token. Brother Long, that token surely does not belong to you. Who bestowed it upon you? Lu Shuai inquired with curiosity. He had recently noted Yu Min's expression, suggesting that the token was indeed of considerable significance. Chen Pingan replied with a smile, I saved someone's life, and in gratitude, they gifted it to me. Lu Shuai nodded in response, though the identity of the individual remained elusive. Just then, sounds emanated from outside the door, 2 hurried footsteps. Chen Pingan and Lu Shuai turned their gaze towards the entrance. However, after the footsteps halted outside, no one appeared to step inside. A short while later, Tang Siyuan and Yi Min, having tidied their attire and composed themselves, finally entered through the grand doorway. Upon entering, Tang Siyuan's gaze swept across the room, momentarily resting on Lu Shuai and Chen Pingan. He quickly dismissed Lu Shuai, having previously encountered him. Thus, the holder of the token must undoubtedly be the individual beside him. However, he pondered why this person possessed only the cultivation of the first level of foundation establishment. Nonetheless, he resolved to trust the words of the association president. As Tang Siyuan approached, Chen Pingan observed him, sensing an aura of authority and significance emanating from Tang, which led him to believe that Tang was indeed extraordinary, prompting him to prepare a respectful gesture. Upon seeing Tang Siyuan, Lu Shuai promptly greeted him with utmost respect. Chen Pingan intended to echo Lu Shuai's salutation, but Tang Siyuan, after casually nodding at Lu Shuai, unexpectedly turned to Chen Pingan and executed a deep bow of 90 degrees, exclaiming, I have the honor of meeting a senior. Yi Min mirrored this, displaying a demeanor of profound reverence. Upon hearing the term senior, Chen Pingan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Meanwhile, Tan Zhangye, who had stealthily followed, arrived at the doorway and was taken aback by the scene before him, as if struck by lightning. In Chapter 126, You are remarkable. Go to the capital as president. Chen Pingan observed the two and initially thought of his visual anomaly. However, he quickly dismissed that notion, believing it to be more closely related to the token. He had previously speculated that his visual peculiarity was linked to the Murong Palace. Therefore, upon arriving here and not witnessing anyone addressing him as a senior, he felt increasingly convinced that his conjecture was indeed accurate, especially given the considerable distance from Qingyuan town. At that moment, Chen Pingan hastily interjected, Gentlemen, there is no need for such formalities. At this moment, Tang Siyuan spoke with utmost seriousness. It is truly my oversight that I did not extend a proper welcome to your esteemed presence. Here, I return this token to you. Chen Pingan accepted the token and replied, You need not be overly courteous. My purpose for being here is singular. Tang Siyuan hastily responded, Please, senior, do share. Whatever it may be, I shall not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire to fulfill your request. Observing Tang Siyuan's earnest demeanor, Chen Pingan felt that the token indeed held considerable significance. As he glanced outside and noted the encroaching darkness, he decided not to waste time and produced 10 healing elixirs. President, could you assess the value of these elixirs and spirit stones? Tang Siyuan, initially assuming Chen Pingan had a pressing matter to discuss, blinked in surprise upon seeing the 10 healing elixirs laid out in Chen Pingan's palm. What does this mean, senior? Having learned of Chen Pingan's distinguished identity from the association president, he had speculated about the purpose of this visit, perhaps anticipating a significant matter or a demand for elixirs. Yet, this unexpected proposition seemed to suggest he was offering these elixirs for sale. Senior, does your statement carry a deeper implication? Tang Siyuan, uncertain of the situation, took the elixirs into his possession. Examining them, he recognized that these were 10 medium-grade healing elixirs, valued at approximately 600 low-grade spirit stones. He sensed that Chen Pingan's intentions were not so straightforward, perhaps harboring ulterior motives. Furthermore, it seemed incongruous to present such a token merely for the sale of elixirs. Yet, despite his intense contemplation, he could not uncover any clues. Chen Pingan, observing Tang Siyuan's silence, furrowed his brow and inquired, President? At this moment, Tang Siyuan cast a glance at Chen Pingan, and upon noticing the slight furrow in Chen's brow, he was taken aback. His body broke into a cold sweat. This is dire. Senior, this elixir is worth 600 inferior spirit stones. If you wish to sell it, we can offer 700 inferior spirit stones. Tang Siyuan truly could not comprehend Chen Pingan's intention and could only speak in a flustered manner, directly responding according to Chen's words. Oblivious to the coherence of his own speech, his heart raced with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with realization, affirming that he had indeed made the right choice. Very well, I shall sell them all, he declared. Tang Siyuan, bewildered by Chen Pingan's words, pondered whether the senior was indeed selling these elixirs. Senior, are you truly willing to sell these elixirs to us? He inquired, his expression twitching slightly. How could such a senior lack spirit stones? Furthermore, with this token, you could effortlessly acquire any elixir from the Alchemist Guild. Who would dare to obstruct you? Yet, he remained perplexed by the senior's thoughts. Seeing Chen Pingan nod, Tang Siyuan's lips quivered, and he could only proceed as dictated by the conversation. He promptly produced 700 spirit stones and handed them over to Chen Pingan, who gratefully accepted them. Had he gone to the treasure hall, he might have only managed to sell them for 600 spirit stones. Thus, this venture proved profitable. Well, I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave, Chen Pingan stated, eager to return home before nightfall to purchase some books. Perhaps little Linger was missing him. Tang Siyuan, still unable to fathom Chen Pingan's intentions, could only comply with his wishes and hastily escorted him out. At this moment, Lu Shuai was also following Chen Pingan. He had been astonished for quite a while, but now he had regained his composure. Observing Chen Pingan's figure, he bore an expression of someone who had seen through everything. Big shot, you are no longer pretending, are you? It has become exceedingly evident. Your true essence has undeniably revealed itself. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan noticed Tan Zhongye, yet chose to disregard him, pretending not to see. As for Tan Zhongye, he had become akin to a stone statue, standing there foolishly, still unable to comprehend what had transpired. He could not fathom why the president had adopted such a posture, one that resembled the presence of the supreme leader himself. Tang Siyuan also caught sight of Tan Zhongye, but he too ignored him, continuing to adopt a sycophantic demeanor as he escorted Chen Pingan out. His mind was still occupied with thoughts about the true intentions of this esteemed senior. Outside the Alchemist Guild, Chen Pingan halted Tang Siyuan, saying, "President, until we meet again." Tang Siyuan promptly nodded, but feeling rather uncomfortable, he finally inquired, "Senior, what do you think of us? Are you satisfied with our hospitality?" This was what he cared about most. If this esteemed senior was displeased, he feared he would never sleep soundly again. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. Very satisfied. If I could give a commendation, I would certainly do so. After all, this has earned us an additional 100 spirit stones. Tang Siyuan let out a sigh of relief. As long as there was satisfaction, that was sufficient. Ultimately, Chen Pingan said nothing further and proceeded towards the gathering treasure hall. Tang Siyuan watched as Chen Pingan disappeared into the distance, his mind wandering back to the earlier question. What could the elder possibly mean? Surely, it wasn't about selling elixirs. Yimin chimed in, expressing her agreement. I also believe this elder should not be involved in selling elixirs. Yet I find it perplexing to comprehend what the elder truly intended. Tang Siyuan scratched his head in frustration, remarking, the actions of these esteemed elders are so profound and enigmatic, it is indeed difficult to grasp. Yimin nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tan Zhongye appeared behind them. Gazing blankly at Tang Siyuan and Yimin, President, what is happening? Upon hearing the voice, Tang Siyuan turned to Tan Zhongye and, without reservation, recounted the recent events. After listening, Tan Zhongye seemed utterly flustered, as if hail were falling upon his head. Tang Siyuan then noticed that the identity token was vibrating once more and hastily retrieved it. Have we failed to properly attend to that esteemed elder? An urgent voice emanated from within. Meanwhile, Shimin Xinyuan, though far away, felt a surge of anxiety. Tang Siyuan quickly relayed the earlier occurrences. Consequently, the identity token soon transmitted Shimin Chen's voice again. Such a distinguished elder surely does not engage in trivial matters. Perhaps he is not testing you, but rather testing me. However, since the elder expressly stated his satisfaction, there should be no cause for concern. As for your reception this time, I find it commendable. Prepare for your promotion, shortly. I shall arrange for someone to inform you to assume the presidency in a certain imperial capital. Indeed, the woman who addressed my inquiries earlier possesses commendable qualities. I shall appoint her as the president of a certain royal capital, and should she prove her mettle, I shall subsequently elevate her to the presidency of the imperial capital. As the words echoed, an eerie silence engulfed the surroundings, reminiscent of a grave. Tang Siyuan and his companion stood agape, their mouths wide enough to accommodate a fist. With 2 chapters remaining and the clock nearing midnight, excitement surged. Chapter 127. Could it be that Lu Shuai harbors any peculiar predilections? The trio was left astounded by Shimin Chen's proclamation, their scalps prickling in disbelief. The president of the royal capital? The president of the imperial capital? Just moments ago, Tang Siyuan had been lamenting his failure to attain the presidency of a certain city within the royal capital. Now, he was poised to become the president of the imperial capital. Was all of this merely a consequence of their hospitality towards that esteemed individual? After a considerable pause, Tang Siyuan hastily conveyed his gratitude to Shi Chen, his words overflowing with appreciation. Once the dust settled, he still found the entire situation somewhat surreal, almost dreamlike. He pondered the true nature of that extraordinary individual. He had also overheard their esteemed president refer to this person as a senior, suggesting profound implications and the possibility of a test awaiting him. Contemplating this, Tang Siyuan envisioned the expression of reverence on their president's face, undoubtedly filled with respect. It was unfathomable to him that anyone within the mortal realm could command such deference from their esteemed leader. Could it be an immortal? Was the cultivation of the golden core stage merely an illusion? His thoughts remained tangled, and ultimately, he decided to relinquish his musings. For now, everything was splendid, and he would simply relish the moment. Tang Siyuan turned to Yi Min and said, "President Yi, you shall be the president of the imperial city from now on." Yi Min's face beamed with joy as she graciously accepted Tang Siyuan's words, replying, "President Tang, you jest. You will be the president of the capital henceforth." Upon finishing their exchange, both erupted into hearty laughter. Tang Siyuan, however, did not forget the circumstances that led to this moment, all thanks to Yi Min bringing the token to him. Without her, he wondered if he would have ever encountered such an opportunity. Thus, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Yi Min. Meanwhile, Ten Zhongye stood by, dazed and incredulous. At that moment, his heart felt shattered. Impossible. How could this be? Who is he truly? Am I dreaming? All of this should belong to me. Heaven, what has transpired? Tan Zhongye lowered his head, searching for something. Tang Siyuan and the others observed his actions and inquired, "What are you doing?" Tan Zhongye, in a daze, replied, "I'm looking for a stone. I want to end my own life with it." Chen Pingan looked at Lu Shuai and remarked, "Brother Lu, weren't you just saying you wanted to purchase elixirs?" Upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, Lu Shuai momentarily forgot his earlier statement and could only manage a wry smile, saying, "I found some at home. So I won't be buying any for now." Chen Pingan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He even began to suspect whether Lu Shuai harbored some peculiar interests. As Lu Shuai continued, "Long, what are you planning to buy at the treasure hall?" Chen Pingan remarked, "Purchase a few books, Lu Xiong. You need not accompany me any longer, so please return." The more he observed Lu Shuai, the more he sensed an air of dismissiveness about him. Lu Shuai smiled and replied, "To be honest, Long Xiong, I am acquainted with a steward from the treasure gathering hall." Oh. Chen Pingan thought to himself that Lu Shuai was indeed a person of talent, with an unexpectedly vast network of connections. Thus, Lu Shuai chose to remain in Chen Pingan's company. At that moment, Lu Shuai felt an even stronger desire to accompany Chen Pingan further. He was entirely convinced that Chen Pingan was anything but ordinary. After all, how could someone treated with such deference by the president of the Alchemist Guild be simple? Moreover, the latter addressed him as senior. What an implication! Tang Siyuan was at the tribulation stage. Yet such a prominent figure referred to one who appeared quite youthful as senior. What could this signify? Upon reflection, it became clear that there was something profoundly hidden beneath the surface. It was evident that this esteemed individual recognized Chen Pingan through a token. If this esteemed figure were to reveal his true cultivation, he could perform an astonishing feat right then and there, perhaps even upside down. Soon, Chen Pingan and Lu Shuai arrived at the treasure gathering hall. Its decor was on par with, if not superior to, that of the Alchemist Guild, with the interior space being notably larger. This exemplified the wealth and grandeur of the treasure gathering hall. Lu Shuai guided Chen Pingan to a steward, who, despite Chen Pingan purchasing only ordinary books, treated him with courtesy, likely due to Lu Shuai's influence. Chen Pingan acquired 3 volumes, one on sword techniques, another on flying arts, and a third concerning body techniques. Consequently, his spiritual stones were completely depleted. After completing his purchases, Chen Pingan bid farewell to Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai expressed his intention to escort Chen Pingan back. Yet Chen Pingan steadfastly declined his offer. A growing sense of unease washed over him as he perceived an unsettling glint in Lu Shuai's gaze. As Chen Pingan distanced himself, Lu Shuai remained rooted in place, shaking his head in disbelief. This prominent figure was merely putting on an act. The deliberate purchase of such literature was merely a performance for his benefit. Lu Shuai had even procured a tome on flight. If it were anyone else, they might have easily been convinced that he truly lacked the ability to soar. Chen Pingan returned to the shop from whence he originally came. Upon entering, he activated the system and summoned a black hole, subsequently entering alongside the black serpent. When the light returned to his vision, he found himself amidst the grove he had first encountered. A smile grazed Chen Pingan's lips as he strolled towards the courtyard, pondering whether Xiao Lingo had missed him. Whistling softly, he ambled homeward beneath the setting sun. Upon pushing open the gate, he was greeted by the sight of Xiao Linger lounging in the courtyard. At that moment, she reclined in a grand armchair, adopting a remarkably carefree posture, positioned directly in front of the patch of earth where strawberries flourished. Beside the armchair, a bucket lay in wait. She plucked a strawberry from her garment, rinsed it in the bucket, and popped it into her mouth, her expression revealing her delight. Observing her, Chen Pingan deduced that she must have indulged in a considerable number of strawberries. Su Ling also noticed Chen Pingan's presence and quickly sprang to her feet, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "Brother, I've missed you dearly," she exclaimed sweetly before abruptly letting out a loud burp. Chen Pingan could only marvel. "How many strawberries have you consumed, little Linger? Do you truly long for your brother?" Chen Pingan observed with a scrutinizing gaze. Su Ling nodded enthusiastically, exuding an innocent charm. However, at that moment, a loud hiccup betrayed her. Chen Pingan was left speechless. Shortly thereafter, Su Ling cheerfully scurried off to prepare a meal for him. Yet, despite the delectable dishes, she did not partake in any of it. In the celestial realm, within a foreboding valley that resembled hell itself, there stood a grand hall. In the main seat, a middle-aged man lounged with one leg crossed over the other. Adorned in a deep crimson robe, his posture was graceful, albeit slightly effeminate. One hand delicately rested with orchid-like fingers on the armrest, while the other held a finely crafted cup, savoring the contents within. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the liquid was a deep red hue, emitting a pungent odor. Nevertheless, as the man took a sip, he displayed an expression of utter delight. At that moment, an elderly man appeared within the hall. "What is it? Is there an issue?" came a voice, sharp and feminine. The elder, with a humble gesture, replied, "Reporting to the blood master, the blood reserves are nearly depleted, and those righteous beings in the celestial realm are keeping a close watch. It seems we may need to dispatch more individuals." Upon hearing this, the effeminate man furrowed his brow and retorted, "Is your mind lacking? Simply send a few people to the mortal realm and slaughter the populace of a few cities. What more is there to teach you?" The elder, trembling in fear at the response, quickly departed. Chapter 128. I am a cultivation prodigy in the mortal realm. Outside the gates of the general's residence in the Kingdom of War, Tian Shanshan strolled through the royal city before returning to the general's mansion. At that moment, upon catching sight of a figure ahead, she abruptly halted. Preparing to turn and leave, she noticed that the figure had also spotted her. It was a young woman, seemingly of a similar age to Tian Shanshan, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. The only distinction was the white attire she wore and a dark mole adorning her right cheek. This was none other than Tian Shanshan's younger sister, Tian Lichi, a name reminiscent of a man. Those who had heard this name understood the implications of being the general's offspring. "Isn't that my sister? Or might she be headed?" A voice laced with sarcasm resonated. Tian Shanshan furrowed her brow, inhaling deeply as she proceeded forward. Tian Lichi regarded her sister with a scornful smile, remarking, "By the way, sister, has your team been fully assembled yet?" Tian Shanshan replied coldly, "What business is it of yours?" Her gaze towards her sister was filled with disdain. In their childhood, the two had shared a close bond. However, as they reached the stage of cultivation, their relationship grew increasingly distant, primarily due to their differing levels of prowess. Their father had 2 daughters and bore no bias towards sons. Yet, due to his inclination towards martial strength, he showered affection upon the daughter with superior cultivation and talent. Initially, as the elder sister, Tian Shanshan exhibited greater talent and higher cultivation, earning her father's unwavering favoritism. Nevertheless, she had always treated her sister kindly, often sharing the cultivation resources bestowed upon her by their father. But after a few years, her sister experienced a sudden surge in advancement, ultimately surpassing her. Consequently, her sister garnered their father's indulgence. Yet, to Tian Shanshan's astonishment, her sister had been targeting her relentlessly since that time. They even found themselves in conflict. Strangely, her father often sided with her sister during unjust circumstances. "Am I not also the younger sister of an elder sibling? Isn't it merely concern? I fear you may lack the qualifications to participate in the competition. Otherwise, how would we have encountered each other?" Tian Lichi remarked with a smile that bore a hint of treachery. Tian Shanshan clenched her fist and suddenly scoffed. "Do you believe your team possesses great strength? Regrettably, I must inform you that a formidable individual has joined our ranks. Prepare to face defeat." With that, she dismissed further conversation and turned away. Tian Lichi chuckled, "Sister, you do look quite appealing when you're stubborn. However, I bear some unfortunate news for you. The Prime Minister's only son has returned, and he has joined our team. TSK, he possesses the cultivation of the nascent soul." Tian Shanshan halted abruptly, gritting her teeth. "And so what?" With that, she strode into the general's residence. On their side, they too had a powerful ally. Let them engage in a competition and see who prevails. "My dear sister." In Qingyuan town, after finishing his meal, Chen Pingan sat cross-legged on his bed, retrieving 3 books. He needed to memorize them first. The oil lamp illuminated him, casting a long shadow against the wall. With a serious expression, he focused intently on the texts. Soon, he completed the first book, the one he valued most dearly, The Art of Flight. Chen Pingan intended to read it thoroughly to familiarize himself before committing it to memory. From this point onward, he could gradually refine his skills. However, upon finishing the reading, he found himself utterly bewildered. It appeared that he had somehow grasped the concepts. How could it be that I suddenly seemed to comprehend everything? Chen Pingan could not articulate this peculiar sensation. After merely one reading, he realized he had achieved a profound understanding. Rising from his bed, Chen Pingan endeavored to channel the warmth within him. In the next moment, he was astonished to discover that he began to levitate. Incredible! Is it truly possible? Controlling the warmth within, Chen Pingan directed his flight. Thus, within the confines of the modest room, he floated about. A radiant smile adorned his face. Yet he suppressed his laughter to avoid disturbing Su Ling's slumber. After a series of experiments, he gently descended onto the bed, instead of immediately venturing outside to practice flying. His gaze shifted to the other two tomes. Swallowing hard, he eagerly seized the books and began to read with fervor. Soon after, he completed the volume on sword techniques. And once again, he fell into a state of astonishment. This cannot be real. Could it be that I lacked spiritual roots, yet possessed the talent of a prodigious cultivator? He had only read through it once. How could this be possible? Admittedly, these two texts were not particularly esoteric. However, the introduction stated that for an ordinary genius, mastering these two works in a month would be considered extraordinary talent. He had merely glanced at them and learned. What level of aptitude does that imply? A superlative genius? The thought was too overwhelming to pursue further. Finally, Chen Pingan directed his attention to the volume on body techniques. After a while, he finally mastered his movements. He glanced at Su Ling's room and stealthily exited the house, resolutely attempting to take flight. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, and under his control, he began to glide through the air. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself from Qingyuan town. As the evening breeze whistled past his ears, he couldn't help but shout in exhilaration, his voice resonating through the vast expanse above. After reveling in the thrill of flight for a while, Chen Pingan allowed himself to hover in the air. Typically, practitioners at the foundation establishment stage would not dare to do this, as maintaining such levitation requires an immense amount of spiritual energy and exceptional skill. Otherwise, one risks losing balance and plummeting down. However, Chen Pingan floated effortlessly, his spiritual energy seemingly inexhaustible. He retrieved the golden feathered immortal artifact and began to execute his sword technique. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound as if the atmosphere itself had been cleaved apart. Hearing this noise, Chen Pingan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He continued to wield his sword technique, and with each movement, the sound of air being sliced grew louder. Chen Pingan felt as though there was an invisible wall in front of him, one that could very well collapse. How impressive! Chen Pingan was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with delight. He sheathed his weapon and began to demonstrate his agility. Indeed, he performed it directly in the sky, executing a remarkable maneuver that, if witnessed by others, would undoubtedly leave them in awe, for it defied common understanding. Even the roosters and kitchen knives in the courtyard seemed to express their astonishment, realizing that their master was beginning to awaken certain extraordinary abilities. The rooster proclaimed, "The master is inherently the most gifted individual across the realms." The kitchen knife, brimming with pride, added, "There is something you may not know." At that moment, a piece of clothing within the room unexpectedly spoke. Its utterance rendered the surroundings silent, as the knife and others paused to listen intently. In truth, the three techniques that closely approached the source of destiny in the chaos realm were crafted by the master himself. He never anticipated that the three techniques, casually concocted and subsequently discarded, would incite a frenzy among the inhabitants of the chaos realm, leading to chaos and bloodshed across the heavens. In an effort to conceal this embarrassing past, he furtively hid the fact that he was the creator, shifting the blame onto the supreme heavenly path. Upon hearing this, the kitchen knife and companions gasped in astonishment. Complete your tasks before midnight, then enjoy a bath and rest. For those who appreciate this, kindly leave a favorable review. You may also encourage updates or provide tips, haha. Tomorrow, I shall continue my endeavors. You may refer to me as the Emperor of Effort. Chapter 129, the dramatic little lingo and night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, the sun crested the mountains, casting its rays downwards, and Chen Pingan awoke. He stretched luxuriously, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. With cultivation, everything was different. Though he hadn't slept much, he felt thoroughly refreshed. Su Ling was already up, and upon seeing Chen Pingan, she greeted him cheerfully before bustling off to prepare breakfast. Her exuberance stemmed from the knowledge that Chen Pingan would be out for an extended period that day. Today, I can indulge once more. Chen Pingan observed Su Ling's joyful demeanor, feeling somewhat perplexed. After breakfast, he and Su Ling spent time together. I imparted to Su Ling some poetry and idioms, encouraging her to memorize them. Simultaneously, we indulged in playful banter for a while. Su Ling's gaze remained fixated on the expanse of land beyond the courtyard, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of what delectable meal to prepare that day, or perhaps pondering whether to venture out once her brother returned, to cultivate a small plot of land and procure seeds for different varieties of fruit. After all, there lingered half a bag of fertilizer, ample enough for her purposes. "Senior, are you there?" At that moment, as Chen Pingan was instructing her in a poem, an unexpected voice resonated from outside. "Morong Gong." Chen Pingan stepped out to open the door. "Morong, what brings you here at such an opportune time?" A broad smile adorned Chen Pingan's face, unmistakably reflecting his recent buoyant mood. As Morong Gong began to respond, he was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the sudden surge of spiritual energy surrounding Chen Pingan, realizing it was at the core formation stage. However, observing the Tao principles enveloping Chen Pingan, he refrained from delving further into this matter. After all, given the senior's demeanor, it was plausible he had devised some new stratagem, one that eluded Morong Gong's comprehension. Thus, he smiled and said, "Senior, I have come today bearing a gift for you." With that, he produced a violet gold token, the very one bestowed upon them by Goofing at the inception of their sect. Initially, upon receiving it, he had contemplated its potential use for himself, for the prospect of acquiring goods at the treasure hall for a mere fraction of the cost was tantalizing. Yet, upon reflection, he surmised that Goofing might not have intended it for him, but rather as a means to convey it to the senior. It was this realization that prompted Morong Gong's visit, to present the token and ascertain whether the senior would accept it. Should the senior choose to accept it, the implications would be abundantly clear. This token is one of the items from the senior's plan. However, if the senior does not want it, then it shall belong to him. Upon hearing Morong Gong's words, Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was actually bestowed by the Grandmaster of the Treasure Hall. Moreover, with this token, he could purchase items at any treasure hall for merely 10% of the price. How astonishing! Morong Gong does not want it. Chen Pingan believed that this token was indeed intended for Morong Gong by the Grandmaster of the Treasure Hall. Listening to Chen Pingan's remarks, Morong Gong fell into contemplation. What does the senior mean? Is he inquiring whether I desire it? Or is he questioning why I have brought it forth? Perhaps he wonders why I present it at this moment. After pondering, he found himself unable to decipher Chen Pingan's precise intentions. With a firm resolve, he decided to speak candidly. "In truth, I desire it as well. After all, who wouldn't he want such a thing? However, I believe the senior may have need of it, hence I brought it up for discussion." Chen Pingan was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. "You believe I have need of it? Surely not. Does Morong Gong know that I have ventured into the martial kingdom?" After a moment of reflection, Chen Pingan found himself grappling with many uncertainties and ultimately chose to disregard them. Observing Morong Gong's expectant demeanor, he nodded and said, "Since you are aware of my recent needs, I shall borrow it for the time being and return it to you after a while." Ever since he had practiced those 3 tomes, his desire to cultivate more advanced martial skills and techniques had intensified. Thus, he would inevitably engage with the treasure hall more frequently in the future. Possessing such a token would undoubtedly afford him greater convenience. Hearing Chen Pingan's words, Morong Gong exhaled a breath of relief. At the same time, he became increasingly certain that he was the one who understood his senior the best. Indeed, he was once again on his mind. This token was truly something his senior needed. Had he not considered this, it might have left a poor impression on his senior. Chen Pingan already felt he had benefited far too much from Morong Palace and felt a tinge of embarrassment. At that moment, after securing the token, he looked at Morong Palace and inquired, "Elder Palace, would you care to stay for a meal?" Upon hearing this, Morong Palace was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Chen Pingan found this quite peculiar. Had he grown tired of dining? "Would you like to take some fruit back with you?" Chen Pingan thought it essential that Morong Palace not leave empty-handed. As soon as these words left his lips, Morong Palace swiftly glanced towards Su Ling. Upon noticing Su Ling's gaze fixed upon him, he shook his head once more and made a hasty exit. With no other choice, Chen Pingan could only watch as Morong Palace departed. In the end, he sighed, "Elder Palace is truly a good person." During midday, after having a meal with Su Ling, Chen Pingan prepared to continue on to the kingdom of battle and martial arts. Su Ling displayed an expression of reluctance. "Brother, are you going to leave me again?" Seeing Su Ling's pitiful demeanor, Chen Pingan realized he had misjudged her. Yesterday, he had thought she enjoyed his absence. However, observing her current expression, it seemed genuine. "All right. I'll break my promise today and stay home to accompany you, he decided, deeming it more important to be with family. Upon hearing this, Su Ling's heart sank. Oh no, I overplayed my hand. Brother, it is rather inconsiderate to break promises. I am perfectly fine and will certainly occupy myself. In fact, it is quite enjoyable to visit Grandpa Longzhong when I am bored. Su Ling smiled sweetly, her small tiger teeth peeking through. Chen Pingan gently ruffled Su Ling's hair and remarked, Su Ling is grown up and is truly understanding. Very well, I shall not go tomorrow. I will spend the entire day with you. Su Ling paused for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly nodded enthusiastically, as if she were pounding garlic. Thus, she accompanied Chen Pingan to the door. Watching Chen Pingan and the black serpent recede into the distance, her face was painted with reluctance. It was not until they had gone far that she leaped up and exclaimed, "Oh yeah." Afterward, she rolled up her sleeves and cuffed her pants, preparing to cultivate new land. As Chen Pingan took a few steps, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to change his clothes and turned back to the courtyard. He could not afford to ruin this outfit. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Su Ling. Her radiant smile brightening her face as she swung a hoe. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Little Linger, your acting skills are quite impressive. At that moment, Su Ling also noticed Chen Pingan, and her smile abruptly faltered. Brother, I truly said I was bored, so I'm doing this. Do you believe me? She placed the hoe down, lowered her head, and fidgeted with her hands in front of her chest, uttering her words timidly. Chen Pingan looked at her in exasperation. It seemed he was no match for fruit. What a failure. After changing his clothes, Chen Pingan decided to leave Su Ling to her own devices. Soon, he teleported to the kingdom of war and martial arts. At the same time, in a certain place in the mortal realm, 10 figures suddenly descended from the sky. The 10 individuals exuded a terrifying aura, all clad in crimson garments. In this realm, you shall each select a city from different corners. Once you have gathered sufficient blood, return here, commanded a somber middle-aged man. The other 9 nodded in agreement, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The gloomy man then reclined in the air, awaiting their return. Among the 9, one soon materialized in the northern domain, appearing above the royal capital of the war martial kingdom. Chapter 130. The massacre from the celestial being. Upon arriving in the capital, Chen Pingan proceeded directly to the tea house from the previous day. When he arrived, Lu Shuai and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Chen Pingan expressed his apologies. Have you all been waiting long? Lu Shuai was the first to shake his head. Tian Shanshan and the others echoed his sentiment, indicating they had not waited too long. Only Pan Hang remained silent, for they had been waiting for a full hour. He had already learned from Wang Degui about the events that transpired after Chen Pingan lost consciousness the day before. After listening to the details of Chen Pingan's remarkable feats in the Demon Beast Mountains, he found it difficult to accept. In his eyes, Chen Pingan had always been the weakest, and he had previously mocked him for it. Yet, to his astonishment, this young man was truly formidable. How could one at the first level of the core formation stage contend with a beast at the 8th level? Furthermore, he could withstand an attack from a beast at the first level of the nascent soul stage. It was noteworthy that he himself had been utterly powerless against a beast of that caliber. Initially skeptical, he was now compelled to believe, especially upon witnessing Tian Shanshan and the others' attitudes toward Chen Pingan. Recalling the events of the previous day, he felt utterly dejected. After returning home last night, he had been preoccupied with one question: what had truly transpired? Why does he feel that the demon beast is targeting him specifically? There are clearly so many others nearby. Does it perceive him as the strongest? Is it intent on capturing the leader first? As Tian Shanshan noticed that everyone had gathered, she began to outline the tasks for the day. With less than a month until the competition begins, this period is not merely for honing our skills. It is an opportune moment to strive for breakthroughs. At this juncture, Tian Shanshan turned her gaze towards Chen Pingan and remarked, especially you, Long Xiao. If you could achieve another breakthrough, our chances of securing first place would significantly increase. Hearing this, Chen Pingan felt a pang of bitterness. He was unable to break through. In order to do so, he still had to complete this task. However, he could indeed learn more powerful martial techniques and movement forms to enhance his strength, particularly in martial skills. Chen Pingan replied, during this period, I will certainly not be able to break through, but I do have ways to enhance my power. Lu Shuai, overhearing Chen Pingan's words, could not help but smirk. He was convinced that Chen Pingan's cultivation level was a facade. Hearing Chen Pingan's response only confirmed his suspicions. The apparent cultivation must have been achieved through some artifact, which could only produce a foundation building level of power. Tian Shanshan frowned at Chen Pingan's words. Yet, it was reassuring that there were ways to enhance strength. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on the weapons for this competition, meaning the higher the grade of our weapons, the better. Tian Shanshan again looked at Chen Pingan and said, Long Xiong, although your weapon appears aesthetically pleasing, its grade is too low. I wonder if you could possibly acquire a weapon of a higher grade. Lu Shuai, upon hearing this, could not help but roll his eyes. Sister, this is indeed a celestial artifact. Chen Pingan was unaware of the weapon's rank, yet he found it exceptionally comfortable to wield. He believed that weaponry paled in significance compared to martial skills. If he had spare funds, he would rather invest in martial techniques for cultivation. After all, he could master a martial skill just by studying it thoroughly. Thus, Chen Pingan shook his head and replied, My weapon is quite satisfactory. There is no need for a change. Lu Shuai observed Chen Pingan with an expression that conveyed he had seen through everything. He anticipated Chen Pingan's response. Only a fool would exchange a celestial artifact. As they engaged in conversation, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. The entire royal city suddenly trembled, leaving its inhabitants momentarily bewildered. Chen Pingan, feeling the tremor, initially assumed an earthquake had transpired. Meanwhile, the golden-feathered celestial artifact at Chen Pingan's waist emitted a cold huff upon sensing the disturbance. It was unexpected that members of that organization would appear in this mortal realm. Following the disdainful exhalation, a dim light flickered within the golden-feathered artifact. Above the royal city, a middle-aged man clad in red stood, wearing a sinister grin and holding a crimson vial. He murmured incomprehensible words, his aura radiating outward, unmistakably revealing his formidable cultivation. Should his cultivation reach a certain threshold, one would witness powerful waves of pressure emanating from the vial, cascading downward toward the royal city. When the pressure reached a critical point, both the inhabitants and objects of the royal city would be crushed to smithereens. At that moment, the blood-red vial would siphon all the blood from below, capturing it within its confines. However, just as the middle-aged man in red was about to unleash his full power, a shadowy figure abruptly materialized behind him. Sensing the unusual occurrence, he hurriedly turned to look. Upon catching sight of a golden longsword, he stood frozen in astonishment. This weapon was familiar to him. In the realm of immortals, anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize it. Indeed, it was the golden feather immortal artifact. Oh my, what are you up to? A flippant voice resonated from the artifact. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the golden feather, the man in red was overcome with dread. Why you? How are you here? The golden feather replied, I detest when others evade the question and stumble over their words. In light of that, farewell. With that, the artifact elegantly waved forward. The man's eyes widened in sheer horror, his expression one of utter disbelief. He wished to evade, but before the thought could fully register, he found his head and body suddenly severed. His corpse fell as two separate entities, plummeting downward. After dispatching the man, the golden feather turned its gaze in various directions. Bound by its ethereal form, it was unable to assist many at this moment. With a flicker, it vanished from sight. Simultaneously, in disparate locations across the mortal realm, unspeakable tragedies unfolded. 8 cities were abruptly reduced to ruins, with every inhabitant perishing without exception. This calamity swiftly drew the attention of several prominent forces across the continent, prompting them to send emissaries to investigate. Yet, those who ventured forth met a grim fate, with only a handful of bystanders fortunate enough to escape with their lives. Thus, the formidable powers across the continent became acutely aware of the unfolding events. Celestial beings descended upon the realm, wreaking havoc upon the cities. In response, many influential factions were gripped by fear, with some opting to abandon urban centers and retreat to the desolate wilderness, anxious that their own cities might unwittingly fall victim to the whims of these divine entities. Chen Pingan and his companions remained oblivious to the calamity, and following the recent tremors, they commenced their journey towards the Beast Mountain range, intent on honing their combat skills through encounters with the monstrous creatures therein, forging stronger bonds among themselves. In a somber locale on the continent, the brooding middle-aged man finally encountered some company. One by one, 8 individuals clad in crimson materialized. Why is one missing? He inquired, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the group. The others shook their heads, perplexed by the situation. Having completed their blood collection, they anticipated the return of their comrade who had departed alongside them. Subsequently, they attempted to establish communication through their enchanted devices, only to find their companion unresponsive. The brooding man speculated that something must have befallen him and solemnly addressed 2 others. You too, venture forth and seek him out. While passing through some cities, procure additional human blood as well. The 2 middle-aged individuals nodded and vanished from sight. The remaining members, mirroring the brooding man's demeanor, lingered in the sky, awaiting further developments. Chapter 131. A convergence of creative minds. As city after city succumbed to destruction, the earth trembled in response. Within the upper echelons of several premier factions on the continent, similar occurrences unfolded. all high-ranking officials convened, deliberating the pressing matters at hand while simultaneously maintaining constant communication with those beyond their ranks to ascertain the prevailing circumstances. Upon discovering that such events persist, a sense of dread envelopes the populace with each passing moment, as cities fall into ruin, leaving all in a state of trepidation. Many fear that, with a mere misstep, their own city might be the next to be chosen. Even the empire is not exempt from this anxiety. After a brief discussion among several prominent factions, the meeting concluded hastily, as each leader departed following the directives imparted by their sovereigns. They all moved in unison towards a singular destination, Qingyuan town. Before the entrance of a courtyard, a figure suddenly materialized. It was Murong Gong. He had learned of the recent calamities that befell the continent through a communication jade slip and rushed to this location. However, despite his persistent calls, no one responded from within, and the gate remained firmly shut, indicating the absence of any occupants. Having once experienced the repercussions of an impetuous intrusion, Murong Gong had since become wiser. All he could do now was stand by the door, awaiting Chen Pingan's return. After a brief interval, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Long Outyin. With furrowed brows and a countenance marked by fury, Long Outyin bore the weight of recent losses, having suffered the destruction of several buildings belonging to the Tianzuan Tower, resulting in numerous fatalities. Observing that the malevolent immortals had yet to depart, and witnessing the annihilation of one city after another, he hastened to this place, seeking the Elder's intervention to vanquish those fiends. Upon seeing Murong Gong standing at the entrance, he promptly clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Brother Gong, you are here as well?" Murong Gong, recognizing Long Outyin, reciprocated the courtesy with a nod, fully aware of the purpose behind Long Outyin's urgent arrival at this moment. "Brother Long, the elder is not here," Murong Gong said with a wry smile. Long Outyin paused for a moment, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. "Do you know when the elder will return?" he inquired. Murong Gong shook his head. The two gradually engaged in conversation, and the topic shifted to the recent incident. Long Outyin's demeanor appeared increasingly menacing as he revealed a staggering figure. Over 30,000 lives had been lost in a brief span. Murong Gong felt a profound shock. Who were these individuals to act with such malice? They seemed to regard human life with utter disregard. Long Outyin shook his head, remarking that even in the realm of immortals, such individuals would likely be desperate outcasts. At that moment, another figure suddenly emerged beside them. It was Jin Daunting. The gathering was far from over, as shortly thereafter, two more individuals appeared, Bai Gufeng and Shimin Chun. In an instant, the five of them were united. They exchanged glances, momentarily silent, surprised by their unexpected synchrony in arriving at this place simultaneously. Jin Daunting, Bai Gufeng, Long Outyin, and Murong Gong were all acquainted, having gathered together during the founding of the peaceful sect, where they had witnessed Chen Pingan's formidable prowess. Therefore, upon seeing one another, they were initially taken aback, but soon felt a sense of camaraderie. However, Long Outyin and the others regarded Shimin Chun with a peculiar expression. "Brother Shimin, what brings you here?" Long Outyin asked. Jin Daunting and Bai Gufeng also fixed their gaze on Shimin Chun, intrigued, as anyone who could arrive at this place must be familiar with the elder and have witnessed the elder's might. Now that Shimin Chun has also arrived, it signifies a certain matter. Like them, Shimin Chun is well aware of the elder's existence. Murong Gong knows that Shimin Chun had previously expressed his gratitude for the guidance he provided. Therefore, he is not surprised at this moment. Shimin Chun is currently engulfed in confusion. Upon his arrival, he was momentarily stunned by Long Outyin and the others. Seeing Murong Gong is somewhat reassuring, as he understands the connection between Murong Gong and the elder. However, he did not anticipate the presence of so many familiar faces. When questioned, he did not conceal the truth. "You are all aware that my mother's lifespan is nearing its end, and just when I felt utterly powerless, I happened to learn about the affairs of the Pingan sect, prompting me to rush over." He proceeded to recount in detail how he encountered Chen Pingan and how Chen Pingan aided him in treating his mother, his expression consistently reflecting reverence. Listening to Shimin Chun's account, Long Outyin inhaled deeply. It appears that the elder had already foresight everything, aware of your mother's situation. Knowing you would seek out Brother Gong, and fully cognizant of Brother Gong's compassionate nature, he would undoubtedly provide you with guidance. Hence he placed himself in such a predicament. Long Outyin expressed with utmost sincerity. When Shimin Chun turned back to thank him, Murong Gong inquired further about Shimin Chun's circumstances, thereby learning of his journey. At that moment, he couldn't help but hold Chen Pingan in the highest esteem. Jin Daunting and Bai Gufeng remained silent, their expressions reflecting profound respect. Once they realized that Chen Pingan was not within the courtyard, they could only wait outside, plagued by boredom and an anxious urgency. Ultimately, they resorted to conversing to pass the time. The conversation gradually shifted towards how they had come to know Chen Pingan. Bai Gufeng was the first to speak. I have never met the senior. I only became aware of their existence through my grandson. He proceeded to elaborate on how his grandson encountered Chen Pingan. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin and the others were momentarily taken aback. So you have never actually met the senior? Bai Gufeng then shared his speculations regarding Chen Pingan and the awakening of Bai Xiaochun's physique. At this juncture, Murong Gong added, my disciple's situation is quite similar. It is highly probable that the senior established this sect for a specific purpose, as he too has awakened his physique. On that very day, he encountered a drowning child nearby. What was unexpected was that the senior was right there at that moment. Long Outyin and the others couldn't help but take a deep breath upon hearing this. So, it appears that everything was orchestrated by the senior? How terrifying, Long Outyin remarked in astonishment. Subsequently, it was Zhen Danting's turn to speak. His encounter with Chen Pingan was quite similar to Bai Gufeng's. As it had been facilitated by Guizimo, the group sighed in reflection after listening to this. Finally, Long Outyin shared his own experience of meeting Chen Pingan, which was rather different, as it involved a celestial artifact. Additionally, his hometown was previously located in this area. As this revelation settled in, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. In this light, it seems that the senior's residency here is no mere coincidence, Bai Gufeng exclaimed in astonishment. Murong Gong promptly nodded in agreement, a sudden look of pride flashing across his face. To be candid, I did not encounter the esteemed senior through any fortuitous circumstance. In fact, it was the senior who sought out our sect, expressing a desire to join us. Upon hearing this, an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. As if the very air had solidified, Long Outyin and his companions gazed at Murong Gong, utterly astonished, while Murong Gong wore an expression of pride. Now you understand my significance in the senior's eyes. Listening to Murong Gong's proclamation, Bai Gufeng and the others were left speechless. It became evident why Murong Gong enjoyed such a close relationship with the senior. It was the senior who had approached him directly, while they had merely made indirect overtures. Even Long Outyin, who was somewhat better off, was connected to this place merely because it was his homeland. This stark contrast illuminated the senior's true affections, undoubtedly favoring Murong Gong. Bai Gufeng and his companions regarded Murong Gong as if they were seeing him anew, and he stood a little taller, brimming with self-satisfaction. At that moment, Long Outyin interjected, based on our experiences, it is clear that the senior is plotting something momentous. The others pondered this revelation, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the senior had seized control of everything and had foreseen these developments. Consider this, in this mortal realm, we possess considerable influence and strength. With the senior's assistance, Murong Gong has swiftly elevated the Pingan sect to a premier power. The senior's orchestration of our alliance must hold profound significance. I have often suspected that the senior is orchestrating a grand game of strategy. Each person chimed in, their excitement palpable. At that moment, Long Outyin suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed something? There are exactly 5 of us here. Huh? The others failed to comprehend Long Outyin's words. After taking a deep breath to steady the shock within him, he continued. Consider this. How many fingers are there on a hand? Murong Gong and the others blurted out, of course, 5. However, as soon as they spoke, they were left dumbfounded. Indeed, there were 5 individuals. Each one of them was a significant figure within the supreme forces of this realm. Their encounter with the elder, and the very fact that it was they who met him, could not be mere coincidence. It was clearly a meticulous arrangement by the elder. Long Outyin's eyes widened further, his expression one of astonishment as he declared, 5 fingers make a palm. The elder has us firmly in his grasp. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Murong Gong and the others gasped sharply. At that moment, they finally understood everything. The elder had been orchestrating their fates from the very beginning. They were merely pawns in his grand scheme. Realizing this, the 5 exchanged glances. The elder was undoubtedly playing a magnificent game of chess, and they were the decisive pieces. In unison, the 5 exclaimed, and as their voices faded, a profound silence enveloped them for a considerable time. After their astonishment subsided, none of them expressed any grievances. They did not perceive being mere pawns as something negative. Rather, their faces reflected admiration and trepidation. Such a remarkable individual was indeed formidable. They could be regarded as the pinnacle of mortals. Yet, they were firmly held in his hand. What then of the vast multitude of common people? The implications were even more evident. What level of power does such a remarkable individual possess, capable of wielding control over the entire mortal realm? Murong Gong, with utmost seriousness, bowed to Long Outyin and his companions, proclaiming, esteemed friends, it is an honor to join you as pawns in the hands of our venerable predecessor. In response, Long Outyin and the others reciprocated the gesture, embodying the camaraderie of close allies. A sense of pride illuminated their faces. For to be chosen as pieces in the game of such a formidable figure was indeed a privilege. In this brief span of time, they had reaped substantial rewards and enhanced their strength, all of which transpired the moment they accepted their roles as the predecessor's pawns. Gong, reveling in his own significance, believed himself to be the most vital piece in the predecessor's strategy. He was acutely aware that, in terms of cultivation, he could not rival these four. Yet he found solace in his perceived importance. As the five indulged in their fervent imaginations of Chen Pingan's might, a little girl returned from the marketplace, skipping joyfully. In her hands, she clutched a small pouch filled with various fruit seeds, snow pears, apples, oranges, and grapes. The first three were trees that required little land. A mere hole would suffice. The grapes, however, necessitated a wooden trellis. She pondered the need to gather some bamboo, hoping to complete her task before Chen Pingan's return, ensuring that the fruits would bear harvest before he could intervene. This was akin to the idioms "the wood has become a boat and the raw rice has been cooked," both of which were taught to her by Chen Pingan. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Ling spotted Gong and the others. With politeness, she sweetly greeted, "Hello, grandpas." Gong approached her with a smile and inquired, "Where is our esteemed predecessor?" Gong discovered that Chen Pingan was not with Su Ling. Su Ling said, "Brother has gone out. He may not return until evening." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Gong and the others darkened. If it were indeed evening, it could mean the loss of several tens of thousands of lives. Furthermore, those nefarious immortals might have already departed. "Little Linger, do you have any means to locate the elder? We urgently need to find him," Gong continued. Upon hearing this, Su Ling's beautiful eyes widened slightly, only to quickly shake her head. Then, patting her still developing chest, she declared, "Actually, I can assist you with whatever you need." Her earnest demeanor seemed to suggest, "I am quite formidable, you know." In truth, Su Ling was merely afraid that Chen Pingan would return, as that would thwart her plans. Gong paused for a moment, and at that instant, Su Ling seemed to comprehend the nature of their concerns. Suddenly, she pointed in a direction and asked, "Are you referring to those individuals?" Her gaze appeared to pierce through vast distances. Gong looked towards the direction indicated by Su Ling, yet saw nothing but a sea of white clouds. Long Outyin remarked, "The adversaries we must confront are a group of villains clad in red garments." Upon hearing this, Su Ling replied, "Then they are indeed the ones. Let me handle them for you. There is no need to trouble brother with such trivial matters." Gong and the others exchanged wry smiles at her description of the task as trivial, realizing that this seemingly 6 or 7-year-old girl was far more capable than she appeared. The immortals are rather simple-minded. However, they also sensed Su Ling's formidable aura. After exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Su Ling, being in the company of a senior, must possess considerable strength. Surely, she would be capable of dealing with those adversaries, or so they hoped. Yet, uncertainty lingered in their hearts, fearing for the safety of the young girl. Upon seeing their assent, Su Ling's gaze sharpened as she reached towards the sky with a single hand, as if grasping at the very air itself. Suddenly, a terrifying hand materialized in the heavens, seemingly capable of obscuring the sky. Chapter 133. The terrifying Su Ling. The gloomy middle-aged man and his companions waited in the sky for quite some time, yet the three individuals had yet to return. He furrowed his brow and addressed the others, who sent the two out to relay a message. "Have they found anything?" In response, two middle-aged men clad in red produced communication treasures to send a message. Before long, a reply echoed back. The two men turned simultaneously towards the gloomy elder. "Boss, they have not yet located them." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened, confusion clouding his thoughts. Were it not for the fact that they were in the mortal realm, he might have assumed that the individuals had been slain by other powerful beings. Yet, they were in the mortal world, where such experts were non-existent, and their own strength was not to be underestimated. Even in the celestial realm, they would be considered formidable. Thus, they could only continue to wait. At that moment, they noticed that someone below was stealthily observing them, yet they chose to ignore it. As the ants on the ground cast a fleeting glance in your direction, would you still allow yourself to be vexed by such insignificant creatures? The sky today is clear, devoid of clouds, with no wind stirring in the heights. The surroundings are enveloped in a profound tranquility. However, amidst the slow anticipation of the 7 individuals, an unforeseen turn of events abruptly unfolds. They soon discover that darkness has descended around them, and the very earth beneath is shrouded in shadow, as though an immense cloud has drifted overhead. Yet, upon closer inspection, they realize that the darkness below forms an enormous pattern, a colossal hand. This sudden development leaves the 7 momentarily stunned. They hurriedly lift their gazes skyward, but the sight that greets them plunges them back into a state of shock. With wide eyes, they stare at the spectacle above, their orbs seemingly on the brink of dislodging from their sockets, and their jaws hang agape, as if dislocated. In unison, they swallow hard, a wave of despair washing over their faces. Above them looms a terrifyingly vast ethereal hand, capable of obscuring the heavens. In that instant, they realize their bodies have become paralyzed, leaving them with no recourse but to observe. The somber middle-aged man experiences despair for the first time as the enormous hand appears. It approaches them in an instant, prompting a desperate roar from him. Yet, it is futile. As the hand draws near, it suddenly strikes. A thunderous sound erupts from its palm, echoing like a clap of thunder, resonating for miles around. In Light Fate Town, before a courtyard, Su Ling whimsically swipes at the air, her demeanor exuding an endearing charm. After capturing them, she turned to the 5 from the Morone Palace and declared, "All right, I have dealt with them all." Upon hearing this, the members of the Morone Palace were left in utter astonishment. What? They struggled to comprehend her words. "Little Linger, you merely grasped at the air, looking so adorable, and you claim to have resolved the situation. Surely, you jest." Yet, at that moment, Su Ling spoke again. "Oh, not yet. It turns out there are still more." She cast her gaze in 2 directions and uttered a sound. Subsequently, she closed one eye, her expression serious, and made 2 snapping gestures towards the 2 directions. With each snap, a delightful pew sound escaped her lips, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. Meanwhile, in a corner of the continent, a middle-aged man in red, having just finished speaking, grumbled, "That fellow has no idea where he has gone. What a stroke of misfortune." He then cast a disdainful glance at a city below, as if observing an ant colony. He intended to raise another city. However, just then, the red-clad man suddenly froze. He swiftly turned to look behind him, and upon doing so, his pants grew damp. There, unbeknownst to him, a terrifying colossal hand had emerged, poised in a snapping gesture. With a resounding boom, the finger snapped, and a massive digit surged towards the middle-aged man in red. Terrified, he felt his pants dampen, and in the next moment, they transformed into a mist of blood, dispersing through the air. After completing her 2 delightful pews, Su Ling turned once more to the 5 from the Murong Palace and announced, "All right, this time it is truly taken care of." In the presence of Murong Palace's 5 individuals, Xiaoling quipped, "Are you jesting with us? Your movements, while aesthetically pleasing, can they truly bring about the demise of another?" Had Su Ling vanished momentarily only to reappear and utter such words, they might have been persuaded. Yet, as it stood, Su Ling remained firmly in place, making it difficult for them to accept her claims. Perhaps if Chen Pingan had been present to execute a similar maneuver, they would have entertained the notion. But with Su Ling, skepticism prevailed. Amidst their relentless doubts, Long Outyen felt a sudden vibration from his communication jade slip. Upon listening, he was left utterly petrified. This cannot be true. The others, including Bai Gufeng, experienced a similar shock as their jade slips began to vibrate in unison. After hearing the news, they too were rendered speechless. The message relayed was from those who, from a considerable distance, had been covertly observing the nefarious immortals. They reported that, inexplicably, a colossal hand had materialized above the heads of these immortals, plunging the entire realm into darkness. In a swift motion, the gigantic hand descended, causing the immortals to vanish without a trace. As they absorbed this revelation, Long Outyen and his companions felt as though struck by lightning. Observing their stunned expressions, Su Ling remarked, "Since I have taken care of this for you, you may return now without seeking out my brother. Now, I must attend to other matters." As she spoke, Su Ling skipped up the stairs and pushed the door to enter the courtyard. After a period of indulgence, Su Ling had ascended to the realm of the immortal sovereign. Long Outyen and the others gazed foolishly at Su Ling's petite and charming silhouette, swallowing hard. What manner of being is this? Murong Gong, perplexed by the situation, could only inquire of Long Outyen and his companions. Upon learning of the events that had just transpired, he transformed into a statue of stone. After a considerable time, the 5 regained their senses, taking a deep breath to calm the shock within their hearts. Little Linger has become so formidable. The terror of that senior is beyond our imagination. Indeed, they had remarked that that hand could encompass the heavens. The 5 felt a sense of suffocation. Just then, Su Ling, having entered the courtyard moments earlier, suddenly reemerged. "Grandfathers, I have a matter on which I require your assistance. Could you lend me a hand?" Su Ling thought that since so many had gathered, it would be perfect to enlist their help in farming, thus hastening the process of turning raw grain into cooked rice. Long Outyen and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In a dark and eerie valley within the immortal realm, a delicate middle-aged man sat cross-legged in a blood pool, which reached up to his neck. However, as this man closed his eyes to cultivate, the blood pool suddenly began to recede at a visible pace. Eventually, the blood was entirely drained. Exhaling a breath, The middle-aged man opened his eyes, and in that moment, a radiant light shot forth from his gaze. Immortal sovereign realm. Haha, I have finally broken through. In a state of effeminate joy, the middle-aged man laughed heartily, having awaited this moment for an eternity. Just then, an elder suddenly appeared and knelt before him. His countenance was dark, and he bowed his head to report, "My lord, the 10 individuals dispatched to the mortal realm to collect blood have abruptly perished, almost simultaneously." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, but then he scoffed coldly. "There must be someone from the celestial realm in that mortal domain. Take some blood and descend. Seize that individual." Upon hearing this, the elder nodded promptly. To be a blood general, one must attain the celestial origin realm. And he was indeed a blood general at the pinnacle of celestial origin. Chapter 134. The Yard Full of Fruits in Qingyuan Town. Bai Gufeng and Jin Danting had never ventured into the yard before. At this moment, under the guidance of Xiao Linger, the two followed Murong Gong and his companions into the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their expressions mirrored the initial shock of Murong Gong and his group, utterly astounded. Xiao Linger wasted no time, promptly assigning tasks to them. "You, grandfather, go outside and fetch some bamboo. I need to construct a bamboo shed. You, grandfather, help me dig a pit. You, grandfather, later assist us in pouring mud." Xiao Linger methodically assigned each of the 5 individuals a task. Afterward, she took up a hoe and began to dig a pit, preparing to plant orange trees, apple trees, and snow pear trees. As for the area designated for grape cultivation, she had already cleared most of it, but to plant even more, she instructed Murong Gong to clear an additional 2 square units of land. Murong Gong and his companions were obedient, swiftly completing their assigned tasks. Subsequently, Long Aoyin returned with a bundle of bamboo. After completing their tasks, they were summoned by Xiao Linger to construct a bamboo shelter. As for Shi Minchin, there was no need for him to fetch the mud. He promptly produced a large box, cautiously storing the soil as if harboring a guilty conscience. Once everything was finished, Xiao Linger commenced the final step, sowing seeds and applying fertilizer. She entrusted the seeds to Long Aoyin and the others, instructing them to bury them in various locations. Meanwhile, she moved aside to fill a basin with fertilizer from the remaining half-bag of snakeskin pouch. "All right, gather behind me." Xiao Linger directed Murong Gong and the others to step aside, her face alight with excitement as she approached the holes where fruit trees had been planted to apply fertilizer. Her actions were remarkably deft, as she grasped and scattered the fertilizer with practiced ease. As she fertilized, a miraculous scene began to unfold. Murong Gong and the others observed Xiao Linger's elation, pondering the reason for her exuberance. At that moment, after her application of fertilizer, they beheld green sprouts emerging from the earth. They were taken aback, stunned by the sight. Long Aoyin and the others found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Only Shi Minchin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Could this fertilizer truly be a treasure that accelerates plant growth? Upon witnessing the verdant sprouts, Xiao Linger's dimples reappeared with delight. She continued to fertilize, grasping and scattering as if the fertilizer were of little value. Before long, under the gaze of the 5, the sprouts grew into a small tree. Xiao Linger persisted in her fertilization, seemingly unperturbed by the worth of the fertilizer. After some time, within the view of Long Aoyin and the others, a fruit tree towering over 2 people emerged. At this moment, the branches are laden with golden oranges, each fruit appearing plump and vibrant, exuding an irresistible allure. The 5 companions, enveloped in a state of stupor, cannot help but swallow their saliva at the sight of the resplendent orange tree. They yearn to sample its exquisite flavor, for they have discerned that this fruit-bearing tree transcends the realm of a mere 10th-grade spiritual herb and has likely attained the status of an immortal-grade specimen. Little Lingo notices that the fertilizer in her basin has diminished by half. Rather than succumbing to temptation, she refrains from indulging in the oranges and proceeds to the next pit, continuing her previous task. In a brief span of time, another tree, towering to the height of 2 individuals, emerges before them. This time, it is an apple tree, adorned with lustrous, crimson apples that glisten with freshness. Little Linga swallows once more, yet she manages to suppress her desire. She turns to gather more fertilizer before advancing to the next pit, repeating her earlier actions. Soon, yet another magnificent tree reveals itself, this time, a pear tree. The snow-white pears, gleaming with a golden hue, appear to be brimming with juice, promising a delectable and refreshing taste. With only half a basin of fertilizer remaining, Little Linger makes her way to the bamboo shed. This time, her method of fertilization changes. She tosses the fertilizer directly into the air with practiced ease, allowing it to cascade evenly onto the soil within the shed. Before long, tender shoots begin to sprout, gradually elongating until they transform into vines. Little Linger approaches to guide the vines upon the bamboo structure, continuing her fertilization efforts. In no time, the entire shed is adorned with lush, verdant vines, and as she scatters the fertilizer, clusters of deep purple grapes begin to blossom upon the tendrils. The grapes appeared remarkably fresh, each one gleaming with luster. Having completed her tasks, Xiaolingo paused to catch her breath. She hurried back to properly store the remaining fertilizer. At that moment, Long Outyin and his companions found themselves utterly immobilized, as if they had transformed into trees. It was utterly astounding. What on earth had transpired? Just moments ago, they had merely been digging holes. And now, in the blink of an eye, everything had blossomed so magnificently. What astonished them the most was that, incredibly, all these fruits were of the medicinal grade. Upon returning after setting the fertilizer, Xiaolingo glanced at Long Outyin and his friends. Feeling it would be unkind not to offer them something, she bit her lip, contemplating her decision. Initially, she intended to grant each of the 5 a different fruit. However, the thought of doing so tugged at her heartstrings. After a brief hesitation, she addressed Long Outyin and the others. Except for watermelons and pineapples, I can give each of you one of the other fruits, but for the grapes, you may choose a bunch among yourselves. As she spoke, her expression was filled with reluctance. Long Outyin and his companions' eyes sparkled with excitement. They could not help but inquire, really? Xiaolingo nodded firmly, though her heart fluttered uneasily. The 5 men flushed with excitement as they eagerly began to select their fruits. Long Outyin chose an apple, while Zhendanting opted for a snow pear. Shimin-Chen selected an orange, as it reminded him of a longevity flower. Perhaps it too could extend his life. Bai Gufeng, on the other hand, believed that although the grapes held the same medicinal properties as the apples and pears, their abundance would allow for leisurely enjoyment, thus he decisively chose the grapes. Murong no longer dared to recklessly break through, and instead opted for grapes. He could take them back and share them with the promising disciples of the sect. Thus, each person held a piece of fruit. All right, you may return now. At this moment, Xiaolingo wiped the corner of her mouth, unable to suppress her restless heart, yearning to indulge in a feast. Long Outyin and the others nodded, bidding farewell to Xiaolingo. However, just as they exited the courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered a middle-aged man ahead. The newcomer was none other than Su Yi. It had been exactly a month since his last visit. Shortly after Su Yi's arrival, in a distant corner of the continent, a black hole appeared in the sky, from which 6 elders emerged. Among them was the elder who had recently reported to the androgynous middle-aged man. This must be the mortal realm. Let us disperse and search. If there is news, do not act hastily. Communicate with one another. That individual's strength is likely at the celestial Yuan realm. Chapter 135, Befriending the Pawns of the Ancients. Not long after Su Yi's appearance, he spotted Long Outyin and the others, momentarily taken aback. During his previous visit, he had only seen Long Outyin, thus he only recognized him. The 4 accompanying Long Outyin, apart from Murong, possessed similar cultivation levels. They must be among the pawns of the ancients. Su Ling, who had followed to close the door, upon seeing Su Yi, hastily shut it as if she had encountered a villain. Her movements were remarkably swift. With Chen Pingan absent, she had no other choice. Su Yi, observing Xiaolingo's reaction, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Xiaoling, I am your father. Su Yi felt tears welling up. How could his beloved daughter have forgotten him, treating him as if he were a villain? He felt utterly helpless. However, after a moment of lamentation, he appeared to have an epiphany. Suddenly, he became as still as a statue. Little Ling's cultivation had surprisingly reached the realm of a mortal sovereign. This revelation astounded Su Yi. Just a month ago, his daughter was merely at the immortal origin stage. How could she have progressed so swiftly? This was utterly terrifying. Indeed, his decision had proven to be wise. The elder had fulfilled his promise and diligently nurtured little Ling. A smile rapidly blossomed on Su Yi's face. The members of the Murong Palace stared at Su Yi for quite some time, taken aback by the formidable aura emanating from him. This aura was even more formidable than that of little Ling. Long Outyin, having previously encountered Su Yi and even addressing him as Brother Su, hurried forward and exclaimed, Brother Su, it has been a while. Long Outyin was now certain that Su Yi had indeed ascended to the realm of a mortal emperor. Just recently, he had heard from the Murong Palace that Chen Yinming had come down to apologize again, accompanied by individuals even stronger than himself. This indicated that the token must be genuine. With little Ling already so powerful, capable of effortlessly vanquishing immortals, Su Yi's cultivation aura was even more formidable. What else could he be but an immortal emperor? With a smile gracing his face, Su Yi regarded Long Outyin and the others without the slightest hint of disdain. He understood that he should not underestimate those associated with such formidable predecessors. Thus, he politely greeted Long Outyin before turning his gaze toward the members of the Murong Palace, signaling Long Outyin to introduce them. Long Outyin nodded and began the introductions one by one. After listening to Sui, he clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Sui, known in the celestial realm as the Dominator of Heaven. As I am older than all of you, if you do not mind, you may address me as Brother Su." With a radiant smile, he spoke. The individuals present were the pinnacle of strength on the continent, possessing discerning perspectives. They were well aware of the names of the most powerful beings in the celestial realm. Bai Gufeng and Zhen Danting had heard from Long Outyin that the celestial emperor, Dominator of Heaven, was quite familiar with him, and that he had even bestowed upon Long Outyin a token. Upon hearing Su Yi's words and recalling Long Outyin's acquaintance with him, the two suddenly realized that the person before them was indeed the celestial emperor, Dominator of Heaven. They instinctively held their breath. Shi Minchen, with his keen insight, also recognized Su Yi's identity and was equally astounded. However, Murong Gong, who had not encountered Su Yi before and had not heard of him from Chen Pingan, still believed himself to be the most significant chess piece of the senior. He stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Brother Su," maintaining a demeanor of respectful firmness. Su Yi quickly discerned Murong Gong's cultivation level, yet his eyes remained filled with amiability. "Young Brother Murong, it is an honor to finally meet you," Su Yi replied courteously. Murong Gong's eyes lit up. "Brother Su knows me?" Su Yi smiled and said, "I have had the fortune to hear of you from the esteemed senior. The senior holds you in high regard." Upon hearing this, Murong Gong's breath quickened. "Aha, I knew it. My standing in the senior's eyes is indeed significant." Long Outyin and the others looked at Murong Gong with envious expressions. Thus, the six began to engage in light conversation. Gradually, Murong Gong and the others learned of the relationship between Su Yi and Xiao Ling. After conversing for a while, Murong Gong came to understand Su Yi's true identity. The individual before him was none other than the most formidable being in the celestial realm, the celestial emperor. Instantly, his heart raced with excitement. The notion of encountering a celestial emperor would have been unfathomable to him merely 6 months prior. Yet here he was, standing in the presence of such greatness, who casually referred to him as brother. All of this was thanks to the senior who had elevated his status. Despite his own limited cultivation, he could now forge a brotherly bond with the celestial emperor. It was a tale that few would believe if he were to share it. "Dear friends, you shall surely ascend to immortality in the future. If you do not mind, seek me out once you transcend to the celestial realm. I can arrange numerous esteemed tasks for you," Sui confidently asserted, convinced that Murong Gong and his companions would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats. By forging closer ties with them, not only would he strengthen his relationship with Chen Pingan, but being recognized as a potential ally by a senior like Sui would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Upon hearing this, Murong Gong and his companions felt their hearts race with exhilaration. This was simply too extraordinary. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Su Yi sensed that they had exhausted most topics. He then turned his gaze toward the closed gate of the courtyard, a wry smile gracing his lips. He wondered if the senior was within. Observing Long Outyin and the others, Murong Gong felt that they had just concluded a discussion with the senior. However, to his surprise, Long Outyin and the others shook their heads. "The senior is not inside, but Xiao Linger is," they informed him. "We arrived here because, not long ago, celestial beings descended to wreak havoc upon the city." Murong Gong recounted the events that had transpired moments earlier. Upon learning that Chen Pingan was absent, Su Yi realized that his desire to enter the courtyard would be somewhat challenging. The news of an immortal descending to slaughter the city caused him to furrow his brow, as it seemed to indicate the presence of certain malevolent factions from the celestial realm. Just as he contemplated this, Su Yi suddenly turned his gaze toward one side, which was the direction of the jagged mountains. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, "It appears others have descended. It would be intriguing to discern which faction they belong to." The 5 members of Long Outyin were momentarily taken aback. More arrivals. Sui then addressed Long Outyin and his companions, inquiring, "Would you like to witness this?" His intention was straightforward. He wished to showcase his strength before them, demonstrating that while he may not be a pawn of the elder, his prowess was formidable and worthy of their camaraderie. Moreover, he was feeling rather bored, since he could not enter the courtyard. He thought it would be enjoyable to engage with Long Outyin and the others after dealing with these newcomers, thereby deepening their bond. In his heart, he recognized the immense potential possessed by Long Outyin and his companions. They could very well become pawns of the elder, and their future achievements might rival his own. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the 5 members of Long Outyin swiftly nodded in agreement. Witnessing the celestial emperor in action was an opportunity that was rare and precious. Chapter 136. Slaying ants with a blade. With the consent of Long Outyin and the others, Sui waved a hand, and in the blink of an eye, the 6 of them vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves suspended in the sky above. As the 5 members of Murong Palace materialized, They immediately spotted an elderly man standing before them. This elder had maintained a stoic expression just moments before, preparing to move on to the next mountain peak that had been severed. Upon witnessing the severed peaks, he surmised that a formidable individual was responsible, perhaps the very person they sought. Thus, he embarked on this quest. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sudden emergence of 6 figures ahead. Were they mere mortals? He would have felt no trepidation. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned an aura of terrifying power emanating from them. As his gaze fell upon the countenance of one individual, a chill gripped his heart. It felt as though it might burst. The Celestial Emperor. This is preposterous. What could the Emperor be doing here? He was rendered speechless, doubting the reality before him. In an instant, Sui vanished from his position, reappearing directly before the elder. Speak. From which organization do you hail? Who is the leader? Where is your organization's base located? He continued, Of course, you may choose to remain silent, but be assured, I possess ample means to elicit your cooperation. With an expression devoid of emotion, Sui regarded the elder as one would a mere insect. The elder, confronted with Sui's sudden appearance and the overwhelming strength radiating from him, found himself trembling involuntarily. At that moment, he felt as though he were ensconced in a fog. Utterly bewildered, why was the Celestial Emperor present in this mortal realm? Furthermore, their organization was far from powerful. Logically, it would be inconceivable for the Emperor to personally engage with them. This was akin to using a cleaver to slay an ant. Celestial Emperor, I shall divulge everything. If you would be so gracious as to allow me to depart, the elder stammered. Upon hearing this, Sui suddenly smiled. I mentioned I could grant you a swift demise, yet I did not speak of extracting your celestial essence and tormenting you for a millennium. Upon hearing these words, the elderly man's visage turned ashen. Sui had learned from Long Outyin and others that these individuals had caused the demise of countless lives. Such beings are unworthy of existence. The elder found himself bereft of options. He had no desire to endure the agony of having his celestial essence tortured. That was the most dreaded torment for an immortal. In the end, he had no choice but to divulge everything, for he lacked the confidence to take his own life before Sui. Before an emperor of immortals, he possessed no assurance even to self-destruct. It was likely that the mere thought would lead to his subjugation. At that moment, he would only face the extraction of his celestial essence, subjected to endless suffering. Sui listened intently. After the elder finished speaking, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Just recently, someone had reported to me about a malevolent force emerging from the immortal realm, yet I could not ascertain your whereabouts. Now, fate has presented me with the opportunity to eradicate you. Having acquired the information he sought, Sui gestured towards the elder with a single hand. In the next instant, the elder's eyes widened in terror. With a resounding explosion, he disintegrated, showering the ground with crimson rain. With the elder dealt with, Sui turned his gaze towards several directions and executed a series of swift finger snaps. However, upon completing the final gesture, he suddenly froze. His eyes seemed to pierce through the confines of space, fixating on the spot where he dealt with his last adversary. There, before a pool of blood, stood a man wielding a golden longsword. How's my senior there? Sui swallowed hard, his expression one of bewilderment. Subsequently, a sense of reverence washed over him. This was no mere coincidence. It was surely orchestrated by his esteemed predecessor. Not long ago, near the Wong City of Combat, amidst the tranquil expanse of a mountain range cloaked in soft white clouds, an elder who had recently received orders from a rather enigmatic middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He hovered in the air, immediately attuning himself to the surroundings. In an instant, his eyes narrowed sharply. He sensed a faint yet undeniable aura of draconic might. Having cultivated a martial technique with ties to dragons, he recognized this presence, albeit weak, due to his proximity and the nature of his practice. Fixating on a specific location within the mountain range below, he vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, in another part of the Beast Mountain range, Chen Pingan and his companions had just encountered a beast. They had only recently entered the mountains, and this creature was the first they had come across that day. Eager to assess the results of his training from the previous day, Chen Pingan surged forward at the sight of the beast, ready to engage, while also calling upon the Black Flood Dragon for assistance. Upon sensing the formidable presence emanating from the dragon, the beast recoiled in fear and prepared to flee. Yet, in that very instant, with a swift movement, the elder materialized before it. The beast, overwhelmed by the elder's aura, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The elder's gaze fixed upon the creature before him. The draconic aura typically radiated from such beasts, suggesting that it might awaken latent dragon blood in the future. However, observing the black bear before him, which had immediately prostrated upon sensing his presence, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Was it not? However, just moments ago, he sensed it was right here. Bang! Gazing at the demonic beast, The elder narrowed his eyes, and in the next instant, the creature exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. But just as it was about to touch the elder, it abruptly evaporated. After vanquishing the beast, the elder cast a glance around, finally resting his gaze upon Chen Pingan and the others. Subsequently, he could not be bothered to investigate them individually. Instead, he released his aura. As his aura permeated the surroundings, the area within a mile transformed into a realm akin to a hellish battlefield, enveloped in an eerie stillness. In the next moment, upon witnessing the elder's appearance, Tian Shanshan, Lu Shuai, and the others were struck with terror, their eyes widening in shock as they suddenly knelt to the ground. They were oblivious to what had transpired, but felt as though the air around them had solidified, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that compelled their legs to yield. Once on their knees, they stared wide-eyed at the elder before them. They remained unable to discern the elder's cultivation level. Even someone of the Great Ascension stage should have been detectable. The inability to perceive him could only imply one possibility. This man was an immortal. As they felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the elder, their faces turned as pale as paper. They had never encountered an immortal. Yet they understood that every individual could embody both virtue and vice. The moment the immortal appeared and treated them thus, it was evident that he was a nefarious being. Despair washed over their faces. If an immortal wished to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Lu Shuai was equally aghast. Yet, he suddenly realized that they possessed a celestial sword. Moreover, they had the formidable Chen Pingan, who concealed his true prowess. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Chen Pingan. As Chen Pingan stood resolutely at this moment, a fleeting glimmer of hope crossed his despairing face. In this instant, he wagered his life, betting that Chen Pingan was stronger than the celestial being before him. Unbeknownst to Chen Pingan, the situation behind him had changed dramatically, and he was unaware that Lu Shuai and the others had already knelt in submission. He fixated intently on the elderly figure before him, his brows furrowed in trepidation. What was this individual's intent? Not only had he appeared out of nowhere, but he had also vanquished that monstrous beast. Moreover, why did he feel an overwhelming sense of malice emanating from this person? Chen Pingan realized that the elderly man was staring at him with unwavering intensity, a palpable hostility radiating toward him as if to convey a message. Young man, I intend to end you. At this moment, the elder was indeed fixated on Chen Pingan, astonished that he remained standing. After all, Chen Pingan was merely at the core formation stage. This suggested that the earlier display of dragon might was undoubtedly linked to this young man. The elder then considered a possibility. Some individuals possess the potential to awaken their bloodlines, and among those who do, a rare few may awaken the bloodline of the dragon clan. He scrutinized Chen Pingan, suspecting that this young man might indeed have awakened a dragon bloodline. If this were true, it would be an extraordinary boon for him. By utilizing this young man's blood for his cultivation, he too could potentially awaken such a lineage. With this thought, his eyes gleamed with avarice. However, just then, his gaze fell upon the longsword in Chen Pingan's hand. Observing the sword, he was momentarily taken aback. How strikingly similar it was to the golden feather celestial artifact from the celestial realm. Yet, it felt merely akin. This artifact resonated with the essence of an earthly magical tool. In but a moment, he ceased to pay heed and strode directly towards Chen Pingan. As long as this young man possessed such a bloodline, he would eliminate him without hesitation and drink his blood. However, just as he took a single step, he was suddenly caught off guard. A terrifying pressure materialized behind him. He attempted to turn around, but it was too late. With a resounding bang, he was obliterated in an instant. As this scene unfolded, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. One could hear a pin drop. Observing this spectacle, Chen Pingan was rendered speechless. Tian Shanshan and the others were equally bewildered, while only Lu Shuai, witnessing the elder who had just taken a step explode violently, quickly shifted his gaze to Chen Pingan, his eyes radiating an intense green light. Big shot. Just 2 more chapters. Hold on tight. Chen Pingan, initially planning to flee upon seeing the malevolent expression of the elder approaching, found himself momentarily blank, unable to regain his senses. At that moment, the black flood dragon turned its gaze towards the golden feather immortal artifact and communicated, "Did you intervene?" The golden feather immortal artifact promptly replied, "No, I have not yet acted." As it spoke, the gaze of the golden feather immortal artifact seemed to transcend space itself, fixating in one direction. Upon witnessing the situation unfolding, it paused briefly. At that juncture, its eyes met those of the Overlord Immortal Emperor. Yet, after a mere moment, the golden feather immortal artifact withdrew its gaze, having comprehended the unfolding events. Meanwhile, behind Chen Pingan, Tian Shanshan and the others remained in a state of confusion, staring blankly at the pool of blood before Chen Pingan, utterly perplexed by the inexplicable demise of the immortal. The pressure that weighed upon them had dissipated, allowing them to rise to their feet. Their gazes began to sweep the surroundings, eager to discern who could possibly have caused such a terrifying being, one whose mere aura had compelled them to kneel, to self-destruct. Yet, their efforts to locate the culprit proved fruitless. Suddenly, as if a realization had dawned upon them, their eyes fell upon Chen Pingan. At that moment, their focus became irrevocably fixed on him. Just moments ago, Chen Pingan had stood resolutely, utterly unmoved. He had not knelt. Yet, the old man had taken but a single step before exploding in a violent demise. Could this somehow be connected to him? As this thought crossed their minds, their mouths fell agape in sheer astonishment. However, it wasn't long before they began to question their own reasoning. Chen Pingan possessed merely the cultivation of the first layer of the golden core stage. His strongest capability could at most reach the nascent soul realm. How could he possibly wield such formidable power? The more they pondered, the more bewildered they became. Yet, they felt it untenable to dismiss the possibility that Chen Pingan was not involved, especially since he had not knelt. Even that dog had not behaved like the beast. Lying prostrate upon the ground, Lu Shuai regarded Chen Pingan's silhouette as one would a deity. Great one, surely you can no longer feign ignorance. A celestial being, reduced to mere ashes by your hand. To what extent must one be to achieve such might? Could it be that you are, in fact, a celestial emperor? Lu Shuai was not well versed in the hierarchy of celestial beings, but he understood that the most powerful entity in the celestial realm was the celestial emperor. In that moment, Chen Pingan appeared to him as the mightiest of immortals. Just as this thought crystallized in his mind, Chen Pingan finally turned to face them. Still in a state of confusion, he looked at Lu Shuai and the others, unable to suppress his inquiry. What just transpired? How did he explode? Chen Pingan could still detect a pungent, fishy odor. At that moment, Lu Shuai, listening to Chen Pingan's words and observing his bewildered expression, felt a wave of tears welling up. Boss, at such a critical juncture, you are still pretending? Do you take me for a fool? Even a fool wouldn't be deceived in such a manner. Lu Shuai found himself in a state of exasperated amusement. This boss truly was a peculiar character. Tian Shanshan and the others gazed at Chen Pingan and inquired, "You truly have no idea what transpired?" Chen Pingan, appearing earnest and visibly shaken, nodded as if struck by fear. I sensed a palpable malice emanating from him. When I saw him approaching, I even contemplated fleeing. Yet to my astonishment, he simply detonated. Seeing Chen Pingan in such a state, Tian Shanshan felt that he was not merely putting on an act, as his expression mirrored their own. This suggested that the entire incident likely did not pertain to Chen Pingan. The reason he remained standing. Could it be that the immortal had not directed his aura towards him? Upon contemplating this, Tian Shanshan considered that this possibility was quite substantial. This also elucidated why the black dog had not knelt. Perhaps that particular spot had remained untouched by the immortal's influence. After all, how could a mere first-tier golden core cultivator compel an immortal to self-destruct? The very thought seemed implausible. Upon witnessing Chen Pingan's expression, Wang Degu and the others began to share similar sentiments as Tian Shanshan, believing that the matter was likely unrelated to Chen Pingan. It seemed that some formidable powerhouse was lurking in the shadows, aiding them. Meanwhile, Lu Shuai, listening to Chen Pingan's words and watching his demeanor, was on the verge of unleashing expletives. Boss, where did you hone such acting skills? This is simply extraordinary. Moreover, are you still pretending? Do you wish to grind my intelligence into the ground? Lu Shuai internally scoffed, yet all he could do was stifle his complaints. Such is the nature of this formidable figure, what else could he do? He could only continue to feign ignorance. At that moment, he was truly tempted to utter, "Esteemed one, do you require an ornament for your foot? I assure you, I am more than capable." After a moment of astonishment, the group moved forward to assess the situation. Most importantly, they were eager to discover whether any valuable items remained after the celestial being's demise. However, aside from a pool of blood, everything else had vanished. The remains had been reduced to mere pulp, quite nauseating. They did, however, find a damaged spatial ring on the ground. Regrettably, it was beyond repair, rendering its contents inaccessible. Nevertheless, they decided to pick it up. Contemplating a visit to the treasure hall to see if it could be sold there, perhaps they would possess the means to restore its former glory. Following these events, Chen Pingan and the others lost their motivation for further training and resolved to return, intending to stop by the treasure hall to see if they could sell the ring. Meanwhile, on the other side of the broken mountains, Sui stood in a daze, his mind wandering. He had never anticipated that the senior would be present at that moment. He felt a growing unease, fearing he might have inadvertently disrupted the senior's endeavors. This thought gnawed at him. If the senior were concocting some grand scheme, his interruption might provoke displeasure, leading to future complications for him. Observing Su Yi's distracted state, Murong Gong and the others flew over, their brows furrowing in concern. "Brother, what troubles you?" they inquired. Su-yi gazed at them, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he voiced his conjectures. Upon hearing his words, Long Ao Yin and the others were momentarily taken aback. The esteemed elder is indeed in the northern region? Moreover, you just extinguished a descending celestial before the elder? This revelation cast a shadow of unease over them. After all, the elder was right there, undoubtedly orchestrating something profound. However, Gong, with a carefree demeanor, interjected, "You are merely overthinking it." The group turned their attention towards Gong, eager to hear his perspective. Gong continued, "Who exactly is this elder? Is there any way to predict your actions? Everything is undoubtedly part of the elder's grand design. In any case, there is no need for you to feel guilty. You have committed no wrongdoing. The elder may even commend you for your actions." Upon hearing this, Su-yi felt a flicker of reason in Gong's words. The elder's predictive abilities were indeed formidable. Perhaps he had already accounted for Su-yi's actions. It seemed he had indeed been overthinking the matter. To further ease Su-yi's worries, Gong recounted their encounter with Chen Pingan, aiming to illustrate the terrifying extent of the elder's foresight. Everything was assuredly under the elder's control, with no room for error. Moreover, Gong's recounting carried another implication, to convey to Su-yi that his standing in the elder's eyes was of utmost significance, especially since the elder had directly sought out their sect. Su-yi, absorbing Gong's words, was momentarily struck dumb, his face transforming into a mask of reverence. The elder is truly formidable. Just as Gong finished speaking, Shimin-Shin suddenly exclaimed, "The elder is indeed in the northern region. However, I have been informed by the people there that when they encountered the elder, his cultivation was at the first level of foundation establishment." Su-yi, upon hearing this, quickly replied, "Indeed, I also observed that the elder's cultivation was at the first level of foundation establishment. Moreover, there were several young individuals at the same level nearby, which left me quite astonished. Strange, when I visited the elder this morning, his cultivation was distinctly at the first level of foundation establishment. I found it rather puzzling. Could it be that the elder is planning something?" Gong inquired, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Su-yi's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that among those young individuals at the foundation establishment level, one of them has caught the elder's attention? As if a light had dawned upon them, the others nodded in agreement, convinced that this was indeed the case. Just as they reached this conclusion, Shimin-Shin suddenly recalled something and slapped his thigh. "I remember now. Yesterday, when the elder visited the Alchemist Association to sell elixirs, he brought along a young man at the foundation establishment level. I wondered why the elder would engage in selling elixirs. It turns out he was indicating that the young man is extraordinary and that I should treat him with due respect." Gong and the others paused for a moment, then swiftly concurred with Shimin-Shin's deduction. How could the elder possibly sell elixirs? That is utterly inconceivable. There must be a deeper significance to his actions. And the fact that he only brought one person indicates that he has indeed taken a liking to that young man. The group unanimously supported Shimin-Shin's thoughts, and he felt a surge of pride at their agreement. I never expected to have such insight into the elder." He quickly retrieved his identity token to send a message to Tang Si-Yuan. "Yesterday, a young man came to sell elixirs with a senior. What was his name?" Meanwhile, far away in the northern domain, Tang Si-Yuan was situated in a private room at the top of an inn. His amiable nature had fostered good relationships with several guild leaders in the royal city. Knowing that he would soon assume the role of guild leader in the empire, he had invited these guild leaders for a farewell celebration over drinks. At this moment, upon noticing a vibration from his identity token, he quickly gestured for his old friends nearby to cease their conversations. Present in the room, apart from Tang Si-Yuan, were the leader of the treasure gathering hall, the president of the Array Masters Guild, and the owner of the Heavenly Respect Pavilion in the royal city. Observing Tang Si-Yuan's gesture for silence, they all fell quiet. Curious about his actions, Tang Si-Yuan channeled his spiritual energy into the identity token, and in the next instant, a voice penetrated his ear. The Grand President might convey some matters concerning the guild, thus it was imperative that no one else overheard. Tang Si-Yuan listened attentively to the transmission, and upon its conclusion, he was momentarily stunned. He swiftly transmitted back, exclaiming, "Lu Shuai." At the utterance of this name, the president of the Array Masters Guild in the royal city appeared momentarily bewildered. Lu Shuai? Wasn't he the promising young talent from our guild? After a brief pause, a voice soon responded, "Excellent. Prepare to return and ensure that half of the guild's assets are sent to his family. Moreover, you must personally inform him that these are bestowed upon him in deference to that esteemed senior, and may his future be as bright as brocade." Upon hearing this, Tang Si-Yuan was left in utter shock, as if struck by lightning. What? He suspected he had misheard. Half of the assets? Given away directly? Upon hearing that everything stemmed from the words of that senior, Tang Si-Yuan inhaled deeply. It was that senior once again. Lu Shuai had only spent a brief moment with this senior, and he was already receiving such treatment. He desired the same for himself. Without further ado, Tang Siyuan responded promptly, stating he would attend to the matter immediately. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the president of the Array Masters Guild. Old Hong, your guild's Lu Shuai is quite remarkable, Tang Siyuan remarked earnestly. Hearing this, the president of the Array Masters Guild was utterly perplexed. What did this mean? Why was he so confused? Before Tang Siyuan could elaborate, the other individuals simultaneously noticed that their identity tokens had begun to vibrate. This left them utterly bewildered, as their tokens had never activated since they had received them. The only reason for such a vibration could be that their supreme president, headmaster, or chief master was transmitting a message to them. The three of them swiftly retrieved their identity tokens. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The four exchanged glances, disbelief etched across their faces. Could it be such a coincidence? As Tang Siyuan looked at his three friends, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. No way. He contemplated the possibility that they too were being summoned by the guild regarding a matter that perhaps paralleled his own. If this were the case, then the implications were significant. This suggested that the identity of that senior was astonishingly formidable. As the three of them listened to the transmission, they stood there, dumbfounded. Gulp. They stared blankly at Tang Siyuan. Lu Shuai. Just moments ago, Tang Siyuan had mentioned that name. Now, they are compelled by their leader to relinquish half of their assets to the Lu family. This is utterly astonishing. The four individuals carefully secured their identity tokens, their 8 eyes blinking in disbelief. At that moment, Tang Siyuan could no longer restrain himself and inquired, surely, you are not being instructed to surrender half of your assets to the Lu family, are you? And to personally seek out Lu Shuai, merely to express your regards on behalf of that esteemed elder, wishing him a prosperous future? Gulp. The other three swallowed hard upon hearing Tang Siyuan's words. Observing their expressions of shock, Tang Siyuan realized the grim truth. Indeed, it was as he feared. Good heavens, are you jesting with us? What on earth is happening? Chapter 138. Goodness, you have truly deceived the elder. The four sat in a daze for quite some time, ultimately at a loss for words. They could only bid farewell and return to the guild to prepare. Meanwhile, within the Lu family, a fierce contest for the position of clan leader was unfolding. Lu Shuai's father, the current clan leader, was being pressured to step down, as the clan's elder had recently made a breakthrough, surpassing him in cultivation level. The elder was uniting with other elders to force Lu Shuai's father to yield. Over at Duanshan, Sui and the others had completely come to terms with the situation. They ceased their communication, believing that the elder would be pleased upon learning of their actions. Having grasped the elder's intentions, it was imperative to see this matter through. Shimin Qin and Long Outyin concurred. As for Jin Danting, his expression was somewhat bitter. There was no Shushan Academy in the kingdom of Zhanwu. The only course of action available to him was to swiftly contact the president of his Friends Mage Guild for assistance. However, this could be viewed as akin to the actions of Long Outyin and his companions. In truth, the one bearing the most bitter countenance was Murong Gong. He found himself powerless to assist, forced to watch helplessly as Long Outyin and his group proceeded. Sui felt similarly. Yet he believed that his actions had indirectly enabled Long Outyin and his companions to grasp the intentions of their predecessors, thus deeming it a contribution of sorts. Once they had concluded their discussions, the group found themselves at a loss for further endeavors. Seizing the moment, Sui suggested that since they had fortuitously gathered together, they should indulge in a drink. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin and the others readily agreed. Consequently, they opted for the nearest route and made their way to the peaceful sect. In the martial warfare kingdom, Chen Pingan and his companions returned to the royal city. Their immediate destination was the treasure-gathering hall, eager to ascertain whether anyone there could repair their spatial rings. Each of them harbored a sense of trepidation. Should the treasure-gathering hall be capable of mending the rings, they stood to gain a considerable fortune. Chen Pingan contemplated that with spiritual stones in hand, he could procure superior martial techniques and agility skills. Upon entering the treasure-gathering hall, Lu Shuai sought out the same steward they had encountered the previous day and recounted the events they had just experienced. Eventually, he produced the damaged spatial ring. The steward listened to Chen Pingan's account, appearing somewhat bewildered. A celestial being? Already deceased? Initially skeptical, he became convinced upon examining the spatial ring. For its quality was exceedingly high, albeit damaged. I cannot ascertain whether this ring can be repaired. It must be examined by the restoration specialist at the headquarters to determine its fate, the steward remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan and the others exchanged concerned glances. They cannot accompany us. If the storage ring is directly handed over to the treasure hall, even if it is repaired, if they claim that it contains nothing, they will have no recourse. Therefore, I shall take this storage ring and offer you 6,000 spirit stones. This can be regarded as a gamble. for the ring may indeed be restored or it may not. Of course, if you choose not to sell, it will remain merely a useless item. You must weigh your options carefully. The steward spoke with utmost seriousness, and then, with a slight smile, it seemed he was conveying his concern for their well-being. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. In truth, there is a significant probability that this storage ring can be repaired, as similar occurrences have transpired within our guild. There is a certain item restoration specialist who possesses such capabilities. Thus, he acquired the ring at this price, assuredly turning a substantial profit. After listening, Chen Pingan and the others began to deliberate. If they were to sell it, they could each receive 1,000 spirit stones. This is certainly better than having nothing. After some discussion, they consented. The steward took the storage ring and simultaneously provided Chen Pingan and his companions with 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the end, he bid Chen Pingan and the others farewell with a smile. Haha, what a windfall! As he watched Chen Pingan and his companions depart, the steward suddenly burst into hearty laughter, no longer concealing his joy. However, at that moment, he noticed the hall master hurriedly approaching. His eyes lit up as he prepared to inform the hall master about the storage ring. For only the hall master could take it to the main guild to consult the restoration specialist. Hall master, he called out, blocking the elderly man who was hastily exiting. The hall master of the treasure hall furrowed his brow, still preoccupied with the thought of not falling behind his friends. Is there something amiss? However, upon observing the butler's demeanor, he could not help but inquire. The butler recounted the recent events and produced a storage ring. Upon hearing this, the head of the treasure hall stood frozen in disbelief. Are you saying this item was sold by Lu Shuai and his associates? And you deceived them? Good heavens! The head of the treasure hall suddenly glared at the butler as if he were a sworn enemy. The butler, taken aback by this abrupt shift, struggled to respond. Subsequently, the head of the treasure hall, weary of idle chatter, spoke in a grave tone. You will accompany me to the Lu family, and soon you shall comprehend the gravity of your folly. At the Lu family, the struggle for power had spiraled out of control. The elders initially attempted to reason with the situation, advocating through their strength. However, as Lu Qi stubbornly refused to relinquish the position of patriarch, they were left with no alternative but to resort to forceful suppression. Lu Qi, do not compel us. After all, we are still family. Moreover, my current strength surpasses yours. I assure you, under my leadership, our family will thrive exponentially, the elder declared solemnly. Yet, should they resort to force, even if he were to seize the patriarchal title, he could forget about ever gaining the support of Lu Qi's lineage again. They might even decide to abandon the family altogether, thereby weakening its influence. Elder, this position of patriarch was entrusted to me by my father on his deathbed, thus I cannot comply. Lu Qi's countenance darkened. This title had been passed to him by his father before he passed away, and he had vowed before his deceased father to lead the family to prosperity, promising that this position would only be inherited by his own bloodline. Since you are so stubbornly unyielding, very well, you leave me no choice. The Grand Elder has exhausted all options and can only resort to battle. At most, once he seizes power, he will gather some allies to return. He is confident that under his leadership, his family will undoubtedly flourish, unlike the current state of languor, merely a force of modest significance within the royal city. As negotiations faltered, the spirit of conflict surged between the two factions. The entire assembly hall became thick with palpable hostility. The Grand Elder's side comprised 7 individuals, while Lu Qi's contingent consisted of only 5, a notable disparity in strength. Just as both sides were on the brink of confrontation, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Patriarch, the president of the Alchemist Guild has come to pay a visit. Before the servant could finish, another figure, a guard, hurried in, reporting, Patriarch, the president of the Alchemist Guild has just arrived, and the head of the Gathering Treasure Hall is here as well, seeking an audience with you. As if that were not enough, before the first 2 could conclude their announcements, yet another guard rushed in, stating, Patriarch, both the president of the Array Masters Guild and the master of the Celestial Tower have arrived. They are all waiting outside to see you and the young master. In an instant, the atmosphere turned eerily silent, the tension of imminent combat replaced by bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Why have so many formidable figures come to their family? Lu Qi, utterly perplexed, could no longer pursue the contest for the patriarchal position and hastened outside. The stature and strength of these 4 individuals demanded his utmost respect and attention. The Grand Elder and others also came to a halt. Regardless of whether he could seize the position of clan leader, the family's preservation was of utmost importance. If, by any misstep, they were to offend these 4 individuals, their family would not only be unable to flourish, but would likely be compelled to leave the royal city.